Chapter 1 If I could do it again, I would learn from Li Bai. Boss Jiang, this document requires your confirmation. Mr. Jiang, this is the speech I need for tomorrow. Could you please take a look at it and see if there are any problems? Mr. Jiang, this is the meeting schedule for tomorrow. Please take a look and see if there are any questions. Jiang Lan suddenly felt dizzy, and the documents and colleagues' faces in front of him gradually became blurred. He tried to stay awake and respond, but he felt his body getting heavier and his strength was draining away from him bit by bit. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Someone come. Someone come. Mr. Jiang has fainted. In an instant, the office fell into chaos. Jiang Lan felt all kinds of noisy sounds intertwined together. Screams, shouts, footsteps crawled into his mind. In this chaos and noise, Jiang Lan's consciousness became increasingly blurred. He felt the world before his eyes gradually being swallowed by darkness, and finally, he completely lost consciousness. Forehead. Jiang Lan slowly woke up and regained consciousness looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. Where is this? Didn't I faint already? Why am I not in the hospital? Where am I? After feeling his body carefully, he felt a rare sense of relief. It feels like going back to 10 years ago. In an instant, Jiang Lan felt a strong strange feeling in his heart. He subconsciously raised his hand. What caught my eye was a pair of unfamiliar hands. He sat up suddenly and hurried to the bathroom. In the mirror, a strange, handsome, young face came into his sight. He is not the kind of pretty boy that is popular nowadays, but he has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and has a masculine air that makes people feel extremely comfortable. Many readers have already commented that he is very handsome, which shows how good-looking he is. As he was admiring the original owner's appearance, fragments of memories began to slowly emerge in his mind. At first, the memories were a bit jumbled. As time goes by, it gradually becomes clearer and more coherent. As memories emerged, Jiang Lan's expression changed. From the initial confusion, to shock, and then to the final helplessness and enlightenment. It turns out that he actually traveled through time. In his previous life, Jiang Lan resolutely plunged into the wave of mass entrepreneurship after graduating from university at the age of 25. Started his own company from scratch. Because of some luck and his extraordinary hard work. After he had worked diligently for 15 years. The company is finally going public. He has had no vacation in the past 15 years. In life, there is only work and work, and there is almost no room for private life. I didn't expect that the company would finally be listed. But fate played a huge joke on him. He died suddenly because he was too busy at work, and then traveled through time. He suddenly realized that everything in his previous life seemed like a joke. But fortunately, God gave him another chance. Having died once, he decided to change his lifestyle in this life. This time he wants to enjoy life. Money is important, but life is more important. After all, you don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. So he decided to take good care of his health and enjoy life in this life. After all, having enough money to spend is enough, and being happy is the most important thing. As the saying goes, once you have the thought of giving up, you will feel that the world is wide open. After making the decision, he began to recall his original memories. He traveled to a planet called Blue Star. However, the historical situation here is not much different from the original world. The dynasties were Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Chang. In nearly 200 years, China went from fall to rise. But the general direction is the same. There are some subtle differences when it comes to specific people and things. Especially in some literary works, songs, movies, etc., the gap is quite large. After understanding the background of the world, Jiang Lan began to recall the situation of the original owner. The original owner was also called Jiang Lan. However, unlike him, the original owner attended an art school, the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music. Right after graduating from university, he signed a contract with a large agency and prepared to debut as a singer. However, because the original owner was too young and impetuous at the time, he offended the company's senior management and was subsequently shelved. There is only some basic salary every month. This amount of money is not enough to live in the capital, so I often need financial support from my family. At the age of 28 this year, he is still unknown in the entertainment industry. The only thing to be thankful for is that the contract signed by the original owner was not long, only 5 years. What's even more fortunate is that his contract just expired 2 days ago and he recently moved out of the company's apartment. Now this is the new house he rented after moving out of the company. It can be said that the original owner wasted the most precious 5 years of his life as an artist at the previous company. But these are nothing to John Lon, and can even be said to be good news. After all, the original owner gave him a clean identity. Healthy, debt-free, and 10 years younger. This is a good start for a time traveler. What else could he not be satisfied with? Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Just as John Lon was having beautiful visions of the future, he suddenly heard someone knocking hard on his apartment door. At the same time, a voice full of joy floated in from outside the door. Daddy, Daddy, please open the door. Xiao Xiao misses you so much. The tender child's voice suddenly reminded John Lon that he seemed to have overlooked something important. Although the original body was only 28 years old and not married. But I already have a 3-year-old daughter. Listening to the sounds coming from outside the door, John Lon couldn't help but reveal a gentle expression. Integrates the memories of the original John Lon. John Lon now can be said to be a fusion of two people. Therefore, it turned out that John Lan's deep and strong love for his daughter was also preserved without reservation. Moreover, in his previous life, John Lon was so busy with company matters that he had no time to think about personal matters. So I felt a little surprised and happy about the fact that I suddenly had a daughter. John Lon walked towards the door with mixed feelings. He was happy about meeting his daughter, but also felt a little uneasy and panicky. With this complicated mood, John Lon took a deep breath and slowly turned the door handle. The moment he opened the door, a small figure jumped into John Lan's eyes. The little girl has short hair that falls softly on both sides of her fair cheeks. Her face still has some baby fat, and it is plump and has a healthy blush. When people look at it, they can't help but want to pinch it. A pair of big watery eyes are lively and bright, and the black eyeballs are rolling around smartly. Her delicate eyebrows have soft lines and the curve is perfectly embedded in her round face, adding a bit of elegance to her. Upon closer inspection, one can see some similarities between his eyebrows and eyes with John Lon, and one can immediately see the blood connection between them. The little girl was wearing a plaid skirt and snow-white stockings with slightly rolled-up hems that fit snugly around her calves. On her feet were a pair of exquisite black leather shoes. She looks like a little princess who walked out of a fairy tale book. When she saw John Lon, the corners of her mouth instantly rose up, revealing a bright and brilliant smile. After seeing this smile, John Lan's complicated mood disappeared. Instead, there was a love that was about to overflow. At this moment, John Lon was extremely certain that he would be a complete daughter slave in this life. At the same time, a ding sound came from John Lan's mind. Chapter 2, The Cute Little Princess. Bite. The host's daughter has appeared. In order to help the host better educate their children, the Super Dad system is binding. System binding in progress. The main function of this system is to make the host a Super Dad. As long as the host makes the child happy, he can gain happiness points. You can use the happiness value to obtain various Super Dad skills in the system mall. The story and skills sections are now open. Gaining more pleasure points can unlock more sections. Just when John Lon was in a daze because of the system, Xiao Xiao could no longer contain her excitement. She moved her short legs quickly and ran to John Lan's feet with a did sound. Then, like a clingy little koala, he stretched out his hands and held one of John Lan's legs firmly. He raised his head and called out crisply, Daddy, Daddy, Xiao Xiao misses you so much. Xiao Xiao hasn't seen you for a long time. Do you miss Xiao Xiao? As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched her hands upwards, wanting a hug. When John Lon saw this scene, he no longer cared about the system or not. His little princess was more important. He quickly bent down and, following the vague memory in his mind, picked up Xiao Xiao with slightly clumsy movements. The little guy was light and soft in his arms, and he exuded a faint, sweet milky fragrance that penetrated into John Lan's nostrils and warmed his heart. At this moment, John Lon held the little princess in his arms. In a trance, he felt that he was embracing the whole world. Everything around him quietly faded away, leaving only the tenderness and attachment in his heart. Although his thoughts were still a little wandering, his mouth seemed to be driven by instinct and blurted out, Yes, I miss Xiao Xiao so much too. Because John Lon didn't have a very high income before. In addition, I still live in an apartment arranged by the company, which is very inconvenient with the coming and going of people. So Xiao Xiao has always lived with the child's mother. By this calculation, John Lon had indeed not seen his daughter for a long time. Therefore, the answer he just gave was completely from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Xiao was so happy to hear her father's response that she lay in Jiang Lan's arms and rubbed him with her chubby cheeks. Jiang Lan looked at Xiao Xiao in his arms and liked her more and more. He wished time would stop at this moment so that he could continue to spend time with his daughter like this. It was a long time before Jiang Lan noticed the woman who had brought Xiao Xiao standing at the door. He knew from his memory that this woman was Xiao Xiao's grandmother Lu Xiuli. He realized that she had come to help send the child off, but he had left her standing at the door for a long time. Jiang Lan suddenly felt a little sorry and spoke politely. "Thank you for your hard work. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Lu Xiuli looked at Jiang Lan with disdain and said coldly, "No need. Xiao Xiao insisted on seeing her father, so I sent her to your place to stay for one night. Please take good care of her. I will pick her up tomorrow." After saying that, he handed a small school bag to Jiang Lan. Then his expression quickly changed and he spoke to Xiao Xiao gently. "Xiao Xiao, goodbye. Grandma will pick you up tomorrow." Xiao Xiao was in his father's arms, waving his little hands at Lu Xiuli with a smile. She said in a sweet and childish voice, "Goodbye, Grandma." Seeing the scene, Lu Xiuli couldn't help but smile. Then, without even looking at Jiang Lan, she turned around and walked away. Jiang Lan knew from his memory the reason why Lu Xiuli had this attitude towards him. Speaking of which, it has something to do with Xiao Xiao's mother. At that time, Jiang Lan had just joined the company for more than a year. "I attended the company's annual meeting and drank some wine while going to the bathroom. When passing by a corner, I saw a middle-aged man speaking rudely to a beautiful woman and trying to touch her." Seeing this, Jiang Lan's sense of justice suddenly surged in his heart. Without thinking, he went up and pushed the middle-aged man away. Later he found out that this middle-aged man was a senior executive of their company. The reason why Jiang Lan was put on ice was also because of this incident. After rescuing the woman, Jiang Lan asked for her address and sent her home. Then the two drunk people accidentally fired their guns, and in a daze, something happened that shouldn't have happened. Just because of this one accident, Louis Fei became pregnant with Xiao Xiao. Louis Fei didn't know what to think at that time. She did not choose to abort the child, but went abroad and gave birth to the child secretly. It wasn't until the child was 3 or 4 years old and began to understand things that she brought the child to Jiang Lan and calmly told him that they had a daughter. The competition in the entertainment industry is extremely fierce, even for Louis Fei. He has been in retirement for several years, with no new works and no participation in activities. His popularity and career also began to decline. In this case, it is no wonder that Lu Xiuli was not happy with Jiang Lan. In her opinion, her daughter was stolen when she was away for just a short while. He is still an ordinary man who has accomplished nothing. If a female star gets pregnant at a critical moment in her career, it can be said that her bright future is ruined. And Jiang Lan is the thief and culprit who took advantage of the situation. It can be said that Lu Xiuli just gave Jiang Lan a cold face and did not beat or scold him, which was already considered to be very well-mannered and cultured. After Lu Xiuli left, only Jiang Lan and Xiao Xiao are left. Jiang Lan was also worried that it would be awkward for him to get along with Xiao Xiao since he had no experience in raising children. But it turned out that his concerns were completely unnecessary. Xiao Xiao first put on her little leather shoes and walked around the house with a click-click sound, and began to visit her father's residence with great interest. Jiang Lan rented a small one-bedroom apartment with limited space. Fortunately, the original owner loved cleanliness and kept the house spotless. Every corner was tidy and warm. After a while, Xiao Xiao toured the entire residence. Then she ran to her little school bag, unzipped it skillfully with her little hands, and took out a book and a stack of colorful cardboard. She turned around, her eyes sparkling, the corners of her mouth raised, revealing 2 playful little fangs. She said crisply to Jiang Lan, "Dad, let's do our origami homework together. I've already folded some of the things in this book, but there are still many things I can't fold." Jiang Lan looked at his daughter's adorable appearance, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. He replied softly, "Of course, let's sit on the bed and fold origami together, okay? Okay. Okay. I want to fly up." Xiao Xiao clapped his hands excitedly, his little face flushed with anticipation. What Xiao Xiao meant by flying up was actually a game that the father and daughter used to play. Jiang Lan would lift Xiao Xiao up high and then put her on the bed. Jiang Lan leaned over, picked up Xiao Xiao steadily and gently, imitated the whoosh sound of an airplane, and gently placed her on the edge of the bed. During this process, Xiao Xiao was amused and laughed non-stop, and the clear and pleasant laughter echoed in the room. Listening to Xiao Xiao's happy laughter, Jiang Lan's heart seemed to be gently touched by a soft hand. An unprecedented warmth and satisfaction surged in his heart, and he found himself looking forward to such a life. I look forward to more such warm and beautiful moments in the future to accompany Xiao Xiao as he grows up. Chapter 3: Daily Life with the Little Princess. Jiang Lan followed the origami tutorial in the book. Soon, one origami work after another appeared. A canoe, a windmill, a pigeon, a ring, a jumping frog. As Jiang Lan continues to fold new works, admiration grew stronger in Xiao Xiao's big, watery eyes. Looking at Xiao Xiao's burning gaze, Jiang Lan became more and more excited, as if he had endless energy. Soon all the origami tutorials in the book were copied by Jiang Lan. After Jiang Lan finished folding the last piece in the book, Xiao Xiao could no longer suppress his excitement. He raised his little palm high and clapped hard. At the same time, with full admiration in his heart, he shouted crisply, "Dad, you are so awesome!" Jiang Lan listened to his daughter's cry of admiration and felt a strong sense of accomplishment that instantly overwhelmed him like a surging tide. In an instant, he felt that even if the company successfully went public, the joy of harvest cannot compare to the satisfaction of showing off my skills in front of my daughter and receiving her praise. The whole afternoon that followed, the father and daughter spent their time playing with origami. Jiang Lan taught Xiao Xiao how to fold paper one by one. Xiao Xiao is also very smart. In just one afternoon, he learned many ways to fold paper. This made Xiao Xiao very proud. The little guy has a special liking for origami rings. Once he gets the hang of it, he can't stop and concentrates on folding one after another. Soon, one of her little hands was covered with colorful rings. The happy time passed quickly, and before we knew it, the sky gradually darkened. The light coming through the apartment windows grew dimmer. The little guy played for the whole afternoon, and even though he was full of energy, his stomach started to growl in protest. Jiang Lan looked at the time and realized that it was time to prepare dinner for the little guy. Fortunately, although the apartment Jiang Lan rented had limited space, it was fully equipped with all the necessary pots, pans, stoves and appliances in the kitchen. He gently told Xiao Xiao to lie on the bed for a while, then turned and went to the kitchen. Standing in front of the stove, he began to think about what to make for dinner for the little guy. In his previous life, Jiang Lan had always lived alone. Although his life was simple, occasionally when he felt like it, he would cook a meal for himself. Therefore, making some home-cooked dishes is no problem for him. At this moment, he opened the refrigerator and glanced at the ingredients inside, his brows slightly furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. Except for a few chili peppers, all the other vegetables in the refrigerator had been eaten up, but there was still a piece of pork tenderloin lying quietly in the fresh-keeping layer. Looking aside, he saw a full bag of rice, enough to serve as staple food, which made Jiang Lan breathe a sigh of relief. But hot peppers must be excluded. Children have delicate stomachs and cannot eat overly spicy food. Just when he was worrying, he caught a glimpse of half a pineapple left in the corner of the refrigerator. In an instant, Jiang Lan had an idea in his mind. The house Jiang Lan rented had an open kitchen, although he turned on the range hood as soon as he started cooking. But the rich aroma of rice seemed to have grown wings, floating unhindered towards Xiao Xiao, who was playing on the bed. The little fellow was fiddling with the paper pigeon he had just folded when his nostrils suddenly twitched slightly and a tempting aroma filled his nose. She swallowed subconsciously, and her stomach growled even more happily. "What delicious food is Dad making? It smells so good." Xiao Xiao muttered softly. Hunger and curiosity made the little guy unable to sit still any longer. She put the paper pigeon in her hand aside, kicked her short legs, and jumped off the bed nimbly. She put on her little shoes skillfully and ran to the kitchen impatiently. Jiang Lan made sweet and sour pork with pineapple for Xiao Xiao based on the available ingredients. Pineapple sweet and sour pork tastes sweet and sour. I think Xiao Xiao will like it very much. The aroma that attracted Xiao Xiao just now was the aroma of Jiang Lan's fried meat. At this moment, pieces of golden, crispy outside, tender inside meat have been fried and placed on a plate, exuding an enticing aroma. Jiang Lan poured the chopped pineapple chunks into the pot, stir-fried them with the fried meat, and then added the sauce that had been prepared in advance. As the ingredients in the pot continue to roll, the sauce is evenly wrapped around the meat and pineapple, and slowly absorbs the sauce, making the unique sweet and sour flavor of the sweet and sour pork more and more intense. In theory, if you add some green peppers to this dish, the red meat, yellow pineapple and green peppers will complement each other, making it not only look great but also more nutritionally balanced. But Xiao Xiao looked very hungry, so he had to make do with it for now. He must prepare the ingredients in advance before Xiao Xiao comes next time. He has already thought about what to cook for her next time she comes. Just when Jianglan was thinking about what to feed Xiao Xiao next time, a familiar dig sound came from far away. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao came to Jianglan's side at a trot with her short legs. She tilted her pink little face up, her eyes sparkling, and asked with curiosity and anticipation, "Daddy, what are you doing? It smells so good. I'm so hungry." Jianglan heard the sound and continued stir-frying. He said as he looked down at his lovely daughter, "We're having sweet and sour pork with pineapple. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." After listening to it, the little guy didn't know whether he really understood what pineapple sweet and sour pork was. He just nodded heavily and swallowed hard. He stared at the food being stir-fried in the pot without blinking. After a while, the sauce in the pot gradually thickened and bubbled as it simmered over low heat. Jianglan gently stir-fried it a few times, and a dish of pineapple sweet and sour pork with good color, aroma, and flavor was ready. During the interval of cooking just now, the rice in the rice cooker has been steamed and is emitting a fragrant rice aroma. Then Jianglan dug out some disposable gloves and put them on, then reached out and grabbed a handful of rice from the steaming rice pot. He rubbed it gently in his palm, and soon, spoon-sized, round and cute rice balls were born in his hands. Just the right size for the little ones to eat one in one bite. Jianglan saw a small bag of black sesame seeds in the corner of the kitchen. I suddenly had an idea and sprinkled it on each rice ball. The black sesame seeds dotted on the snow-white rice balls were so cute. Then, Jianglan took out an exquisite small bowl and neatly placed the rice balls on one side of the bowl. The other side is filled with freshly cooked sweet and sour pork with pineapple. The orange-yellow meat pieces alternate with the golden pineapple, wrapped in bright red sauce, and contrast with the snow-white rice balls dotted with black sesame seeds. The rich colors make people's appetite increase at first sight. Finally, Jianglan took out a small spoon and handed it to Xiao Xiao, then waved at the little guy and said, "Let's go. Dinner is ready." When Jianglan was cooking just now, Xiao Xiao had been watching eagerly from the side, and now he can no longer hold back his excitement. At this moment, when I heard my father say that everything was ready, my eyes lit up instantly, I cheered excitedly and ran to the dining table. Chapter 4: The Little Princess Driving a Tank. Xiao Xiao trotted all the way to the dining table, climbed onto the chair swiftly and sat down, leaning forward. His eyes were fixed on the bowl in Jianglan's hand, and one hand had already clenched the spoon, waiting impatiently for the meal to start. Jianglan looked at the little guy who looked eagerly. Knowing that she might be really hungry, he quickened his pace, walked quickly to the dining table, and placed the bowl of delicious food steadily in front of Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao saw the delicious food on the table, he could no longer suppress his eagerness. She eagerly picked up the spoon, pointed it at the sweet and sour pork in the bowl, and accurately scooped up a spoonful of golden pineapple chunks. He put it into his mouth with quick movements. Jianglan stood aside, staring at the little guy with anticipation, his eyes unblinking. As the pineapple takes hold, the wonderful blend of sweet and sour flavors instantly blooms on Xiao Xiao's tongue. The rich fruity aroma mixed with the sweet and sour sauce jumps and spreads on the taste buds. In addition, my stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time, and the taste of this delicious food was magnified infinitely at this moment. Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then his cheeks bulged like a little hamster trying hard to eat. After swallowing it, the little guy couldn't wait to shout at the top of his voice, "Daddy, this is so delicious." As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up the spoon without stopping, scooped up a spoonful of small rice balls dotted with black sesame seeds, and started to eat them again. Jianglan watched the little guy taking a spoonful of meat and a spoonful of rice alternately, his cheeks bulging with food, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction instantly surged in his heart. Although the little guy was hungry, his appetite was so high that his little belly was already round and full. Compared to usual days, this is already a little more. Jianglan took over the rest of the meal. Jianglan doesn't care so much about eating when he's eating. Why bother making rice balls? Just mix the rice and vegetables together and eat them all in no time. After dinner, Jianglan and Xiao Xiao sat side by side on the bed and fell into a brief silence for a while. The two faced each other, but both didn't know what to do. In the afternoon, they had finished all the handicrafts in the book. At this moment, it seems that I don't know what to do for a moment. Xiao Xiao opened her big watery eyes and stared at Jianglan intently. Jianglan was stared at by his daughter and felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. My mind was racing, thinking about how to coax the little princess. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jianglan's mind. I remembered a video I saw on a short video platform in my previous life making a tank out of waste cardboard. At that time, when he saw the cardboard tank in the video, even he couldn't help but be moved. Not to mention children. Although Xiao Xiao is a little girl, I think she would like it too, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Lan said to Xiao Xiao tentatively, "Xiao Xiao, do you like tanks? Let's work together to make a super cool tank, okay?" Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, pouting a little, and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Is it one of those small toy tanks?" "Xiao Xiao has one." Zhang Lan smiled and shook his head, explaining, "It's not one of those little toy tanks. It's one that's about the same size as Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao can sit in it and drive it, and he can even fire cannonballs." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. I want a big tank that I can drive. Dad, let's make a tank together. Seeing the little guy's excitement, Zhang Lan also became happy. He immediately got up and rummaged through the drawers in the house, looking for materials to make a tank. There happened to be a few large cardboard boxes piled up in the corner of the room that had not been thrown away in time. Now I had the raw materials for the tank. He then took out his ruler, knife, and hot melt glue, and everything was ready. Zhang Lan first measured Xiao Xiao's height while he was sitting on a small stool. Then, based on this data, start making the main part of the tank, making sure that the little guy can sit in it. After a while, according to the height of the little guy. The front and rear panels, upper and lower panels, and left and right panels of the tank are all cut out with precision. Then, Zhang Lan picked up the hot melt glue and carefully fixed the boards together. After fixing it, he opened a round hole at the top. At this point, the main frame of the tank was completed. Then there are the gun turrets, wheels, tracks, observation ports. An hour later, the tank was basically completed. Only the final decorative parts remain. Zhang Lan planned to let Xiao Xiao do this part so that the little guy could also feel a sense of participation. So he deliberately put on a stern face and spoke to the little guy in a serious tone. "Soldier Xiao Xiao, the final decoration of the tank is now in your hands." The little guy watched the tank take shape bit by bit, and he could no longer contain his excitement. "But I heard my father entrust me with such an important task." The little face instantly became serious. He solemnly took the watercolor pen handed to him by his father, straightened his body, and responded seriously. "Daddy, I promise to complete the task." After saying that, he took the watercolor pen and began to carefully draw a 5-pointed star on the tank. The little guy's cute and serious look melted Zhang Lan's heart. Zhang Lan could no longer suppress his love for her, and he couldn't help but bend down and give Xiao Xiao a gentle kiss on her pink little face. The little guy noticed that his father kissed him. He just subconsciously raised his hand to wipe his face, his attention not distracted at all. Immediately he immersed himself in his own decoration project. Seeing the little girl so serious, Zhang Lan stopped disturbing her. I watched the little guy draw a few bright red 5-pointed stars on the tank stroke by stroke. Then the little guy used all his lifelong skills. I drew some trees, the sun, and clouds next to it. In this way, a tank full of childlike fun was completed. With the completion of the construction, the tank was officially launched. Zhang Lan gently lifted the little girl up with both hands and carefully placed her inside the tank from the top. There is a small stool with wheels inside the tank. The kid can sit inside and push the ground with his feet to provide power for the tank to move forward. I saw Xiao Xiao controlling the tank and running around the house happily. It's a pity that the space in the house is limited, and the movement of the tank is somewhat restricted, so it cannot gallop freely. After playing driving for a while, Xiao Xiao began to explore the artillery firing function of the tank. There are 2 rubber bands installed behind the tank's barrel, which can launch some small round balls. Zhang Lan used a sofa cushion as a target. Every time the little guy hits the target with the ball he launches, he laughs happily. A cheerful atmosphere filled the whole house. Chapter 5: The Outrageous System Mall. Before I knew it, it was 10 o'clock. This is the time when Xiao Xiao usually sleeps. Although the little one was having a great time and was still thinking about playing with her tank for a while longer, she was sensible enough to know that it was time to go to bed and rest. So, she could only say goodbye to her beloved tank reluctantly, with her little eyes full of attachment. Zhang Lan almost couldn't bear it when he saw it. After giving the little one a bath and drying her hair with a hairdryer, I let her lie down on the bed. Maybe because he had too much fun in the afternoon and evening, the little guy's eyelids started to droop as soon as he lay down on the bed, and he fell asleep in a short while. At this moment, the little guy closed his bright eyes tightly, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids. Her hair fell softly on both sides of the pillow, making her little face look even whiter, smoother, and more delicate than before. Her small nose twitched slightly and her pink lips pout, like a sleeping little princess. Jianlan sat by the bed, quietly watching his sleeping daughter. The corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, and he unconsciously revealed the smile of an old father. He never imagined that his life would change so drastically in just one day. Such an outrageous thing as traveling through time actually happened to me. And he also has a lovely and well-behaved daughter. Thinking of his daughter, he couldn't help but look at her on the bed again. Suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have bound himself to a system when he first met his daughter. But because my mind was on my daughter at the time, I didn't pay attention to it. Now we can finally see what this system is like. I thought I had seen the steps in the novel. Jianlan thought silently in his mind. System, open the character panel. As expected, the novel was not a lie, and Jianglan's panel appeared in my mind. Name, Jianglan. Age, 28. Appearance, 90. Intelligence, 80. Stamina, 66. The above values are all scored as 100. Skills, advanced company management, advanced singing, intermediate acting, intermediate cooking, elementary handicraft. Pleasure value, 1024. Looking at his own panel, Jianglan fell into deep thought. In terms of attributes, it's not surprising that my appearance score is 90 points. I even think it's a bit low. After all, I am already so handsome, and it's only 90 points. What would someone look like if their looks were 100%? Would they become a succubus? An intelligence score of 80 is consistent with his perception of himself. He knew in his heart that he was not a gifted or naturally intelligent genius, and getting 80 points was already beyond his expectations. You can see the final physical strength value, which is only 66. Although this number looks auspicious, it is just a passing score. Jianlan couldn't help but frown. It seemed that his physical fitness in this life needed to be improved. He secretly swore in his heart that in addition to accompanying his daughter, his primary goal in the future would be to improve his physical fitness. We must never go back to the same old path as in our previous life. After looking at the attributes, Jianglan shifted his attention to the skills. There's nothing much to say about advanced corporate management. In my previous life, I was the boss of a company that was about to go public, so it's not surprising that I have advanced corporate management skills. There is nothing much to say about intermediate cooking skills. The basic handicraft skills were probably unlocked in the process of accompanying Xiao Xiao to fold origami in the afternoon and making tank models together in the evening. As for the advanced singing skills, he speculated that it was an ability left over from his original body. After all, the original owner graduated from a regular music college, so it's reasonable for him to have intermediate singing skills. But the intermediate acting skill made Jianglan full of doubts. After searching through the original body's memories, I didn't find any experience related to performance. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped worrying about it. Having more skills was a good thing anyway. Finally, Jianglan focused his attention on the pleasure value. It seems that this can be exchanged for things in the system mall. He concentrated his mind and focused on the pleasure value. In an instant, the details of obtaining the pleasure value emerged clearly. There are not many records at present, only 2 simple ones. You helped your daughter complete her origami homework. She was very happy. Happiness value plus 376. You helped your daughter build a tank model and played with it. She was very happy. Happiness value plus 648. Jianglan suddenly realized that as long as he could make his daughter happy, he could gain happiness points. This method of obtaining it is not difficult at all. And letting my daughter grow up happily has always been my goal. Now he can get extra pleasure points, which is pure profit for him. In this way, Jianglan carefully looked through his personal panel and confirmed that there was nothing missed. He silently said "mall" in his heart. He wanted to see what he could exchange in the system. As soon as Jianglan finished reciting, a page that looked like an online game mall suddenly appeared in his mind. There are only 2 checkboxes on the page, one labeled story and the other skills. Jianglan didn't think much about it and directly clicked the story button. As soon as I clicked it, a long list of goods appeared inside. It contained some stories that he was familiar with in his previous life. There are foreign movies from the previous life, such as SpongeBob SquarePants, Zootopia, Coco, etc. There are also domestic cartoons such as Calabash Brothers, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Armor Hero, and so on. However, what Jiang Lan found most incredible was that there were actually some online novels mixed in the mall. Is this really the Daddy Systems Mall? It looks more like an entertainment system, right? The former is understandable, and you can tell your children stories from animated movies and cartoons. But what is the purpose of telling novel stories to children? Is it to let them learn the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor? Or should we let them learn to drink animal milk from a young age and then exercise properly? It's outrageous. Let us look at the price again. The uniform price of these stories is 5,000 pleasure points. Goodbye, I am still poor and can't afford it. Jiang Lan clicked on another skill button. In an instant, another long list of dazzling skill options appeared in his mind. Jiang Lan has already mastered a number of skills, including acting, cooking, singing, and handicrafts. There are still many things he has not mastered, such as recitation, opera, guitar, piano, swana, tai chi, aerobics, etc. These skills are varied and cover a wide range of areas. After looking at the types of skills, Jiang Lan turned his attention to the prices of the skills. Before talking about the price, let us talk about the System S division of skill levels. The system divides skill levels into 5 levels: entry level, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Only after learning the skills to the previous level can you use the system to upgrade. For example, recitation skills must reach the entry level first before the system can be used to upgrade them to the elementary level. Moreover, the price varies with the skill level. Specifically, the entry price for each skill is 1,000 pleasure points. To upgrade from entry level to primary level, you need to spend 2,000 happiness points. To upgrade to the intermediate level, the price is 5,000 happiness points. The price of advanced skills is as high as 10,000 pleasure points. The top level, the pinnacle of perfection, requires 50,000 pleasure points to redeem. After reading the skill exchange rules, Jiang Lan fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, it is the easiest to get started with skills. If you are looking for cost effectiveness, you can first get started with the skills yourself or upgrade them to the elementary level and then use the system to improve them. But these are things for the future. Right now, his happiness value is only enough to get started with one skill. All I can say is that he is still too poor. Jiang Lan thought about it and asked the system in his mind. I see other systems have newbie gift packs, do I have one? It is detected that the novice gift package has not been distributed yet. Please claim the novice gift package. Hearing this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but frown. So if I don't ask, you're not going to send out the novice gift package, right? He said unhappily, get it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novel Returning to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law. Jiang Lan was speechless for a moment when he looked at the reward he received. Recall the experiences of the previous life. He wondered what the novel given by the system was trying to say. Chapter 6: The Little Princess Leaves. The next day, Jiang Lan woke up early in the morning. In his previous life, Jiang Lan always had the habit of getting up early. After crossing over, I also got into the habit of getting up early. He turned his head to look beside him and saw Xiao Xiao still sleeping soundly. Her little face is peaceful, her long eyelashes tremble slightly like butterfly wings, her pink lips are lightly pursed, and she looks extremely cute. Looking at his daughter's cute appearance, Jiang Lan's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. For fear of disturbing the little princess's sweet dream, Jiang Lan moved slowly and carefully as he turned over and got out of bed. Then he tiptoed into the living room. Stand in the middle of your living room and start doing some simple exercises. He had made his decision yesterday. Improving physical fitness is the most important thing besides Xiao Xiao. So start exercising today. But Xiao Xiao was still in the room. If he went out, it would be troublesome if Xiao Xiao woke up and didn't see his father. So, Jiang Lan decided to do some simple exercises indoors to stretch his muscles. After half an hour of activity, Jiang Lan looked at the time and it was almost 7 o'clock. He thought to himself that Xiao Xiao should be waking up soon and it was time to prepare breakfast for the little guy. Jiang Lan walked to the refrigerator with ease, opened the door, and took out 2 bags of milk. Then place the pan on the stove, light the fire, and start heating the milk. Just as the milk was about to heat up, a small figure staggered out of the bedroom. It was Xiao Xiao, who was still half asleep. The little guy's hair was a little messy, and his eyes were not fully open, with a strong sense of sleepiness. But he tried hard to pull the corners of his mouth and shouted in a baby voice. "Daddy, good morning." The soft voice instantly struck Jianlan's heart, filling him with tenderness. Jianlan quickly responded softly. "Good morning, Xiao Xiao too." Then he asked gently. "Let's keep it simple for breakfast. Just some milk, a fried egg, and a piece of bread, okay?" When Xiao Xiao heard that there was food, his sleepiness instantly dissipated a little, and his voice became brighter as he spoke happily. "Okay. Okay." Xiao Xiao loves fried eggs the most. Jianlan was quick and efficient, and in no time he had heated up the milk. The bread slices also became golden and crispy in the toaster. Then he skillfully cracked the eggs and put them into the pot. With a sizzling sound, the eggs quickly took shape in the hot oil. After the eggs were fried, Jianlan drew a smiley face on them with ketchup. Just like that, a delicious and loving breakfast is ready. Jianlan took Xiao Xiao to the sink and patiently taught her how to rinse her mouth and wash her face. After washing up, the father and daughter sat at the dining table and prepared to enjoy breakfast. As soon as Xiao Xiao sat down, he was attracted by the smiling face on the fried egg. His eyes widened and the corners of his mouth turned up. Put on a bright smile. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him, Xiao Xiao, who was a little hungry after waking up, suddenly had a strong appetite. She picked up a small spoon, scooped out a large piece of egg, put it in her mouth and chewed it carefully. Then he took a bite of the crispy bread, took a big sip of sweet milk, and ate voraciously. In a short while, the food in front of her was devoured by her like a whirlwind. During the meal, Xiao Xiao spoke to Jianlan incoherently while chewing his food. "Daddy's cooking is so delicious, why didn't he cook for me before?" Originally, Jianlan's cooking skills were only good enough to cook the food. But to say how delicious it is not enough. "So when I was with Xiao Xiao before, I always took the little guy out to eat." Faced with Xiao Xiao's question, Jianlan was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he said to Xiao Xiao, "Dad couldn't make it before. He only learned it recently because he wanted to make it for Xiao Xiao. Then I'll have to eat the food cooked by my dad in the future." Xiao Xiao said with sparkling eyes and full of anticipation. "Then from now on, whenever Xiao Xiao comes to play with me, I'll make you something delicious, okay?" Jianlan responded with a smile. He has many more delicious dishes, but he couldn't use them this time due to ingredient limitations. Next time the little one comes, he must prepare it in advance and let the little one have a taste. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao excitedly stretched out his little hand and waved his little fingers in the air. "Okay, then it's a deal. Pinky promise. Hook." Jianlan also stretched out his little finger and gently hooked it around Xiao Xiao's fingers, and the two fingers, one big and one small, were tightly intertwined. After dinner, Xiao Xiao took out his storybook from his school bag. Let Jianlan tell her a story. Time flies like this. At 11 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door of the rental house, breaking the silence inside. Jianlan knew that if nothing unexpected happened, it should be the child's grandmother Lu Xiuli who came to take the child home. He got up and opened the door, and sure enough, Lu Xiuli was standing at the door. Lu Xiuli didn't even glance at Jianlan and walked straight into the house. Jianlan looked at Lu Xiuli's cold attitude. He felt helpless. After all, what his original body had done before was indeed a bit unfair. Now he could only bear it silently. Jianlan closed the door gently and followed Lu Xiuli into the house. At this time, Lu Xiuli came to Xiao Xiao with a smile on her face and talked to Xiao Xiao with a smile. "Xiao Xiao, are you having fun?" When Xiao Xiao heard this, his eyes lit up instantly and he spoke excitedly. "Xiao Xiao is having a great time. Dad and I finished our origami homework together and made a super big tank. Dad also made me lots of delicious food, it smells so good." When Lu Xiaoli heard this, she couldn't help feeling surprised. Every time I asked him to send Xiao Xiao to Jianlan's place, he would take the child out to eat. When I am with my children, I only sing songs to them. Why does he suddenly seem like a different person this time? Although she was surprised, Lu Xiuli remained calm and continued to speak to Xiao Xiao. "Okay, now that you've had fun, let's go home with Grandma. Come back here to play again when you have the chance." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's originally bright and smiling face instantly fell, and her eyes were full of loss and reluctance. The little guy knew in his heart that he couldn't stay with his father all the time, although he didn't know the reason. Helplessly, Xiao Xiao hung his head and whispered, "Okay." Afterwards, Lu Xiuli took Xiao Xiao's hand and walked downstairs. Walking to the car and before getting in, Xiao Xiao held his grandmother's hand with one hand. He turned his head and waved his other hand at Jianlan, while shouting at him, "Daddy, goodbye. You have to make me something delicious next time we meet." Jianlan saw this from behind, and he quickly raised his hand and waved it vigorously towards the little guy in response. "Of course, next time we meet, Dad will definitely make lots of delicious food for you." The car started slowly and drove away. Jianlan stood there, following the car closely with his eyes until it disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 7: Make Money. Make money. After a busy day of filming, Louis Fei is now sitting in the back seat of the nanny car to rest. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his swollen and painful temples. Louis Fei debuted very early. She started acting in her first play at the age of 14, and her debut can be said to be the peak of her career. In just a few years, she became well known across the country thanks to the three hit works Demigods and Semi-Devils, The Return of the Condor Heroes and Chinese Paladin. Became the household name Fairy Sister. But behind all this popularity, there is an overwhelming amount of negative information. Some people said that she was being kept by someone, some spread rumors that she had plastic surgery, and some even spread rumors that she was a transgender. Later, at the suggestion of her mother, Louis Fei decided to switch to the big screen, but the big screen dealt her a heavy blow. The Forbidden Kingdom, which was filmed with many big names, suffered a Waterloo, losing both at the box office and in terms of reputation. This caused the negative information to flood in even more. The two films she made afterwards also received mediocre responses. Just then an accident happened. The mother was away due to some matters, and a senior executive of an entertainment company saw an opportunity. Moreover, he had some alcohol in his drink and started to have bad intentions towards her. At this time, a person appeared unexpectedly, helped her out of the predicament, and kindly sent her home. She didn't know what happened afterwards, but she lost her virginity in a daze. To make matters worse, she later discovered she was pregnant. At that time, Louis Fei was already a little discouraged about her acting career. So when faced with pregnancy, her first reaction was that it was God's will. Maybe God felt that it was time for her to stop and have a good rest. So she, who always listened to her mother, rebelled for once. "I was determined to give birth to this child." When she thought of her children, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Louis Fei's face, which was breathtakingly beautiful. After giving birth, her figure has not changed at all thanks to her regular exercise. On the contrary, compared to before, she has gained a more mature and intellectual charm, and has become more beautiful overall. It's a pity that no one can appreciate this beauty for the time being. When Louis Fei thought that she would be able to see Xiao Xiao in a while, she felt that all the fatigue from a day's work disappeared. "My heart was filled with joy at the thought of meeting my daughter soon." Louis Fei returned to her villa in the imperial capital and walked towards her daughter's bedroom with ease. When I opened the door, I saw Xiao Xiao lying quietly on his little bed. Looking at her beloved daughter, Louis Fei unconsciously smiled gently, her eyes full of doting. Perhaps realizing someone was watching him, Xiao Xiao opened his eyes drowsily. With sleepy eyes and a hint of confusion, she looked at Louis Fei and said in a baby voice, "Mom, you're back." When Louis Fei saw Xiao Xiao wake up, a trace of apology flashed through her heart, and she spoke softly. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, Mom woke you up." "It's okay, Mom," the little guy said as he stretched out his chubby hands, eager to hug his mother. The mother and daughter hugged each other and talked intimately for a long time. Somehow, the topic gradually shifted to Jianlan. Louis Fei asked, pretending to be indifferent. "How was your visit to Daddy's this time?" "That's great." When Xiao Xiao heard the word dad, his eyes suddenly lit up and his sleepiness disappeared a lot. She said excitedly, "We made origami together and made a super big tank. Dad also made me a lot of delicious food. It smells so good." Louis Fei looked at Xiao Xiao's happy face and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. The little girl is so happy after only being with her dad for one day. If she were to be away for longer, she would definitely forget her mother. This little heartless guy. At the same time, she was secretly surprised. She didn't expect Jianlan could cook. She had never tasted the food he cooked. But it's just cooking, who can't do it? So, Louis Fei said to the little guy, "Mommy will cook for you from now on, okay?" When Xiao Xiao heard this, a look of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. Her mother had cooked for her before, but the taste was indescribable. But she was too kind to refuse her mother directly, so she could only purse her lips and remain silent. Louis Fei looked at Xiao Xiao and pretended to be angry. He said unhappily, "Okay, you look so reluctant." When Xiao Xiao heard this, he just chuckled. However, after a while, Xiao Xiao seemed to suddenly remember something important. He tilted his head and said to his mother with curiosity on his face, "Mom, why can't Dad live with us? I see other children's parents live together." When Louis Fei heard this question, she froze and didn't know what to say for a moment. After hesitating for a long time, he managed to squeeze out a sentence: "Dad has his own things to do." After Zhao Zhao left, Jianglan felt empty inside and was in a low mood for a while. But he is now almost 40 years old after all. You can adjust your mood quickly. He knew that wallowing in self-pity here would not change anything. After all, he doesn't even have a job now and it's difficult for him to support himself. He also checked his deposit balance and it was only 10,000 yuan. This amount of money is enough to pay the next rent in the capital. So now he has to support himself first. Otherwise, I can't always rely on my family's support like my original self. Where would he put his face as a time traveler? Jianglan took a deep breath and thought about his cheat. He took out the original owner's computer and searched for the most popular online novels in recent years. Sure enough, some well-known novels in previous lives did not have it. Now that he has his first pot of gold. After all, the system's novice gift package gave him a copy of The Son-in-Law. He had the impression that although this book from his previous life could not be compared with the works of some pioneers, it was still acceptable. And later it seemed to be adapted into a TV series, which became a hit. And now the contents of this book are like engraved in my mind. Every plot and every dialogue is crystal clear. Now all you have to do is type the words. Don't refuse free money. And being a writer is not bad either. As long as I finish typing, I can have plenty of time to take care of Xiao Xiao and exercise. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Jianglan no longer hesitated. I customized a large display screen and an ergonomic chair online. After all, health comes first, and the lessons of the previous life are still fresh in my mind. Then he began to transform into a ruthless typing machine and started typing like crazy. Chapter 8 Novel Contract. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the office of the History Classification Team and the editorial department of Shanghai Singularity Chinese Network gradually became lively. Several editors clocked in for work one after another. Xingye is 27 years old and joined Singularity Chinese Network as an editor after graduating from university. I have been an editor for 2.5 years now, and I have a certain level of experience in the editorial department. Although he has not produced any great authors, he has several new authors with good achievements. Xingye made himself a cup of steaming hot tea, then slowly opened the back-end system and began to carefully track the data of the outstanding authors for whom he was responsible. After checking, he saw that the data of these books were showing good trends. He nodded slightly with a satisfied look on his face. After completing the data tracking, Xingye opened the platform's library and began to review manuscripts to see if he could find one or two excellent new books. After all, authors don't fall from the sky. This is how he discovered the few new authors with good achievements under him. His eyes scanned the screen quickly, reviewing one book after another. This book starts off a bit bland. This routine is a bit too old. If it were still acceptable 10 years ago. Hey, this one is pretty good, we can sign it. Xingye's eyes lit up and his whole body became more energetic. After an hour of review, Xingye finally found a book of acceptable quality and felt that the hour was not wasted. He sent the other party an insight message in the system to sign the contract. Afterwards, Xingye stretched his body, picked up the teacup, took a sip of hot tea, took a short rest, and continued to review the next book. Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law, author, Zhang Xiaoyu. I haven't heard of the author, but the title is quite novel. Although he only saw the title of the book, Xingye's eyes lit up. Xingye has read countless books and is particularly familiar with history books, but most of these books are serious. But as the name of this book suggests, the author wants to take a different approach and start with the story of the son-in-law. In ancient times, the status of a son-in-law was low, but he could be given a beautiful wife right away, which was a good entry point. He decided that as long as the author's writing was not too bad, he would sign the contract. Then, Xingye read the introduction and nodded as he read. Not bad, not bad. It's just as I thought. Then read the main text. Soon Xingye became fascinated and before he knew it, he had finished reading the 30,000 words. After watching it, Xingye still felt a little unsatisfied. Signed. On weekdays, Xingye has to read the beginnings of a large number of new books every day, but very few of them can make his eyes light up and be so amazed. He feels that if the author can maintain his current level of writing, the book has the potential to become a big hit. In the morning, Jiang Lan went out for some exercise. I ran for a while and then practiced Tai Chi by following the online teaching videos. I worked up a sweat after the exercise. After returning home, Jiang Lan took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat down in front of the computer again to prepare to write. After he finished writing 30,000 words yesterday, he went straight to the world's most popular novel website Singularity Chinese Network. It has been posted, but I don't know if there will be any movement today. When he opened the website backend, he found an additional message on the site. After review by the editor, your work returning to ancient times as a son-in-law has passed. Please contact your editor-in-chief Xingye via Fission, 123. Sure, it's worthy of being a popular book in the previous life. I signed the contract on the first day. Jiang Lan logged into Fission and added the edited Fission account according to the information on the site. After some communication, he quickly uploaded the electronic contract and completed the signing. Then Jiang Lan started typing today. I can only say that typing without thinking is really fast. In just 2 hours, Jiang Lan had written another 10,000 words. Jiang Lan looked at the time and found that it was time for dinner. To celebrate his signing, he decided to have sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch. Jiang Lan started to show off his rice like crazy with big pieces of pork ribs. While eating, he suddenly thought of his daughter. It would be great if Xiao Xiao was here. These ribs smell so good, she must like them very much. Jiang Lan couldn't help but think of Xiao Xiao's cute little face. He shook his head helplessly. They had just been apart for a day, so why was he thinking of her again? As expected, I have now completely become a daughter slave. In this way, Jiang Lan ate spare ribs while casually browsing his mobile phone. Only then did he realize that editor Xingye had just sent him a lot of messages, but he had been cooking in the kitchen and didn't notice. Singularity editor Xingye, you don't need to publish too many words during the author's new book period. A steady 4,000 words per day will be enough. Singularity editor Xingye, if you have any questions, just come to me directly. Singularity editor Xingye, this is our author group. You can join it and communicate with us if you have any questions. Jiang Lan replied to the message and said that he didn't see it because he was typing just now. Then I joined the group and changed the note to my pen name Xiao Xiao. After that, I quickly finished my meal and started writing in the afternoon. In this way, Jiang Lan began his regular life. Every day, he gets up early to exercise without fail. After exercising, I started coding. But in his spare time, his daughter's figure would always appear in his mind involuntarily. Every once in a while, he would call his daughter, and only when he heard her soft voice would he feel a little relieved. Just like that, 2 weeks passed in a flash, and it was the weekend again. As usual, Jiang Lan was sitting in front of the computer typing. Today, his writing equipment is much richer than before. The large screen monitor and comfortable ergonomic chair had already arrived, and now he felt much more comfortable when typing. Suddenly, a specially set phone ringtone rang. It was the ringtone he set specifically for his baby daughter. However, after the call was connected, the voice that came was not that of the daughter, but a female voice that was familiar yet unfamiliar. Jiang Lan knew that this should be the voice of his daughter's mother, Louis Fei. Jiang Lan, are you home now? My daughter misses you. I'll take her over later. Before Jiang Lan could answer, there was a noise from the other end of the phone, followed by his daughter's cheerful voice. Apparently she had snatched the phone from her mother. Daddy, I'll be there in a minute. Have you missed me after not seeing me for so long? Hearing his daughter's voice, Jiang Lan's mouth corners unconsciously raised, revealing a smile. Although he had never seen his daughter, Jiang Lan could imagine how cute Xiao Xiao was just by hearing her voice. Of course I do. Just tell Mom I'm home and come over later. On the other end of the phone, the little guy's excited cheers were immediately heard, followed by Xiao Xiao's crisp shout. Mom, Daddy said he's at home, we'll be there soon. Then Jiang Lan could vaguely hear Louis Fei's voice speaking. I know, I heard you. I'll take you there in a moment. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xiao's voice came again. Dad, I want to eat the dish from last time, can you make it for me again? Jiang Lan's voice was full of doting, and his subordinates in his previous life would probably drop their jaws in shock upon hearing it. After all, Mr. Jiang has always been serious and even a little unkind at work. Of course you can. Dad has learned a few other dishes recently. I'd like to let you try them all, okay? Daddy is the best. After hanging up the phone, Jianglan got up and started preparing the ingredients. How can typing be compared with his precious daughter? Chapter 9: The Arrival of the Little Princess. Jianglan looked at the refrigerator because he usually cooked his meals at home. So food is now plentiful. But Xiao Xiao just said that he wanted to eat the pineapple sweet and sour pork from last time. Of course, my precious daughter's request must be met. So I still need to go out and buy some pineapples. Jianglan quickly bought pineapples and returned home, then went straight into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Jianglan knew that it must be Xiao Xiao who came, so he quickly put down the ingredients he was preparing and walked quickly to the door to open it. When the door opened, a woman in a black leather jacket was seen standing outside. The leather jacket is slim-fitting and perfectly outlines her slim figure. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses, the large lenses almost covering half of her face, and a tight mask underneath, wrapping herself tightly. She wore sunglasses and a mask, wrapping herself tightly, but even so, it couldn't hide her slim figure and delicate face. Despite this, Jianglan's delicate and petite face can still be seen from the parts that are not completely covered by her sunglasses and mask. Anyone who takes one look at her can tell that she is an absolute beauty. Jianglan was stunned when he suddenly saw that the person outside the door was not Xiao Xiao, but such a mysterious beauty. At this moment, Xiao Xiao jumped out from behind the beauty. Shouted, "Dad! Xiao Xiao is here." Only then did Jianglan see that Xiao Xiao had been hiding behind this beautiful woman. When Jianglan saw Xiao Xiao, his attention was instantly drawn to his beloved daughter. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is not as attractive as his own daughter. So Jianglan quickly squatted down and opened his arms towards his daughter with a smile on his face. When Xiao Xiao saw his father's arms, he immediately let go of the beautiful woman's hand and rushed into his father's arms. Jianglan took advantage of the situation and picked up Xiao Xiao. The little guy giggled in his father's arms in the air. Just like that, the father and daughter started to cuddle with each other at the door, as if they could never cuddle enough. The mysterious beauty watched from the side for a while, seeing the father and daughter being so affectionate. I couldn't help but say, "Do you really have to stand at the door and be so annoying? Can't you just go inside first?" When Jianglan heard this voice, his heart suddenly moved. Combined with the figure and dress of the person in front of him, it suddenly dawned on him that this time it was Louis Fei who came in person to send her daughter off. Jianglan had never met Louis Fei in person before, and his impression of her came from the original owner's memories in film and television works. And she covered herself so tightly, so when Jianglan saw her just now, he didn't recognize her at first. But after that, his attention was all drawn to Xiao Xiao, so he didn't react or recognize her. After Jianglan reacted, he quickly said, "Excuse me, come in." Then he held Xiao Xiao and led the way in front. Holding Xiao Xiao, he led her to the living room. Jianglan put Xiao Xiao on the sofa. Then the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. After thinking for a while, Jianglan said, "Let me pour you a glass of water." Then he went to pour water. For a moment, only Xiao Xiao and Louis Fei were left in the living room. But Xiao Xiao is still a child after all and can't sit still. Suddenly he jumped off the sofa, and then took his mother's hand to visit Jianglan's residence. First, she took Louis Fei to the corner of the living room. Then he pointed to a big tank and said, "This is the super invincible tank that my dad and I made together last time. How about it? It's cool, right?" But before Louis Fei could take a closer look, Xiao Xiao took Louis Fei's hand and ran to Jianglan's bedroom. Then he pulled out an iron box from somewhere. She opened the iron box, which was filled with colorful origami. Xiao Xiao pointed at the origami and said, "This is what my dad and I folded together last time when we were doing our origami homework together." As he spoke, the little guy picked and chose in the box, and finally took out a yellow paper ring and handed it to Louis Fei. Said, "Mom, this ring is for you." Then she skipped and ran to the living room to play with the box. Louis Fei stayed where she was, holding the ring given by Xiao Xiao, feeling both amused and helpless. "But after all, it was a gift from my daughter, so I still wore it." Then followed Xiao Xiao back to the living room. During this process, Louis Fei also visited Jianglan's residence. Overall, although the room is not big, it is very clean and tidy, and the things are neatly arranged, everything is in order. Looking at Xiao Xiao playing origami on the sofa, Louis Fei suddenly felt that although this place was much smaller than her residence, it had a warm atmosphere. At this time, Jianglan had already returned to the living room with water. At this time, Louis Fei had already taken off her mask and sunglasses. Although Jian Lan already knew that Louis Fei was very beautiful from his original body's memories in film and television works. But when he saw Louis Fei sitting on the sofa in his home, he was still shocked by her beauty. I can only say that she is worthy of being called fairy sister. No wonder so many people still like her even though she made so many bad movies in her previous life. Only her beauty remains and the country remains. However, Jian Lan had seen a lot of the world in his previous life, so he quickly controlled his surprised expression. He handed a glass of water to Louis Fei and said to her, "Why did you come in person today? I prepared a lot of dishes. Why don't you play with Xiao Xiao for a while and stay for lunch?" Although Jian Lan's shocked expression was brief, Louis Fei still caught it. Although many people would show expressions of surprise and admiration when they saw her. But when Louis Fei saw the man in front of her with such an expression, she couldn't help feeling proud in her heart. "Weren't you just focused on your daughter? Now you finally noticed me." Then she didn't think much about it and said, "Sure. I heard Xiao Xiao say that your cooking skills are very good now. I'll try it today." Jian Lan was slightly stunned when he heard her answer. He was just being polite and didn't expect her to actually stay. After all, he knew that stars like Louis Fei were very busy with work on weekdays and their time was precious. And she has just made a comeback, so she should be even busier. However, what he said was true, that he had prepared a lot of dishes. Although he knew that Xiao Xiao definitely couldn't eat so much by herself, he still wanted to make a few more dishes for his daughter. "Let my daughter try every dish." So Jian Lan went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao played together in the living room. For a moment, there was an inexplicable harmony. Chapter 10 3 People. Because Jian Lan prepared the food in advance today. So without letting the two wait too long, Jian Lan prepared the dishes for today. The sweet and sour spare ribs were tender, bright red and juicy, and the braised prawns were golden brown and crispy. In order to ensure a balanced nutrition, Jian Lan also prepared a dish of garlic lettuce, and of course the pineapple sweet and sour pork that the little one specifically requested. When Jian Lan finally served the last dish of pineapple sweet and sour pork, the little guy beside him couldn't wait any longer. He took the spoon and took a big spoonful first. Jian Lan looked at the little guy eating happily and smiled unconsciously. Then he peeled shrimp for his daughter while talking to Louis Fei. "You're welcome, let's eat together." Louis Fei was a little surprised when she saw the appearance of these dishes. She didn't expect that Jian Lan, a young singer, could actually cook. Could it be that he has not been idle during these years of being hidden and has been studying cooking at home? She took a bite of the sweet and sour pineapple pork that Xiao Xiao had been clamoring for. In an instant, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It was really delicious, with the right taste of sweet and sour, and the meat was soft and tender. She always thought that Xiao Xiao was exaggerating with a dad filter, but she didn't expect that this guy was really capable. Afterwards, Louis Fei tasted each dish carefully. Only every dish tastes good. Although she has eaten many dishes prepared by chefs on weekdays. But for some reason, these simple dishes made by Jian Lan still gave her a special feeling in her heart. After tasting them all, Louis Fei paused for a moment and her eyes fell on Jian Lan opposite her. At this moment, he was concentrating on peeling shrimps for Xiao Xiao, and he carefully placed each peeled shrimp on the edge of Xiao Xiao's plate. He also carefully removed the meat from the ribs and placed it aside for Xiao Xiao to eat. Look at the small rice balls in Xiao Xiao's bowl, dotted with black sesame seeds, so delicate and cute. And there was just an ordinary bowl of rice in my bowl. Look at the small rice balls in Xiao Xiao's bowl, they are filled with black sesame seeds. And there was just an ordinary bowl of rice in my bowl. She didn't know why she felt jealous. However, she quickly realized that she was jealous of her daughter. I couldn't help but find it a little funny, and then shook my head slightly. Jian Lan was carefully peeling shrimp for the little guy at this time. I caught a glimpse of Louis Fei suddenly laughing out of the corner of my eye. A lot of question marks suddenly appeared in my mind. Fortunately, Louis Fei quickly returned to normal. He didn't care and continued to peel shrimp for his little princess. In the end, the three of them finished off the meal, leaving nothing behind. Of course, Xiao Xiao felt full after eating a little bit of each dish. Jian Lan was still the main person at the meal. But Louis Fei also ate a lot. After eating, Jian Lan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Louis Fei recalled how she had eaten just now, and a blush appeared on her face. She didn't want this to happen, but for some reason she saw Jian Lan eating with big mouthfuls. She couldn't help it. Yes, it was all this guy's fault. Louis Fei decided to eat only a little at night. Jianlan washed the dishes neatly, dried his hands, and returned to the living room. At this time, Louis Fei had already sat down on the sofa, and on the coffee table in front of her, 2 cups of hot water were steaming. Louis Fei saw that Jianlan had returned. She pointed to a glass of water on the coffee table and made an elegant gesture for him to sit down without saying anything. Jianlan saw this scene and sat down next to Louis Fei without saying much. When Xiao Xiao saw that his father had sat on the other side, he immediately squeezed happily between the two of them from his mother's side. In her hand, she was still holding the small panda water cup that her father bought for her. Then Xiao Xiao imitated his father seriously. He unscrewed the lid of the cup, tilted his head back and took a sip of water. After drinking, I imitated him and exhaled deeply. Now the little guy has Jianlan on his left and Louis Fei on his right. Their eyes fell on Xiao Xiao at the same time, and they smiled at the cute little guy. Afterwards, the 3 of them leaned on the back of the sofa without saying a word, their movements surprisingly showing a certain tacit understanding. For a moment, the living room was silent, with only the occasional sound of drinking water. Jianlan has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with clear contours. Louis Fei has picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a refined temperament. Plus Xiao Xiao has pretty little face. All 3 of them have divine looks, and a harmonious atmosphere permeates the entire space. If there is a camera that captures this scene, please post it online. I don't know how many screens this will cause. However, people in it just want to enjoy the tranquility and warm atmosphere. In the end, it was Louis Fei who broke the quiet atmosphere. She recently wanted to make a comeback. Not only did I take on a new drama, but I also have many activities to do. She had squeezed out time for this lunch today with great difficulty. Although she really wanted to stay here with her daughter in the afternoon, she really didn't have any extra time in the afternoon. So, she whispered to her daughter, "Xiao Xiao, Mommy has to go to work this afternoon. Can Daddy accompany you this afternoon?" Xiao Xiao has become accustomed to her mother's frequent work away from home. Although she was reluctant to leave, she nodded obediently when she thought of having her father by her side, and replied sweetly, "Okay, goodbye, Mom." Louis Fei felt upset when she saw the little guy being so decisive. She said that before, Xiao Xiao would cry for a long time when she went out to work, but today she didn't react at all. It turns out what is said on the internet is true: a daughter is her father's little lover in the previous life, and she doesn't need her mother anymore when she has a father. However, it's a good thing that Xiao Xiao didn't cry or make a fuss. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, turned to look at Jianlan, and asked, "Will you give me a ride?" Jianlan glanced at Xiao Xiao and knew that she had something to say to him alone, so he walked out the door with her. The 2 walked to the door side by side. After Louis Fei confirmed that Xiao Xiao could not hear their conversation, she spoke. "Your contract with your previous company has expired, so you probably haven't signed with another company yet, right? I have a friend who happens to own an agency, I can introduce you to one." Although Jianlan definitely got the better deal in the end, he had good intentions at the beginning. In the end, he paid the price and his best years as an artist were wasted. After all, he is Xiao Xiao's father and is very good to Xiao Xiao. So she thought she would help if she could. When Jianlan heard what Louis Fei said, he raised his eyebrows slightly and was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Louis Fei called him out specifically to help introduce the company. He also took his own face into consideration and avoided Xiao Xiao. I have to say she is a very nice person. However, she didn't know that Jianlan had already changed his core. If the original Jianlan heard this, he would probably be ecstatic. But now Jianlan has not even considered working. It is impossible for him to work. It was impossible in the previous life, and it is even more impossible in this life. And he has absolutely no intention of becoming an artist right now. He now feels that his job is very good. The work is easy and he has plenty of private time. So Jianlan said truthfully, "Thank you, but I already have a job." Louis Fei heard it and didn't think much about it. She knew that Jianlan was a graduate of the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music, one of the best art schools in the country. Maybe there are some relationships of my own. But knowing that Jianlan has already signed with a company, I won't say much. He nodded and said, "Then spend the next 2 days with Xiao Xiao. I'll pick her up tomorrow afternoon." Jianlan watched Louis Fei's back as she walked away until she went downstairs and disappeared. Chapter 11: Amusement Park. Because Jianlan and Xiao Xiao had agreed last time that he would take her to the amusement park when they met this time. So shortly after Louis Fei left, the 2 set off for the amusement park. Along the way, Xiao Xiao was extremely excited. She was like a happy little sparrow, chirping and saying, Daddy, I heard from son Shiola that there are so many fun things in the amusement park. I want to play them all. Whatever Xiao Xiao wants to play, Dad will play with you. Jianlan hugged his daughter, looked at her innocent smiling face, and felt like he owned the whole world. Daddy, I want to go on the Ferris wheel first. It's the tall, big wheel. Son Shiola said you can see really far away when you sit on it. Xiao Xiao waved his arms exaggeratedly, describing and gesturing to Jianlan. Her kindergarten was chosen by Luifei, and she knew nothing about the little one's kindergarten life. Now, when he heard her mention Sun Shiola, he asked curiously, "Is this Sun Shiola Xiao Xiao's good friend?" Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, "Yeah. Sun Shiola and I have the best relationship. He always brings me delicious food. Besides, his parents often go to the kindergarten gate to pick him up, and I also want my parents to pick me up together." As the little fellow spoke, his voice became much softer and he slowly lowered his head. Her two chubby little hands were gently clasped in front of her, and she kept pinching her fingers. Jianlan felt very uncomfortable. As expected, fathers can't stand hearing these things the most. He didn't know how to promise Xiao Xiao, because he couldn't guarantee that he could do what she said. I could only touch her little head gently. Xiao Xiao, Daddy promises you that one day, Mommy and Daddy will show up at the gate of your kindergarten together. Yeah, I believe Daddy. Xiao Xiao is indeed a child like the sun. After hearing Jianlan's promise, he immediately regained his spirits. 1 hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the amusement park smoothly. Because it was Saturday, many parents brought their children to the amusement park. There was a long queue at the ticket office. In order to prevent Xiao Xiao from being squeezed in the crowd, Jianlan lifted her above his head and let her sit on his neck. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes in surprise and held Jianlan's head tightly with her two little hands. It was her first time sitting on her father's neck. Before, in kindergarten, she saw other children being lifted up high by their fathers and sitting on their fathers' necks when they were leaving school. She was extremely envious. Now, she can also experience this feeling. She twisted left and right on Jianlan's shoulders excitedly, wishing everyone could see what she looked like now. Jianlan held her small school bag in one hand and raised the other hand to support the little girl's restless body. Xiao Xiao, don't move. Daddy can't hold you up anymore. Jianlan reminded. Falling off his shoulders was no joke. The little guy on my shoulder calmed down a little after hearing what his father said. However, not long after, she began to scream excitedly again. Daddy, Daddy, is that tall, round thing a Ferris wheel? She held Jianlan's head with her left hand and patted his head, and her little feet on his shoulders kicked around randomly. Following her direction, Jianlan easily saw the landmark of the amusement park, the Ferris wheel. Xiao Xiao is right, that's a Ferris wheel. It can go very high up. Jianlan couldn't see the little girl's expression, but he could hear her surprise and excitement from her voice. The Ferris wheel is so high, Daddy, let's go ride the Ferris wheel first. Not to mention riding the Ferris wheel, even if the little princess said she wanted the stars in the sky, Jianlan would find a way to pick one for her. He smiled and said to Xiao Xiao, listen to our little princess, we'll be the first to ride this Ferris wheel. When Xiao Xiao heard that his father agreed, he immediately cheered. Jianlan is handsome and tall, and the little princess Xiao Xiao sitting on his shoulders is even more delicate and looks like an exquisite doll. At this moment, the two of them unknowingly attracted the attention of many people in the amusement park. People couldn't help but smile kindly when they saw the interaction between this good-looking father and daughter. There are also some young couples and friends gossiping. Wow, this man is so handsome. Look at that little girl, she's so cute, I really want to hug her. If I could give birth to such a lovely daughter, it would be worth dying for. My dear, our child will definitely be even cuter, believe me. I want to believe you, but do I look like a fool? Soon the two bought the tickets and came to the Ferris wheel that Xiao Xiao had been longing for. From a distance, it feels like this Ferris wheel is very tall. Now that I am closer, I can feel its grandeur even more. It is worthy of being one of the iconic attractions of this amusement park. It is said that you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire park from above. So without hesitation, he and Xiao Xiao joined the Ferris wheel team. I can only say that there are really a lot of people in the amusement park today. He was originally very excited and wanted to experience the Ferris wheel with the little one. But such a long queue immediately dampened his desire to travel. If the little guy hadn't insisted, he would never have waited in such a long line. Time passed minute by minute, and finally it was their turn. Jianlan picked up Xiao Xiao and walked quickly into a Ferris wheel box. With a crisp bang, the box door slowly closed. As soon as you enter the box, you can clearly hear the squeaking sound of the Ferris wheel turning. Along with the sound, Jianglan clearly felt that the car was gradually rising and the scenery outside the window was becoming smaller and smaller. When Xiao Xiao first sat down, he was extremely excited. He leaned his little body against the window, staring outside without blinking, and exclaimed in surprise from time to time. But as the Ferris wheel rose higher and higher, the little guy's expression gradually became panicked. She no longer lingered on the scenery outside the window, turned around and walked to Jianglan, hugging his thighs tightly. With a trembling voice, he said cautiously, "Daddy, it's so high." Seeing Xiao Xiao like this, Jianglan quickly hugged Xiao Xiao in his arms, touched the little guy's hair and said, "It's okay, just watch it in Daddy's arms." In his father's arms, Xiao Xiao's fear was much reduced. Coupled with her childish nature, she couldn't help but look outside. After a while, I got used to it and started to get excited again looking at the scenery outside. That's a roller coaster in the distance. I've seen it on TV. Dad, is that the place where we just entered? Dad, is that a car in the distance? How did it get so small? The little guy looked at the scenery outside in Jianglan's arms, and would share loudly with his father whatever he discovered. Jianglan also nodded patiently in response to her every word, without any sign of impatience. The two of them reached the highest point, and Jianglan looked at the scenery outside. Spring has arrived, and the entire amusement park is filled with the breath of spring. He was in a very good mood as he hadn't ridden a Ferris wheel for a long time. Being with his daughter, he felt a lot younger in his heart. Chapter 12. This sister is so beautiful. Lu Shuangnuan, Jiangsu Extra 1. This chapter can be skipped. The amusement park that Jianglan and his friends came to was the largest amusement park in the imperial capital. There are all kinds of projects. There are large and exciting rides such as roller coasters, bungee jumping machines, and pendulums, but unfortunately these rides have age requirements and Xiao Xiao cannot play them. But there are also many things suitable for little ones to play, such as bumper cars, carousels, children's trains, etc. After getting off the bumper car, Xiao Xiao clamored for ice cream. Jianglan thought that the weather was hot now, and it would be okay for the child to eat a little occasionally, so he took her to the ice cream stand. There are so many people on Saturdays and Sundays that you have to queue up even to buy ice cream. Xiao Xiao has short calves and started asking for a hug after standing for a while. Jianglan picked her up with one hand and let her sit on his forearm. The sun was a little strong in the afternoon, and the little guy squinted his eyes because of the sun. Jianglan wanted to take her hat out of the small backpack slung over her arm, but it was a little inconvenient with one hand. Just when he was getting flustered, a long-haired girl in the back row leaned over and said, "I can help you open your backpack." Jianglan turned around and looked. The girl was smiling with her eyebrows curved and two dimples on her cheeks. A few strands of hair on her forehead were wet with sweat and stuck softly to both sides. "Looks full of energy and cute." Jianglan handed over the backpack and said, "Thank you for your help." The girl lowered her head to take the backpack, unzipped it, and didn't reach in. Instead, she spread the backpack in front of Jianglan. "Take a look at it. I'll get anything you need." Very polite and tactful. Xiao Xiao put one hand around his father's neck and covered his mouth with the other hand, and whispered to himself, "Daddy, this sister is so beautiful." In fact, the little guy's voice is quite loud. At least the girl heard it. She is Lu Shuangnuan. Jiangsu is free today, so the two of them go to the amusement park to play together. A phone call just came in. Jiangsu went to the side to answer the phone, and let her queue up to buy ice cream by herself. Lu Shuangnuan can now handle various daily shopping scenarios very easily. She pays with her mobile phone and binds it to Jiangsu's credit card. "I always have change in my small bag." Jiangsu said that if you ever get into trouble, just call him and he will always come to deal with it as soon as possible, so there is no need to worry about making a fool of yourself. Lu Shuangnuan knew that since Jiangsu said so, he would definitely do it. He gave her a full sense of security. In addition, after the two got married, Jiangsu tried to take her with him wherever he went. Xiaonuan is now a person who has seen a lot of the world. Small things like helping others open their backpacks are not difficult for her at all. Lu Shuangnuan looked up at the child in the man's arms, her eyes sparkling. "You are so beautiful too, as cute as a doll." After being praised by the beautiful sister, Xiao Xiao actually felt a little embarrassed. She shyly hugged her father's neck and buried her head in front of him. After a while, he quietly raised his head, revealing his deer-like eyes, and looked at Lu Shuangnuan. She saw Lu Shuangnuan holding a yellow and white puppy in her hand, squatting obediently at her feet. Sister, can I pet this dog? Xiao Xiao lay on his father's shoulder and looked at the ground. Lu Xuanyuan was holding a little corgi in her hand. This was Jiang Su's birthday gift to her. 3-month-old puppy. Lu Xuanyuan also gave it a duckbill-shaped anti-bite cover. It looks weird, but still cute. Lu Xuanyuan looked at the little baby and nodded with a smile, sure. Xiao Lu doesn't bite. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Lan, her big eyes full of desire. Jiang Lan had already taken out her exclusive little hat, a sunflower-shaped sun hat. He glanced at the puppy on the ground and found that it was indeed not aggressive. Then he put the little girl down and put a hat on her. Then he took the backpack from Lu Xuanyuan and thanked her. Xiao Xiao squatted beside the puppy and looked at it curiously. Lu Xuanyuan also squatted down and reached out to touch Xiao Liu's back. Xiao Lu, lift your paw. The little puppy really raised one of its front paws obediently. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Sister, it's so smart. Lu Xuanyuan patted the dog's head as if rewarding it and then said, Xiao Lu, spin in circles. The little puppy chased its tail and turned around a few times. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands happily. Wow, sister, how come Xiao Lu is so amazing? Can I touch it? As he spoke, his little hands became restless. Lu Xuanyuan tucked her hair behind her ears, showed a pleasant smile, and nodded vigorously. Yes, you can touch it. Jiang Lan stood by and kept an eye on the two of them. No, to be precise, it was 2 people and a dog. When Xiao Xiao's little hand fell on the puppy's head, the little corgi actually raised its head and took 2 steps towards Xiao Xiao, with its eyes slightly narrowed and its mouth grinning to the sides. No matter how Jiang Lan looked at it, he felt that the dog's smile was very similar to the girl's smile. The same flattery, the same bootlicking. He shook his head. How can you think of others like this? It's so rude. The 2 people and the dog are still interacting. Sister, what else can Xiao Lu do? Xiao Xiao asked curiously in a baby voice. Let me think about it. Shake hands and spin in circles. Ah, Xiao Lu, call out. Woof. Call twice. Woof woof. Call 3 times. Woof woof woof. Xiao Lu can count. Jiang Su taught him. The sweet girl said, and there seemed to be some pride in mentioning that name. Sister, who is Jiang Su? My dad's name is Jiang Lan, and they have the same last name. Xiao Xiao placed his hands obediently on his knees, tilted his head and looked curious. Jiang Lan wanted to pick her up. It's fine if he just plays with the dog, but why does he even want to know other people's privacy? This little gossip head. Fortunately, the girl didn't mind. She scratched her head and said a little embarrassedly. Jiang Su is my husband. He gave Xiao Lu to me. Although the two have been married for some time, she is still a little shy when the word husband is mentioned. Especially when she thought about how he always liked to press her on the bed and let her call him husband in his ear. Lu Xuanyuan patted her cheeks gently to dispel the blush that was spreading. The team moved slowly, and the 2 stood up. Xiao Xiao touched the puppy and looked at her sister from time to time. Although her mother is already the most beautiful woman in the world, she thinks the sister is also very beautiful, very. Xiao Xiao rolled his eyes for a long time and finally thought of a word, gentle. This sister is beautiful and gentle. When it was Jiang Lan's turn, he bought 2 more signature ice creams. He turned around and handed it to the girl behind him. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry for bothering you just now. This is my thank you. Chapter 13. This uncle looks fierce. Lu Xuanyuan, Jiang Su extra 2 completed can be skipped. He heard the girl mention her husband just now, and thought that she must not have come alone. Jiang Lan handed over 2 ice creams as a token of gratitude. Lu Xuanyuan was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Jiang Su said that we can't just ask for other people's things. But the father of this cute child doesn't look like a bad person. Xiao Xiao clung to her father's legs and reached out to ask for the ice cream that belonged to her. Jiang Lan bent down and handed it to her. The little guy licked it and his eyes widened. Sister, eat it quickly, it tastes so good. Then, as if to prove something to her, he tapped her little head vigorously. Lu Xuanyuan looked down at the little guy's serious expression and no longer hesitated. I was going to buy it anyway. She pursed her lips, looked up at Jiang Lan, smiled shyly, and whispered, thank you. Then he put the dog leash around his wrist and stretched out both hands to take the ice cream from Jiang Lan's hand. At this time, a hand that was faster than her reached out from the side, blocked her hand, and took the ice cream from the man. When Lu Xuanyuan saw the same ring on this hand as hers, she knew who he was. Jiang Su, you're back. Her tone was soft and light. Lu Shuangnuan subconsciously took 2 steps towards the man and naturally put her arm around him. Zhang Lan saw it again. The same smile as the little puppy's face just now. Flattering, happy, and completely servile. It turns out that like owner, like dog. Zhang Lan thought to himself. The person who came was Jiang Su. It was a rare holiday, so Jiang Su originally wanted to catch up on some sleep at home. But Lu Shuangnuan said she wanted to go out and play, so the 2 of them went to the amusement park. He just received a work call and went to deal with it. But he always kept an eye on the movements in the team. Seeing Lu Shuangnuan take the initiative to greet the strange man and then take something from him, as if to help, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't teach her to be so helpful, and it certainly wasn't something she learned from Lu Shuangning. The only possibility is with his mother, Lin Wan. Always abuse your kindness. I didn't even know I was kidnapped. I saw the little girl in the man's arms again, and then the 2 of them said something, squatted down together, and teased Xiaolu. The big one and the small one both folded their hands on their knees and smiled as they watched the puppy performing hard. Jiang Su's throat rolled slightly, and the palms hanging by his side squeezed unconsciously. 3 people seems pretty good. Plus a big fat dog. He curled the corners of his lips and thought, maybe next year, or maybe now the year after? But when he looked towards the team again, he saw this man and the little thing at his feet, staring at Lu Shuangnuan together. The man was holding the ice cream and wanted to give it to Lu Shuangnuan. Jiang Su said a few words hurriedly and hung up the phone. He saw Lu Shuangnuan's shy expression as she lowered her head, and her hand reaching out to take it. Feeling unhappy. This silly girl. She dares to accept anything from anyone. Jiang Su quickly stepped forward and grabbed the ice cream first. He leaned forward, vaguely blocking Lu Shuangnuan's way. Thank you, sir, for taking care of my wife. But she is allergic to chocolate and can't eat this flavor. Jiang Su said this without changing his expression. Lu Shuangnuan looked up at him in confusion. When did she become allergic to chocolate? She even has a piece of chocolate in her bag to replenish her energy. He seemed to notice her gaze and lowered his head to glare at her gently. Lu Shuangnuan did not refute, but just pouted and rubbed the ground with her toes, feeling aggrieved and dissatisfied. Zhang Lan looked at the little interactions between this handsome man with a delicate face and the girl Xiao Xiao liked. He couldn't help but turn his head to the side and rolled his eyes secretly. Is the possessiveness so strong? Could it be that he looks like a man with ulterior motives? However, since the other party refused, Zhang Lan didn't say anything else. He nodded at the 2 of them, then stood aside and made way for the window. Xiao Xiao looked at the 2 of them in confusion and asked in a startling tone. Daddy, why does this uncle look so fierce? He doesn't match my pretty sister at all. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 of them looked down at her. Zhang Lan praised, wow, my daughter is amazing. She actually knows the word match. Lu Shuangnuan agreed, see, I'm not the only one who thinks he's fierce, you think so too. Jiang Su was angry, why is she the elder sister and I am the uncle? Do I look old? The little guy noticed the 3 people's attention and hid behind his father's legs embarrassedly. Children speak without restraint. Jiang Su told himself not to bother with the child. He bought Lu Shuangnuan a strawberry-flavored ice cream and handed it to her. He ate the chocolate ice cream that Zhang Lan had given him earlier. So next to a white, cloud-shaped ice cream house, there were 3 adults, a cute baby, and a puppy, and the 4 of them were eating 5 ice creams at the same time. Lu Shuangnuan looked at Jiang Su's 2 hands, each holding an ice cream, and couldn't help but feel envious. Jiang Su, if you eat 2 at once, you'll have diarrhea at night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su raised his eyelids and looked at her coldly. I just want to eat the one in her hand, okay? Who made him like this now, holding 2 ice creams like a fool and having to eat them? Lu Shuangnuan didn't notice anything. Taking 2 steps closer, he said, Mom said you can't eat too much cold food. Do you want me to help you eat a little? Jiang Su looked at her face and saw 2 words written all over it, I want to eat. I'm so angry. He glanced at the man standing not far away who was wiping the little girl's mouth, and whispered a threat. Lu Shuangnuan, I've told you countless times not to take other people's things casually, but you just won't listen. You insist on me teaching you a lesson, don't you? Lu Shuangnuan is not afraid of him at all now. I blushed when I heard his words. She knew how he was going to teach her a lesson, so embarrassing. But that man isn't a bad guy. The kid is so cute. She likes Xiaolu. Lu Shuangnuan weakly refuted, trying to prove herself. Jiangsu doesn't think so. What if he is a widower? Lu Shuangnuan's naive and innocent appearance is most attractive to this divorced old man with children. When the time comes, she will be captured and made a stepmother. It depends on what you do. However, he didn't intend to let Lu Shuangnuan know about these thoughts. He remembered another thing. Do I look old? Why did that little girl call me uncle? This is really depressing. Lu Shuangnuan licked the ice cream in her hand, then took the opportunity to stand on tiptoe and lick the ice cream in Jiangsu's hand. Then he shook his head. Not old, I don't know. The chocolate flavor is delicious too. Jiangsu glanced at Lu Shuangnuan, who was blinking her big eyes deliberately to look cute, and didn't bother to pay attention to her previous actions. Do you think you are blind and can't see her cheating? No matter how cold it was, he finished the ice cream in his hand in 3 or 5 bites, then took out a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly. Lu Shuangnuan was stunned. She only had half of hers left, but Jiangsu had actually finished it. She glanced at Jiangsu resentfully and could only nibble on the ice cream in her hand silently. At this time, the man came over holding the little girl. Sister, Daddy and I are going to play somewhere else. Goodbye, sister, and Xiaolu. Xiao Xiao raised her little hand and waved to Lu Shuangnuan and Xiaolu in turn. She didn't dare to greet the fierce-looking uncle because he had just glared at her. Jiang Lan was a little embarrassed. This was such a big living person. Didn't Xiao Xiao do this on purpose? He gently shook the little guy's arm. Call me uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp gaze coming from the side. Well, the kid just called him uncle, but he didn't ask him to call him that. Xiao Xiao looked at his father in confusion, and his father nodded slightly. So the little girl pouted and waved to Lu Shuangnuan reluctantly. Goodbye, sister. He squatted down again and waved to Xiaolu. Goodbye, uncle. She didn't understand why he had to call Xiaolu uncle. Jiang Lan next to him staggered and almost fell. He could no longer pretend not to see the man's gaze. He squatted down, blocked Xiao Xiao's body, and introduced them one by one. This is my sister, he pointed at Lu Shuangnuan, who was smiling brightly. This is my brother, he pointed at Jiangsu, who had a bad look on his face, next to Lu Shuangnuan. This is Xiaolu, he pointed to the little puppy that was wagging its tail. Xiao Xiao, we are leaving. You need to say hello to your sister, brother, and Xiaolu. Xiao, don't make enemies for your old father. You are just a child and your words are beyond restraint. I, your father, am so embarrassed that I almost die. Xiao Xiao let out a long "oh." Following Jiang Lan's introduction, I said goodbye to everyone in turn. Jiang Lan stood up, nodded politely at the two of them, took the little girl's hand, and turned to leave. He heard the girl behind him whisper, Jiangsu, this is so strange. You looked so fierce just now, why are you smiling now? A somewhat fierce male voice came, what do you care? Give me your ice cream so I can have a bite. No, you've eaten a lot. The girl seemed a little anxious. Then she exclaimed again, with a faint cry in her voice. Jiangsu, you're so annoying. You ate everything. Whoa. The boy laughed dully, and after a moment he hurriedly coaxed. Don't cry, ancestor, can I buy you another one? The voices of the two gradually weakened until they disappeared. Lu Shuangnuan, Jiangsu's extra chapter is finished. Chapter 14 Doll. After saying goodbye to the couple and the fat dog, the two wandered around the garden. Play whatever is suitable for the little ones. Happy times are always short. Before long, the sun hid in the clouds in the west and the sky gradually darkened. Children seemed to have endless energy. Jiang Lan felt a headache watching Xiao Xiao, who had been playing all day and was still jumping around. It's not that he couldn't continue playing with the little girl, but Lu Yifei had specifically told her not to let her play too wildly. Otherwise, once her strength is exhausted, she will get sick in no time. Jiang Lan had to be the bad guy. He squatted down, straightened Xiao Xiao's clothes, and patted her little head. Xiao Xiao, let's stop here today, okay? You've had enough fun. If you keep playing, Daddy will be too tired. After he finished speaking, he showed an expression of tiredness and patted his arms and legs. Xiao Xiao pouted and said, Daddy, son Xiola can play with me all day long. How come you are not as good as him? No matter what age men are, they cannot stand being provoked. Jiang Lan really wanted to say to Xiao, come on, Daddy will take you to have fun today. But if she did this, if she really got sick, Lu Yifei would probably want to kill herself. Moreover, he couldn't bear to let Xiao get sick. Jianlan had no choice but to continue to show weakness. It's all Dad's fault. My arms and legs are really disappointing. It doesn't matter, since Xiao Xiao wants to play, then Daddy will always be with you. After saying that, he stood up with difficulty, groaning from time to time, ouch, my old waist, and ouch, my legs hurt so much. Although Jianlan's acting is very poor. But Xiao Xiao was young and felt sorry for his father, so he was deceived. Dad, let's go home. The little guy opened his big eyes and looked at the painful Jianlan. He suppressed his reluctance, his tone full of regret. On one side is the amusement park, and on the other side is Dad, but after all, Dad is more important. After all, Jianlan had no experience of being a bad guy, and he felt very uncomfortable watching it. My mind was racing as I thought about how to comfort Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, he thought of the ticket seller's introduction when he bought the ticket. It seems like there's some kind of event at the amusement park tonight. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the ticket from his pocket. Sure enough, the ticket stated that there would be a cosplay show specially for children in the center of the amusement park at 8 p.m. The staff will perform on stage as various animated characters that children like. So he quickly said to the little fellow, Xiao Xiao, we can go to see another show later. Your favorite Lingna Bell will also be performing on stage. But after the show, we have to go home. Xiao Xiao heard that Lingna Bell was going to perform. He swept away the sadness and immediately put on a smile. Then what are you waiting for, Dad, let's go. He pulled Jianlan and walked forward. Jianlan couldn't help but sigh that children really have endless energy. Night falls. The lights in the amusement park gradually came on. Quite a few people have already gathered in the central square. Many of them are parents who bring their children to watch. It seems that the amusement park organizes this activity to give parents who are tired after a day to take a break. Time passed quickly while chatting and laughing with Xiao Xiao. The activity started soon after. With the music. Various anime characters wearing cosplay costumes appeared one after another and greeted the audience below the stage. Because they arrived not too early, there were already quite a few people in front of the stage. So in order to see the performance clearly, the little guy rode on Jianlan's neck as usual. Looking at the cartoon characters that kept appearing, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened and he didn't want to miss any of them. She waved her hands happily in the air and shouted, Daddy, look, it's Snow White. The two legs dangled on both sides of Jianlan's shoulders. Needless to say, Jianlan could feel her excitement. When Xiao Xiao saw his favorite Princess Elsa appear, his mouth opened into an O shape, and then he screamed excitedly. Elsa! Elsa! I see Elsa! She wanted so badly to reach out and touch it that she leaned forward. Jianlan quickly reached out and held her small body steadily. Just as Jianlan was trying to steady the little guy, the music on the stage suddenly paused. Then, a host dressed in a clown costume walked onto the stage. With an exaggerated smile on his face, he interacted with the audience for a while. I saw the staff and they had already set up the venue. So he announced loudly. The park has specially prepared a singing competition. Any adult or child who is willing to come on stage and sing, regardless of whether they perform well or badly, will be given a cute doll as a gift. If you sing exceptionally well and win the loudest applause and cheers, you can take this oversized Lingna Bell home. As he spoke, the host pointed to the various dolls placed on the table next to the venue. In the center of the doll is a Lingna Bell who is about 1.5 meters tall. I think this is what the host is talking about. Xiao Xiao looked at the large-sized Lingna Bell on the stage and was immediately attracted and couldn't move away. Although she didn't say anything, you could tell from her expression that she wanted it very much. Jianlan looked at his daughter like this and felt something in his heart. Although he can't sing, doesn't he have advanced singing skills? I think it would be no problem to sing on stage and perform. Although you may not be able to get Lingna Bell, you can still use other dolls to coax the little one. So, Jianlan said to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, do you want that Lingna Bell? How about Daddy come on stage and win it for you? When Xiao Xiao heard this, she instantly became energetic, her face flushed with excitement, and she shouted loudly. I want it! I want it! Then let's raise our hands together. So the father and daughter raised their hands high together. The host selects people to sing on stage from those who raise their hands. Although there are prizes for going on stage, ordinary people are still very resistant to going on stage. However, because of the crying children, many parents raised their hands helplessly. So there were still quite a few people raising their hands in the crowd. But the host still saw Jianglan and Xiao Xiao at once. There's no way around it, Jianglan is over 1.8 meters tall and handsome. Plus there is the Xiao Xiao on his neck that looks like a fairy. Wow, I wonder what the hostess of this house looks like. My husband is so handsome and my daughter is so cute. What a winner in life. So he invited Jianglan to the stage without hesitation. Chapter 15, Going on Stage. Soon the host selected several audience members who wanted to perform and came on stage. Jianglan and Xiao Xiao were of course also invited up. After a brief self-introduction, Jianglan and Xiao Xiao were arranged to wait for a while backstage. Jianglan was listening to other people singing in the audience. It turns out that those who can raise their hands and perform on stage are all very talented. Although they are not as good as professional singers, they are all KTV microphone masters. The two audience members finished their performance. I just heard the host on the stage say, "Next up is a very handsome father. Let's welcome Jianglan and Xiao Xiao." Jianglan walked slowly onto the stage, holding Xiao Xiao in one hand and holding the microphone in the other. Seeing Jianglan coming up, the host asked, "So, Xiao Xiao's father, what song do you want to perform?" Without any hesitation, Jianglan said, "I'm going to perform an original song, the only one. According to his original body's memory, he knew that this song did not exist in this world. This is also one of the few songs he can remember completely. In order to ensure that he could win Ling Nobel, Jianglan tried his best. After all, he had already made a big promise in front of his daughter. Dad's dignity must not be lost. When the host heard that someone was going to sing an original song on such an occasion, he was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, although he was curious, he quickly came to his senses and smiled, leaving the stage to Jianglan and Xiao Xiao. The audience in the audience were also surprised when they heard that someone was going to sing an original song, and they started whispering to each other. Wait until the audience is a little quieter. Jianglan took a deep breath and began to sing. My sky is so clear. Promises of transparency are a thing of the past. It's you who holds my hand. But I can't see your smile clearly. Because it was an original song and there was no accompaniment on the spot, Jianglan could only sing it a cappella. But with the blessing of advanced singing skills, he still felt an unprecedented feeling. Although he knew how the original singer sang it before, he could never sing it in tune. And now, when the details of the original song emerged in his mind, the tune he sang was almost the same as the original. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling. For a moment he was a little intoxicated by his own singing. Xiao Xiao beside him didn't understand the meaning of the lyrics. But she felt that her father sang very well. She tilted her little head back, her eyes sparkling. He stared at Jianglan without blinking, his face full of pride. I thought my dad's singing was the best in the world. The host in the audience looked at Jianglan singing on the stage with an incredible look on his face. Oh my god, I just randomly picked a handsome guy to come up, and I didn't expect his singing to be so good. He knew that the quality of the microphones and audio equipment in the park was quite average. But the man in front of me can use such equipment to sing so steadily and beautifully. He must have invited a professional here. The audience in the audience was also amazed by Jianglan's singing. Although the audience does not understand what is professional or unprofessional. But you can still tell whether it sounds good or not. As soon as Jianglan opened his mouth, the audience's first reaction was that it sounded better than the previous one. And he has another advantage, that is, he is handsome. The female audience members in the audience were already staring at Jianglan singing on the stage. At this time, Jianglan on the stage also got into the state. The only thing he has now is in his hand. So he turned around and looked at Xiao Xiao and sang. Baby, you are my only one. Both worlds are deformed. It's not easy to go back. Jianglan looked at Xiao Xiao, who was blinking her big eyes at him. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips and smile. The tenderness in his eyes was revealed unconsciously. This is his baby, his only one. The audience, especially the girls, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow! Oh my god, is this guy some kind of celebrity idol? So handsome, so affectionate. I'm captivated. If it's him, even if he has a child, I can do that too. There are several security guards around to maintain order. After hearing the girl's vicious words, he couldn't help but frown and look disgusted. He's just a man, why is he so obsessed with her? Who doesn't know how to sing a song? If it weren't for the need to maintain order, I would have gone on stage and sung a song myself. It definitely sounds better than what this pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face sings. Jianglan looked at Xiao Xiao, who was smiling at him foolishly without knowing why, and touched her head lovingly. Continue singing. Make sure you are my only one. Say I love you to the phone alone. I really love you. He sang a simple verse and said thank you. He walked off the stage holding little Xiao Xiao's hand and handed the microphone to the host next to him. The audience and host around did not react. The host even blurted out bluntly, "Is this the end? He hasn't heard enough." The audience around nodded wildly. They want to listen again. That head patting kill just now made me dizzy. Me too. I can't imagine if he touched me with a smile like that, would I scream? The two girls held each other's hands and excitedly communicated in the audience. The two boys who were traveling with them couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. Anthomaniac. Shallow. They looked at each other and saw jealousy in each other's eyes. A man with children sang just a few lines and charmed their idiot classmates. If I may. They want this too. After Jianglan's singing, several other audience members came on stage to sing. However, Jianglan's performance was so stunning that the following singing lost some of its luster in the eyes of the audience. Finally, all the audience members who signed up to perform completed their performances. Then, the host invited all the performers back to the stage one after another. Then the host started interacting with the audience with a smile on their faces. All the performances are over. Do you think they were exciting? The audience in the audience was very enthusiastic and cheered in unison. Wonderful. The host continued. Then it's up to you to decide who gets to take our lovely Lingna Bell. As he spoke, he pointed to the first audience member performing. Shout loudly, if you think this friend performed well, please give him a round of applause. In an instant, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. While the host was interacting, Xiao Xiao was still sitting in his father's arms. She leaned closer to her father and whispered with her little hands over her mouth. Daddy, I think you sing the best. She was definitely not flattering him, she really thought her father sang the best. Jianglan really enjoyed his daughter's whispers to him. He imitated Xiao Xiao and lowered his voice deliberately, speaking into her ear. Dad thinks so too. Xiao Xiao was amused by the hot breath from Jianglan and started giggling. The big and the small were having a lot of fun. The host pointed at Jianglan and spoke loudly. Where's the applause for those who think this father did an excellent job? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a much louder applause than before. Obviously, Jianglan's singing left a very deep impression on everyone. At this moment, the other people on the stage who were participating in the performance saw this scene and could only smile bitterly helplessly. They had just heard Jianglan's singing in the audience. They had to admit that the gap was too huge, and Jianglan had simply used a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Even the other performers on the stage applauded at the end. Equals 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 equals. Only lyrics, Wang Liham, music, Wang Liham, original singer, Wang Liham. Chapter 16 Broker. There were no surprises in the end. Jianglan won the first place in the amusement park singing competition with an absolute advantage. He didn't expect that his first place after traveling through time would be in a singing competition at the amusement park. But looking at his daughter hugging Lingna Bell with an excited look on her face, he felt as if everything was worth it. Xiao Xiao jumped and danced excitedly on the stage, rushed over and hugged the cute doll. Daddy, you are so awesome. Xiao Xiao likes you so much. The little one screamed with excitement, and her two little tufts of hair trembled with her movements. The smile was so bright that it infected many people present. The female host showed a motherly smile. The little baby was so adorable that it simply melted her heart. Besides, this young father is a little too handsome. If there were such a man and child. She is willing to give birth to 8 or 10 of them. Jianglan looked at Xiao Xiao jumping up and down lovingly and couldn't help teasing her. Does Xiao Xiao like Daddy or Lingna Bell? The little guy rolled his eyes, revealing the dimples on his cheeks. Of course I like Daddy. The doll was won by my dad. A clever one. Jianglan gently pinched her chubby cheek, and then bought a camper van from a store in the park. He put the doll and Xiao Xiao in and pushed them both along. Xiao Xiao was completely buried in Lingna Bell's soft belly, laughing and dancing. Under the stage of the amusement park's performance venue, a slightly bloated man stood quietly. His hair was already thinning on top, giving him a distinctly Mediterranean hairstyle. At this moment, he was staring at the two people, one big and one small, on the stage, lost in thought. His name is Sun Xin. He is a senior agent and currently works at Tianyu Entertainment. Although Tianyu Entertainment is not the top entertainment company in the country, it has firmly ranked among the first-tier companies and is quite influential in the industry. The artist he is currently managing is singer Shui Jiqian. Today, he happened to be on vacation. He was busy with work on weekdays. He had promised his son that he would take him to the playground when he had time, but he never had time. Today was a good time to make up for it. He didn't expect to see someone singing such a high-quality song on a small stage in an amusement park. He was sure that this song had not been released yet. He is in this line of work. If the other party had released this song, it should have made some splash based on the quality of the song. But after thinking about it for a long time, he really had no impression at all. The famous detective once said, "When you have eliminated all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." So this song might really be original work of the person just now. Coupled with Jiang Lan's appearance and singing skills, he felt like he had found a treasure. I'll find out later whether he is signed with the company. If not, I can sign him into the company. I believe that with this man's talent and good looks, he would have a chance to become famous just by participating in a few variety shows. Even if the other party has already signed a contract, can you still try to dig them out? If that doesn't work, can you still ask them to sing a song for you? He also felt that this song was very suitable for Shui Jiqian to sing. They are both love songs and are simply perfect. Just as he was thinking about all these messes, his son beside him pulled his hand and said, "Dad, what are you standing there for? Let's go, the show is over and I'm hungry." Sun Xian came to his senses after hearing his son's words. He looked around and found that most people had left. He shook his head in self-mockery, thinking that he was born to be a beast of burden. Even when he was out playing, he only thought about work. "Forget it, let us talk about work tomorrow," Sun Xian said to his son. "Let's go, Dad will take you to eat something delicious." At this time, Jiang Lan and Xiao Xiao were walking towards the exit. Jiang Lan sighed in his heart, it is really not easy to take care of a child for a whole day. When Jiang Lan reached the door, he used his mobile phone to call a car, but the app showed that he had to wait in line for a while. After all, many people come out at this time, and more people take taxis. Just then a middle-aged man came out holding a pretty little boy. This middle-aged man was Sun Xian. Sun Xian spotted Jiang Lan and Xiao Xiao in the crowd at a glance. After all, this father-daughter duo was too conspicuous, and it was hard not to notice them. His eyes lit up instantly and he rubbed his hands. I was thinking of finding a way to find out about you tomorrow. But now that you've encountered it, I'm sorry. So he stepped forward and spoke without hesitation. "Hello, I just saw your performance in the audience, and I have to say you sang really well." Jiang Lan was a little confused looking at the enthusiastic Sun Xian in front of him. But since you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, Jiang Lan had no choice but to respond politely. "Thank you, I'm just singing casually." When Sun Xian heard Jiang Lan say this, he shook his head and then spoke confidently. "I'm not just singing casually. I feel like many celebrities can't sing as well as you." "Excuse me, are you an artist now?" When Jiang Lan heard Sun Xian say this, he looked at him with confusion, unable to understand what this smiling fat man in front of him wanted to say. But he still shook his head and said, "Not anymore." When Sun Xian heard Jiang Lan say this, the smile on his face became even wider and he said, "To be honest, I'm a celebrity agent and work for Tianyu Entertainment Company, Limited. I watched your performance today and I feel you have the potential to be a big star. I want to sign you as an artist." After hearing what Sun Xian said, Jiang Lan looked up and down at the fat man in front of him, and then looked at the little boy he was holding. I thought, is he really that professional? He's out here to scam people and brings a child with him? It's no wonder that Jiang Lan thinks Sun Xian is a liar. It's because his words sound too much like what a liar would say. So I ignored him. I glanced at my phone and thought to myself, I finally got in line. The bus will arrive in 2 minutes. This bus is quite close. When Sun Xian saw Jiang Lan's expression, he immediately knew that he was being treated as a scammer. He slapped his forehead, took out his cell phone, flipped through it, and said, "I came out to play today and didn't bring a business card. but here's a photo of me and Shuejiqian. Now you should believe it, right? Jianlan took a look and it seemed to be a photo with Shuejiqian. Maybe he's not a scammer? But he is not his predecessor and has no idea of becoming a star. So he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of becoming a star for the time being. My car is here. Excuse me. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Xiao towards a white private car parked in front. While the two were chatting just now, the taxi Jianlan took finally arrived. Sun Xian saw that Jianlan was about to leave, so he stopped Jianlan and said anxiously, Don't be so deadly for now. Even if we don't become artists, we can still have other collaborations. Today's timing is not right, why don't we add each other's contact information first? Then he showed the Feishan QR code. Feishan is the most popular chat software in the world, equivalent to the penguin in the previous life. Jianlan looked at Sun Xian who was standing in front of him with an anxious look on his face, and thought, just add it. If something unexpected happens with your novel and the performance is not ideal, there is another plan. It was also another way to make money, so I took out my phone and scanned the other party. Then he said, okay, let's stop here for today. If you have anything, please contact me online. Sun Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jianlan's contact information was finally added. I thought that now that I got the bonus, all my hard work was not in vain. As for whether we can cooperate in the future, it depends on fate. Chapter 17, Sunrise. On the way back, Xiao Xiao and Jianlan sat together in the back seat of the car. Xiao Xiao held Lingna Bell in one hand and Jianlan in the other and spoke in a baby voice. Dad, that uncle just now said he was some kind of agent. Dad, do you want to be a star? You can tell Mommy. Mommy is a big star, she should be able to help Daddy. Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao, who spoke in a baby voice but looked like a little adult. I felt like my heart was melting, thinking that she is indeed my daughter, she is so adorable. So he couldn't help but pinch the little guy's cheek with his hand, and then responded absent-mindedly. Dad doesn't want to be a star right now. Dad has other jobs. I just told that uncle because of something else. After hearing this, the little guy gently slapped Jianlan's hand away with his little hand. What she hates most now is people pinching her face. She is 3 years old now and is no longer a 1 or 2-year-old child. She cannot have her face pinched at will. Jianlan felt excited again when he saw Xiao Xiao's actions. In the heart of Jianlan, the daughter slave, no matter what Xiao Xiao does now, it is cute. But after the joy, Jianlan suddenly remembered something. The songs from the Central Plains world that I remember in my mind seem to be a considerable treasure. And it seems that the copyright of the song only just now has not been registered yet. I registered as soon as I got back. It would be a joke if someone else registered it first. Then I searched in my mind for methods to register copyright. Since I was originally a student at a music conservatory, I should have some relevant memories, right? Sure enough, relevant information about registered copyrights in this world was found in the original body's memory. It turns out that this country in the world attaches great importance to copyright. It is reflected in all aspects. First of all, the country started to crack down on piracy very early, and the punishment is quite severe. Secondly, in order to provide substantial support for original works, the country took the lead in establishing the China Music Copyright Network. As long as the information is complete and uploaded to the website, and passes the relevant inspection of the big data system, the copyright registration can be successfully completed within 10 minutes. There are also support activities for original musicians from time to time. Therefore, the world's music market is still booming, and good songs are emerging in an endless stream. After returning home, Jianlan first prepared dinner for the little one. Xiao Xiao was already hungry after playing for a whole afternoon. So Jianlan prepared dinner for the little guy as soon as he got home. Because the little guy was hungry, Jianlan chose a meal that could be prepared quickly: pasta with meat sauce and tomatoes. First cook the pasta in an iron pan, then pour oil into a frying pan and sauté the minced garlic, then start stir-frying the meat sauce. By the time the meat sauce is done, the pasta is almost cooked. When the spaghetti with meat sauce garnished with cherry tomatoes was served on the plate, the little guy's saliva was almost dripping. Jianlan helped the little guy wash his hands, and then the little guy quickly ran to the dining table and couldn't wait to pick up a fork, rolled up a piece of pasta and took a bite. After Xiao Xiao swallowed the first bite with his cheeks puffed out, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow! Daddy, it's so delicious! Maybe the little guy was really hungry after running all afternoon, so he took a bite and started inhaling it like crazy. Jianlan couldn't help but say as he watched the little guy eating so fast. Xiao Xiao, eat slowly. What if you choke? Drink some water first. After saying that, he stood up, poured a glass of water and placed it next to the little guy. Xiao Xiao responded vaguely, his cheeks still chewing quickly, but he obediently slowed down. Of course, the speed was still very fast. Soon the little guy had eaten the entire portion of pasta. After eating, Xiao Xiao picked up the water next to her and took a big sip, then burped in an unladylike manner. He slumped in the chair, patted his belly contentedly, and said, "I'm so full." Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao's cute appearance and couldn't help but rub the little guy's hair. "Xiao Xiao, can you rest here for a while and read a book? Daddy has some work to do. Can I play with you later?" The little guy waved his hand and said, "Daddy, just mind your own business. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." Jianlan smiled when he heard the little guy say that, then helped take out a book from the little guy's school bag, and then gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. After Xiao Xiao got the book, he also gave his father a thumbs up. Beautiful, cute, and sensible. How can there be such a cute creature as my daughter in the world? If I had known this, I should have had a daughter in my previous life. Jianlan was thinking about all these messy things in his mind. But his hands moved quickly. He quickly turned on the computer and opened the China Music Copyright Network. I quickly prepared the relevant information about the song according to my memory. For some reason, Jianlan has recently discovered that his memories of his previous life have become increasingly clear. The memories of the previous life are becoming clearer and clearer, and even some things from childhood can be remembered clearly. Maybe this is one of the benefits of being a time traveler? But no matter what, it's a good thing. Coupled with the knowledge of music arrangement in this life, I was able to prepare the materials so quickly. When uploading to the website, you can choose to upload using your real name or your stage name. Jianlan thought about it and decided to use his stage name. How could he not use his alias when he went out? As for his stage name? Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao, who was smiling at him. An idea suddenly came to his mind, why not call her Xiao Xiao Fairy? But then he thought of the fat agent who had asked for his contact information. This guy might be someone in the circle. He thought that this stage name might be exposed one day, and immediately shook his head. Forget it, let us just change to a more normal name. Jianlan looked out the window and thought, why not call Chayan? It sounds like daughter and has a good meaning. The rising sun is a symbol of energy and vitality. It was perfect, and I made the decision happily. Soon the stage name was set and the information was uploaded. Looking at the information on the website showing that the information was uploaded successfully and the review status was under review, Jianlan nodded with satisfaction. Since the information has been uploaded, Jianlan no longer cares about this matter and turns back to see the little guy. Xiao Xiao was just peeking at his father, but now when he saw his father looking at him, he quickly put his book straight, sat down, and looked like he was studying hard. Jianlan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little guy's look, so he walked over and said, "Whose little baby is this? He's reading so seriously." When Xiao Xiao heard what his father said, he sat up straighter. After teasing the little girl for a while, Jianlan stopped teasing her. After all, Xiao Xiao had been playing for a whole day and was tired, yawning one after another. Besides, it's getting late and children can't stay up late. After washing Xiao Xiao and letting the little guy lie on the bed, Jianlan opened the storybook and told the little guy a bedtime story. Before the story was halfway told, Xiao Xiao's breathing had become long and heavy. The little guy has a good sleeping posture and sleeps peacefully, without any of his mischievous behavior during the day. Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao sleeping, but he couldn't bear to get up immediately. He was a little dazed for a moment. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jianlan carefully closed the book and said softly to Xiao Xiao, "See you tomorrow, little one." Then he gently turned off the light for her and walked out. Chapter 18. Is he still interested in me? Maybe it's because I went to bed early enough. The next morning, Jianlan felt as if there was a warm breath in front of his face. I couldn't help but open my eyes and saw Xiao Xiao lying on the head of the bed, his cute little face right in front of me. It seems that after waking up, Xiao Xiao has regained his energy. Jianlan greeted Xiao Xiao in a daze. "Xiao Xiao, good morning." Xiao Xiao saw Jianlan woke up and made a face at him. "Lazy dad, you're not getting up even though the sun is shining on your butt." Xiao Xiao wants to go out and play. Jianlan drowsily touched the phone next to the pillow and took a look. It was just 7 o'clock. I can only say that children recover quickly. He was still a little sleepy, but the little guy woke up first. But since Lord Xiao Xiao wants to go out and play, of course we have to do as he says. Jianlan shook his head, got up and washed his face, and immediately felt much more awake. Then, while they were playing, he also helped Xiao Xiao wash his little face. Xiao Xiao, are you hungry now? Do you want to eat first? Or should we go out and play first and come back to eat later? Jianlan decided to take the little one to a nearby park to get some fresh air in the morning. But breakfast is a must. When Xiao Xiao heard about eating, her eyes lit up instantly. When I thought about all the delicious food my father made, tears started to flow from the corners of my mouth. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression, Jianlan knew what the little guy had chosen. This is good. I can have breakfast and rest for a while before going out, so I can play for a while longer before coming back. Jianlan pondered for a moment, then walked to the kitchen to make a sandwich for the little guy. Seeing this, the little guy knew that his father was going to make something delicious for him. So I followed my father to the kitchen. Fry the toast until the surface is crispy. Then fry an egg, a few slices of cucumber, some tomatoes, and add some ketchup. The egg sandwich is ready. Just heat a cup of milk and the little one's breakfast is ready. Xiao Xiao sat at the table, looking at the sandwich on the plate and the milk beside it with a bitter face. Daddy, you're just going to eat this? Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao with amusement and said. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? What do you want to eat? Xiao Xiao raised a hand and announced loudly. I want to eat meat, meat. Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao with amusement as he shouted that he wanted to eat meat. He didn't expect that the little guy was a carnivore. But it's better to eat something light in the morning. Is this all right for breakfast? Daddy will make you some meat for lunch. Xiao Xiao frowned when he heard what his father said. Knowing that it was impossible to eat meat in the morning, I had to pick up the sandwich in front of me with a bitter face and took a bite. I didn't expect it to be so delicious after taking a bite. Xiao Xiao's frown immediately relaxed, and he finished the sandwich in front of him in no time. After eating, she felt a little choked, so she picked up the milk next to her and drank it in gulps. Jianlan watched Xiao Xiao finish his breakfast and couldn't help but applaud the little guy. Xiao Xiao, that's great. You eat it all. Dad will make whatever Xiao Xiao wants to eat at noon. When Xiao Xiao heard his father's praise, he couldn't help but straighten his chest and raise his chin. She would never tell her father that she ate so fast because it was so delicious. It's strange to say, I have eaten sandwiches at home before. But why is the food Dad cooks so delicious? After watching Xiao Xiao finish eating, Jianlan made a sandwich for himself. After dinner, they washed the pots and dishes and rested for a while at home. Jianlan took this opportunity to prepare the little guy's hat, coat, and water bottle. Everything was ready and the two officially set off for the park. It was almost noon when Jianlan came back with Xiao Xiao. It is now April or May in the imperial capital. I can only say that this season is just right for going out and playing, neither too cold nor too hot. There is a slight breeze occasionally. The little guy had a lot of fun playing in the park. But after running for a whole morning, the little guy has now digested the little food he had in the morning. Now I am counting on my fingers and ordering food from my dad. Well, I want pineapple meat, spare ribs, and shrimp. Of course Jianlan agreed to all of them, even though he knew the little guy couldn't eat much. But the little guy has come here with great difficulty, so of course we have to satisfy him. Make a little of each and let the little ones taste them all. The missing ingredients were bought on the way back just now. When Jianlan just went upstairs and was about to open the door, he suddenly found someone standing at the door of his house. Before he could react, Xiao Xiao suddenly shouted Mom. Then he ran towards the other person. When the other person saw Xiao Xiao, he squatted down and hugged the little guy. The person in front of him was of course Xiao Xiao's mother Louis Fei. Jianlan waited for the interaction between the two to end, then raised the bags in his hands and said to Louis Fei. The ingredients have been bought. Let's leave after we finish eating. Louis Fei nodded calmly. Because Louis Fei was wearing sunglasses and a mask, Jianlan didn't notice her expression. In fact, Louis Fei's heart is far from as calm as she appears on the surface. Louis Fei just returned from the entertainment industry after leaving it for a few years. In fact, she has a lot of work now, and today is no exception. So the child's grandmother was supposed to pick him up today. But she didn't know why she kept thinking about the scene of the two of them having dinner with Xiao Xiao yesterday while she was working. So I spent half a day painstakingly coordinating and even turned down an event in the afternoon. Then I squeezed out half a day. Of course, Louis Fei would not tell Jiang Lan about these things. After Jiang Lan opened the door, he went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao, mother and daughter, were chatting in the living room. Although they hadn't seen each other for just one day, Xiao Xiao seemed to have endless things to say to his mother. He said his father took him to the amusement park yesterday afternoon. He also performed a song on stage, and everyone said it was an original song, which was really amazing. I also learned to sing a few lines of You Are My Only One. Then he took her hand and went to see Ling Nabel, who had one. Louis Fei looked at her daughter, who was in high spirits. I couldn't help but feel complicated inside. She hadn't seen Xiao Xiao so happy for a long time. It seemed that she had indeed spent less time with her daughter. After she returned to China, she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, so her grandmother has always been taking care of the child. Although the child has always been healthy under the care of his grandmother. But children still need the company of their parents. Then he thought of the lyrics Xiao Xiao had just learned, which were said to be Jiang Lan's original works. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Lan, who was busy in the kitchen. At this time, Jiang Lan was only wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt. After these days of exercise, the muscles on Jiang Lan's arms have begun to take shape. I have to say that Jiang Lan's appearance is very good. Louis Fei couldn't help but be a little dazed when she looked at him. Feeling that Jiang Lan seemed to be about to turn his head, she quickly turned her head away. She had never considered having any relationship with Jiang Lan before. But the child seems to need a father now. Thinking of the lyrics written by Jiang Lan, could it be that he was? Otherwise, how could such lyrics be created? Thinking of this, her face turned red. Chapter 19 Drawing. Jiang Lan quickly prepared lunch. Of course, we had all the dishes the little guy ordered. Xiao Xiao has finally come here, so her request must be met. In addition, he also made cola chicken wings. The little guy was very happy now. He held a shrimp peeled by Jiang Lan in his left hand and a small chicken leg in his right hand, and his mouth was full of oil while eating. Louis Fei found Xiao Xiao's expression amusing. Her grandmother is in charge of her meals at home, and she behaves like a lady while eating. Coming to her father's place is like releasing her nature. Seeing Xiao Xiao eating happily, Louis Fei also felt a little hungry. She slowly peeled a shrimp and put it in her mouth. Maybe it's because Jiang Lan's dishes are more delicious? The food cooked by the aunt at home tastes good, but for some reason it seems to be missing something compared to what Jiang Lan cooks. The little guy has a small appetite and gets full after eating a little bit of everything. The remaining dishes finally ended up in Jiang Lan and Louis Fei's stomachs. After eating, Louis Fei was shocked. I didn't expect that the two of them had finished so many dishes without realizing it. Blame this guy, why does he make it so delicious? I ate too much last time I came here, and I didn't expect to eat even more this time. After dinner, Louis Fei felt embarrassed to sit there all the time. So I took the initiative and said, I didn't help with the cooking, so I'll wash the dishes. Jiang Lan didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. He helped carry the bowls and plates to the kitchen. But I didn't feel comfortable leaving Louis Fei alone in the kitchen to wash dishes. So Jiang Lan stood next to the sink. Louis Fei washed one dish and he took it and wiped it. For a moment, the only sound in the kitchen was the sound of running water while washing dishes. Jiang Lan felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he racked his brains to find a topic. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Why don't you stay here a little longer? That's a good opportunity for me to spend more time with Xiao Xiao. When Louis Fei heard Jiang Lan say this, she certainly wouldn't say that she had spent half a day trying to coordinate. And an important afternoon event has been postponed. He just nodded casually and said, I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon, so it's okay for me to stay here for a while. Hearing Louis Fei say this, Jiang Lan's face lit up with joy. That's great. I can spend more time with the little princess. It's perfect. Louis Fei couldn't help blushing again when she saw that Jiang Lan was genuinely happy after she agreed to stay a little longer. Sure enough, he had some feelings for me. When he heard that I could stay here in the afternoon, he couldn't control the expression on his face. Actually, we can't blame him entirely for what happened back then. I was also wrong. Besides, Xiao Xiao is already so old and needs a father. It's not impossible to give him a chance. There weren't many bowls and chopsticks for 3 people to eat. So the two of them quickly finished washing the dishes and came to the living room. At this time, Xiao Xiao was lying on the sofa playing with her Lingna bell. Seeing his parents coming out, Xiao Xiao shouted excitedly, "Daddy, Mommy, I want to draw." Louis Fei said with a smile when she heard Xiao Xiao's words. "Of course you can. Mommy will draw with you, okay?" While the mother and daughter were talking, Jiang Lan had already taken out the watercolor pens and sketchbook from Xiao Xiao's small bag. So the two of them started painting with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao wrote quickly, picked up the brush and drew a crooked rectangle. A little man was drawn on the back. The little man had short hair and it was easy to tell that the little guy was drawing himself. After a while, an abstract little fox appeared next to the little man. After careful identification, you can probably see some resemblance to Lingna Bell. So it was obvious that the little guy was drawing himself playing with Lingna Bell on the sofa. When Louis Fei saw this, she thought Xiao Xiao had finished the painting and applauded. "Xiao Xiao's drawing is really good. This is a picture of you playing with Lingna Bell, right?" Before he finished speaking, Xiao Xiao put his little finger to his mouth. "Shoo! Mom, don't talk yet, I haven't finished painting yet." When Louis Fei heard Xiao Xiao say this, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and made a zipper gesture with her fingertips at her lips. Xiao Xiao quickly changed to a blue watercolor pen. In the upper left corner, I started drawing something like a square pool. Although Xiao Xiao's drawing skills are not very high, they are still at the level of a child's graffiti. But as Xiao Xiao continued to paint, both Jiang Lan and Louis Fei could see what Xiao Xiao was painting. For a moment, both of them were silent, and the only sound in the room was the sound of Xiao Xiao's watercolor pen scratching across the paper. Xiao Xiao quickly stopped what he was doing and spoke happily to Jiang Lan and Louis Fei. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm done drawing. Look! Look!" As she spoke, Xiao Xiao happily pointed at the painting she had just drawn with a watercolor pen. "This is Xiao Xiao playing with Lingna Bell on the sofa. Here are Daddy and Mommy washing dishes together. Xiao Xiao is very happy to be with Mom and Dad today." After hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Jiang Lan didn't know what to say for a moment. He suddenly realized that although the little guy was young, he did not know nothing. Maybe she needs more than just delicious food and fun things. Maybe what she needs is a home. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Louis Fei. At this moment, Louis Fei happened to look towards Jiang Lan. Their eyes met, and this time neither of them dodged. There seemed to be something more in their eyes than before. Just as the two looked at each other, Xiao Xiao shouted, "Xiao Xiao is tired. I don't want to paint anymore. I don't want to paint anymore." Xiao Xiao's words suddenly woke the two of them from staring at each other. Louis Fei came to her senses and quickly turned her head away. In order to hide her embarrassment, she quickly stood up and spoke to Xiao Xiao, who was running away. "Xiao Xiao, don't run around. Wash your hands after painting before going anywhere else." Jiang Lan looked at the two people who went to the bathroom to wash their hands. I realized that I needed to do something and couldn't be so leisurely anymore. Jiang Lan and Louis Fei spent the afternoon playing with Xiao Xiao. Joyful laughter filled the small rental house. But happy times are short-lived after all. It was almost evening when the driver Lu Xiuli sent to pick up Louis Fei arrived. It was already the extreme that Lu Xiuli let Xiao Xiao come here, and she would definitely not let Louis Fei spend the night at Jiang Lan's place. It was impossible for Louis Fei to go against her mother in everything, so the time for separation came. Jiang Lan took Xiao Xiao's small school bag and sent them to the car downstairs. Louis Fei held Xiao Xiao in her arms and sat in the back seat. Xiao Xiao also knew that he would be separated from his father, and his eyes began to turn red involuntarily. Louis Fei felt uncomfortable seeing Xiao Xiao like this, and said to her, "Okay, baby, Mom will take you to see Daddy when she has the chance. Say goodbye to Daddy." Xiao Xiao held back her tears and nodded, waving wildly at Jiang Lan outside the car window. "Daddy, bye. I'll have delicious food next time we meet." Jiang Lan felt his heart broken as he watched Xiao Xiao waving. But he knew that now was not the time to take Xiao Xiao back, so he could only suppress his emotions and speak to Xiao Xiao. "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Dad will definitely learn a few more dishes during this time and cook them for you next time you come." Xiao Xiao held back her tears and nodded. "Okay, it's a deal then. Pinky promise." Hook. Chapter 20 New Book Achievements. Jiang Lan watched the car drive away. He stood there for a while and then walked upstairs. I opened the door and returned to my rental house, turning on the computer without thinking too much. Log in to the Singularity novel backend. Speaking of which, because he was accompanying Xiao Xiao these 2 days, he didn't open his computer to check the results of his novel. He remembered that he had just clicked to put the article on the shelves before Xiao Xiao came, and in the past 2 days he had been relying on the scheduled release and update of the manuscript set in the background. As soon as Jiang Lan logged into the Singularity backend, he was surprised to find that his backend had exploded. The number of internal messages in his Singularity backend has reached 99 plus. Although this is Jiang Lan's first time writing a book, I don't know what these specifically represent. But he knew that the book he wrote seemed to be a hit just by looking at the string of red dots in his background. Suddenly he remembered his Qidian editor, so without much hesitation he logged into Feishan, which he had not logged into for many days. As soon as he logged in, he saw that someone with the note Singularity editor Xingye had sent him countless messages. Master, congratulations on your book's success, with 5,000 subscriptions in the first order. Master, that's awesome. Back to Ancient Times as a Son-in-Law is now #1 on the Singularity History New Books list. Master, are you there? If you have any manuscripts saved, you can post a few more chapters now to get on the new book list. I never thought a historical novel would top the new book list one day, Master. You've made history. Master, if you have time, please reply to me. Great God. Jiang Lan felt ashamed when he saw Xingye's series of messages. I didn't expect that the editor cared more about this book than I did. And it seems that Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law is now #1 on the new book list. It is worthy of being a very popular book in the previous life. It can still reach the top of the new book list without a burst of updates. Nothing to say, I quickly replied to the message. Sorry, I've been busy these past 2 days and haven't turned on my computer. As soon as he sent the message, Xingye replied immediately. Master, you finally replied. Do you have any manuscripts saved? If so, how many chapters should I send you first? Jiang Lan looked at the several pages of drafts in his draft box and replied. That should be a lot. How many chapters would be appropriate? Not long after, a message came from Xingye. It depends on how many manuscripts you have in stock. Some authors will post a separate chapter before putting it online, explaining the update rules. A certain number of updates will be released based on subscriptions. Some of them are based on the rewards from the Silver Alliance and the Gold Alliance. Of course, this generally doesn't require you to complete all the updates on the same day. Just finish it in the next few days. Many authors will post a set of rules for additional updates before the book is released to encourage readers to subscribe or give tips. You might also consider making one yourself. Jiang Lan looked at Xingye's message and fell into deep thought. He felt that his inventory seemed to be quite sufficient. He currently has more than 400,000 words in his manuscripts. Assuming each chapter is about 4,000 words, he now has more than 100 chapters in his manuscripts. And he seemed to have nothing to do in the next few days, so he could update the blog like crazy. Since readers are quite fond of this book now, let us strike while the iron is hot and update more. Just use all the rules for adding more chapters that Xingye mentioned. So Jiang Lan replied to Xingye. Thank you, editor, I understand. Then he posted a separate chapter with the rules for additional updates. Content of a single chapter. 1 chapter will be added for every 1,000 subscriptions, 1 chapter for the Silver Alliance, and 3 chapters for the Gold Alliance. Now the subscription is 8,000, which means 15 Silver Alliances and 2 Gold Alliances. In addition, there will be an extra chapter before the new book is put on the shelves, making a total of 50 chapters to be released later. Then Jiang Lan roughly checked the content of the chapters, and then sent out 50 chapters at once. After sending it, Jiang Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but then he looked at his draft box which was half empty. He felt that his accumulated manuscripts might not be enough, so he started writing frantically again. But what Jiang Lan didn't know was that many people were stunned by his actions. Xingye had already gotten off work, but he was still logged into Feishan to follow Jiang Lan's news. Because the performance of Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law is really good, and it is not just ordinary good. It can be said that this book is the most promising one he has ever edited. His bonus at the end of this year depends on this book, so he has no choice but to pay close attention to it. And now he is also a fan of Back to Ancient Times as a Son-in-Law. The reason why he chose novel editor as his career was because he himself was also a novel lover. Otherwise, why would he choose this among so many professions? He probably does it for love. So it's no wonder that he was fascinated by such a good book as Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law. If he wasn't really unfamiliar with John Lon, he would have wanted to call her online to urge her to update. Who can read 2 chapters a day? There's nothing I can do since I'm not familiar with him, so I can only say a few more words on Fission. But hard work pays off, and I finally got a reply from John Lon. Also helped answer a few of the other parties' questions. Through these questions, it can be seen that John Lon is indeed a pure newcomer and not a pseudonym of an old author. But this is what makes it so scary. It is so scary that a complete newcomer can write like this. The future is limitless. While thinking about John Lon, Xingye picked up the water cup next to him and took a sip of water. At this moment, he discovered that a new chapter of Back to Ancient Times to Be a Son-in-Law had been updated. He nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that what he said just now had an effect. The master was going to start updating more frequently. Without thinking much, he clicked on the latest chapter. There were only a few words, but after reading it, he spat out the water he had been drinking. What did he see? 50 chapters were updated at once. Are you kidding? Who would update it like this? But since he said so, he should update it, right? As he said this, he refreshed the page, and all 50 new chapters appeared at once. Master, are you not updating blindly just to pursue update speed? Thinking of this, Xingye quickly clicked on the latest chapter and started reading. He couldn't stop watching this. 2 hours later, Xingye finally came to his senses. Because he had already read all 50 chapters in one go. After reading it, he was finally sure that John Lon was definitely not updating it randomly for the sake of speed. Because the quality is so high. He has read so many novels in all his years of work, but he feels that few can compare with this one. So this should be a draft. But this book hasn't been published for long. So how many words will Zhongshan update in a day? And how does he manage to write so quickly while maintaining such high quality? Unconsciously, Xingye had changed the way he addressed John Lon in his heart. John Lon had become Zhongshan. Is it difficult for him? Although Xingye didn't know how John Lon did it. But he knew that if this trend continued, it was possible that Back to Ancient Times as a son-in-law would not only be on the new book list, but also on the monthly ticket list of Singularity. Chapter 21 Reward. At this time, in the imperial capital's Ziyu Villa. In this famous villa in the imperial capital, an ordinary young man was playing games. The game ends after 5 minutes. After the fight, he stood up and stretched. He was a little tired after sitting for 2 hours straight. As a rich second generation who lives off his parents at home, he has no other hobbies except playing games and reading ebooks, and is no different from an ordinary otaku. Seeing him like this, his parents didn't try to stop him. Because of this, he has surpassed 80% of the rich second generation. It is said that we are not afraid of the rich second generation's eating, drinking, and having fun, but we are afraid of their ambitions. Anyway, his family has so much money now that it can't be spent in several lifetimes. After standing up and stretching for a while, he opened the Singularity novel app as usual. He recently discovered a great book there. He didn't read historical novels much before, but after discovering this one on the new book list, he was immediately addicted to it. The only drawback is that the other party updates too slowly. He got 2 Gold Alliance authors, but they were indifferent. But as soon as he opened the app this time, he saw that the novel he was following, Back to Ancient Times to Be a Son-in-Law, had been updated. And 50 chapters were updated at once. He is an old bookworm who has been reading for many years, but this is the first time he has seen so many updates after the new books were put on the shelves. This made him excited. No need to say, click to subscribe and start watching. Time passed by unknowingly. He read all 50 chapters of the updated novel in one breath. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. It feels so good. Although he was very happy to read 50 chapters in one go, because the plot was stuck at a critical point, he wanted to know more about the subsequent plot. I'm so anxious, I can't wait any longer. So he thought of the rules for adding more chapters posted by the author. Without thinking too much, he directly killed 5 gold alliances. It's not that he can't afford more, but he is afraid that the author will fill in the later chapters because of the rewards, which would be uncomfortable. On the other side, Jiang Lan coded from 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock. For 5 consecutive hours, he had no rest except for eating. Although he didn't need to use his brain, he just typed out the book in his mind. But even this made him feel a little tired. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his draft box was a little fuller. He stood up and stretched his body, his joints making a crackling sound. He felt tired and decided to finish today's update and take a rest. After all, with the lessons learned from the previous life, health is the most important thing. He opened the author's back end. I was surprised to find that in just 5 hours since I posted the additional chapter, the data of the novel has increased a lot. Especially the rewards. There are 5 more gold alliances and 8 more silver alliances. John Lon was stunned when he saw the data. You should know that according to the rules of singularity, for the Silver Alliance, readers can become the Silver Alliance leader by giving the author a one-time reward of 10,000 yuan, while for the Gold Alliance, readers need to give the author a one-time reward of 100,000 yuan to become the alliance leader. He thought he was lucky to have 2 golden alliances after publishing the book, but he didn't expect that he would have 5 more all at once. From the time he published the book until now, there have been 7 gold alliances and 23 silver alliances. Not even counting the subscriptions, just the rewards alone amount to 930,000? Even if we split the profits 50-50 with the website, it would still be more than 400,000 yuan. Is writing novels so profitable? John Lon took a closer look and found that the 5 golden alliances were rewarded by 1 person. Seeing this, John Lon understood. I have met a rich reader. Maybe 50 is a lot for most people, but for some people it may just be pocket money. At most it's a little more pocket money. Needless to say, since there is a rich man who wants to see it so much, John Lon must satisfy him. He followed the rules for additional chapters and published 23 chapters in one go. He felt a little unhappy looking at the number, so he simply sent out his update for today as well. Now that there are 25 chapters, it looks much better. After sending it, John Lon stretched, washed up and went to bed. However, John Lon went to sleep, but the fans of Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law were all awakened by his actions. Countless people started commenting on the latest chapter. Boss, why did you update again? I have to go to work tomorrow. Are you asking me to read it or not? When reading other people's books, there are too few authors to read. When reading Zhang Shen's books, there are too many authors to read. It's really outrageous, 75 chapters in one day. Could the author have finished writing the entire book before starting to upload it? Other authors add 1 or 2 chapters a day to their update, but Zhang Shen went one step further and released 75 chapters at once. This is what true update making is all about. Other authors should learn from this. Well said, brothers, take Zhang Shen's update records to other authors and ask them to update, so they can learn how to add more chapters. Because Zhang Lan's pen name is Xiao Xiao, I don't know who started calling him Zhang Shen. At the same time, many readers also took John Lan's update records to other authors to urge them to update. The other authors were quite happy to see that they had received a lot more comments late at night. But when I clicked it, the sky fell. They were all urging for updates, and then I looked again and found that someone had updated 75 chapters at once. And it is the latest new book list number 1, the popular Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law. Brother, I don't do this. What should I do if you update so many things at once? This amount of updates makes me despair. Even if I work non-stop for 24 hours a day, I still can't write so much. Oh, by the way, I don't have that much reward, so there is no need to update so much. Thinking of this, many authors began to marvel at the achievements of this book. Countless authors began to inquire about the book in Singularity's small group. Who is this Xiao Xiao? 75 chapters were updated all at once. This is the first time I've seen such an update. Yes, many readers are now coming to me with his update records to urge me to update. Also, the writing is good, but I've never heard of the name Zhang Xiao. Perhaps he's a newcomer? Newcomer? How come your writing is so sophisticated and your update speed is so fast? I can accept if he has more manuscripts and writes better, but I can't accept that he already has 7 gold alliances and 23 silver alliances. Zhang Lan slept soundly that night. But countless readers couldn't sleep because of his updates, and countless authors and editors started discussions because of the success of his new book. Some even started studying his writing style and updating it overnight. Chapter 22, God's Covenant. The next day, Xingye walked to his workstation with a smile on his face and sat down. Last night he was paying attention to the data of Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law. He saw with his own eyes how explosive the data of this book is now. After Zhang Lan updated chapter 25 yesterday, he received another wave of rewards. He was also blessed with Zhang Lan's frequent updates and large rewards. Now the average subscription of the novel has exceeded 10,000 and is heading towards 20,000. Everything indicated that the book was going to be a hit and his bonus was secure. Just a moment after he sat down, his leader called him to the office. 10 minutes later, Xingye came out in a daze. The leader called him over for only one thing. Make an appointment with the great Xiao Xiao. You know, Xiao Xiao is a complete newcomer. And his first novel only has 400,000 words now. This could be said to be the fastest author he had ever seen promoted to a great master. But when he thought about the authors who were constantly being poached, he finally understood what was going on. Although Singularity is still the number one in the online literature industry, it is not without competitors. At the beginning of this year, many authors were poached by other platforms. Thinking of this, Xingye understood why the leader wanted to give Xiao Xiao a god-level appointment so quickly. Although he wrote it in a short time and the number of words is not very large, this book written by Jianlan is very profitable. It has only been on the shelves for a few days, but it already has 7 golden alliances. If it has more than that, it will be disastrous. If this cash cow is dug up, the leader will regret it to death. After figuring it all out, Xingye's face lit up with excitement. I am going to produce a great author under my command. This is his first time. Jianlan woke up early this morning as usual. I went out for some exercise and came back to rest for a while. I just finished breakfast, poured a glass of water, sat in front of the computer, and prepared to start my writing career today. As soon as Jianlan turned on the computer, he saw the message sent by Xingye. Jiangshan, first of all, congratulations on the great success of your new book. After discussion, our platform has decided to upgrade your contract to a master contract. If you agree, you will become a master author for Singularity. Jianlan was a little surprised when he saw the news. When he was checking online yesterday, he also took a look at the writer level of Singularity. The level of new authors is generally LV1, LV5. Above these are the great authors, and above the great authors are the platinum authors. Although I don't know why the rank above the great god is platinum, that's the rule of Singularity. Generally speaking, if the performance of the first book is relatively good, the writer level can reach level 4. Of course, Jianlan's book does not fall into this category. But he thought that he would definitely reach level 5 by the time the book was finished, and with some luck he might even become a master. But I didn't expect to receive an invitation from a great artist so soon. Maybe it's because the grades are too good? Never mind, it's better to have it than not. However, to be on the safe side, he still asked Xingye for the new contract documents. Jianlan took a look at the new contract and found that the main part of the change was the profit sharing. Previously, the revenue sharing between the author and the platform was 5:5, whether it was subscription or gift. The new contract split was changed to 3:7. Copyright revenue was changed to 1:9. However, if the author wants to sell the copyright, the platform has the right of first refusal. Looking at this contract is full of benefits, and the platform is not giving him benefits out of charity. Next comes the restrictions. Jianlan continued reading, not caring about anything else. But he noticed one thing. Unless the platform breaches any contract, the author shall not publish any written works on other websites under their real name, pen name, or any other name within 5 years. I guess this is why the platform is so anxious to get him to sign this contract? It seems that the market competition is very fierce now. He searched for information online, then closed his eyes and thought about the pros and cons of signing this contract. If I don't sign it to other websites, I might get more money, but the book will definitely get less exposure. We have to admit that Singularity is still the number one Chinese novel reading website. And maybe for a long time afterwards. This has the most traffic exposure, and the most important thing is the copyright sharing in this contract. This may be something much more valuable than the current share. His main goal now is to let more people see this book and make the copyright of this book more valuable. He may use the copyright of this book to do something later. If you want to achieve these, Singularity is undoubtedly the best choice. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He opened his eyes, checked the contract carefully several times, and after making sure there was no problem, he sent a message to Xingye. The contract is fine, I can sign it. On the other side, Xingye saw that Jianlan hadn't replied to his message for such a long time, and thought something unexpected was going to happen. Fortunately, the result was good, and he was relieved to see Jianglan's affirmative reply. Then I started to operate the background and sent him a signing link on the site. After Jianglan signed the contract, it was transferred to the company's legal department. After verification, the author level under Jianglan's account was officially updated to Singularity Great Author in the afternoon. Seeing the author level under Zhang Lan's author avatar, Xingye sighed. This may be the fastest author to become a great writer since the establishment of singularity. I didn't expect that the author who held this record would be under his name, and it was classified in history. This is unprecedented, but no one knows if there will be anyone like it in the future. But it seems difficult, after all, this record is too fast. Zhao Xingyue is a veteran bookworm. He started reading novels in high school, and it has been 7 or 8 years now. So ordinary novels can no longer attract him. But he recently came across a good book that he was immediately absorbed in. Moreover, the author's update speed is very exaggerated. He updated more than 70 chapters yesterday. Finally, he had a great time watching it. Yes, the book he read was Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law. He had just caught up with the latest chapter and out of boredom clicked on the author's personal page. He was surprised to find that the words author invited by the great god Singularity were clearly written on the writer level below the author's name. Seeing this scene, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then exited the app and re-entered it. He finally confirmed that he was not mistaken and that it was not a system problem. Zhang Xiao has actually become a great author? As an old bookworm who has been reading for many years, he knows very well what the concept of a great author is. That represents the great authors, the goal that thousands of failed authors strive for. Now a person who wrote a book of 400,000 words has become a great writer. This is simply outrageous. Thinking of this, he felt that he couldn't just be shocked himself, he wanted to shock others as well. He turned on his computer and logged into Skynet. Skynet is the oldest novel discussion forum in China and also the most popular novel forum at present. Although the forum model has been gradually eliminated, there are still many great people popping up on it. In addition, many veteran bookworms also retain the habit of visiting Skynet, so this forum has been preserved. He created a new post and posted a screenshot of the page. Then I gave it a shocking title. How to tell if the author of a 400,000-word novel becomes a top-notch author. Then I started waiting for other book friends to comment. Although today is a weekday, as it is the most popular novel forum, there are always people who have nothing better to do and take a look. Most people would not bother to click on this title. But there are always people who don't believe it. They click in to see the screenshots and then go to the Singularity website to verify it. Then everyone discovered that such outrageous news was actually true. As more and more people learned about this incident, the post quickly became more popular. Countless bookworm authors have posted and discussed under this thread. What do you think of Zhang Xiao's 400,000-word contract with a famous figure? Of course I'll just sit back and watch. This author has connections at Singularity, right? I think Singularity will be doomed sooner or later. The great author just casually gives appointments to his own people. The above person is jealous, right? Is it so hard to admit that others are excellent? Don't you even look at their achievements? I believe Qi Dian will also give you a date with a great person. I admit that Back to Ancient Times as a Son-in-Law is well written, but it's a bit absurd to ask a great writer to write such a short story. Give it if you can, give it if you can, if it's well written, what's the problem? This time I'm on the Singularity. As more people said more things, some agreed, some opposed. Some thought Zhang Lan got the job through the back door, while others thought Zhang Lan got it based on his own strength. But no matter what is said, the pen name Zhang Xiao has been remembered by many old readers. The popularity, subscriptions, and rewards of Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law have increased a lot because of this. Finally, a reader posted the content of this post to Weibo. It even became a small hot search because of this. Back to Ancient Times as a Son-in-Law author Zhang Xiao has become a contracted author for Singularity Master after writing 400,000 words. Although the ranking is not high, it is still a breakthrough. The number of registered users of the Singularity novel app also increased significantly because of this incident. It can be said that the faces of people in this wave of singularities are numb from laughing. Chapter 23 Song of Covenant. When some people were discussing Jian Lan's new book, some people are also discussing the songs he sang. Shui Jiqian himself is a singer-songwriter. After his debut through a talent show, he became famous all over the country because of his original song, Serious Rain. However, it's embarrassing when the singer-songwriter is in bad shape. His new songs in recent years have not made much splash. Therefore, the popularity accumulated by his previous song has almost dissipated by now. However, when all is not well, there is always light in the west. Although the song did not become popular, some jokes posted by Xue Jiqian on Weibo became popular. In addition, he also received invitations to some variety shows, where Xue Jiqian's performance was very effective, and he became popular again as a joke teller. But he still doesn't want to give up the path of music, and the company's positioning for him is to walk on two legs. So the company is helping him collect songs, and he is also working hard to create them, hoping to release another album while he is still popular. But it's not easy to collect good songs. As Xue Jiqian's agent, Sun Xian certainly knows the problems he is facing now. That's why he was so excited when he saw Jiang Lan singing on the stage while taking his children to the amusement park. After that, he always wanted to find an opportunity to show this song to Xue Jiqian. After all, he was a professional. So when he arrived at the company today, he wanted to ask Xue Jiqian to come and see this song together. I could hear Xue Jiqian's voice from a distance, which meant I heard his voice before I saw him. Lao Sun, come quickly and let me see what kind of good songs you stumbled upon. Today I looked at a few songs that the company has collected, and they're not very good. Before he finished speaking, the glass door of the office was pushed open, and Xue Jiqian poked his head in with a head of newly dyed silver-gray short hair. Although he is quite funny, it has to be said that Xue Jiqian is still very handsome, and has a bit of the feeling of a male protagonist in a comic book. His popularity again is largely due to his extremely good looks. Sun Xian stood up, closed the door, and poured a glass of water for Xue Jiqian. I was planning on showing you my video, but I saw the demo he uploaded on the China Music Copyright website, so you should just listen to this. As he said this, he opened the China Music Copyright Network and searched for only. He quickly found the demo uploaded by Jiang Lan under the pen name Chaoyang. Because there was no publicity, only a few dozen people listened to it, but the song received a lot of comments and likes. He handed Xue Jiqian a pair of headphones, watched him put them on, and clicked the play button. Xue Jiqian leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed and slowly put on his headphones, ready to enjoy the work that Sun Xian liked. He had just listened for half a minute when his previous lazy expression disappeared, replaced by a serious look. He sat up straight, his fingers tapping rhythm unconsciously on his knees. After he finished listening to the song, he let out a long sigh and then said to Sun Xian with excitement, "Old Sun, you have good taste. I've decided, this is the title song." Compared to this song, what the company paid for before was all garbage. When Sun Xian heard Xue Jiqian say this, he also laughed. "I feel relieved when you say that. I was afraid I might have made a mistake. I really think this song is so good. I can't believe how lucky I am. I can come across such a great original song just by hanging out with my kids." When Xue Jiqian heard what Sun Xian said, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, old Sun, you are indeed very lucky. The company has been spending money to collect songs for such a long time, but still hasn't found a suitable one. You were out taking care of your kids and I just happened to run into you. It seems like you should spend more time with your kids when you have time." At this time, Jiang Lan was typing at home. He really never expected that the book he wrote would suddenly become so popular. According to the rules he set for adding more chapters, he felt that his saved manuscripts would be lost. And it's not just the manuscripts he has saved, he feels like he owes his readers tens of thousands of words every time he wakes up. According to this trend, even if he just types without thinking and just types like crazy, he still can't keep up with the speed of readers' rewards. He also thought about using the system to increase his typing speed. But when he thought about using the system to add points just to increase his typing speed, he felt so stupid. There is no other way but to try my best. The rest can only be left as is for now, I think readers can understand. Just as Jiang Lan was typing and thinking about all these miscellaneous things, the Feishan message on his computer suddenly rang. "Hello, little brother, do you remember me? We are very interested in your song. When are you free? Let's find a place to chat." Jiang Lan fell into deep thought as he looked at the series of messages sent by Sun Xian. Of course I have an impression, after all, it was only a short time ago. At that time he thought the other party was a liar, but now it seems that he is not. Originally, he didn't plan to have too much interaction with the other party. After all, he never thought of entering the entertainment industry in this life. But he suddenly remembered Xiao Xiao's wish. He suddenly had some other ideas, and it seemed that he could make a little progress in the entertainment industry. It seems that being a songwriter is not impossible. He has the music library from his previous life and the musical skills from this life in his mind. Bring all the good songs from the previous life here. Wouldn't it be easy to become a top-notch lyricist? It doesn't take too much time, and you can still make money and have a high status. Sounds good. And the most important thing is that this seems to be helpful in fulfilling Xiao Xiao's wish. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan had already made a decision, so he replied. Of course I remember. How about tomorrow morning? No problem. Where do you live? Let's meet up somewhere nearby to chat. After making an appointment with Zhang Lan, Sun Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that based on Zhang Lan's attitude last time, it would take some effort to get him to meet. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He made an okay gesture to Shui Jiqian, who was waiting for the result next to him, and said, Okay, it's already arranged. Let us go and see tomorrow if we can sign him to our company. If that doesn't work, we can also talk about musical collaboration. Shui Jiqian raised his fist when he heard Sun Xian's words. Old Sun, well done. I have to get this song. I have a feeling it will be a big hit. But speaking of which, based on what you said, this guy is so handsome, has great singing skills, and is so talented. It doesn't make sense that we haven't heard of him at all. Sun Xian shook his head after hearing what he said. Who knows? There are so many outstanding and talented people in this world. Maybe they just lack an opportunity. Chapter 24 Negotiation. The next morning, Zhang Lan got up early to exercise as usual. Afterwards, I went to the breakfast shop downstairs and had 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. Then he slowly walked towards the place where he had agreed to meet with Sun Xian yesterday. The place they agreed to meet at was not far from where he lived, so Zhang Lan could get there on foot. As he walked, he began to think about Shui Jiqian. Here, Shui Jiqian has begun to become increasingly popular. What he lacks now may be a few representative works of his own. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan already had an idea in his mind. Soon Zhang Lan arrived near the agreed tea house. He could see Sun Xian's iconic figure from a distance. When Sun Xian saw Zhang Lan from afar, he immediately came up to him with a warm look on his face. Brother Jiang, you've become more handsome after not seeing you for a few days. Seeing Sun Xian's enthusiasm, Zhang Lan had no choice but to smile and speak. Brother Sun, you look more energetic after not seeing you for a few days. Hey, don't call me Brother Sunday. Everyone around me calls me Old Sunday. You should call me that too. Then I won't be polite. Okay, let's go inside and talk. Lao Shui is here today too, but since he's a bit famous now, he's waiting inside. Amidst politeness, the two walked into the private room inside. As soon as Zhang Lan came in, he saw a familiar handsome figure. It was Shui Jiqian, the artist that Sun Xian was currently responsible for. Before the two came in, Shui Jiqian was playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. He stood up immediately when he saw someone coming in. He took a quick look at Zhang Lan and said exaggeratedly, Wow! I've always heard Lao Sun say how handsome you are, but I didn't believe it. After seeing him today, I feel like even Lao Sun said he was being conservative. You're so handsome and talented, I feel like you'll easily become a huge star once you debut. Zhang Lan smiled slightly after hearing this, thinking it was just a courtesy. The entertainment industry is not short of handsome men and beautiful women, but only a few of them become famous every year. The two exchanged polite words again and then sat down to get down to business. Sun Xian was surprised when he saw Zhang Lan drinking tea leisurely across from him. The brief contact today changed his impression of Zhang Lan again. He didn't have much contact with Zhang Lan that day. He just knew that Zhang Lan was handsome, had good singing skills, and could write songs. Other than that, he didn't know much about him. These few minutes today gave him a deeper understanding of the other party. He is very sophisticated in dealing with people and has a calm personality, without any of the impetuousness that young people have. If his previous purpose of coming here was more for the only one, now he has also begun to take an interest in Zhang Lan. Indeed, there are many handsome people in the entertainment industry, many people with good singing skills, and even more talented people. There are also countless people who know how to deal with people and have calm personalities. But if all these conditions are concentrated in one person, it would be rare. If he could really sign Zhang Lan and train him, he felt that the other party would have a great chance of becoming famous. Seeing that Zhang Lan had no intention of speaking first, he couldn't help but speak first. Brother Jiang, I was indeed presumptuous that day, but you saw it today. Shui Jiqian was right next to you. You know I'm definitely not a liar. How about it, are you interested in signing with our Tianyu to debut as an artist? Believe me, with your conditions, you really have a chance to become famous. Jiang Lan could tell that the other party's tone was indeed sincere. But he has no idea about debuting as an artist now. But even if he wanted to debut as an artist, it would be impossible for him to sign with someone else's company. In his opinion, signing with another company as an artist is just working for someone else, right? How could he, who is used to being a boss, work for others? It is impossible for me to work, not in this life or the previous one. All these messy thoughts flashed through his mind, but it didn't show on his face at all. He just shook his head slowly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Sun, but I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to debut as an artist for the time being." Sun Xin could tell from the other party's resolute tone that he was not pretending to refuse, but was trying to retreat in order to advance. So I could only nod regretfully and then said, "That's a shame. If you ever change your mind, you can always come to me." Then he paused and continued. "Then let's talk about the song only." When Sun Xin and Jiang Lan were talking about signing the contract, Xue Jiqian did not interrupt. But now when he heard the word only, he couldn't help himself. "Brother Jiang, I have to say that you wrote this song really well. I am also a creator and have been studying songwriting and composing. But compared to you, I have to admit that I am far behind. When I first heard this song, I was blown away. You are a genius to be able to write this song." Xue Jiqian opened his mouth and started to flatter me. When Sun Xin heard what Xue Jiqian said, his face turned black. But it was too late to stop it. How can you negotiate like this? You've revealed all your cards before the talks even begin. But that's how Lao Shui is, everything is usually fine. I become irrational when it comes to my favorite music. But since he is my own artist, I have no choice but to clean up his mess myself. So Sun Xin rejected the original plan in his mind, took a deep breath and said, "Brother Jiang, you've seen that our Lao Shui is very interested in your song. So I 1T beat around the bush. 100,000 yuan in copyright fees, 6% of the profit. Well, this is already a very high amount for a newcomer. We really wanted to get this song." After listening to Sun Xin's words, Jiang Lan nodded secretly in his heart. Through the memory in his mind and the relevant information he looked up before coming here, he knew that this price was indeed very sincere for a newcomer. In this world, the copyright fee for a new song is generally around 50,000 yuan, and the commission is between 4% and 6%. This share refers to the sales share. If it is an album, the specific amount of the share needs to be calculated based on the number of songs in the album, the performance of the song, the number of plays and other relevant data, through a complex weighted algorithm. Sun Xin has already raised the copyright fee and profit-sharing ratio to the highest amount among newcomers. I have to say that the other party is very sincere. However, Jiang Lan knew the value of this song and would definitely not be satisfied with this share ratio. So he spoke directly without much hesitation. "I don't need the copyright fee, but I want a 15% share." Sun Xin and Xue Jiqian looked at each other, then smiled and said, "Many musicians are confident in their songs, but this kind of profit sharing is impossible. Of course, there are people in the industry who can get this share, but they are all famous musicians. If this song performs well, you might have a chance to get this share next time we work together. But if this is our first collaboration, the conditions I just mentioned are already good." Sun Xin has seen too many creators negotiate with him. There are many people who ask for exorbitant prices. But he has the patience and skills to grind. You definitely can't do business that will lose money. Chapter 25 Ugly. Jiang Lan was not in a hurry at all. He lowered his eyes to look at the teacup in front of him. "Pick it up and take a sip." Then he sipped his tea, shook his head slightly, and spoke with confidence. "Brother Sun, don't be so absolute. I understand Mr. Shue's situation. He's in a critical period of striving for the front line. All he needs is a masterpiece. And this song can undoubtedly help Teacher Xue. I'm not exaggerating. You've heard this song too. Including Teacher Xue. If he didn't think it was good, you wouldn't have come here in person today." Having said that, Jiang Lan looked up at Xue Jiqian and smiled slightly. If Teacher Xue becomes a top singer, this little money can be earned back in a matter of minutes. His gaze shifted to Sun Xin. There was still a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Everyone knows the value of this song. After hearing Jiang Lan say this, Sun Xin and Xue Jiqian fell into deep thought. Of course they understood what Jiang Lan was saying. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have come all the way to meet Jiang Lan, who is completely unknown in the industry. However, just because of these few words, Zhang Lan, the newcomer, was given such a high share. Both of them were a little unwilling. And even if we agree, if the revenue from this song doesn't meet the expected results, then it would be a waste of time. Just when both of them were in a dilemma, Zhang Lan spoke again. Also, I have a song that is very suitable for Teacher Shui. We can work together. Hearing Zhang Lan say this, Shui Jiqian couldn't help it. Do you have any more songs? Have you registered the copyright? Can you let me listen to them? Zhang Lan nodded and said when he heard Shui Jiqian say this. I've already registered, but I don't have the lyrics or music, so I can only sing it a cappella for you first. After receiving Sun Xin's call yesterday, Zhang Lan started to consider the negotiation scenario. So he registered a few songs on the copyright website last night as his trump card for this negotiation. The song we sing next is one of them. Zhang Lan cleared his throat and spoke slowly. If the world is dark, I am actually beautiful. To advance and retreat in love is to be consumed at best. It's not a big deal, right or wrong. What's wrong with that? It doesn't matter. Shui Jiqian had already entered listening mode when Zhang Lan started speaking. After hearing the first few sentences, he felt that this was another good song. The melody is bold and innovative, and the lyrics are full of sarcasm. It really suits his style. Shui Jiqian had to re-examine the young man in front of him. This guy looks young, but I didn't expect him to have such strong creative ability. If there was only one song, it could be explained by chance. After all, there are people in the circle who occasionally have a burst of inspiration and suddenly write a particularly good song, but then they fall silent and never produce any more works. But there are two songs that are different, which shows that the other party really has some creative talent. It seems that it is not wrong to give a share to such a person, just as a way to win him over. After all, good songs have always been in high demand in the circle. It is not impossible to increase the share and attract an excellent creator. Thinking of this, Shui Jiqian had already made a decision in his heart. Then he leaned back in his chair and continued to enjoy the song. At this time, Zhang Lan didn't know that Shui Jiqian had already made a decision after he had only sung the beginning. Still singing seriously, the song soon reached its climax. Ugly freak, could you please not turn on the light? The love I want appears on a pitch-black stage. Ugly in this ambiguous era. My existence is like an accident. Although Sun Xin is not a professional musician, he can roughly tell the quality of songs after being exposed to them for so many years. He knew it was another good song. Then he looked at Shui Jiqian, who was about to jump up after hearing what he heard. Sun Xin couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. Based on his experience of cooperation with Lao Shui over the years, he seemed to have already seen the outcome of this negotiation. Lao Shui is good in everything except music. He can't control himself. This is both a disadvantage and an advantage. It's not a bad thing for a singer to like music. It's better than liking something else. It just costs a few more dollars, which is a good price compared to other options. After Zhang Lan finished singing, Sun Xin and Shui Jiqian applauded together. Shui Jiqian even stood up while clapping. Good. That's great. And I feel like this song really suits me. I even feel like it was tailor-made for me. What's the name of this song? Zhang Lan said a little embarrassedly when he heard this. The song is called Ugly. When they heard the song title Zhang Lan mentioned, their smiles froze for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The song that suits Shui Jiqian is called Ugly Monster, which I have to say is a bit offensive. But it was only awkward for a moment. After all, it was just the title of a song. As long as the song is good, it doesn't matter what the title is. Moreover, the lyrics mention ugly people many times, so the title of the song is quite fitting. Besides, Zhang Lan probably didn't do it on purpose. After all, when he wrote this song, he probably didn't know who it was for. Maybe it was written for himself. I just don't know why such a handsome guy like Zhang Lan would think of writing such a song. But Shui Jiqian quickly put these messy thoughts aside and asked the question that concerned him most. Are you sure you own the copyright to this song? If you promise to sing both songs for me, then the profit-sharing ratio will be as you said. Zhang Lan didn't say much. He took out his mobile phone, opened the text message sent to him by the copyright network yesterday, and turned the phone screen to the two of them. It only says, Dear creator Xiao Xiao, hello. After system testing, your work, ugly, meets the requirements and has completed copyright registration. After seeing this text message, the two people opposite no longer had any doubts. However, Xue Jiqian noticed that the text message was sent last night. So was this song newly written by the other party during this period after receiving the call? So the ugly thing was really tailor-made for me? No, he quickly rejected his idea. It should be that I wrote it before but didn't register it, and only registered it recently. If it was really written last night, then the other party is simply a monster. But soon Xue Jiqian stopped worrying about these little things. Anyway, the song is good and suits him, that's enough. He stood up and held out his hand, saying, "Then there's no problem on my end. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." John Lan also stood up, shook the other person's outstretched hand and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you. I wish Teacher Xue further success in advance." Ha, then I'll borrow your good words. After roughly confirming the intention of cooperation, Sun Xian went out to find a place to print the contract. John Lan and Xue Jiqian were discussing music creation in the box while waiting for Sun Xian to come back. Fortunately, John Lan still had the memory of his previous life in his mind, otherwise he would have been exposed. While John Lan was suffering, Sun Xian finally came back with the contract. He took the contract printed by Sun Xian and checked it carefully. He found that there was no problem with the profit sharing, and what surprised him was that there was a signing fee of 200,000 yuan in the contract, and the company also thoughtfully helped to pay the tax. Seeing this, John Lan couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Xue, brother Sun, what is the signing fee?" Xue Jiqian and Sun Xian seemed to have known what he was talking about. The two looked at each other, and finally Xue Jiqian smiled and said, "Since we've already paid the bulk of the money, I won't save on the signing fee. As long as you still think of me when you have good songs in the future, that's all." John Lan couldn't help but sigh when he heard what the other party said. There is indeed a reason why the other party can succeed. At least this time, the other party was extremely open and honest about the matter. At the beginning, I didn't set the price too low just because I was a newcomer. After agreeing to the profit sharing, he also paid the signing fee that he had originally said he didn't want. Who wouldn't like such a partner? Next time when you have a good song, you will definitely think of the other party first. So John Lan didn't hesitate any longer and signed his name on the contract neatly. After the contract was signed, Sun Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not in vain. It's not in vain. Finally got two good songs. After a brief chat, Xue Jiqian and Sun Xian returned to the company excitedly to prepare for recording songs, while John Lan went home to prepare for today's update. Ugly lyrics, Gan Shijia, music, Li Ronghao, original singer, Xue Jiqian. Chapter 26 Dog Man. While Jian Lan was updating frantically, Louis Fei had just finished a night of filming. I returned home exhausted. Yesterday, due to filming needs, she filmed a night scene. No rest all night. There's nothing I can do about it, that's just how it is as an actor. The drama is more important than anything else. As long as there is a need, it is common to reverse day and night. Of course, they earn much more than ordinary people on the night shift. So Louis Fei has nothing to complain about. As soon as she opened the door, Xiao Xiao heard the sound of the door opening. Being a smart little girl, she immediately knew that her mother had returned. So he jumped down from the sofa happily and ran towards the door. The little guy was wearing a set of green dinosaur pajamas. From a distance, it really looks like a little dinosaur running towards the door. It looks so cute. Louis Fei looked at the little guy running towards her, and her originally tired face immediately showed a smile. Combined with her super high looks, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She squatted down, opened her arms, gently hugged Xiao Xiao in her arms, and asked softly, "Xiao Xiao, have you listened to Grandma carefully when Mommy is not at home?" When the little guy heard his mother's question, he pulled his head out of Louis Fei's arms and said sweetly, "Of course, Xiao Xiao is the most obedient. If you don't believe me, ask Grandma." When Xiao Xiao ran over just now, Lu Xiuli followed the little guy over. But he didn't say anything, just smiled and watched the mother and daughter interact. Now hearing Xiao Xiao mention her, she immediately smiled and spoke. "Yes, our Xiao Xiao has been very well behaved these past 2 days and deserves praise." Hearing what Grandma said, Xiao Xiao immediately raised his head proudly and waited for his mother's praise. Louis Fei did not disappoint the little guy. She touched the little guy's head and praised him. You are worthy of being my Xiao Xiao. I will give you a kiss as a reward. As he said this, he kissed the little guy on the face. The sudden kiss made Xiao Xiao let out a soft cry of awe, her little body twisted around, and her rosy face became even redder. She lowered her head in embarrassment, twisting the corners of her clothes with her two little hands, but she couldn't suppress the laughter from her mouth and laughed out loud. Louis Fei and Lu Xiaoli looked at each other. Looking at this little person and his shy expression, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Xiaoli just looked at her daughter with a beautiful smile quietly. There is also Xiao Xiao, who is very similar to her and a smaller version of her. I couldn't help but feel a little dazed, recalling the scene when I first learned the news. Louis Fei has always been very well behaved and obedient. Lu Xiaoli has always been very pleased. However, to her surprise, her daughter became pregnant after she was away for only a short time. When she suddenly learned that her daughter was pregnant, she was naturally very angry. She even wanted to fight with that damn man. You have to know that this is her precious daughter who she has brought up with great difficulty since she was a child. She knew that the entertainment industry was very chaotic, so she had been by her daughter's side since she joined the crew, for fear that her daughter would get hurt. I didn't expect that after all my precautions, I was away for just one day and the cabbages in my garden were taken away by some bad boy from nowhere. After calming down, her first reaction was to ask her daughter to have an abortion. Because she is a single mother herself, she knows how difficult this road is, and she doesn't want her daughter to follow her old path. But unexpectedly, my daughter, who has always been well-behaved and sensible, has a very firm attitude towards this matter. Louis Fei refused to have an abortion no matter what. There's no way around it. What mother wouldn't love her daughter? She had no choice but to accompany her daughter to go abroad to give birth to the child. At first, she didn't like this little guy who was born suddenly. It was she who ruined her daughter's acting career. Let your daughter suffer the pain that she shouldn't have to endure. But as the child grew up, the blood connection made it difficult for her to resist her approach. Her energy gradually shifted to the child. The reason is simple: this child looks too much like Louis Fei when she was a child. Just as beautiful, just as smart, just as sensible. So when she looked at Xiao Xiao, she felt like she was seeing Louis Fei again. After returning to China, Louis Fei took care of the children when she went out to work. Although Lu Xiaoli is old and being a grandmother is tiring, she doesn't want to delegate the work to others. It's safer to take the child with you. Seeing that she had been watching the mother and daughter being affectionate for a while, she interrupted them. Xiao Xiao, that's enough, let mommy go. Mom was very tired after filming all night yesterday. Let her have a good rest. Then she picked up Louis Fei's bag that she had casually placed on the ground and walked into the house. The meal has been heated up for you. Have a bite first, then go and get some rest. You must be tired after a busy night. Since she has chosen the path of the entertainment industry, all I can do is to silently support her. After finishing her meal, Louis Fei changed into her pajamas and lay down on her big bed. Although she had stayed up all night yesterday, the sleepiness had passed and she couldn't fall asleep for a while. Now she was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open, and she couldn't help but start thinking about Xiao Xiao. The nature of an actor's work means that it may take a long time to shoot a play, and it is common for them to have a reverse day and night schedule. She was lucky this time because the drama was being filmed near the capital, so she could come back often to see her children. If the filming were done somewhere else, and it took half a year to shoot a movie, she might not be able to see her daughter for half a year. It's not that I haven't considered taking her with me. But in this way, Xiao Xiao's identity would be easily exposed. And as she makes a comeback, she will have more and more activities and will become busier and busier. Even if I bring her with me, I have very little time to spend with her. Xiao Xiao is still young and has to go to school, so it is impossible for me to fly around the country with her. Although it's not impossible to ask grandma to help take care of the baby. However, she saw on the internet that elderly people who take care of children tend to overindulge them, which is not good for the development of their children's character. And it's too hard for the mother to raise the child alone. Thinking of this, she felt a little headache and a little sad. I feel a little sorry for my daughter and a little sorry for my mother. But she couldn't give up her career. Now that she has made up her mind to make a comeback, she still has to do the necessary work. Of course, Xiao Xiao's problem cannot be ignored. Thinking of this, she suddenly admired her mother a little. My mother raised me alone while she was busy with work. It's really not easy. How about sending the child to Jianglan when the time comes? When this thought came to her mind, Louis Fei was shocked. Then he quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. This is her little baby who she carried for 10 months, going through so many difficulties and enduring so much pain before giving birth to. Jianglan didn't do anything, but he wanted to be a father without any pain. This is too easy for him. How could I have such an idea? Back off. Back off. Retreat quickly. But he cooks delicious food. He is also very patient with children. She looks pretty good too. And this guy is so popular with children. The little guy has been to his place so many times, and after coming back he keeps pooping all day long. What if I stay there for a long time? I must forget about her as my mother. I don't know what kind of magic potion he gave Xiao Xiao. But she thought of the painting Xiao Xiao had drawn at Jianglan's place last time. She couldn't help but pursed her lips, and then cursed in her heart. Damn bastard, he doesn't care about anything. At this moment, Jianglan, who was typing, couldn't help but sneeze. At this time, he was typing mechanically while thinking about moving. I just received a signing fee of 200,000 yuan, and I will receive my royalties next month. Savings will only increase, so there is no need to save at all. The place where I live now is good in every way. But it's too far away from Xiao Xiao. This is not acceptable at all. It really affects his ability to see his precious daughter. In the past, if you didn't have money, it was useless to have ideas. Now that he has money, the first thing Jianglan wants to do is move place. Move to his beloved little princess. This way it would be convenient for Xiao Xiao to come to him. Maybe, if he has the chance, he can pick up Xiao Xiao from school. Thinking of his lovely daughter, Jianglan couldn't help but smile. It's such a happy decision. After writing today's 20,000 words, I will go find a house and move. Chapter 27, Renting a House. After Jianglan uploaded today's chapter, he couldn't wait to take a taxi to the Shenyang area. Shenyang district is located in the northeastern suburbs of the imperial capital. Although it is not located in the center of the imperial capital, it is close to the airport and has rich educational resources, so there are many wealthy people here. With more rich people, there are naturally more villa areas. Of course, the main reason why Jianglan came here was not the ones mentioned above. He came here simply because Xiao Xiao's kindergarten was here. Although he has never personally picked up Xiao Xiao from school, he still knows where the little guy goes to school. His main purpose of moving this time was to be closer to the little one. So the first choice is near Xiao Xiao's kindergarten. Before coming, Jianglan had already looked at the community online. It is a high-end villa area that is a 10-minute walk from Xiao Xiao kindergarten. According to online reviews, the community screening, infrastructure, and security are all very good. This will also make it easier for my daughter to play safely when she comes to live with me in the future. Soon Jianglan arrived at the entrance of the community. I saw a young woman with a sweet face, tall figure, outstanding temperament, and wearing a capable professional suit standing at the entrance of the community. Jianglan got out of the taxi and without much hesitation, walked up to ask. Hello, is this Ms. Zhang? I'm here to look at houses in the community and just spoke to you on the phone. Zhang Wanjun kept a professional smile and waited at the entrance of the villa area early. However, when Zhang Wanjun heard Jianglan's question, she was obviously stunned. Although she could tell from the phone that the other person was not very old, she didn't expect that he was so young and handsome in person. But it is also because Jianglan is too young. What's more, the other person got off a taxi and was dressed in ordinary clothes. So she had a premonition that her order was in jeopardy again. This young and handsome guy probably just wants to enter the villa to broaden his horizons. You have to know that the place behind her is a high-end villa area. The rent is not cheap in the imperial capital, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. No matter how you look at it, the person in front of me doesn't look like someone who can afford to rent it. Forget it, just think of it as coming out to see some handsome guys. Zhang Wanjun thought so, quickly regained her sweet smile, and responded. Yes, hello, Mr. Jiang. You want to see the houses in this community, right? We have 2 houses available here, let me take you to see them. After saying that, she swiped the door open and walked inside with Jianglan. Zhang Wanjun led the way and introduced the community to Jianglan. There are only 50 independent villas in this community. Normally, villas are rarely rented out. People who can afford to buy a villa will not care about the small amount of rent. And rich people pay more attention to privacy. You definitely don't want outsiders to live in your own house. But these two houses are exceptions. The owner of one of the units lives abroad all year round. If a house is not occupied for a long time, it will lose its popularity. So they thought of renting it out. I'm not after the rent, but I want someone to help look after my house. There is another set that belongs to a successful startup CEO in China. He bought the house purely for investment. So I almost never stay here. Because when the villa is delivered, it is fully decorated and you can move in right away. So there are absolutely no personal belongings of his here. It was idle anyway, so I rented it out. John Lan followed behind the other person, listening to his explanation while observing the environment of the community. After reading it, he couldn't help but nodded. The environment and infrastructure of the community are very good overall. Soon the two arrived at the first house. Zhang Wanjun opened the door and introduced. First, let's take a look at this lakeside villa. This is the house of the couple living abroad. This villa is 350 square meters. The first floor has a living room, dining room, kitchen, bedroom, laundry room, bathroom, etc. As he said this, he took Jiang Lan to visit the first floor. Although she no longer expected the deal to be successful, she still tried her best to introduce the house to him because of Jiang Lan's handsome face. After visiting the first floor, the two went to visit the second floor. The second floor houses the master bedroom, second bedroom, and guest room. The original owner might have a little girl, so the second bedroom was decorated in pink. Jiang Lan knew at first glance that Xiao Xiao would definitely like it. After visiting the room, Zhang Wanjun began to introduce other advantages of the house out of professional habit. The owner of this house has maintained it very well, and the people who have lived there since then have all been very good people. You can see that the house is very new and all appliances are fully equipped. If you need it, you can just move in with your luggage. The community is also in a great location. It's right next to the Devon International School, so if you have children, they can walk to and from school, which is very convenient. Then he walked to the window and pointed into the distance. Although she thought that the handsome guy in front of her would definitely not use this advantage. But Zhang Wanjun was so skilled at introducing herself that she just said it out loud. Jiang Lan followed him to the window, looked at the kindergarten in the distance and nodded with satisfaction. Being close is good. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that Xiao Xiao could walk back here after school. A smile appeared on his face. Zhang Wanjun looked at Jiang Lan's sudden smile and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. Oh my goodness, handsome guys are great. If I could look at this handsome face every day, I would be willing to do that even if it meant I had to earn money to support him. Looking at Jiang Lan, she suddenly understood what it meant that male beauty can ruin a country. While Jiang Lan was not paying attention, she quickly turned her back and secretly calmed her heart. Jiang Lan stood by the window looking at the kindergarten in the distance, completely unaware that there was a girl behind him who was fascinated by his smile. Of course he wouldn't care even if he knew. Now he only has his lovely daughter in his heart. So he looked into the distance and asked without turning his head. How much does this house cost per month? Zhang Wanjun was still obsessed with the other person's smile, so without thinking too much, she told him the lowest price of the house. Of course, she didn't expect Jiang Lan to be able to afford the rent. 45,000. Jiang Lan raised his eyebrows when he heard what the other party said. Before coming here, he had already checked the rental prices of villas in the surrounding area on the internet. This price can be said to be on the low side. So Jiang Lan said directly without much hesitation. Okay, sign the contract. Zhang Wanjun was still a little confused at this time. When she heard Jiang Lan talking, she thought Jiang Lan was going to leave, so she spoke subconsciously. Okay sir, let's go see, what? Halfway through the conversation, she realized that the other party seemed to be talking about signing a contract? Are you kidding? Chapter 28 Moving. Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhang Wanjun, who was a little dazed. This agency looks good, but it feels a bit confusing. So he could only repeat it again. I said I felt this house was suitable and there was no need to look for another one. Just sign the contract. After hearing Jiang Lan repeat it again, Zhang Wanjun finally reacted and said hurriedly. Okay, Mr. Jiang, let's go sign the contract now. After saying this, she felt a little unconfident. She had never seen such a happy customer since she started working. Jiang Lan nodded and walked down. Now he just wanted to move in as soon as possible. Zhang Wanjun saw Jiang Lan coming down the stairs and hurriedly followed him down. After that, the two went to the nearest store. It was not until Jiang Lan signed the contract and paid with the card that she realized the order was successful. Seeing Jiang Lan pay the money without blinking, she became excited again. I didn't expect that the other party was dressed casually and took a taxi when he came, and he paid so quickly. Could it be that the other party is some low-key rich second generation pretending to be poor? I had only heard of him before, but this time I actually saw him, and this rich second generation seemed to be particularly handsome. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhang Wanjuan's face became even brighter. Little did she know that the rich second generation in her eyes was feeling distressed now. The rent is 1/3 deposit and 3/10 payment, so Jiang Lan just paid 180,000 yuan. The copyright fee I just received is gone before I can even enjoy it. Forget it. The big part is not the signing fee anyway. It's mainly the subsequent share of the profits. Besides, the royalties should arrive next month. Based on the current profit-sharing ratio, it should be more than 100 yuan, so I shouldn't be so tight on money. But I still feel a little sad. Why don't I ask how much it costs to buy this villa after I receive the royalties? Anyway, housing prices haven't reached their peak yet and there is still room for them to rise, so just consider it an investment. Forget it, let us talk about buying a house later. The most important thing now is to be closer to Xiao Xiao. Thinking of this, he said to Zhang Wanjun beside him. When can I move in? Zhang Wanjun handed over a bunch of keys with both hands, then smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Jiang, here are all the keys to the house. We'll immediately have someone do a deep cleaning of the villa. We won't touch the appliances or furniture. You can move in tomorrow morning. This is my phishing QR code. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. Jiang Lan didn't notice the other person's smile at all. He just took the key handed to him, added the other person's FAXIN, and then said, Okay, then I'll move in early tomorrow morning. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Now Jiang Lan's mind is full of Xiao Xiao coming to the villa to rest for a while, have a meal and then go home after school. The other person's seductive eyes were completely thrown to the fool. Seeing Jiang Lan leaving, Zhang Wanjuan's sisters all surrounded him. Wanjun, what's going on? Didn't you just go out? How come you're single so quickly? I think the other party was completely bewitched by Wanjun, so he signed the contract without hesitation. But this guy looks very handsome. Plus, he must be quite rich since he can afford to rent a villa. He is a perfect match for our Wanjun. From what I can see, our Wanjun is also feeling amorous right now. This is the first time I've seen her actively give someone a QR code. Yeah, last time a wealthy boss specifically asked for her QR code, but Wanjun refused to give it to him. Because it serves the guests in the villa area, the boss here recruits handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, even among so many beauties, Zhang Wanjun is a special one. She has a sweet appearance, and since she just graduated, she looks even more youthful and beautiful. So many people tease her like a little sister. Zhang Wanjun was surrounded and teased by this group of people, and her little face had already turned red. I don't know if Mr. Jiang has a girlfriend, but it's not a problem if he doesn't. Thinking of what the crowd had said just now, saying that she and Jiang Lan were a good match, her face turned even redder. At this time, Jiang Lan had already taken a taxi back to his residence and started to clean up. He didn't have much stuff, so he packed it into a suitcase and took a guitar left by the previous owner, and everything was done. But there was also the big tank and Lingna bell that I made with the little guy. Jiang Lan still called to arrange a moving truck for tomorrow morning. After thinking about it, he sent another FAXIN message to tell her that he had moved to a place near Xiao Xiao kindergarten. After all, the other party is now Xiao Xiao's guardian, so he should be notified at least, otherwise who will send Xiao Xiao over. As for Feishan, the two of them added each other again when Louis Fei came to send Xiao Xiao off last time. After sending the message, Jiang Lan suddenly found that he seemed to be fine. Nothing more to say, keep updating. He should save more drafts, because he won't be in the mood to write anything when he is with Xiao Xiao later. On the other side, in a complex of ancient buildings, Louis Fei, wearing a white dress, jumped down from the roof with a swoosh. The white silk ribbon fluttered in the wind during her fall. Combined with her beautiful face, she really looked like a fairy descending to the earth. After she landed steadily on the ground, she made a sword flower. This movement was done in one go, which was really fairy-like and cool. The director behind the camera shouted excitedly after seeing this scene. Card. Good, very good. Teacher Ifei, take a break. After hearing the director's words, the staff quickly came over to help her remove the wire. At this time, Louis Fei was filming a fantasy TV series with a female protagonist as the theme. Originally, with her status, she shouldn't have made movies again, but because the box office of the few movies she had participated in before were not very high, and she had no activities for several years after she became pregnant, so to be on the safe side, she chose a TV series after returning to China. After Louis Fei was untied from the wire, her assistant Su Fei hurried forward, handed her a thermos cup and a mobile phone, and then said with admiration, "Sister Fei, you filmed that scene just now so beautifully and so coolly. I have a feeling this drama will be a huge hit after it airs." She has heard too much similar praise since her debut, so she doesn't care. Of course, her mind was not on this at the moment. "I just looked at the message on my phone in surprise. Did Zhonglan move? Or did he move near Xiao Xiao kindergarten? Aren't there only villas nearby? Where did he get the money?" Chapter 29, Sudden Appearance. Facing the morning light, Zhonglan completed his daily exercise routine as usual. "Then call the moving company to come to your house and prepare for the move." Zhang Wanjun had already sent a message last night saying that the villa had been cleaned up and he could move in at any time. So Zhonglan didn't delay and checked out directly, leaving his keys and leaving with his things. As for the remaining rent for the house, the agent will come to check it today and transfer it to his bank card. Although the money is not much, every bit counts. After paying several months' rent for the villa, Zhonglan returned to his previous penniless state. He is already an adult, he can't just ask his family for money. He is almost 30 years old and he can't open his mouth to say that. So I need to be a little more frugal in my spending in the second half of the month. However, the money he has now, the signing fee plus the original owner's previous savings, is a little over 30,000, which is actually not a small amount. If you save some money yourself, it will be more than enough for half a month. 2 hours later, Zhonglan came to the rented villa again. He didn't have many things to begin with, and if he hadn't wanted to take the tank he and Xiao Xiao had made together, he could have taken a taxi here. After I moved my things in, I tidied it up a bit. Zhonglan sat on the sofa and admired it. He looked at the villa with satisfaction. It was no wonder that after the deep cleaning, the appearance of the house seemed to have been elevated to a higher level. Walking up to the second floor, standing on the balcony, and looking at the kindergarten in the distance, he felt even more satisfied. He felt very happy thinking that he was closer to the little guy. From now on, Xiao Xiao won't have to take such a long car ride when she comes to see him. I can walk here after school. Maybe in the future, he can wait for the children to finish school at the school gate. Thinking of this, Zhonglan felt a surge of happiness. After looking out the window for a while, Zhonglan suddenly thought of something. I think I can also buy some daily necessities for Xiao Xiao, so that she doesn't have to bring them every time she comes, and it will be more convenient for Xiao Xiao to stay here. Besides, how can my home be without the little princess things? Thinking of this, Zhonglan immediately went out and started shopping. If you buy it for yourself, it doesn't matter if it's a little worse. But you must buy good things for Xiao Xiao. Toothbrush, tooth cup, exclusive towel, small cartoon slippers. Then we also added some kitchen utensils, heart-shaped omelette maker, cartoon pig bag, and flower petal mold. Last time he promised to make delicious food for Xiao Xiao, and he didn't forget it. While Zhonglan was shopping carefully, she didn't realize that many people were watching her. Such a handsome man is already someone's father. Look, all he bought are things for little girls. His daughter is so happy. Why? All the handsome guys God lets me meet are from other families. Sometimes I have to sigh, can being handsome really make a living? Cannot. But when he becomes handsome to a certain extent, he is indeed a feast for the eyes. Soon Zhonglan returned home with bags of things. Put some towels and toothbrushes in the bathroom. Then put the newly bought sheets and quilt covers in the washing machine. Children have delicate skin, so it is best to wash any new items you buy before using them. After finishing his work, Zhonglan went back into the kitchen. He prepared a sumptuous meal for himself. It can also be considered as a celebration of moving into a new house. In my previous life, I only knew how to work hard every day. He doesn't have a big appetite and often goes hungry twice in 3 days. Just a bite to eat will satisfy you. Now, living his life over again, he must learn to enjoy it. Even if you are alone, you should live your life seriously. Moreover, although the system gave him cooking skills, he still needed to practice more. This way, the next time the little princess comes, he will be able to show off his skills. In the afternoon, Jiang Lan continued his writing career. In fact, his life has always been very regular. Before the time travel, although he was the boss, he still went to work on time every day. After traveling through time, he exercises and writes seriously every day, and his little princess is by his side. Speaking of new books, there are still many people giving rewards every day, and the number of subscriptions is also increasing. According to the reward rules published by Jiang Lan, the chapters he published every day were too few. From the time it was put on the shelves to now, in just a few days, he has updated nearly 500,000 words. If he didn't have drafts saved, even if he didn't need to think before writing and didn't get stuck, he wouldn't be able to write so many more. Of course, readers were happy to see the update speed and said they couldn't finish reading it. This is the first time I have seen an author write so fast. And the quality is so good, it is simply a breath of fresh air in the online literature world, a super typewriter. At the same time, this publishing speed also made other authors exclaim incredulously. His appearance caused a huge uproar in the online literature world. On the first day, everyone thought he just had a little more manuscripts than others. After all, if you publish more, you may retain more readers. Unexpectedly, by the next day, he could still send so many. At this time, other authors were already shocked by the amount of manuscripts Jiang Lan had in stock. On the third and fourth days, Jiang Lan still posted so many. It is now being rumored in the author circle that Jiang Lan had actually finished writing the book a long time ago, but just didn't publish it all at once. Jiang Lan didn't know the legend about him in the online literary world. If he knew, he would definitely sigh. It would be great if it were really as you think. Looking at the less than 200,000 words in his draft box, he sighed. There are still not enough drafts saved, so keep coding. And if he finishes coding this book quickly, he can also spare time to do other things. In this way, the afternoon passed quickly. Just when Jiang Lan wanted to get up and stretch his body, he suddenly heard a faint voice from outside that he had been thinking about day and night. Daddy! His fingers paused above the keyboard. Was he thinking his daughter was hallucinating? Why did he feel like he heard Xiao Xiao's voice? Daddy, are you here? But soon the voice became clearer, as if it was really Xiao Xiao, not an auditory hallucination. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan no longer cared about typing. He immediately stood up, opened the door and walked out. I saw a little angel standing on tiptoe not far from the door, looking inside with a curious look on his face. When the little angel saw him open the door, his eyes immediately lit up and he called out crisply, "Daddy." Then he couldn't wait to run towards him. Jiang Lan looked at Xiao Xiao, who was running towards him excitedly, and was stunned. He wondered if he was dreaming. Why did Xiao Xiao come here suddenly? But he quickly squatted down subconsciously and picked up the little guy. The little guy was lifted high by his father and laughed happily in the air. Daddy, Xiao Xiao misses you so much. Chapter 30. What about mine? Emotions are contagious. Especially happy emotions. When Jiang Lan saw Xiao Xiao's carefree smile, he also felt happy. Hearing the little guy's sweet words made me happier than winning the lottery. He held the little guy in the air back in his arms and whispered, "Daddy misses my little princess too." Who would have thought that Jiang Lan could not utter a single gentle word in his previous life? Now I have learned it all by myself and can say all kinds of cheesy words. What does it matter if he is reserved or shy? As long as his little princess can feel his love, that's enough. But he was still very curious. How did the little guy suddenly appear? Xiao Xiao, how did you get here? Jiang Lan held Xiao Xiao in one hand, let her sit on his arm, and looked around. Xiao Xiao was in Jiang Lan's arms at this time, still looking excited. Hearing Jiang Lan's question, he spoke without much hesitation. After school, we followed Huang Wenjie in. His home is also in this neighborhood. Although Xiao Xiao didn't explain it very clearly, Jiang Lan still understood the general content. Huang Wenjie should be Xiao Xiao's classmate and also lives in this community, so she followed him in after school. As for who came with her, he only told one person where he moved. Sure enough, Jiang Lan looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Even though she wrapped herself tightly, he could still recognize her at a glance. The dusk cast a soft golden hue on her features. The shoulder line of the camel-colored cashmere coat is as smooth as the curve of a swan's neck, and the leather belt casually tied around the waist outlines the trembling curve of the wasp waist. The calves wrapped in long boots are slender, straight and long. Although the black knitted hat was pulled down low and the mask covered half of his face. But a beauty is a beauty. She stood there, the wind blowing her hair up, revealing her almond-shaped eyes like glass. This person who can be seen as a beauty just by looking at her figure without looking at her face is Louis Fei. She saw Jiang Lan looking at her, so she raised her leg and walked towards him. The action of raising her hand to gather the scarf is very casual, yet beautiful, like a slow-motion shot in a movie. In fact, compared to her appearance, Louis Fei's temperament, which is between clear and gentle, brought by her dancing practice since childhood, is more unforgettable. At this moment, she was like a beauty in a painting of court ladies, walking slowly from the lakeside. Louis Fei became a little distracted after receiving the news that Jiang Lan was moving yesterday. She didn't know what she was thinking. She had a lot of work to do today, but she still squeezed out time to come and pick up Xiao Xiao. After receiving the call, he took Xiao Xiao to the new residence that Jiang Lan had posted on the message. It's so close anyway, and I have nothing to do at night, so I might as well go in and take a look. Louis Fei thought so in her heart and felt that there was no problem, so she came. But it was only when she reached the gate of the community that she realized what was happening. Jiang Lan seemed to have only said that he would move here soon, but he didn't seem to have mentioned the specific time. I'm not sure if he has moved here yet. But since I'm already here, I might as well take a look. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao has a wide network of contacts, and some of his kindergarten classmates live in the same community. Come to think of it, she got in thanks to Xiao Xiao's relationship. But fortunately, Jiang Lan seems to have moved here. Seeing Jiang Lan quickly opening the door and rushing out after hearing Xiao Xiao's voice, Louis Fei couldn't help but feel a little moved. She never told him about the existence of this child. It was an accident at the beginning, and she didn't think of holding Jiang Lan responsible. But now, seeing that he can treat the child well from the bottom of his heart, she certainly feels very happy in her heart. And Xiao Xiao liked him so much, it had to be said, this was something she had not expected. When Jiang Lan saw Louis Fei approaching, he naturally invited her in. After all, she was Xiao Xiao's mother. Xiao Xiao is now acting as a human pendant, hanging on his body, and of course Jiang Lan has no intention of putting it down. Such long-term exercise is not without effect, and Xiao Xiao is so light, so holding him for a while is not a problem at all. So when they reached the entrance, Jiang Lan only took off Xiao Xiao's shoes but did not put her down. At the same time, he opened the shoe cabinet and suddenly froze. Only then did he remember that when he went to the supermarket to buy things today, he was only thinking about Xiao Xiao and completely forgot to prepare things for Louis Fei. I'm sorry, I just moved here and haven't had time to prepare many things yet. You can use disposable slippers first. Forget it, why don't you just come in without changing your shoes? After saying this, he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, at this time, Xiao Xiao looked around in his arms and spoke excitedly. Daddy, I want to go upstairs. I want to check out the second floor. Jiang Lan agreed hurriedly. The little princess had given the order, so he had to do it. He didn't have time to entertain Louis Fei. Louis Fei looked at Jiang Lan, who was holding her daughter and walking upstairs, not knowing what to say. This was the first time she had been treated like this. But it's understandable that he just moved and didn't prepare many things. However, when she passed by the shoe cabinet, she subconsciously glanced and saw 2 pairs of small pink slippers inside. A pair of furry rabbit-shaped cotton slippers and a pair of cute flip-flops with some unknown cartoon image. Louis Fei. This means you're not prepared at all? Xiao Xiao even has 2 pairs of slippers. She felt that her nose seemed a little red. The further she walked in, the more uncomfortable Louis Fei felt. On the sofa were Xiao Xiao's favorite little rabbit pillow and little rabbit sofa blanket. In the corner of the living room is the handmade tank that Xiao Xiao had made before. Next to the TV cabinet are Xiao Xiao's doodles, each of which is framed and neatly placed together. This new home is full of Xiao Xiao's things. Going up to the second floor, Louis Fei followed the sound and came to a room with an open door. Jiang Lan is showing the little guy one by one. Xiao Xiao, look, what is this? Wow! It's my Lingna bell. Yeah, and this one too? Ah! My favorite Peppa Pig. Hey, these are all bought by Daddy specially for Xiao Xiao. From now on, this will be your little princess room. Is Xiao Xiao happy? Happy, happy. Xiao Xiao is so happy. Xiao Xiao loves Daddy so much. He, Daddy also really likes it, Xiao Xiao's. Jiang Lan was having a very childish conversation with Xiao Xiao, but suddenly he felt as if someone was staring at him from behind. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Louis Fei standing at the door staring at him. Looking at Louis Fei's beautiful eyes staring at him, many questions appeared in Jiang Lan's mind. I could only look at the other person with a puzzled look. Louis Fei looked at Jiang Lan's meticulous care for Xiao Xiao, and for some reason she felt a little jealous. Seeing Jiang Lan's puzzled expression at this time, she became even more angry, so she blurted out unconsciously. What about mine? Chapter 31 Death of Society. Hearing this, Jiang Lan's smile froze, and the surprise in his eyes could not be concealed for a moment. Even the little guy Xiao Xiao turned around and stared at her curiously. The father and daughter blinked in unison, as if asking, Mommy Fei, do you like these things too? Looking at the father and daughter staring at her, Louis Fei's face suddenly turned red. How could she accidentally say what was in her heart? Jiang Lan obviously didn't expect Louis Fei to say that. I didn't know how to respond for a moment. What do you mean by not buying it for her? Could it be that, just like Xiao Xiao, there was no room prepared for her? Doesn't she want to live here too? Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Lan's mind at once. Xiao Xiao didn't think much about it. When I heard my mother's question, I immediately asked my father. Yes, Daddy, why didn't you buy anything for Mommy? When Louis Fei heard Xiao Xiao repeating her words, she could no longer hold back her inner shame. He quickly interrupted Xiao Xiao's question. Children speak without restraint, and she was really afraid that the child would say something shocking again. Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? You've been asking what you want to eat just now. Sure enough, when it comes to eating, the little guy forgets everything else. Chicken wing rice rolls. I want to eat chicken wing rice rolls made by Daddy. Xiao Xiao turned to look at Jiang Lan again. His big eyes were full of desire for food. Then let Jiang, your father, do it for you. She was not used to calling Jiang Lan the same way as Xiao Xiao. After Louis Fei finished speaking, she signaled to Jiang Lan with her eyes that the child should not be left hungry. Don't mention what you just said. Jiang Lan saw her embarrassment and didn't say much. Instead, he took over Xiao Xiao's words. Okay, chicken wings with rice, right? Small chicken wings, hold them. He held up Xiao Xiao's arms with both hands, and lifted her up by imitating the way a helicopter takes off on the spot. Xiao Xiao laughed happily and repeated Jiang Lan's words. Little chicken wings, hold it. Louis Fei was standing at the door. Seeing the two people approaching, she quickly took a step back to make room for the door. Then he lowered his head slightly, avoiding the two people's sight. After the father and daughter came downstairs, Louis Fei was still standing there with her head down, in a daze. After a while, she raised her hand and touched her darkly red cheeks. What's wrong with me? Why am I still jealous of a kid? Louis Fei's heart was in turmoil. When she realized that her behavior was jealous, she suddenly shuddered. No way, Louis Fei, ah. Her toes rubbed the floor unconsciously, her hands were crossed in front of her, and she shook her head frantically. I dare not think about it. I cannot think about it. It must be an illusion. At this moment, if Louis Fei's fans saw her current appearance, they would be shocked. You know, Louis Fei's image in film and television dramas is either cold and arrogant, ethereal, or mature, steady, intellectual and generous. It's rare for her to show this kind of shame and anger, otherwise she wouldn't be called goddess by her fans. In fact, even Louis Fei herself didn't realize it. Unconsciously, her attitude towards Jiang Lan seemed to have changed from that towards others. Maybe it was because there was a bond between the two of them, or maybe it was something else, she didn't know the reason. In short, like Xiao Xiao, she is not at all opposed to Jiang Lan. No, maybe, possibly, it's a step closer than not rejecting. Thinking of this, Louis Fei shook her head again, trying to dispel the messy thoughts that were making her distracted. Listening to Xiao Xiao's loud laughter and Jiang Lan's low voice coming from downstairs. Only then did she walk into the room in front of her and look around carefully. This room is decorated with soft and warm pink and blue. It is indeed Xiao Xiao's favorite color. The bed opposite the door was covered with a bed sheet with pink flowers. The lace bed curtains were as fluffy as clouds, and a doll of Lena Bell was placed at the head of the bed. There is a cartoon alarm clock and a cartoon water cup on the bedside table. The bay windowsill is covered with a blue and pink gradient plush cushion, and several round pillows are printed with Peppa Pig's smiling face. The sunlight shone through the lace curtained windows, giving the large Lena Bell doll lying on the cushion a golden edge. It is holding a pink heart-shaped pillow in its arms, as if guarding this little world full of fairy tale atmosphere. It can be seen that although the layout here is simple, it does show traces of Jiang Lan's care. Louis Fei walked around the room and her eyes fell on a photo on the desk. It was a photo of Jiang Lan and Xiao Xiao, apparently taken at an amusement park. She picked up the frame and examined it closely. the two people in the photo are smiling particularly brightly. Xiao Xiao is a little girl who is easily satisfied and she always has a bright smile. It's Jianlan. She rarely saw him smile like this. The corners of his mouth, which were usually pursed, were completely relaxed, and the cold and hard curve of his jawline melted away, like ice suddenly cracking on a winter night, revealing the warmth surging underneath. Those usually deep eyes curved into crescents, and even a few fine lines appeared at the corners of the eyes. Two heads, one big and one small, came in front of the camera. Xiao Xiao happily made a yeah gesture. In the lower right corner of the photo, you can see half of Jianlan's finger, and he seems to be imitating Xiao Xiao and making the yeah gesture. Louis Fei looked at the two happy people in the photo and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. These two people are really a pair of funny guys. As if possessed by a ghost, she took out her cell phone, turned the camera to the front camera. She lifted the picture frame and held it in front of herself. Then, he grinned slightly at the camera and took a photo of the family of three. As if it was not enough, he changed his movements and took a few photos with a click, click sound. Well, her daughter is just adorable. Louis Fei thought it was impossible that he took the photo just for Jianlan. After she had enjoyed taking photos, she put the photo frame back to its original place. He even stretched out his finger and poked Jianlan's face. It would be nice if you could smile so happily on a normal day. After saying that, Louis Fei also felt a little hungry. She turned around and was about to go downstairs when she suddenly saw Jianlan wearing an apron at the door. Louis Fei. Jianlan. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Louis Fei's goddess mask completely shattered. At this moment, she experienced what true social death was. Her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her earlobes were stained with a faint blush. Oh my god. When did he come up here? He didn't see everything, did he? Isn't everyone seeing me looking silly posing with the photo? I'm sure he won't think too much of it. This is so embarrassing. How could this guy come up here without saying a word? How annoying. Louis Fei's inner world seemed to have collapsed. The forced calmness at this moment is just a last-ditch effort. If Jianlan asked her what she was doing just now, she would definitely faint from shame and anger. Fortunately, Jianlan started to take off the apron behind her and said, I forgot to buy soy sauce, so I have to go out. Can you go downstairs and keep Xiao Xiao company? Louis Fei looked at Jianlan's calm expression and couldn't help but feel relieved. He may have just come up not long ago, so he probably didn't see what I did just now, right? Okay, go ahead. Louis Fei tried to look like normal and responded coldly. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. She just wants to be alone now. He could only wait for Jianlan to go down first and then go out. Otherwise, I would definitely want to escape. Chapter 32. I didn't expect he still remembered. Jianlan didn't look at her again, turned around and walked downstairs tactfully. Louis Fei looked at Jianlan with his back to her and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she slowly followed him and walked downstairs. At this time, Louis Fei noticed that Jianlan had been untying the knot of her apron with her hands behind her back. But somehow it seemed to be getting worse. Let me help you. Good. As soon as Louis Fei finished speaking, Jianlan stopped. He stood there and didn't turn around. Slowly, he felt a familiar smell approaching from behind. Louis Fei picked up the two straps that he had tied into a knot. Her fingers nimbly moved between the straps, trying to untie the stubborn knot. Louis Fei's breath gently brushed Jianlan's back, causing his body to stiffen slightly. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's scream suddenly came from downstairs. Jianlan subconsciously turned sideways. When they turned around, Louis Fei didn't have time to pull her hand away from the belt, and the two of them were instantly very close. When their eyes met, the air around them seemed to freeze. Louis Fei could clearly see herself in Jianlan's eyes. Her heart beat faster involuntarily. Jianlan was also a little flustered by the sudden close distance, but he was soon attracted by Xiao Xiao's voice. I'll go down and take a look. Leaving this sentence, he hurried downstairs. I don't care about whether I wear an apron or not. Louis Fei stood there, her cheeks burning, her hands still in the air, and she took a long time to come back to her senses. Xiao Xiao was drawing downstairs, but he accidentally dropped his paintbrush all over the floor. Then she squatted down and tried to pick it up, but accidentally hit her head. The moment she saw her daddy, Xiao Xiao pouted her little mouth, looking like she was about to cry but not crying, which made Jianlan feel distressed. Bumped into? Dad, let me take a look. The little guy used his hands and feet to climb onto Jianglan with Jianglan's help. I saw her burying her face in her father's chest. Her father's broad chest made her feel warm. Jianglan gently rubbed the back of Xiao Xiao's head and coaxed him softly. When Louis Fei went downstairs, she saw such a heartwarming scene. She now feels. I feel like an outsider. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. You are so heartless. Jianglan has only been taking care of you for a short time, and you are already clinging to him like this. It is said that a daughter is her father's lover in a previous life. It seems that this is true now. Why does she feel like she had given birth to a little rival in love? No, what love rival? What am I thinking? When Jianglan saw Louis Fei, he raised his chin and motioned her to come over. At the same time, he whispered to the little guy in his arms. Dad has to go out and buy some seasonings for cooking. Otherwise, I won't be able to make delicious meals for Xiao Xiao. Can I let Mom accompany Xiao Xiao? At this moment, Louis Fei had already walked in front of the two of them. When she heard Jianglan talking, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. What do you mean by can or can't? I'm her biological mother. I'm with her, is there anything wrong with that? The little guy twisted his body in Jianglan's arms and didn't say a word. Jianglan's heart melted as he held this little ball of flesh in his arms. He was hesitating whether to take her out with him. Louis Fei took Xiao Xiao out of Jianglan's arms, interrupting the loving father and filial son relationship between the father and daughter. Xiao Xiao, be good. Mommy will draw with you. You heartless little thing, have you forgotten who raised you to this age? Only then did Xiao Xiao raise his little head, pout, and reluctantly nestle in his mother's arms, watching Jianglan leave. Daddy, you have to come back soon, Xiao Xiao is waiting for you. Yeah, Daddy will be back soon. Looking at the father and daughter bidding farewell, Louis Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go. If I didn't know, I would have thought you would be separated for a long time. I just went to buy some soy sauce, really. Is it really hard to watch them being so affectionate? Jianglan raised his head and looked at Louis Fei. Yifei, you haven't told me yet, what do you want to eat? Louis Fei didn't expect Jianglan to ask her specifically, as Xiao Xiao had always ordered the dishes before. He makes whatever Xiao Xiao wants to eat. He eats whatever he cooks. Why did you think of asking her now? I don't care. Just follow Xiao Xiao's taste. She was like a popped balloon, and her tone instantly became hesitant. When facing Jianglan, she still thought about what had just happened. I always feel uncomfortable. After hearing what Louis Fei said, Jianglan thought for a moment and said, I remember you prefer light tastes. Steamed fish and lotus root soup, please? Before Louis Fei could say anything, Xiao Xiao in her arms took the lead. Mom loves fish the most. She'll definitely like steamed fish. Xiao Xiao thought that her mother must be unhappy because her father did not prepare a room or slippers for her today. That's why I hurried to tell Dad what Mom likes to eat. She has her own little thoughts. She hopes that her father can treat her mother as well as he treats herself. Many of her classmates would talk about how nice their parents are. She would also tell them the next time she saw them. Daddy specially made the meal Mom likes to eat. Oh, no, I'm not hungry. Louis Fei didn't expect that she would be betrayed by the little person in her arms, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But the other two people didn't listen to her explanation at all. Well, okay, thank you Xiao Xiao for the reminder. You're welcome. Daddy, come back soon. As the door closed, Louis Fei looked at the little girl in her arms. You are so clever. She couldn't help scratching her nose. Xiao Xiao burst into laughter in her mother's arms. Mom, I wasn't the one who told Dad that you like to eat fish. The little guy raised his head and looked at her seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, Louis Fei's cheeks turned red again. I didn't expect he still remembered it. On the way to the supermarket, Jianglan couldn't help but think of the scene he had just seen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that she is quite cute. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of Louis Fei taking a selfie with the photo of him and Xiao Xiao. He didn't expect that Louis Fei, who was so cold in front of others, also had such a cute side. Jianglan smiled and shook his head. He thought again of Louis Fei helping him untie the apron strap just now. The two of them were so close. Her scent was right behind him. Goddess, who doesn't tea like her? But whether it is the original body or the current John Lon, I never thought about what would happen with Louis Fei. The appearance of the child was an accident. But it doesn't mean that after this accident, I can naturally have other thoughts about Louis Fei. The two of them had no emotional foundation. John Lon has never been a person who underestimates himself. Now, with the support of the system, he no longer feels that he is any worse than Louis Fei. But when it comes to love, it's not about who has a more successful career, or who is more handsome or beautiful, that can win the other person's heart. Although John Lon in the previous life and John Lon in the original body had never been in love. But at this moment, his heart was rippling because of Louis Fei. Chapter 33. Tell me if you need any help. John Lon arrived at the supermarket as quickly as possible. After choosing the seasonings, I went to the fresh food area and picked out a lively fish. I asked the merchant to help deal with it, and then went to the living area. After buying everything, he rushed home without stopping, which only took him 20 minutes. There was no other way. There was a hungry little kid at home, and John Lon didn't dare to waste any time. In his previous life, he encountered some mothers in the company who secretly left work early. He also tried his best to turn a blind eye. As long as it's not too excessive, it's okay to leave a little earlier. Although he didn't understand why he was so anxious to go home and cook for the children. Can't they solve it themselves outside? Now he deeply understands the hard work of those mothers. As a dad, he cannot allow his baby to suffer even a little bit. You may not eat well, but your cubs must eat well. When he returned home with the things, Xiao Xiao immediately rushed over and hugged his thighs. Daddy Xiao Xiao is about to faint from hunger. The little guy learned this from somewhere and used it on John Lon. John Lon felt Xiao Xiao's soft arms wrapped around his legs, and his little body twisted and turned to act coquettishly towards him. He couldn't help but reveal that worthless smile on his face. He asked Xiao Xiao to wait for a while and went to the kitchen to prepare cooking for the little one. Then he saw Louis Fei walking towards him. She naturally took the dish from John Lan's hand and wanted to put it in the kitchen. As she turned around, John Lon took her wrist. Louis Fei didn't expect John Lon to suddenly hold her hand. The moment their skin touched, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. John Lon squatted down and took out a pair of white slippers from his shopping bag and said, "Don't worry, I bought you some slippers. Put these on." As he said this, he took off the plastic bag on the outside of his slippers and pointed the toes towards Louis Fei. The style is the simplest one, the same style as the one on John Lan's feet, but with a slight difference in color. One black and one white. Louis Fei felt a moment of panic when she saw John Lon squatting in front of her. Then she spoke softly in a voice that seemed only she could hear. "Thanks." Then she silently changed into the new slippers John Lon bought. In this house, there are also things that belong to her. When John Lon saw Louis Fei putting on slippers, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. Just like the photo in Xiao Xiao's room. When Louis Fei saw John Lon smile, she was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until John Lon took the shopping bag from her hand and strode towards the kitchen that she came to her senses. She bit her lower lip in annoyance. Oh my God! What happened to me today? First, he was jealous of his daughter. Later, he was caught secretly taking photos with the photo frame like a pervert. Now, you're actually staring at me in a daze. All the pride accumulated over 20 years was shattered into pieces in just half a day. There was a rustling sound coming from the kitchen, mixed with the sound of cupboards opening and closing. There is also little Xiao Xiao's crisp question, "Daddy, Daddy." He asked questions all over the place, like he was spilling beans. Louis Fei came to her senses and walked over to the sofa and sat down as if nothing had happened. She looked at John Lan's tall back, and then looked at him carefully protecting Xiao Xiao who was running around his legs. Her heart felt unusually soft at this moment. "Xiao Xiao, come here. Don't disturb Jiang, Dad." When John Lon heard her voice, he turned around and smiled at her unconsciously, then turned his head back to cook. "Again? What are you laughing at?" Louis Fei appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually very panicked inside. When Xiao Xiao heard his mother calling him, he ran over with his short legs clacking. For a while, John Lon was busy in the kitchen. Louis Fei stayed with Xiao Xiao in the living room. The two of them had a clear division of labor and worked together in perfect harmony, as if it had always been this way. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Jiang, little greedy cat Xiao Xiao, could no longer contain himself and asked 3 times in 1 minute. "Daddy, are you ready? Daddy, can we eat now?" After finally getting Jiang Lan's affirmative answer, she ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. Louis Fei also stood up to help set the table. When everything was ready, the family of 3 sat around the dining table. Jiang Lan first picked up a big chicken wing rice wrap for Xiao Xiao. Then he picked out the tenderest piece of fish and put it into Louis Fei's bowl. "Try the fish I cooked and see how it tastes." Louis Fei's cheeks turned slightly red and she said softly, "Thank you." Now in front of Jiang Lan, she seemed to blush at the slightest provocation. Xiao Xiao followed suit, picked up a piece of green vegetables for Louis Fei, and said in a baby voice, "Mom, eat some vegetables." It is said that parents are the best teachers for their children. This is absolutely true. Daddy loves mommy, and little Xiao Xiao sees it and will learn to love mommy too. During the meal, Jiang Lan would pick up some food for Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao from time to time, and would also tell some interesting stories to make them happy. Xiao Xiao laughed out loud, and Louis Fei couldn't help laughing too. The 3 of them had a very happy meal. After dinner, Jiang Lan took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them, while Louis Fei played games with Xiao Xiao in the living room. Children seem to have endless energy. When Jiang Lan came out of the kitchen, he saw Louis Fei yawning several times in a row. "Xiao Xiao, kid, don't you want to go to bed early?" Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes and said reluctantly, "But mommy isn't sleepy yet. I want to play with her for a while longer." This devilish girl. "Obviously, I just want to play." Louis Fei was tired after a day of work, and after eating and drinking her fill at night, she was indeed sleepy. But when she saw Xiao Xiao's bright smile, she still forced herself to play with her. "Mom is sleepy, and Xiao Xiao has to go to school tomorrow. Should we go home early and rest today?" Although Jiang Lan really wanted to keep Xiao Xiao here. But considering that Louis Fei is there too, they must go home tonight. It's not safe to go home too late. So I had to let Xiao Xiao go back early. Although the little girl was very reluctant, since her parents said so, she had no choice but to stand up and let her mother dress her obediently. When she reached the entrance, Louis Fei looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Lan saw that she seemed to have something to say, but it seemed inconvenient to say it because Xiao Xiao was beside her. So he asked Xiao Xiao to wait on the sofa nearby, and then turned to Louis Fei and said, "Now you can say whatever you want to say." Louis Fei saw Xiao Xiao walking away and looked at Jiang Lan straight and said, "You rented this house for Xiao Xiao, right? Otherwise the location is so far from the city center. And it's a villa, so the rent must be expensive. Most people would definitely not choose to rent a house here." Jiang Lan nodded when he heard Louis Fei say this and responded without any concealment. "Yes, I want to be closer to Xiao Xiao. Living here, if you're too busy in the future, I can pick her up and drop her off at school." When Louis Fei heard this, she thought to herself that she had guessed it right. After hesitating for a while, he finally said it. "Do you have enough money? If you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. After all, you are also Xiao Xiao's father. Also, if you need anything at work, you can tell me, it's not difficult." She tried her best to act as naturally as possible, not wanting to hurt Jiang Lan's pride as a man. Chapter 34 next time. Since childhood, Louis Fei has never experienced a life without money. But with such a long acting career, she has also learned a lot about the lives of ordinary people. Jiang Lan's previous company had kept him hidden for so long. He has a contract and cannot take other work, and he probably has no other source of income. Although he is now a free man, he has no connections, no outstanding past experience, and is old, and has wasted so many years. Competition is fierce in all walks of life now, and even more so in the entertainment industry. It would be difficult for Jiang Lan to make a name for himself without help. Even if he had saved some money before. I'm afraid most of that money has been spent long ago. The rest is probably paid into the rent. Louis Fei was worried that he would be embarrassed to mention this to her because of his reputation. So I just took the initiative to speak up and gave him a way out. Jiang Lan was slightly startled. So that was what she was talking about. Did she think I was forcing her into renting this house? Did she want to help him? He suddenly realized that the woman in front of him seemed to be a rich woman, and it seemed that he had other options besides working hard on his own. But it was just an idea. He couldn't rely entirely on women. Don't worry, the money is enough. I've also taken on some small jobs recently, so the income is pretty stable. After hearing Jiang Lan's reply, Louis Fei asked worriedly, "What kind of job did you take?" Jiang Lan didn't intend to hide it. I wrote 2 songs for Xiao Xiao and received a portion of the signing fee. There are also some dividends that can only be obtained after his songs are released. As for writing a novel, Jian Lan didn't know how to start. I haven't received the royalties yet, so let's talk about this after I actually get the money. But the fact of writing songs alone was enough to surprise Louis Fei. You? Write a song? Is it the song Xiao Xiao mentioned earlier, the one you sang at the amusement park? You actually wrote that? Louis Fei bombarded Jian Lan with a series of questions, and he didn't know which one to answer. Then, Louis Fei seemed to have thought of something, looked at him, and spoke very seriously. Jian Lan, if you write another song in the future, you can give it to me. I can convince the company to release it. Jian Lan. People in the entertainment industry like to develop in multiple fields. Singers cross over to acting, and actors cross over to singing and dancing. Louis Fei is also in the entertainment industry, so of course this is also true. He knew that Louis Fei had released an album before she was pregnant with Xiao Xiao. After he knew the relationship between Louis Fei and her predecessor, he specifically looked for this album to read. I can only say that the album is very white. No, it's very beautiful. But acting is more suitable for her. The words in his mind turned around in his mouth for a while, but after thinking about the consequences, he swallowed them back. He knew that Louis Fei had good intentions, and what she meant was that if he wrote a song for her, she would not refuse. Jian Lan silently made a plan in his mind, then said with a smile. This is my first time writing a song, and I'm worried it might not be good, so I'll let others try it out first. If there's a song, I'll definitely give it to you next time. When Louis Fei heard this, she felt that it made sense. Let others test the waters first, and if they write well, then write for her. He still has me in his heart. And he also said that he would definitely do it next time. Thinking of this, she nodded with satisfaction and said, That's right. My main task right now is filming. I haven't practiced singing for a long time. It was a long time ago that she last sang. However, she asked curiously. You're a newcomer, so you probably won't be paid a high price for a single song. With that, can you rent a villa here? According to her understanding, the signing fee for an artist in their company to buy a song from a new artist is estimated to be only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. According to her estimation, this amount of money is only enough for 1 month's rent, right? Seeing her curious look, Jian Lan simply told her about the contract he had signed with Xiao Xiao and others. Louis Fei was really shocked when she heard that Jian Lan received a signing fee of 200,000 yuan. Your little job. Looks like the pay is decent. Although this amount of money is not at the same level as her income. Although she is not a singer, she also knows the market situation in the music industry. It is already a high price for a new songwriter to sell a song for 10,000. The fact that Jian Lan's 2 songs were sold for this much money shows that the other party is extremely optimistic about his songs and him as a person. If any of these 2 points is missing, it will not be sold at this price. She was originally worried that Jian Lan would run into obstacles when selling songs, so she said that just now. Now it seems that no matter what, he will not starve himself. But when she thought about it this way, Louis Fei felt that it was such a pity for him. Because of that incident, he wasted the best 5 years of his life. Otherwise, with his looks, academic background, good singing skills and creative ability, his current development should be very good. Thinking of this, she looked at Jian Lan with a hint of apology unconsciously. She didn't intend to continue asking him what he would do after the rent was due. He just wanted to be closer to the child so that he could take care of him more easily. Besides, it's just a house. At worst, she can just buy one in this community. She can still get the money. Only Jian Lan didn't know what Louis Fei was thinking at the moment, otherwise he would have hugged her thighs tightly. What kind of novel is this? Wouldn't it be nice to just stay at home and take care of the kids and cling to beautiful rich women? It was getting late, and Louis Fei was about to take Xiao Xiao away. The child's grandmother was still waiting at home. It is impossible for Louis Fei to live here, so Xiao Xiao has to go home today no matter what. Jian Lan changed his clothes and prepared to take them to the entrance of the community. In the villa area, each villa is far apart. Coming out of the villa, the road winds like a silver ribbon at night. It was quiet and dark all around, with only the streetlights on both sides of the road emitting a warm yellow glow. Fine dust of light hung from the edge of the lampshade, making the shadows of the trees appear slender and graceful. The outlines of the buildings in the distance were faintly visible in the night, with occasional star-like light shining through a few windows. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. The clear light spread over the neatly trimmed bushes and coated the stone road with a thin layer of frost. The night wind, wrapped in the fragrance of grass and trees, passed by my ears. In the light and shadow intertwined by street lights and moonlight, the figures of 2 adults and 1 child appeared particularly harmonious. Xiao Xiao held his father's left hand in his mother's right hand. She looks at her daddy for a while, then at her mommy, with the little braids on her head swinging back and forth, as if she can never get enough of looking at them. This was the first time she was held by both her father and mother at the same time. She is extremely happy now. Mom and dad would use their strength at the same time to lift her up and walk slowly, so that she could take a big step at a time. Chapter 35 Album Preheat. Louis Fei felt a rare peace of mind. She also enjoyed such a quiet night. She likes to blend into the night. John Lon didn't say anything either. He was wondering what excuse he could use next time so that he could openly pick up Xiao Xiao from school. If it was Xiao Xiao's grandmother who came, he would definitely have no chance. I can just discuss it with Louis Fei. John Lon turned his head to look at Louis Fei beside him. The warm light from the street lamp slanted across her outline, making her jawline soft like the moon, and her slightly curly long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. The high nose bridge supports the delicate curve, and the nose tip is round and small, with a pearly luster. John Lon couldn't help but sigh. Fairy's sister is so beautiful. Just at this moment, Louis Fei yawned. She noticed Jiang Lan's gaze and turned to look at him with a puzzled look. Jiang Lan saw tears in her eyes. Although she was still very beautiful, she could not hide the tiredness on her face. Forget it, let us talk about this issue another day, so he shook his head and said in a low voice. You look very tired. You should get more rest. Money is important, but health is more important. If your body is exhausted, what good is all the money? Louis Fei felt warm inside after hearing Jiang Lan's words. I didn't expect him to be so attentive. Is he caring about me? But given her personality, she certainly wouldn't show this emotion on her face. Louis Fei responded casually. I see, but I feel fine. I know my physical condition. Jiang Lan looked at the other party and seemed not to take it seriously, so he didn't say anything more. There are some things that you won't understand unless you experience them. Just like he did in the beginning, he always thought that he was in good health and staying up late was no big deal. I didn't expect that I would travel through time in the end. Besides, we are all adults and have to pay for our own actions. After sending Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao to the car, Jiang Lan walked back with a happy face. I met Xiao Xiao on the first day I moved in, which was a good start. On the way home, Jiang Lan opened the system panel for the first time in a long time. Name, Jiang Lan. Age, 28. Appearance, 90. Intelligence, 80. Stamina, 70. The above values are all scored as 100. Skills, advanced company management, advanced singing, intermediate acting, intermediate cooking, elementary writing, elementary handicraft. Pleasure value, 8,085. Looking at the system panel and the stamina value that had increased by 4 points, Jiang Lan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the exercise these days was not in vain. In terms of skills, I have gained a basic writing skill, which should be developed from writing novels these days. As the saying goes, if you read 300 Tang poems, you will be able to recite them even if you can't write poems. Although I have been moving novels these days, I have been writing for such a long time, so it is not surprising that I have an additional entry-level writing. Then there is the happiness value, which has now risen to more than 8,000, more than 7,000 more than last time. It can be said that the increase is astonishing. You can tell from the numbers that the little guy is very happy with him. Jiang Lan smiled warmly, thinking that he was a very competent father. And according to the system rules, 10,000 points are enough to upgrade a skill from intermediate to advanced. Jiang Lan scratched his head and thought that he could consider upgrading his intermediate cooking skills to advanced ones when the time comes. The intermediate level of cooking skills now has the little one full of praise. If it is improved to the advanced level, Xiao Xiao will be so envious that he will die. Thinking of Xiao Xiao, the greedy girl, eating with big mouthfuls and praising herself all the time, Jiang Lan couldn't help but smile. It's such a happy decision. When the happiness value reaches 10,000, I will prioritize improving my cooking level. It can be regarded as using the pleasure value contributed by the little guy to serve herself. As for other skills, he is not in a hurry. Jiang Lan put away the control panel and looked up at the night sky. The deep blue curtain is dotted with stars like broken diamonds, and the Milky Way flows in the distance. Everything is moving in the right direction. Let us talk about Shui Jiqian. Ever since he got the song from Jianlan, he started recording it intensively. We also shot MVs for these two songs based on the lyrics. As for the title song, Shui Jiqian struggled for a long time between the two songs. Finally, Ugly was decided as the theme song. And the album's title was also decided to be Ugly. Although he and his agent felt that both songs were good. Even the audience acceptance of The Only One may be even higher. But for some reason, he just had a feeling for the song Ugly. Whether it was the lyrics or the music, it touched his heart. Ugly is the song that better represents him. It's a song that suits him better. Maybe this is fate. Shui Jiqian is more compatible with Ugly Monster. However, he also attached great importance to The Only One and directly placed it as the first song on the album. Speaking of it, the position of the album is also very particular. Generally, the title song will not be placed as the first song, but in the middle of the album. In any case, the title song will only be played when the listeners are impatient. In addition to the title song, the first song of the album is also very important. It must be nice to listen to and of high quality. Because this position is the first impression of the album and is responsible for catching the ears of music fans, it is appropriate to put The Only One in this position. After the positions of the title song and the first song on the album were determined, the progress became much faster. He had already prepared several songs, so the album was completed very quickly. After the album is completed, the next step is promotion and preheating. Even good wine needs no bush, so album promotion is also crucial. However, given Shui Jiqian's current popularity, the publicity work should not be too easy. A promotional Weibo post easily made the news of his new album a hot topic. Countless fans began to check in on Shui Jiqian's Weibo comment section. Xianxian finally released a new album. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. After seeing the album cover, I can only say Xianxian is just so handsome. Lao Shui finally released an album, I have to support him this time. From the comments of fans, we can see that Shui Jiqian's performance in variety shows in recent years has been very good. Some people became his fans because of his singing skills, some because of his good looks, and some because of his identity as a comedian. Of course, some people are optimistic about it, while others are pessimistic. What's going on? A variety show star doesn't want to focus on filming variety shows, but instead imitates others and starts releasing albums? Exactly, does he have any works? What's the point of looking forward to a comedian? He's clearly here to take advantage of his fans. If this album is any good, I'll eat my monitor. What's going on? Why are there people cheating on food and drinks in the comments section? I admit Shui Jiqian is funny in variety shows, but forget about his singing. Some were optimistic, while others were sarcastic, and then the two groups started arguing in Shui Jiqian's comment section. But no matter what, the popularity is there. Everyone knows that Shui Jiqian will release a new album next Monday at 8 p.m. Looking at his own comments section, Shui Jiqian sighed helplessly. This is why he insists on releasing albums. Loving music is one part, and the other part is that in the entertainment industry, the status of a mere variety show star is really too low. Although he does have a representative work, it is far from enough. After all, he became popular again thanks to variety shows, not music or acting. This makes him look like a variety show star in the eyes of many people. So he urgently needed an album to prove himself as a singer. Chapter 36, Was it written for me? After hearing what Sun Xian said, Shui Jiqian slapped his forehead and said, I was so busy looking at the data I forgot to tell him. But this guy should have gone to bed early by now, so I won't disturb him today. I'll tell him in person tomorrow. Shui Jiqian also often communicated with Zhang Lan when making the album. But this guy never replied after 11 o'clock, ever. When he asked again the next day, Zhang Lan said that he would go to bed on time at 11 o'clock. After hearing this, Shui Jiqian's mouth twitched. Go to bed before 11 o'clock? I don't know if this guy is a young man. He complains silently in his heart. However, he still respected Zhang Lan's schedule and tried to finish the discussion before 11 o'clock every time. Now. Shui Jiqian turned on his phone and looked at the time on the screen. He guessed that Zhang Lan would definitely not reply to the message. Let us talk about it tomorrow morning, it can be regarded as a surprise for him. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Louis Fei got up as usual and prepared to go to the set to film. She sat in the back seat of the nanny car, sleepy-eyed. I didn't finish work until after 12 o'clock yesterday, so I have to get up early again today. Originally, she could have lived near the suburban film and television city like the staff. But for Xiao Xiao, she still chose to run back and forth between the two places every day. Louis Fei yawned loudly. The journey would take an hour and a half, so she could still take a nap in the car. Thinking of this, she skillfully took out her headphones and put them on. She was used to listening to some music and taking a nap on her way to the set every morning, and today was no exception. After all, I am a person in the entertainment industry and have released albums. You also need to have a certain understanding of the current trends in the music scene. This is the basic quality of being an artist. Otherwise, when she attends some grand ceremony or award ceremony and meets some singers, she won't know what to talk to everyone. Louis Fei skillfully opened the Penguin Music app and suddenly found 2 songs she had never heard of on the new song list. Of course, Penguin Music's new song list is always updated, so it's not surprising to have 2 more songs. However, what caught her attention was mainly because the singers of these 2 new songs were both Xue Jiqian. Xue Jiqian, she had heard of him. There was an event a long time ago, and his dressing room was right next to mine. However, Louis Fei had an idea. Didn't Jianlan say that his new song was bought by Xue Jiqian? Listen to these 2 songs first, then search for his albums, you might even hear something he wrote. Thinking of this, Louis Fei clicked on Xue Jiqian's new song on the charts without hesitation. It just so happened that she was a little tired of the songs in her recent playlist and wanted to change some songs. I don't care whether any of these songs were written by Jianlan. Click on Ugly, which is ranked first on the list. Louis Fei scrolled to the lyrics page. She stared and stared at the songwriter of the song. Lyricist, Xiao Yang. Composer, Xiao Yang. Arranger, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang? Xiao Xiao. Could it be him? Louis Fei was also a little uncertain. But soon her attention was drawn to the song. When the prelude sounded, the low bass mixed with the sound of fine electric current was very exciting. Then the drum beats fell, and the singer sang in a slightly hoarse voice. If the world is dark, I am actually beautiful. The chorus is progressive, with just a few simple lines of lyrics, yet it carries a power that goes straight to the heart. Especially at the climax. Ugly thing, hey hey hey. It's simply addictive. As Louis Fei listened, she couldn't help but hum along. 3 minutes later, she listened to the song with admiration in her eyes. It deserves to be the #1 song on the new song chart. She thinks this is the best song she has released in recent years. The lyrics are profound, the melody is catchy, and the tune is catchy. After listening to it only once, she already remembered what the main melody was. It really deserves to be first. Louis Fei was sitting in the back row, praising generously. Then she clicked on the second song on the charts. That's right, after one night, the only one has now risen to second place. Louis Fei's fingertips slid across the screen to open the lyrics page, and her pupils suddenly shrank slightly. In the composer column of this song, a name is printed in bold, Xiao Yang. What's the origin of this Xiao Yang? 2 songs suddenly entered the top 2 of the charts? She didn't seem to have the impression that she had heard of this person before. Just when Louis Fei was wondering who Xiao Yang was, a song came from the headphones, which immediately attracted Louis Fei's attention. Although she only heard one sentence, her first reaction was that it sounded good. Louis Fei sank into the back of the chair, her fingertips unconsciously tapping her knees in rhythm. It wasn't until the chorus sounded that she sat up straight. Baby, you are my only one. After hearing this, she suddenly felt very familiar. This melody, she seemed to have heard it somewhere before. But where have you heard of it? Louis Fei is no longer sleepy at all. She thought carefully about the melody. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Could it be him? She suddenly remembered something. Xiao Xiao said when she came back from the amusement park last time that Jiang Lan went on stage to sing a song in order to win a doll for her. I just asked casually at the time. Xiao Xiao thought about it for a long time, and finally sang this line of lyrics to herself. At that time, the little guy said to her excitedly, "Mom, are you saying I'm Daddy's baby?" It seems that the person whose 2 songs appeared on the new song chart is actually Jiang Lan. Is this guy so powerful? I wrote 2 songs for Xue Jiqian, and both of them were on the new song charts. Louis Fei looked at the lyrics scrolling on the phone screen with joy. Immerse yourself in the music. The driver in the front seat saw the silly grinning Louis Fei in the rearview mirror and scratched his head unconsciously, wondering what happened to his own artist. Why do you have that silly smile on your face, as if you are in love? After listening to The Only One, the smile on Louis Fei's face never disappeared. She had known for a long time that Zhang Lan seemed to have never had a girlfriend in recent years. So, did he write this song for me? I didn't expect that even though he didn't say it, he loved me so deeply in his heart. Thinking of this, the corners of Louis Fei's mouth curled up wildly and she couldn't suppress it no matter how hard she tried. Louis Fei's assistant Su Fei, who was in the front row, turned around and saw that she was not resting her eyes as usual. Instead, he was holding his phone with an excited smile on his face, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Sister Fei, why are you so happy so early in the morning? Did something good happen? When Louis Fei heard Su Fei's question, she finally came to her senses. She was in a good mood and didn't think about hiding it. She smiled brightly at Su Fei and said, "Nothing, I just found 2 really good songs and I'm going to recommend them to you now. You can listen to it when you have time." Su Fei looked at Louis Fei's smiling face and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Although Su Fei is a woman, and she is used to seeing beauties in the entertainment industry. Having been with Louis Fei day and night for such a long time, she should have become desensitized to this face long ago. But she is still often attracted by Louis Fei's appearance. Su Fei couldn't help but sigh in her heart that some people are really favored by God. But she quickly came to her senses and said to Louis Fei, "Okay, since Sister Fei recommended it, of course I have to listen to it." Louis Fei happily shared Jian Lan's 2 songs with her assistant. He also shared his feelings with her. "Fei, I think it's really great. Especially the second song. How about I release him?" After getting the consent of the people in the car, Louis Fei put away her headphones and pressed the volume button. The melodious singing echoed in the carriage. Especially when she heard that again. "Baby, I can't love you more." The shyness on her face almost stunned Su Fei. Oh my god, she doesn't know whether Louis Fei kills men or not, but she knows that Louis Fei will definitely kill women. Chapter 37. Who is Xiao Xiao? At the same time, in a villa in the imperial capital, a man in a black silk robe walked towards the bathroom as usual. The first thing he does when he wakes up every day is to take a shower. At the same time, the man also turned on his expensive audio system. Make sure he can hear the music while taking a shower. Anyway, the villa is big enough and there is no disturbance to others. He turned up the volume of the stereo to the maximum. I was working on the album last night and was in the recording studio the whole time. When I got up this morning, I had a headache. The man turned on the water valve and let the warm water wash over his body. Faintly, he seemed to hear a song he had never heard before. "Baby, you are my only one. Both worlds are deformed. It's not easy to go back. Sure. You are my only one. Say I love you to the phone alone. I really love you." This melody is good. And the lyrics are nice too. But the singer. Why does this voice sound so familiar to him? When he heard the second paragraph, the man finally understood. The singer of this song is actually Xue Jiqian? Is this one among the new songs he released yesterday? The man in front of me is Zhang Tianqi. He is an idol singer by profession, and he and Xue Jiqian are artists from the same entertainment company. And the relationship between the two is somewhat subtle. Zhang Tianqi signed with Tanyu Entertainment much later than Xue Jiqian. But he already had a lot of fans when he joined the company. At that time, Xue Jiqian was at a low point, so as soon as he signed the contract, the company gave him a lot of resources and trained him as the number one. But unexpectedly, just 1 year later, Xue Jiqian became famous as a joke teller. Then the company tentatively gave him some resources and the results were unexpectedly good. Now that the subsidiary has a choice, it will certainly not invest all its resources in him. Therefore, Zhang Tianqi hated Xue Jiqian with all his might. If you want to be obscure, then stay obscure. What does it mean that you suddenly become obscure after I came to Tianyu? You are specifically against me, right? Therefore, he really didn't want to hear any good news from Xue Jiqian. He had also heard about Xue Jiqian making an album, but after hearing about the investment the company had given him, he no longer paid attention to it. That little money was only enough for him to make a song, so he focused all his energy on his own album. After all, his opponent is not just Xue Jiqian. Moreover, 5 or 6 of the albums released by Xue Jiqian in the company had already failed. With the same production team, I don't think it will make any splash this time. Xue Jiqian, you said you just want to be a comedian, why do you want to release an album? Is music something you can understand? However, despite thinking so, Zhang Tianqi still accelerated the washing process, wanting to go out and listen carefully to Shui Jiqian's new album, because the song just now made him feel like something was wrong. Just as he turned off the shower, the song ended. Immediately afterwards, Shui Jiqian's voice was heard again. Zhang Tianqi was completely shocked. You know, every time he plays a song, although it is random, they are all top 10 in major charts. This album was just released yesterday, and it's already on the charts today? Zhang Tianqi was puzzled. At the same time, he quickened his movements, wanting to go out and take a look. When he got his phone and saw the Penguin music charts, he stood there in shock as if struck by lightning. Zhang Tianqi rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at his phone again. New songs chart number 1. Ugly. Singer, Shui Jiqian. Heat value, 3029W+. New songs chart number 2. Only. Singer, Shui Jiqian. Heat value, 2690W+. That's impossible. Zhang Tianqi's fingertips gripped the edge of the phone tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. Has the company increased its investment in the promotion and marketing of Shui Jiqian's album? Otherwise, why would the album be so popular on the first day of its release? Damn, why hadn't he heard? With a feeling of surprise and uncertainty, Zhang Tianqi almost roughly swiped open the interface and clicked on NetEase Cloud Music. Zhang Tianqi. This time he didn't even need to look at the rankings, the splash screen ad had already told him. Congratulations to Shui Jiqian for his new album song Ugly, which topped the new songs chart. The two largest music platforms in the country both showed that Shui Jiqian's song was on the list and ranked first. That's not true. Zhang Tianqi suddenly shouted, and then his chest heaved violently due to rapid breathing. He didn't even bother to connect his phone to his top-of-the-line speakers at the moment, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Ugly, which was at the top of the charts. I want to see how he can reach the top. As he operated, the sound of the mobile phone speaker filled the empty room. 3 minutes later. Zhang Tianqi sat down on the sofa with a deathly pale face. Maybe the company really didn't increase its publicity and promotion. This song really deserves to be number 1 on the list. But when did Shui Jiqian have such a production team? We all work in the same company, how could he not know that there is such a great producer in the company? Did you find it from outside at a high price? Could it be that the boss's previous hint that he would allocate more company resources to him in the future was just to stabilize him first? Zhang Tianqi looked at the composer. It's still the same one, Xiao Xiao. Where did this great god come from? Shui Jiqian's pen name? That's impossible. If he could write a song like this, why would he hide it? Zhang Tianqi couldn't figure it out. With a lot of questions in his mind, he clicked on the second-ranked song, The Only One. When he saw the songwriter, he almost vomited blood. Again, Xiao Yang? Who is he? Zhang Tianqi could no longer sit still. He picked up the phone and made an appointment with his agent Xiao Xiao. Sister Qiao, are you in the company? Have you listened to Shui Jiqian's new song? Okay, I'll go to the company now. I'll be there in about half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tianqi simply changed into a coat and went out to the company without even bothering to blow dry his hair. Sister Qiao's voice on the phone was also very confused. Obviously, she did not expect that Shui Jiqian's album would achieve such good results. In just over half a month, Zhang Tianqi's new album will be released. Given the current popularity of Shui Jiqian's songs, there is no doubt that his new song will have a huge impact when it is released. It seems that they need to discuss the next strategy together. Chapter 38, The Quarrel Caused by Chicken Wings. Just when Shui Jiqian's new song became a hit across the country at lightning speed, Zhang Lan finally opened his eyes. He opened his eyes drowsily, opened his phone and took a look. It was just past 7 o'clock. I was busy cleaning up the new house last night, so I went to bed late and felt a little tired. However, the biological clock he developed these days is still effective, and he wakes up at the appointed time. Then he saw several unread messages on Feishan. Who is this? Why are they sending so many messages? Zhang Lan yawned, rubbed his eyes, and opened Feishan. Shui Jiqian sent him a series of messages at 6 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Lan. The 2 new songs you wrote are now ranked first and second on the new song chart. Are you happy? My album sold out instantly. Thank you so much this time. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I haven't achieved anything like this in years. And your pen name Xiao Yang also became famous overnight. A lot of people are asking me about you now. But I haven't told anyone your specific information yet. Do you think you need to keep it a secret? By the way, we're having dinner together tonight. Do you want to join us? It's my treat. Excited.jpg. It turned out that after Shui Jiqian returned home last night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep well the whole night. Every half an hour, I pick up my phone to check my data and netizens' comments. I continued like this intermittently until 6 o'clock in the morning. He finally couldn't help it and sent several messages to John Lun. John Lun is the great contributor to this achievement. Without him, I would not have been able to achieve such results. John Lun read it from top to bottom, one by one. It is not difficult to see Shui Jiqian's excitement from this information. He was not surprised at all that the 2 songs he gave to Shui Jiqian became a hit. Needless to say, The Ugly Monster is one of Shui Jiqian's representative works in his previous life. The only one is even more popular across the country and is a must-order song for countless people in KTV. Not only that, the song also swept all major awards at the time. It can be said that it was because of this song that the second brother established his status as the Prince of Love songs. Therefore, he believes that this song has the potential to surpass Ugly in terms of popularity and awards. He felt that Ugly might not maintain its number 1 position for long. But it doesn't matter. The first and second places are both mine, so the difference is not that big. As for whether or not to publicize one's identity as a songwriter, John Lun thought about it and decided to keep it secret for now. Anyway, songwriters don't have the same requirements for exposure as celebrities. Moreover, he felt that his cooperation with Shui Jiqian was quite pleasant, and there was no need to rush to find other partners for the time being. Now he can rest assured. Thinking of this, he replied to Shui Jiqian with several messages. First, he congratulated the other party on the great success of his album, and asked him to keep his identity as secret as possible. As soon as he sent the message, Shui Jiqian replied immediately. Okay. I'll keep your secret. Seeing this scene, John Lun smiled and shook his head. It seemed that this guy was very excited and hadn't slept yet. However, John Lun did not reply to his message again. He put down his phone, got up, washed his face, and prepared to go out for exercise. A good day starts with early exercise. At this time, Xiao Xiao was also sent to kindergarten by her grandmother. She waved to the grandma who brought her here and said sweetly, "Grandma, goodbye." After saying that, she ran happily towards her little friend. Xiao Xiao wore a light yellow sweater and sweatpants of the same color today. From a distance, it looks like a fresh little flower in autumn. The 2 braids on her head were shaking as she ran. At this time, many friends who lived nearby had arrived, and Xiao Xiao greeted them one by one. The little guy is so cute, so he has a very good relationship with many children. Seeing her coming, many children greeted her. At this time, a little boy wearing overalls and a black pullover came over and said to Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Xiao, what did you do in our neighborhood yesterday?" This little boy was none other than Huang Wenjie, who brought Xiao Xiao and the others into the community yesterday. When Xiao Xiao heard the other party's question, he replied without thinking, "Of course I'm going to look for my dad. He recently moved to your neighborhood, so I went in to look for him. He even made me chicken wings last night. They were super delicious." The little guy put his hands on the straps of his school bag and raised his chin to show off to his classmates. Although the little boy in front of him was calmer than Xiao Xiao, he still showed the innocence unique to kindergarten children. "I've eaten chicken wings before, but they were made by my auntie, and they were just average." "Jiang Zhao, what do these super delicious chicken wings taste like?" He asked this, curiosity and yearning showing in his eyes. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile even brighter when he heard him say, "Super delicious, just 100 times better than chocolate cake." Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoe, her eyes curved into crescents, and her pigtails dangled back and forth. "This is the unique taste of my poop in the world." She definitely didn't want to show off to Huang Wenjie that her father made delicious chicken wings for him. She just wanted to share with her friends. The teacher said that if you come across good things, you should share them with your classmates. Of course, I have to share the delicious food with my classmates. Huang Wenjie is usually very greedy, so when he heard Xiao Xiao say, "It's better than chocolate cake," the desire in his eyes could no longer be contained, and he swallowed unconsciously. He really wanted to eat it, but he was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. But he soon realized that it was just chicken wings and he had eaten them before, so what was so delicious about them? Xiao Xiao must be lying. Thinking of this, he blurted out. Jiang Xiao, you're lying. How delicious can chicken wings be? Ah. Xiao Xiao was stunned when he heard Huang Wenjie's words. He never lied. Dad's chicken wings are so delicious. I don't. After she realized what was happening, she looked at Huang Wenjie angrily. He didn't walk side by side with him, but ran away angrily. She never wants to play with Huang Wenjie again. Huang Wenjie was a little at a loss when he saw Xiao Xiao was angry. But he didn't apologize, and he didn't say anything wrong. Jiang Xiao was just lying. How could chicken wings be delicious? Chapter 39 Accident. By the time of nap at noon, the two friends had not reconciled. The kindergarten teacher saw that the two people who usually gathered together and chattered now seemed to be ignoring each other. I immediately understood that the two little guys were having a quarrel. She couldn't help but find it funny. These two little kids are so young and can barely write a few words, so they just learn to have a cold war. But it is normal for children to quarrel with each other. After nap, Teacher Fan called the two little kids who were having a conflict together. Jiang Xiao, Huang Wenjie, why are you two having a conflict? Would you like to tell the teacher about it? Looking at Teacher Fan, who was speaking softly, Xiao Xiao suddenly felt aggrieved. Huang Wenjie said I was lying. I never lie, Teacher Fan. The little girl pouted and twisted her hands in front of her body. His eyes were a little wet, but he held it back stubbornly. Teacher Fan looked at Huang Wenjie. Teacher, I don't have any. Jiang Xiao said that the chicken wings her father made for her were super delicious. But I never saw her father come to pick her up. Her father must be like my father, busy with work and flying around everywhere. If that is the case, how could I make super delicious chicken wings for Jiang Xiao? And it's just chicken wings, how delicious can it be? After Huang Wenjie finished speaking, he nodded with a look of certainty on his face. Your own analysis will never be wrong. Mom said that Dad has a company to take care of and is very busy at work. He hasn't seen his father for more than 2 months. Jiang Xiao's father didn't have time to pick her up. I never participated in campus activities. He must be busier than his father. Teacher Fan looked at Huang Wenjie and Jiang Xiao in amazement. Although she knew that the conflict between the children could not be a big deal, she did not expect that the cause would be just this kind of thing. But for children, this kind of thing may be normal. However, this problem is easy to solve, so she said to Huang Wenjie. Xiao Xiao's father may be very busy, but he definitely has time to rest. Making chicken wings for Xiao Xiao is perfectly normal. As for whether it tastes good or not, you can try it yourself. Having said that, Teacher Fan turned to Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, if you have the chance, could you invite Huang Wenjie to your home? Let him try those super delicious chicken wings you mentioned. After hearing what Teacher Fan said, the two little guys looked at each other. When Huang Wenjie was still struggling, Xiao Xiao raised his head and said, Then I'll listen to Teacher Fan. I'll go back today and ask my dad when he's free. I want you to know that the chicken wings my dad makes are the best in the world. Huang Wenjie was no longer bothered when he heard Xiao Xiao say that. Well, after I go to your house and try your dad's chicken wings, if they're really that delicious, I'll admit that your dad's chicken wings are super delicious. After reaching an agreement, the two children shook hands and made peace immediately. This is how children act. It is possible to quarrel because of a single word, but it is also possible to make up quickly because of a single word. Teacher Fan smiled as he watched the two of them walk hand in hand back to the lounge. That's what makes these little guys so cute, and that's the fun of this job. A film and television shooting base in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Louis Fei has just finished filming an important scene. Assistant Su Fei handed her the phone, Aunt Lu just called and asked you to call her back when you are not busy. Louis Fei looked up in surprise. Lu surely knew that she was filming and rarely called unless there was something important. Did something happen to Xiao Xiao? She hurriedly picked up the phone and called back. Mom, what's wrong? Louis Fei's voice couldn't help but be tinged with anxiety. Since I became a mother myself, I have a deeper understanding of the hardships of being a mother. Worrying about my son all the time. Lu Xiuli on the other end of the phone seemed to be in a somewhat noisy environment. Cece, your aunt accidentally broke her leg. I'm at the airport now and I'm going to fly over to see her. Louis Fei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Xiuli's words. Fortunately, it was not Xiao Xiao's problem. But then her heart started to lift again. Her aunt's problem was also very important. Thinking of this, she asked quickly, "When did it happen? Is your aunt's condition serious? Do you want to come to the capital for treatment? I know a very good orthopedic surgeon." After Louis Fei finished speaking, she heard Lu Xiaoli's voice on the other end of the phone. No, it just happened yesterday. I just found out that the operation was successful. Your uncle is on business abroad now and can't come back, and your cousin is still young. So I went over to see her and take care of her, but you have to take care of Xiao Xiao these days. Hearing this, Louis Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then you can rest assured at your aunt's place. I'll take care of Xiao Xiao for the next few days. Lu Xiaoli was a little worried. Will you be able to get back in time? After all, if Louis Fei starts working, there is no idea when she will finish. We can't let Xiao Xiao wait alone in the kindergarten. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoli was in a dilemma. Otherwise, I won't go. Xiao Xiao can't be left alone. Louis Fei sat on the chair and swallowed a mouthful of water. Mom, don't worry about Xiao Xiao. I can ask Fei Fei to pick her up. Besides. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and chose to speak out. John Lon has moved now. He lives in the community opposite Xiao Xiao's kindergarten. If I'm too busy here, you can let Xiao Xiao go to his place first. She knew that her mother had always disliked John Lon. I feel that John Lon has ruined my future. He also looked down on John Lon. But he is the father of the child after all. It is much safer to leave Xiao Xiao to him than to an outsider. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoli on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a moment he sighed. Okay. This is the only way now. When I'm not around, you have to take good care of Xiao Xiao. She's been kicking the quilt a lot at night lately. Don't sleep too soundly. Louis Fei's heart softened when she heard her mother's worried muttering on the phone. When I was determined to give birth to Xiao Xiao, my mother disagreed at first. But now, she has given much more to Xiao Xiao than I, as a mother, have ever done. Louis Fei interrupted her mother's instructions with a smile. After hearing the boarding announcement from the phone, the two said a brief goodbye and then hung up. Su Fei also heard the conversation between the two. After seeing her hang up the phone, she leaned over and spoke. Sister, do you need me to help you pick up Xiao Xiao? The fact that Louis Fei has a daughter has not been announced to the public yet. But people close to him, such as his assistant and agent, all know about it and often see the little guy. Little Xiao Xiao is smart, lively and cute, and has extraordinary lethality. His uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters all like him very much. Su Fei was of course no exception. When she heard that she could go and pick up Xiao Xiao, her eyes lit up. After hearing Fei Fei's words, Louis Fei looked at her phone. 1:10. If we leave now, it will take 2 hours to get there, but we will still have time to pick up Xiao Xiao from school. But no need, Fei Fei. It's a bit rushed if you rush over now. I'll ask my friend for help. He happens to be nearby. For some reason, the first person Louis Fei thought of was John Lon. He must have moved to the vicinity of Xiao Xiao's kindergarten just to be able to pick Xiao Xiao up and drop her off at school one day. But I didn't greet him in advance, so I don't know if he is free. So Louis Fei sent a Feishan message to John Lon. Are you free this afternoon? My mom has something going on and can't pick me up today. Could you please help me take Xiao Xiao to your place first? I will come and pick her up later. Just after sending the message, Louis Fei saw a dialog box prompt, the other party is typing. Then a series of messages came. Available. I'm free every day. Leave Xiao Xiao to me, don't worry. I will take good care of you. You don't have to rush to pick me up. Take care of yourself and your work first. John Lon sent a series of words. It was hard not to see his excitement. Although Louis Fei knew that John Lon would most likely not refuse. But after seeing John Lan's reply, she felt much better for some reason. I thought he must be happy now. Chapter 40, Picking up Xiao Xiao from school for the first time. John Lan sighed. He stared at his phone and flipped it over and over again. How do I tell Fei it's appropriate? Just tell Xiao Xiao to stay with me for a while? Or should we just go to the kindergarten gate and pretend we met by chance without saying anything? He is now very confused. Logically speaking, she couldn't have been unaware that she moved here to spend more time with Xiao Xiao. However, the person who is usually responsible for picking up and dropping off Xiao Xiao is the child's grandmother, Lu Xioli. If Auntie saw me, she would probably just roll her eyes at me. Jianlan muttered to himself while holding the phone. I moved here, but how can I see Xiao Xiao more often with a legitimate reason? I have a headache. At this moment, Jianlan received a Fei Xan message from Louis Fei. After seeing the news, Jianlan just wanted to say, available. Those who are free can't be free anymore. This is like a sleepy person meeting a pillow. Jianlan laughed 3 times towards the sky. I was just worrying about how to start the conversation, now it's great. Yifei is really considerate. After being happy, Jianlan looked at the time. It was past 1 o'clock and it was still early. He immediately got up and went to the supermarket. I bought a bunch of ingredients that Xiao Xiao usually likes to eat. Thinking of giving the little one a surprise tonight. After the clock struck 4, Jianlan was waiting at the school gate on time. In half an hour, Xiao Xiao will be out of school. This was the first time he came to the school to pick up Xiao Xiao from school. Jianlan suppressed his inner excitement and looked inside the school from the gate. Gradually, many mothers and elderly people, as well as some people dressed as nannies, gathered around. They all looked like parents coming to pick up their children from school. Jianlan is the most outstanding one among them. The reason is simple. First of all, there are very few men. Second, there are fewer young men. Finally, there was a handsome guy with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a tall figure, and sharp features. Looking around, there was only Jianlan. Some mothers who are familiar with each other gathered together and whispered, "Whose parents are these? Have you seen them? I don't know. I've never encountered one. He's so handsome, his wife is so lucky. If you ask me, a man doesn't have to be particularly handsome. Being handsome can't make a living. He still has to be able to make money. But with looks like this, I think it's okay even if I'm not that good at making money." Some people were gossiping and curious, some shook their heads secretly, and some commented on Jianlan. Jianlan was too lazy to pay attention to these people. In his previous life, he learned a lesson: don't argue with fools. Other people have their mouths on their bodies, and you can't stop them from saying whatever they want to say. Soon, a few small figures appeared at the door of the kindergarten. They wore the same yellow hats and carried the same yellow school bags as the kindergarten. With the help of the teacher, they lined up in not very neat rows. Looking at these little kids, Jianlan couldn't help but smile kindly. His eyes quickly swept across, looking for the most beautiful one among the many small beings. As the child appeared, the mothers who were whispering at the door stopped and began to search for their children. The teacher of each class will be responsible for handing the children over to the parents she knows. The teacher will not let the children follow someone who is not instructed by the parents. Xiao Xiao was originally talking to the children, but when she turned around, she saw Jianlan waving at her in the crowd. When the little guy saw Jianlan, he thought he was dreaming and rubbed his eyes hard with his little hands. Jianlan, who was far away, saw the little guy's cute actions and felt that he was completely melted by Xiao Xiao's cuteness. Xiao Xiao rubbed his eyes and realized that he was not dreaming, but his father really came to pick him up. He immediately cheered and ran towards Jianlan. Looking at Xiao Xiao running over, Jianlan squatted down and caught the little girl steadily. He held Xiao Xiao steadily with one hand, letting her sit on his arm, and used the other hand to protect her little body and picked her up. Sitting in Jiang Lan's arms, Xiao Xiao immediately asked curiously, "Daddy, why are you picking me up today?" Jianlan listened to the little guy's question and said with a smile, "Grandma had something to do today, so I came to pick you up. Are you happy?" "Of course I'm happy. I really wish my dad would come pick me up every day. Then Dad might have been the one to pick you up during this time." "Oh. Long live Daddy." The father and daughter played for a while before Teacher Fan caught up with them. Louis Fei had already greeted the teacher before. Moreover, through the previous conversation between Xiao Xiao and Huang Wenjie, she also knew that Xiao Xiao's father had moved nearby, so she was not surprised that the other party came to pick up Xiao Xiao. But she was surprised that the other person was so young and so handsome. Although Jianlan was interacting with Xiao Xiao in his arms, he also saw the teacher coming over. So Jianlan hugged Xiao Xiao with one hand, stretched out the other hand, and gave the teacher a polite smile. "Hello, you must be Teacher Fan. I'm Xiao Xiao's father." Seeing Jianglan's ears unconsciously turn red, she held Jianglan's outstretched hand and spoke softly. Oh, hello. I'm Xiao Xiao's homeroom teacher. My last name is Fan. Xiao Xiao's mother has already greeted me. Just now, she felt that Xiao Xiao's father was very handsome from a distance, and when she got closer, she felt that he was even more handsome. Teacher Fan marveled in her heart, no wonder Xiao Xiao was so pretty, her parents were really so handsome. Although Louis Fei only came a few times occasionally, and covered most of her face. But from the exposed parts in her figure, she could also tell that the other person was a great beauty. At this time, Xiao Xiao twisted her little body in Jian Lan's arms. Daddy, I want to get down. Jian Lan bent down and put her on the ground. The little guy pulled one of his fingers and pulled it back, then raised his chin and walked back 2 steps arrogantly. She stood in front of a little boy with a bowl-cut haircut and said loudly, Huang Wenjie. You see, this is my dad. He was the one who made me those super delicious chicken wings yesterday. Jian Lan was a little surprised. What happened to Xiao Xiao? He had never seen Xiao Xiao like this before. He looked a little arrogant. Teacher Fan noticed the situation on their side. After sending the other students away, he walked over to Jian Lan. She simply explained to Jian Lan the conflict that occurred between the 2 children today. Jian Lan was a little amused after hearing this, but since Xiao Xiao said so, he couldn't embarrass Xiao Xiao. He looked at the little boy in front of Xiao Xiao and said, Hello, Huang Wenjie, I'm Jiang Xiao's father. I live in the same neighborhood as you, and we're having some super delicious chicken wings tonight. Do you want to come and try some? Chapter 41, Being a Guest. Facing Xiao Xiao's little friend, Jiang Lan couldn't help but speak in a lower voice. This Huang Wenjie, Xiao Xiao seemed to have mentioned last time, lives in the same residential complex as Jiang Lan. It's so close, so it's no big deal for him to come and visit my home. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you release 1 sheep or drive 2 sheep, so adding 1 more person won't make any difference. Huang Wenjie raised his little face and looked at the person in front of him with some confusion. Is this Jiang Xiao's father? Then I should call him uncle. But why does this uncle look so small? I feel like he is almost like my cousin, so should I call him brother or uncle? Mom, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? How should I call you? So anxious. Jiang Lan saw that Huang Wenjie did not answer his question, but looked around as if he was looking for something. Only then did he notice that his parents had not arrived yet, so he spoke to Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan, I live across the street, in the same neighborhood as this kid. Why don't you ask if his parents are unable to pick him up because of something else? If possible, I can bring him to my place first and let him play with Xiao Xiao. Jiang Lan didn't know if this was okay, but seeing that Xiao Xiao's friend had no one to pick him up and was left here all alone, he felt a little reluctant. After listening to this, Teacher Fan nodded repeatedly. I was just about to call Huang Wenjie's mother. This has never happened before. Let me ask her. Jiang Lan stood aside and waited patiently. The Xiao Xiao brothers seemed to stand with Huang Wenjie again. Let me tell you, my dad's cooking is super delicious. No matter what he cooks, it's delicious. If you come to my house, we can paint together, and Ling Bell can play with you. I'm a boy, who wants to play with your Ling Bell? Huang Wenjie protested in a low voice awkwardly, but was interrupted by Xiao Xiao's loud voice before he could finish. I don't like this. There's also a big tank that Dad and I made together. It's so big, and you can even sit in it and drive it. Are there really tanks? I love driving tanks. A moment later, Huang Wenjie's mother hurried over. It turned out that Huang Wenjie's mother went to the city for something today, and encountered a heavy traffic jam on her way back, which delayed her from picking him up. Seeing this, Jiang Lan invited Huang Wenjie and his mother to visit his home. Originally, Huang Wenjie's mother didn't want to agree. She thought why should she go to someone else's house when she already had everything at home? But when she turned around and saw the child looking at her eagerly, Huang Wenjie's mother softened her heart and agreed. In this way, Xiao Xiao and Huang Wenjie walked in front, and the 2 parents followed behind and walked towards the community. Xiao Xiao hadn't been here for a few days, and as soon as he entered the room, he found that the living room had changed a lot. Wow! Dad! What's going on with this playground? Jiang Lan was getting slippers for Huang Wenjie's mother at the entrance at this time. Hearing Xiao Xiao's exclamation, he smiled without raising his head. This is a surprise Daddy specially gave Xiao Xiao. Do you like it? He answered in a louder voice. It turns out that Jiang Lan has been trying his best to keep his daughter these days. In addition to specially decorating the little princess's room, all the things she often uses are prepared. In order to make Xiao Xiao live comfortably, happily, and have fun, he even built a children's playground in the living room. A colorful inflatable castle nearly 2 meters high stands in the corner of the living room. The pink and blue tower is decorated with bow-shaped tulle, the spiral slide has a pearly luster, and a string of tinkling wind chimes hangs at the entrance of the castle. The castle is covered with rainbow cushions and star-shaped light strings hang down beside the ladder. Even the battlements of the city walls were decorated with small flags with Xiao Xiao's favorite strawberry patterns. Next to the inflatable castle, there is a small ocean ball inflatable mat. In order to accommodate these two large toys, Jiang Lan moved all the sofas in the living room to the side. In short, Jiang Lan brought home all the things that children like, such as slides, castles, ocean balls, and swings. Fortunately, we rented a villa, and the ceiling in the living room was high enough. If it were the apartment I lived in before, there really wouldn't be enough space for all these things. Looking at the castle in front of him, Xiao Xiao was so excited that he immediately ran towards the castle. Huang Wenjie, who was standing by, couldn't help but look envious when he saw this scene. Although he was not very interested in the pink castle, he was still envious of having such a large piece of land at home. The two little guys jumped into the ocean balls in an instant and had a lot of fun. When Jiang Lan heard Xiao Xiao's happy laughter in the living room, he knew that all his efforts were worth it. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Lan's mind. Byte. Detected the host's children's entertainment area. Target's happiness value increased by plus 128. Because Xiao Xiao was happy most of the time when she was with him, Jiang Lan turned off all the prompts when the happiness value was below 100. Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Lan curled his lips and led Huang Wenjie's mother to the living room. He poured a glass of water for Huang Wenjie's mother and the two little ones, and then said, Huang Wenjie's mother, I'm sorry, please help look after the two children here. I'm going to go cook first. It's okay, it's okay. Thank you for your hard work today. Next time, Xiao Xiao's father, you and Xiao Xiao come to my house as guests, and I will treat you again. Huang Wenjie's mother nodded with a smile. This was her first time visiting her son's classmate's home. I didn't expect Xiao Xiao's father to be so young and handsome. He can also cook, compared to their old Huang. Oh, forget it, at least Lao Huang can make money. Huang Wenjie's mother thought of what she had just heard from Jiang Zhao's father, that he rented this villa. I don't know whether this family is rich or not, but they actually rent a villa. After Jiang Lan finished speaking, he quickly went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner for today. Fortunately, I prepared enough ingredients today, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Just as Jiang Lan was preparing dinner, Xiao Xiao was taking Huang Wenjie around to visit. They came out of the ocean ball and went to the other corner of the living room, pointing at the big tank in the corner. Look, this is the big tank that my dad and I made. There's a small stool inside. We can sit in it and drive the tank. Huang Wenjie opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the big tank in front of him. He didn't expect that such a big tank was made of cardboard. Xiao Xiao and her father are so awesome. Seeing Huang Wenjie's expression, Xiao Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Then she brought out a paper box that was half her height, opened it and showed Huang Wenjie her origami little works inside, and then took in to see her own paintings hanging on the wall. Huang Wenjie couldn't help but show an envious expression when watching all this. Chapter 42, Daddy's Defense Battle. Finally, the two little guys went upstairs to Xiao Xiao's room. When she arrived at her room, Xiao Xiao took out all the handicrafts she and her father had made together, as well as the toys her father had prepared for her. We can play these together, Huang Wenjie. You can't say I lied to you now. My dad is so awesome. The little guy pouted, raised his head somewhat proudly, and secretly observed Huang Wenjie's reaction. Huang Wenjie was stubborn at first. This is not fun, I don't like that, I have a lot of them at home. Later, he gradually stopped talking. Xiao Xiao looked at the envy in his eyes and generously pushed her treasure in front of him. Teacher Fan said that good things should be shared. Huang Wenjie actually didn't think these things were that good. Although there is no playground at home, his mother can take him there whenever he wants to go. Other tanks and the like are just paper shells, nothing fancy. But Jiang Zhao said that her father did these with her. His father was always busy and never took him to play these. Thinking of this, Huang Wenjie looked at Jiang Zhao seriously. Jiang Zhao, your father is so kind, he has done so many things with you. My dad is not like that, he is always busy, why don't we swap dads? Xiao Xiao looked happy while listening to the first half of the conversation. But after hearing the latter part, Xiao Xiao immediately shook his head like a rattle. Your own father is the best father in the world, no one else can replace him. Her little brain worked quickly, and she changed what her grandma usually said to her and said it to Huang Wenjie. Your dad is also very good, you see how busy he is just to buy you delicious food and fun things. But you said you wanted to exchange him. If your father heard you say that, he would be sad. When Huang Wenjie heard what Xiao Xiao said, he felt that it made some sense, but he still wanted to try it for a few more days. He also wanted his father to work with him on making tanks. Can't we just change for a few days? Huang Wenjie's voice couldn't help but weaken. Xiao Xiao shook his head firmly. No, your dad will be sad. We can't do this. Huang Wenjie opened his mouth and finally nodded helplessly. When he came down from the second floor behind Xiao Xiao, Huang's mother interrupted and said jokingly, "What are the two little guys talking about? They look so serious." As she spoke, she picked up the water glass in front of her and took a sip. Mom, I want Zhang Zhao's dad to switch places with my dad. Cough, cough, cough. As expected, it is not appropriate to ask questions when people are drinking water. Mother Huang was choked by her son's shocking words. Looking at her son's little face that looked exactly like her husband's, Mother Huang's mouth twitched. I'm afraid no one will agree to this. Although my husband is a bit busy, he is a good husband and a good father. This heartless little ungrateful guy. But I just thought, my dad is also very good. He is busy working to earn money to support me. So now I don't want to exchange fathers with Zhang Zhao. Mother Huang's shoulders relaxed and she felt relieved. You're right, Wenjie. Dad can't be changed casually. Huang Wenjie also nodded his little head vigorously. Zhang Zhao took the opportunity to sneak into the kitchen at some point. He hugged his dad's legs tightly, not letting go, and rubbed his little face against his dad's pants. That was a close call, Zhang Zhao, you're so smart. I almost lost my father again. At this time, Jiang Lan had almost finished cooking. He looked at the little thing stuck to his leg and couldn't help but shake it off gently. Xiao Xiao, please go out. The kitchen is full of fumes and it smells bad. Xiao Xiao, Daddy? Jiang Lan, The little guy called Jiang Lan a few more times, and he responded one by one. Only then did Xiao Xiao feel relieved and ran out happily. Dad is still his. A plate of cola chicken wings, the little guy said it's super delicious and a must-have. A serving of shrimp with celery and cashews. This dish is easy to make and nutritious. Then have some braised beef with potatoes as a side dish, and finally a vegetarian dish of broccoli with garlic. For dishes for 4 people are almost ready, and the rice has been steamed while I was cooking, so we are done. Jiang Lan came out of the kitchen, saying that the meal was ready while serving the dishes. Mother Huang looked at Jiang Lan, who was wearing an apron. Perhaps because the kitchen was too hot, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his smooth arms, and looking at his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Somehow, her mind suddenly flashed through what her son had just said. Change Dad. Oops, what a mess I'm thinking about. Old Huang, you have been on a business trip for too long. Mother Huang and Jiang Lan served the dishes together. After everything was ready, Jiang Lan shouted to the 2 little guys who were having fun. Xiao Xiao, Wenjie, the food is ready, wash your hands and eat. When Xiao Xiao, who was having fun, heard his father's call to feed him, he immediately cheered and ran towards the bathroom. Huang Wenjie was originally in high spirits and wanted to play for a while longer, but when he saw Xiao Xiao stopped playing, he felt bored playing alone, so he followed Xiao Xiao to the bathroom to wash his hands and prepare to eat. Mother Huang, who was busy arranging the chopsticks, couldn't help but marvel at how Jiang Lan could get the 2 little monsters to wash their hands with just one sentence. My son listens to everyone except me. When I was at home, I would always be asked to eat with my parents. But when I go to someone else's house, they will run to wash their hands as soon as I hear them say so. Soon the 4 of them sat down at the dinner table. Xiao Xiao looked at the dishes on the table and swallowed unconsciously. She has tried cola chicken wings and potato beef, and they taste super delicious. As for that green-looking vegetable. Although she doesn't like to eat these green vegetables, the ones made by Dad must be delicious. She could only eat a few bites reluctantly, otherwise her father would be unhappy. And there is a new dish today, it looks like it contains shrimps, she loves shrimps. At this moment, Mother Huang looked at the table full of meat and vegetable dishes, and her heart skipped a beat. The food is delicious and smells delicious. However, she forgot to tell Xiao Xiao's father that this troublemaker in her family is very picky about food. No broccoli, no celery, no potatoes, no shrimp. After looking around, there is only one chicken wing left to eat. Mother Huang frowned slightly. She was a guest at someone else's home and it was impossible for her to make any requests to them. I didn't expect Jiang Lan to be able to accurately identify the food that his sons wouldn't eat. There is no one else like him. Alas, she now hopes to finish the meal quickly so that she can go back and give her son a snack. I hope Huang Wenjie can behave more sensibly at the dinner table. This is her only hope as a mother. Chapter 43, Conquering the Little Shota. Of course Huang Wenjie didn't know what Wenjie's mother was thinking. At this moment, Huang Wenjie immediately spotted the cola chicken wings on the plate. Is this the super delicious chicken wings that Xiao Xiao mentioned? It smells so good. It looks delicious too. He pulled his eyes away from the chicken wings and looked around at the other dishes. The rest are green and yellow. He doesn't like it. But my mother taught me that when visiting someone else's home, I can choose not to eat something I don't like, but I can't say it tastes bad. That's impolite. He is a polite child. So Huang Wenjie secretly made up his mind that he would only eat the chicken wings today. At the same time, he quickly glanced at Jiang Zhao, who was in high spirits, his eyes full of sympathy. Jiang Zhao is so pitiful, having to eat these green vegetables every day. Jiang Lan looked at the smiling Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao's classmate, with a serious face, and Huang's mother with an unnatural look on her face. He poured juice for everyone. Today I am honored to have Xiao Xiao's classmate, Huang Wenjie, and his mother, come to our home. It's a rare blessing that the children can get along so well, and since we live so close to each other, Uncle hopes Wenjie will come to visit us often in the future. Xiao Xiao, let's toast to your little classmate and Aunt Huang together, okay? Hearing Jiang Lan say this, Xiao Xiao straightened his back seriously, like a little adult, holding the small cup in both hands, and spoke crisply. Huang Wenjie, Aunt Huang, will be good friends from now on. Cheers! Hearing Xiao Xiao say this, Jiang Lan and Wenjie's mother both laughed. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao's father are so polite. Xiao Xiao's father worked so hard to cook so many dishes. Mother Huang also responded politely. No matter what, they invited me to be their guest sincerely. After saying this, the four of them clinked their glasses lightly. Jiang Lan saw the two little guys staring at the chicken wings eagerly. So he moved the plate of chicken wings in front of the two of them, and picked up a chicken wing for each of Huang Wenjie and Xiao Xiao. Eat slowly, be careful of the heat. Huang Wenjie couldn't bear it anymore when he saw the chicken wings in his bowl, and he whispered, "Thank you, uncle." Then, with his little hands that couldn't even hold the chopsticks steadily, he picked up the chicken wings and stuffed them into his mouth. After just one bite, Huang Wenjie's eyes lit up. Wow! Jiang Zhao didn't lie to him, the chicken wings were really delicious. No, it's super delicious. The tender and juicy chicken with warm sauce spread on the tip of the tongue. The sweet and salty taste made Huang Wenjie ignore the fact that it was a little hot and continue to eat it with relish. He had eaten chicken wings before, of course, and while they were delicious, he had never tasted anything quite like this. Whether it was made by my aunt, my grandma, or eaten out, it was not as delicious as this one. Thinking of this, he said to Xiao Xiao with a serious face. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong this morning. The chicken wings your dad made are really delicious. But at this time, Xiao Xiao no longer cared about what Huang Wenjie said. She had already finished a chicken wing. He turned and said to Jiang Lan, "Dad, I want another chicken wing." Huang Wenjie was also very anxious when he saw the scene. Such delicious chicken wings couldn't be eaten by Xiao Xiao. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to talk anymore. He picked up the chopsticks and stuffed the rice into his mouth frantically. The rice soaked in the chicken wing broth is also super delicious. Jiang Lan saw that Xiao Xiao was only focused on eating chicken wings and not other dishes, so he naturally picked up some green vegetables for her. Although little Xiao Xiao frowned, she still ate it even though she didn't like it because it was cooked by her father. Unexpectedly, while eating, I suddenly felt that those green vegetables were delicious too. Daddy, this green one is also delicious. Dad, the beef is so delicious. Daddy, I love cashews and shrimps, they're so delicious. While Huang Wenjie was gnawing on the chicken wings, he heard Jiang Zhao muttering in his ear. He looked up and saw that Jiang Zhao really ate everything. He even ate the green vegetable in one bite. TSK, is it really that delicious? Why did he suddenly want to try it too? So, in the shocked eyes of Huang's mother, she actually saw her son's chopsticks reaching into the stewed beef brisket with potatoes. He picked up the potatoes and beef and put them in his own small bowl. He looked around and finally ate it even though he frowned. Huang's mother didn't even have time to eat. Wenjie, are your potatoes delicious? My son is very sensible. He knows that when visiting someone else's home, he should be polite. But am I being too sensible? If you don't usually touch something, don't force yourself, son. Good, Mom. This potato is good. Huang Wenjie stuffed a small piece of potato in his mouth, turned to his mother, nodded, and said. Then he picked up the celery, cashew, and shrimp on the side. Mom, this is also very good. Mother Huang. So the food that you would hate to eat at home is considered delicious at someone else's house? The corner of her mouth twitched, and she tentatively handed the broccoli to her son. Son, this is broccoli. It's very nutritious. Would you like to try some? Children don't like to eat vegetables, so it's understandable if this broccoli is disliked. Only then did Mother Huang take the initiative to pick up some food for Huang Wenjie. Mainly, I want to see if he will also evaluate this as a good one. Sure enough, because the vegetable was too green, Huang Wenjie frowned tightly. But he saw Xiao Xiao beside him looking at him with big eyes, and at the same time putting a green vegetable into his mouth. I am a man, how can I be inferior to a girl? So Huang Wenjie also put the broccoli into his mouth. Ha! What is going on? It's not the taste I remember. Mom, I want to eat a green vegetable. Mother Huang. Oh my God. I can finally see the day when my son asks for broccoli. During this meal, Mother Huang was shocked by the significant change in her son. She knew her cooking skills were limited, so she hired an aunt to take care of their 3 meals a day. My aunt is also a licensed chef. I couldn't change my son's picky eating habits. Unexpectedly, when I visited someone else's house, my picky eating habits were cured by the food served by a handsome uncle. Mother Huang tasted every dish. I have to say, it's really delicious. It was so delicious that she wanted to change her dad. Chapter 44. The fairy is coming. It might be because the 2 little ones were having fun in the afternoon, or it might be because Jiang Lan's dishes suited their tastes, or of course it might be both. The 2 little guys fought over the food and both ate a lot. Influenced by the 2 little ones, Jiang Lan and Wenjie's mother also ate a little more. In the end, all 4 of them finished all the dishes. Jiang Lan felt extremely satisfied watching this scene. After all, a clean plate is the greatest affirmation for the chef. After dinner, the 2 little guys sat together to draw and play Lego. It was getting late. At his mother's urging, Huang Wenjie said goodbye to Xiao Xiao, looking back every step of the way. Xiao Xiao is so lucky. There are so many fun things at home. If his mother hadn't urged him, he could have played here all day. Jiang Xiao, I'll come to your house to play next time. Uncle, I really like eggs. Can you make eggs for me next time? Huang Wenjie spoke out his true feelings without being stopped by Huang's mother. How can this kid talk to his uncle like this? Mother Huang gently pushed her son and looked at Jiang Lan with some embarrassment. Jiang Lan smiled, bent down, and ruffled the little boy's hair. Of course, no problem, pinky promise. Hook. After Huang Wenjie walked away, Xiao Xiao threw herself into Jiang Lan's arms, her little face flushed with excitement. Daddy, you were really awesome today. When I told you that your chicken wings were super delicious during the day, Huang Wenjie accused me of lying. The little guy became more and more proud as he spoke, and his little hands were gesturing in the air. But he just took the first bite and his eyes widened. He ate right up to the bone and even apologized to me. After saying that, when Jiang Lan lowered his head, she kissed him on the face. Daddy is my daddy, and he will always be my daddy. Jiang Lan was already extremely happy when he heard the little guy praising him. When Xiao Xiao kissed him on the face, he couldn't lower his lips. Could this be the little cotton jacket brand power bank? He felt full of energy at the moment. If there is a chance in the future, he can invite more of Xiao Xiao's classmates to visit his home. As a father, your job is to bring honor to your daughter. After a long while, Jiang Lan finally lowered the corners of his mouth, and he said with a serious face. I heard from the teacher today that you pushed Huang Wenjie. From now on, 2 children can quarrel but they cannot use violence. Unless he strikes first. Halfway through his speech, he suddenly remembered that the conflict had occurred because Xiao Xiao was defending himself, and the corners of his mouth began to curl up again. But when I thought about the fact that I was educating my child, I tried hard to suppress it. But the little guy's eyes were very sharp, and he had already noticed that Jiang Lan was trying hard to lower the corners of his mouth. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Lan and said in a smart way, "Daddy, if you want to laugh, just laugh. It's so hard to hold it in." Hearing the little guy say this, Jiang Lan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He ruffled her hair with his big hands and said lovingly, "You're such a spook." Hearing his father say this, Xiao Xiao subconsciously stuck out his pink tongue and giggled. "Daddy, you've messed up my hair." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Louis Fei finally finished today's filming. She didn't even have time to eat and hurry to Jiang Lan's villa. Opening Feishan, she sent a message to Jiang Lan. "I'm sorry, I thought I could finish work early. I didn't expect that a scene would be added at the last minute and the filming has continued until now. I'll go pick up Xiao Xiao right away. The journey will take about an hour and a half." Louis Fei hurriedly ate a piece of bread in the car to satisfy her hunger while keeping an eye on the messages on her mobile phone. After a while, Jiang Lan replied, "Okay, don't worry, everything is fine. Just come over slowly." Although Jiang Lan sent her a message after meeting Xiao Xiao, she also knew that Jiang Lan would definitely take good care of her given his love for Xiao Xiao. But she was still worried because she heard from her teacher that she had a conflict with her classmates in kindergarten. Although Xiao Xiao is young, he has a very bad temper. Once you get stubborn, no one can pull you back. Louis Fei was a little worried that Jiang Lan wouldn't be able to handle Xiao Xiao's temper. For things like this, she, as a mother, has to step in. Just like that, with worry about Xiao Xiao, Louis Fei rushed to Jiang Lan's home without stopping. An hour and a half later, she stood in front of the familiar yet unfamiliar door, slowly recovering her somewhat rapid breathing. Then gently pressed the doorbell. Speaking of which, it seemed like she and Jiang Lan hadn't seen each other for a while. Somehow, when she thought of Jiang Lan, Louis Fei's heart beat faster for some reason. The doorbell rang, and soon after, the sound of small footsteps could be heard, followed by Xiao Xiao's clear call. "Is that Mama outside the door?" When Louis Fei heard Xiao Xiao's voice, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Soon the door opened and the light from the room shone on her. Two figures, one big and one small, suddenly appeared before him. Because of her height, Louis Fei saw Jiang Lan's face first. His eyebrows and eyes are gentle, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and his smile has a kind of clear and handsome feeling. It looks a lot like the protagonist in the novel I read a few days ago. The bright moon is in my arms, and the orchids and jade trees are beautiful. Louis Fei couldn't help but look at him in a daze. But the next second, she came back to her senses when the little ball of meat fell on her legs. "Mom! You're finally back. Xiao Xiao missed you so much." She looked down at the little guy whose eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to the man in front of her, and her shoulders couldn't help but relax. Looking at her, Louis Fei felt that her fatigue for the day was much less. Jiang Lan moved aside to make room for the door. "Xiao Xiao, don't hug mommy, let mommy in first." The little guy quickly let go of his hand, turned around, squatted down, and searched for shoes where Jiang Lan usually took them. "I'll get mama some slippers." This move was beyond the expectations of both people. Jiang Lan didn't expect that Xiao Xiao could remember all this after only coming a few times. Louis Fei didn't expect that the little guy who had always been served has now learned to serve others. The two looked at each other, first in surprise, and then laughed at each other. "Not bad, not bad. It seems that this old father and mother are about to get through this difficult time." Chapter 45, Conspiracy? Overt conspiracy? Louis Fei walked into the house and sat on the sofa. Maybe because she hadn't seen her mother all day, she obediently climbed into Louis Fei's arms. Louis Fei held the little guy's butt in her arms, and gently stroked Xiao Xiao's hair with her other hand. "Xiao Xiao, what did you do after school? Did you listen to your daddy?" Now, she no longer feels awkward when she says the word dad. When this was mentioned, the little guy suddenly became excited and twisted around in Louis Fei's arms. Xiao Xiao is obedient. Xiao Xiao is a good child. Louis Fei glanced at Jiang Lan, who was pouring water for her, and then asked in a low voice, "Mom, why did Teacher Fan tell me that you had a fight with the kids in kindergarten?" She didn't know about this matter, but did Jiang Lan know about it? If he didn't know, then as a mother, she would naturally have to protect her daughter's face. When the little guy heard Teacher Fan's name, his body subconsciously stiffened. After a moment, he murmured softly, "Why did Teacher Fan tell everyone?" "Mom, don't listen to what Teacher Fan said. Huang Wenjie and I have reconciled now. She was afraid that Louis Fei would not believe her, so she gestured with her hands and feet and told Louis Fei that she had invited Huang Wenjie to visit her home after school. At first, Louis Fei was very happy to hear that Xiao Xiao was being well taken care of. But later, the more she listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. You are so good, Zhanglan. I was worried that you couldn't handle Xiao Xiao's stubborn temper, so you rushed over without even having time to eat a bite. You are so lucky. I am eating coarse food over there, while you are happily cooking for other women here. Although this is Xiao Xiao's mother, and although this is to resolve the conflict between the two children, although she understood the reason, but for some reason, she just felt uncomfortable. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhanglan hatefully. Where did this guy go? Louis Fei didn't see him next to the counter. Looking around, I noticed a huge inflatable children's castle in the unlit corner of the living room. What a huge castle! No wonder he can coax Jiang Xiao Xiao, the little devil. At this time, Jiang Lan had just come out of the kitchen. He guessed that Louis Fei was so busy rushing here that she must not have had time to eat. Based on his limited understanding, female celebrities seem to have to maintain their figure. Jiang Lan didn't know whether Louis Fei would eat dinner. So I prepared some vegetable salad and fried chicken breast in advance. While the mother and daughter were chatting, he made some simple preparations and brought them out to Louis Fei. Waiting for the moment when his eyes met Louis Fei's in the air, he suddenly felt a chill. Jiang Lan. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Louis Fei glared at Jiang Lan fiercely, then looked away, pretending nothing had happened. She patted the little one in her arms gently and listened to her tell what happened in kindergarten. Whenever they have time, this is their daily communication. Louis Fei hopes to accompany the little one every day of his growth. Jiang Lan didn't understand what was going on, but he still walked over to Louis Fei with the plate in his hand. I don't know if you've eaten yet. I just made something simple. As he said this, he put down his cutlery and clapped his hands at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, can you let mommy eat something? Come to daddy? The little guy looked at Louis Fei and then at Jiang Lan. Smiling, he climbed from his mother's body into his father's arms. She likes it this way, being able to see daddy and mommy at the same time. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Louis Fei was still holding her breath, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But the moment I smelled the food, my stomach still growled. Gulu, gurgle. Louis Fei. Useless thing. She wanted to say she wasn't hungry. Jiang Lan pretended not to hear and turned slightly to the side. I'll take Xiao Xiao to wash up. Then he picked up the little guy and left. Xiao Xiao was held under Jiang Lan's arm, happily feeling the sensation of floating in the air. Oh Wu Fei Fei. Louis Fei watched the two people walk away, her back slumped, and she pouted slightly in unhappiness. Hate it, making a fool of yourself in front of Jiang Lan again. But, this food smells really good. Cherry tomatoes, broccoli and some corn kernels, and pan-fried chicken breast. A salad, even served on a plate. It looks very good. Or a fat-reducing meal. Yes, I also know that she wants to lose weight at night. He is thoughtful. Humph, forgive him a little. Louis Fei's temper came and went quickly, and she was soon defeated by the delicious food. Besides, she really hadn't eaten dinner, so she didn't hold back anymore. She picked up the chopsticks and put the food into her mouth one bite at a time. It smells so good. This guy seems to care about me a lot. Fortunately, Louis Fei didn't know that Jiang Lan was in a very good mood because he was picking up Xiao Xiao from school for the first time. And because Louis Fei agreed to this, he now has a very good impression of Louis Fei. So even for salads, he used plating. You have to know that before this, only Princess Xiao Xiao had this treatment. By the time Jiang Lan brought Xiao Xiao out, Louis Fei had already finished eating. Looking at the empty plate, Jiang Lan raised his eyebrows. He handed Xiao Xiao to Louis Fei. It's getting late, isn't it time for Xiao Xiao to go to bed? As he said this, Xiao Xiao cooperated by giving a delicate little yawn. I need mama to put me to sleep. The little guy felt sleepy and subconsciously looked for Louis Fei. Louis Fei then realized that it was already past 11 o'clock. Normally at this time, Xiao Xiao would have fallen asleep long ago. Sorry for taking so long. I'll take her back right away. As she spoke, Louis Fei hugged Xiao Xiao tightly and prepared to stand up. Jiang Lan looked at Louis Fei's struggling movements and did not step forward to help. It's so late, it's inconvenient for you to go back. How about staying here tonight? There are plenty of rooms available. He put his hands in his pockets, standing 3 steps away from her, looking at Louis Fei with deep eyes. Louis Fei hadn't even straightened up yet, and when she heard this, she froze there. Xiao Xiao was a little confused now, but after hearing what her father said, as a father's boy, she still agreed. Mom, Xiao Xiao wants to sleep here. Xiao Xiao wants to sleep with mommy. The little guy wrapped his arms tightly around Louis Fei's neck and twisted his body as if he was acting coquettishly. Louis Fei looked at Xiao Xiao in her arms. She opened her big, darling eyes and looked at her pitifully. I looked at Xiao Xiao's textbooks again. They were still scattered all over the table in the living room, and her clothes were scattered everywhere. It was obvious that Jianlan had no intention of helping to clean up. But there's nothing here for Mama to wash up with. She hasn't taken off her makeup yet, and at this hour, the nearby supermarket has already closed. Louis Fei spoke to Xiao Xiao in a negotiating tone, trying to get the little guy to change his mind. Unexpectedly, Jianlan produced a bulging plastic bag from nowhere. I asked the female clerk at the supermarket to pack it for me. Can you see if there's anything you need? Louis Fei slowly turned her head, widened her eyes, and looked at Jianlan suspiciously. It seems to be saying, did you plan this in advance? Jianlan spread his hands innocently. Of course, he would not say that he had made so many preparations to get Xiao Xiao to stay. Chapter 46 Overnight. In the end, Louis Fei was succumbed to Xiao Xiao's gaze and agreed to stay. Of course, whether there are other reasons or not, only she herself knows. Okay, you little annoying guy. Mommy will sleep here with you. Louis Fei gently tapped Xiao Xiao's forehead, and the little guy giggled. Jianlan also breathed a sigh of relief with a barely perceptible air. He saw that Louis Fei was having trouble holding Xiao Xiao, so he wanted to take Xiao Xiao from her and carry the little guy upstairs. But when he reached out, he found nothing. No need, I can carry Xiao Xiao, I won't bother you. After Louis Fei finished speaking, she walked around to the end of the sofa away from Jianlan and went straight upstairs. Jianlan. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. But why is this? Do you still want to take Xiao Xiao away? In fact, if Louis Fei refused again, Jianlan would take a taxi without hesitation and take her and her daughter home. But, looking at her just now, it doesn't seem like he doesn't want to stay here. It turns out that women are really hard to understand. My own Xiao Xiao is the best. Jianlan couldn't figure it out and sighed a little depressed. The little girl put her little head on her mother's shoulder and was taken upstairs. While going upstairs, she gave Jianlan a happy smile. But she still didn't quite understand. Just now, I clearly saw that when Mom heard Dad say to stay, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Why was it suppressed so quickly? What's wrong with these adults? Why don't they like to laugh when they are happy? After Louis Fei coaxed Xiao Xiao to sleep, she walked out quietly and saw Jianlan leaning against the door of the room. She paused slightly, then walked past him naturally without saying anything. Jianlan grabbed Louis Fei's arm the moment they passed each other. Sorry. Anyway, I did use some tricks. Men should apologize first. Louis Fei was slightly startled, and Jianlan let go of her hand. She turned around and faced the man in front of her. Why are you apologizing? Jianlan, I was wrong. Louis Fei folded her arms. What did you do wrong? Jianlan, he should have known that this conversation would happen. Looking at the silent man, Louis Fei snorted coldly. Xiao Xiao said you four had a great time eating tonight. She turned her face away and stopped looking at him. But the jealousy in his tone could not be concealed. Jianlan was just about to confess that he had planned to let Xiao Xiao stay when he suddenly heard Louis Fei say this. What? Is this what she is angry about? Why is it different from what he thought? And how should I respond to this? Obviously, Louis Fei's sarcastic tone appeared again. Jianlan's man's sixth sense told him that his next answer was very important. I think Xiao Xiao is very happy. Her little classmate is also very happy. Aren't there 2 more people? Me? I'm happy when I see Xiao Xiao. As for Huang Wenjie's mother, I don't know. Jianlan answered honestly. Although he vaguely sensed something, he couldn't figure out what that strange feeling was. If you can't guess, just don't guess. You can never go wrong by answering honestly. Sure enough, when Louis Fei heard him mention Huang Wenjie's mother, she felt a little uncomfortable. Didn't anyone praise your cooking? He must have been praised. Who knows, when this guy heard the compliment, he might have revealed the cheap smile again. When Louis Fei thought of this, she looked up and glared at him fiercely. Jianglan, no. I invited them here solely to reconcile the two little guys and to save face for our Xiao Xiao. Did you praise me? To be honest, he didn't pay any attention. He only noticed that Xiao Xiao enjoyed his meal today. It seems that the little boy is also a big eater. When Louis Fei heard Jianglan say our Xiao Xiao, the balloon in her heart felt like it was pricked by a needle, and with a chi sound, all the air disappeared. She lowered her arms and turned her head slightly to glance at Jianglan. She saw the man in front of her was also looking at her. Plop plop. Louis Fei's heartbeat began to accelerate again. She quickly turned around and went downstairs, escaping. All right, let's talk about this later. I'm going to go wash up first. This can't go on, Louis Fei. You have to do your best. Why am I always blushing and my heart is beating fast? Jianglan looked at Louis Fei, who was in a panic and stood there without moving. After a long time, a chuckle escaped from his throat. The little guy is so cute, it turns out it's genetics. I didn't expect that Fairy's sister is like this in private too. He thought again of the food that Louis Fei had just eaten clean. And the foodie attribute is also inherited. At night, Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao slept in the same room. Although this is not the room where she usually rests, for some reason, she feels extremely comfortable sleeping here. Lying on the bed, looking at Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping soundly beside me, I thought of that guy Jianglan who was in the next room. Louis Fei was filled with a warm feeling of happiness. It feels like I've taken a reassurance pill. Suddenly I feel that today is a pretty good day. After a while, Louis Fei fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. A silent night. The next morning, Louis Fei woke up at daybreak. She didn't have the habit of sleeping in, and she had a good rest last night. So I felt refreshed early in the morning. After taking a look at Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping with her little butt sticking up, Louis Fei gently pulled the corner of the quilt for her and then got out of bed. She was worried about waking up Xiao Xiao, so she tiptoed to the door barefoot, holding her slippers in one hand and her clothes in the other. He gently turned the doorknob, and after he walked out of the room, he looked back and saw that Xiao Xiao was still asleep, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After carefully closing the door, she stretched herself. So comfortable. Louis Fei didn't have pajamas, so Jianglan naturally didn't think of preparing one for her. She had made do with a short skirt she had brought with her last night. She walked downstairs yawning. There was still a scene to shoot today, so she packed up and prepared to leave. Walking down from upstairs, she saw that the kitchen door was closed and there was the sound of running water coming from inside. Strange, did I forget to turn off the water last night? Could Jianglan have flooded the kitchen? Thinking of this, Louis Fei woke up suddenly and ran downstairs quickly. Chapter 47 Attraction. After going downstairs, Louis Fei walked quickly to the kitchen. When she was about to push open the kitchen door, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Jianglan was holding a plate in his hand. The moment he saw Louis Fei standing at the door, he hurriedly took back his steps. But even so, the distance between the two was less than half a meter. Louis Fei tilted her neck to look at him and greeted him a little awkwardly. I heard noises in the kitchen and thought you forgot to turn off the water. As she spoke, she scratched her cheek somewhat unnaturally and lowered her head slightly. It didn't matter that she lowered her head, because when she lowered her head, she saw Jianglan's chest. In the cool weather of early autumn, he wore a tight, quick-drying short-sleeved sports shirt. His slightly raised chest muscles were faintly visible under the fabric, rising and falling with his breathing. Louis Fei's height just reaches Jianglan's chin. She looked ahead and saw a few beads of sweat running down his neck, sliding over his Adam's apple, sliding over his collarbone, and finally disappearing into the edge of his light gray collar, staining the fabric with dark watermarks. Louis Fei blinked a few times blankly, then realized that she was staring at someone's chest, and turned her head away abruptly. As a result, the muscle lines on Jianglan's arms appeared again. His muscles are not exaggerated, scary-looking ones. On the contrary, it is the kind of thin skin that has a firm texture but does not appear abrupt. It just happened to be her favorite look. It's so annoying. Louis Fei felt that the originally dry and bright morning was suddenly filled with a heart-pounding heat. Anyone who sees this hormone-filled picture early in the morning will feel dry mouth. In order to hide her embarrassment, Louis Fei coughed twice, then pretended to be calm and said, Are you up so early?" Although she tried hard to remain calm, her stuttering tone and the red tips of her ears showed that she was not at peace at the moment. However, Jianglan did not notice these at this time, because he was completely attracted by Louis Fei in front of him. Louis Fei had just woken up at this time. She was not as delicate as usual, but she had a more casual beauty. Some of her messy long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands falling into the depression of her collarbone. The unkempt hair did not make her look messy, but instead gave her a lazy beauty. Her straight, white, long legs were faintly visible under her short skirt. The large area of snow-white skin inadvertently exposed at the neckline made Jianglan feel dry in the mouth. He felt that Louis Fei had an indescribable attraction to him at this moment. It took a long time for Jianglan to come back to his senses. He then remembered what she had just asked and spoke hurriedly. "I went out for a run and just got back. If I remember correctly, you have a scene to shoot today, right?" He didn't even need to ask. Louis Fei got up so early, she must be in a hurry to go to work. "You can't make breakfast for Xiao Xiao at 6 o'clock. At this moment, Louis Fei also noticed Jianglan's panic, and she couldn't help but find it funny when she saw the scene. "You are usually so serious, but now you are finally conquered by my beauty." Thinking of this, she suddenly calmed down and noticed that Jianglan was still holding a plate in his hand. Inside was a fried egg, a piece of bread, a few blueberries and half a corn. "Is this the breakfast he made for me? I didn't expect this guy to care about me so much." Louis Fei opened the door and walked towards the living room, while casually speaking to Jianglan. "I'll wash up and leave soon." After saying that, she casually draped her clothes over the back of a chair in the restaurant, tucked her hair in, and walked towards the bathroom. Jianglan said nothing after hearing this. He put the plate on the table and went back to the kitchen. After a while, Louis Fei finished washing up and Jianglan also prepared breakfast. "If you're not in such a hurry, would you like to have breakfast together?" He walked to the table with 2 sets of cutlery and motioned Louis Fei to come and sit down. Any hesitation at this moment would be disrespectful to breakfast. Louis Fei is quick to accept advice. "Anyway, the assistant's car hasn't arrived yet, so if I don't eat the breakfast made by Jianglan, I'll just have to eat hard bread in the car." Speaking of which, Louis Fei is a strange person. She loves eating, and when she was young, she often sneaked into popular online stores to check out the food. "And there is no particular food that I don't like." In today's terms, he was a foodie. But loving to eat does not mean you can cook it. She has been cooking since she was a child. "But every time, I either make the kitchen smoky and messy, or I get myself bruised and battered." Later, when Xiao Xiao was born, she began to try making some simple food for children. However, every time she saw Xiao Xiao's expression when eating the food she cooked, she knew that Xiao Xiao definitely didn't like it. She is said to be a foodie, but her appetite is not that big. When there is delicious food to eat, she can eat happily. When there is no delicious food, she can make do with it. When it comes to food, Louis Fei can definitely be called tolerant. This also led to her often going hungry for 2 meals in 3 days when she was busy with work. She would eat anything from bread that had been stored for a few days to junk fast food products, as long as it could fill her stomach. Looking at the steaming food in front of her, Louis Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. "I forgot to tell you yesterday that the food you cooked was delicious. Thank you for dinner last night and thank you for breakfast today." As she spoke, she looked up and smiled at Jianglan, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating. "Well, the fried egg is not runny, that is good, she likes it well done. Tasty." Jianglan pushed the freshly squeezed orange juice towards her. "Don't thank me, just eat as you like. Eat slowly, here is orange juice." Louis Fei stuffed a piece of toast in her mouth and nodded repeatedly as she listened to Jianglan's words. He raised his chin again, indicating that Jianglan should eat too. Jianglan looked at her bulging cheeks and couldn't help but think of the little girl eating. The mother and daughter are exactly alike. He picked up the bread, lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with smiles. The sky gradually brightened as the two of them had breakfast in silence and tacit understanding. "It's a nice day today, the sky is blue, the sun is shining, and the clouds are as soft as cotton." A breeze blew by, and the leaves rustled in the breeze. After Louis Fei finished her breakfast, she waited for a while before her assistant's car arrived. She didn't have time to send Xiao Xiao to school, so she had to entrust the little guy to Jianglan first. "My mom has been away for some time, so she's back home. I happen to have a few important scenes to shoot these past couple of days. So Xiao Xiao may have to trouble you for a few days," Louis Fei said a little apologetically. Before he could finish his words, Jianglan interrupted him. No trouble at all. You can work with peace of mind, and your aunt can do her work with peace of mind. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Xiao. Oh my god, what a good day today is." When Jiang Lan heard that Xiao Xiao might stay here for the next few days, he was so happy that he almost took off. He quickly assured Louis Fei. Louis Fei looked at him, as if he was determined to join the party, and couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, I didn't say I don't believe you. After Louis Fei left, it was time for the little guy to get up. Jiang Lan easily coaxed the little one into waking up. Xiao Xiao was also very obedient and let his father help him wash up. From time to time, she would say to Jiang Lan, "Dad, I like you very much." Jiang Lan was so angry that he wanted to give her his heart. Chapter 48 Publication. After Jiang Lan sent the little one to kindergarten, he returned home and sat down at the computer to start writing today. Before starting, Jiang Lan opened Feishan to see if anyone was looking for him. After these days, Jiang Lan has developed the habit of checking Feishan every day. Today, Jiang Lan discovered that his editor Xingye had just sent him a message. "Xiao Yu, send me a message when you have time. I have something great to share with you." Jiang Lan was a little curious when he saw this message. What good thing can happen? Is it possible that the royalties will be paid in advance? If so, that would be a great thing indeed, as he is in urgent need of money now. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan quickly replied to Xingye. "I'm here. What's the good news? Are you going to pay me the manuscript fee in advance because I did well in the exam?" After Jiang Lan sent the message, Xingye replied immediately. "Wipe your sweat.jpg, that's not the case, but I should be able to receive your royalties in 2 days. Today I have another piece of good news. Master Xiao Yu, the physical publication of Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law is ready. Several publishing houses have approached us and want to publish your book. When you have time, I'll tell you the conditions of several publishing houses. Now, Back to Ancient Times to Be a Son-in-Law has been updated to about 600,000 words, and as Jiang Lan continues to update the book, the popularity of the book is also increasing. Especially recently, it has just reached a small climax, which has attracted countless readers to give crazy rewards. It can be said that this book has now become the most popular book on Singularity Novel Network in recent years. It is precisely because of this that it has attracted so many publishers. Jiang Lan saw the message from Xingye, touched his chin, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect this novel to be published so soon? But this is indeed good news. After all, it is a good thing to release the physical book earlier. First of all, after publishing the physical book, the publishing house will give you a portion of the royalties, and this portion of income is not necessarily good. In addition, perhaps after the physical book is published, it can be seen through some offline channels so that some readers who do not read online novels can see this book. Increasing the popularity of this book in a disguised way and allowing more people to read it is what Jiang Lan values most. The development of online novel IPs has not yet begun in this world, but Jiang Lan knows how much money IP development can make. Don't be fooled by the rewards and subscriptions that seem to be a lot now. The income he gets from them can reach more than 1 million a month. But compared with the money that can be earned from IP development, this money is just a drop in the bucket. For example, in his previous life, Jiang Lan knew a well-known novelist who made hundreds of millions of dollars from the IPs of several novels he wrote when he was young. Become financially free directly, then marry a goddess and reach the peak of life. After that, he live-streamed himself playing games every day and occasionally wrote 2 chapters of a novel. His life was so comfortable. Jiang Lan thought that when he had money, while the IP of online novels was still worthless, he would definitely buy the copyrights of some popular novels, and then he could just lie at home and count the money with these IPs. Sometimes a writer cannot be too rich, otherwise he will lose his creative passion. But it doesn't matter if he loses his creative passion, because he is just a ruthless typing machine anyway. Of course, the premise of all this is that he has money. Although the development of novel IP is not very popular now, it is impossible to buy the IP of a novel with the less than 5-digit deposit in his bank card. Yes, you read that right. After these days of spending, Jiang Lan's savings have officially fallen below 5 figures. Otherwise, why would his first reaction when Xingye sent him a message be about the royalties? He really needs to rely on royalties to survive. Jiang Lan shook his head, stopped thinking about this sad thing, and asked about the conditions offered by several publishing houses. Xingye quickly received the news and sent the information and conditions of several publishing houses. Looking at the message sent by Xingye, Jiang Lan fell into deep thought. So far, a total of 5 publishing houses have come to Singularity. 2 of these publishing houses are very small compared to the others, and their conditions are relatively not very good. You can say they are just looking for bargains, so I won't say much and will just pass them by. The other three are Universal Publishing Group, Yuehua Publishing House, and Dingdang.com. Among them, Huanyu Publishing House has the deepest historical heritage. It is a publishing house established just after the founding of New China. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, this publishing house has published countless classic literary masterpieces. Moreover, this publishing house has a wide distribution network both at home and abroad. If you choose this one, it can be foreseen that it will be of great help in increasing sales. However, the conditions of such a large publishing house are also very overbearing. The copyright fee is a flat price of 500,000 yuan, and there is no room for negotiation on the profit sharing. Yuehua Publishing House is also an old publishing house. Although its historical background and distribution channels are slightly inferior to those of Huanyu, it is still one of the best in China. Moreover, the conditions were much better than those of Huanyu Yuehua. Not only was the copyright fee 800,000 yuan, but the other party also said that if Jiang Lan was confident in his work, he could consider signing a profit-sharing contract. Moreover, the profit sharing was not the usual 5% given to new writers, but a direct 8%. As a new author with no publishing experience, this is already a very good condition, and Xingye also recommends this company. The last one is Dingdang.com. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that this one is not of the same type as the previous two. But it is true that Dingdang.com is not exactly a publishing house, it is an online shopping mall, but the main category it sells is books. Compared with the other two companies, Dingdang.com's offline channels are much weaker, and its main sales channels are online. Previously, Dingdang.com's online sales volume was also decent, but the books that sold well on Dingdang.com in the past were all well-known books. If a new book is published directly on it, it is uncertain what the results will be. However, the conditions offered by the other party were the most generous among the three, a manuscript fee of 1.2 million. If the other party says we can talk about it, we can split it into two parts. After reading the other party's conditions, Jiang Lan touched his chin and thought for a while. He switched web pages and searched for information about the other party, and he had already made a rough decision. Dingdang.com, what's the maximum commission you can give? After the message was sent, Xingye did not reply for a while, as if he was communicating with the other party. Seeing that Xingye seemed to need a while, Jiang Lan didn't wait any longer. During this time, Jiang Lan typed a few words. Now he has developed the habit of typing. But he didn't have to wait too long before Xingye sent him a message. Big boss, after my hard work and persuasion, Dingdang.com gave me an 8% share. Don't hesitate. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time we meet. Tell them 15%, and they will distribute the son-in-law. Chapter 49 Signing. When Xingye heard Jiang Lan say this, he unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Jiang Xiao, I guess you don't know the market situation of physical publishing. You should know that the share that publishing houses give to new authors is generally 5% to 7%, while more well-known authors generally get 8% to 10%. Although Jiang Lan's book is very famous online, no one knows how its sales are in physical form. Moreover, he has not proven himself in physical publishing, so he can only be considered a new author. Logically speaking, Yuehua Publishing House's share ratio is normal. To be honest, he already feels that the ratio offered by Dingdang.com is very generous. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lan was still not satisfied and wanted to increase the share. You know, in China, only famous writers with high reputation in the literary field can get a 15% share. As far as he knows, there are no online writers yet. Thinking of this, he decided to persuade Jiang Lan. Although Jiang Xiao was a great writer, he might not know much about these aspects, which was why he made these requests. He was about to type when he suddenly found that Jiang Lan had sent him a new message in the Feishan chat box. I understand the current market situation. You just need to convey my requirements to them. When Xingye saw this message, he didn't know what to say. My dear Jiang Lan, since you know the market situation, why do you still make this request? Ha! He seemed to know that maybe the master was not optimistic about Dingdang.com, so he specifically proposed this unlikely condition, which was a disguised rejection of the other party. The publishing house that the master preferred was still one of Yuehua or Huanyu. Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. Thinking of this, Xingye pushed the frame of his glasses with his left hand, and the lenses reflected light. There is only one truth. He felt that he already knew exactly what Jiang Lan was thinking. Thinking of this, he walked towards the meeting room. To be honest, he felt sorry for Dingdang.com. The people from the other two publishing houses left after they agreed on the terms, but the person from dingdang.com stayed and said that they could discuss any terms with her at any time. I can only say that in terms of sincerity, dingdang.com is the most sincere. But it's a pity that the great God doesn't think highly of you. Xingye walked into the meeting room while thinking about all sorts of things. The person in charge from dingdang.com was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. After exchanging a few polite words with the other party, Xingye conveyed Jianlan's meaning to him in full. She thought the other party would be shocked by Jianlan's unreasonable request or would bargain with him in order to reach a cooperation. Unexpectedly, the other party's expression did not change after hearing Jianlan's conditions. He just picked up the water cup, drank a sip of water calmly, and said in a flat tone, "Sure. Can I ask Mr. Jian what we can sign?" Xingye was stunned when he heard this. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. The other party actually agreed to such an outrageous condition. "I'm sorry, I didn't seem to hear you clearly. What did you say?" When the other party heard Xingye's words, he chuckled and then repeated what he had just said. This time, Xingye finally confirmed that the other party really agreed to such an outrageous condition, giving the conditions given to a well-known writer to a new writer, and there was not much bargaining. "Ms. Yu, are you sure you don't need to discuss this with the company?" The other party's expression did not change when he heard Xingye's words, he just spoke calmly. "Don't worry, I still have this authority. Please ask Teacher Jiang when the contract can be signed." Although the other party's voice did not change much compared to before, for some reason Xingye felt as if he was facing a leader and spoke hurriedly. Okay, I'll contact Teacher Jiang now." Soon Xingye sent the news of dingdang.com's approval to Jianlan and asked when the contract could be signed. After what happened just now, Xingye felt that the atmosphere in the air suddenly became a little awkward. Time passed by minute, and he had never felt that time passed so slowly. "Jianlan, please reply to the message quickly." Ding dong. It seemed like Jianlan heard Xingye's prayer and sent a message over quickly. Xingye finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message. He quickly opened his phone and took a look at Jianlan's reply. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Jianlan finally didn't make any more requests. So he quickly spoke to the woman in front of him. Teacher Jiang just replied. He's ready to sign the contract anytime. If it's an electronic contract, just send it to me. If it's a paper copy, we can mail it to you. The other party just nodded in understanding and said, "We are using electronic contracts now. Wait a moment." Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to someone. After a while, the other party transferred an email to his phone and said, "I've already sent you the contract. You can show it to your company's legal department." Xingye nodded, and then quickly sent the contract to the legal department. At this time, Jianlan was at home recalling some information he had just found about dingdang.com. Information shows that the other party just completed its C round of financing a month ago. Then, from some recent news about the other party, Jianlan also discovered that the other party had begun preparing to establish storage centers in various places. Judging from these news, the other party should be taking a series of major actions after completing the financing. For example, organize a large-scale new book launch event or something like that. If this is the case, then his current novel, which is currently very popular on Singularity, is undoubtedly a very good choice for the other party. That's why Jianlan proposed the condition that Xingye thought was a bit outrageous. This was also a test by Jianlan. If the other party really wanted to do something big, they probably wouldn't care about his tiny proportion. Of course, Jianlan also grasped a similar degree. If the proportions are too exaggerated, there are other books on the internet that can serve as substitutes. The result is obvious. The other party agreed without much consideration. It seems that the other party is really going to do something big. If this is the case, the other party will definitely pay more attention to the promotion of this book than those old established companies. This is very beneficial to the subsequent performance of the book and the development of the IP, which is also an important reason why Jianlan chose the other party. Chapter 50, a very interesting novel. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao had been living with Jianlan for some time. Luifei, Xiao Xiao, and Jianlan, the three of them look like a real family of three. Jianlan picks up the child from school every day. Except for the days when Luifei stays up late to shoot, she often comes here to accompany the little one at other times. Gradually, I will bring some of the things I often use. After all, it is very inconvenient not to have your own pajamas and toiletries. Louis Fei and Jianglan gradually developed a tacit understanding that was unique to them. Jianglan would send some daily photos of Xiao Xiao to Louis Fei at regular intervals to tell her that everything was fine with Xiao Xiao. Louis Fei no longer mentioned taking Xiao Xiao back to live with her. Instead, after finishing work, she asked her assistant to drive to Jianglan's place. Although the three of them cannot often get together for breakfast and dinner, as long as Louis Fei comes, Jianglan will definitely find a way to feed her. Louis Fei and Xiao Xiao were both very satisfied with this. Dad, I feel like my belly has gotten fatter recently. Xiao Xiao often shows her little belly to Jianglan after dinner. Because of Louis Fei, she knew at a young age that girls should maintain their figure and not be too fat. Jianglan looked at the little guy's funny actions and couldn't help but think of Louis Fei's complaints last night. The vegetable salads you make are so delicious. I feel like I've gained a lot of weight recently. Although these two funny guys said so, their actions of eating rice were not slow at all. Jianglan is also very satisfied with his current life. I can see Xiao Xiao every day, feed Xiao Xiao, and hear Xiao Xiao call me daddy, daddy. That's life. I think about how I worked so hard to start a business in my previous life, but in the end I died from overwork. It would be better to have such a lovely little daughter in this life and enjoy the little one's sweet words every day. Jianglan felt more relaxed as he watched the happiness value in the system increase by dozens every day. The previous happiness points have never been redeemed, and now they are more than 10,000. Can many skills be upgraded, or can I quickly get started with a skill? But he felt that everything was fine for the time being, and there didn't seem to be anything that needed to be improved, so he decided to keep it for now. That day, Louis Fei finished work early. The crew members invited Louis Fei to have dinner together, but she declined without hesitation. How can the food outside compare to Jianglan's? She glanced at her phone. Jianglan had just said that he was going to steam buns in the evening. Bowsy, what a sinful mixture of sugar and oil. But the big, fragrant meat buns. Wow, Louis Fei felt like drooling just thinking about it. She was going to go there early today to have dinner with Xiao Xiao and Jianglan. After eating the sinful meat buns, you should exercise to burn off the excess fat. On the way, she sent a message to Jianglan. I'll go pick up Xiao Xiao today. I haven't picked her up in a while. After a while, I received a reply from Jianglan. Let's go together, so we don't have to contact Teacher Fan again. In the kindergarten where Xiao Xiao attends, if the person picking up the child is changed, the teacher must be contacted. It is to prevent accidents. Naturally, she had no objection. Louis Fei held her chin with one hand and looked out the window boredly. After a while, he chatted casually with his assistant Su Fei. Fei Fei, have you seen anything interesting recently? Or any other people's entertainment gossip? Tell me about it. The journey will take more than an hour, so I might as well just sit there doing nothing. The girl sitting next to me quickly picked up her phone and looked through the headlines. Let me see, Sister Fei. The entertainment industry has been quite calm recently. Whether it's been reported or spread within the industry, there's nothing worthy of attention. Su Fei thought to herself, when it comes to entertainment gossip, what could be more explosive than what happened to our sister herself? But she didn't say anything. Few people in the circle knew about Louis Fei's affairs. Whether it is the matter of having a child out of wedlock or having an amateur boyfriend, it is not positive news for Louis Fei, who is currently in the rising stage of her career. Yes, Su Fei had already tacitly accepted that the place her sister went to every day recently was where her new brother-in-law was. Is that so? Then what do you usually like to do in your free time? And what about you, Xiao Wang? Louis Fei said this, gently patting the driver's seat in front of her. Xiao Wang is the driver assigned to her by the company, a very young man. When Xiao Wang heard her ask him this, he instantly perked up. Sister Fei, do you like reading novels? Do you like listening to audiobooks? Qi Dian recently published a fantastic book that is incredibly good. Almost no one who reads novels would say anything bad about it. Xiao Wang is usually worried that he will disturb Louis Fei's rest, so he will only listen to a few chapters of the audiobook while waiting for her to get off work. Recently, he suddenly discovered a good book. If he wasn't afraid of delaying his work, he would have wanted to take a day off today and stay home to concentrate on finishing his book. Louis Fei and Su Fei looked at each other and saw curiosity in each other's eyes. Su Fei said, "What is a singularity?" The two of them are not interested in novels at all, so they almost never take the initiative to pay attention to these things. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wang started talking. He proudly introduced the largest novel website in China and the book he particularly liked recently, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Hey, sis, why don't you take my phone and open it and listen to it? It's really good. I'm not bragging. Okay, just focus on driving. Fei, click on what he just said and listen to it. Xiao Wang is young after all, and he gets easily excited when talking about things he likes. Louis Fei had nothing to do anyway, so she decided to listen to him talk about some novel and see how good it was. An hour later, a black business car slowly stopped at the gate of an international kindergarten in Shenyang district. But no one got out of the car. Louis Fei and the other two were concentrating on listening to the audiobook playing on their mobile phones. Their emotions have been completely drawn into the plot of the book. Their brows furrow slightly as they follow the protagonist's predicament, and they will laugh out loud from time to time at the protagonist's funny moments. Louis Fei was drawn in from the first chapter. This book is very interesting both in terms of plot and language description, and the character settings are very reasonable. Although she had never read novels before, she had to admit that this novel was indeed super good, as Xiao Wang said. Thinking of this, she changed her mind. The words super beautiful and super delicious were what Xiao Xiao and her family often used to describe Jianglan. Only then did she remember that she had arrived at the kindergarten without having the chance to tell Jianglan. So Louis Fei picked up her cell phone. Xiao Xiao would be out of school in 20 minutes. She sent a message to Jianglan, I'm already at the school gate. Then put on your hat and sunglasses and get ready to get off the bus. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Wang, please take Fei back. I'll get off and wait for a while. By the way, what's the name of this book? I think it's really good too. When Xiao Wang heard that Louis Fei approved of the book he had chosen, he couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, Sister Fei, don't worry. The name of this book is Returning to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law. Upon hearing the name, the two people in the car fell silent. Su Fei, what a straightforward name. Louis Fei, how can such a good novel be given such an ugly name? Chapter 51, It's Great That You Can Cook. When Jianglan and Louis Fei met, the bell for the end of school had just rung at Xiao Xiao's school. If Louis Fei hadn't approached him, Jianglan would have been unable to recognize her for a moment. You, like this, can Xiao Xiao recognize you? Jianglan looked Louis Fei up and down. She was fully armed with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, with not a single piece of skin exposed on her face. Dressed so warmly, did Xiao Xiao recognize his mother by his sense of smell? Of course Louis Fei guessed what Jianglan wanted to say. In front of him, she subconsciously straightened her chest and stood up straighter, of course. Xiao Xiao is my son. In fact, what she didn't say was that every time she came to pick up Xiao Xiao, she would sit in the nanny car and wait, and Lu Xiaoli or Su Fei would take Xiao Xiao to the car, and she would not show up in person. After all, there were too many parents at the school gate, and she was afraid that she would be recognized, which would be bad. According to the company's plan, she cannot reveal the fact that she has a child. Moreover, it would not be good for Xiao Xiao if this matter was exposed. Many people in the circle do not want their children to be exposed to the spotlight too early, and she certainly has the same idea. So we try to hide it for as long as possible. When people lie, they always speak louder involuntarily, just like Louis Fei, who was feeling guilty at the moment, subconsciously puffed out her chest when facing Jianglan's question. Jianglan raised his eyebrows and then changed the subject. The two began to discuss what to eat in the evening like ordinary couples. The school gate is where gossip is born. Looking around, except for Jianglan and Louis Fei who came to pick up their children together, other families basically only had one mother or an elderly person coming. Jianglan is handsome and Louis Fei has a slim figure. The two of them didn't need to say anything, just standing there was a sight to behold. Although we can't see Louis Fei's face, we can tell from her figure and temperament that a handsome guy must be paired with a beautiful girl. Many people began to look at the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. Jianglan has been picking up and dropping off Xiao Xiao these days and has long been accustomed to the scrutiny from people around him, but Louis Fei is still a little uncomfortable. She was a little afraid to look up and dodged. Why do I feel like everyone around me is looking at me? Could it be that he was recognized? She was a little worried. Although I have been mentally prepared for the fact that I have a child to be exposed sooner or later, it doesn't mean it will happen now. Jianglan lowered his eyes, and after a moment he stretched out his long arm. He pulled Louis Fei into his arms. He gently placed his big hand on Louis Fei's hat, and with a little force, pressed her face against his chest. Then he turned sideways, using his body to block those inquiring gazes. Don't worry about those people. No one except Xiao Xiao will recognize you like this. As he spoke, Jian Lan looked towards several middle-aged women gathered nearby. The coldness and warning in his eyes were self-evident. Oh. Louis Fei felt a hard pat of flesh on her forehead, and only then did she realize that she was already in Jian Lan's arms. Although the two of them were not very close, she could feel Jian Lan's warm big hands and his chest rising and falling with his breathing. Thump, thump. She could no longer tell whose heartbeat she heard at that moment, like the beating of a drum, was coming from. As soon as little Xiao Xiao walked out of the school gate, he saw his father standing not far away. Why is there another person in his arms? The little guy frowned and looked for a long time. Finally, he broke free from Teacher Fan's hand and ran towards the two of them happily. Daddy, Mommy. Wow, what a good day today is. Mom and Dad actually came to pick me up. Hearing Xiao Xiao's clear voice, Louis Fei hurriedly pushed Jian Lan away and subconsciously put some distance between them. It's so embarrassing to be caught by the kids. Jian Lan didn't think too much about it. He took 2 steps forward, squatted down, and hugged the little ball of flesh that pounced on him. Xiao Xiao baby. Daddy. Hey, my dear, are you tired today? I'm not tired, I just miss my dad a little bit. Daddy misses you too. Louis Fei, sometimes I feel like I'm really redundant. When the little guy sat steadily on Jian Lan's arm, Xiao Xiao put his arms around his father's neck and looked down at Louis Fei. Mom, why did you come to pick me up today? Louis Fei was speechless for a while. Why am I here? I am your mother. Louis Fei secretly lowered her sunglasses and winked at the little guy. Mom misses Xiao Xiao too, so I'll get off work early today and come pick him up. Oh, so, let's go home together. As Xiao Xiao spoke, her calves hanging in front of Jian Lan moved. Louis Fei shed tears silently in her heart. It hasn't been long since my precious daughter rebelled against me. Why didn't she say she missed me, woo-woo? Jian Lan glanced at Louis Fei seemingly unintentionally. Her back, which had been straight just now became much looser. He shook the little one in his arms. When I sent you off this morning, didn't you tell me that you missed Mommy so much? After being exposed, the little guy actually buried his head in Jiang Lan's arms a little embarrassedly. Dad, why did you say that? I was going to tell Mommy when I got home. After saying that, he secretly raised his head from Jiang Lan's shoulder and nodded slightly, glancing at Louis Fei. She has a gift for her mother. Louis Fei then raised her hand and nodded the little guy's head in a reproachful manner. Are you starting to play tricks on your mother now? Just now she thought that her precious daughter was no longer close to her. The little guy in Jiang Lan's arms was giggling. It's a rare occasion for the whole family to go to the supermarket together. Jian Lan put Xiao Xiao on the supermarket cart, in the child seat, and pushed it forward. Louis Fei followed beside. She has no idea or experience of shopping in a supermarket. Anyway, I never cook and almost never go to the food area. Watching Jian Lan quickly choose the ingredients to make buns tonight, Louis Fei pushed Xiao Xiao and waited blankly by the side. When Jian Lan finished shopping, he turned around and saw 2 people with the same movements and expressions staring at him. Although Xiao Xiao's eyebrows and eyes are somewhat like mine, she looks more like a mini version of Louis Fei. In the food area, the mother and daughter completely trusted Jian Lan. They eat whatever Jian Lan chooses. It looks like there are 2 figures, a big one and a small one. He lowered his head and curled the corners of his lips slightly. When passing by the snack area, Louis Fei discovered that Xiao Xiao, who always liked to cry and make a fuss when buying snacks, actually didn't even look away this time. While she was happy, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. This little thing always makes a fuss about eating this and that when I take care of her. If Louis Fei didn't buy it for her, she would look at me pitifully. If I bought it for her, my grandma would scold me again. Now that he is following Jian Lan, he doesn't even ask for snacks. Thinking of this, Louis Fei secretly glared at the little guy. I didn't expect to be discovered. Xiao Xiao shook his short legs seriously. Mom, I eat the meals Dad makes every day now. There's no room for snacks here. As she spoke, she patted her belly. He gestured to Louis Fei that his stomach was full from his father's feeding. Jian Lan also followed Xiao Xiao's gaze and looked at her. Louis Fei, it's great that you can cook. Chapter 52 Habit. In the evening, the 3 of them went home and cooked together. Of course, Jian Lan was the main cook. As for Xiao Xiao and Louis Fei, he casually pinched off a piece of dough and handed it to her, who was doing nothing. Here, go play with Xiao Xiao. Louis Fei looked at the dough in her hand, then looked at Jiang Lan, who had a smile in his eyes, and muttered unhappily. Why are you so proud? Isn't it just to cook something delicious? What did you say? Humph. Nothing. Then he took Xiao Xiao to knead the dough angrily. The two of them followed Jiang Lan's movements and soon learned how to do it quite well. Finally, Jiang Lan processed the finished products of the two and made them into small buns in the shape of little rabbits. Steam until cooked and garnish with black sesame seeds for eyes. Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with admiration as he watched his father transform his dough into a cute little rabbit shape in just a few strokes. Jiang Lan naturally felt the little guy's gaze, which made him feel more energetic. Soon a basket of plump white buns was ready. Because of the cooking skills rewarded by the system, each of his buns has a thin skin and a large filling, exuding an extremely tempting aroma. As soon as it was served on the table, two greedy cats, one big and one small, were drooling over it. Dad, your buns smell so good. Jiang Lan, your cooking skills are really good now. Jiang Lan was preparing his own special dipping sauce. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Xiao and Louis Fei already sitting in their usual seats. She was staring at him. Looking at the two of them, a smile appeared in his eyes. Eat it. At the command, Louis Fei first picked up one and put it in Jiang Lan's bowl in a flattering manner, and then picked up one for Xiao Xiao. Because I was afraid that Xiao Xiao would get burned, I specially broke it apart and let it dry for her. Then he quickly picked up a plump white bun and took a bite. The hot air with rich aroma hits you in the face. Your teeth bite through the soft dough, and the soup instantly bursts on your tongue. The salty and fragrant meat pieces are mixed with the spicy aroma of chopped green onions, and the faint aroma of peppercorns and star anise. Louis Fei, who had not eaten fattening food like buns for a long time, was completely conquered by it at this moment. Every bite brought a solid sense of satisfaction, making her unable to help but chew faster. Eating Jiang Lan's food every day has made Louis Fei's appetite picky. No wonder Xiao Xiao didn't even want to buy snacks. Wouldn't it be delicious to save your stomach and eat the food made by Jiang Lan? The two adults and one child finished the whole basket of buns without any hesitation. Xiao Xiao was like a little adult, leaning back on his chair after eating. I can't take it anymore, Dad, Mom, Xiao Xiao's belly has become so round. She exaggeratedly drew a big circle with her hand and then burped loudly. Louis Fei was still a little worried that the little guy would have indigestion if he ate too much. Jiang Lan said confidently. No, the buns I made aren't big to begin with, and I just controlled her appetite. Thinking of this, Louis Fei couldn't help but feel ashamed. I was so busy eating that I didn't notice how much the little guy ate. After dinner, Xiao Xiao said she wanted to go find Huang Wenjie to play. Jiang Lan thought it was a good time to let the little guy move around after dinner. So Jiang Lan took the buns he made and sent her to Huang Wenjie's house, and then said that he would pick her up in 2 hours. Seeing Xiao Xiao coming, Mother Huang was naturally very happy. After all, who can not like such a cute and sensible little girl like Xiao Xiao? Moreover, when the two children are together, she doesn't have to play with her own child, and can save some time. Her eyes turned and she looked at the food box in Jiang Lan's hand. Although it hadn't been opened yet, she could smell the aroma of food. It seems that her eldest son will not be picky about food today. Louis Fei and Jiang Lan waited until they had almost digested their food before changing into sportswear and preparing to go out for a run. At this moment, the sunset glow has not completely faded away, and the street lights on the road have just lit up. Lights in the houses in the villa area lit up one after another, and the warm light from the windows filled with the aroma of dinner. Jiang Lan and Louis Fei ran side by side on the plastic track in the small garden. His steps were steady and powerful, causing his clothes to flutter gently, and there was no sound of breathing. Louis Fei followed beside him, her occasional rapid breathing mixed with the sound of her sneakers rubbing against the ground. The bushes beside the runway rustled in the breeze. The warm yellow glow of the street lamps intertwined with the remaining pink and purple glow in the sky, lengthening and shortening the figures of the two people. Louis Fei often goes to the gym to exercise when she is free. But I haven't experienced this kind of outdoor running for a long time. Now I breathe the cool air of early autumn, listen to the chirping of insects and birds around me, and feel the quiet and beautiful night. Everything is so refreshing. However, it was still difficult for her to keep up with Jiang Lan. Hoo-hoo! Hearing Louis Fei's somewhat rapid breathing, Jiang Lan deliberately slowed down his pace to accommodate her. Louis Fei could naturally feel it. She tried her best to regulate her breathing and move forward at a steady pace. After 30 minutes, the two finally stopped. Louis Fei's forehead was already covered in sweat. Jianlan silently took out a towel and handed it to her. "New. Wipe off the sweat." She took the towel and noticed that Jianlan was hardly sweating. "I guess it's because of me that the speed is much slower. I'm sorry, you didn't have enough fun waiting for me." Louis Fei's voice was still a little breathless as she spoke. She wiped the sweat from her forehead while doing some simple stretching. Jianlan shook his head, took out a thermos from the pocket on his waist and handed it to her. At the same time, he naturally took the towel she had used to wipe her sweat and wiped his forehead. Running is for physical exercise, it doesn't matter if you have fun or not. Louis Fei took the water he handed to her in a daze. This guy, when did he prepare these? I even brought a thermos cup. Moreover, he shared a towel with him right in front of him. Louis Fei felt as if her chest was gently scratched by a kitten, and her heartbeat suddenly became irregular. She lowered her eyes to stare at the ground, but couldn't help but glance at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. The fingers holding the thermos tightened slightly, leaving light wet stains on the bottle. Seeing that she hadn't drunk any water for a long time, Jianlan casually put a towel around her neck, took the thermos from her hand, unscrewed it, and handed it back to her. Electrolyte water, to replenish the salt you just lost. His entire movement was as natural as could be. But the more this happened, the more Louis Fei felt that the temperature of the cup wall when her fingertips touched it was burning. It was clearly the time when she urgently needed to replenish water after exercise, but her Adam's apple seemed to be blocked by something, and she could only stare blankly at the hot steam rising from the rim of the cup. Even her earlobes had turned red beneath the strands of hair at her temples. At this moment, Louis Fei felt it clearly. She's finished. She seemed to be getting more and more used to this guy. Chapter 53, a super good novel? On the way back to pick up Xiao Xiao, the atmosphere was very good. But Jianlan himself is not a person who is good at actively finding topics to talk about. So there was a little awkwardness between the two of them. In order to find a common topic with Jianlan, Louis Fei began to think frantically. She suddenly thought of the interesting novel she had heard before. I recently discovered a very good novel. Do you mind if I play it? Jianlan walked on the side close to the road, keeping an arm's length away from her. Hearing this, he looked at Louis Fei in surprise. Do you still like reading novels? She must be very busy at work, yet she still has time to read novels. Louis Fei smiled slightly and took a few steps closer to him. I didn't like it at first. But today Xiao Wang recommended a book to me. I took a quick look at it and found it super good and interesting. The title is a bit strange. When people are relaxed and comfortable, they like to talk a lot, and Louis Fei is no exception. Next to Jianlan, she seemed to become a little girl again, always nagging and doing things that seemed silly. Of course, she hasn't noticed it yet. Jianlan also became interested. What kind of novel would Louis Fei find interesting? You said it was super good, so I have to listen to it. Louis Fei opened her phone with excitement, and while operating it, she introduced it to Jianlan. Although I have listened to part of it, I didn't listen carefully at first because I was in the car just now. So I can listen to it with you again. Ah, I found it. Since there was no one around, I just put it on. She turned up the volume and held the phone in her hand closer to Jianlan. Jianlan nodded slightly and concentrated on listening to the somewhat mechanical male voice on the phone. I don't know what type of novel Louis Fei would like. In Jiangning City, a humble son-in-law from a merchant family leads a leisurely life. His name is Ningyi. Jianlan. What's the name of this book? His face looked a little strange and his pace gradually slowed down. Although I have already guessed it, I still want to confirm it again. Well, what's wrong, have you seen it? The title of the book is Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law. Although the name is a bit strange, the backstory is really good. Louis Fei accidentally walked past Jianlan. When she heard him talking, she stopped and turned to look at him. I just heard one sentence, I don't think you will dislike it. Do you really think this looks good? Jianlan was a little unsure. Could it be that his vest had fallen off? But that shouldn't be the case. I haven't told anyone about this. Is it really such a coincidence? Louis Fei nodded vigorously upon hearing this and lightly jumped in front of Jianlan. Yeah. It's really good. I couldn't stop listening after listening to a part. And I heard that this book is about to be published. Although it is not finished yet, the fact that the physical book can be published so soon is enough to show that the market is really optimistic about this book. I feel that this author is really talented and his writing is very good. It doesn't feel like an online novel at all. The only drawback is that this author has too much dirty stuff in his head. It's not enough for him to have a beautiful wife, he wants to marry a second one, and it seems that the third and fourth ones are not far away. Are you men all dreaming of going back to ancient times and having 3 wives and 4 concubines? After saying that, she turned her head and stared at Jianlan with her beautiful eyes, waiting for his answer. Jianlan felt secretly happy when he first heard it, even though he was just a porter and not the real author. But the other party is not in this world, so at least in this world, I am the author of this book. So he accepted Louis Fei's praise with peace of mind. But in the end, Louis Fei's topic suddenly took a 180-degree turn. I started discussing with him the issue of men having 3 or 4 wives. Hearing this question, he broke out in a cold sweat and spoke hurriedly. How is it possible? How could I have such an idea? Only books like yours like this. I'm a serious person, so I wouldn't have such thoughts. When Louis Fei heard Jianlan say this, she snorted and then said, I don't know that you men are always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. It's said on the internet that a man will never be honest unless he's hung on the wall. Jianlan, that's true. Fortunately, Louis Fei just asked casually and didn't discuss the topic anymore. She turned around and ignored Jianlan, walking forward by herself. Seeing that Louis Fei no longer continued this topic, Jianlan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. Now he just wants to say, the son-in-law misled me. Now I must not let Fei know that the author of this book is me. The two of them walked along the way, playing the novel that Louis Fei said was super good. Back to ancient times to become a son-in-law. In front of Jianlan. Fortunately, Jianlan is thick-skinned enough and is also the porter of this book. So he remained calm when listening to the comments of the fairies along the way about the book and the author. If it were someone else, listening to the book they wrote, they would always feel a little ashamed. Listening to a fairy praising them would also make them feel a little embarrassed. Jianlan was like an outsider throughout the whole process, yet he could still discuss the plot with her. It made Louis Fei feel that he also liked this novel. She was secretly delighted. Now I have found a common topic with Jianlan. When the physical book is published, if I can get the author to sign the book, Jianlan will admire me so much. While Louis Fei was daydreaming happily, Jianlan had already picked up Xiao Xiao. The family of 3 went home together. Xiao Xiao, the chatterbox, kept talking all the way. Dad, Mom, our school is holding a singing competition next week. Teacher Fan said I sing well and asked me to sign up. Xiao Xiao is so amazing. Louis Fei's exaggerated expression successfully made Xiao Xiao lift his chin. Xiao Xiao is awesome. Next week, is that before National Day? Jianlan thought about it and realized that this was the only festival recently where a singing competition would be held. Sure enough, the little guy nodded his head vigorously. She felt even more proud when she heard her father praising her. What songs can Xiao Xiao sing? Louis Fei touched the little guy's head and looked at her with a smile. Xiao Xiao has been in school for a while now, and he must have learned a lot of nursery rhymes in kindergarten. The little guy let go of his parents' hands, counted on his fingers, and muttered, I can sing hand-washing song, counting ducks, 2 tigers. The other teachers haven't taught me yet. As he spoke, Xiao Xiao frowned. Mom, I don't want to participate in the singing competition anymore. Chapter 54. I'm still a child. Her sudden change of tone left the 2 adults confused. Zhao Yuxuan and Zhang Shiqi from our class will definitely be able to sing these songs. I don't want to sing the same songs as them. The little guy crossed his arms and stamped his feet angrily. And they're always together, doing everything together, and always copying me. She had previously received a red flower from Teacher Fan for making a little rabbit out of clay, so the 2 of them made the same little rabbit based on what she had made. They also helped their friends find their lost erasers, and the 2 of them searched the entire classroom for erasers and pencils. Xiao Xiao doesn't like them both and is a cunning imitator. This time they will definitely sing the songs taught by Teacher Fan. Jianlan and Louis Fei looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Although Xiaobi Jie is a small guy, he has a pretty bad temper. Xiao Xiao, does Teacher Fan require us to sing the songs we've learned? Jianlan simply bent down, picked up the sulking little girl, and rocked her gently to cheer her up. He was happy to hold the small ball. Xiao Xiao immediately found her own harbor and leaned in his arms. No, Teacher Fan said that you can sing anything. Jianlan understood. I guess their kindergarten singing competition is just an activity the day before the holiday. For children, apart from the more formal art performance on Children's Day, competitions on other festivals are not important. Of course, even the Children's Day art performance is just for fun at Xiao Xiao's age. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan's system can come into play. Xiao Xiao, do you believe in Dad? Dad wants you to take first place. Zhang Lan said this and blinked at the little head that had just looked up at him in confusion. The little guy was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and said hesitantly, Dad, I'm still a child. I can't sing love songs. As soon as these words came out, Louis Fei beside him could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you little girl, where did you hear all this? She held her belly and laughed unrestrainedly, even unable to straighten her back. Zhang Lan looked at her. Louis Fei was laughing so hard that she was bent over with laughter. She didn't even notice that her hair was hanging down and covering half of her flushed face. Looking at Louis Fei, Zhang Lan couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I think Xiao Xiao was thinking of the song only that he sang in the amusement park before. The little guy defined it as a love song. Don't sing love songs, sing children's songs. Sing the songs Xiao Xiao likes. Let's go back and pick some. Daddy will teach you whichever one you like. Well, okay. I'll listen to it then. Judging from the little guy's tone, he still seemed a little unconvinced. I don't know if the songs sung by my father are suitable for her to sing. Louis Fei finally stopped laughing. She felt a little out of breath. She put one hand on Zhang Lan's arm and the other on her waist. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Xiao, Mommy can teach you to sing too. Mommy also knows a lot of nursery rhymes. She searched her mind for some nursery rhymes from deep within her memory, thinking that teaching her daughter should not be a problem. I didn't expect that the little guy would dislike me. She made a rejecting him sound through her nose, then hugged Zhang Lan even tighter. I want my dad to teach me. Louis Fei rolled her eyes helplessly. She didn't know when her little cotton padded jacket had become leaky. Zhang Lan looked innocent. In fact, I was already very happy in my heart. Sure enough, in Xiao Xiao's heart, he, as a father, is more authoritative. In the evening, Louis Fei helped Xiao Xiao wash up and lay down with her on her princess bed. In the past few days, many more things appeared in her room. Needless to say, it must have been Xiao Xiao who said she wanted it, so Zhang Lan immediately bought it for her. She felt touched and guilty about this. After all, no matter how much Zhang Lan likes Xiao Xiao, she and Xiao Xiao cannot live here forever. Mom, I still don't like Zhang Lan after all. Thinking back to the afternoon, she received a Fei Xin message from her mother saying that her aunt's injury had improved and she would be returning to the capital in 2 days. Louis Fei's heart sank. When Mom comes back, Xiao Xiao and I will definitely go home to live. She didn't know why she suddenly felt reluctant. Although there will be opportunities to bring Xiao Xiao here in the future, it won't be like now where the three of us are always together. A family of 3. Louis Fei repeated this word silently in her heart. She didn't know when it started, but she seemed to have accepted her current lifestyle and even hoped that it could continue like this. Mom, I want to hear your story. Xiao Xiao's clear voice interrupted her thoughts. Louis Fei came back to her senses, hugged the little one and laid her down, covered her with a blanket, then patted her back gently and started telling a story. Once upon a time there was a mountain, and in the mountain there was a temple, and in the temple. No, I don't want to hear this. I've heard it 800 times. The little guy kicked his legs in protest under the quilt. Okay, Mommy, change one. Louis Fei hurried to comfort him. Once upon a time there was a little rabbit in the forest. She was smart, cute, and helpful. I've heard that before. Mom, your stories are so boring. Louis Fei. The little guy suddenly got up from the bed, flipped over the bed in 3 or 2 steps, and then ran to a small drawer on the side, looking for something. After a while, she returned to the bed with a book and handed it to Louis Fei. Mom, just read it as it says. The little fellow looked at her with a sympathetic expression, as if to say, my mom is really not very good at telling stories, so I won't embarrass her and will just read from her. Louis Fei smiled awkwardly. Her storytelling ability is indeed not as good as Lu Xiaoli's. It's okay to let her read it aloud, but if she doesn't read it aloud, and just reads it over and over again, all she can remember are those few short stories. But what is this book? It actually makes the little guy interested. Louis Fei took the small booklet handed to her by Xiao Xiao. 16-page white paper stapled together, with the handwritten title on the cover. A bedtime story for Xiao Xiao. Below is a picture of a cute Lingna bell. This? Purely handmade? Louis Fei was surprised. She quickly scanned its contents. Sure enough, every page was filled with handwritten words and hand-drawn pictures. The story on the last page hasn't even been finished. Xiao Xiao, was this written by Dad? Louis Fei looked up at Xiao Xiao in shock. After getting the little guy's affirmation, her eyes widened. OMG. Jianlan actually handwrote a storybook for Xiao Xiao. No, not just the story, but also the illustrations. She flipped through 2 pages and found that the handwriting on almost every page was very neat and clear, even with pinyin marked. And each image in the illustration, the little girl, the little animals, the castle, the forest, are all incredibly vivid with just a few strokes. Louis Fei's inner shock at this moment cannot be described in words. Chapter 55. This is too exciting. Jianlan is so attentive to Xiao Xiao. Louis Fei was shocked, moved, and a little anxious at this moment. Needless to say, I was shocked and moved. The anxiety was because this guy was so attentive to Xiao Xiao, and it felt like her number one position in Xiao Xiao's heart was in jeopardy at any time. Woo woo woo. This is the flesh that fell from my body. How can anyone be closer to me than me? Mom? I want to hear a story. Tell Xiao Xiao a story. Xiao Xiao looked at his mother in a daze, then he lay back in the quilt obediently and gently shook his mother's hand. Oh, okay. Louis Fei came back to her senses, a smile on her face as she sat back on the bed. Mom will tell Xiao Xiao a story. She collected her thoughts and turned to the first page of the storybook. Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl whose grandmother loved her the most and gave her a velvet little red hat. From then on she always wore it and everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. That day, her mother asked her to visit her sick grandmother and specifically told her not to leave the main road and to be careful of wolves in the forest. In the story, Little Red Riding Hood innocently talked to the big bad wolf and told him the whole route to her grandmother's house. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but pinch the corner of the quilt tightly and hold her breath nervously. Seeing the big bad wolf dressed as a grandmother lying on the bed with sharp teeth showing, Xiao Xiao shouted, "Don't be fooled." It was not until the hunters arrived and rescued the grandparents that the little guy breathed a sigh of relief. After the hunter rescues Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, the 3 of them work together to fill the wolf's stomach with stones. The wolf woke up and tried to escape, but his belly was too heavy and he fell down and couldn't get up. From then on, Little Red Riding Hood learned her lesson and never left the road alone again. She grew up safely and happily. Louis Fei said the last word and slowly closed the storybook. The simple plot makes people want to know what happens next second after second. No wonder Xiao Xiao listened without blinking. Not only was Xiao Xiao fascinated by the story, but she herself couldn't help but be attracted by the fairy tale and wanted to know the ending of the story. Little Red Riding Hood, she was sure she had never heard of this story. Could it be one of the new children's books that have been released in recent years? She didn't seem to have seen it in the picture books at home. It can't be possible that Jianlan made it up himself. Louis Fei thought of this scenario and quickly rejected it. Although this story is a fairy tale told to children, it contains many truths. It can be said that among the short stories I have read, the plot and meaning are both great. Jianlan must have copied it from somewhere. Thinking of this, Louis Fei decided to go out and ask him later. Mom, I get it. From now on, I have to walk on the main road and I can't talk about my own affairs with strangers. She heard the little guy lying on the bed, with a serious face, speaking of his feelings in a serious manner. Louis Fei nodded in agreement. Our Xiao Xiao is so smart. This story is worth telling. It taught Xiao Xiao to pay attention to his own safety. Then Mommy, can you tell me one more story? Just one, the last one, okay? It turns out this is her real purpose. Louis Fei looked at the pitiful and spoiled little thing and couldn't help but sigh. The last one, you have to go to bed after listening to it. The story is so good but also a bit troublesome, the children don't want to go to sleep after listening to it. However, Louis Fei is actually very curious about the rest of the story. Was there anything she had heard of? So Louis Fei opened the book again and started telling the second story. Mother duck's eggs cracked one by one, and finally there was one particularly large egg left. As soon as she finished reading this sentence, Xiao Xiao lay down on the pillow, her eyes wide open, and her little finger poked at the picture Jianlan drew in the book. Among a group of yellow ducklings, there is a lonely egg. After several days, a gray duckling crawled out from inside. Its fur is short and sparse, and its mouth is shaped like a large shovel. It is much uglier than all its brothers and sisters. As Xiao Xiao listened, he moved closer to his mother's arms, wanting to see the little duck drawn in the book. She pointed at the duck and said, "Mom, it looks different from the other ducklings." Louis Fei simply lay down in the quilt with her so that Xiao Xiao could also see the storybook. She continued reading. Everyone called it the ugly duckling. My brothers and sisters bullied it. Even the little girl who raised chickens hated it. Little Xiao Xiao pouted uncomfortably. One day, the ugly duckling went out for a walk. It saw itself, with its snow-white feathers and long neck, and was extremely beautiful. Ah, it turns out that I am not an ugly duckling, but a beautiful swan. Finally, upon hearing the ugly duckling transform into a white swan, Xiao Xiao exclaimed wow, clapped his hands, and hugged his mother tightly. Mom, I've seen swans. They're so beautiful. That way no one will laugh at it anymore. The little guy was very happy. Louis Fei took the opportunity to ask. What if, when it was first teased, it went into hiding and never came out again? She gently brushed aside her daughter's hair and looked into her bright eyes. You see, even though the ugly duckling was very sad, he still insisted on growing up. If you were to be laughed at by others, would you be as brave as it is? The little guy nodded firmly, yes. I will. I want to be brave. Louis Fei exclaimed in her heart, this story is so well written. The little guy later wanted to pester her to tell him a story, but Louis Fei refused. Besides the fact that it was late, she also didn't want to tell so many stories at once. It's a thin book and I can finish it in a few days. Although I also want to know what the story is like next. After the little guy fell asleep, Louis Fei got out of bed quietly. Unable to contain her curiosity, she read the following stories. The more Louis Fei watched, the more shocked she became. She had never heard any of these stories. And every story is very educational. She took out her phone and tried searching a few titles. Can't find anything on search software. Where on earth did Jianlan find these stories? That's amazing. Louis Fei was secretly surprised, then walked out of the room and prepared to find Jianlan to ask for clarification. She walked to the stairs and saw Jianlan sitting at the desk, concentrating on writing something. A few strands of hair covered his forehead, and the warm light from the desk lamp shone on his drooping eyelashes. She coughed lightly, attracting Jianlan to look at her. Then he raised the storybook in his hand. Jianlan, where did you find these stories? It's really great. Every story is so interesting. As she spoke, she walked towards him. Jianlan put down the pen in his hand, looked at her sideways, and pushed the paper in his hand away. Which one? Xiao Xiao's storybook? Louis Fei nodded and moved closer. She suddenly saw the paper in front of Jianlan. Isn't the picture written above exactly the same as what I have in my hand? Apart from a few sheets of white paper and some colored pens on the table, Louis Fei did not see any other books or electronic products. Could it be? Could it be? Oh, I wrote that myself. Xiao Xiao wanted to hear a bedtime story, so I made up a few. When she knows more words, she can read them by herself. Louis Fei. Her mind was filled with Jianlan's words. I wrote that myself. I wrote it myself. Oh. She stared at him in disbelief. God, do parents need to be so crazy now? Do you need to be able to write your own stories? Chapter 56 Returning Home. Jianlan, this is your first time being a parent, so don't be so pushy. Louis Fei stared at Jianlan blankly and muttered to herself. Spend more time with your children than with yourself. Handmaid, surpass yourself. Cooking skills are better than mine. Now even telling stories, no, now you are starting to write stories. You'll look stupid if you do that, brother. There was a little person in Louis Fei's heart roaring in helplessness. Jianlan couldn't help but feel funny when he saw Louis Fei's cute silly look. After spending these days together, his understanding of Louis Fei has deepened a lot. Although Louis Fei gives the outside world the impression of being ethereal and otherworldly. And when we first met, she looked like a cool goddess. But after spending these days together, he found that Louis Fei was a bit naive. These days she often stares blankly like this, and no one knows what she is thinking about. Seeing this, Jianlan had no choice but to spread his hands and speak to himself. This is all for Xiao Xiao. I hope Xiao Xiao can continue to grow up healthy and happy like he is now. Every dad has infinite energy. This was also the realization he had after meeting Xiao Xiao in this life. Blood is thicker than water, and he wants to give Xiao Xiao the best in the world. Of course, his little Xiao Xiao is so cute, always sticking to him like a follower and calling Daddy, Daddy. At this time, Louis Fei had come back to her senses. Looking at Jianglan's face full of motherly smile, she was speechless for a moment. After spending these days together, not only did Jianglan's understanding of her deepen, but she also got to know Jianglan a lot better. To sum it up in one sentence, this guy is a super daughter slave. As soon as Xiao Xiao was mentioned, the other person's expression softened unconsciously. As long as it was a request made by Xiao Xiao, no matter how outrageous it was, he would find a way to complete it. She stood and looked at Jianglan for a while, and seeing that he was still immersed in his own world, she walked to Jianglan, sat down, and said lightly, "You are a good father." Jianglan nodded in agreement. He also felt that he was pretty good. "Louis Fei, can you please not show such a proud expression?" She looked at Jianglan's expression, and suddenly she didn't know what to say when the words came to her lips. Afterwards, after repeated adjustments, she said something that might be a little cruel to Jianglan. "My mother will go to the kindergarten to pick up Xiao Xiao from school tomorrow. After that, Xiao Xiao may have to stay with me for a few days." Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, she clearly felt that the smile on Jianglan's face froze instantly. "Of course, I have seen his efforts these days. Both Xiao Xiao and she are very happy these days. But..." Louis Fei slowly lowered her head and looked silently at the hem of her clothes. "Mom has taken care of Xiao Xiao for so many years, and now that she is back, I have no reason not to let Xiao Xiao go back." I don't know why, but this separation made Louis Fei feel a little depressed. It's not like we won't see each other again in the future. What's wrong with me? When Jianglan heard Louis Fei's words, he felt a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted himself. He looked at the dejected fairy in front of him and unconsciously reached out to cover her head. No matter where Xiao Xiao is, this place belongs to her. She can come and live here whenever she wants. Well, her hair is quite smooth, and she obviously uses the ordinary shampoo she bought herself. Jianglan rubbed it gently and then took it away. The fact that Xiao Xiao could stay with him for such a long time had far exceeded his expectations. There is a long time to come, and there will be plenty of opportunities to kidnap the little guy over in the future. Of course, he now has another vague idea, which is that it would be best if he could lure the fairy in front of him over. Recently, Jianglan has often thought that the days of the three-person family together seem pretty good. The next morning, the three of them had breakfast together as usual. When Louis Fei told Xiao Xiao that they were going back with Grandma in the afternoon, the little guy visibly pouted. "Wow, Mom, although I miss Grandma too, but, Dad." She still had a mouthful of omelette rice in her mouth and looked at Jianglan aggrievedly, thinking that she would not be able to eat Daddy's rice anymore. Jianglan gently pulled the little girl's hair, causing her to protest, and then he smiled softly. "Xiao Xiao, go back with Grandma first. Grandma hasn't seen you for a long time, you must be missing me. Don't forget to come and practice singing with Dad on Saturday and Sunday. Dad will definitely make you invincible on campus." As he spoke, he waved his chopsticks and gestured in the air a few times. Amid Jianglan's antics, the feeling of parting dissipated a lot. Although they only spent a few days together, a seed was planted in everyone's heart. After breakfast, Louis Fei did not send Xiao Xiao to school. She left this time to the father and daughter. Jianglan carried Xiao Xiao's school bag in one hand and held the little guy's hand with the other. The little princess is wearing a black and white plaid dress and small leather shoes today. She had 2 buns on her head that Louis Fei had tied for her, and a small pink hairpin. "Dad, when Xiao Xiao is not around, please don't secretly eat Xiao Xiao's delicious food, okay?" The little guy shook Jianglan's hand, raised his big watery eyes and looked at Jianglan. Jianglan was feeling a little emotional at first. Now the little one was just going to live with Grandma, but he was so reluctant to let her go. If Xiao Xiao gets married in the future, his heart as an old father will be broken into pieces. As a result, Jianglan heard what the little guy said and was speechless. This little greedy cat, I hope she can always think only about eating like she does now. Jianglan curled the corners of his lips, threw the school bag in his other hand onto his shoulder, then leaned over and picked up Xiao Xiao. "Okay, Daddy won't eat any of it. I'll save it all for you. When you come next time, there will be new and delicious food. Jianglan has been researching some new snacks these days. I baked some cookies and cakes myself, which completely captured Xiao Xiao's appetite. But he didn't let Xiao Xiao eat too much, so the little guy was always thinking about that little bit of food wherever he went. When the little guy heard this, he didn't know what he was thinking about, but he started laughing. The two legs began to swing happily again. At the entrance of the kindergarten. After Jianlan handed Xiao Xiao over to Teacher Fan, he asked her about the singing competition next week. He mainly wanted to know whether parents could be allowed to do some auxiliary work in their competition. Teacher Fan nodded. Parents are not allowed to sing on stage, but other than that, everything else is allowed. Recently, many parents have also asked me about this. Xiao Xiao's father, if you have any other ideas, you can also tell me and I can help you apply. She looked at the incredibly handsome man in front of her and thought. Maybe Xiao Xiao's father will also attend the next kindergarten open day and family day. By then, I wonder how many children and adults will be charmed by it. Jianlan and Xiao Xiao waved goodbye and watched her walk into the campus. He watched Xiao Xiao's disappearing figure, stayed there for a while, and then turned around and left reluctantly. Chapter 57 New Book Launch. On the evening of September 27th, darkness fell over the city. Tomorrow is the beginning of the National Day holiday. People in many companies have already lost interest in work and are preparing to start enjoying the National Day holiday. However, Dingdang.com's office building was still brightly lit, especially the operations department on the 16th floor, which was bustling with people. Although it was late at night, the entire floor was filled with a bustling atmosphere. Recently, Dingdang.com is going to hold a large-scale new book launch event during the National Day. Although it is a National Day event, it will officially start tomorrow. This was the first large-scale event after Dingdang.com successfully raised funds, so it started promoting it intermittently a month before. Everyone at Dingdang.com takes this event very seriously, so when the holiday is approaching, there are still so many people working overtime here to prevent any accidents. In Dingdong's data center network. Dingdang.com's president, Yu Qingyan, sat in the center wearing a neatly tailored champagne-colored suit. Her slightly curly chestnut hair was casually tied up, revealing her graceful neck, and the pearl earrings on her earlobes reflected a soft halo under the light. If Xingye were present at the scene, he would be surprised to find that the heroic, calm, and capable female president in front of him was none other than Ms. Yu, who made him feel ordinary when he was negotiating with her. Dingdang.com is now doing very well in the development of online distribution, and it has almost no rivals in this area. But Yu Qingyan and Dingdang.com are not satisfied with just being the top and bottom of the publishing industry. What they want is to disrupt the publishing industry, not just be a supplement to the publishing house. You should know that the primary distribution channel for many books is still offline, so if Dingdang.com wants to develop further, it needs to carve out a path under the pressure of many large publishing houses. However, some publishing houses have a long history, some are backed by universities, and some have extensive distribution channels. And the most important thing is that these publishing houses have connections with famous authors all over the country. These authors also trust these publishing houses, so when they release new books, they will choose to publish them first instead of choosing Dingdang.com. Under such circumstances, it is not easy for Dingdang.com to make a breakthrough. Finally, Yu Qingyan set his sights on the emerging field of online novels. Therefore, the books that Dingdang.com mainly promotes in this event are the online novels that have been very popular in recent years. Of course, there are other novels as well, but the main focus of promotion is still online novels. Among them, one of the novels that Dingdang.com is promoting the most this time is Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law, which has recently become popular on the largest Chinese novel website Qidianchinese.com. This was also one of the reasons why Yu Qingyan personally went to Qidian to discuss a novel. 2350. Yu Qingyan sat in her seat. The curtain wall composed of dozens of giant display screens around her illuminated the room with blue and white, and data streams poured down like a waterfall. The operations director next to her was reporting the latest progress of the event to her. Mr. Yu, real-time data shows that the UV number of visitors to the new book promotion page has exceeded 6 million, and the conversion retention rate is now around 12%. The book with the best data right now is The Son-in-Law, which Mr. Yu personally negotiated for. The number of people who have pre-ordered it has reached 500,000. Boss Yu is indeed a man of good eyes. At the end, the operations director even offered a little flattery. Yu Qingyan was also a little surprised when he heard this data. She went to discuss this book because one reason was that the company's activities really needed to release a book that was eye-catching enough, and another reason was that she was also a fan of the book The Son-in-Law. She started following the book almost as soon as it was released, so she was confident in its quality. At that time, she also wanted to meet the author of this book, but unfortunately she didn't meet him. But she quickly put this little surprise aside and asked the technical director next to her. "Loudly, is there a problem with the server resources?" A bald middle-aged man in a plaid shirt next to him said confidently. "Boss, don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. With backup servers included, we can handle 100 million visits." After listening to this, Yu Qingyan nodded with satisfaction and returned his gaze to the big screen. Whether dingdang.com can soar to great heights depends on this time. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In the data center, everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant countdown screen in the center. When the time jumped to 0, the data on the data screen on the right began to climb wildly. 10 minutes later, the operations director spoke excitedly to Yu Qingyan. "Mr. Yu, sales have now reached 10 million. Among them, the sales of the book The Son-in-Law alone have reached 5 million, accounting for half of the total sales. Our event was a success this time." Yu Qingyan listened to the report from the operations director and nodded with a happy look on his face. Although 10 million is nothing for some other large shopping websites, for a website specializing in books like dingdang.com, this sales volume can be said to be very large. And this is the sales volume only 10 minutes after going online. It can be predicted that the sales volume of dingdang.com during this National Day holiday will definitely shock the outside world. She was also surprised by the performance of the book The Son-in-Law. Although she had a hunch that the book would be successful, she did not expect it to be so good. She could foresee that the author's royalties would eventually be a considerable sum. After the final royalties came out, she had a hunch that many well-known authors would consider dingdang.com when publishing their next book. This is also the reason why she would make concessions on the proportion. After all, she still knows the principle of paying a high price for a horse's bones. This event can not only let the outside world know about dingdang.com's profitability, but also let the industry know about dingdang.com's distribution capabilities. It's a win-win situation. Yes, dingdang.com won twice. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyan was in a good mood. She stood up gracefully, swept her eyes across the entire data center, and announced loudly, "Brothers and sisters, please persevere during this National Day and make the activities a success. After the event, let's fly directly abroad for team building and relax." She paused here, a bright smile playing on her lips. "And after the event, everyone will get a bonus." As soon as he finished speaking, the data center erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Only the technical director with a strong hairstyle silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was shocked by the sudden influx of so many people on the website. Fortunately, he had prepared enough backup servers. Chapter 58 Sales Soar. Yang Fan is a sophomore at Imperial Capital University of Technology. He will be returning to his hometown on October 1st. Before going to college, he thought about leaving his hometown, being away from home and being free. But he hadn't been home for such a long time, and when he did come home occasionally he suddenly got a little excited and couldn't sleep at night. He was so excited that he had to lie on the bed and brush his scarf for a while. As I was scrolling, I saw an advertisement suddenly pop up on Weibo. A new chapter begins on National Day, and the fragrance of books fills China. Dingdang Good Books will accompany you to enjoy the long holiday. He didn't care much about it at first, but he suddenly thought of his younger brother who was in his second year of high school at home. Then he thought of a joke he had seen. He suddenly smiled an evil smile. "Silly old Dowdu, how could I go home without bringing you a gift?" Then I clicked on the ad and entered dingdang.com. I added 3 years of simulation, 5 years of college entrance examination covering all science subjects to the shopping cart at once. My dear brother, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but you have to work harder in your third year of high school, and you can't relax even during the summer vacation. He was now looking forward to what his brother's expression would be when he gave him this gift. I placed the order without hesitation. But when he entered the payment page, he suddenly found the words 50 off for purchases over 199. Seeing this, he hesitated. These exercise books already cost 140 yuan, and it seemed that he could get 200 yuan by collecting some more. It's like spending 10 yuan to buy a book worth 60 yuan. It would be a big loss if I don't buy some. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, exited the payment page, and wanted to look for suitable books on dingdang.com. However, as soon as he arrived at the homepage, he saw the homepage splash screen advertisement prominently displayed. Clear the conspiracy of the aristocratic family and write a legend of the merchant. The National Day hit, Dingdang will accompany you to read good books. The cover of the book is also displayed next to it. In the antique scroll, a man in a blue shirt stands with his hands behind his back, his eyes as deep as the abyss. Seeing this advertisement, Yang Fan clicked on it for some unknown reason. After reading the introduction, it seems interesting, and the production of this book looks quite beautiful. Looking at the price again, the price of 3 books is exactly 59.9, which is just enough to meet the discount. It is equivalent to him buying 3 books for 10 yuan, so he made a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yang Fan no longer hesitated, added the item to the shopping cart, and paid in one go. Then he put the matter behind him, brushed his neck for a while and fell asleep. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Yang Fan up from his dream. Although he slept late yesterday, he still had classes this morning, so he had to get up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, put on his coat, and was about to rush to his morning class when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. "Hello, your express delivery has arrived. Please go to the South Gate post station to pick it up." Yang Fan was stunned when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone. He hadn't bought anything recently. But after a while, he realized that he had bought a gift for his younger brother yesterday. But this is too fast. He just placed the order yesterday, and it arrived this morning? In fact, Yang Fan's order was delivered so quickly because a logistics center built by Dingdang.com happened to be near their school, otherwise it would not have been so fast. The South Gate was right next to his dormitory, so he quickly ran to the South Gate to get the quick reading. When Yang Fan received the package at the post station, he raised his eyebrows at its heavy weight. He wondered if it was indeed the books he bought yesterday. Then he didn't care about it anymore, took the cardboard box back to the dormitory, and ran to morning class. 2 classes passed quickly. There was no class in the afternoon. After dinner, Yang Fan returned to the dormitory and played games. He lost 2 games and put down his phone angrily. How could this teammate be so bad? Yang Fan put down his phone and collapsed on the bed in boredom. His eyes suddenly swept over the cardboard box in the corner, and he remembered that there seemed to be other things in it besides the learning materials he bought for his brother. Thinking of this, he quickly got out of bed and unwrapped the tape. On top of it were the college entrance examination papers he bought for his younger brother. When he took away the papers, the 3 exquisite books of the son-in-law underneath were revealed. It was not much different from the advertisement he saw on the webpage at that time. Looking at these 3 books, Yang Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the quality of these books he used to get the full discount was quite good. Yang Fan casually flipped through the book, wanting to just flip through a few pages, but after reading 2 pages he was completely addicted to it. After he finished reading the 2 books, he finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Fan stood up and stretched his stiff body. It was already dark outside the window. He originally wanted to make some good points this afternoon, but he didn't expect to become so addicted as he watched. It was probably because the book was so well written that he couldn't stop reading it. If he hadn't felt a little hungry, he would have wanted to finish the rest of the book in one go. But when he thought of the wonderful things he was seeing, he couldn't help himself. He quickly ran to the cafeteria to grab a few bites, then returned to the dormitory to begin his reading. By 9 o'clock in the evening, he finally finished reading the last page of the last book. After reading it, he cursed inwardly, and it turned out to be unfinished. Why are you publishing a book when you haven't even finished writing it? Feeling endless resentment, Yang Fan picked up his phone helplessly to complain online. He opened Baidu, searched the title of the book, and found the most popular post. I found that more than one person was complaining in the thread, and many people were asking where they could see the follow-up. There is already a big guy inside showing the way. This book was originally published on QIDN.com and is still being updated on QIDN.com. Seeing this, Yang Fan didn't bother to complain. Having never read online novels before, he directly opened the software store and downloaded the Singularity app. Then I searched forth The Son-in-Law and started reading the subsequent chapters. On this day, countless situations similar to Yang Fan's occurred, and the sales of The Son-in-Law continued to rise over time. Because of the hot sales of physical books, many people who did not read online novels before flocked to the Singularity app. Subsequently, the subscriptions and gifts for The Son-in-Law on the rankings also began to rise wildly. Looking at the ever-increasing download volume of the Singularity app, the management of Singularity was so happy that their faces were numb with laughter. They really didn't expect that the publication of a physical book of a novel could drive the download volume of the app. With a wave of his hand, he directly promoted the physical book of The Son-in-Law on the Singularity app, and at the same time began to push the book The Son-in-Law frantically within the app. Xingye, the editor of The Son-in-Law, was overjoyed at the rising performance of the novel. He had been in charge of historical classification at Singularity, but he never expected that one day he would be able to turn his life around. He feels that his year-end bonus will increase several times this year. Chapter 59, Starting from Childhood. September 30th. The Son-in-Law continues to sell well, and the sales of physical books have reached more than 20 million. Both Dingdang.com and Singularity Chinese website are cheering for this achievement. But Jiang Lan hasn't been paying attention to this at all these days. In the latest updated chapter, he said that the physical book was online on Dingdang, and then he didn't care about it anymore. Concentrate on preparing for the little one's singing competition. 10 a.m. Jiang Lan appeared at the gate of Xiao Xiao kindergarten on time, waiting for the kindergarten to open. Waiting with him were the parents of other children. Everyone came to participate in the kindergarten singing competition. Jiang Lan looked around and saw that almost every parent was accompanied by a few young people holding musical instruments. Some parents also took part in the activities themselves, wearing suits or long skirts, holding musical instruments, looking elegant and calm. It has to be said that the parents of the children who can attend this international school are not ordinary people, and they all have one or two unique skills. Of course, Jiang Lan also dressed up carefully today. He specially changed into a light beige Oxford shirt, paired with dark khaki casual pants and black sneakers. The two buttons of the collar were casually open, revealing the neat lines of the collarbone, and the cuffs were rolled up to the forearms, revealing the firm muscles developed by years of exercise. Compared to his usual baggy hooded sweatshirt, this was a rare formal outfit for him. After all, he has to cooperate with Xiao Xiao today, and he can't fall behind. Jiang Lan seemed to have no choice but to wait for the time being. He thought that he was free anyway, so he opened the system panel. Name, Jiang Lan. Age, 28. Appearance, 90. Intelligence, 80. Stamina, 72. The above values are all scored as 100. Skills: advanced company management, advanced singing, intermediate acting, intermediate cooking, elementary writing, elementary handicraft. Exchange item: song, Wanjiang. Pleasure value: 16,085. Looking at his panel, Jiang Lan nodded involuntarily. The consistent exercise these days has been useful, and my physical strength has increased by 2 points. However, it can be seen that the later the game progresses, the harder it is to increase the stamina. After looking at the data value, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the exchange item, and then he couldn't help but think of the scene when he asked Xiao Xiao to choose the song 2 days ago. He sang several nursery rhymes from his previous life to Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao was not satisfied with any of them. In the end, he had no choice but to sing the songs he thought were suitable to Xiao Xiao one by one, regardless of whether they were children's songs or not. Unexpectedly, when he sang Wanjiang, Xiao Xiao liked it at once. Jiang Lan was embarrassed now, as he didn't remember the entire song Wanjiang and only knew the climax. But looking at Xiao Xiao with her big sparkling eyes, Jiang Lan had to reluctantly spend 5,000 happiness points to exchange it. Anyway, I have been spending a lot more time with Xiao Xiao recently, and my happiness level has reached over 20,000. And the purpose of happiness value is to make my baby daughter happy, so it should be used at any other time. He also felt that it was worth spending 5,000 happiness points to exchange for this song. In addition to helping Xiao Xiao participate in singing competitions, this song can also enhance Xiao Xiao's patriotism and national pride. It is important for children to grow up happily, but ideological education is also very important. He didn't want Xiao Xiao to chase after celebrities in the entertainment industry when he grew up. In his opinion, only revolutionary martyrs and people's heroes were the stars that children should chase. Just as Jiang Lan was reminiscing, the door of the kindergarten finally opened. The reception teacher came out and warmly welcomed the parents in. In the school auditorium, rows of little kids have been seated neatly under the arrangement of their teachers. Parents stood at the back of the auditorium, waiting for arrangements from teachers of each class. Jiang Lan looked around and saw many photographers with cameras. Isn't it just a simple singing competition? Judging from the situation, it's not a simple matter. He searched for his daughter calmly. Soon I saw a cute little guy looking back frequently, as if he was also looking for something. It is indeed Xiao Xiao. Jiang Lan waved to the little guy. When Xiao Xiao saw his father, he stood up from his seat and smiled happily. Under her leadership, many children began to look for their parents. The auditorium suddenly fell into chaos. Teachers in each class worked hard to maintain order. In the end, the teachers had no choice but to arrange for the parents to sit with their children. Anyway, there will be many parents helping their children perform. Every parent present hopes that their child can be the most handsome boy in the audience. So they either asked for external help or found some expensive musical instruments to complement the performance. In short, don't let your children fall behind others. But Jianlan doesn't care about these. He and Xiao Xiao sat aside and shared their true feelings with each other. Dad, you seem a little different today. What's the difference? Xiao Xiao, I just said you were so handsome. Jianlan smiled when she heard this. She of course knew that Xiao Xiao was Zhou Xiao's classmate. She had seen him several times when she picked up Xiao Xiao from school. Really? Xiao Xiao looks pretty good today too. They were required to wear uniform today, which was kindergarten uniform. But the school uniform of Xiao Xiao kindergarten is also very nice. The little boy wore a suit and tie, while the little girl wore a white shirt and a navy blue suspender skirt. Although the clothing is unified, there are always some areas where parents can show off their skills. For example, Xiao Xiao's hair. He looked at the hair of a little girl 2 rows in front of him and pondered. Do I need to exchange for a skill to comb hair? I saw that the little girls in the first 2 rows had their hair braided into the shape of a butterfly. Jianlan looked at it for a long time but still couldn't figure out how this happened. I really don't have any talent when it comes to combing hair. He humbly admitted his shortcomings and generously praised his classmate Xiao Xiao. But to Xiao Xiao's ears, these words didn't sound right. The little guy looked down at himself, then stretched his neck to look at Xiao Xiao. I'm pretty too, but you don't even praise me, Daddy. Humph. Jianlan then hurriedly apologized, causing Lu Xiaoli, who had just arrived, to look at him sideways. After all, they are father and daughter, how could they become so affectionate after just not seeing each other for a while? Because Cici can't come to Xiao Xiao's singing competition today. So she took a camera and wanted to record Xiao Xiao's entire performance and take it back to show her daughter. I had heard from Cici before that Jianlan seemed to be going to perform with Xiao Xiao. I heard that even Xiao Xiao's performance repertoire was taught by Jianlan. After hearing this, she was somewhat disapproving. She said that Cici was busy with work and had no time to teach Xiao Xiao. Isn't there still her as a grandmother? After all, she came from a legitimate theater troupe. How could she not be confident when teaching nursery rhymes? But the little guy Xiao Xiao was twisting like a caterpillar and insisted on learning from Jianlan. Seeing how much Xiao Xiao wanted to contact his father, she didn't want to care anymore. This heartless guy raised her up by himself, but now he is closer to Jianlan than to her. This is simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoli glanced at the father and daughter who were still flattering each other next to her, and couldn't help but cough twice. Chapter 60 Singing Competition. Hearing the coughing sound beside him, Jianlan finally noticed Lu Xiaoli coming. Auntie, you're here. He quickly stood up, greeted Lu Xiaoli, and then put Xiao Xiao in his own seat. The little thing was very tactful and started to pester Lu Xiaoli. Calling her grandma one after another, Lu Xiaoli's frown gradually relaxed. At an angle where no one else could see, Jianlan secretly gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Xiao Xiao, the master of keeping balance, has made another great contribution. Soon, the show began. The host is also a teacher at the school. After she introduced the rules of the competition, she asked the children to perform in turn according to their grade in class. Xiao Xiao, who was in the middle class, was ranked in the middle. Fortunately, there were not that many children participating in the competition. In addition, the performances were children's songs, and each song was not too long, so the progress was still very fast. But it is an international school after all, and although the grades are small, the performances by everyone are very exciting. Many children sang foreign songs. It can be clearly heard from the performance of some children that they have undergone some learning and training. Already mastered some basic techniques for singing songs. Some even take the high-end route and can sing complex styles such as bel canto at a young age. No matter what, the small kindergarten singing competition is full of hidden talents. Under the leadership of parents and teachers, the event was extremely wonderful. This made Jianlan feel a little dazed. Although in his previous life, he was recognized by his colleagues as the king of roles. But at least I had to donate it after I started working for the sake of my future. Now, have children been so competitive with each other since kindergarten? The little girl in the long skirt and heavy makeup looked even younger than Xiao Xiao. She sang a beautiful Italian song. Is this really what a kindergarten kid should look like? When they were almost at Xiao Xiao's class, the little guy couldn't help but start to get nervous. Dad, what should I do if I don't behave well? The little guy thought to himself, the kids in front of him performed so well, what if he was out of tune when it was his turn? It would be so embarrassing if I forgot the words in front of so many teachers and classmates. Of course, Jianlan had no idea what the little girl was thinking and thought she was simply stage fright. So I made an agreement with the little one that as long as I performed a complete performance, I would convince Grandma to let her come to play with Dad tonight. Dad has learned a new dish, and it has ice cream in it. Do you want to try it? Sure enough, when Jianglan took out his trump card, Xiao Xiao's attention was immediately diverted. All the nervousness, fear and embarrassment were thrown behind me. The little guy now only wants to finish the performance so that he can go eat delicious food. The two of them stood in the waiting area backstage with full confidence. Xiao Xiao looked at the two girls performing in front of her and whispered to Jianlan. Dad, look, Zhao Yuxuan and Zhang Shiqi are really going up to perform together. The two of them always have to be together. A few days ago, they asked me what I was going to perform, but I didn't want to tell them. Tell them, and they will pester you to learn too. Zhao Zhao frowned in disgust and deliberately turned her head away from them. Jianlan touched his daughter's head, squatted down and whispered something to Xiao Xiao. This scene happened to be captured by Lu Xioli, who was fiddling with the camera in the audience. She looked at Xiao Xiao, whose expression changed from gloomy to cheerful in the camera, and then looked at Jianlan's unpleasant face. I have to admit that this kid has some talent for coaxing people. Humph, he only knows some sweet talk, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to trick her sisai away so easily. When the announcer took his place, Jianlan and Xiao Xiao also took their places. Xiao Xiao stood alone at the exit, waiting to go on stage. Jianlan was taken to the piano at the back of the stage. Now, we would like to invite Jiang Zhao, a child from Blue Star Class 2, and her father to perform a brand new song for us. Let us welcome you with applause. There was warm applause at the scene. Amidst the applause, Teacher Fan was backstage, guiding Xiao Xiao to stand in front of the microphone. These children who were going to go on stage had all rehearsed in advance. As long as they don't start crying suddenly, there's basically no big problem. Xiao Xiao knew that his father was sitting behind him and his grandmother was waving at him from the audience. My confidence suddenly increased. She first bowed politely to the audience, then shouted into the microphone in a baby voice. I'm ready. Jianlan was sitting in front of the piano at this moment, although the surrounding lights were more focused on Xiao Xiao in front of the stage. But in order for him to see clearly, some of the spotlights were also shown on him. Similarly, the audience in the audience can also see him. He played a short and beautiful melody in response to Xiao Xiao's words. This was what he had agreed upon with Xiao Xiao before, and he signaled to the little guy to start singing. A melodious sound slowly emerged from the piano keys. Jianlan sat on the piano stool, his fingers falling steadily on the keys, and the prelude echoed softly in the high-ceilinged auditorium. Then, the melody gradually became richer and more beautiful, and he looked up at his daughter in the center of the stage. Xiao Xiao was wearing the kindergarten's uniform dress with golden ripples embroidered on the hem. She stood obediently in front of the standing microphone, her little head swaying left and right to the rhythm of the music. The moment the last note of the prelude fell, her clear childish voice came out clearly from the microphone. The red sun rises in the east, its avenue filled with rosy clouds. How lucky I am to be born in your womb and inherit your blood. We share the hardship and happiness, and we stand tall and straight. My country is boundless with benevolence, 1,000-year-old faith. When singing Faith, Xiao Xiao's little body leaned forward unconsciously, opened his arms and faced the audience. This is what my dad said during rehearsal at home last week, let everyone feel your enthusiasm. My father said that the lyrics of this song express praise for the motherland and patriotism. So we must sing out our pride in our motherland. Although she still couldn't fully understand the lyrics, it didn't stop her from thinking that the song was nice and the lyrics were meaningful. And since she can also work with her father, of course she has to perform seriously. Xiao Xiao was in high spirits and continued to sing slowly with Jianlan's accompaniment. Touching the flowing light, time soaks into the red walls brick by brick. Sighing the withering and flourishing, every flower and tree has experienced the vicissitudes of life. Across the vast wilderness, the 9 provinces are all the same, the hometown in my heart. Only China, with its brilliance, is on the path of prosperity. The red sun rises in the east. The clear children's voice was amplified by the microphone and spread throughout the venue. Xiao Xiao became more and more confident as she sang. She secretly glanced at the audience. Why do Teacher Fan and other teachers have their eyes so wide open? Why is Grandma's mouth open so wide? Why do Xiaojia and her mother look so dull? Although Xiao Xiao didn't understand everyone's expressions and reactions, he just followed his father's rhythm and sang the song bit by bit. Well, it's no wonder that it was taught by her father. The more she listens to it, the better it sounds. Equals 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 equals. Wanjian lyrics, Li Shu, music, Lu Yanjia, original singer, Li Yugang. Chapter 61 Gift. The sunlight slanted in from the high side window, flowing on the golden ripples of Xiao Xiao's skirt. When Xiao Xiao sang "The Great Road is Full of Rosy Clouds," the sun shone on her, casting an amber halo around her. At the same time, Jian Lan also played the last ending note, and the ending note of the piano echoed in the auditorium. This beautiful scene made the audience smile involuntarily, and then the sounds of shutter clicks came from the audience seats. Then, some kids started humming the melody in a baby voice, and many people at the scene started humming along. The singing contest banner hanging in the middle of the auditorium was swaying gently in the singing. After the performance, Xiao Xiao bowed politely to the audience. But for some reason, the teacher who announced the show didn't come up immediately. After bowing, Xiao Xiao was a little at a loss. The teacher said that she would come up after I bowed, so why didn't she come up? Confused, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but look back at Jian Lan. Seeing this scene, Jian Lan walked up and bowed with Xiao Xiao, then slowly walked backstage. After the two left, everyone came to their senses and started discussing. What song is this? Why haven't I heard it before? Yes, it's so beautiful. Even though it's sung by a little girl, it makes my blood boil. The lyrics are so well written and so majestic. I almost wanted to cry after listening to them. I'm so lucky to be born in China. But who was that accompaniment just now? He played the piano so well. And he's so handsome. Is this a student's parent? Or a teacher? Many parents in the audience were moved by the song and started discussing it. Although Jian Lan only showed his face briefly on the stage, he still attracted the attention of many unmarried women such as aunts and uncles who came to watch the children's performance, and they all discussed his appearance. Lu Xiuli felt a little unhappy when she heard the girls whispering to each other without any concealment. This Jiang Lan, even though he has Xiao Xiao, still doesn't know how to calm down and is attracting women everywhere. No wonder my own sis I was fascinated by him and did something stupid. But it seems that this guy is not just a gigolo, he is also capable. She plays the piano well and Xiao Xiao is also a good teacher. The most important thing is that this song is so well written. Lu Shirley closed the camera and sat in her seat blankly waiting for Xiao Xiao to come back. At the same time, she couldn't help but recall the scene just now in her mind. She also worked in the arts when she was young, so she knew how valuable this song was. This song can definitely become a singer's representative work and a singer's pension insurance. But now the first performance of this song actually appeared in a kindergarten singing competition. Although this song was sung for her precious granddaughter, she still felt that it was a bit of an overkill. Flying a space shuttle to deliver a love letter and using an aircraft carrier to go fishing, this is a bit too extravagant. Of course, Lu Xiuli was not the only one who was shocked. Many teachers at the scene felt the same as her. They have been teaching children for so long, and every time they see the children in their class perform on stage, their eyes are filled with satisfaction and encouragement. But after Xiao Xiao finished singing, there was only shock in their eyes. This song, why is it different from the one we usually teach? Teacher Zhang's fingers holding the program list trembled slightly, and he turned to look at Xiao Xiao's class teacher, Teacher Xiao Fan. At this time, Teacher Xiao Fan was still shocked by the performance and was unable to recover for a while. She couldn't imagine that the usually lovely little girl could give her such a shocking performance. Although Xiao Xiao was wearing the school uniform, the confidence he exuded was even stronger than those children who were dressed in gorgeous clothes. Teacher Li, who was standing next to him, also grabbed Teacher Fan's wrist and asked excitedly, "Teacher Fan, where did you find this song? This song is great. It's really great." She looked at Xiao Fan with inquiring eyes. Teacher Li has been working as a preschool teacher for 20 years. She usually teaches students to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and Two Tigers, and she teaches the children to sing Innocence. But now this song 10,000 Territories is sung by a little girl with the feeling of rivers, mountains and rivers, the vast territories of my country. Teacher Wang took off her glasses and wiped them, her voice trembling. This kid is amazing, and of course the person who wrote this song is even more amazing. Look at Teacher Chun from the health room, usually so serious and stern, but now she is hiding behind a pillar wiping away tears. Everyone followed Teacher Wang's gaze and saw that Teacher Chen, who was standing behind the pillar, was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Teacher Fan was more surprised than anyone else at this moment. She stared blankly at the stage, muttering, "I didn't choose this song. It seems like it was written by a student's parent. He said he didn't want to sing the same song as other kids, so he wrote his own song." Teacher Fan didn't think much about it at the time. Their school is an international school itself. There are many parents who want to show off their talents, and now some parents want to write songs for their children, and it is not uncommon for them to adapt songs before. As long as the song is positive, as a teacher, she certainly has no reason to stop it. However, she happened to be absent from the previous rehearsal due to something else. "I missed Xiao Xiao's performance, but I didn't expect it to be so shocking." After hearing what Teacher Xiao Fan said, Teacher Li and Teacher Wang looked at each other. "Because I didn't want to sing the same song as other kids, I wrote my own song. Do you think this is human language?" Finally, it was Teacher Wang who came to his senses first and clicked his tongue twice. "Whatever the reason for writing it, this song is just too good. Teacher Fan, I think this year's champion must be Xiao Xiao from your class." This kid completely convinced her. Neither his song selection nor his singing skills were bad at all. She used to think that it was right for their international school to teach children to keep up with the international standards. However, as Chinese children living on Chinese soil, it is more important to teach them to be patriotic. But when they taught patriotism before, they always started with the concrete national flag and national emblem. But today she realized that maybe songs could also be used, and children could sing mountains and rivers and faith in their childish voices. This form may be more effective than any preaching, and it is also easier to spread to other children. Perhaps this is the significance of their singing competition. And tomorrow is National Day. This song can definitely be regarded as a gift to the motherland. If possible, she would like every child in the kindergarten to learn this song. Chapter 62 First. After Xiao Xiao and Zhang Lan stepped down. Under everyone's gaze, he returned to his seat. Lu Xiaoli hugged Xiao Xiao and kept praising her for her good performance. The little guy was proud, but he tried not to show too much pride, which made Zhang Lan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Lan turned his head and saw a tall and straight young man with clear eyes and brows extending his hand to him. "Hello, comrade, I haven't heard your song online. Could you please search for it for me?" As he spoke, he handed over a very ordinary-looking mobile phone with his other hand. The page displayed a music website, but there was no page for the song. Zhang Lan politely returned the handshake, then pushed the phone back and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid this song can't be found online because it hasn't been officially released yet." The man was surprised when he heard Zhang Lan say that the song had not been released. Then he looked Zhang Lan up and down and said excitedly, "It hasn't been released yet? Did you write this song?" It turns out that Huang Lang is an active soldier in the army art troupe. He finally had a day off today and heard that his nephew's school was going to perform a song. It just so happened that his brother and sister-in-law were unable to come due to some matters, so he simply attended as the parent. "I originally just wanted to relax and see what these future flowers of the motherland could perform." Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. The song sung by the little girl just now really embodies the feeling of peace and prosperity for the country. It not only praises the magnificent mountains and rivers and long history of the motherland, but also conveys national pride and patriotism. Moreover, the melody is majestic and the lyrics are catchy. It retains the profoundness of traditional culture and conveys a positive and progressive spirit of the times. It is indeed a rare masterpiece that conveys Chinese culture and embodies national pride. As a member of the art troupe, Huang Lang has been committed to creating and finding songs that can spread positive energy to promote the spirit of the times. The appearance of this song gave him a refreshing feeling. When Xiao Xiao was halfway through singing, he couldn't hold back anymore and took out his mobile phone to search for Wanjiang. It turned out that he couldn't find it on several mainstream music platforms, which made him very anxious. However, the people on the stage had not finished their performance yet, so he could only endure it. After Zhang Lan and the others finished their performance, Huang Lang immediately came over to ask Zhang Lan. As a result, Zhang Lan actually said that this song has not been released yet. Hearing Zhang Lan say this, Huang Lang had an idea. It hasn't been released yet. This might be a good thing. If he could get this song back for their troupe, they might be able to shine in the competition among various art troupes this year. Zhang Lan certainly didn't know all these things, but he didn't want to talk too much with a stranger, so he just shook his head politely. A friend wrote this. I'm just using it. Let's watch the competition first, the kids haven't finished their performance yet. He smiled and pointed at the stage, lowering his voice. When Huang Lang heard Jian Lan say this, he had to suppress his surging heart. However, Jian Lan's answer was similar to what he thought. Jian Lan looked so young and didn't look like someone who could write a song like Wanjiang. At the same time, I was thinking about how to get Jian Lan's friend's contact information after this was over. In the following singing competition, because of Jiang Zhao's excellent performance, the subsequent performances did not have any surprises. After all, this is a singing competition with the theme of National Day. When it comes to praising and eulogizing the motherland, which other song can compare with Wanjiang? The singing competition ended after several hours. The result was no surprise, Jiang Zhao won first place. In addition to the school's music teachers, the judges also include some famous musicians in the capital. Everyone originally thought that this was just a game between children. Unexpectedly, the emergence of Wanjiang has raised the level of the competition to several levels. The judges didn't expect that a little girl could sing so well. However, everyone is more curious about where this song came from. This song cannot be found on any major music website. I can only see a little information from the copyright website. Wanjiang has indeed been registered, and the composer is signed as Xiao Yang. The moment they saw the name of the composer, everyone suddenly realized that it was Xiao Yang who wrote it. It turns out that although Xiao Yang has only written 2 songs, the name Xiao Yang is no longer an unknown name in the music circle. I wrote 2 songs, and both became hits. It also directly helped Xue Jiqian's status rise to a higher level. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, he came up with another song of even higher quality. Many smart people present have picked up their phones and started asking Tianyu Entertainment about Xiao Yang. Like Huang Lang, some people were also planning to ask Jian Lan for Xiao Yang's contact information. This song has not been officially released yet, which means they still have a chance to become the singer of this song. You mean Xiao Xiao? How does the little girl's singing count? Many people immediately became excited at the thought of becoming the original singer of Wanjiang. This song is really great. If I can sing it well, I might become an instant hit. Aren't there many people in the music industry who became famous because of one song? Many people at the scene seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, their hearts were already as turbulent as Huang Lang's. Of course, some people suspect that Jian Lan is Xiao Yang. After all, it is obvious that Jian Lan has a close relationship with the little girl who sings. But as soon as they saw Jian Lan's youthful and somewhat overly handsome face, they couldn't help but dispel their doubts. He was able to write 2 hit songs, and now he has come up with another song like this. It goes without saying that Xiao Yang must be a senior. How could a young guy like Jian Lan write a song like Wanjiang? I think Jian Lan is at most a junior of Xiao Yang. Of course, there are still a few people who suspect that Jian Lan is Xiao Yang. But once it was analyzed by others, it immediately went astray. While the adults present were competing with each other for connections and hand speed, the children were both happy and worried. Xiao Xiao stood on the podium and won first place without any surprise. She is also the only winner of that age group. She smiled brightly when she took her medal from the principal. Zhao Yuxuan and Zhang Shiqi in the audience were sobbing. Their performance was also very exciting. Why Jiang Zhao can get first place? At this time, Lu Xiuli diligently recorded everything with her camera. This is not only to be taken back for Cici to see, but also to be kept as a souvenir for Xiao Xiao. After all, it was my granddaughter's first place, so it was worth commemorating. But Xiao Xiao is really good, just like Cici when she was a child, she always gets first place. Lu Xiuli couldn't stop smiling as she looked at Xiao Xiao in the camera. Oh, how could her granddaughter be so cute and pretty? Chapter 63, Hard-Mouthed. Jian Lan took a few photos of Xiao Xiao standing on the podium with his mobile phone and sent them to Louis Fei. Xiao Xiao won first place. Do you want to come to my house to celebrate tonight? If Auntie has time, you can come and celebrate with us. Jian Lan promised Xiao Xiao that he would take her home to eat delicious food after the event. Of course, he had to keep his promise to the child. But Aunt Lu had a bad impression of him, so he decided to take a roundabout approach and start with Louis Fei. After a while, Louis Fei replied. Wow, I actually got first place. Sprinkleflowers.jpg, sprinkleflowers.jpg. Xiao Xiao is awesome. You're amazing too. This has to be celebrated. I'll try to finish work early today. Your place is nearby, so I'll ask my mom if she wants to celebrate with us. After saying that, Louis Fei suddenly realized that Jiang Lan seemed to be talking about going home to celebrate. I didn't feel anything unusual and simply assumed that Jiang Lan's doghouse was his home. Thinking of this, her face turned red and she quickly added, "By the way, we're going to your house to celebrate. And I'm only going to your place because it's closer and more convenient for Xiao Xiao to go there. Don't overthink it." Jiang Lan smiled slightly after receiving the message. "Why do you have to explain so much, my god? It's totally unnecessary." I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. He felt that if Thanos snapped his fingers and the whole world was destroyed, the mouth of the celestial being would probably still be there. But as long as the goal was achieved, Jiang Lan didn't continue to discuss the problem with Tianxian. He looked at Lu Xiaoli, who was taking pictures in various poses, and immediately walked up to her and said, "Auntie, how about I help you carry your bag? You go take a photo with Xiao Xiao?" Lu Xiaoli is in a good mood now, and she even looks at Jiang Lan with a much better impression. She rarely smiled at Jiang Lan. "Alright, can you please take a photo for me and Xiao Xiao?" "Thank you so much." Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Auntie's tone was so nice, it seemed that her impression of me had improved. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan felt more energetic to take pictures. Xiao Xiao walked off the stage with a smile, holding the trophy in metal. "Daddy, this trophy is for you. You taught me to sing, so this trophy is a reward for you." As she spoke, she handed the trophy in her hand to Jiang Lan, then turned to face Lu Xiaoli and spoke. Grandma, this medal is for you. You've worked so hard taking care of Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao wants to give this medal to you." As she spoke, she took off the gold medal hanging around her neck and tiptoed to put it around Lu Xiaoli's neck. When Lu Xiaoli saw Xiao Xiao like this, she could no longer hold back the smile on her face. "He kept calling me baby, and my heart was about to melt. Her lovely granddaughter is so adorable. And it seems that Xiao Xiao still likes her grandma very much, and she is busy giving her the medal she just received." After a while, Lu Xiaoli received a message from Cici. She saw the father and daughter clinging to each other and for the first time in her life said nothing. He directly agreed to let Xiao Xiao go to Jiang Lan, but she still felt embarrassed to go with him. "Jiang Lan, Cici said she wanted to bring the kids to celebrate. I won't go. You can take Xiao Xiao back first. Cici said she will go after get off work." Lu Xiaoli pretended not to know that the two had already colluded, and tactfully let Jiang Lan take Xiao Xiao away. After all, he is the child's father, and blood is thicker than water. As long as he treats Xiao Xiao well, it's not impossible for me to give him a chance. When Xiao Xiao heard this, he happily rushed to his grandma and pestered her to go with him. Lu Xiaoli refused with a smile. "Just because I like Jiang Lan a little more doesn't mean I accept him now. It's still too early for her to fully accept Jiang Lan." Afterwards, the kindergarten was dismissed and the National Day holiday was announced. The children jumped and shouted for joy at the thought of not having to go to school for several days. Xiao Xiao was of course no exception, especially since she won first place in the singing competition. This is double the joy. As expected, her father would not lie to her. He said he would let her get first place, and she really did. Xiao Xiao looked at her father with stars in her eyes. She really admired her father so much. And that new dish with ice cream. What is that? It must be delicious. Send away a group of people who came to inquire about Chaoyang information. Jiang Lan successfully brought the greedy little cat Xiao Xiao back home. Louis Fei said she was on the way. It's not that they can't afford to eat out, but the food Jiang Lan cooks is much more delicious than what they eat outside. So why go out then? On the way home, Jiang Lan and his friends met Huang Wenjie, who was traveling the same way. Only then did Jiang Lan realize that Huang Lang, who had come over to say hello before, was actually Huang Wenjie's uncle. Huang Wenjie watched his nephew greet the little girl who won the first place in Jiang Lan in a familiar manner, and only then did he realize that Jiang Lan was the little girl's father, and it seemed that his nephew was very familiar with the father and daughter. He first looked at Jiang Lan's young and handsome face in surprise. He always thought that Jiang Lan was the child's brother or uncle, but he didn't expect that he was actually the father of a child. Those older than him get married earlier, and those younger than him also get married earlier, so they pull him down, right? But he quickly shook his head, put his surprise behind him, and was overjoyed instead. We live in the same community and have a good relationship. If this isn't God's will, then what is? So on the way back, the two children were playing in front. Huang Lang asked Zhang Lan about the author Chaiyang. Zhang Lan was so pestered that he had no choice but to ask for him first. Huang Lang then happily took his little nephew back home. Huang Wenjie still looked reluctant to leave. When he heard Jiang Zhao say that her father was going to make her something delicious again, he really wanted to go to their house for a meal. But I was too embarrassed to speak up. Huang Lang had no idea of his little thoughts. After getting the promise he wanted from Zhang Lan, he looked at his nephew who looked embarrassed. He picked up Huang Wenjie, said goodbye to Xiao Xiao and Zhang Lan, and walked towards his brother and sister-in-law's house. Poor Huang Wenjie, he could only watch Xiao Xiao's home getting farther and farther away from him. Finally I couldn't help but burst into tears. Wow, I want to eat the delicious food made by Uncle Jiang. Uncle, you are so annoying. Huang Lang hated to see children crying. How could a child cry so easily? He frantically coaxed him for a long time and promised to take Huang Wenjie out for a big meal, which finally stopped the brat's wailing. Alas, it's not easy to take a vacation by yourself. He thought about the army, his nephew, and Zhang Lan, who was already a father at such a young age. It's a pity that they don't even have time to deal with the major issues in their lives. Now I am in my 30s and still haven't started a family. It makes me cry when I think about it. Chapter 64 Ambiguity. Here, Louis Fei finished today's filming and specially ordered a small cake to take to Zhang Lan to celebrate with Xiao Xiao. Although it was just a small competition in kindergarten, she couldn't miss any progress of her little princess. Louis Fei arrived at Zhang Lan's residence with great joy, only to notice that the living room had changed again. The white wall that originally had the abstract painting hanging on it is gone, replaced by a light gray rock wall panel with staggered rock spots dotted on it like stars. An orange-red rope ladder hangs on the left, its rungs wrapped with non-slip tape. There is a wooden ladder on the right, and the distance between the horizontal bars is just enough for children's hands to grasp. At the bottom was a thick blue safety mat with Xiao Xiao's favorite cartoon patterns printed on the edge. Louis Fei stared at the rock climbing equipment in front of her in amazement. You actually turned the living room into a training hall so that she could run around the house more easily? Zhang Lan stood not far from the entrance, looking at Xiao Xiao who was trying hard to climb up with satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Louis Fei, took the clothes she had changed out of naturally, and then pointed to the wall. Look, the green route is for beginners. Once Xiao Xiao gets more familiar with it, he can take the yellow route. I also installed a starlight on the bright pink rock at the top. His tone was relatively calm, but upon closer listening, it was not difficult to tell that Zhang Lan was still very proud of his renovation project. Of course, he didn't even need to ask the little guy if he liked it. You can tell from the constant notification sounds coming from the system that the little guy must be very happy. Louis Fei looked at his kind smile like an old father, glanced at the soft pack anti-collision strip specially installed in the corner of the rock wall, and shook her head helplessly. Just spoil her. Sooner or later, she will be spoiled by you. However, a soft warmth still arose in Louis Fei's heart. She remembered her childhood when her mother was alone and took good care of her. Whatever you want, you will get it. But it doesn't matter, she still wants to play with her father. With Zhang Lan's meticulous companionship, Xiao Xiao will surely have a very happy childhood. Surrounded by such love, Xiao Xiao will grow up to be happier and braver. She suddenly felt that letting Zhang Lan know about Xiao Xiao's existence might be the best decision she had ever made. Louis Fei looked at Zhang Lan steadily, slightly curled the corners of her lips, and thought to herself. Thank you, Zhang Lan. You gave Xiao Xiao the best childhood. Zhang Lan seemed to notice Louis Fei's gaze. The fingers hanging on both sides of his body curled up subconsciously, and his fingertips rubbed against the thin calluses on the palms of his hands, then he turned his head to look at her. The evening sunlight slanted across the side of her face, dyeing her eyelashes golden brown. When she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her lips. They were not deep, but they seemed to contain the strawberry juice that Xiao Xiao had not finished drinking. They were so sweet that it made one's throat tighten. Zhang Lan's Adam's apple moved, and he realized that he had been staring at her for too long. It was clearly just an ordinary smile and frown, but when those eyes looked at him, they always seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, which made his mind suddenly go blank and his heart beat faster unconsciously. He clearly wanted to look away, but his head seemed to have a mind of its own and insisted on looking in her direction. Her skin was so white that it translucent, and the sunlight almost melted into her cheeks, and even the light pink on the tips of her ears was clearly visible. Zhang Lan suddenly remembered that he had told Xiao Xiao many fairy tales about fairies yesterday. I think the fairies in fairy tales might look like this. It turns out that some people don't have to do anything, just standing there and smiling at you can make people forget everything. Louis Fei was secretly staring at him, but she didn't expect him to turn around suddenly. She was caught in the act and felt very embarrassed. However, in order to maintain her aloof attitude, she had to suppress her shyness, pretending to be dazed and not turning her head away. Unexpectedly, this guy turned around and said nothing, but just stared at me in a daze. And as time went on, his eyes became more and more passionate, and the atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous. However, the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was soon interrupted by Xiao Xiao, who was shouting. The little guy is not afraid of heights at all. He jumps up and down on the climbing frame. The little guy didn't feel tired at all after just finishing the competition. Instead, he was full of energy. I can only say that children are really energetic. The only thing that can compare to a child's energy is probably a dog that has been locked up all day and hasn't been out for a walk. The two people whose atmosphere was broken tacitly kept silent about what had just happened, and walked over at the call of the little guy. One is responsible for taking the kids for a walk, and the other is responsible for cooking. But let's celebrate together for Xiao Xiao's first championship in her life. Compared to before, the relationship between the two seems to have changed a little, but also seems to have not changed. In the publicity department office of the Capital Spruce International Kindergarten, Director Luo Hai picked up the cup of water, slowly took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, and then let out a long sigh. Today, as per the practice in previous years, he uploaded the video taken by the photographers and edited by the young teachers to the official Weibo of the kindergarten. Although it is just a kindergarten, in order to expand its influence, all these social media channels are indispensable. After finishing all this, he waited for the day to go off work. After all, it's just a kindergarten. No matter how much it is advertised as international, bilingual, and high-end, it is still just a kindergarten. And the tuition fees are so expensive. If it weren't for the fact that places in the capital's top public schools are so hard to get, who would want to come to an international school? The principal also insisted on promoting himself and wanted to make their school bigger and stronger. But a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking official. Although Luo Hai said that he would guarantee to complete the task, he was actually complaining in his heart. Luo Hai stared at the countdown to the end of get off work jumping in the lower right corner of the computer screen, and his knuckles tapped the table unconsciously. Looking at the report on the computer, his temples were throbbing. Being a director these days still involves the worry of KPIs. Just then, he suddenly heard the teachers outside the office start to quarrel. He took off his reading glasses and rubbed his nose. Listening to the noise outside, he couldn't help but sigh. Young people just can't keep calm. It's just that the holiday is coming soon, why are you getting so excited? Alas, the office has such a frivolous and impetuous atmosphere. It seems that we have to wait until after the holiday to have a meeting and clean it up together. Lao Luo sighed, slowly picked up the teacup and took another sip. Before I could finish the second sip of tea, there was a rapid knock on the door. Director Luo. Our school is on fire. A shout broke the silence in the room. Comments on Chapter 65 Explosion. Principal's office. Principal Chao drank tea while thinking about the singing competition he had just participated in. The children in their kindergarten performed really well this year. Maybe some of them can be sent to the city to participate in the competition. Although it is a private kindergarten, their teaching quality is not inferior to those of the famous public kindergartens in the capital. Otherwise, how could we cultivate such outstanding children? It seems that education must start from childhood. The holiday is coming soon. After the holiday, do we need to organize a meeting for all departments and teachers? Everyone worked together to make their Yunshan kindergarten a gold brand among the capital's international kindergartens. When Principal Chao was happily imagining the future, there was a sudden knock on the door outside his office. Principal Chao, I'm Luo Hai. A trembling shout came from outside the door, with uncontrollable excitement in the voice. Principal Chao paused holding the teacup, frowned slightly, glanced at the wall clock, and found that it was almost time to get off work. I was thinking, this Ronaldinho is not young anymore, why is he still so impatient? I have to have a good talk with him later. He cleared his throat and said loudly, come in. Soon the door of the principal's office was pushed open, and the director of the propaganda department, Luo Hai, flashed in. He was fat and panting, with a few drops of sweat running down his forehead. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Principal. Our school's official website is going viral. The number of visits has exceeded 800,000, which directly exceeds the total number of visits for the entire year last year. As he spoke, he took out the tablet in front of him and showed it to the principal. Look, this is the video and some pictures I uploaded to our kindergarten's official Weibo account after the singing competition. In just a few hours, the number of visits increased by hundreds of thousands. It's still growing. Look, it's almost 900,000 in just a short while. After hearing this, the principal stood up suddenly and no longer cared about the serious matters. Principal Xiao took the tablet from Director Luo and looked carefully at the numbers on it. Likes 890,000, comments 200,000. What's going on? Why is our school suddenly so popular? When Director Luo heard Principal Xiao's question, he immediately came up to the principal, flipped to the comments section, and showed it to the principal. The singing competition we just held has become a huge hit. Principal, look, all these comments are praising our singing competition. They said that the event we held before National Day had a good meaning, the teachers chose good songs, and the students sang well. In short, everything was good. After saying this, Luo Hai added something in his heart. And as the director of the publicity department, I am good at publicity. Of course, he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. At this moment, he could not take credit for himself. He had to let the leader see his efforts himself. Luo Hai, a veteran in the workplace, is well aware of the complicated rules and just keeps praising the principal and his colleagues. Principal Xiao felt a little strange. They had been holding this event for many years, so why did it suddenly become popular this year? But looking at the comments that kept refreshing in front of me, I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Lao Luo, it seems our idea is correct. Our actions are correct. Now, Yunshan Kindergarten should not have to worry about enrollment next year. The principal happily asked Luo Hai to pick a few comments to read. Luo Hai was also happy to show off, so he jumped and read 2 highly praised comments to the principal. What song is this little girl in school uniform singing? 10,000 Frontiers? It's so beautiful. Her voice is all over my head now. Yumi has the full version. Please give me the audio. Wanjiang, my child kept asking what song it was, and I can't find it online. Please release it in the kindergarten. Please. I heard a kindergarten kid sang a hit song, so I ordered it in to listen. Sure enough, it's Wanjiang. I've got it on repeat. I specifically searched for Yunshan Kindergarten. My child will be going there next year. The fact that the teacher can teach children to sing songs like Wanjiang shows that this school not only teaches knowledge, but also teaches patriotism. What a great plan! Who understands this? I've listened to Wanjiang several times. But there's no version with lyrics. Yunshan Kindergarten, can you please play the high-definition video? Luo Hai read a few of them and found them more and more strange. The positive reviews are indeed positive, but why are 9 out of 10 of them talking about Wanjiang? What is Wanjiang? He didn't participate in the singing competition, so he didn't know. But when Principal Xiao heard the name, he suddenly understood. Wanjiang, so this is it. The song was sung by a little girl in the middle class, and she won first place. This song is really good. To be honest, it was also the first time he heard this song. But the clear children's voice, the melodious piano, the melody and the lyrics are all very touching. Even as he listened, all he thought about were the mountains, rivers, and beautiful land of his motherland. At that time, all the judges voted for this song as the first choice. It can be said that this first place is truly well-deserved. But, how could a mere song cause such a strong response? And judging by the comments, it seems like this song isn't available online? What does this mean? Principal Xiao asked the doubts in his heart. Director Luo had never heard this song, so it was difficult for him to judge. He opened the video on the spot, switched to the part called Wanjiang, and started listening. 3 minutes later, Luo Hai closed the computer with a moved expression. No wonder this song caused such a stir on the internet. He is old and he felt like crying after hearing it. He opened his phone and searched on major music platforms, but he really couldn't find the song. Principal, this is a new song that has never been released. In other words, it could be that the student's parents created it specifically for their child to perform on stage, or they hired someone else to create it. As for the occasion and the stage performance, it doesn't matter at all to the student's parents. What is important is that his child actually stood on the podium with this song. After hearing this, The principal habitually picked up the water glass to hide his surprise. Are there really parents who are willing to invest so much for such a young child? A kindergarten competition was held with such a big fuss that they created an original song. If the students' parents are not very talented, then they are very rich. In short, this incident was a big bargain for their school. It is undeniable that, judging from the data, this song successfully brought huge traffic to the school. The parents in their school are really talented people. Chapter 66, Surprised Principal Xiao. Principal Xiao thought for a while and said to Director Luo excitedly, "Director Luo, we must take netizens' comments seriously. It's just right, so I can take this opportunity to do more promotion and publicity for the school. If possible, please contact the students' parents to see if this song can be put on our school homepage. It's not impossible for us to spend some money to buy the copyright." Principal Xiao has a good plan. If this song is used as the school song, wouldn't it become a living signboard to promote the school? This kind of representative song is exactly what their school lacks. It's only right to spend a little money to buy the copyright. Director Luo Hai agreed repeatedly, but he was complaining in his heart. Buy it? What you think is quite beautiful. Given the quality of this song, who knows how many people would like to pay to buy it now? How can I get a kindergarten? But now they have the video of this little girl singing, which is enough to attract traffic for a while. Director Luo was secretly delighted. This wave of traffic was like being delivered to his own mouth. The KPI of the propaganda department this year was definitely exceeded. Luo Hai exchanged pleasantries with his leader for a while, then spoke cryptically. "Principal Xiao, how much do you think is a reasonable price to pay for the copyright of this song? Please give us a rough estimate so our colleagues in the propaganda department can have a better idea." He wasn't sure how determined his leader was to get this song. If you pay too much, your boss might be unhappy. If you pay too little, you definitely won't get it. It's better to let the leader say the number himself. This was also the first time that Principal Xiao dealt with matters such as music copyright. After a moment's hesitation, he said, 100,000? Just let them post it on the school's official website. Luo Hai's mouth twitched. This money. Lao Xiao, you are suspected of being a freeloader. But he didn't say anything. Whether the price could be negotiated or not, he let the young teachers in the propaganda department office try boldly. Just at this moment, Principal Xiao's cell phone rang. He saw that it was a call from a friend and picked up the phone happily. "Lao Li, how are you doing lately? How come you have time to call me?" The person on the other end of the phone was Principal Xiao's longtime friend, Li Hong. When they were young, they served as art soldiers in the art troupe together. Later, Lao Xiao changed his career and became the principal of a kindergarten. Because Li Hong was talented and loved singing, she stayed in the art troupe. So many years have passed, and because of her talent and hard work, Li Hong has developed well in the art troupe. A few years ago, she released an album, several songs of which became popular all over the country. Coupled with the blessing of her military status, Li Hong directly became a first-line singer. Today, when he was in the art troupe, he suddenly heard one of their colleagues say that a child in Yunshan International Kindergarten sang a very beautiful song. And most importantly, this song has never been released before. Li Hong couldn't help but shake her head when she heard the exaggerated tone of her colleague. Young comrades are always easily excited. How could such a good song appear in a kindergarten performance? He just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. A few hours later, this young comrade said it again in the group. It is said that this song can be searched on the official Weibo of Yunshan Kindergarten, and its name is Wanjiang. I recommend everyone to go and listen to it. What else can I say? The temperament and pattern are particularly grand and magnificent. It is a rare masterpiece. Seeing his strong recommendation, Li Hong opened her computer and searched for it out of curiosity. In recent years, he has not seen many songs that can be called grand and majestic. He slowly opened his computer and found the song. 10 minutes later, Li Hong couldn't pull her eyes out. He dragged the progress bar again in disbelief and listened to it over and over again. No wonder Huang Lang was so shocked. This song is absolutely amazing. There is a power in the lyrics that makes one's blood boil when listening to them. The melody is also great. After listening to it twice, the lines, "The avenue is full of rosy clouds," started to resonate in my mind. As I listened, I seemed to be able to really see the mountains and rivers of my motherland from the lyrics. It is indeed, as Comrade Huang Lang said, a rare masterpiece. Li Hong couldn't sit still any longer. The more I listen to this song, the more I like it. He couldn't help but sing along for a few lines. I found that the tone suits him very well. Moreover, he has some other ideas, such as adding some opera singing into the performance, which would definitely have a great effect. He had thousands of ideas and wanted to give the song more vitality. It's not that children can't sing well. The child's voice is very clear, but also very simple. If it were me, I would definitely make this song more appealing. Because of his love for this song, he really wanted to own the copyright of it. Of course, Li Hong also has her own little selfish motives. If he can get this song, he has the confidence and ability to sing it well, and it may become another of his representative works. Thinking of what Huang Lang said on the phone just now, this song has not been released yet. Li Hong searched on the copyright website. The composer of the lyrics was Xiao Xiao, a recently somewhat famous creator in the music scene. Of course he had heard of him. But this person is very mysterious and his contact information is rarely available in the circle. But, Yunshan Kindergarten? Isn't that the kindergarten where Lao Chao is the principal? Thinking of this, Li Hong quickly called her old friend. Lao Chao, long time no see. Given our relationship, I won't be polite with you. I saw that your Yunshan Kindergarten released materials for a singing competition today. One of the songs is Wanjian. Oh, I listened to it and I loved it so much. You also know that I have been singing in the art troupe for many years. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like singing. Could you please help me contact the parents of the child who sang this song? I want to fight for myself. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Li Hong became more and more excited as she spoke. I can't wait to rush to Yunshan Kindergarten to meet this parent and express his love for this song. Principal Chao never expected that his old comrade would call him about this song. It reached you so quickly? Principal Chao was extremely surprised. You know, his old comrade is now a first-line singer. For this song, his tone was so low that he even used the word fight for. And he knew his friend. Like him, I hardly ever surf the internet. Li Hong then explained that one of the students' parents happened to be his colleague. He also happened to see the video posted online. It's really a coincidence. I really wanted this song. After Li Hong finished explaining, Principal Chao could understand. After all, he knew that his old friend loved music, otherwise he would not have achieved what he has today. He agreed immediately, he had to help his old comrade. However, there was one thing he was curious about. Old Li, you want to buy the copyright? How much are you willing to pay? He said he wanted to buy it and sing it himself. So he has to pay for this money himself. Unlike kindergartens, we can use public funds. Sure enough, when it came to money, Li Hong on the other end of the phone was a little hesitant. You know the nature of my job. I can't participate in commercial performances or anything like that, and the pay isn't much. Then I'll pay. 500,000? Upon hearing his old friend's words, Principal Chao exclaimed in surprise. 500,000? Li Hong on the other end of the phone seemed to have misunderstood what Principal Chao said and spoke hurriedly. Of course I know this isn't a lot of money. So we can discuss some dividends and other things later. I don't mind giving him more dividends. I really think this song is very good. I just fell in love with this song. Listening to Li Hong's earnest words, Lao Chao's heart was in turmoil. 500,000? Buy for a song? Can we still discuss future dividends? Is songwriting so profitable now? Chapter 67 How do you sing this song? Soon, the video of Xiao Xiao singing went viral on the internet. A small number of people thought the little girl singing was cute. But more people are still surprised by the song Wanjian. This is a song that can be heard on the internet in recent years. It has excellent lyrics and music and is full of positive energy. Sun Xin naturally also heard this song. Thanks to his previous album, Shui Jiqian's status has now reached a new level both in the company and in the entertainment industry. However, because he had taken an unconventional approach before, he went too far in the variety show field. So when it comes to music, netizens tend to think that he is just playing around. Only when I have a flash of inspiration occasionally will I become a singer again. His main job is actually a comedian. This shows that one album alone is not enough to save his image. Therefore, Sun Xian has been looking for new songs for Shui Jiqian, trying to build on his success and make another high-quality album to consolidate Shui Tianyu's position as the number one. The sleepy one handed me the pillow. This song is so good. It is so grand and majestic that not everyone can sing it. Except for their family's Lao Shui. Sun Xian's fingers flew as he began to search the internet for information about the song's origin, copyright, and other matters. Unexpectedly, I discovered that this song was actually written by Xiao Yang. Ah, this is great. Zhang Lan is awesome. So productive. Sun Xian rubbed his hands excitedly, picked up his phone, and immediately went to find Lao Shui. He needs to discuss with Lao Shui whether he should buy out the song first and release it as a single. Shui Jiqian also came to the company today. The sales of the last album were pretty good. The boss was very satisfied and tacitly allocated more resources to him. He was also very satisfied that he was finally more than just a comedian. In the future, I will have more choices and the confidence to make music. Sun Xian found Lao Shui in the office. I was so excited that I couldn't help but express my thoughts. Lao Shui, there's a new popular song online, Wanjiang. Do you know who wrote it? He looked around cautiously, moved closer to Shui Jiqian, and whispered softly. Xiao Yang. Zhang Lan. We are the first to see the moon because we are close to the water. If I don't get this song and someone else grabs it, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. Sun Xian's eyes were shining with excitement, and he couldn't wait to contact Zhang Lan and buy out the copyright right now. Given their relationship with Zhang Lan, if someone else got there first, he would be furious. As a 5G surfer, Shui Jiqian also heard this song for the first time. To be honest, he was very tempted. Especially now, after hearing Sun Xian say that the composer was Xiao Yang, he was even more crazy excited. Isn't this the pie prepared for him? It's already hanging around his neck. If he doesn't take a bite, it would be a waste. However, the hesitation in Shui Jiqian's heart was like a tiny thorn, making him feel uneasy. He sat backward in his chair, resting his arms on the back, and pulled a handful of his hair hard. The clips from Wanjiang kept coming back to my mind. The clarity and grandeur of this song is something he couldn't achieve after singing so many sentimental love songs over the years. If a child doesn't sing well, there are reasons to explain. As an adult, if he can't sing well, he will be shooting himself in the foot. Shui Jiqian still has some self-awareness. His voice is rather soft, and when he sings "The Red Sun Rises in the East," it may lack the deep affection and grandeur. If you really want to sing the song with a clear feeling, you have to change the vocal habits you have developed over the years. I'm just afraid that the singing will sound weird and ruin such a good song. The words "I really want it" rolled around on his tongue, but eventually turned into a sigh. Well, old son, no matter how good some songs are, they still have to be in tune with you. It's a waste of effort to force yourself to take it if it doesn't suit me. Sun Xian wanted to fight for it again, but he saw Shui Jiqian's attitude. Finally, he sighed. What a great opportunity. But he also knew that Lao Shui would never joke about music. The two looked at each other, frowning and sighing with difficulty. On the other side, there is also Tianyu Entertainment. In the office, Zhang Tianqi was humming a song and excitedly pouring himself a cup of coffee. It was obvious that he was in a good mood today. Chayan, the songwriter who wrote a song for Shui Jiqian last time and made Shui Jiqian's album a hit. He finally found this person's contact information. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, and there is nothing that cannot be done with money. This is his consistent principle of action. After years of struggling in the entertainment industry, he has learned a lesson: as long as he has enough chips, no matter how unbreakable the barriers are, he can break them and get what he wants. If not, it means that the chips are not enough. There are still a few people in Shui Jiqian's team who know how to adapt to the times. Zhang Tianqi thought that the album he had just released at great expense did not sell as well as the comedian Shui Jiqian. The thought of this made him feel ashamed. After analyzing it over and over again, he felt that his singing skills and appearance were better than Shui Jiqian. So he blamed the poor sales of his album on the fact that the people who wrote his songs were so rubbish. If his album also included Xiao Yang songs, he would definitely be better than Shui Jiqian's. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. I will definitely add a few songs by Xiao Yang to my next album. By then, the position of Tianyu's #1 brother will be mine sooner or later. Just when Zhang Tianqi was daydreaming, his agent Xiao Xian called. Hey, Tianqi, go online and search for Yunshan Kindergarten's official Weibo account and listen to the song Wanjiang. This matter is very important, you listen now, I will call you in 10 minutes. After saying that, Xiao Xian hung up the phone. Zhang Tianqi touched his nose in confusion. This is such an important matter that I even called him to remind him. It's not like he doesn't go online normally. It's just that the internet speed is not that fast. However, I still followed my agent's instructions and found the song. Wan Jiang? Long live forever? How shameless of you to name it like that. 10 minutes later. Zhang Tianqi was silent for a while, then suddenly said loudly, "Great. This song Wan Jiang is great." Just then his phone rang again, and his agent Xiao Xiao on the other end of the phone asked straight to the point. "Tianqi, what do you think of this song?" Chapter 68 The Broken Agent. When Zhang Tianqi heard Xiao Xiao say this, his heart skipped a beat and he spoke without hesitation. "Sister Xiao, I think the number of likes on this video fully demonstrates how popular this song is. A video of a kindergarten kid can go viral. If I were the one to sing this song, it would definitely be much more popular than it is now." Xiao Xian on the other end of the phone was not too surprised to hear that Zhang Tianqi did not seem too naive. Anyone who was not a fool would definitely fight for this song. She was just asking as a routine question. "Whatever you think is good. Then let me ask you, if I fight for this song for you, are you sure you can sing it well?" When Zhang Tianqi heard what Xiao Xian said, his eyes widened immediately, and the palm of his hand holding the phone became slightly moist. Although I have only heard the children's song version of this song, both the lyrics and the composition are perfect. Especially the patriotism and positive energy contained in it. Is he sure he can sing well? Of course not. He has a good idea of his singing skills, but he still has to fight for what he should fight for. After all, this song is so good that even if he doesn't perform well, it will still give him a huge boost in popularity. "Sister Qiao, can you really do it? Then I will definitely give 200% of my effort to sing this song well." Sister Qiao usually never speaks rashly. So, that means it's already. Zhang Tianqi was so excited that he could hardly sit still. "Sister Qiao, give me 5 days, no, 3 days. In 3 days, the song will be recorded and I can release the EP single first." If Xiao Xian was present at the scene, she would have seen Zhang Tianqi, who usually liked to act cool and had a blank expression, standing up excitedly at this moment. "With your words, I feel relieved." Xiao Xian said, "This song was also written by Yang. And it seems that there is no movement from Sun Xin's side. I will definitely fight for you this time." Now Zhang Tianqi was even more surprised. He could no longer sit still and stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. Yang again? What a coincidence. Zhang Tianqi was so excited at this moment that he didn't bother to think about anything else and spoke hurriedly. "Sister Qiao, please help me get this song. Money is not a problem. It's even okay to give more. The main thing is to establish a connection with Yang." Xiao Xian agreed immediately. She also knew what such a talented songwriter represented. In short, it would be beneficial to have a good relationship with such a person. Zhang Tianqi gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone with peace of mind. He was still confident in Sister Qiao's ability to get things done. That being said, I will soon have a representative work full of positive energy. Zhang Tianqi really wanted to laugh out loud. Of course, he did so. Then he quickly moved to the computer and listened to the song several times. Then try singing it a cappella on your own. "The red sun rises in the east." Perfect, absolutely perfect. Zhang Tianqi firmly believes that this song was tailor-made for him. His time is coming. After Xiao Xian finished talking to Zhang Tianqi, she contacted Yang immediately. Time waits for no one. The more important the matter is, the more we must seize the opportunity. After the phone beeped twice, a very attractive male voice came from the other end. "Who?" Xiao Xian sat in the boss chair, crossed her legs, and with a little effort, let the chair turn gently. "Hello, are you Mr. Yang?" She had a confident smile on her face. "No, you dialed the wrong number." Beep beep. Xiao Xian. That's impossible. This is the phone number. She checked again without giving up, then dialed. "Please don't hang up yet. Sun Xin asked me to find you." Zhang Lan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and then spoke. "What's up?" Hearing that Zhang Lan did not refuse again, Xiao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She was sent away after saying just one word. Her top agent couldn't afford to lose face like that. After adjusting his sitting position, Xiao Xian coughed lightly. "Well, I saw your new song Wanjiang online. Our singer, Zhang Tianqi, is very interested and would like to consult you about the copyright issue. Do you have any plans to sell it?" The skill of negotiation is not to reveal all your bottom line from the beginning. So Xiao Xian didn't mention the price at first. She wants the fish to bite the hook on its own. Zhang Lan, I don't have that plan. Sorry. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Please don't call me anymore. After Zhang Lan finished speaking, he paused for 2 seconds. The person on the other side did not speak. He assumed the other party understood and hung up the phone. What's wrong with Sun Xin? He actually gave his contact information to someone else. Zhang Tianqi? Who? I've never heard of it. He shook his head, put his phone back in his pocket, and prepared to secretly give Xiao Xiao a piece of cake. Her mother said that she shouldn't eat too many sweets at night, but since she is a child, it's okay to eat too much once in a while. Especially the little guy looked at him with his big wet eyes. I can't resist it at all. The scene changed to Xiao Xian's side. Her hand holding the phone was still frozen in mid-air. Unbelievable, Xiao Yang rejected it so straightforwardly? I said a lot, but he just said 2 sentences before and after me and then dismissed me? Who is this person? He can't be some rich second generation with lots of money. If you have money, why would you cooperate with Xue Jiqian and write songs for him? Hobbies and interests? It can't be that he is a fan of Xue Jiqian, right? As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Xiao Xian. The probability of meeting a fan who was a genius in songwriting is too low. Xiao Xian took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and called Zhang Lan again. It rang for a long time, but no one answered this time. Xiao Xian. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. Half an hour later, she tried again. This time the call went through. Xiao Xian couldn't resort to any negotiation tactics anymore. Mr. Chaiyang, we really like your song Wanjiang. If you can sell it to me, money is not a problem. And dividends can also be negotiated, everything can be done according to your ideas. Can you give me a chance? Can we meet and talk? I'm Tianqi's agent. If it's convenient for you, you can decide the time and place. We will be there on time. These are the most humble words Xiao Xian has said in recent years. As the gold medal agent of Tianyu Entertainment, he has several artists with good development potential. She hasn't asked anyone for help for a long time, but everyone has gone through that stage. Be able to bend and yield. Xiao Xian finished speaking quickly and waited for the other party's response. Zhang Lan was just scolded by CC. Because of secretly giving Xiao Xiao cake. After getting a few eye rolls, he felt a little embarrassed in front of the little guy. I received this nuisance call again at this moment, and I was really annoyed. As I said earlier, I don't sell copyrights. Also, I don't know Zhang Tianqi. If you want to discuss cooperation, please ask Sun Xin to contact me. Zhang Lan had been busy and hadn't had time to contact Xue Jiqian. Logically, if Sun Xin wanted to fight for it, it should be for Lao Xue. How could he give the opportunity to others? However, when Xiao Xian heard that Zhang Lan was about to hang up the phone, she no longer cared about any negotiation skills and directly shouted out her trump card. 2 million. Xiao Xian gritted her teeth and offered the highest price. This price is already the price of famous creators in the circle. Xiao Yang is also a human being. She doesn't believe that Xiao Yang will not be tempted when she offers this price. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. As long as she can continue to cooperate with him in the future, she won't care too much. Chapter 69 Final Destination. Zhang Lan was indeed a little surprised when he heard the number of 2 million. This money is indeed enough to buy Wanjiang. But not everyone with money can sing his songs, so he has to find a good singer for this song. He just searched for Zhang Tianqi and listened to his songs. All he could say was that they were really irritating to the ears. He felt that Xiao Xiao was more suitable to sing this song than anyone else, at least Xiao Xiao's emotions were purer. So he rejected the other party without much consideration. Excuse me. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Xiao Xian was completely stunned when she heard the busy tone on the phone. This is 2 million, not 200 yuan. Someone actually refused so easily. Could it be that the other party is really a rich second generation? Zhang Lan hung up the phone and happened to see Lui Fei and Xiao Xiao had already put on their clothes and shoes and were ready to leave. I'll take you there. Zhang Lan grabbed his coat and followed him out. Xiao Xiao sighed like a little adult all the way. Oh, Dad, it's vacation time, and I won't be able to see you for several days. Jianglan carried Xiao Xiao's small school bag and held the little guy's soft hand with one hand. It's only a few days. Holidays go by much faster than school days. The shortest distance in the world is from the beginning to the end of a vacation. This remark attracted Lu Yifei's sidelong glance. Although what he said was correct, is it true that you would say that to a child? The little guy seemed to understand something and nodded seriously. Dad is right. The holidays go by quickly. Although I can't see my dad, I don't have to go to school and I can sleep in with my mom in her arms. Hey. It seems that it is better to take a vacation. Jianglan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Cici, how are you going to spend your national day? If you are busy, you can always send Xiao Xiao over. He didn't mind Xiao Xiao coming to disturb him at all. While straightening the little girl's crooked bow, Lu Yifei answered Jianglan. During the National Day holiday, we may go back to our hometown. If the director grants me leave. Xiao Xiao also misses his aunt, right? She insisted on giving birth to Xiao Xiao, and it was her aunt who stepped in to comfort her mother. Later, when she went abroad, her aunt went to accompany her for a while. Now that my aunt has been discharged from the hospital, I would really like to go back and see her if I have time. Xiao Xiao's little brain kept turning, and he finally thought of his great aunt, Grandma, and my uncle. I miss them all. My great aunt has a big white dog, and she loves it very much. Thinking of seeing a big dog, Xiao Xiao instantly forgot about his father. Mom, let's go play with our aunt. Dad, I'll come see you when I get back. Jianglan felt very upset when he heard what the leaky little cotton padded jacket said. I thought he and Xiao Xiao were the best friends in the world. It's so easy that you stop missing your dad again? Lu Yifei looked at Jianglan's depressed expression, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Lu Xiuli was leisurely drinking afternoon tea in a cafe near her home. Xiao Xiao and Cici both went to Jianglan's place, so she was alone and could enjoy some personal time. The weather has been really nice recently. The summer heat has long dissipated in the capital at the end of September. The sky is blue and the clouds are as soft as cotton. Under the caress of the sun, it is warm but not hot, making people feel particularly comfortable and cozy. The breeze blows on my cheeks, feeling refreshing. I don't have to take care of the kids or work, and I feel much better. The only worry is Jianglan. It is not known whether it is good or bad for this kid to appear in Cici's life. But looking at his performance in kindergarten today and how Xiao Xiao was clinging to him. What happened back then was a mistake for both of them. It's not entirely his fault. Forget it, let it be. The battle of love cannot be won by you. You are like a mystery, making people curious. The cell phone rang. Interrupted Lu Xiaoli's thoughts. Her cell phone ringtone is the song that Cici released when she first debuted. I didn't think so before, but when I listened to it today, I suddenly felt that it wasn't as good as the song Xiao Xiao sang on stage just now. Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaoli answered the phone. There was a man's voice on the other end of the phone. Hello, I am the director of Yunshan Kindergarten, my last name is Luo. Are you Jiang Zhao's parent? Lu Xiaoli's heart sank, thinking that something had happened to Xiao Xiao at school. Then I suddenly realized that school was already over. Xiao Xiao watched Jianglan take her away with her own eyes. If there is anything, Jianglan will call me. She then leaned back in her chair again. As a parent, you really can't relax for a moment, and you always tend to scare yourself. Yes, I am Jiang Zhao's grandmother. Xiao Xiao went to apply for admission to school on her own. The contact information is also my own phone number. Hello, Ms. Lu. It's like this. Xiao Xiao sang a song in our school's singing competition today, which was not taught by the school teacher. As usual, we posted the video of the competition on the school's official website. Unexpectedly, netizens think this song is particularly good. As the director of the school's publicity department, I would like to ask if you could contact the creator of this song. We want to license the song and use it as our school anthem. Of course, Jiang Zhao will also be the representative singer of this song. Director Luo was assigned by the principal to contact Jiang Zhao's parents. He tried to describe things as simply as possible. It also highlights the benefits this incident brought to Jiang Zhao. Which parent doesn't want their child to appear on the school's official website? Although it is a kindergarten, it is also a very honorable thing. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lu Xiaoli was happy at first. Xiao Xiao is so amazing that he can even represent their kindergarten. After being happy, I felt a little hesitant again. After all, this song was written by Jianlan, and she can't make the decision for Jianlan. I didn't expect that Jianlan had such talent. She remembered that Cici seemed to have said that Jianlan graduated from the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music. But if he could really write some popular songs, why did he have to live in poverty and rent a house for the past 5 years? However, it is also possible that he was blacklisted by the company, so he could not do anything within the restrictions of the contract. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoli already had a vague guess in her mind. Director Luo, I don't know the specific details of this matter, but I will convey this matter to Xiao Xiao's father. Let's discuss this as a family and get back to you, okay? This was the first time Lu Xiaoli acknowledged Jianlan's status in front of outsiders. If Xiao Xiao knew that Grandma no longer hated Dad, he would definitely jump for joy. Chapter 70 Family. As a result, the chain reaction caused by a kindergarten singing competition produced different chemical reactions in everyone's hearts. Shui Jiqian side, Zhang Tianqi was determined to win. Principal Chao is concerned about enrollment, Director Luo is determined to accomplish his mission, Li Hong is nervous, and Lu Xiaoli is full of emotion. The only ones who remained calm were Jianlan and Louis Fei. One doesn't take it seriously, and the other is still completely unaware. As for little Xiao Xiao, children don't need to care about the affairs of adults. The joy of having a holiday soon diluted her excitement of winning first place. I am very happy every day when I don't have to go to kindergarten. As expected, Louis Fei asked for a few days off from the crew and returned to her hometown with Lu Xiaoli and Xiao Xiao to visit her aunt. As for Jianlan, Xiao Xiao was not around, so he didn't have any other thoughts and just kept typing with all his might. I wish it would end sooner, it would be over sooner. It feels like I owe netizens many chapters as soon as I open my eyes. At this time, the editor of Singularity also paid him the first part of the royalties. The income was more substantial than expected, more than 1.5 million, and this was after Singularity helped pay taxes. Seeing this income, Jianlan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry about money for the time being. And at this rate, if I save a little more, I might be able to buy this villa. Then there is the singer of the song Wan Zhang. His mother-in-law had already told him that the kindergarten wanted to buy his songs. First of all, the kindergarten wants to use this song as its school song. Although it was only 100,000, it was Xiao Xiao's kindergarten after all, so Jianlan agreed without much hesitation. Then there is the matter of Li Hong buying the copyright. Although the other party's bid was not very high compared to others, he decided to give this song to him after listening to some of Li Hong's previous songs. After all, this song is really suitable for Li Hong's voice. Then the other party also reciprocated by taking the initiative to increase his share to 20%. In this way, if the other party performs the song well, he may earn much less. He is short of money to raise his children, but he will not do anything for money. As for Zhang Tianqi, no matter how high the offer was, he didn't want to sell the song to him. Even though Qiao Xian raised the price several times later, Jianlan remained unmoved and insisted on his original choice. It's the 5th day since Xiao Xiao left, and he misses her. I don't know if she still remembers her father when she was playing at her aunt's house. Jianlan turned his grief and anger into strength and typed even more frantically. Just then his cell phone rang, and the caller ID note showed. Nephew Jian Yudong. Looking at this note, Jianlan fell into deep thought. As he inherited the original owner's memory, he certainly knew who the other person was. Jianlan is the youngest son in the family. His older brother is nearly 20 years older than him. So although he is his nephew, he is actually only a few years younger than him, and they can be said to have grown up at the same age. At least Jianlan may have a closer relationship with his nephew than with his elder brother. After all, his elder brother. He thought of that square face that was as serious as his father's and couldn't help shaking his head. The saying that an elder brother is like a father is so true. After thinking about the other party's identity, Jianlan answered the phone. Haha, second uncle. I'm back. Did you miss me? Jianlan was so frightened that he quickly moved the phone away from his ear, but he still couldn't prevent the other party from shouting. He simply turned on the speakerphone and put the phone aside. The Devil King has returned home? When did he arrive? Is he home now? My nephew's voice on the phone sounded particularly excited, like Monkey King who had just been released from the Five-Finger Mountain. Hey, uncle, I'm home already. I just landed last night and my grandma is making delicious food for me. The steamed crabs and marinated duck are still as fragrant as ever. Ah, I feel so happy. Jianlan snorted lightly but didn't expose him. This guy has had a good appetite since he was a child and thinks everything he eats is delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Now that I'm done with my studies, I can get more experience working in the factory back home. I believe that Big Brother and the old man will train you seriously. Jianlan silently added in his heart, you can torture my nephew, but you can't torture me. Sure enough, the nephew's voice instantly faded. Oh, I'm still a child. Why are you bringing this up? Why don't you come back and gain some experience? By the way, second uncle, I heard from grandma that you are still working in Beijing alone? It's been so long, why didn't you find me a second aunt or something? Talking about gossip, Zhang Yudong became excited again. The imperial capital is not like our little place, where we have nothing. That's the imperial capital, a world of variety. You haven't even caught one or two girls who make your heart beat faster, uncle, this won't do. I'm still waiting for you to give me a brother or sister. Jianlan listened to his nonsense and was too lazy to pay attention to him. You should take more care of yourself. He hasn't told his family that he already has a child. After all, he just found out recently. The two chatted for a few more words, and Jianlan heard his mother Lin Xiao's voice from a distance. After a while, there was a new person on the other end of the phone. Son? Is that you? Can you hear me? Hearing his mother's voice, Jianlan stopped what he was doing, turned off the hands-free mode, and took the phone in his hand. Mom, it's me. In his previous life, Jianlan was born in the countryside, and his parents were farmers who worked hard in the fields. After working hard all their lives, they both passed away in an accident before they could enjoy the blessing of their son for a few days. He has always regretted that he has not fulfilled his filial duty. In this life, Jianlan felt the family love surging in his blood, and he couldn't help but feel warm when facing Lin Xiao. Son, are you doing well in the capital? Do you have enough money to spend? Do you want me to transfer some more money to you? Your father and your brother may not say it, but they really miss you in their hearts. If you can't stay in the capital anymore, you might as well come back early. Whether it's music or film and television, why don't you come back here to do it? Isn't there a film and television studio next door? You can develop your career there, at least it's close by. Lin Xiao talked a lot. Although the content of each call was roughly the same, Jianlan still felt that he had not heard enough. Only when you lose something do you know how to cherish it. Now he wishes he could always listen to his parents nagging. Mom, don't worry, I have money. You don't have to send me money anymore. I'm old enough to take care of myself. Don't let Yudong laugh at you. I'm doing fine here, it's not as bad as you think. I'll go back to see you in a couple of days when I have time. Jianlan held his phone and looked up at the sky outside the window. The autumn weather was crisp and the clouds were light, just like his heart, peaceful and content. Mother Lin was worried and gave him a few more instructions, and he agreed to them all. Finally, Lin's mother on the other end of the phone said, Son, do you have a partner now? It's time for you to think about the important things in life. When your brother and your father were your age, they already had children. Sure enough, the topic that cannot be avoided in the end is urging marriage. Jianlan smiled and suddenly wanted to explain to his mother that he had a daughter and she was going to be a grandmother. But he suddenly thought of his current situation with Louis Fei, so he temporarily put the idea aside. If we talk about Xiao Xiao's existence, we will inevitably have to talk about Xiao Xiao's mother. Let's wait a while. So Jianlan started to play coy, talking nonsense and not giving a direct answer. Lin Xiao had no way to deal with him and could only give up. Finally, he was furious when he heard his nephew blatantly urging Lin's mother to arrange a blind date for Jianlan on the other end of the phone. You little brat, you're itching for trouble. Just wait, I'll beat you up until you cry for your parents when I get home one day. Jianlan is now in the imperial capital and can't do anything to Zhang Yudong, so he can only make some harsh remarks to vent his anger. Sure enough, the nephew on the other end of the phone was not afraid at all, and was laughing and provoking Jianlan. Forget it. As his uncle, I don't want to argue with him. Chapter 71 Surprise? Shock? The holiday passed quickly, and before I knew it, half of the holiday was over. Yesterday, Xiao Xiao used Louis Fei's cell phone to call Jianlan and said that she was about to go back and missed her father very much. Listening to the little guy's sweet words, Jianlan's heart felt like it was soaked in a honey pot, and he had been completely controlled by the little guy. Today, a man was wandering around the community board. The sky is a clear blue, as if washed by water, with a few white clouds floating slowly. The ginkgo leaves beside the street have just begun to turn yellow, dotted among the dark green branches and leaves. When the wind blows, a few leaves swirl down and spread on the roadside like a layer of gold. Since Zhang Lan's rebirth, every day has been very fulfilling. Everything is moving in the right direction. He breathed a long sigh and quietly sat on the bench, feeling the freshness of early autumn. Jingle. The cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was another Feishan message from his good nephew. This time it was a video call. It seems that he needs to talk to his elder brother and increase Zhang Yudong's workload appropriately. Otherwise, why would he be so free every day and have time to call me at noon? What's wrong, master? Don't you have to work? Zhang Lan connected the video and the camera showed his nephew's big face. I have to say, the three generations of their family, his father, his brother, and his nephew, seem to share the same face. Only he himself looks more like Lin Xiao. When I was a child, I once suspected that he was not his parents' biological son, and why he looked nothing like his older brother. Zhang Lan leaned back in his chairboard, a smile on his face, and was about to listen to what his good nephew had to say. Suddenly, I saw two more heads popping up in the camera. They are his father Zhang Jingjun and mother Lin Xiao. Then he heard the broadcast from the other side. Dear passenger, your flight CA1508 is from Linnan International Airport to Daidu International Airport. Your seat number is on your boarding pass. Please take your seat. As Zhang Lan listened to the voice on the phone, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Staring at the screen, I finally realized, they are coming to the capital? Sure enough, the next moment, his nephew's words confirmed his guess. Uncle, we've already boarded the plane to the capital. Please come pick us up in 2 hours. Come on, Grandpa and Grandma are here. And Uncle Guan and his family next door. As he spoke, he tilted the camera to the side so that Zhang Lan could see the people around him clearly. Zhang Lan looked at the people on the other side of the camera and greeted them stiffly. What a huge team. Zhang Yudong was seen at the front, with his serious father and smiling mother sitting behind him. Behind him are Uncle Guan and Aunt He, who are smiling and greeting him in the camera. Before he could ask in detail, Zhang Yudong just said, Okay, Uncle Air's plane is about to take off, remember to pick us up at the airport. After that, he hung up the phone. Zhang Lan looked at the hung-up phone, speechless. What kind of surprise attack is this? You tell him only after the whole family is about to board the plane. Fortunately, he lives not far from the airport, otherwise it might not be too late to leave now. 2 hours later, we arrived at Terminal 1 of the Imperial Capital International Airport. Zhang Lan stood at the airport arrival gate, watching the bustling crowd pouring out of the corridor bridge. He had checked the flight information in advance, and the nearest flight from Linnan to the Imperial Capital was arriving at this moment. Through the crowd of people, he quickly locked onto his target, his nephew Zhang Yudong. It's not that he has good eyesight, it's just that he stands out too much in the crowd. He has silver gray hair, an exaggerated metal necklace around his neck, and beggar-style clothes. He can be said to be dressed like a pure and energetic young man. However, Zhang Yudong had good eyesight and saw him from a distance, and then immediately ran towards him. Shouted loudly. Second uncle. Then he opened his arms wide towards him. I miss you so much. Zhang Lan couldn't dodge in time and was hugged tightly by him. Uncle, I missed you so much. How many years have we not seen each other? Oh my God, you seem to have aged a lot. The brat was still provoking me in my ear. Zhang Lan hugged him back tightly. Second. Uncle. Mrs. You. Too. Much. My recent fitness training has paid off. With every word he said, he hugged Zhang Yudong tighter. Let him feel his missing in all aspects. Cough cough. Second uncle, please let go, I can't breathe. Zhang Lan retracted his arms and gave his nephew a final blow before letting him go. Stinky boy, I haven't seen you for a few years. You look weak. After saying that, he walked behind him. Zhang Yudong was left standing there gasping for breath. Is he weak? Is he really weak at such a young age? Leaving Zhang Yudong with a face full of doubt about his life, Zhang Lan looked at the four elders behind him. Looking at the four people behind Zhang Yudong, Zhang Lan's memory suddenly flashed back. Looking at his father Zhang Jingjun and mother Lin Xiao, he called out with a complicated expression. Dad. Mom. Dad still had a poker face and just nodded lightly when he heard Zhang Lan calling him. The mother was much gentler. She smiled and hugged her son, her eyes full of love. According to Jiang Lan's memory, he hasn't been home for more than a year. It wasn't because of rebellion, but the original owner simply wanted to make a name for himself in the imperial capital and prove his own worth. That's why I didn't want to go home with nothing accomplished. Uncle Guan, Aunt He. He greeted the other two elders. Standing next to my parents were my neighbor, my uncle, and his family. The two families are both good friends and neighbors, so they are very close. After the greetings, Jiang Lan arranged for everyone to take a car to the hotel he had booked. In his place, except for his own room and little Princess Xiao Xiao's room, the other rooms are not tidied up and are not suitable for elders to go there, otherwise the secret will be exposed. On the way, Jiang Lan learned that Uncle Guan's daughter Guan Mini, who was studying abroad, would be returning home today. They only have this one girl in their family, who has been spoiled since she was a child. Her flight landed at the imperial capital airport this evening. Originally, Guan Bo wanted to pick him up at the airport in person. But due to health reasons, I couldn't stay in the airport for that long. So Jiang Lan discussed with everyone that he and Yudong would pick up Mini at the airport, and then the two families would have a meal together. Have a good time in the imperial capital. Both Uncle Guan and Aunt He agreed. Chapter 72 Guan Mini. After settling several elders, Jiang Lan came to his parents' room. Sure enough, Lin Xiao pulled me aside and asked me all kinds of questions. Jiang Lan felt the long-lost family affection while explaining helplessly. Mom, you really don't have to worry about me having no money. And you don't have to worry about my personal problems. Mom, I'm not as miserable as you think. Mom, I'm already this old, oh, can't I take care of myself? That brat John Yudong was watching the fun with glee from the sidelines. Uncle, just be good and listen to me. Grandma is worried about you too. Look, you are already an adult, but you don't know how to start a family. We came here this time too. Jiang Yudong stopped talking halfway when he seemed to realize that he had almost let the cat out of the bag, and he quickly stopped talking. Jiang Lan squinted his eyes and looked at him. What's that for? No one goes to the temple unless he has something to do. Jiang Yudong's arrogant silver hair was flying all over the place. No, I didn't say anything. Ouch, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, he ran away to pee. Jiang Yudong's reaction made Jiang Lan feel even more strange. But soon he had no time to think about these things. Because Lin's mother hadn't seen him for a long time, she kept talking to him. On the first day of landing in the imperial capital, Jiang Lan did not arrange any other itinerary considering the health of his parents and Guan Bo, but just let them have a good rest in the hotel. I planned the rest of the trip with my nephew. Since everyone has come all the way here, it's a good opportunity to visit the imperial capital. Of course you can't be too tired, but you must see the core attractions. In the end, the two of them discussed for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. Finally, let professionals decide on professional matters. They decided to just charter a business car and arrange for a tour guide to take them around. After the trip was decided, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yudong had been busy for the whole morning, so Jiang Lan asked him to take a break and wait until the evening to go to the airport together. In the evening, the two set off for the imperial capital airport to pick up Guan Bo's granddaughter. Jiang Yudong, who had a good rest in the afternoon, was now in high spirits and kept talking all the way. Not only did he talk about his experiences abroad, but he also talked about the changes at home after he returned home these few days. Jiang Lan listened to the noisy voice chattering in his ear and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He suddenly missed his Xiao Xiao's clear voice. Why didn't he feel annoyed at all when the little girl spoke? Instead, he found it very nice. Jiang Lan absent-mindedly opened his phone and saw the note from Cici. The last message was yesterday, when Jiang Lan asked them when they would be back. After a long time, Louis Fei replied, not sure yet, but it will probably be soon. Jiang Yudong saw that Jiang Lan didn't speak for a long time, just staring at his phone in a daze, so he continued talking while carefully moving his head closer. Who is Cici, uncle? Jiang Lan rolled his eyes. How come your eyes are so long? You can see everything. Sit back and don't get so close to me. As he said this, he pushed the head that was leaning towards him away with disgust, pressed the side of the phone with his fingertips, the screen went dark, and he put it back in his pocket. You have a little secret, uncle. Jiang Yudong smelled gossip and spoke curiously. My future second aunt? Still not settled? Do you want me to stay in the capital and help? Jiang Lan looked him up and down, his face full of undisguised disgust. This stimulated Jiang Yudong, and he began to talk about his excellent achievements in picking up girls abroad. Just as Jiang Yudong was chattering, the car finally arrived at the airport. Not long after, Jiang Lan received a FaxAN message from Guan Mini saying she has landed. Jiang Lan told his nephew to watch carefully and not miss it. Jiang Yudong then shut up. Not long after, he started mumbling again. That little girl Guan Mini, when I asked her to go to the United States with me, she insisted on choosing the Gallic country. We said we would look after each other, but we haven't seen each other for several years. He doesn't even go home. I don't know why this guy is doing this. Jiang Lan couldn't hear his mumbling and was too lazy to ask. He just casually glanced at the crowd pouring in from the exit. 10 minutes later, a nimble figure nimbly passed through the crowd and rushed straight towards Jiang Lan. Brother Jiang Lan, long time no see. When the crisp sound hit his ears, Jiang Lan looked over and saw Guan Mini, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. As the saying goes, girls change a lot when they grow up, and this is fully reflected in Guan Mini. The girl in front of me is no longer the little girl with ponytails in my memory. Her pretty face is only the size of a palm, and her eyebrows, eyes, nose and mouth all look like they were carefully carved, so exquisite that there is no fault to be found. She was wearing a bright short vest with a neckline that outlined her slender collarbone, and a white skirt that was just the right length. The hem of the skirt fluttered as she ran, revealing two straight and slender long legs that glowed delicately under the light. This outfit fully displays her youthful vitality. But before Jiang Lan could say anything, Jiang Yudong next to him couldn't help but come over. Hey, Guan Mini, can't you see me? I'm so handsome and alone, why are you saying hello to my second uncle? Jiang Yudong's chattering voice brought Jiang Lan back to her senses, and he nodded at the girl. Long time no see, Mini. Let's go first, Wan Bo and the others are waiting for you. As he spoke, he took over several of her suitcases and pushed them towards the exit. Guan Mini didn't even look at Jiang Yudong. She just jumped in front of Jiang Lan, stretched out her arm and naturally put it around his arm. It's great to be back. She shook Jiang Lan's arm, her eyes curved into crescents. Jiang Lan, you seem to have become more handsome again, hee hee. Jiang Lan was holding the luggage in both hands and had no hands free. He could only frown and stare at the hand that was tightly wrapped around his forearm. Guan Mini tilted her head to look at his tense profile, the smile on her lips became even more pronounced, and she simply leaned her head on his arm, ignoring his dark face. Jiang Lan shook his head helplessly. No need to be disrespectful. I'm your uncle, let me go. Although he is of a higher generation, he is actually closer in age to his nephews and nieces, so they got along well when they were young. Guan Mini. Don't go too far. Do you think I'm invisible? Jiang Yudong came to pick her up at the airport with good intentions, but was treated as if he were air. He was so angry that he was jumping up and down. While Jiang Lan was not paying attention, Guan Mini let go of Jiang Lan's arm, turned around and stepped on Jiang Yudong's instep. She frowned and said unhappily, You're crazy, Jiang Yudong, just talk less. I don't bother to argue with you in front of my second uncle. Then she turned around and spoke sweetly as if she had changed her face. Jiang Lan, wait for me. Second uncle. Jiang Yudong covered his feet and watched the naughty girl Guan Mini happily chasing after his second uncle. He suddenly felt like bursting into tears. It has been like this since childhood, Guan Mini, this follower. He is obviously very handsome and outstanding, so why is she so disliked by him? Chapter 73 I Have a Girlfriend. After arriving at the hotel, the enthusiastic Mini gave everyone a hug. Then he wanted to hug Jiang Lan, but Jiang Lan was prepared and took half a step back, nimbly avoiding the hug. I'll help you put your luggage up there. After saying that, she picked up her suitcase and walked straight to the room. Guan Mini was left standing there with a dissatisfied look on her face, muttering softly, Why are you hiding? Hey, you see, my second uncle doesn't like children. It's no use for you to keep pestering him. Jiang Yudong appeared at some point, folding his arms and tilting his head as he spoke. Guan Mini turned around abruptly, and when she heard the word child, she straightened her chest and raised her chin slightly. Child? Who's little? Jiang Yudong's eyes subconsciously slid down following her movements. His gaze paused for half a second on her heaving chest and he swallowed unconsciously. He uttered slowly, Indeed, he has grown up a lot. Rogue. Guan Mini's cheeks turned red, she glared at him fiercely, and took a half step back to distance herself. Get out of the way, stay away from me. After saying that, he turned around and quickly chased after Jiang Lan. Jiang Yudong didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Guan Mini's figure completely disappeared. He raised his hand and patted his hot cheeks, but his eyes were a little vague. Little girl, I didn't expect you to grow up a lot in just a few years. Lin Xiao, who was not far away, heard the noise and stuck her head out, holding onto the doorframe. Yudong, are you okay? Jiang Yudong quickly straightened his back, frantically adjusted his hair, and pretended to be calm. No, it's okay, Grandma. What could happen to him? She's just a little girl. At night, in the private room of the Imperial Capital Hotel, the lights were on and the mahogany round table was full of people. The Jiang family and Guanbo's family sat together, the air filled with the aroma of food and a faint smell of wine. Guanbo picked up the wineglass, and the rim of the glass made a crisp sound. He stood up with a flushed face. Come, let's celebrate together that our two little ones have returned from school. From now on, no matter where they want to go, we as parents will definitely support them with all our strength. Guanbo raised his glass and suggested that everyone clink glasses together. Well said. Everyone responded, and their wineglasses clinked against each other, making a series of pleasant crisp sounds. Guan Mini is sweet-talking and good at coaxing people, and with Jiang Yudong making jokes on the side, the atmosphere gradually becomes lively. Especially Guan Mini, as the only girl among the younger generation, she can touch the hearts of the elders with just a few words. Even Jiang Zhengjun, who is usually serious, was amused and smiled. Lin Xiao held her hand tightly and was reluctant to let go, praising her all the time. Halfway through the meal, Lin Xiao picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for Guan Mini with her chopsticks, then leaned back in her chair casually and said something as if casually. Mini is so cute, can you be my daughter-in-law? As soon as these words were spoken, the noise in the box suddenly quieted down for a moment, and then everyone's eyes fell on Jian Lan. It was obvious that Lin Xiao's words were not so casual. Jian Lan was just putting a piece of green vegetables into his mouth with chopsticks, and he choked when he heard the words. But what was even more exaggerated was Yudong. He spat out a mouthful of water and kept coughing. Jiang Zhengjun couldn't help but frown when he saw his grandson's appearance. Just eat, it's like someone is trying to snatch it from you. Why don't you eat slowly? It took Jiang Yudong a while to recover. When he looked up, he felt a chill in his heart. Guan Mini looked so shy, could it be that she had planned this all along? No wonder such a big family suddenly came to the capital. Could it be that this little girl is starting to follow the parent's lead? Just as Jiang Yudong was lost in thought, Jian Lan spoke. Mom, don't match people up randomly. Mini is a junior, so if she wants to marry, she should marry someone of Yudong's generation. Why would it be me? Jiang Yudong, who was named, nodded frantically in his heart. Yeah, Grandma, look at me. Guan Mini, who was pretending to be well-behaved just now, looked up. It's not like we're really related by blood, and besides, my second uncle is about the same age as me. When these words were spoken, some elders were happy while others were worried. Lin Xiaoxi smiled happily, while the elders of the Guan family remained silent. Especially Guanbo, although he had long known that his daughter had been interested in the boy from the Jiang family since she was a child. But he felt bad that his well-raised little girl was so proactive just one day after returning home. Although the Jiang family knows everything about her, Mini is still young and it won't be too late to wait a few years. In fact, almost everyone present knew that Mini liked Jiang Lan. The little girl has been following Jiang Lan since she was a child. When Jiang Lan went to the imperial capital to attend university, Mini cried bitterly and insisted on transferring to the imperial capital to attend middle school. Finally, after much persuasion, he was persuaded. Later, when she became more sensible and grew up, she stopped talking about Jiang Lan all the time. I don't know how he finally came to his senses and said he wanted to study abroad. Everyone thought that the little girl had let go of her worries. I didn't expect that I just came back. Guan Mini leaned in Lin Xiao's arms, but her eyes were staring at Jiang Lan opposite her. What will his attitude be? I am not a child anymore. The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. If he doesn't have a partner yet, why can't that person be me? Love is never something you wait for, you have to fight for it yourself. She pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Lan with burning eyes. Jiang Lan also reacted at this moment. In this situation, it was obviously impossible not to explain it clearly. He put down his chopsticks, looked up and said, facing everyone's gaze. Dad, Mom, Uncle Guan and Aunt He, this meal was originally meant to entertain you. Mini, Yudong, this is also to celebrate your return home. He paused, took a deep breath and continued. It just so happens that I also have something I want to take this opportunity to tell you all. I have a girlfriend. And he also has a super cute daughter, he said silently in his heart. Blah. John Yudong didn't hold the chopsticks firmly in his hand, and they fell onto the plate with a crisp sound. Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly, her body leaned forward slightly, and her tone was full of surprise. Really? Son? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Guan Mini also sat up straight and looked at him with scrutiny and disbelief, wanting to see if he was lying. Really? How could I say such nonsense? We met 5 or 6 years ago, but we only got together recently. This sentence is absolutely true. He and Louis Fei have known each other for 5 or 6 years. After hearing what Zhang Lan said, Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. She just asked him to bring the child home soon. However, Guan Mini remained skeptical about this matter. They knew each other for 5 or 6 years, and she hadn't even gone abroad yet, so how could they have met? How is it possible that no one knew about it for so long? You must be fooling yourself. She didn't believe it anyway. Zhang Yudong believed it about 70% in his heart, and thought it must be the one called Cici. Guan Mini, now your little thoughts have been dashed, huh? Chapter 74 Misunderstanding. Everyone had their own thoughts during the meal, but on the surface it was still a happy family dinner. Zhang Lan went out to pay the bill early. On his way back to the private room, he saw Guan Mini waiting for him at the door. When Zhang Lan saw her, he knew she had something to say. The door of the box was not the place to talk, so the two of them simply went to the corner of the corridor not far away. Zhang Lan, is what you just said true? Guan Mini has changed her clothes after a short rest. She was wearing a bright yellow sweatshirt and white canvas shoes. The sweatshirt was a waist-hugging style, which just revealed her fair and slender waist. Overall, she looked like a young and energetic female college student. Zhang Lan himself looks very young, and the two of them standing together really look very well matched. It's true. I didn't lie to you. Zhang Lan put one hand in his pocket and let the other hand hang naturally at his side, keeping a distance from Guan Mini. Some things are better said as soon as possible. I don't believe it. I've never heard you mention a girlfriend. Show me her photo. Guan Mini took a step forward, insisting that he produce proof. Zhang Lan stretched out a finger, pressed it against her forehead, and pushed it back. Just talk, why are you so close? Then he withdrew his hand and looked her in the face. I do have a partner, but her identity is sensitive, so I can't show you her photo for the time being. I will definitely let you meet her when I have the chance, and you will know then. Zhang Lan had made his words very clear, but to Guan Mini, it sounded like he was fooling her. It's not her fault, mainly because she was fooled by Zhang Lan since she was a child. When they were young and didn't want to play with her, Zhang Lan would lie to her seriously. She falls for it every time. But over time, she also mastered the secret to dealing with Zhang Lan. That is crying. Every time I cried and called Zhang Lan's second uncle, he would take me to play with him. Guan Mini thought about how she had persisted abroad for 4 years and had never forgotten Zhang Lan, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Second uncle, you definitely don't have a partner. I didn't say I was going to pursue you right now. There's no need for you to make up a partner just to deceive me. The girl in front of him looked at him with tears in her eyes, and her face merged with the little girl in his memory. Zhang Lan's heart couldn't help but relax a little. He sighed deeply and was about to say Louis Fei's name. Suddenly, Guan Mini pounced on him. Zhang Lan, I've decided to stay in the imperial capital and develop my career. Her voice was tearful, yet revealed an unquestionable stubbornness. You can't drive me away. This move was too sudden, and Zhang Lan was caught off guard. He staggered back 2 steps and his back hit the wall of the corridor heavily. Unable to push her away, he had no choice but to reach out and gently pat Guan Mini's shoulder. Let go first. It would be bad if someone saw it. Zhang Lan looked around quickly and found that there were not many guests coming and going in the corridor. But when his eyes swept across the front right, his movement suddenly stopped. Why did that figure not far away look so familiar? Oh shit. When Zhang Lan saw the person standing in front of him on the right, all the hairs on his body stood up. Not far away, a woman was standing with her arms folded. A pair of large sunglasses covered half of her face, revealing her graceful jawline. That figure, that temperament, it's clearly Louis Fei who should be in her hometown. Although Zhang Lan couldn't tell whether she was happy or angry, he could tell at a glance that she was probably not in a good mood. Jiang Lan's heart tightened and he quickly pushed Guan Mini away. Jiang Lan. There's no need to use so much strength. Guan Mini covered her pushed arm and glared at Jiang Lan with dissatisfaction. Jiang Lan didn't care about all these. He just said, "I have something to do," and ran hurriedly towards Louis Fei, leaving Guan Mini shouting behind him. Louis Fei saw him running towards her, her face still expressionless. She just shook her hair coldly, turned around, and walked into the bathroom nearby. Jiang Lan had no choice but to wait outside the door, sighing inwardly. How could it be such a coincidence? The hotel corridors and bathroom entrances are just like what is shown in TV dramas, places full of trouble. Thinking back to when he watched TV with Louis Fei before, she had complained to him. Why is it that every time they catch an adulterer or a misunderstanding between the male and female protagonists, it always happens at the bathroom door? There's nothing new to it. Now it turns out that art comes from life. Jiang Lan waited obediently at the bathroom door for 20 minutes. After asking the staff, I found out that this bathroom has more than one exit. At the same time, his good nephew also called to urge him. Jiang Lan had no choice but to go back to the box first. Then I opened Feishan and sent a message to Louis Fei. "Cici, things are not what you think." After saying this, even he himself felt so pale. "I can explain." "Explain? What is there to explain? Isn't this a classic quote from those scumbags on TV? That was all a misunderstanding. That girl is my niece from my hometown." Listening to this, although it is true, I still feel guilty when I say it. Jiang Lan sighed lightly, wondering how he had been tricked into this situation and was now anxious to prove his innocence. However, the other party did not seem to give him this opportunity. "I'll wait for you downstairs at your house tonight, to see Xiao Xiao and you, okay?" As you can imagine, there was no reply to this message. Jiang Lan sat in his seat and pinched his forehead with a headache. The relationship between the two of them just became closer, and even Lu Xiaoli became more friendly to him. Unexpectedly, we are back to the starting point. Isn't it even worse than before? My little Xiao Xiao has also returned to the capital. I hope Louis Fei won't be angry and not let me see the child. Jiang Lan felt like the sky was falling. Lin Xiao noticed that her son was distracted, and she also felt tired, so after the meal, everyone returned to the hotel early. Zhang Yudong also wanted to call his second uncle to go with him to experience the nightlife of the capital. Jiang Lan flatly refused. "Stay in the hotel and don't run around. I'll beat you up." Then he called a taxi and prepared to wait downstairs at Louis Fei's house. No matter what, he has to explain this matter clearly today. Guan Mini looked at Jiang Lan's back and was secretly angry. "Running so fast, are you afraid that you can't catch up? But there is an annoying guy next to me." The first day after returning home was so unhappy. Thinking of this, she became even more displeased with Zhang Yudong next to her. He gave him a fierce look. "I'm annoyed just seeing you." Zhang Yudong was inexplicably scolded twice and was in a bad mood. What does it have to do with him? Who is he? Chapter 75 Explanation. Let us talk about Louis Fei. Because I received a call from my agent at the last minute, saying that there was a great project and she and I needed to meet the producer and director together. So she returned to the capital early, and Xiao Xiao stayed in her hometown to play with her grandma for another 2 days. As a result, we saw Jiang Lan hugging a young girl in the Imperial Capital Hotel. Too arrogant. How can you hug and kiss each other in broad daylight? Louis Fei seemed to have no expression on her face at the time, but she was actually very angry. "You're hugging me so tightly, don't you know how to push me away?" No matter what the two were talking about, Jiang Lan had a doting look on his face. Doting, she had never seen him look at her like this before. Later, this dog man probably recognized him. But she didn't want to see that man, so she returned to the box through another exit. After she returned to the box, she asked Su Fei to go to the bathroom door to see if there was a man in a blue shirt and jeans waiting at the door. After Su Fei looked at it, she came back and said yes, and she calmed down a little. Of course, only a little. When he saw Jiang Lan's Feishan message, he was too lazy to respond. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can bring two people together? I'm afraid I've made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Snort. Although Louis Fei was angry, she did not let her mood affect her work. I had a pleasant working lunch with my agent and all the bosses. When she got home, she saw Jiang Lan wandering outside the community gate. However, without the owner's permission, he could not enter the community. Louis Fei saw him, But she was still angry and didn't want to pay any attention to Jianlan. So I asked the driver to drive straight in. Jianlan watched Louis Fei's car pass by him without stopping. Also sighed helplessly. In a society ruled by law, you can't just climb over the wall or stop a car with your body. He sat on the stone steps at the entrance of the community and looked up at the sky. Silent night, bleak moonlight. The wind blew in from the alley, picking up a few dead leaves that hit his feet, making the night even more eerily quiet. There was only his shadow, sitting alone on the cold stone steps. Although he didn't know whether this would be useful, he felt like he would lose something important if he didn't do it. He decided that if Louis Fei didn't see him, he would stay here all night. This matter must be explained clearly. Just as he was secretly encouraging himself, he saw a security guard walking towards him. Are you Jianlan? Jianlan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Before he could figure it out, the security guard made a pleased gesture. Mr. Jiang, please. The owner asked me to take you in. Please follow me. When Jianlan heard this, he became excited. Fortunately, I didn't leave, otherwise it would be even more difficult to explain later. This was Jianlan's first visit to Louis Fei's home. She is a fairy in everyone's eyes, but the place where she lives is surprisingly down to earth. To put it bluntly, the house is a bit messy. But most of them are Xiao Xiao's things. With the birth of a child, the number of daily necessities in the house seems to have increased exponentially, and the air is full of the smell of home. Jianlan stood at the entrance, carefully observing Louis Fei's expression. But at this time, she was facing away from Jianlan, getting water from the water dispenser. Her long black hair hung on her shoulders, and Jianlan could not see her expression at all. Sis, I. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice became a little tight. Don't call me CC, please call me Ms. Lu. Louis Fei turned around, holding 2 glasses of water in her hands, with a faint smile on her face, but no warmth in her eyes. Looking at Louis Fei's expression, Jianlan swallowed silently. He had never seen Louis Fei like this before. Even after the two of them made a mistake, he felt that Louis Fei's expression at that time was not as scary as it is now. Cici, it really is a misunderstanding. This is what happened. Jianlan tried his best to describe the situation clearly. He deliberately emphasized the words didn't stand firmly and couldn't push it open, fearing that he had missed some details. However, through this incident, he did see it. The fairy seemed to still care about him very much. He had vaguely felt this before. But he couldn't believe it. After all, one of the biggest illusions men have is that she is interested in me. Now he could finally confirm that this was not an illusion. Louis Fei's temper comes and goes quickly. In fact, I saw Jianlan coming to find me as soon as possible, and I saw him downstairs just now. The anger in my heart has subsided a little. When she saw that scene in the hotel corridor, she was immediately furious and very angry. But later, when I thought about it carefully, it was definitely the girl who was hugging him, and the two of them were not hugging. After realizing this, her anger subsided a lot. So later, when she saw Jianlan waiting for her at the gate of the community, she called someone to bring him in. Otherwise, even if Jianlan waited outside for a whole night, she would never show mercy. But, even if he was passive, he can't be said to be completely without fault. Louis Fei held the water cup, her fingertips unconsciously circling the wall of the cup. She wanted to hear what the relationship between them was. That's my neighbor's granddaughter. Although I've known her since childhood, I only treat her as a junior. Jianlan's eyes looked sincere as if he wanted to join the party. Louis Fei folded her arms, leaned her back against the wall, and looked lazy. She raised an eyebrow, her tone lacking any emotion. Oh? So you two are childhood sweethearts? Jianlan was choked by this sentence and hurriedly explained. Not really. We just grew up together. I just treat her as my sister. Oh? Just a sister? Louis Fei leaned forward, staring at Jianlan with a pair of clear yet inquiring eyes. So, tell me, how did you two hold each other? Jianlan's Adam's apple rolled and his voice unconsciously lowered a few notes. I admit that she did express her affection to me. But I have already told her that I have a girlfriend, but she doesn't believe me and thinks I am lying to her. And I pushed it just now, but I didn't dare to use too much force, so I didn't push it open at once. I promise that this will never happen again. After hearing Jianlan say this, Louis Fei knew the answer but still asked in a low voice. When did you have a girlfriend? How come I didn't know? Jianlan heard the relaxation in her tone and knew that she had passed most of the test. I felt relieved and continued it almost without thinking. Who else could my girlfriend be but you? After these words were spoken, both of them were stunned. Louis Fei didn't expect Jianlan to say this so fluently. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She just blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Jianlan. She didn't even notice that her ears had already turned red. Chapter 76. Dad, why are you answering the phone? Jianlan looked at Louis Fei like this, and his heart felt like being gently hit by something. She usually looks aloof and otherworldly, but at this moment she exudes an indescribable cuteness. It is quite rare to see such a side of a fairy. And since he had already started talking, he no longer hid it. Jianlan took a deep breath, and his previous embarrassment gradually faded away, leaving only seriousness in his eyes. Sis, every time we met after that, it was like planting a seed in my heart, making my love for this love grow a little deeper. Now I am sure that you are the one I love the most. He looked into her eyes and spoke clearly. So sis, let's be together. There was no light in the living room, only a floor lamp next to the sofa not far away. The dim light spread across the living room, like a layer of gauze, quietly spread at the entrance, outlining the vague outlines of the two people. It was unnaturally quiet. Jianlan could clearly hear the ticking of the clock and his own heartbeat. Dong dong dong. Each sound hits the heart precisely, mixed with a bit of tension and a little relief. After Jianlan finished speaking, he stared at the beautiful figure in front of him in the dim environment, and even his breathing became lighter. Suddenly, he saw the figure move and approaching him little by little. Jianlan was about to say something when his lips suddenly softened. A pair of cool, soft lips gently pressed against hers, carrying with them her unique and elegant fragrance. He shuddered all over and shivered. After exercising for such a long time, Jianlan could no longer withstand such stimulation. Almost driven by instinct, he put his arms around her waist without any instruction and deepened the kiss. Louis Fei originally just wanted to give a light kiss and leave, but subsequent developments were not what she had imagined. The light in the entrance hall flickered, and the moonlight shone through the window onto the two people entangled in the house. From the living room to the room, it's beautiful all the way. The sunshine in the early morning of autumn brings a hint of cool warmth. Through the sparse branches and leaves, mottled spots of light fell on the bed. When the wind blows, the light spots sway with the wind. An arm as white and delicate as porcelain was suddenly pulled out from under the quilt. When the sunlight shines on it, you can clearly see a thin layer of fine hairs. Jianlan gently lifted his upper body and tucked his arm back into the quilt. Then he turned around cautiously and wanted to leave. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was very alert, and as soon as he moved slightly, the arm wrapped around him again. Well, you don't want hashtag at %. Jianlan couldn't hear the mumbling behind. But he didn't move. Instead, he hugged the guy in his arms through the quilt like a stuffed toy. Every time she stayed at his place before, she always got up very early, so he thought that she didn't like to sleep in. It turns out there is no chance. Thinking of this, Jianlan's brows relaxed and he smiled slightly. It looks like Xiao Xiao. The sun was shining brightly, falling on her sleeping face, and his heart seemed to be filled with the sun. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. The phone on the bedside table rang. Jianlan was afraid of waking her up, so he subconsciously picked up the phone. When I saw the words Baby Xiao Xiao written on it, I picked up the phone without hesitation. Mom, I miss you. Hearing the little guy's sweet voice, Jianlan smiled even more brightly. Xiao Xiao, I'm your dad. Do you miss your dad? The little guy on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then his voice was full of doubts. Dad? Why are you the one answering the phone? This is Mama's cell phone number. Jianlan, I was careless and didn't dodge. His hand holding the phone froze for 2 seconds. Seeing Louis Fei, she seemed to be disturbed, frowned, turned over, and continued to sleep. After thinking about it, he decided to get out of bed. I'm with my mom. She's still sleeping. What did Xiao Xiao have for breakfast? He lowered his voice and spoke as he walked out. Sure enough, the little guy's attention was successfully diverted, and he happily answered his father's questions. Jianlan chatted with her in the living room for a long time and made sure that Lu Xiaoli would bring Xiao Xiao back tomorrow. The little guy showed off to him his treatment at his great-aunt's place as if to take credit for it, and then shared a lot of interesting things. Only then did the two of them hang up the phone. Jianlan breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why I feel guilty in front of Xiao Xiao, I am her biological father-in-law. Jianglan sat on the sofa, staring at the screensaver photo on Louis Fei's phone. The above is a portrait of their family of 3 that Xiao Xiao had painted before. Since he was already out, he didn't plan to go back to sleep. Jianglan looked at the mess scattered from the entrance to the living room and then spread to the room, and resigned himself to starting to clean it up. He is in a good mood now. No need to ask why. Glancing at Louis Fei, who was still lying in bed, Jianglan considerately closed the door. Let her sleep for a while. She worked really hard yesterday. When Jianglan got his phone back, he saw Zhang Yudong's series of life-threatening calls. Oh no. I forgot that I was going to visit the capital with everyone today. He called back Feishan, and the phone rang for only a second before being picked up. Jianglan. Where have you been? No phone calls, no replies. You're just going to leave us in the hotel and leave us alone? We agreed to play together. It's fine if you didn't take me with you yesterday, but you didn't take me with you today either. Jianglan was getting a headache from the noise and quickly interrupted him. Okay, this is my fault. The driver should have arrived by now, right? You just follow him around. I'm definitely not as familiar with the capital as he is. I have something to do today, I'll come to see you later. You are a big kid now, you have to learn to take care of your elders, do you hear me? He unconsciously put himself into the tone of voice he had just used when speaking to Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yudong felt a chill after hearing Jianglan's tone. Second uncle, are you possessed by some evil thing? What you say is disgusting. But where are you going today? Can't you come over now? How am I going to explain this to grandma? See, this is the difference between a brat and a little princess. Every word Zhang Yudong said was unpleasant. Jianglan automatically ignored what he said before and replied expressionlessly. Just tell me I have something urgent to do and I'll contact you then. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a noisy sound coming from the other side. Is that Jianglan? When will he come back? Where did he go? Guan Nini's voice came from far away. Zhang Yudong seemed to hold up his phone higher, listening to the two people's voices fade away. Don't ask about your elder's affairs. You didn't wash your face when you woke up. You must have drooled while sleeping last night. Zhang Yudong. You are sick. Oh. Ah. Hiss. You are so cruel, girl. Snap. Jianglan hung up the phone. He shook his head helplessly. These two kids have been quarreling since they were young, and they never get tired of it. Chapter 77. Wake up. 2 hours later. The door was gently pushed open from the inside, bringing in a narrow ray of light. Louis Fei came out wearing a loose purple nightgown, her long black hair draped over her shoulders in a somewhat messy manner. She rubbed her sleepy eyes as she walked, and called softly with a hoarse voice as if she had just woken up. Jianglan. A response came from the direction of the dining table. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jianglan sitting there. In these 2 hours, Jianglan had cleaned up last night's battlefield. After that, I took a shower and made a simple breakfast. After that, he did some exercises in the living room and waited for Louis Fei to wake up. He looked at his watch and was thinking that if she didn't get up in half an hour, he would have to go in and wake her up. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Jianglan asked casually as he watched her walking slowly towards him. There's one thing you don't know. Louis Fei answered subconsciously, but as soon as she said it, her mind became completely clear. Jianglan looked at her face. In a few seconds, it gradually turned from fair to pink, and finally red like a ripe apple. Even her ears were hot. He lowered his head, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he quickly turned and walked towards the kitchen to hide his smile. Go wash up first, I'll get you a bowl of porridge. By the time Louis Fei finished her breakfast, it was already late. After learning that she had an event in the afternoon, Jianglan seemed to have thought of something and asked casually. What about tonight? Are you free? It's hard to say. Louis Fei wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue. If everything goes well, I'll be available. If there's any delay, it might be later. There is still some time before I go to work in the afternoon. After all, I have to dress up a little because I will be attending an event soon. She sat in front of the dressing table, unscrewed the cap of the liquid foundation, put some paste on her fingertips and patted it on her cheeks. What's the matter? Want to go on a date together? It just so happens that Xiao Xiao is not here, so they can enjoy their own world. By the way, this guy didn't even bring a bouquet of flowers when he came to apologize last night. He just came up empty-handed. I was crazy too. I gave it to him without thinking yesterday. Louis Fei still blushes when she thinks about what happened last night. John Lan's voice came from behind. It's nothing, my parents just happened to come to the capital. If you are free, we can have dinner together in the evening. They really want to meet their future daughter-in-law. He sank comfortably into the sofa behind the dressing table. The sofa was soft and smelled the same as Sisai's, which made him relax all over. Although it seemed a bit fast, he still wanted to introduce Louis Fei to his family as soon as possible. This saves you from having to match people up at home. Base. Louis Fei was holding the eyeliner and carefully outlining the end of her eyes. When she heard the words future daughter-in-law, her hand shook violently and the eyeliner went crooked. What did you say? She turned around suddenly with one crooked eye, her voice changing tone. Your parents? In the capital? Want to see me? Is it so sudden? The two just officially confirmed their relationship yesterday, and today they met their parents. No, to be precise, he didn't formally confess his feelings. John Lan didn't understand the weird little thoughts in Louis Fei's mind, but seeing how big her reaction was, he could understand it, so he explained. They kept pushing me. I told them I had a girlfriend, but they didn't believe me. Otherwise, what happened yesterday wouldn't have happened. After saying that, he glanced at her generously, then thought for a moment. So I thought of taking you over to meet him. As John Lan was talking, he suddenly laughed. He remembered what his good nephew Zhang Yudong said yesterday. Uncle, do you think we can meet celebrities in the capital? I really like Louis Fei. When he thought about introducing the scene to Zhang Yudong, he couldn't help but smile. After John Lan finished laughing, he looked up at Louis Fei. She seemed to be under a spell, sitting in front of the dressing table motionless. Sisai? What's wrong? Looking at her, her eyes were blank and I didn't know what she was thinking. I'm just making a suggestion. Don't worry about anything else. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. John Lan noticed something was wrong. After thinking about it, he thought that maybe he was too impatient and put too much pressure on her. His tone couldn't help but soften. He stood up and walked to Louis Fei, raised his hand and gently rubbed her hair. She finally came to her senses and struggled while scolding, "Hate it, don't mess up my hair." What did you talk to your uncle and aunt about? What are their hobbies? Tell me in detail. She didn't have the heart to put on makeup anymore. She pulled John Lan to sit on the sofa, crossed her legs and leaned closer, looking serious. Although the two already have a child, that was an unexpected situation. Now, when she heard that she was going to meet Zhang Lan's parents, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhang Lan looked at Louis Fei's serious expression, coupled with her messy bun and the black eyeliner flying out of the corner of one eye, and couldn't help but feel funny. He reached out and took her into his arms. You're Louis Fei, there's no need to be nervous. How could anyone not like you? When Louis Fei heard this, she first smiled, but then her face turned stern and serious again. Hey, don't change the subject. Tell me, what did you tell your parents about me? As she spoke, she laid down in his arms, and her hand conveniently lifted the corner of his clothes, and accidentally caught a glimpse of his well-defined abdominal muscles. Well, I thought it felt good last night, and now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it certainly didn't disappoint. John Lan was left speechless by her series of small actions. He grabbed her hand that was messing around on his waist and spoke slowly. I told them I had a girlfriend, but they didn't believe me. They didn't say anything else, that's all. That's it? You didn't even mention my name? The person in his arms was obviously dissatisfied, pouting and looking at him with wide eyes. How can I put this? John Lan shrugged helplessly. If I say my girlfriend is Louis Fei, someone has to believe it. After hearing this, Louis Fei frowned and fell into deep thought, and said nothing more. John Lan didn't say anything, but just grabbed her fingers and rubbed them gently. It took Louis Fei a long time to react. She reached out and patted his arm, glaring at him. That's all I can say. Besides, when did I agree to be your girlfriend? You haven't even confessed to me properly yet. As she spoke, Louis Fei remembered that they had made love again last night without thinking. They already have a daughter, but he didn't even make a proper confession, without any sense of ceremony. She got angry just thinking about it. Chapter 78 Confession. In fact, John Lan has been thinking about confessing his love since he woke up this morning. Last night, the atmosphere was so tense that no man could have held back. But he also knew that he owed Sisai a proper confession. Even if it's a substitute, it's better than nothing. But how to confess? This is indeed a bit difficult for him, as he has never pursued anyone else. Whether in the previous life or this life, he has always been pursued by others. But it doesn't matter, just ask netizens when you are in doubt. John Lan secretly took out his mobile phone and searched for a long time in the morning, looking through things to pay attention to when confessing for the first time, romantic surprise plans for girls, etc., before finally finalizing a rough plan. Just then the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Who's knocking? Louis Fei was confused at first, then she seemed to think of something, her eyes widened in an instant, and she jumped up from the sofa. It's over. Could it be my mom coming back? You quickly hide under the bed. John Lan looked at her panicked face expressionlessly. He is not stealing anyone, why is he hiding? Besides, the European-style princess bed she slept on had a bedboard less than 10 centimeters from the ground, so there was no such thing as a bed bottom. John Lan ignored the disheveled Louis Fei and stood up to open the door. Are you crazy? Louis Fei grabbed his arm, her voice trembling. If my mother saw this, I'm afraid you'd be beaten to death. John Lan suddenly chuckled and pried open her fingers bit by bit. It's worth getting beaten to death just to be with you. Louis Fei watched Zhang Lan turn around and open the door. She couldn't stop him, so she can only mentally prepare herself by facing the air. It's okay. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, muttering to herself to cheer herself up. After all, he is Xiao Xiao's father. I'll try to stop him later. I hope he won't be beaten to death by my mom, right? She took a deep breath, tried to regulate her breathing, and slowly walked out of the room. Louis Fei. John Lan was waiting for him at the door with a big bouquet of pink roses. A breeze slipped in through the half-open door, blowing the loose hair on his forehead gently. Accompanied by waves of sweet floral fragrance, the air seems to become sticky and intoxicating. John Lan slowly walked up to her, knelt on one knee, and held the bouquet of roses high in front of her chest. When Louis Fei saw the roses in Jiang Lan's hand, she subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth in surprise. When Jiang Lan walked in front of her, her heart started beating wildly. When she took the bouquet and her fingertips touched the slightly cool petals, she realized that her cheeks had turned red. She has filmed so many idol dramas and seen countless romantic scenes, but she didn't feel anything before. But at this moment, looking at the man kneeling on one knee in front of her and herself reflected in his eyes, she finally understood why so many people like idol dramas. John Lan looked very calm at the moment, with his back straight, but the hand hidden in his trouser pocket had already been clenched into a fist, with his knuckles turning bluish white. The confession words that I had recited countless times in my mind just now suddenly got stuck in my throat when I saw the look in her eyes. He stared at Louis Fei's slightly red cheeks, and simply threw away all the words he had prepared, and just said what he wanted to say most in his heart. Sisai, I love you. I want to be with you forever, be my girlfriend. Louis Fei looked into Jiang Lan's determined eyes and saw his affection for her. Although he didn't say too many fancy words, she could feel that these were what he wanted to say most at the moment. Although her heart was already filled with great emotion, she still didn't want to let him go so easily. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him to agree with just a bouquet of flowers and a few words. So she suppressed the moisture in her eyes and said with a deliberately stern face, "Are you going to get rid of me with just a bunch of flowers and these words?" She raised her chin, her tone a little arrogant. Where's the cake? Where's the gift? Where's the romantic setting? Seeing that Jiang Lan's ears were quietly red, she pursed her lips and added, "But considering your limited time, I won't make it difficult for you. Answer me a question. If you answer well, I'll agree to it. If you don't answer well, then wait. Okay, get up first." She held the heavy bouquet of roses, turned and walked towards the restaurant, and finally sat down on the sofa. The petals in her arms trembled gently with her movements. Zhang Lan followed closely behind him and said, "Ask. Don't even mention one question. Even if it's 10 or 100, I'll tell you everything I know." Louis Fei nodded in satisfaction after hearing Jiang Lan's answer, and then put on a serious expression, as if she was about to ask some extremely serious question. "Suppose you already have a girlfriend, but she's not me. And then you met me, would you choose to cheat?" Jiang Lan. What was he expecting just now? I thought it was a serious question, but what is this? What's the difference between this and your girlfriend and mother falling into the water at the same time? If Jianlan couldn't see the mockery on Lu Yifei's face at this moment, he would have lived 2 lives in vain. However, seeing that she looked like she was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, Jianlan decided to change the subject. So he said in a firm tone, "Besides you, I won't have any other girlfriends?" Lu Yifei. She had already prepared a bunch of scolding words in her mind, but she didn't expect Jianlan to play by his rules. Lu Yifei was stunned for a moment and said unwillingly, "There is no such answer. You can only answer yes or no." Jianlan ignored Lu Yifei's refusal. The best answer to this kind of question is to shut her mouth so she can't ask any more questions. And he has already answered it. Lu Yifei looked at Jianlan, who was approaching step by step, feeling a little nervous and leaning back subconsciously. "What are you going to do?" "Ugh." Before she could finish her words, Jianlan gently blocked her lips. In the afternoon, the two separated. Before leaving, Jianlan gave her a key to his home. Lu Yifei took the key and smiled with satisfaction. As for having dinner with his family in the evening, Lu Yifei is not sure yet. "Don't tell your uncle and aunt yet, I went to the event site today to take a look. Besides, meeting the parents so soon is a bit too soon. I haven't prepared anything yet." She pulled Jianlan's fingers and played with them one by one. The two were waiting for her assistant to pick her up. Jianlan nodded. "It was just something I mentioned casually, so it wouldn't have much impact whether she agreed or not." Jianlan's eyes are now looking at Lu Yifei with such sticky eyes that they are almost sticky. Cici is so cute, beautiful, and delicate. Lu Yifei became more and more embarrassed under such a fiery gaze. She felt that if the two of them did nothing but look at each other for the whole afternoon, they would probably be very happy. Chapter 79. When are young people willing to have children? Time flies, and it's time to say goodbye in the blink of an eye. Although the two people who just got together still wanted to spend time together, unfortunately they both had something to do in the afternoon. Before leaving, Lu Yifei repeatedly reminded him to keep a distance from other girls. The warning with a hint of coquettishness made Jianlan feel sweet inside. Watching Cici driving away, he also called a car to go to the scenic spot to meet up with his family. Sitting in the car, Jianlan couldn't help but sigh that the past day was too fulfilling. It can be said that Jianlan was as nervous when she left as she is now in a happy mood when she returns. "It looks like if nothing unexpected happens, my future wife will be a fairy? Who could have thought of this? After traveling through time for a month, I got a wife who was a beauty, and I also had a child who was well behaved and cute. Who said time travel is bad? This time travel is so great. But it seems that I can't be too bad in the future. After all, his wife will be a beauty." He could imagine his situation if the news was announced. After all, the number of fans of the goddess is extraordinary. He can't let people say that the gap between him and the goddess is too big, although he doesn't care about being called a gigolo. He may have to work a little harder in the future and not give up so easily. But the pressure is not great. As for the time travel and the system, he can definitely grasp it with just a little effort. Thinking of this, he opened the system panel. Name, Jianlan. Age, 28. Appearance, 90. Intelligence, 80. Stamina, 72. The above values are all scored as 100. Skills: advanced company management, advanced singing, intermediate acting, intermediate cooking, elementary writing, elementary handicraft. Exchange item: Song, Wanjiang. Pleasure value: 21,085. Looking at the rising happiness value on the system panel, Jianlan nodded with satisfaction. It was only after Xiao Xiao returned to his hometown this time that he accidentally discovered that as long as the little guy was happy, the system's happiness value would rise rapidly even if he was not around. Looking at the constantly jumping numbers, Jianlan felt inexplicably moved. It's not like he is raising the little princess, it's clearly the little princess raising him. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen online. When will young people be willing to have children? The best answer is, if the child can support me after it is born, then I am willing to do so. You raise children and you don't dare to have children, but your children raise you and you still don't dare to have children? At first he just looked at it and smiled, but he didn't expect it to actually come true now. If he had a child and released a system, he estimated that the country's fertility rate and the child's happiness would definitely increase rapidly. As his thoughts were drifting, he suddenly remembered that Li Hong seemed to have something to talk to him about last night, but he was too busy to reply. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up his phone to see what was going on. Speaking of the song Wanjiang, Li Hong has already paid herself 500,000 yuan in copyright fees. The remaining dividends will be settled after he releases the song. Jiang Lan picked up his phone and opened the Feishan dialog box with Li Hong. Teacher Li Hong, if there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask. Speaking of which, he and Li Hong have not met formally yet, and they communicate online. The contract was also signed online through China Music Copyright. As the world's largest Chinese copyright network, its functions are of course very comprehensive. Signing a contract is no big deal. After Jiang Lan finished speaking, he closed his phone and opened the system's control panel to see what else he could redeem. When Jiang Lan arrived at Beihu Park, people from the Jiang and Guan families were gathering together, preparing to go boating. I have heard of this place in nursery rhymes since I was a child. Let us row our oars and push the boat through the waves. Although the people present were no longer at the age of being curious and excited about boat trips, Chinese people believe in since you're here, you can enjoy it and are happy to row according to their mood. Jiang Lan arrived just in time when the tour guide had just taken a tourist photo of everyone in the white pagoda behind them. When Jiang Yudong saw him coming, he insisted on pulling him to take another photo, and the group of people gathered in front of the camera again. Jiang Yudong held a sports camera in his hand, shouting that he wanted to shoot a travel vlog, and even forced Jiang Lan to be a model. Jiang Lan was in a good mood today and didn't bother to argue with him, so he just let him play with it. Guan Mini, who was not far away, looked at Jiang Lan and saw that his mouth never dropped, so she couldn't help but sneered. This guy had a sour face when he left last night. How come he changed so much after just one night? She didn't quite believe that Jiang Lan had a girlfriend at first, but looking at his behavior last night and now, it seemed like he really did. But this is not surprising. Brother Jiang Lan is already very handsome and his family has his own business, so it is normal for him to have a girlfriend. Only. Guan Mini quietly grasped the corner of her clothes. As long as she is not married, she will not give up. After all, she went abroad to study and learn this major for the past few years, wasn't it? The four elderly people from the Guan and Zhang families are old, so they chose an electric boat to relax and enjoy themselves. Among the remaining three young people, Jiang Lan also wanted to choose an electric boat, but Jiang Yudong patted his chest and said that he had good physical strength and insisted on choosing a pure pedal one. Unexpectedly, Guan Mini put on big sunglasses and stood on Jiang Yudong's side for a rare time. Jiang Yudong was surprised to see that she chose him. He thought that he would be suppressed by Jiang Lan and Guan Mini 2-on-1 just like when they were kids, but he didn't expect that Guan Mini would choose him this time. The sun was rising from the west. Jiang Lan didn't care at all and silently paid for the pedalo ticket. Since these two people are willing to pedal, let them pedal for fun, as long as they don't get tired. He just took it as exercise. The two boats left the shore one after the other. Jiang Yudong was full of energy from the beginning, and he became even more excited when he saw that theirs was the only pedal boat on the lake. Ha, look, we're the only ones who chose pedal boats. Those colorful electric boats they chose are lame. Jiang Yudong excitedly held up the camera, looked around, and took pictures of Guan Mini with a cold face and Jiang Lan who was watching the fun. Then he shouted at Jiang Lan. Second uncle, please pat me from a distance. I'm going to start exerting my strength. Jiang Lan took the camera and pointed the lens steadily at Jiang Yudong. He suddenly stepped on the pedal, and the boat shot out for a long distance. Jiang Yudong's excited laughter echoed across the entire lake. Although I don't want to admit it, it's so fun to see him so happy and easily satisfied. Jiang Lan couldn't help but think of something. Mentally retarded children are more joyful. But having said that, you do need someone like this to liven up the atmosphere when traveling. Looking at Jiang Yudong's expression, Jiang Lan and Guan Mini couldn't help but smile. Chapter 80 Rowing. Jiang Lan just quietly acted as a photographer, holding the sports camera and pointing it at Jiang Yudong. But after a while, his nephew obviously lost his initial excitement. Their target was the small island in the middle of the lake, which was just a short distance away. Jiang Yudong gritted his teeth and kicked his legs as fast as he could. Thinking back to the years he spent abroad, he spent every day in the gym and had conquered the rowing machine long ago. It's just a pedal boat, so it should be no problem. But I don't know why this boat is so difficult to pedal today. And these two people on the boat. Forget about that girl Guan Mini, she has always been at odds with me. Why does second uncle act like it's none of his business? Why can't he lend a hand? Jiang Yudong secretly gave Jiang Lan a few glances, but Jiang Lan pretended not to see anything and spoke slowly. Yudong, your expression isn't very good right now. You need to pay attention to your facial expressions. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Yudong, then at the sports camera in his hand. It's all recorded. Zhang Yudong was so angry that his teeth were itching. How come my second uncle has become bad now? He was never like this before. Now not only did he abandon him and go out to have fun, he also learned to talk back at himself. I don't know why Minnie has always liked him. It's really annoying. Thinking of Guan Minnie, he looked to the side. This was the first time this girl didn't stick to Jiang Lan and chose to sit next to him. It seems that her vision has improved a lot in the past few years of studying abroad. Now she finally discovered her own strengths. Why? This is the trouble with being too good. After another 10 minutes, Zhang Yudong finally couldn't hold on any longer. You two are just watching me pedaling alone without exerting any effort. I'm exhausted. I can't pedal anymore. Just drift wherever you want. He slumped down in his seat, spread his arms and legs, and made it clear that he was going to give up. After hearing what he said, the other two had no intention of kicking him out. The boat lost power and drifted towards the center of the lake with the last bit of inertia, then slowly stopped on the water. A small boat floats on the calm lake. In the early autumn afternoon, the sun was not too strong, but spread warmly on the water, breaking into swaying golden spots. The blue sky and white clouds are reflected in the water. The clouds move slowly and the shadows move slowly as well. The white tower stands among the green trees not far away. The white of the tower is bright and clean in the sun, and against the blue sky behind it, it looks like a refreshing painting. Jiang Lan turned off the action camera, leaned against the side of the boat, and stretched out his arm to let the sunlight fall on the back of his hand. The warm temperature spread across the skin, so comfortable that it makes people want to squint their eyes. He suddenly remembered something and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Such a beautiful scenery. It would be great if he could bring Xiao Xiao and Sisi to go boating here in the future. Xiao Xiao, Sisi. Reading these two names, they sound like a pair of sisters. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Guan Minnie, behind her sunglasses, saw Jiang Lan suddenly start laughing inexplicably, and her guess was finally confirmed. It turns out that brother Jiang Lan is in love, otherwise he wouldn't emit such a sour smell. Look at this, it's clear that they are still in the stage of passionate love. She snorted softly and looked away. But even so, what can we do? Guan Minnie would not give up easily. In terms of natural beauty and youthful vitality, she believes that she is no worse than others. Not to mention, she and brother Jiang Lan have known each other for almost 20 years, and the bond they have since growing up together is something no one else can compare to. Guan Minnie quietly clenched her fingers and encouraged herself in her heart. No matter what, she won't give up. While Guan Minnie was secretly encouraging him, Zhang Yudong regained some strength. But he didn't plan to pedal the boat. It would be nice to just lie in the boat and drift along. It seems like when I was a child, I was at my grandmother's house in the countryside, catching chickens and ducks, fishing in the river and picking lotus flowers. Life was so comfortable back then. As you grow older, you have more worries. Zhang Yudong looked at the shimmering lake, his thoughts gradually becoming empty, and a rare sense of melancholy welled up in his heart. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, he and his second uncle have grown up. My second uncle has been away from home for such a long time, and he is working hard in the capital alone and helpless. And I heard that he was even shelved by the company a few years ago. I guess his life here must not be very comfortable. But my second uncle is a person who cares about his reputation. He would rather endure it outside than go back to work in the factory at home. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Lan with a little more sympathy in his eyes and said softly, "Second uncle, you have worked hard over the years. When I become successful in the future, I will definitely help my second uncle." But looking at Jiang Lan's expression at the moment, why does he look quite elegant? Jiang Lan was thinking about finding time to take Xiao Xiao out for an autumn outing. Being interrupted by Zhang Yudong's nonsensical words, she didn't take it too seriously and just responded with a casual The more Zhang Yudong looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. He always felt that his second uncle was hiding something. Zhang Yudong looked at his second uncle and always felt that he seemed to be hiding something from him. He simply sat up straight and stared at Jiang Lan intently. "We've been friends since we were little, uncle. Are you hiding something from me?" He paused, his tone still hinting at a little grievance. "You haven't told me yet. I disappeared early this morning and had to lie to my grandparents." "Where the hell have you been?" Jiang Lan originally wanted to quietly enjoy the comfort under the blue sky and white clouds, but then he changed his mind and thought it would be nice to chat more with Jiang Yudong and the others. Louis Fei might come over in the evening, so it would be good to give her family a heads up in advance. I'm going to see your second aunt. John Lan spoke lightly, then slowly pedaled the boat, letting it drift towards the shore. His words undoubtedly threw a bomb onto the ship. Guan Mini quietly turned her head, ready to listen to the information from her rival. Jiang Yudong instantly became excited and leaned forward. Is this true? I thought you were just fooling your family, but it turns out you really have a partner. How many years have you been dating? What does your partner do for a living? How did you meet? Uncle, please tell me about it, I'm so curious. I promise not to say anything nonsense and I will keep my mouth shut. As he spoke, he made a zipper-pulling motion in front of his lips, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, and the blazing fire of gossip seemed to be bursting out of his eyes. We used to work in the same company and have known each other for a long time, but we haven't been dating for long. Jiang Lan explained slowly, she's an entertainer. She's mainly filming movies now. She's also released singles and sang songs before. Jiang Yudong was so shocked by Jiang Lan's words that he cursed several times. Fuck. Second uncle. You are not kidding. My second aunt is an actress? Which one? Tell me. Maybe I know him. Oh my god, uncle. You are so awesome. Jiang Yudong was so excited that he couldn't sit still and wanted to stand up on the boat. Unfortunately, the boat was shaking so badly that we finally gave up. But today he was determined to find out which actress' second aunt was. Otherwise he will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Guan Mini also pricked up her ears quietly. Jiang Lan remained calm, his lips slightly parted as he uttered 3 words. Lu Yifei. Then, the scene was as quiet as a chicken. Guan Mini, Sigma? Jiang Yudong, Sigma? Chapter 81 Yang Xiaomi's boyfriend. After hearing Jiang Lan's words, the entire boat became quiet for a moment, with only the creak sound of Jiang Lan paddling the boat. After a long while, Jiang Yudong suddenly raised his hand, pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, straightened his back, and spoke with a serious face. In that case, it seems I won't hide the fact that I'm Yang Xiaomi's boyfriend from everyone. Jiang Yudong equals? Guan Mini equals? Although Jiang Lan knew that no one might believe him if he suddenly said that Louis Fei was his girlfriend, he did not expect his nephew to do such a thing. He could only say with some helplessness, Yudong, stop joking, Louis Fei is really my girlfriend. Jiang Yudong puffed out his chest and retorted righteously. Second uncle, you were the one who joked first, and how come you don't know that Yang Xiaomi won't be my girlfriend in the future? Also, you are not allowed to insult my idol, even if you are my second uncle. Guan Mini, who was standing by, saw that the two of them were talking more and more out of control, and finally couldn't help but frown and interrupt them, her tone full of helplessness. You two are almost there. It's still early. If you want to dream, go back to your rooms tonight. She turned around and urged, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You two are too immature. Hurry up and get on the boat. I want to meet up with them. Alas, I originally wanted to hear who my second uncle's girlfriend is, but I didn't expect that my second uncle has learned to tell lies now. It turns out that men are childish, and even my second uncle is no exception. Jiang Lan glanced at Jiang Yudong, who shrugged and began to pedal the boat obediently. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that no one believed what he said. Not only do they not believe it, they may also complain in their hearts that they are sick. Jiang Lan was too lazy to explain any further. These days, no one believed the truth. Although this truth is indeed hard to believe. But it doesn't matter. One day, when Louis Fei is brought to them, they will believe it. Thinking of this, he suddenly began to look forward to their meeting. The 3 of them returned to the shore in silence. It's getting late next time. Jiang Lan followed him around and found a famous old restaurant in Jiatadu, where they tasted authentic special roast duck together. After dinner, the group returned to the hotel early. In the room, Lin Xiao was about to chat with her son when Jiang Lan's cell phone suddenly rang. The moment he saw the caller ID, his eyes moved slightly, and he stood up and walked out quickly. The sharp-eyed Jiang Yudong saw the 2-word Cici on the screen and couldn't help but feel moved. Cici must be the future second aunt. But this is indeed the same as Louis Fei's nickname. No wonder my second uncle said in the afternoon that his girlfriend was Louis Fei? So that is how it is. And maybe the 2 of them would secretly. TSK. Second uncle, I didn't expect you to become like this now. But on second thought, I am still Xiao Xiao who is now 20 years old, while my second uncle has already quietly found his partner a long time ago. It seems that my second uncle is living well in the capital? It feels a bit like being afraid that your brother will suffer, but also afraid that he will drive a Land Rover. After a while, Jiang Lan walked back to the room and said, Dad, Mom, my girlfriend said she'll come over to see you later. Jiang Zhangjun, huh? This guy actually has a girlfriend? Can I find a girlfriend even if I don't have a job? In his eyes, it makes no difference whether his son has a job now or not. Lin Xiaoza immediately smiled, okay. In her eyes, her son is the best, so isn't it easy for him to find a girlfriend? Zhang Yudong, Are we finally going to meet our future second aunt? Although the family members have different thoughts, they still attach great importance to meeting Jiang Lan's girlfriend. Lin Xiao hurriedly pulled Jiang Zhengjun into the room and quickly changed him into more formal clothes. She herself was also quite casual about this trip. Fortunately, they were thinking of going to Tiananmen Square, so they prepared a more formal set of clothes, which was just right for meeting their daughter-in-law. When you meet your daughter-in-law for the first time, you can't be too casual. As she changed her clothes, she muttered, Jiang Lan, you too, why didn't you tell me in advance? I didn't even have time to prepare a proper gift for you. Jiang Zhengjun was asked by Lin Xiao to wash his face, comb his hair and change his clothes, with a bit of impatience on his face. But he could not resist the old woman's order and just kept a straight face and said nothing. Lin Xiao also dressed up quickly and took out a set of jewelry, thinking of giving it to her son's girlfriend later. Seeing that the elders were so serious, Zhang Yudong didn't want to be too casual either. So I went back to the room, took a 5-minute power shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat back in the living room full of energy. Jiang Lan looked at the whole family and felt a little amused. But after he said a few words, no one listened to him, so he had no choice but to let them go. During this period, he also sent this matter to Louis Fei, and she immediately sent him her own photo. Look at me like this, am I okay? Picture.jpg. In the photo, Louis Fei is wearing a white dress, with slightly curly long hair draped over her shoulders, delicate and appropriate light makeup on her face, and a gentle smile. Admiring his girlfriend in the photo, he couldn't help but sigh, she is worthy of being Louis Fei. Although the fairy is already very beautiful at ordinary times, she is even more beautiful after a little makeup. I just went to the beauty salon for a simple treatment and asked my assistant to bring the clothes from home. Louis Fei's message followed immediately, how is it? I look well behaved and sensible like this, don't I? Don't the elders like me like this? Will my uncles and aunts like me? Looking at the dialogue box that kept displaying the other party is typing and this series of slightly nervous words, Jiang Lan was moved and amused. It seems that when it comes to meeting parents, even fairies are not immune. But you are a fairy, you are still beautiful even without makeup. He raised his eyes to glance at his busy family members, then lowered his head to reply. They will definitely like it, not just my parents. Oh, and my nephew might be your fan. I have to give her a heads up in advance. Who knows what Jiang Yudong will say when they meet? Louis Fei replied immediately. Your nephew is here too? How old is he? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I haven't even prepared a gift. What kind of toys does he like? Jiang Lan held his cell phone, looked at the energetic young man in front of him who was about the same height as him, and silently typed a line of words. He's already 23 years old, it's just that I'm older than him. The two were a bit busy last night and didn't have time to talk about this matter. Don't worry about him. He'll probably be so happy to see you. And Zhang Yudong was probably more than just happy when he saw her. Louis Fei. Okay. We'll probably be there in another 15 minutes. Jiang Lan said he would pick her up later, locked his phone and turned to his family. Mom and Dad, stop working, this is good enough, she'll be here soon. He walked forward and pushed Lin Xiao onto the sofa. He pulled a chair for Jiang Zhengjun and said, Dad, sit here and rest for a while. Jiang Zhengjun sat down, cleared his throat and asked. What's your girlfriend's name? What does she do for a living? Lin Xiao patted her thigh. Oh, look at my memory. I was just about to ask, son, what's her name and what does she do? Please tell us in advance. Jiang Yudong also turned his head, his ears perked up high. Uncle, you shouldn't lie in front of Grandpa and Grandma. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard Jiang Lan's voice. Her name is Louis Fei, and she's an actress. After listening to this, Zhang Yudong leaned back on the sofa, speechless. When did my second uncle start joking? Chapter 82 Jian Lan, you deserve to die. When Lin Xiao heard this name, she always felt it sounded familiar. Lu Yifei. Son, why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before? Before Jian Lan could speak, Zhang Yudong answered for him with an expressionless face. Lu Yifei, she played the little dragon girl in the martial arts drama, and the curly-haired young lady in Family of Ink. Sure enough, Lin Xiao suddenly understood. Is that the fairy sister? The extremely beautiful, fairy-like girl? But son, doesn't your girlfriend happen to have the same name as that celebrity? She asked uncertainly. Even she didn't believe that her son could find such a big star as a girlfriend. After hearing this, Zhang Yudong reacted. No wonder his second uncle always said that his girlfriend was Lu Yifei. It turns out they have the same name. Jian Lan was about to speak when his cell phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was Lu Yifei who sent a message saying that she had arrived at the hotel entrance. Forget it, he was too lazy to explain. Everything will be clear once people come. Thinking of this, he said. When she arrives, I'll go down and pick her up. After saying that, he turned around and walked out the door, and happened to run into Guan Mini, who was delivering fruit to them. Uncle, Grandma asked me to bring you some fruit. Jian Lan nodded, turned sideways and motioned her to go in. Suddenly he remembered something and said to Guan Mini. Your second aunt will be here soon. If you're free, you can wait a moment and I'll introduce you too. After saying that, he walked downstairs to the elevator, just in time to make it clear to Mini that he did have a girlfriend. Guan Mini was interested in him and he was not a fool, so he took this opportunity to make it clear. Guan Mini opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she saw Jian Lan walking away, she swallowed her words back. Anyway, they are about to meet, and she wants to see what kind of woman can bewitch her second uncle. She turned and walked into the room. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Yudong slumped on the sofa like a puddle of mud, as if he had lost his soul. Guan Mini kicked his feet that were resting on the coffee table away in disgust, put the washed fruit on the table, and explained her purpose. Lin Xiao was still immersed in the joy of meeting her daughter-in-law, and thanked Mini with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Mini. You are such a good child. But he secretly sighed in his heart. This child is good in everything, and the two of them grew up together. The two families know each other well. It's a pity that love cannot be forced. Zhang Zhengjun glanced at his grandson lying on the sofa and sighed with regret. He turned around and sat on the chair next to him, putting on the calm demeanor of a head of the family, waiting for his youngest son to bring someone up. Only then did Guan Mini notice the changes in several people. They have been back for a long time, but they don't wash or rest. Instead, they are dressed more neatly than during the day. It must be to welcome Jian Lan's girlfriend. Woo woo woo. I have never been treated so solemnly in all these years. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back any longer after sitting for a while, so she stood up and said, Zhengjun, this girl is here for the first time, shouldn't we greet her? Otherwise, it will seem like we don't welcome her. Zhang Zhengjun quickly pulled her back and said, please sit down. How can an elder go out of his way to greet a younger generation? Isn't this just adding pressure to the girl? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him, thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, so she sat back down in disappointment, but she couldn't calm down. Guan Mini quietly nudged Zhang Yudong next to her and asked in a low voice. Did Jian Lan tell me? What's the situation with his girlfriend? Zhang Yudong straightened up when he heard that, and leaned close to her and whispered. My second uncle said that his girlfriend's name is really Lu Yifei, and she's also an actress. She seems to have the same name as that Lu Yifei. He smacked his lips. No wonder second uncle said on the boat this afternoon that his girlfriend was Lu Yifei. Guan Mini was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Is it such a coincidence? Could it really be that Lu Yifei? But as soon as the thought came to her mind, she shook her head and rejected it. How is that possible? Although both of them are in the entertainment industry. But she was also aware of her second uncle's situation in the imperial capital in recent years. He was blacklisted by the company and was not even considered an 18th-tier artist. Although Lu Yifei has not filmed any movies in recent years, she is still a first-line star, and her popularity among the public is much higher than that of the current young actresses. How could these two people be related when they are so different? I guess it's just like what Zhang Yudong said, they have the same name and surname. Not long after, the people in the room heard footsteps approaching, and Jiang Lan's voice also came over. Dad, Mom, we're here. Jiang Zhengjun and Lin Xiao stood up immediately after hearing the sound. Although it is inappropriate to go downstairs to greet them, it is always right to stand up and go to the door to greet them. Zhang Yudong and Guan Mini looked at each other and followed their elders to the door. However, the two groups met as soon as they arrived at the door, and Jiang Zhengjun and Lin Xiao started chatting with them at the door. Uncle, Aunt, you are so polite, you even come out to greet me. The woman's voice was gentle, with a slightly embarrassed smile. Jiang Yudong was startled when he heard the sound. This fucking voice is too much like the voice of the fairy sister. Where did my second uncle find his girlfriend? Not only do they have the same name, but even their voices are so similar. Wrong. He hurriedly took 2 steps, past Jiang Zhengjun and Lin Xiao, and looked towards Jiang Lan. There was a woman in a white dress standing next to Jiang Lan. The simple white dress made her look exceptionally noble and elegant, and her skin looked whiter than snow, like the finest white jade. But what makes people unable to take their eyes off her is her unique temperament. Her back was straight, but there was no sense of tension. Her whole body was relaxed and stretched out. Standing there, she looked like a fairy lost in the world, with her own radiance. Is there a little makeup on your face? He didn't know whether it had dissolved or not. But the beauty is just right. At this moment, she was saying something with a smile, and the smile between her eyebrows was mixed with a bit of worldly touch. Standing next to Jiang Lan, the two of them had a harmonious and compatible aura, like a pair of immortal lovers. But these were not the most shocking things to him. What really shocked Jiang Yudong was that the person in front of him was actually Louis Fei, the fairy sister he had only seen on the screen. Jiang Yudong's brain had stopped working at this time. He didn't expect that his second uncle's girlfriend was not someone with the same name, but was really that Louis Fei. I rubbed my eyes and shook my head. Take another look. It's still Louis Fei. OMDD. Just when Jiang Yudong was doubting his life, he heard Lin Xiao holding the other person's hand and saying with a smile, "Oh, this child is so beautiful, even prettier than those female stars on TV. By the way, I heard from Jiang Lan that you seem to have the same name as that star Louis Fei." Grandmother. Jiang Yudong couldn't listen any longer and said subconsciously, "This isn't just a name. This is really Louis Fei, the one who starred in Pink and Mo Family as Little Dragon Girl, a nationwide idol and the dream lover of countless people. Louis Fei." He said all this in one breath, and then thought that such a perfect person turned out to be his second uncle's girlfriend. Thinking of this, he felt sick all over. Jiang Lan, you deserve to die. Chapter 83. You slapped me. At this time, Guan Mini also squeezed to the front. What Jiang Lan said before was actually true. She looked at Louis Fei, then at Jiang Lan, and was completely shocked. However, the person who was more shocked than her was Jiang Yudong, whom she had just pushed away. Jiang Yudong has been like this since he walked out of the bedroom and saw Louis Fei, until now. They all had a stunned expression. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it is just my hallucination. Louis Fei is his second aunt. His second aunt is Louis Fei. Ever since his second uncle started to get sick and said, "Her girlfriend is Louis Fei," he didn't believe it for a single second. After all, that's Louis Fei. Although my second uncle is also very good, that person is none other than Fairy Sister. Is he a good match for his second uncle? You slapped me. He turned and whispered to Guan Mini. If it was an illusion, then I should feel pain. Although Guan Mini looked at him with contempt, she would not miss this opportunity. She raised her hand neatly, and turned 180 degrees towards the soft flesh on his waist. Equals? That's enough. It hurts so much. It seems that everything in front of me is real. It is difficult for Jiang Yudong to describe his feelings at the moment. I don't know whether I should be happy for my second uncle or worried about Louis Fei. But soon, the 4 people at the door moved inside. They lived in a suite with a living room and a bedroom. Lin Xiao invited Louis Fei to sit in the living room. Jiang Lan then introduced her to the 2 people standing there like sticks. This is my nephew, Jiang Yudong. This is my neighbor's granddaughter, Guan Mini. Although we are about the same age, they are all my juniors. He particularly emphasized the word junior generation. Louis Fei heard clearly what the meaning was. Louis Fei glanced at him unhappily, and Jiang Lan received the message. Then he put his arm around her and introduced her to the wooden stake duo. Yudong, Mini, this is Louis Fei. She's my girlfriend, your second aunt. Jiang Yudong looked at his second uncle's indifferent expression and really wanted to go up and kick him. But there was nothing he could do, because the person he was holding in his arms was Louis Fei. Who made them say it from the beginning? It was they who just refused to believe it. Jiang Yudong's mind is now a mess. What a sin! All of this is actually true. Louis Fei smiled and walked towards the two younger generations and extended her hand generously. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Louis Fei. You can call me Cici, or Ifei, or whatever you want. Jiang Yudong was stunned. The goddess was right in front of him, but he didn't dare to stare at her. He looked at his feet helplessly. He was still wearing the hotel's disposable slippers and mechanically reached out his hand. Hello, Sister Louis Fei. If I had known it was Louis Fei, I would at least have dressed more formally. Jiang Lan sneered and corrected him. What sister? She's your second aunt. We're of different generations. Jiang Yudong mustered up the courage to fight back. You two aren't married yet, so I don't have to call you second aunt right now. The difference between his second aunt and his sister is the last bit of stubbornness in his heart. Louis Fei looked at Jiang Lan, her rebellious nephew, and felt like laughing. Jiang Lan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just said it's a matter of time and was about to take her back to the sofa. These two silly boys and girls, if you don't want to come and sit, just forget it. If you want to, just stay there. He and Sisai wouldn't be like that. Jiang Lan exerted force with his wrist, trying to pull Louis Fei away. Unexpectedly, she shook his hand back vigorously, then turned slightly on her toes and faced Guan Mini. Hello Mini, I've heard Jiang Lan talk about you before. The three of you grew up together and must have many fond memories. Now that I'm back home, we should get together more often. There was no other meaning behind Louis Fei's words. I just heard from Jiang Lan that his nephew and the girl from the Guan family had just returned from studying abroad this year. But when Guan Mini heard it, it had a lot more meaning. Is this a demonstration to myself? Is this to say that she doesn't care about Jiang Lan contacting her at all? Am I not a threat to her? For a moment, Guan Mini's fighting spirit was revived. Okay, Sister Sisai. Can I call you Sister Sisai? We are about the same age. Besides, as Yudong just said, whether second uncle will be lucky enough to marry you depends on his performance. She smiled, and her baby face looked particularly childish. It seems to be saying that if Jiang Lan doesn't work hard, he may not be able to marry Louis Fei. Certainly. Of course not. Second aunt is second aunt, and the generations cannot be messed up. Louis Fei originally wanted to say of course. But Jiang Lan intercepted it. The smile on his face faded, and his deep eyes became a little cold. He glanced at Guan Mini indifferently, his thin lips slightly pursed, his expression unremarkable. But he was completely different from the gentle guy just now. Guan Mini was stunned for a moment. She hadn't seen Jiang Lan like this for a long time. While I was stunned, I felt a little sad. Obviously, he wasn't like this before. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Jiang Yudong tried to smooth things over. I know. Stingy uncle, afraid that someone else will snatch away aunt. But, second aunt, hey, can you please sign an autograph for me? After all, she is my childhood goddess. Although my favorite goddess now is Yang Mi, but no matter what, Louis Fei is still the first-generation goddess. The status will never be shaken. Louis Fei smiled and said yes, and then Lin Xiao asked them to sit down and chat. It was only after she saw Louis Fei that she slowly remembered it. This girl seems to have acted in many TV series before. But I haven't seen her recently. Although she was a little curious, Mini and Yudong were there after all, so Lin Xiao finally didn't ask about these things. Jiang Jingjun doesn't watch TV, but he just heard his son say that he is an actor. He doesn't care about his daughter-in-law's occupation. As long as the old man and his family is willing to find a partner and get married, he will be very happy. Jiang Yudong tried to signal Guan Mini to leave with his eyes many times, but she pretended not to see. This was the first time his second uncle brought people back, and it was inappropriate for outsiders to be present all the time. He also thought Guan Mini was also a fan of Louis Fei. Forget it. After all, it's rare for fans to see their idols, so if they want to stay, then let them stay. My second uncle didn't say anything. Guan Mini was aware of Jiang Yudong and Jiang Lan's gazes, but she just didn't want to leave like that. Anyway, it's just a meeting, it doesn't mean anything. Later, Jiang Lan spoke again. Minnie, go back. Uncle Guan must be worried. Only then did she reluctantly stand up and say goodbye. Chapter 84 Meeting Gift. After Guan Minnie left, Lin Xiao took out the gift she had prepared for Louis Fei. It is indeed like Jiang Lan said, as they are a family together, it is not appropriate for Minnie to be here. Cici, although this is the first time I meet you, I like you very much. This time when my aunt came to the capital, this brat didn't tell us that he wanted to see you, otherwise I would have prepared more things. Take this bracelet, it's a gift from your aunt. If you have the chance in the future, come to Linen and come to my house. Auntie will make you something delicious. As she spoke, Lin Xiao took off the emerald green bracelet on her wrist and stuffed it into Louis Fei's hand. Louis Fei has seen a lot of jade since she was a child. Just one look at the quality of this one tells her that it will definitely not be cheap. And it was taken directly from Lin Xiao's wrist. She tried to refuse, but she couldn't change the old lady who had made up her mind. In addition, Jiang Lan was persuading him. In the end, she accepted the gift. Jiang Jingjun was even more direct. He took out a bank card from somewhere and handed it to Louis Fei. If this brat dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I promise to teach him a lesson. Jiang Yudong also echoed enthusiastically. Well, Auntie, just speak up, don't be shy. If you are embarrassed to tell Grandpa, tell me. I'll pass it on to them for you. How about this, let's add each other on Feishan, it will be convenient for you. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Lan pushed him. You're everywhere, go away. Louis Fei lowered her head, covered her mouth and smiled. So that was the purpose. But in the end, Jiang Yudong's evil plan succeeded. He successfully added the goddess to her Feishan account. Ha ha ha, how can it not be considered a success if you chase after him to this extent? When the clock was about to hit 9, Jiang Lan stood up and interrupted Lin Xiao, who was still exposing her childhood scandals. It's getting late, Mom, let's talk about those things later. Cici still has to work tomorrow, and you should go to bed early. I'll take her home first. Lin Xiao looked at the time and it was indeed late. I had no choice but to let them leave reluctantly. On the way, he kept reminding Jiang Lan to be nicer to Cici. If he dares to lose such a beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law, he will never be able to go home again. Jiang Lan agreed to all the requests, and then everyone said goodbye. He and Louis Fei got into the nanny car together. This time, the Jiang family personally sent them downstairs. Jiang Yudong watched them walk away, then asked Lin Xiao. Grandma, didn't you say that you would pass your bracelet on to your granddaughter-in-law? His mother didn't even have one, yet his grandmother gave it to her future second aunt, whom she had only met once. Lin Xiao gently patted his grandson on the back. Don't talk too much. I'm saving it for your granddaughter-in-law. This girl looks like a fairy, so beautiful. Old Jiang, where did you get that bank card? Jiang Jingjun walked upstairs with his hands behind his back. It's been in the suitcase and I forgot to take it. He would never say that he prepared it specially for him because he was worried that the brat Jiang Lan would starve to death in the imperial capital. In the nanny car. It seems like your parents are very nice people. They seem to like me very much, right? Louis Fei sat in the car, breathed a long sigh of relief, leaned on Jiang Lan's shoulder, and thought about what had just happened. Your nephew looks very innocent. Jiang Lan didn't think much about it and took over her words. Yes, I definitely like you. Jiang Yudong, you want to say clear stupidity. Having accomplished a great thing, he felt relieved. Jiang Lan is a person with a strong sense of family. Although his family cannot change what he has decided, he still hopes from the bottom of his heart that they can support him. Hey, that girl, she has a baby face and is quite cute. Don't you like that type? Louis Fei raised her head and looked at him with cunning eyes. Jiang Lan didn't even need to see her expression. When she mentioned Guan Minnie, he could tell with his toes that she was going to cause trouble again. He was too lazy to pay attention to her deliberately digging questions. He then picked up his phone and opened Feishan. Li Hong replied. Thank you. I'm a little confused here. I feel like there's a paragraph that doesn't capture the feeling I want to express. Jiang Lan thought about it and was about to reply when Louis Fei came over. Who is it? Who is it? You don't even answer my question. He took the opportunity to show her his cell phone and told her that Li Hong had bought the song Wanjiang. Louis Fei was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Li Hong? The veteran singer famous for singing military songs? he actually bought your song too. In her memory, she still remembered that Jiang Lan had sold the song to Xue Jiqian. What is Wan Jiang? Is it your new song? It sounds familiar to me. Jiang Lan reached out and knocked her on the head. Xiao Xiao performed the song at school. I remember Auntie recorded the whole thing. You didn't watch it, right? Louis Fei then remembered. She was a bit busy at that time and indeed forgot to read it. She found it hard to believe that Baby Xiao Xiao's winning song, a children's song, could be bought by a famous singer. I took out my cell phone and watched the video of Xiao Xiao singing that my mother sent me in the car. A few minutes later, Louis Fei shook her head and closed her phone. You let Xiao Xiao sing such a song in kindergarten? You're using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, bro. Although their little Xiao Xiao sang very well, it can be seen from the lyrics and composition that the positive energy conveyed by this song is really incomparable to ordinary songs. It sounds nice, comfortable, and memorable. How much did you sell this song for? If it's too low, it won't be enough for her. She is a singer after all. When Jiang Lan gets good things, he never thinks about himself. Louis Fei felt a little unhappy. Jiang Lan, have you forgotten that I'm also a singer? So why sell it to others? Jiang Lan. This topic is not as easy to answer as Guan Nini's just now. He scratched his hair awkwardly. Of course I didn't forget. It's because I didn't forget that I didn't think about it. Of course, this cannot be said. No matter how low your EQ is, you know that you need to coax your girlfriend. 500,000, with future dividends calculated separately. Aren't you filming a movie right now? If you combine that with singing, I'm worried you'll be too exhausted. But if you want to release a record, I can write it just for you. Even Xue Jiqian can't sing this song, so you can forget about it. Louis Fei was a little uncomfortable at first, but when she heard Jiang Lan say 500,000, she no longer had the same thoughts as before. So much. From what I understand, brother Li Hong, this is a huge investment. They are all in the circle, so she knows something about them. Li Hong's identity is sensitive and she usually doesn't get involved in business at all. Since he can spend so much money to buy this song, it seems that he really likes it. Unlike her, her favorite thing is still acting. When it comes to singing, it's more of a hobby. Chapter 85. If I don't go to hell, who will? Jiang Lan said lightly. This is not to mention the one from Tianqi, who offered a higher bid. Louis Fei hurriedly urged Jiang Lan to reply. Then you have to help brother Li Hong sing this song well. After all, you are the creator, and some of your ideas may inspire him. Jiang Lan is quick to accept advice. That was what he had intended. Make some time to meet up with Li Hong tomorrow. After he replied to the message, Louis Fei told him a lot of interesting things about the crew. Before they knew it, they had returned to Louis Fei's residence. Xiao Xiao and Lu Xioli are not here tonight, so Jiang Lan naturally has no plans to go back. But there was no change of clothes for him. Jiang Lan took a shower, wrapped a bath towel around his lower body, and came out shirtless. Hey, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Louis Fei covered her eyes and screamed in an exaggerated manner, but in fact she was admiring Jiang Lan's figure through her fingers. He has a great body, with firm chest muscles, smooth muscle lines, and perfect body proportions. It looks very healthy and very nice to touch. The slightly wet hair was scattered messily on the forehead, revealing a sense of unrestrained and unruly. It's strange to say, all the male actors who act with Louis Fei are handsome. There are even some superstar-level movie stars. If those people say they are handsome, they are really handsome. But so far, the only person who can make her heart beat like a deer is Jiang Lan. Although he is 2 years younger than me, he doesn't look childish at all. Instead, he exudes the feeling of a mature man. I still remember the first time we met, he was still a refreshing boy. Now a few years have passed and I have grown a lot. But she likes it. Louis Fei's eyes unconsciously glanced at him. The water droplets on his hair flowed down his slightly dark skin, giving off a faint sense of temptation. In the brightly lit villa, she suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Jiang Lan looked at Louis Fei, who was openly looking at him in front of him, and felt mischievous. Pretend to untie the bathrobe. Louis Fei is a girl after all, and she is thin-skinned, so she pretends to hide. Although they had had intimate contact yesterday, she was still a little embarrassed to see his whole body under such bright lights. The two were playing like this when suddenly her cell phone rang. It's Mom. She gestured for Jiang Lan to be quiet, then answered the phone. Mom. The little guy's slightly crying voice came from the microphone. Jianglan couldn't help but feel his heart ached and almost rushed to the screen. Fortunately, Louis Fei was quick enough to move her body and avoided being exposed. What's wrong? Why is our little Xiao Xiao pouting? Lu Xiuli's face then appeared, and she helplessly talked about what happened today. Because they are leaving tomorrow, Xiao Xiao is reluctant to leave the puppy at her great-aunt's house and really wants to take it with her. Lu Xiaoli didn't allow it, so she started crying and making a fuss to find her mother. Jianglan and Louis Fei couldn't help but laugh and cry when they heard the little girl on the other end of the phone using all the good words she had learned to describe how great Xiao Bai was. There is no child who doesn't like animals. But Louis Fei was too busy, and her grandmother was too busy to take care of her alone, so they could no longer keep small animals. Jianglan quickly typed on his phone and showed it to Louis Fei. Tell her that she can raise him, and that daddy will take care of him when he comes back. Louis Fei was very upset. Is this how you spoil your child? Give him whatever he wants. But I'd better coax him first. She explained a lot of reasons, such as Xiaobai had to accompany his great-aunt, animals couldn't take planes, Xiaobai had his own friends over there, etc., and finally she coaxed the little guy into silence. After taking care of Xiao Xiao, Louis Fei asked her mother about their schedule for tomorrow. Lu Xiuli said there was no need to arrange for anyone to pick them up, they could go back by themselves. The two then hung up the phone. Louis Fei severely criticized Jianglan for spoiling the child without any bottom line. Jianglan, I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time. You can't spoil your child like this. Give whatever you want, and give nothing you don't want. Although the family is not short of money, she is more worried about raising Xiao Xiao to be spoiled. Jianglan disagreed. My child, you will have whatever you want. Besides, Xiao Xiao is so cute, her big watery eyes looking at me, it's hard for me to refuse. Hey, he was innocent. Louis Fei looked at Jianglan in front of her in surprise. What mature masculinity! As soon as Xiao Xiao was mentioned, all the principles were gone. This guy. She put her hands on her hips and showed the same demeanor she had when Xiao Xiao made a mistake. Come here, you're not doing this right. Big watery eyes, what big eyes? If you say so, when I look at you like this, will you agree to everything? She tried to maintain her seriousness and stared at Jianglan with wide eyes, trying to make him feel his authority. However, there was no majesty in Jianglan's eyes, only her cuteness and adorableness while pretending to be serious. How come he didn't know that Louis Fei was also a funny girl? He looks so serious and solemn, which is so endearing. Jianglan first let out a light laugh from his throat. Then Lang couldn't help laughing out loud. Just like the photo of him and Xiao Xiao at the amusement park that Louis Fei saw at his home, he didn't have the usual reserved smile, but even his eyes and eyebrows revealed his happiness. Jianglan walked towards Louis Fei step by step. Yeah, if you look at me like that, I'll agree to anything. He has never said sweet words, and I don't know why, but today he just said these words so casually. But in Jianglan's heart, this was not a lie to coax her, but the truth. As long as he can do it, he will give Louis Fei whatever she wants. He is very traditional. Once he decides on someone, he will try his best to be good to her. Louis Fei tried hard to maintain her expression, but she really couldn't bear it. Oh. What she couldn't stand the most was Jianglan's casual and serious love words. She didn't know why, but she believed him unconditionally. It's over. It seems that she has already fallen into the quagmire of love and cannot extricate herself. However, she seemed to enjoy it. She stopped pretending and opened her arms towards him with a bright smile. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows seemed to sparkle. It is true that she is so charming with just one smile. Jianglan's heart moved. How could a woman be so beautiful? It really invites people to make mistakes. The light shone down from above her head, and her eyes were full of light. Her skin is as white as snow and her facial features are delicate and attractive. Such a beautiful girl, I wonder how many men will be heartbroken by her. If I don't go to hell, who will? I must take her in. The two spent another pleasant evening. Jianglan was much gentler this time. But Louis Fei was still a little dazed. She looked at Jianglan's sharp facial lines and straight nose, and her mind was full of thoughts. Next time, I'll go to the gym myself. Chapter 86: A Surprising Decision. The next morning, Jianglan woke up refreshed. I prepared breakfast for Cici, and then prepared to go find Li Hong first, and then go to meet up with my parents. Li Hong's song release is imminent, so she needs to do a good job in after-sales service. As for my parents, they will play for one more day and then go back to their hometown in the evening. John Lon has to accompany me today no matter what. If you don't want to go to any attractions that are too far or too tiring, just stroll around the city. I lost contact with you for most of yesterday. It would be unacceptable if I didn't accompany you today. Besides, Xiao Xiao will be back in the evening. He also has to prepare to welcome his little princess. As for raising a dog, he has a lot of space there anyway, so if Xiao Xiao still insists on having one, he can just raise one there. John Lon was thinking while frying eggs. It's better not to tell your parents about Xiao Xiao's matter for now. After all, Lu Xiuli's attitude is still unclear. If Lin Xiao knew about Xiao Xiao, she would definitely want to stay in the imperial capital to take care of the little guy. In this way, the space between him and Sisai will be compressed again. Let's wait a while. Wait until Aunt Lu accepts me. Today is destined to be a busy and fulfilling day. After Jian Lan used his own method to wake up Louis Fei, he prepared to go out. First, go to a professional recording studio to find Li Hong. Since the song Wan Jian was purchased entirely by Li Hong at his own expense, the entire single release process was also handled by him personally. Li Hong is a meticulous person when it comes to work. In addition, I like this song very much, so I strive to make every detail perfect. This led to Jian Lan and him meeting. As soon as Li Hong saw Jian Lan, she was stunned by her beauty. Comrade Chaiyang, you are so young and handsome, why don't you consider making your own debut? He walked around Jian Lan, looking him up and down. With this height and temperament, isn't this a perfect star? Even if he is just a small online singer, he will definitely earn more than selling songs based on his own creative talent. Jian Lan smiled and shook his head. I'm not interested in debuting. Li Hong understood and just thought he was some rich second generation who didn't want to show up in the entertainment industry. It's like this, I've always had some doubts about how this section was handled. I always feel that my singing style is a little weird, can you help me take a look? Since the two met, they took the time to talk about business. Jian Lan listened to Li Hong singing and had some understanding of what he wanted to express. But it always gives people a feeling of overdoing it. Brotherly, I think this section can be sung like this. And for the first section, we can keep the children's version. I think there's nothing wrong with the rest of the singing, what do you think? Jian Lan pointed out the problem right away after listening to it once. Li Hong's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of combining the two? He walked into the recording studio, quickly adjusted his state, and tried recording several times. The effect is indeed much better than at the beginning. This time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Jian Lan was not only filled with amazement, but also with appreciation. Young people, you have a bright future. Jian Lan simply combined the singing style of that famous singer in his previous life and gave it to Li Hong. Since Li Hong can accept it and thinks it is good, then he has completed his mission. Li Hong's songs will be recorded in the next 2 days and will probably be released on the first day after the holiday. This is all Jian Lan can do to help him. As an old singer, Li Hong can handle the rest on her own. After dealing with this matter, Jian Lan rushed to the National Museum without stopping. As expected, I met Jiang Yudong and Guan Mini at the door. Since childhood, these two people have never been interested in these things with history and age. So I didn't go in with the tour guide. Jian Lan accompanied them and stood guard at the door. Jiang Yudong still finds it hard to accept that he met Louis Fei yesterday and that Louis Fei is his second uncle's girlfriend. I kept asking Jian Lan how he did it. Second uncle, you have no house, no car, no job in the capital, and all you have is a handsome face. How did you manage to win over the goddess? Forgive him for being so curious. Because what happened yesterday had a huge impact on him. Guan Mini curled her lips and didn't want to interrupt. She actually wanted to say that Jian Lan had many good qualities, otherwise she wouldn't have liked him since she was a child. But she wouldn't say it. Boost others' ambitions. Jian Lan was in a good mood. Looking at this naive nephew and thinking about his long journey to pursue his wife, he couldn't help but want to reveal something to him. Actually, it's very simple. He glanced at Guan Mini, took his nephew in his arms, lowered his voice, and whispered. It's better not to talk about martial ethics. Then, he poured all the methods of pursuing girls that he had heard into his nephew's mind. The core is 3 words. Shameless. Jiang Yudong equals? Really? Uncle, I'm young, don't lie to me. Jian Lan looked very profound. If you want to pursue Minnie, this is the only way for you. Be bold, careful, and shameless. You can't learn your second uncle's way. Just as Jiang Yudong was seriously thinking about the advice given by Jiang Lan, he suddenly realized it. His face flushed crimson, he suddenly stood up and took a big step back. Who said I want to pursue her? After saying that, he glanced towards Guan Mini, trying to hide his true intentions. Oops, was he that obvious? Even my second uncle noticed it. Jiang Lan was too lazy to expose him, and just patted his shoulder with the look of a veteran. Each monkey has a different way of tying it up. You can figure it out yourself. Afterwards, the group visited the nearby attractions. It's almost the end of the holidays, so there are fewer tourists in many places. But even so, the popularity of the imperial capital's attractions cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, he found a tour guide who was familiar with the road conditions in advance, and the group completed their tour of the imperial capital without much trouble. The business car took them to the hotel entrance, ending the day's trip. After a short rest, Jiang Lan was about to send them to the airport. On the way, Guan Mini suddenly said something shocking. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm not leaving. I plan to stay in the capital and work. Everyone looked surprised. Especially Guan Bo. My granddaughter has been away from home for 5 or 6 years. If she just returned and didn't even go home, she would have to stay in another place. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Lan. Could it be because of the influence of this kid? Jiang Lan was originally messaging Louis Fei, and was also surprised when he heard Guan Mini's words. Stay? What are you doing? Working in Beijing? But the most surprised person was Jiang Yudong. Because that's exactly what he meant. Ha ha ha, now it's okay. If Guan Mini also wants to stay in the imperial capital, then they are just close to each other. This little girl is alone in the imperial capital and is unfamiliar with the place. If anything happens in the future, you will have to ask for help from yourself. This is the case where the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. Just like my second uncle said, when pursuing a girl, you always have to humble yourself. He would just endure it and make some sacrifices, just to let her be. Chapter 87 Encounter. However, their wild imaginations were ultimately ruthlessly suppressed by their parents. Not to mention that they acted on whim, they didn't even have time to refund their plane tickets. Of course, they are also responsible for sending grandparents back home. However, seeing Guan Mini's determination and Jiang Yudong's eagerness to try, Jiang Lan sighed deeply in his heart. In the days ahead, I'm afraid there will really be 2 more annoying people who can't be driven away. Airport VIP room. Jiang Lan specially purchased the VIP airport transfer service so that he could enter the waiting room with his parents. As they were about to part, unlike the worry when she came, Lin Xiao was particularly happy now. She has always been worried about her youngest son at home, who might not have enough food or a good life in the capital. Now that he has such a beautiful partner, I guess he will start to work hard to improve himself. Besides, it is always better to have someone accompany him than to be alone. She smiled happily and pulled Jiang Lan, telling him to be nice to the girl. She also told some interesting stories about when Jiang Jingjun pursued her, which made Jiang Jingjun feel a little embarrassed. You are an old married couple, why are you talking about this? Jiang Lan, however, loved listening to it. Who would have thought that this dad, who has a square face and looks tough, didn't even dare to hold a girl's hand when he was young? Son, you young people of this generation are more open-minded, so I won't say anything. But we are a respectable family, and you have to be responsible for the girl. If something unexpected really happens, marry her back quickly. Mom is still young and can take care of your children. It would be best to have a little girl. Look at our family, there hasn't been a sweet and soft girl in generations. You should fight for the Jiang family's reputation. My mother talked a lot, but it all boiled down to one sentence. Strike when the time is right. Jiang Lan didn't expect Lin Xiao to say this. I have to say, Mom, you are very foresight. When the time is right, let Xiao Xiao appear, and he will surely win the hearts of the 2 elders without any effort. On the other side, He Chiu was earnestly persuading his granddaughter. Mini, you're finally back. Why did you come all the way to the capital? Shanghai is closer to home, and your aunt also opened a company there. Staying closer to home will make your grandparents and parents feel more at ease. She really couldn't understand what was so good about the imperial capital. Where is linen with good air quality? Being so far away from home, my little granddaughter was wronged and had to fly back and forth to get home. Guan Zhangmo sat aside, somewhat angrily. In the past, Xiao Min was the closest to me. Now that I've grown up, I want to stay away from my grandfather. As rebellious as the second kid from the Jiang family. Guan Mini knows best how to control the two elders. Anyway, I will definitely come to the imperial capital. But you definitely have to go home and stay for a while before you can come out. When the time comes, I will coax them into pouting. But now, it's not good to let my grandparents worry about me. She used her own way of acting coquettishly, and in a short while, she made her grandmother happy. Grandpa's face didn't look so grim anymore. Guan Mini breathed a sigh of relief. When it came to coaxing people, she was second to none and no one dared to claim to be first. No matter who comes, it won't work. John Lon checked the time on his phone and saw that it was almost time for them to board the plane. Although Yudong is sometimes not very serious, he is old enough to know that he must take good care of his grandparents. He has nothing to worry about. At this moment, a man wearing sunglasses not far away called out his name. Jiang Lan? He turned around and found that the person who had just walked into the VIP room was walking straight towards him. The nephew beside him looked at him suspiciously at first, then trembled his fingers. You are, Shui Jiqian. I accidentally made a loud noise, attracting the attention of people around me. He quickly covered his mouth to prevent the scream from escaping. What is going on? What is going on? Are my eyes blurry again? After meeting Louis Fei last time, I met Shui Jiqian again this time. Are there celebrities everywhere in the capital? It was so easy for him to meet another one. Shui Jiqian, alas, he was still playing his song, the only one on repeat, just a few days ago. Shui's love song. He sang it so well that he wanted to kneel down to Shui Jiqian. Zhang Yudong watched Shui Jiqian walk over to them, then hugged his second uncle. Oh my god, when did his second uncle get to know Shui Jiqian? Jiang Lan also hugged back. Brother Shui, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. But it's normal when you think about it, after all, celebrities are all frequent flyers. Shui Jiqian was also surprised. This time he flew to Hong Kong to receive the award. The nominated songs are The Only One and Ugly, written by Jiang Lan. As far as he knows, there is no one who can fight during the same period. It is basically a done deal for him to win the award. When Shui Jiqian learned about this, he was so happy. After all, he hasn't won a mainstream music award for a long time. Not to mention winning awards, even nominations are few and far between. This time, not only did he have 2 songs nominated for the top 10 Golden Melody Awards, but his album of the same name, Ugly, was also nominated for the Best Album Award. If it weren't for Jiang Lan, it would probably take me a longer time to get back into the audience's sight through music. How could he not be excited when he saw Jiang Lan at the airport? Jiang Lan introduced Shui Jiqian to his family and also introduced them to Shui Jiqian. After all, they are all elders, and Shui Jiqian is not arrogant at all. Although Lin Xiao and the others didn't know Shui Jiqian, they probably understood what Zhang Yudong was thinking since he looked so excited. What kind of idol star is this? After greeting, Shui Jiqian took Jiang Lan to find a place to sit down and told him that his song would win an award. Jiang Lan, this time it's really all thanks to you. Without those 2 songs you wrote, I wouldn't have won the award so quickly. Are you sure you can win the award? That would be great. It's mainly because you sing well, Shui Ge, and you have a large fan base. Jiang Lan started the business boasting mode. Zhang Yudong, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, became more and more confused the more he listened. What does songs written by Jiang Lan mean? I've never heard of his second uncle writing any songs since he graduated from the music conservatory. And it was given to Shui Jiqian, the most popular male singer recently. I heard that you rejected Zhang Tianqi for the song Wanjiang? Did he offer too little? Shui Jiqian quickly explained that his number was not leaked by him and Sun Xin, but he still felt sorry for it. Jiang Lan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Yes, I think Zhang Tianqi is not suitable for this song. He offered me a lot of money, saying he could give me 2 million. But in the end I still gave it to Li Hongge. Although the bid was not high, he was suitable. They didn't avoid Zhang Yudong when they talked. So he heard it clearly. Zhang Tianqi, 2 million, Li Hong, bid. Sigma? Could it be that things are not what he thought? What is his second uncle's current status? Chapter 88 Airport Pickup. Shui Jiqian's flight was the same as Jiang Lan's parents'. Not long after sitting, they boarded the plane together. As luck would have it, Zhang Yudong actually sat next to Shui Jiqian. Since everyone had greeted each other in the waiting room before, Zhang Yudong was very familiar and approached them. As a result, he learned a lot about his second uncle's glorious military achievements. How can you just write a song and sell it for dozens of W? What is the hottest songwriter in the industry? What else is there that can harvest hit songs? After hearing this, Zhang Yudong was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Second uncle, you're awesome. A double harvest in career and love. The imperial capital is a prosperous place. He wants to stay too. Thinking of this, Zhang Yudong patted Guan Mini in front of him. Hey, is what you said before true? Staying in the imperial capital? Ever since she got on the plane, Guan Mini has been wearing headphones and sunglasses, looking like she doesn't want anyone to approach her. She didn't want to answer the annoying guy in the back row who was talking to her, but if she didn't reply, he would probably keep pestering her. So he said as a response. Now Zhang Yudong became more determined to come to the imperial capital. After all, his second uncle was here. And the method that my uncle mentioned before. He looked thoughtfully at the half-head that was exposed from the seat in front of him. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? At the airport, Zhang Lan continued to wait in the waiting room. Before he left, he asked Louis Fei for Xiao Xiao and Lu Xiuli's itinerary. It was about the same time as when he was seeing me off at the airport. Just stay here and wait for the airport pickup. Although Lu Xiuli doesn't like me very much, I have now become a regular employee and I still have to do my job well. Especially since he hadn't seen the little guy for a long time, he missed him very much. By the way, Xiao Xiao said before that he wanted to have a puppy? First go to the toy store at the airport to see if there is anything she wants. Zhang Lan walked into a plush toy store and picked up a flat-length puppy. White fur and brown ears. It should be able to serve as a substitute for Xiao Bai, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Lan prepared to pay the bill. Then, as if he thought of something, he went back and took out a cat doll. Just these two little things cost me $500. Zhang Lan was shocked. The money was so extravagant. It seems that I need to think seriously about ways to make money. After all, he is now a family man. Little fat friend Xiao Xiao has been having a very happy time in recent days. I met my great aunt and my uncle. They all liked me very much and praised me for being cute. My uncle also took me around to play. She saw the Yangtze River and took a ride on a big ship. Her uncle would lift her up high. If it had happened before, she would have been very happy. But now, every time she is lifted up by her uncle, she misses her father very much. During that time, I used my mother's phone to video chat with my father, but after my mother passed away, my father was no longer on my grandmother's phone, so we couldn't video chat anymore. However, although she missed her father very much, she still wanted to stay at her great aunt's house. No need to go to school, there are Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang to play with. Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang are very obedient. They will play doctor and patient with me. Even if I braid their hair, they will behave well and won't run away. I sleep at her feet at night and she licks me awake in the morning. However, she secretly overheard the conversation between her great aunt and uncle, in which she said that raising a child is too tiring. She didn't quite understand what it meant. But it's definitely a good thing. Otherwise, my uncle wouldn't send Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang to me every day so that they can play together. The days off are really happy. It would be even better if Grandma would agree to let me take Xiao Bai away. Unfortunately, her mother did not support her, so she had to say goodbye to Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang in tears. For some reason, when she got on the car to the airport, she saw Xiao Bai and Xiao Wang jumping around through the car window. He seems very happy and excited. I must have seen it wrong. They must be as sad as I am. Since arriving at the imperial capital airport, Grandma has been holding Xiao Xiao's hand. Lu Xiaoli was afraid that if she wasn't careful, her child would be separated from the crowd. After the holidays, there are too many people returning home, which is also a high incidence period for dangerous accidents. I must keep an eye on Xiao Xiao and not let her sweetheart get hurt. However, there are too many people returning, and it takes such a long time to queue up for a taxi. Lu Xioli felt a little regretful that she had not asked Cici to arrange a car to pick her up. But if we contact him now, it might be too late. She sighed and had to check all the options on the page, hoping to get a taxi quickly. Auntie, Xiao Xiao. Lu Xioli seemed to hear someone calling Xiao Xiao's name. And the voice is very familiar. She raised her head and looked around. Daddy. Xiao Xiao shouted excitedly, and with an effort, he broke free from Lu Xiaoli's hands and ran forward. Lu Xiaoli chased for 2 steps before she could see the person in front of her clearly. Isn't it that kid Jianlan? He knelt down on one knee, opened his arms. He caught Xiao Xiao steadily. Then he stood up and spun her around a few times. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Xiao's clear laughter echoed in my ears. Jianlan was unconsciously infected and his smile gradually widened. My baby Xiao, I miss your father so much. After the excitement of the two of them died down, Jianlan held Xiao Xiao, took the children's suitcase beside Lu Xiaoli, and walked towards the exit. Auntie, I've already called a car. I'll take you back first. Xiao Xiao hugged his father's neck, straightened his body, blinked his big eyes, and looked at Lu Xiaoli. Grandma, Dad is here to pick us up. Lu Xiaoli replied with a smile. Yes, Dad is here to pick you up. Fortunately, he is reliable and knew to pick me up at the airport today. Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Jianlan in her heart. Then, while they are not paying attention, cancel the carpooling order on the page. Just kidding, she has never taken a ride-sharing order in her life. Not to mention letting Xiao Xiao come along. After everyone got on the bus, Jianlan produced a stuffed toy from nowhere. Xiao Xiao, Xiaobai didn't come back with you. Can I use this as a replacement? As he spoke, he shook the little white dog in his hand. He still remembered what Cici said. Without her order, he was really a little hesitant to give her a real dog. Xiao Xiao saw the little white dog in Jianglan's hand, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed wow and rushed over to pick it up. So cute, Xiao Xiao likes it. But, Daddy, it's just a stuffed toy. Xiaobai is a real dog and cannot be replaced. Seeing the little guy explaining to him seriously, Jianglan couldn't help but smile and nod. After all, he went to kindergarten, so he won't be fooled easily now. Chapter 89. This is yours. Jianlan sent the person to Lu Yifei's community and planned to leave. After all, this is also Lu Xiaoli's residence. Without her permission, I couldn't go up and sit there. But Xiao Xiao kept talking about wanting to eat the cola chicken wings he made. Jianlan wanted to coax her and ask her to come to his place tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoli spoke at this time. If you're not busy, come up and sit down. I can go to the supermarket to buy groceries, and you can stay with Xiao Xiao. Thinking that the father and daughter hadn't seen each other for a long time, she didn't want to be a bad person. Let Jianlan play with Xiao Xiao. I'm a little tired after taking care of the child for so many days. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao is a well-behaved girl. If she were a boy, she would have to age several years. Jianlan seized the opportunity and quickly said that he could take Xiao Xiao to the supermarket and let her go upstairs to rest. Xiao Xiao also nodded excitedly. Why go home? She hasn't had enough fun yet. Lu Xiaoli glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was skipping away, and couldn't help but sigh. The energy of children is a real mystery. Lu Yifei had just finished work when she saw several Feishan messages. My parents have already sent it to the airport, don't worry. I've picked up Auntie in Xiao Xiao. The little guy is full of energy, don't worry. Cici, what does your mother like to eat? She invited me to have dinner with her. What time will you be back? Do you want to have dinner together? Cici, Xiao Xiao really likes a doll, so I bought it for her. They were all sent by Jianlan. She looked at them one by one, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This guy has strong execution ability. I just told him yesterday that boyfriends should report their itineraries in a timely manner. You can do it today. Not bad. It seems that I will have to make requests more often in the future. She checked the time and called back. Mom, I'm back. Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Xiao Xiao wants to hug you and kiss you. Listening to the sweet words of the little guy on the other end of the phone, Lu Yifei's eyes were bright and her smile flickered. After chatting with Xiao Xiao for a few minutes, the person on the other end of the phone changed after a while. Jianlan's deep voice came from the microphone. Sissy. Just by calling her name, Lu Yifei couldn't help but want to act coquettishly. She uttered a soft and her jade-like fingers tapped unconsciously on the table in front of her. Her long black hair is like a piece of shiny satin. Miss him very much. Even though I haven't seen you for just one day. After hearing her answer, Jianlan couldn't help but soften his voice. As the sun sets in the west, gilded clouds float across the sky. His fingertips stroked the edge of the microphone, as if he could feel her warmth there. Come back for dinner? Jiang Lan spoke first. Louis Fei nodded, only to realize that the person on the phone couldn't see her. His face flushed, and he added, Go back and eat. Wait for me. Then there was silence again. Until Xiao Xiao on the other end of the phone, his chattering broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Louis Fei put on headphones and listened to Xiao Xiao talk about what had happened in the past 2 days while waiting for her assistant to pick her up. I don't know who this guy is from. Jiang Lan and her didn't talk much. But Xiao Xiao is a little chatterbox. I only came back 2 days earlier than them, and so many things happened. Soon, Louis Fei arrived home. Just as I knocked on the door, I heard the sound of running feet inside and Xiao Xiao yelling, Mama's back, I'll open the door. Her son Xiao Xiao is really energetic. The little guy is not only energetic, but also very strong. After seeing my mother, I wanted to rush to her just like I rushed to my father at the airport. Flying squirrel hug. Hey, why is mom still there? Xiao Xiao looked around and found that he was being grabbed by his father. Mommy is tired, don't pounce on her. Jiang Lan finished speaking, took 2 steps back with the little girl in his arms, and only put her down after Louis Fei came in. Just hug mommy, gently. After saying that, he looked up at Louis Fei, then turned back to the kitchen. Among these 3 generations, not one person can cook. The housekeeping lady was busy with me in the kitchen. However, Jiang Lan doesn't like others telling him what to do when he's cooking. The kitchen is his world. So the aunt just helped wash the vegetables and left work early. After Jiang Lan left, Xiao Xiao curled her lips and looked at Louis Fei aggrievedly. Mom! The little guy is obviously still in a confused state. I used to hold the flying squirrel in my arms often, why can't I do that now? Louis Fei changed her shoes with a blushing face. Jiang Lan is not made of paper. Can a child's flying leap really knock you down? Really, making a mountain out of a molehill. But she had to admit that the feeling of being cared for was indeed good. After she changed her shoes and clothes, she took Xiao Xiao in her arms. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa and were very affectionate with each other. You know what, after not seeing him for a few days, the little guy seems to have gained a lot of weight. Soon, the rice was ready. This was the first time Jiang Lan sat at the same table with his mother-in-law for dinner. Although he is not afraid, due respect should still be given. However, he had no relevant experience in his previous life, so he didn't know what attitude he should adopt to get along with Lu Xiaoli. Forget it, just treat her as an angel investor of the company. Jiang Lan didn't try to please him deliberately, but his manners and attitude showed that. I am the pig that provides you with juicy cabbages. Lu Xiaoli herself is not someone who puts the powerful down and flatters the weak. It's just because of what happened in the early days that I don't like Jiang Lan. Now so many years have passed and Xiao Xiao has grown up so much. No matter how much resentment there was, most of it had already dissipated. Besides, this kid has been performing well recently. Although he has no great career prospects, at least he takes care of his family. And it seems that Sisai likes it very much. Lu Xiaoli picked up a prawn with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Yes, it is delicious indeed. No wonder Xiao Xiao likes it too. She looked up at her daughter, who was eating unhappily but with a satisfied look on her face, and Xiao Xiao, who was about to bury his face in his rice bowl. If he can always be good to my daughter, then I can accept this guy. Lu Xiaoli sighed silently in her heart. It's pretty nice to have the whole family together. After dinner, Xiao Xiao took out the stuffed dog that Jiang Lan bought for her and showed it to her mother. She also said that her father was stupid and treated her like a real dog. But she wouldn't take it seriously. Louis Fei repeatedly praised Xiao Xiao for his intelligence. I was thinking to myself, he is quite capable. He knows how to divert the little girl's attention immediately to prevent her from coming back and making trouble. At this moment, Jiang Lan came over from the door and sat next to them. Louis Fei glanced at him, and he took out his hand, which had been behind his back, and stretched it in front of her. It's yours. In his hand was a cute pink short-legged pig doll. Chapter 90 Traffic Jam. Louis Fei stood there in a daze, looking at him in confusion. Jiang Lan was holding the pink doll in his hand, which was in stark contrast to the calm and indifferent look on his face. I promised you before, you and Xiao Xiao each have one. After saying that, he ignored her and put it directly on her legs. Louis Fei. When did she ever say she wanted a doll? Wow, Dad is so romantic. Mom is involved too. The little one jumped up and down excitedly as he watched the interaction between his parents. The word romance was taught to me by my uncle a few days ago. It is to be used in this scenario. Louis Fei felt a little shy when her daughter teased her. But she was more curious about what one for each person meant. Did he make a mistake? Looking at the frizzy-haired short-legged pig in his hand, and then looking at the white, scribbled puppy in Xiao Xiao's hand. How should I put it? This toy is very visually impactful. In the evening, Louis Fei sent Jian Lan out and asked him about his intentions. Jian Lan said casually, "Last time when I was there, I only decorated Xiao Xiao's room." "What did you say? Have you forgotten so quickly?" He tilted his head to look at her. Louis Fei has changed into home clothes, a white slim t-shirt and a light green long skirt, and her long hair is casually tied up and piled behind her head. Like a slender green bamboo, tall and beautiful. Jian Lan's heart felt like ripples spreading out. He randomly shifted his gaze and pinched his nose to imitate her tone. "What about mine?" Louis Fei finally reacted. "When I visited Jiang Lan's residence, I accidentally said what was in my heart. But just that once." He actually remembered it. You're so annoying. When did I ever speak in such a clipped tone? I'm going to sue you for defamation." Louis Fei was angry and embarrassed, pouting slightly with a shy smile on her face. She reached out and punched Jian Lan, but after thinking about it, she felt unsatisfied and punched him twice more. Jian Lan just followed her actions and laughed. The two of them were like a young couple who had just fallen in love, childishly chasing each other and playing with each other. After Jian Lan left, Louis Fei went back and happened to run into Lu Xiaoli, who was packing her luggage in the living room. She walked over and helped her mother tidy up. Lu Xiaoli was also an experienced person. Seeing the joy blooming in her daughter's eyes, how could she not know? She must be in love with that boy Jian Lan. Lu Xiaoli saw through it but didn't say it out loud. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing else to remind anyone. It would have been nice if they could have gotten married smoothly before Xiao Xiao was exposed by the paparazzi. Lu Xiaoli knew that one day, if she was not careful or offended someone, Xiao Xiao would be brought up and made a big fuss. Although he would definitely try his best to protect Xiao Xiao and his daughter, perhaps, from another perspective, a normal marriage and losing fans would not ruin his daughter's career. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoli said, "Mom won't say anything about you and Jian Lan. It's okay as long as he treats you well. After all, he is Xiao Xiao's biological father." Louis Fei paused while folding clothes. She didn't expect her mother to mention this. She looked up at her mother, and after a moment, she suddenly threw the clothes in her hand aside. She just lay in her mother's arms, holding her and rocking her like a spoiled child. "Mom!" Lu Xiaoli looked at the clothes she had just packed, which were messed up by her. "Just when I was about to get angry, I saw Cici acting like a little girl, exactly the same as Xiao Xiao when he was acting coquettishly." Her frown relaxed. He raised his hand and gently patted his daughter's shoulder. "You're already so old, and you're still acting like a spoiled brat with your mother. If Xiao Xiao sees this, he will laugh at you. Get up quickly." Having said that, he couldn't bear to let go of his daughter's hand. "I think all mothers in the world are contradictory. I want my children to grow up quickly and become independent, but I also hope they can rely on me for the rest of their lives." The next day, the holiday ended. Everything returned to normal. Of course, this also includes the congested traffic situation in the capital. Looking at the red traffic sign on the navigation, Lu Xiaoli and Louis Fei were both a little anxious. If this goes on, it will be difficult not to be late. On the first day after the holiday, Louis Fei personally sent Xiao Xiao to school and then went to the crew. Having anticipated the possibility of traffic jams, they set out early. But I didn't expect it to be so congested. There was a long line of cars ahead, motionless, and the honking of horns one after another showed the anxiety of everyone on the road. But there is no way to be impatient. If you can't move, you can't move. Louis Fei tilted her head and looked out the window, feeling depressed. The car crawling at a snail's pace is not even as fast as the electric car on the roadside. Xiao Xiao didn't like going to school in the first place, and after playing for a whole holiday, he was already very excited. He wakes up early in the morning with a pout, ignoring everyone and expressing his dissatisfaction. But she also knew that no matter how much she threw a tantrum, her mother would not compromise when it was time to go to school. "Mom, how long will it take before we get to kindergarten?" Her legs were numb from sitting so long. The little guy kicked off his shoes and tried to stand up from his seat. Although Louis Fei felt that this was unsafe, the road was jammed after all and she couldn't move forward at all for half a day. If she wants to move around, let her move around. Xiao Xiao picked up her mother's phone, unlocked it skillfully, and called Jianglan. Daddy, we're stuck in traffic. It's been a while since I've moved. Which way is it? Mom, Dad asked which road we were on. Xiao Xiao acted as a messenger. Louis Fei checked the navigation, eastern section of Nanxiao Road. The little guy imitated Jianglan very well. Then Louis Fei heard the sound of the little guy tapping on the car window, and she shouted, Daddy, here. Louis Fei also turned sideways. What's going on? Why does the man riding an electric bike on the side of the road look so much like Jianglan? Xiao Xiao was shouting from inside the car window, but Jianglan outside naturally couldn't hear her. Fortunately, he recognized Louis Fei's car. They happened to be stuck in the outermost lane, next to which was the non-motorized vehicle lane. He parked the car, took off his helmet, and knocked on the passenger side window. The car window rolled down. Louis Fei secretly lowered her sunglasses a little and looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? Jianglan looked around but didn't see any traffic police. The traffic ahead was so congested that there was no sign of movement. I saw on the news that traffic will be extremely congested today. I was worried you might be stuck in traffic, so I thought I'd come pick you up. The result was exactly what he expected. The little guy jumped and danced excitedly in the car. Dad got out of a small car. What was that? She had never seen it before. At this moment, Louis Fei already had a vague guess in her mind. Could it be that? The electric car is light blue, with a cartoon-style front and Lingna Bell stickers on the side. It's very cute just looking at it. But if it was Jianglanchi? The picture was so beautiful that she dared not look at it. Chapter 91, Stylish Electric Donkey. Jianglan was also a little embarrassed. It's not that he likes it, but he thinks that his Xiao Xiao likes Lina Bell the most. Anyway, I bought this small electric scooter just for occasional emergency use. Of course I have to buy one that Xiao Xiao likes. He tried his best to ignore Louis Fei's playful expression and said to the people in the car, Auntie, Cici, let Xiao Xiao come with me. I'm a bit quicker. Don't you guys have to rush to the set? Don't be late. Finally, Jianglan took out a small custom helmet. Without exception, it was Lina Bell, and she had 2 special ears. The little guy loves it. Without Jianglan's persuasion, he put on his shoes, put on his small backpack, and got off the bus. Louis Fei looked at the time and decided that splitting the troops into 2 groups was indeed the best approach. Before leaving, she gave Jianglan a thumbs up. You're really good. You're well prepared. Ignoring the colorful cartoon-like shape of the electric car, this thing really does solve the problem of traffic jams perfectly. Be careful. She put on sunglasses and a mask, shouted to Jianglan, and then waved to the little guy. Xiao Xiao is now full of curiosity, and she can't wait to sit in this cute little car. He had no time to pay attention to his old mother waving at him. Closing the car window, Louis Fei sighed. Will Xiao Xiao become closer to Jianglan in the future? This ungrateful little bastard couldn't stand Jianglan's endless tricks. Lu Xiaoli was much calmer. No matter what, Xiao Xiao is your child. What child doesn't love their mother? Thick hair. At Xiao Xiao's command, Jianglan's little electric car rushed out. Cool all the way. The little guy sat in the safety seat and laughed excitedly. So fast. There is also a cool breeze blowing on my face. The best part is that she can see the road ahead. It's so fun, Dad. I want to ride this again in the future. Jianglan smiled and said, Sit tight, little princess. I'm going to speed up. Then he twisted the handlebars and flew out. There is a Wutong Avenue not far from the school. Before, Xiao Xiao always sat in the car and looked out the window at the neat rows of big trees outside. Now I am sitting on the electric scooter, with my hands on the armrests in front, and both sides are firmly clamped by the safety seats. With her father right behind her, she wasn't afraid at all. The big trees that could only be seen through the window in the past are now so big and so tall. The branches are so intertwined that they can block out the blue sky above. And there was a cool breeze blowing, and she felt extremely comfortable. Finally, Jianglan arrived ahead of time, to teach her fans surprised eyes. I learned that many parents called to say their children might be late. Xiao Xiao was even more proud. When other people come, She will definitely tell everyone that the electric car is really fun. After sending Xiao Xiao safely to school, Zhang Lan returned home. At 10 o'clock this morning, Li Hong will release Wanjiang. He had never heard the final version. But he was not worried at all, because this song was very compatible with Li Hong herself. What's more, Brother Hong made it so carefully. But since it was his own work after all, Zhang Lan still set an alarm. As soon as the work is online at 10 o'clock, he will go to support it. At 10 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. Zhang Lan opened the NetEase cloud music platform. As soon as I opened it, I saw Li Hong's new song Wanjiang was released today. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lan couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that Li Hong had also made a move. Brother Li Hong has already invested a lot of money in the production, but he doesn't have a strong agency to support him. Now he has bought such a big advertisement on NetEase Cloud Music, it seems that he really likes the song. He clicked on Wanjiang, turned up the volume of his phone and started listening. The overall feeling is still very good. He adopted all the suggestions given by Zhang Lan. Especially the opera singing in the middle really amazed him. He really didn't choose the wrong person. This song is indeed very suitable for Brother Li Hong to sing, and it seems that the song will perform well. As for the final result, it is no longer within my control. Zhang Lan certainly also hopes for good results so that he can get more dividends. But compared to an excellent work meeting a suitable singer, the dividends are really nothing. But the results shouldn't be too bad. Because after Zhang Lan listened to this song, the purchase volume of this song has reached 25,000. You have to know that it's morning now, and students and office workers are busy at this time. But even if it can still sell this number, if we wait until tonight, the sales of this song will definitely explode. Then he clicked on the song's comment section. As expected of Big Brother Li Hong, this song is amazing. It was sung well and the song was well written. After listening to it, I went straight to the playground and ran 10 laps. China should have songs like this. I will never regret joining China in this life. The lyrics of this song are so beautiful, they express the love for one's country and family. Teacher Li Hong's opera singing in the middle is also amazing, it makes my blood boil. As soon as Brother Li Hong opened his mouth, I got goosebumps all over my body, and then I was so moved that I burst into tears. All the reviews are positive. Zhang Lan smiled unconsciously, thinking that everything should be stable now. Then he sent the song link to Louis Fei. Such a good song must be shared. In the lecture hall of the Xiao Academy of Traditional Chinese Opera, the morning professional class was in the middle of its session. Zhang Qing supported his chin with one hand, and with the other hand he seemed to be casually flipping through the music score in front of him, but his eyes didn't really focus on it. His attention was focused on the time on his phone. He is waiting. Li Hong's version of Wanjiang will be online at 10 o'clock. I saw the children's version of the song Wanjiang on the internet before the festival. As a music student, he was deeply touched by the lyrics of the song at that time. Only someone with a deep sense of patriotism could write these lyrics. And the arrangement is also very adaptable. He could hear that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the arrangement of this song. I guess it was made simpler to make the children feel comfortable singing. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing felt very regretful. If this song were sung by Li Hong, a popular figure in the music industry, the effect would be explosive. Unfortunately, this is just my own unilateral idea and is destined to fail. Unexpectedly, when he was browsing the NetEase Cloud Music app yesterday, a push notification instantly excited him. Li Hong is going to sing this song. Li Hong is a singer he likes very much. He was really surprised that his favorite singer was going to cover his favorite song. The only unfortunate thing was that the song was released at 10 a.m. the next day. He just happened to have a professional course to take. But he really couldn't contain his anticipation for the song, so Zhang Qing ordered a pre-order early. Chapter 92 Li Hong's die-hard fan. Zhang Qing was in no mood for the class and glanced at his phone from time to time. Why isn't it 10 o'clock yet? Bite. The moment the screen lit up with a push notification, he opened NetEase Cloud Music almost as a reflex. I have already put on the headphones and am just waiting for the release. As the prelude began, a tender child's voice sang softly. The red sun rises in the east. The song begins with the voice of a little girl. Listening to this voice, he nodded and smiled unconsciously. It is a clever arrangement to have a little girl sing this line of lyrics. The clear child's voice made him seem to really see the scene of the rising sun. As soon as the little girl finished singing, Li Hong's voice took over. There are no fancy tricks, just a gentle and mellow narration, which is like an unfolded long scroll of ink painting, revealing a heavy breath of peace and prosperity for the country. My country is full of benevolence and love. 1,000-year-old faith. As the song reached its climax, Li Hong's opera singing directly shocked him. Holy crap! That's awesome! He couldn't help but whispered in national quintessence. He would never have thought that brother Li Hong would incorporate opera elements into pop music. Zhang Qing was so excited that he couldn't sit still in his chair. Until the classmate next to him elbowed him. Only then did he realize something and quickly covered his mouth. But it's too late. Professor Song on the stage and the eyes of the entire class were focused on him. Student, please stand up. Professor Song was interrupted during his lecture, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked kindly and asked the culprit to stand up. Zhang Qing hurriedly and secretly took off his headphones and stood up under everyone's attention. Now it's good. I don't have to sit still anymore. I really don't have to sit. Equals? Class monitor, what is the typical punishment for disrupting class discipline? Well, run 10 laps around the playground. But there are exceptions for special circumstances. The teacher has the final say on that. The class monitor was the student who had just elbowed Zhang Qing. Professor Song asked, and he had to answer. Very good. The teacher on the stage put down the pen in his hand and slowly picked up the teacup. So, classmate, what exciting things have you experienced that made you talk about the quintessence of Chinese culture? Could you please share it with everyone? It was the first time he encountered someone who dared to act rudely in his professional class. Student, you have successfully caught my attention. Zhang Qing swallowed. The reputation of the Great Devil Song has spread far and wide, and has long been known in their department. He didn't mean it, really. By the way, this is a good opportunity for everyone to listen to Brother Li Hong's new song. Anyway, we all graduated from the Chinese Opera Academy, and there are also opera passages in Brother Li Hong's new song. Can it be appreciated as an excellent work? Thinking of this, Zhang Qing simply took out his phone. That's right, Professor. I just heard a song that perfectly combines pop music and traditional opera. So I was a little excited for a while. If you don't mind, how about I release it publicly so everyone can appreciate it? The squad leader beside him widened his eyes. Zhang Qing is brave. I can actually come up with such a good plan. Sure enough, when Professor Song heard that it was related to opera, he agreed with his opinion. Zhang Qing put on his headphones, turned up the volume, and clicked play from the beginning. The little girl's voice appeared. Professor Song looked at him with a smile. Li Hong's voice came on stage. Professor Song raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. The squad leader couldn't help but hold his forehead. What kind of combination is this? He didn't even know how to choose a reliable song. Until the sound of opera singing appeared. Professor Song finally held his breath, leaned sideways and listened carefully. The classmates in the class also stopped whispering. For a moment, in the huge tiered classroom, the majestic accompaniment of Wang Zhang and Li Hong's clear and melodious opera voice echoed in the space for a long time. Until the last line of lyrics ended, Zhang Qing clicked the pause button. Professor, I wasn't kidding you, the operatic voice in this song is truly amazing. It was also the first time I saw that our traditional opera could appear in a pop song like this. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and took a look at the songs chart. Professor, this song has now reached number 5 on the new song chart. If there are more songs like this in the future, won't our opera be exposed to and understood by more people? As a student at a Chinese opera academy, he knows too well how unpopular Chinese opera majors are in the market today. Most people admire this traditional culture, but there are still too few people who are truly interested in it. Professor Song fell into deep thought. It must be said that this was also the first time he had heard such music. Innovation, innovation, they keep talking about innovation. But no matter what they still sing those classic songs that have been passed down. Only these classic repertoires have an audience base and can win the audience's favor. It is extremely difficult for new opera repertoires to break through the competition and gain a foothold. What's more, young people nowadays tend to listen to pop music. Classmate, what's the name of this song? Who is the singer? Professor Song stepped down from the podium and walked towards Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing finally found an opportunity to introduce his idol to the whole class. He proudly said, "The name of this song is Wang Zhang. The singer is Li Hong, and the lyricist and composer is, Xiao Xiao." Xiaoyang, I always feel that this name is familiar, but I can't remember it. Professor Song took his phone, held it farther away, and looked at the words on it. New songs chart. Number 1. Number 4, Wanjiang. After a while, he moved up one more place. He returned the phone to the student. Thank you for sharing. However, next time if you want to recommend an excellent work in class, you can tell the class monitor or me in advance so we can set aside time to appreciate it. This time, let us follow the rules. Professor Song smiled gently, but his words stabbed Zhang Qing's heart like a knife. Teacher, you. It's so scary. In the end, Zhang Qing had no choice but to run laps. Then post a comment below the song. It was sung well and the song was well written. After listening to it, I went straight to the playground and ran 10 laps. Just run, it's only 10 laps, it can't be difficult for him. At the same time, Louis Fei's filming came to an end. She was resting in the nanny car when she saw the Fei Xin message from Jianglan. The song Wanjiang has been released? That must be listened to. There was only her and her assistant in the cars, so Louis Fei simply let them out. A few minutes later, assistant Su Fei couldn't help but sigh. Sister, your singing is so good. The songs you recommended recently are so good. Louis Fei said modestly, it does sound nice. In fact, the shock in my heart was no less than Fei Fei's. Chapter 93 Zhang Tianqi's Incompetent Roar. It turns out that Wanjiang is such a song. Brother Li Hong's singing truly combines the love and pride for the motherland, while also conveying a sense of grandeur and magnificence. The lyrics written by Jianglan are really good. She almost wanted to cry after hearing that. Louis Fei's fingers flew as she quickly typed a line of reply. Brother Li Hong is still as sharp as ever. But my boyfriend is awesome too. The song you wrote is so nice, I appreciate it. Moi.jpg. 4 hours later. At 2 p.m., Li Hong's new song had already topped the new song chart. The number of likes approached 1 million, the number of comments exceeded 100,000 within 2 hours, and the number of reposts exceeded 500,000. The real-time playback volume of major music platforms is increasing at a rate of over 20,000 per minute. The radio-on-demand rate and the usage of background music on the Weibo platform also skyrocketed. The topic even led to the lyrics becoming one of the top 3 trending topics on Weibo. Hashtag Li Hong's new song, Peace and Prosperity. Hashtag veteran singer Li Hong makes a strong comeback. Hashtag after all, it is the country's strict selection, Li Hong is different. The reading volume exceeded 50 million within 4 hours. These data are still growing, fueling the popularity of the entire song. The album sales are also very encouraging, with sales of over 500,000 on the NetEase Cloud Music platform alone. Lao Yao, the music director of NetEase Cloud Music, looked at the rapidly increasing purchase volume and membership recharge volume in the background, and his eyes narrowed with laughter. The decision to do Brother Li Hong a favor and let him promote the product at 60% off the usual price seems to have been a very correct one. Now, the returns brought by Li Hong far exceed the discount given to him at that time. But it also aroused Lao Yao's curiosity. Who is this Xiaoyang? The last time Lao Shui's album became popular, it was the 2 songs he wrote that also helped Lao Shui win an award in Hong Kong. This time it's Li Hong again. Although Xiaoyang has written few songs, each one is a masterpiece and a hit. If we can get him to work with us, won't it mean that more and more singers will want to release new songs on NetEase Cloud Music in the future? While Lao Yao was happily fantasizing, in a studio of Tianyu Entertainment, someone was so angry that he was about to explode. Why would he refuse to sell it to me even though I offered him such a high price? Zhang Tianqi suddenly swept the documents on the table to the ground, and the A4 papers scattered all over the floor with a loud rustling sound. He clenched his hands tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Almost, just a little bit. Now he is the one dominating the new song chart. What the hell is Xiaoyang? You're just a new creator who's just gained some fame, and you dare to put on airs with me? He pushed the swivel chair next to him hard, and the chair hit the wall with a dull sound. When has it ever been so difficult for me, Zhang Tianqi, to get the song I want? Ever since my debut, the company's resources have always been prioritized for me. Whether it is an agent or a team, he is top-notch. Now they've fallen to the point where they can't even buy the copyright to a new artist's song? Xiao Xiao stood aside, frowning slightly, and bent down to pick up a few scattered papers. Tianqi, calm down first. This incident was an accident. Xiaoyang was indeed very persistent, I guess he was a fan of Li Hong. After all, judging by his voice, he sounds quite old. Xiao Xian recalled. Although I feel that Xiao Yang may not be as old as I thought, the most important thing now is to appease Tianqi first. If it's not a matter of price, then it must be a matter of favors or personal preference. Fan? Zhang Tianqi sneered, his voice filled with anger. No matter how loyal a fan is, do they not even want money? The price I offered was already 10 times the market price. He was clearly deliberately trying to disrespect me. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something, turned around abruptly, stared at the agent and said, Sister Qiao, could it be that Sun Xin and the others said something to Xiao Yang? If it was Sun Xin who caused the trouble, then the matter would be easy to explain. It is obvious that Shui Jiqian is not suitable for this song. Since he can't sing, it can be given to anyone else, not to me who is in the same company as him. I've thought about what you said before. Xiao Xian handed over a glass of water. But I asked someone on their team, and they said Sun Xian also wanted to buy the song in the beginning. But he was stopped by Shui Jiqian. He never made any other moves after that. It should be impossible to do something behind the scenes. Although few of the agents in the entertainment industry have clean hands. But after all, she has been a colleague of Lao Sun for more than 10 years and she still understands him well. Zhang Tianqi glanced at the water cup but did not reach out to take it. He walked a few steps to the French window and looked at the noisy world outside. You can know a person's face but not his heart. If he's not Lao Shui's man, then he must be Xiao Yang. Since he doesn't know what's good for him. He paused, his tone fierce. I have plenty of ways to make him regret it. The agent's mouth twitched, and he had to remind him of a fact. We don't have any information about Xiao Yang yet. Apart from a mobile phone number, no one knows who he is. How to make others regret it. If you want to intimidate someone with your threats, you have to make sure they hear it, equals? Zhang Tianqi was unwilling to give in. Send someone to keep an eye on Lao Shui and Sun Xin. I don't believe they won't contact each other in the future. If there's any sign of trouble, report it back and we'll eventually find out who Xiao Yang is. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If he finds Xiao Yang and still doesn't know what's good, he will naturally teach him a lesson. Xiao Xian, okay. You are the ancestor, do as you say. If she doesn't agree, this guy will definitely get angry. It is said that her agent acts like a nanny, coaxing the child every day. Oh, it's too difficult. After Xiao Xian left, Zhang Tianqi took out his mobile phone and looked at the glaring word explosion and the name Li Hong behind it on Weibo's hot search. He is not jealous, he is not jealous. One day, his name will also be on the hot search list. Water does not compete for the lead, but for the continuous flow. Plants do not compete for height, but for endless growth. He, Zhang Tianqi, will definitely come back. At this moment, Shui Jiqian, who was far away in Hong Kong, sneezed while holding the warm trophy he had just received. Who is talking about me? He shook his head and rubbed his nose again. It's still quite hot in Hong Kong, so let us go back to the capital as soon as possible. I miss the refreshing autumn breeze in the capital. His agent, Sun Xian, who had accompanied him to Hong Kong, took out his phone and shoved it in his face. See, what I said. The phone was too close and Shui Jiqian couldn't see anything clearly. He took a step back and saw the trending search on the page. Breaking news. Li Hong's new song Wanjian dominates the charts. I told you at the time that Xiao Yang's new song would be a huge hit. But you refused. Otherwise, it would be him, Shui Jiqian, who would be on the hot search now. Sun Xian's nostrils flared and closed, and he was obviously very regretful. Shui Jiqian, equals? Brother, he is really not suitable. You can't just force yourself on someone. Chapter 94, Big Brother. After finally appeasing his agent, Shui Jiqian sent a phishing message to Li Hong and Xiao Yang. Brother Hong. I heard your new song, you sang it so well. Jianglan, it really has to be you, No 13. Next time I write a song, I'll consider one that suits me. I want to say more about our friendship. It's all in the wine, clinkglasses.jpg. Also, I got the trophy for the Hong Kong Top 10 Chinese Golden Songs National Most Popular Chinese Song Gold Award. Heart.jpg. After Shui Jiqian finished speaking, he also sent him a photo of himself and the trophy. He had been looking forward to such a prestigious trophy for a long time. Moreover, he had to admit that if it weren't for Jianglan, he might have to wait a long time to win this award. When Jianglan saw the phishing message, an hour had passed. Shui Jiqian received the award and he happily replied. It has to be our brother Shui. He is the one everyone wants. Needless to say, our relationship is perfect. The money is in place, and everything is set in stone. Jiang Lan has been really busy lately. So much so that I didn't have time to write a book. Fortunately, I had a lot of manuscripts saved from the frantic writing I did a few days before the holiday. Otherwise, he will stop updating. Apart from occasionally sending him some battle reports related to the sale of physical books, the editor of Xingye didn't bother him much. Jiang Lan's published physical books are selling very well. Many readers who followed the novel at that time wanted to read the physical book. Coupled with the strong recommendation of the website, I estimate that I will receive a considerable amount of royalties next month. Of course, the main reason is that this book is well written, and the currently serialized part is still very popular. Jiang Lan opened the mail frequency list and found that Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law was still firmly at the top of the list. He casually flipped through a few messages and found that there were still many people urging for more updates. At his current pace, he is already updating much faster than most authors. No matter how much he was urged to update, he would not be able to finish even if he tapped his fingers until sparks came out. But that familiar ID appeared again. I am not Mr. Jing. This was the arrogant reader who initially rewarded him with 5 golden alliances. Moreover, as long as this gentleman's ID appears, the golden alliance will definitely appear. He's really rich. Jiang Lan sighed as he flipped through the record of rewards. Isn't this definitely the top spot on the list? If there is a chance in the future, I'd like to get to know you. He wanted to see which rich second-generation young master who had enough money and free time was so generous. However, having said that, Jiang Lan has no intention of taking off the Jiang Xiaoyu vest. Although the editor had mentioned before that an offline signing event could be held after his book was finished. But Jiang Lan didn't want to be in the spotlight. After all, he is just an ordinary text porter. Big brother on the list, let us not meet again. A luxurious shopping mall in the imperial capital. A luxury brand counter. A man dressed lavishly and wearing designer clothes is choosing a necklace for his beloved cat. Take off this one, and let my Kathy try them on. Be careful, her hair is a little long, don't get it caught. The young master gave the order while stroking a stuffed animal lying obediently on the sofa. He bought this from a gaming streamer last month for 200,000 yuan. Although the little guy was in the mall, he was not afraid at all. When it heard that I was going to buy a necklace for it, it cooperated by calling out meow. As a clerk for a luxury brand, I'm no longer surprised by this kind of thing. They took out some cat chains and put them on Kathy. The young master sat aside and admired it. His main task today is to buy a cat chain. In the evening, they will show Casey's new look in the Game Anchor's live broadcast room. Anyway, he will never be able to spend all the money his father earns in his lifetime. His main purpose in life is to eat, drink and have fun. The young master opened his phone out of boredom and suddenly found that the book he had been following had updated a few chapters. He immediately became alert and sat on the sofa in the store to read. What do you think the author was thinking? Why is the male protagonist so cowardly and weak in the later stages? 10 minutes later, he quickly finished the latest chapter and complained to his driver Xiao Wang. Of course, Xiao Wang knew that the young master was talking about the book Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law. Ever since he accidentally found out that the young master was brushing the Golden Alliance for this book every day, his 3 views were completely shattered. The Golden Alliance, one of them is worth his annual salary. The young master often brushes several at a time. Damn, what a waste. I spent the entire house just to read a novel. Why can't I make this money myself? Oh. Later, he would follow up on the book when he had free time. I found it to be really good, and the more I looked at it, the more attractive it became. But seeing the result later. He didn't have money to buy the book chapter by chapter, so he could only read pirated copies online. The progress is far behind the young master. So at this moment, the young master complained to himself. What he wanted to say most was, "Master, please be merciful and lend me your account number." Of course, Xiao Wang was just thinking about it. Of course, the young master didn't expect to get any response from the driver. He felt a little bored. His daily life is all about spending money, this is what his father said himself. But he doesn't want to be a spoiled rich second generation. At first, after returning from studying abroad, he also wanted to start his own business. But later on, whatever I invested in, I lost money, and whatever I did, I lost money. Not only did I not earn a penny, but my family also lost a lot. His father ordered him not to start a business, and he himself was a little discouraged, so he started living an inhumane and extravagant life. Pack them all up, and just take the last one for Casey. The young master waved his hand and said that a cat chain worth tens of thousands of dollars was nothing in his eyes. Xiao Wang was swiping his card and felt dizzy when he heard the last number. What a sin! In his next life, let him be reborn as a cat. A group of people came out of the luxury brand store in a mighty procession, preparing to go home. On the way, the young master felt something was wrong no matter how he thought about it. Why did Jiang Xiaoyu write that? Why did Ning Yi agree to work for the secret investigation department? He really wanted to know what happened next. At this moment, Xiao Wang suddenly said, "Doesn't that Singularity website have a contact number? They should be able to contact the author." This sentence woke him up. Yes. Why didn't he think of this method? He did what he said. Isn't this the time to use the young master's money? Chapter 95 Changing Cars. Xiao Xiao has recently become obsessed with riding an electric bike. So Jiang Lan took the opportunity to take on the task of picking up and dropping off the little guy at school. Fortunately, he lived not far from Luifei. So the trip back and forth morning and night can be sustained with the battery of a small electric donkey. Moreover, with Lu Xiuli's tacit consent, Xiao Xiao and Luifei can stay overnight at Jiang Lan's place from time to time. This way, Jiang Lan has more time to spend with his daughter. Lu Xiaoli can also take off the burden on her shoulders and have more of her own life. Luifei no longer has any worries and can often enjoy the loving dinners made by Jiang Lan. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As soon as get out of class was over, Xiao Xiao quickly packed up his school bag and announced loudly to the children around him. My dad is coming to pick me up today, riding Ling Nabel's bike. After hearing this, Huang Wenjie looked at her eagerly. Zhang Zhao, your dad is riding that bike again, the one where you can sit in the front? Zhao Yuxuan added. I know, it's an electric car, it only has 2 wheels. Zhang Shiqi snorted and shook her braid. What's so good about that? 2 wheels definitely can't go as fast as 4. But riding an electric car feels great. Huang Wenjie retorted weakly. You can't see anything when you're in a car, but you can see everything clearly when you're in an electric car. He had ridden in Jiang Zhao's father's electric car once before and had also eaten at their house. Her father is very nice and will always ask him if he wants it faster or slower. And their chicken legs are delicious too. Huang Wenjie, do you want to ride again today? If so, I'll tell my dad to give you a ride. Zhao Zhao patted his chest generously, looking very proud. She didn't care what Zhang Shiqi and Zhao Yuxuan said. She was sure that neither of them had ever ridden an electric car. Zhao Yuxuan's face showed longing. That little 2-wheeled cart, the last time I saw Jiang Zhao sitting on it. She was wearing a very cute hat, and as soon as she shouted let's go, the car rushed out. Other people's cars were still stuck at the school gate, waiting in line to turn around. It was not until several intersections later that she saw Jiang Zhao again. And that pink little car is so cute. Zhang Shiqi looked at her friends surrounding Jiang Zhao and crumpled her notebook in anger. What's so great about it? It's just a small electric car. Tomorrow she will ask her dad to buy one for her too. I want to buy one that looks better and runs faster than hers. Jiang Lan didn't know that Xiao Xiao was showing off the electric scooter to his classmates at school. If he knew that these kids envied the electric scooters more than the little golden men and big-nosed cars that came to pick them up every day, he would definitely be in tears and laughter. Son, do you know that our little electric scooter is not even worth a fraction of other people's car logos? Zhao Zhao naturally didn't know. At her age, she doesn't care about how much money she makes. I only care about which one is more fun. Obviously, electric cars are the most interesting cars in her eyes. Lu Xiaoli said today that it might rain tomorrow, so in order to make it easier for the little guy to go to school, she let Xiao Xiao sleep with his father. Jiang Lan has now successfully added his mother-in-law on Feishan. Naturally, he would not refuse such a good thing. Originally, I didn't want to ride an electric bike in the afternoon, but then I thought of the way the little guy's eyes lit up every time he saw an electric bike. Forget it, it's your own son, so you should spoil him yourself. So, even though it was only a few steps away, Jiang Lan still rode his electric bike over leisurely, waiting for his little princess to get out of school. The school bell rang. After a while, Zhang Lan saw the little guy. He waved his hand. Sure enough, when the little guy saw Zhang Lan, he grinned. Then he turned around and said something to Huang Wenjie behind him. Huang Wenjie was so excited that he stuck his head out and looked around. After seeing Zhang Lan, he waved to him excitedly. Zhang Lan. What does it mean when this brat waves to me? You don't want to come to my house for dinner again, do you? Thinking of this, Zhang Lan's mouth twitched. Huang's mother also said that her son is a picky eater. As a result, every time he comes to my house, he eats a lot. Fortunately, he always prepares extra food, otherwise after Huang Wenjie finishes eating, Cici will have no food left. Dad, Huang Wenjie wants to ride an electric bike today. Can you take him with you? Xiao Xiao held Huang Wenjie's hand and trotted to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan smiled. Xiao Xiao, there's dirt on your hands. You've made Huang Wenjie's hands dirty. Why is it so annoying? Only he can hold his daughter's hand. Xiao Xiao let out an ah, then let go of Huang Wenjie's hand and looked up and down at her own little fleshy hand. Ha! Where's it dirty? Zhang Lan naturally grabbed the chubby boy's hand and patted it gently. Here. Daddy already cleaned it for you. What did you say just now? Huang Wenjie wants to ride an electric car. But this car can only carry one person. The electric car is only equipped with one safety seat. Zhang Lan didn't dare let the child sit in the back seat. When Xiao Xiao heard this, she pouted for a long while, then sighed like a little adult. Hey, Huang Wenjie, go sit down. I can wait next to you. The look of righteousness and reluctance to give up something made Zhang Lan laugh out loud. Huang Wenjie felt a little embarrassed, rubbing his hands and mumbling for a long time. I think this is not a good idea, Zhang Zhao, you wait here? I. Coincidentally, Huang Wenjie's father also came at this time. Huang Wenjie saw his father and shouted excitedly. My dad is here to pick me up too. My dad is here to pick me up too. Then he rushed towards Mr. Huang with his little school bag. Old Huang just came back from a business trip the day before yesterday. I was busy at the company all day yesterday, and it was rare for me to get off work early today. Thinking about what my wife said 2 days ago, that Xiajie really wanted me to pick him up from school, I had an idea. It's about time, so I might as well go pick up Xiajie myself. I have to go on a business trip in 2 days, so I will have very little time to spend with my son. So, Mr. Huang happily watched his son rush towards him like a little angel. He stumbled back 2 steps before hugging. The little guy is quite strong. It must not be that he is old. It must be that his old waist hasn't recovered yet from yesterday. That's why I was almost knocked down by my son. Old Huang held his waist, held his breath, and stood up holding his son. The last time I held my son in my arms, he wasn't this heavy. Has he been eating well recently? Just as he was about to take the child back to the car, Huang Wenjie twisted his body. Dad, put me down. I want to ride that one. Old Huang didn't know which one it was, but he put him down anyway. I saw this brat running away without even looking back. On an electric car. Then he put on his helmet skillfully and said to a little girl next to him. Zhang Zhao, we can't change Dad, but we can change the car. You can go sit there, it's my dad's car. Chapter 96, Drawing Cakes. Old Huang watched his son climb onto the front seat of the electric bike, hold the handlebars, and say to a young and handsome man. Uncle, we can go now. Then he said to the little girl next to him. Zhang Zhao, see you at your door. I'll be waiting there. The whole action was done in one go. There was no time for others to react. Old Huang. Didn't my wife say that our son really wanted to pick him up himself? Why do I follow electric cars now? Just when old Huang was confused, Zhang Lan looked at this brat who had taken over his old job with a mixture of laughter and tears. Your biological father is here, why don't you come with us? How magical is an electric car? Zhang Lan glanced at Huang Wenjie who was urging him again, and then looked at Xiao Xiao who was pouting and obviously disliked the car. For a moment I didn't know what to do. Although he is Huang Wenjie's father, he is still worried about letting Xiao Xiao go with a stranger. After thinking for a while, Zhang Lan whispered something to Huang Wenjie. The little guy nodded excitedly. He parked the car, took Xiao Xiao's hand, and walked towards old Huang, who looked disheveled, not far away. Brother Huang, hello. My daughter and Wenjie are classmates. Introduce yourself first. When old Huang saw the person coming, although he had guessed that it might be the student's parent, he was still a little surprised when it was confirmed. How old was this man when he got married? It looks like she is just making some progress. Her daughter is already this big? But no matter how surprised he was a boss who had seen the world after all. Old Huang immediately put on a smile and shook hands with the other party. Hello, I'm Huang Wenjie's father. John Lan smiled slightly, returned the handshake, and continued to express his thoughts. Brother Huang and I live in the same complex, right in front. As for Wenjie, he has recently become very fond of riding electric cars. Do you think this is okay? How about you take him for a ride on the electric bike in Xiao Xiao and I will walk back? I just told Wenjie to let his dad take care of him. Look how happy he is. As parents, we should not spoil our children's fun. Only then did Mr. Huang understand that his son's recent hobby was so strange. Although he is older, this is his first time raising a child. Oh, I see. Would that be too much trouble for you? Old Huang looked embarrassed. John Lan thought he was just being polite. I heard that Mr. Huang is a businessman. He was a businessman in his previous life and knew that businessmen always like to retreat in order to advance. So he smiled and shook his head. No, here are the car keys. You can take Huang Wenjie for a few more laps and finally stop at your doorstep. After saying that, John Lan took Xiao Xiao's hand and walked away. Old Huang could still hear the conversation between the father and daughter. Huang Wenjie must be so happy. His father must have never taken him on an electric scooter before. Well, I guess so. Daddy, can you take me for a few more laps next time? You like electric cars so much. Yeah. I really like it. The father and daughter gradually walked away, and from a distance they heard their sons urging. Dad! Come here! Come here! Old Huang looked stiffly at the car keys in his hand, on which hung a cartoon doll of some unknown kind. It's hard to imagine that one day, I would be holding the key to an electric car in my hand. God knows how much he wished Jiang Lan's answer was, it's indeed troublesome, but forget it. He is really not being polite. Old Huang was speechless. At least tell him how to ride and then leave. How could he ride an electric bike? The driver sat quietly in the car, waiting for the chairman's next instructions. Just now, if his chairman had just waved his hand, he would have rushed out immediately and refused on the chairman's behalf. Are you kidding me? Letting a billionaire CEO ride an electric bike? However, the driver couldn't help but feel a little gloating when he saw the stiff expression on the chairman's face. Mr. Huang, I guess you never dreamed that there would be such a test. Under the urging of his son, old Huang had no choice but to go ahead. He told the driver to go ahead and walk to the electric car with the keys. Don't worry, it's just a small electric car. It's impossible not to learn. An hour later, Mr. Huang and his son returned home. Mother Huang was surprised to find that her son seemed particularly happy today. But what about her husband Huang? A pale face? Mother Huang watched old Huang walk to the bedroom with slightly stiff steps. I thought to myself, was I too indulgent last night? It seems that Lao Huang needs to be nourished these days. After returning home, Mr. Huang lay down on the bed to rest. He never dreamed that what his son said about running very fast was not an exaggeration. I thought about how I watched the video and started the car with full confidence, and the car shot out like an arrow. Garlic bird, next time I'll let my wife pick up my son from school. Speaking of Xiao Xiao, Jiang Lan has recently almost decorated his living room into a playground. The little guy was jumping up and down and having a lot of fun. Dad's meal is ready just as he is tired from playing. She can play well, eat well, and her father tells her stories at night. No matter who you are, you would like to live here. After getting to know each other for such a long time, Jiang Lan has already figured out Xiao Xiao and Cici's preferences. The mother and daughter are always happy. Of course, there are times when you are manipulated. For example, now. After dinner, Jiang Lan sat on the sofa and browsed his phone. Xiao Xiao was playing by himself nearby, but suddenly came over. She lay softly in Jiang Lan's arms, leaning her little head against him and calling Daddy sweetly. Jiang Lan held the little guy in one hand and asked, Xiao Xiao rubbed Jiang Lan's clothes with her face. I want to be close to you. Jiang Lan smiled. Louis Fei was exercising on a stair climbing machine nearby. Wen Yin asked, why do you want to be next to him? The little guy looked up and glanced at her, then arrogantly put his legs on his father. A little hand plays with the edge of daddy's clothes. I just want to be next to my dad after all, you are so handsome and a college student. Jianlan was suddenly speechless, and he and Louis Fei looked at each other. Louis Fei was the first to realize that things were not simple. What do you want to do? The little guy didn't answer directly, but suddenly sat up and came close to Jianlan's face. Dad, I know you like cars, right? I'll buy you a big sports car. She danced and gestured, a super large sports car. Louis Fei couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing, then quickly got off the stair climbing machine. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Jianlan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stopped checking his phone and looked at Xiao Xiao, who was beaming with joy. This pie is too big. Are you sure it can be realized? Chapter 97 Fighting for Ice Cream. Can I clean the house? Xiao Xiao knelt beside Jianlan, put one hand on his father's shoulder and stroked his belly with the other. Jianlan was puzzled. What is cleaning? Cleaning what? Run CE. The little guy said as a matter of course. Jianlan reacted the next second and laughed so hard that his head fell back on the sofa. Xiao Xiao thought that he had coaxed his old father. Smiling, she crawled onto the sofa again and touched Jianlan's heart with a small hand. Just tell me whether I love you or not? Jianlan. If he can't see that this little thing has some ulterior motive, then all his work over the years will be in vain. I have no idea. Jianlan was determined not to be fooled. Louis Fei stood aside silently, enjoying the joke. When one plan failed, Xiao Xiao did not get discouraged and quickly came up with another one. So do you love me? She pointed at herself with her little hand. Jianlan, that's for sure. If you love me, buy me an ice cream. The little guy was originally looking directly at Jianlan, but after he finished speaking, he felt a little embarrassed. Turning around, she played with her father's collar. Jianlan frowned, the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, but his face was full of resistance. Oh, why are you always like this? Louis Fei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao also giggled because his evil plan was exposed. The little guy stood up and looked at Jianlan. Since he had already said it, he didn't plan to hide it. Her eyes were curved, and the flesh on her face was puffed up. Oh, I just want to buy you a big villa. Buy a sports car, it will be a good match. That arrogant look made Louis Fei laugh so hard that she fell on the sofa, ha 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 ha. Jianlan also wanted to laugh. I want to laugh so much. He turned his face away, shook his head and laughed silently. This funny guy is really a funny guy. I'm fighting for ice cream. Xiao Xiao saw that his parents were smiling and not angry, but his mind was racing. I just want to buy a small ice cream. Her tone was completely different from when she was painting a rosy picture for Jianlan just now. She was acting coquettishly and complaining softly, and even gestured with her fingers, saying that she really only wanted a small one. Then she twisted and turned around Jianlan and looked at her old father with her pitiful big eyes. It's so pitiful. Jianlan tried hard to act serious, trying to intimidate her. It's already dark, and everything is closed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao was not afraid at all. She didn't look up at Jianlan, but just rubbed against him in his arms. A soft ball, coupled with her little clip sound. No, I asked before, I asked my aunt. My dad is coming to buy ice cream later, please don't close the door. Auntie agreed. Jianlan, ah? In the end, he still couldn't escape the little guy's persistence. Jianlan agreed to buy her a small bucket, but she could only eat 3 mouthfuls. When the little guy went out holding his father's hand, he bargained. Daddy, the number 3 doesn't sound nice, how about eating 8 bites? 888, hair. Jianlan was determined not to compromise this time. No matter how much Xiao Xiao shook his hand, he remained unmoved. Just 3 bites, or don't eat it. What about the 6 of us? Grandma said, Nyo Dasan is great. Jianlan never thought that one day he would have to compete with the little guy in wits and courage. He couldn't think of any rebuttal for a moment. Fortunately, I was the one who spent the money. The final right of interpretation belongs to you. In the end, Xiao Xiao successfully got on the electric car and asked her father to take her to the supermarket. Happy to get the ice cream. There were times when Jianlan was used by Xiao Xiao, but more often than not, it was Xiao Xiao who was used by Jianlan. After all, how could a kindergarten kid be more cunning than him? That day, John Lan took out two small trumpets and handed one to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, do you want to learn to play a tune? The little guy didn't think much about it and was so happy to see the new toy that he didn't want to let go. John Lan simply taught her a few fingering techniques and then said to her, "Let's go perform for Mom." She's sure she'd love to hear Xiao Xiao play. Xiao Xiao first clapped his hands in agreement, then seemed to have thought of something, tilted his head and said hesitantly, "But Mom is still sleeping. Grandma said that Mom is grumpy when she wakes up and we can't disturb her while she is resting." Jian Lan adjusted the lanyard around Xiao Xiao's neck, then patted her shoulder. "That's why we have to wake her up. Look, Xiao Xiao is already up, why is Mom still sleeping in? We are doing a good thing." Jian Lan's eyes were pure and firm, without any trace of the evil intention of deceiving children. But Xiao Xiao was not so easy to fool. "Mom will be mad. If anyone disturbs her sleep, she will cry. If anyone disturbs her sleep, she will be angry. Dad, why don't you go by yourself?" Xiao Xiao held the small loudspeaker and took a step back cautiously. "Because your mother will beat people up." So of course he couldn't go. The mother's love and son's filial piety routine didn't work, so John Lan changed his approach. "Well, if you come with me, I'll give you 3 bites of ice cream as a reward. If you go by yourself, you can eat 5 bites. Because Xiao Xiao is a brave and helpful boy, Daddy will reward you with ice cream." If this were said to a kindergarten graduate, I'm afraid they would roll their eyes. "John Lan, I admire you so much that I want to even lean on the wall. You are really good at tricking children." Sure enough, Xiao Xiao threw all rationality behind for the sake of ice cream. She chose to go alone. John Lan opened the bedroom door. In the dim room, there was a small bulge buried in the quilt on the bed. The father and daughter looked at each other, and John Lan encouraged her. Then, the little guy stood by the bed and picked up the small speaker hanging around his neck. "Dillalalillalai, dillalalillalai. Dillalalillalai, dillalalillalai." She played with great passion. John Lan secretly closed the door, leaving only a crack to watch. The bulge in the bed moved. Louis Fei sat up, confused about the situation. I saw her older son blowing something very hard. I couldn't help but yell, "Jiang Zhao! What are you doing?" Then there were 2 crisp pa sounds. And Xiao Xiao's aggrieved voice, "Wow. I hate Dad." Although he was disliked, Jiang Lan grinned silently outside the door. "Xiao Xiao, you accomplished what your father dared not to do, good boy." The reason why he did this was because before going to bed last night, Louis Fei repeatedly emphasized to him that he must wake himself up early the next day. Jian Lan had long known that she was grumpy when she woke up. If she asked him to wake her up, she would be walking into trouble. He refused immediately. However, Louis Fei's coercion and inducement forced him to compromise in the end. However, she only said that she had to get up early, and there was no requirement that she had to wake up herself. Xiao Xiao is Jiang Lan, and Jiang Lan is Xiao Xiao. They are connected by heart as father and daughter, so it doesn't matter who calls them by their names. Little Xiao Xiao sold herself out for a bite of ice cream. This is not his fault. Chapter 98 Lobby Manager. Xiao Xiao had tears on her face and a pout on her lips. She held the ice cream bucket and scooped a few spoonfuls. I finally managed to dig out a bigger piece, but my mother snatched some away from me. "It's cold, you can't eat so much." She looked at her father, who just shrugged. "I can't decide this." Xiao Xiao snorted angrily. She doesn't want to play with her dad anymore. After breakfast, Louis Fei's assistant Su Fei came to the villa to pick up Xiao Xiao to go to painting class. Interest tutoring classes that every child cannot escape. Xiao Xiao is no exception. But the little guy really likes writing and drawing, so he was not very reluctant to go to class. After learning painting, she also wants to learn dancing. Grandma and Mom both can dance, and she wants to be like Mom. Since she had 2 classes, Su Fei took her out for lunch. This was not the first time the assistant took her there, so Louis Fei felt relieved. After Xiao Xiao left, Louis Fei returned to the bedroom. When she came out again, Jiang Lan couldn't help but stare at her. "This is the daily outfit for a character in my next movie. Can you help me take a look at it? Does it look good?" Louis Fei said this as she walked towards Jiang Lan step by step in her high heels. Jiang Lan swallowed. White tight shirt and black hip-hugging skirt. The skirt is tightly wrapped around the waistline, and the hem falls just above the knees. The hem sways slightly when walking, outlining the smooth curve of the legs. The black stockings made her legs look even more slender and well-proportioned, and paired with the pair of high-heeled shoes on her feet, every step seemed to be stepping on Jianglan's heart. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, and the smile on her face was nonchalant yet very charming. It wasn't until she spoke again that Jianglan came to his senses. His eyes unconsciously moved away from her and then fell back. His Adam's apple moved before he spoke. What drama? She folded her hands in front of her, smiled slightly, and then bent down. Lobby manager. You haven't said whether it's okay or not. Louis Fei urged again. Not good. Not good at all. It's best to wear it only for me to see. Jianglan answered in his heart. But thinking that if this is the role she is going to play, she must give an objective evaluation. Isn't it too beautiful? Aren't there any costumes that are a little more dusty? After hearing this, Louis Fei raised the corners of her mouth proudly. Really? Do you think this is too rigid? Do you want to unbutton a button? She held Jianglan's shoulders and sat next to him. She stretched her neck forward, motioning for him to help unbutton her collar. Hiss. Jianglan took a breath. She did it on purpose. She must be taking revenge on me for ordering Xiao Xiao to wake her up in the morning. If Jianglan couldn't react at this moment, he would be a real idiot. The enemy is too cunning. Louis Fei moved closer and motioned for him to take action. Jianglan raised his eyes and looked at her straight. Her antennae are just like those of a fairy, and even her jawline is so perfect. The two were very close, but not even a single pore could be seen. Bright eyes, white teeth, skin as white as cream, and fair skin and bones, all natural. If I unbutton this button, she will have other ways to torture me later. Jianglan didn't move. But my heart is surging. She rebelled. Today I have to take control of my role as husband again. Just when Louis Fei was curious about the man's silence for a long time, Jianglan suddenly smiled. No need to solve it, it's fine like this. But I feel like there's something growing on my side. Can you help me take a look? As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his clothes, revealing his muscular upper body. Louis Fei. He actually used the same trick as me. Can't you see it? Then help me feel it. Is there something wrong? He turned sideways, grabbed Louis Fei's hand, and moved it towards his waist. Louis Fei had no time to react before he just did it. There are lumps and blocks, neat squares, and two hidden lines extending downwards. Oh my god. She can't stop. You know what, this guy's training was not in vain. Just as Louis Fei was studying the small cube, Jianglan spoke. Did you find anything? He is the one who was trapped in his own web. A small white hand was running around on her waist and abdomen, making her feel itchy and numb. Now I don't know who is torturing whom. Well, not yet. What are you checking? Check. TSK, what a pretentious man. It just so happens that she won't miss such a good opportunity. Looking at the little hand making trouble everywhere, Jianglan couldn't help it any longer. He turned around, picked up Louis Fei, and walked upstairs. Seeing you've been working hard on filming these past 2 days, I want you to have more rest. This is something you don't cherish. Louis Fei screamed ah and flew into the air. She realized what was going to happen next, and hugged Jianglan's neck shyly and said stubbornly. You provoked me first. You had to let Xiao Xiao wake me up in the morning. Jianglan glanced at her sideways. What a memory. Last night, someone told me to wake her up the next morning no matter what. Louis Fei was stunned. She looked at the stubble on the man's chin and seemed to have thought of something. Oh, that's right. I got up early today on a mission. Put me down now. I'm going to make some small gifts for my fans. Blame her, blame her. She was so sleepy that she forgot about the important things. In the past, no matter how fiercely they played, as long as Louis Fei said she had something important to do, Jianglan would let her go temporarily. But now, he was unmoved even after being punched by Louis Fei. You only remember it now? It's too late. He kept walking. Louis Fei was a little anxious, and took the time to look up at the clock in the living room. It's not too late. There's still time to start now. Just ask Jianglan for help later. How could Jianglan do as she wished? He leaned closer and whispered. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and his eyes darkened. Okay, let's get started now. Louis Fei's heart was bulging. She looked at him, and her black and white eyes were full of desire. My heart skipped a beat. I did not mean that. Louis Fei spoke loudly, trying to cover herself up and try to get things back on track. That's what I meant. Jian Lan admitted it without any reservation. After she was thrown onto the bed, she tried to escape. But before he could even flutter twice, he was dragged and fell into the other person's arms. Hurry up, or it will be too late to make gifts for the fans. Jian Lan looked at her with eyes that seemed to be burning with fire. Hey, can you please let me go this time? I've already promised them, The rest of her words were swallowed up before she could even utter them. Gradually, Louis Fei also fell into depravity. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 99 Love Cookies. Afterwards, Louis Fei felt exhausted and lay on the bed, looking at him resentfully. It's all your fault that I couldn't complete the task today. How is she going to explain to the fans waiting for her in the evening? Jian Lan was full and in a good mood. He stroked her soft hair. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you. I've been waiting for you to say this. She showed a distressed expression on her face, then waved her hand in an impatient manner. Well, forget it, since your attitude is pretty good, then you can help me bake 100 cookies. Jian Lan. If this hadn't happened, would you have baked cookies yourself? She hadn't been in the kitchen many times, let alone baked cookies. Jian Lan would never believe it even if you beat him to death. Louis Fei looked very confident. Of course. You underestimate me. Of course not, otherwise do you think you can see my costume at home? She didn't say the last sentence, but Jian Lan guessed something from her cunning eyes. After all, he was in the wrong first, so he couldn't refuse. He pulled her out of bed, casually put a loose pink pajamas on her, and dragged her downstairs without saying anything. Come with me. You agreed that you would make it for the fans yourself. Louis Fei twisted her body to try to dodge, but she couldn't escape his big hands and was eventually taken to the kitchen. Are you really not going to bake one? Jian Lan turned around and looked at her helplessly. At this moment, Louis Fei was sitting outside the kitchen with her legs crossed, dragging a chair and eating grapes leisurely. After hearing what Jian Lan said, I felt that it made some sense. Then I'll do it too, you teach me. After washing her hands, she stood by the stove, staring at Jian Lan. You mixed the butter and powdered sugar together in a 2-to-1 ratio. Where's the butter? Louis Fei looked around but couldn't find the butter. In the microwave. She took it out as she was told. Which one is powdered sugar? On your left, the white bag. Jian Lan spoke in a calm tone. Use a whisk to beat it. This operation was beyond her previous understanding. Jian Lan demonstrated it again. I see. Jian Lan glanced at the time and remembered that the editor of Singularity's Starry Night had said he had something to discuss with him. So he told her to continue creaming the butter while he went to make a phone call. Yeah, go ahead and leave it to me. It's easy. Louis Fei waved confidently. 10 minutes later, Jian Lan returned to the kitchen. The scene before him left him stunned. You blew up the kitchen? Why is there butter paste everywhere and white powdered sugar scattered on the table? Even her face and clothes were damaged. Louis Fei pouted and looked at Jian Lan with innocent eyes. I feel like this one is a little hard, so I want to microwave it again. Then I don't know why, but it felt different from the color just now, She was a little at a loss as to how to use the whisk, and she herself didn't know why it turned out like this. Jian Lan shook his head and sighed. What a talent! You are a true talent. You must be an evil cultivator in the culinary world. As he said that, he started to clean up the kitchen and took the egg beater from her. Go and take out the baked cookies. Never mind. I'm worried about burning you. I'll do it myself. Then you help me sift the flour. No, you need the dough. Finally, Jian Lan arranged for Louis Fei to sit back in her original seat. You better sit here and watch. He was uneasy about what she did. Louis Fei was heartbroken. It's all my fault. I can't do anything right. Jian Lan was embarrassed. I can't blame you. It's mainly because you are not familiar with it. Louis Fei was dejected. I'll get you a glass of water. Then he stood up and walked towards the living room. At this moment, she had her back to Jian Lan and covered her mouth with her hands as she laughed secretly. She would never say that she did that on purpose. Later, considering the tight time schedule, Louis Fei decided to get involved in the production. It's just that Jiang Lan assigned her the simplest task: place the baked cookies in a bag. At least she did it herself, so it can't be considered as deceiving her fans. When Jiang Lan finished her work, looking at the smile on her lips, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. When he didn't know that he was being plotted against. It's just that he did it willingly. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao had not returned yet, but Louis Fei had to leave first. There is a small fan meeting today. She wants to go there early to do her makeup. Assistant Su Fei is not here, and driver Xiao Wang cannot come back for the time being. Louis Fei had no choice but to drive to the set by herself. Jiang Lan looked at his beautiful wife and thought, how about I be your driver? The distance from his place to the set is not very close. If he drove, Cici could rest a little longer. After hearing this, Louis Fei happily threw herself into his arms. Really? You're willing to come with me? If you do, you'll have to wait until I finish work tonight. He firmly held her waist and gently stroked it. Yes. Let's send Xiao Xiao to Auntie. They don't know what time they will be back. Louis Fei jumped up and kissed Jiang Lan, then happily went to change her clothes. Along the way, Louis Fei told Jiang Lan about her recent drama that was about to be completed, as well as the next drama that was in preparation. He listened attentively. Although I almost never watch TV dramas, I don't know many celebrities. However, I have heard of some of the actors who have worked with my wife. One of them is an actor who is at the level of Best Actor. Hearing that Louis Fei might work with him in the next play, Jiang Lan asked calmly, isn't it the focus of your industry to hype up couples? Is frequently collaborating with a certain person considered hyping up a CP? Louis Fei thought about it and felt that what he said was not wrong. Actors who were paired with each other for the second or third time were indeed easily bundled into CP marketing. However, he and the actor should not need to cooperate with the company in this kind of publicity. Her sunglasses hung crookedly on the bridge of her nose. She looked down at Jiang Lan, who was driving seriously, and patted his shoulder with a little comfort. Don't worry, the actor will probably refuse. He has more invitations than me. I have to admit that during the years when I retired, the Chinese market was indeed divided up by many young actresses. But it doesn't affect her. She has always been very calm when accepting roles and only takes on roles that interest her. If there is no filming, it would be a good opportunity to spend time with Xiao Xiao. After hearing this, Jiang Lan didn't think about it anymore. My wife is so beautiful, she must be a fairy in the eyes of many people. If he had to guard against both men and women every day, he would probably have died of exhaustion long ago. However, when he thought of the title of Best Actor, he still frowned. In my previous life, I heard that this movie star was not as glamorous as he seemed. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Chapter 100 Staff. After arriving at the destination, Louis Fei went to the crew first. Jiang Lan sat in the car and waited. She will shoot a few scenes first and then hold a fan meeting. The gift box of baked cookies was placed in the car. As for other cakes, peripherals, etc., they will be delivered one after another soon. Don't worry about these things. The company has assigned special people to handle them. After Louis Fei gave him instructions, she hurried to put on makeup. There was nothing to do anyway, and Jiang Lan was a person who couldn't sit still. He took out his computer and started typing. If other authors saw how dedicated he is, they would probably sigh. Jiang Xiao, you deserve to be famous. During this time, Xiao Xiao called him and said that he had arrived at his grandmother's place. I'm going to sleep with Grandma today. I miss her. Dad, come pick me up tomorrow. Jiang Lan could hear Lu Xiuli's laughter through the phone. This little guy always has a sweet mouth and makes everyone happy. After Cici finishes filming this time, I will take some time to take her and Xiao Xiao back to my hometown. My parents will definitely like Xiao Xiao too. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the car window. Jiang Lan put down the computer in his hand, thought for a moment, put on a mask and a hat, and then rolled down the car window. You are Sister Fei's driver, Xiao Wang, right? A fat, fair-skinned boy with a crew cut and black-framed glasses appeared next to the car. Jiang Lan. You are the little bastard. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, he also realized what he had just said. Sorry, bro, I'm new here. My name is Xiao Xiao, and I'm responsible for the venue arrangement for our Sister S fan meeting today. There was originally another person, but he had an accident on the way and couldn't come. I'm too busy now, Brother Wang, can you help me? Zhang Lan's eyes were cold, yeah. He took out the car keys, locked the car, and followed Xiao Xiao. Brother Wang, I'm from the company's logistics department. I've only been working here for less than a month. I'm not familiar with many things. I heard that you have been Sister Yifei's driver for several years. I don't know when I can be our sister's assistant or driver, I've always liked her. You have no chance. Zhang Lan put one hand in his pocket and answered in his heart. However, one thing still needs to be corrected. Call me Brother Zhang, that's what everyone calls me. Brother Wang, that sounds so harsh. Xiao Xiao was stunned, thinking that Brother Wang's full name was Wang Jiang. He said oh and then introduced the process of the activities. Brother Jiang, the stage decoration for the meet and greet is almost done. The remaining food, milk tea, and 3-layer cake will be delivered one after another. This may require our response. We have also arranged the seats for the fans in advance. Professional security is responsible for maintaining order on site. We'll be right next to Sister Yifei to see if there's anything she can help with. Xiao Xiao never stopped talking on the way from the parking lot to the hotel lobby next to the crew. Zhang Lan listened to it once and basically understood it. It's similar to the company's annual meeting in my previous life. The only difference is that the participants are fans and idols. Zhang Lan didn't feel tired even though he was busy for his girlfriend. Besides, it's just the work of organizing and arranging, which is not a big deal in itself. During this period, Lu Yifei sent him a message, telling him that if he was hungry he could go to the staff meal or eat something nearby. Her fan meeting won't end too soon. Zhang Lan said He didn't tell her that he had already infiltrated the inside. After everything was set up, he returned to the parking lot to get the cookies that Lu Yifei had made at home for her fans. As soon as I opened the trunk, I heard someone talking not far away. Hey, Brother Biao, you said Brother Li is also going to attend Tianxian's fan meeting tonight? Brother Li is already an award-winning actor, why does he always try to please her? Zhang Lan was still unloading things onto the cart, but his movements were much slower. What could possibly be the reason why a man would pay attention to a woman? The other man answered with disdain. Oh, our brother has taken a fancy to that girl. Keep your voice down. You need to let the whole world know. A man called Brother Biao scolded another man. There are often paparazzi around here, so be careful with your words. After the scolding, Brother Biao softened his voice again. Huzi, we just do whatever the boss tells us to do. As for what the people above think, that is none of our business. Huzi didn't dare to say anything more and could only nod him. The two of them were pushing a cart of something unknown and walking towards the crew. Since Zhang Lan was driving the trunk, the two of them glanced at him. I saw him carrying out a whole box of water, but I didn't pay much attention. Zhang Lan stopped only after the two of them left. He covered his face with a mask and his expression could not be seen. But his eyes were cold and dark, making it impossible to tell his emotions. Zhang Lan took out his phone from his pocket and searched for the actor's name. Li Yonghyun, 36 years old, from Yian, debuted for 18 years. The winning entries. It is rumored online that he has married and had children in his hometown, but he has never responded to this. Currently filming a TV series with Lu Yifei. He read it quickly, then closed his phone and continued to take the gift box out of the trunk. Just now Xiao Xiao said that there was not enough water on site, so he moved some out of the trunk. I didn't expect to hear this. Zhang Lan lowered his eyes. It was normal to like Lu Yifei. It's abnormal not to like it. Although I had expected that I would have many rivals in love. However, he still felt uncomfortable when others coveted the person who belonged to him. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yifei's fan meeting officially began. Lu Yifei appeared in costume, a flowing white long dress, her hair tied up, beautiful yet heroic. Several authorized media reporters walked around the edge of the stage and took photos frantically. The fans also started screaming. Ah, I finally saw the fairy. A girl in the front row holding a lightboard was shouting at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with tears. So beautiful and cool, sis we love you. The female fans in the back row shouted in unison, and the glow sticks in their hands formed a flashing ocean. Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei. Wife. A male fan shouted heartbreakingly, successfully attracting Lu Yifei's attention. She shook her head at the source of the sound, feeling both amused and helpless, and made a helpless face. This action successfully drove the fans at the scene into a frenzy. The flashes were more intense than before. There were endless nasty words at the scene, such as, "Sister, kill me, sister, step on me, I'm willing to be your lickspittle." Jianglan frowned upon hearing this. Are fans so blatant in their pursuit of idols? What kind of expressions are these? But Lu Yifei seemed to be accustomed to it. Jianglan felt a little uncomfortable with the frequent flashing lights. But looking at her, she can still smile elegantly and calmly. Chapter 101, Feeling Good Movie Star. She smiled and waved to everyone, then raised her hand to make a stop gesture, signaling the fans to be quiet. However, because they were too close to the goddess, the fans found it difficult to suppress their excitement. The cheers at the scene became louder and louder. Apart from Lu Yifei, which other sister can pamper her fans like this? They held such a close fan meeting, did not require tickets, did not accept gifts, and arranged vehicle pickup. I declare that she is the idol in the domestic entertainment industry who puts her fans most at heart. After a long time, the noise at the scene was finally suppressed. Lu Yifei spoke first and thanked the fans for their long-term support. She also distributed milk tea and her autographed photos to everyone. It was hard for fans to contain their excitement. When she said she had prepared cookies baked by herself for everyone, the audience exclaimed in delight. There is no other sister in China who dotes on her fans this much. Xiao Xiao gave Jianglan a wink, and he pushed the cart to the fans and distributed gift boxes one by one. Everyone just thought he was a staff member, and since Lu Yifei was on the stage, no one would notice him. Lu Yifei looked at the staff pushing the cart and couldn't help wondering. Why does this person look like Jianglan? After he distributed the gifts, he turned around and winked at Lu Yifei. She then confirmed that it was indeed Jianglan. When did this guy sneak in? However, seeing him silently serving her, she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. Xiao Jiang, you performed well and deserve praise. I would also like to thank my staff here. They helped me organize this meeting, thank you for your hard work. Lu Yifei held the microphone and looked at Jianglan with a smile. Before Jianglan could say anything, Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him, thought Lu Yifei was referring to how excited he was. It's not hard, sister, you must not say that. Actually, I've been a fan of you for a long time. Xiao Xiao's face turned red and he looked at his idol shyly. OMG. Carrot. What a wonderful day today is. Sister Tianxian took the initiative to talk to me. Jianglan looked at Xiao Xiao, who was already going crazy, and nodded helplessly. He and Xiao Xiao, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, standing together, are quite funny. Coupled with Jianglan's muscle memory from being a president in his previous life, his standing posture looks particularly upright. There is an indescribable nobility in his every gesture. Sister Tianxian's staff is so tall, I guess they are about 1.9 meters tall. The tall guy next to Mr. Lu, wearing a mask, is taciturn and looks quite reliable. Many fans noticed the staff standing nearby because of Lu Yifei's special thanks. However, this is only limited to Jianglan. Xiao Xiao, I am also a staff member of Sister Tianxian, why is no one giving me peanuts? The meeting soon came to an end, and a heavyweight figure arrived. He is the movie star, Li Yonghyun, who acted with Lu Yifei some time ago. Li Jingheng walked up from the back of the stage with a smile, waved to everyone, and bowed to the fans. The fans at the scene had no idea that the movie star would show up. After being stunned for a moment, she thought that the boss might be supporting their daughter Sisai, so she shouted even harder. Lu Yifei obviously didn't expect this to happen. The main reason is that she didn't invite him, and Li Jingheng didn't say hello in advance before coming. But since he was here, Lu Yifei could only stand up and express her welcome out of politeness. She took 2 steps forward to hand the microphone to Li Jingheng, but Li Jingheng opened his arms. He wanted to hug Lu Yifei without any explanation. Seeing this, Lu Yifei subconsciously took a step back, and the scene was very awkward for a while. However, Li Jingheng is worthy of being the best actor. When he saw Lu Yifei retreat, he took over the microphone naturally. Hello, all Yifei fans. When the audience heard Li Jingheng's voice, they couldn't help but cheer even louder. However, Jianglan had been paying attention to Lu Yifei, so he naturally noticed this scene, and of course he also noticed Lu Yifei's subconscious retreat. It seems that the movie star seems to have some different feelings towards Sisai. However, few fans at the scene noticed such details, and most of them screamed even more excitedly when they heard Li Jingheng. Entertainment reporters also seized the opportunity and started taking a lot of photos. Li Jingheng said a few words to the fans, then waved his hand and other staff members came out from behind the stage, pushing 2 large carts full of gifts. I know, everyone likes and supports our Sisai very much. I am also honored to be able to film with Cici. This is a little gift from me. It's not easy for you to come here from so far away. I hope everyone will continue to support Cici. After saying that, he waved his hand and two staff members began to distribute gifts to fans. Most fans were so excited to hear that the movie star took such good care of their daughter Sisai that they kept shouting thank you. Louis Fei just felt weird on the stage, but seeing that there were so many fans present, she could only thank Li Zhengheng. What is going on? She looked at Li Zhengheng and asked him, but Li Zhengheng smiled and took out a thermos cup from the assistant beside him. Cici, you haven't had much rest after filming all afternoon. You must be thirsty. This is the honey water I specially asked someone to prepare for you to moisten your throat. As he spoke, he unscrewed the lid of the cup and handed it over. Louis Fei really couldn't laugh anymore this time. But in front of everyone, she couldn't refuse his respect. However, Louis Fei was very unhappy with this kind of uninvited and unwarranted behavior. Her self-control prevents her from losing her temper in public, but that doesn't mean she will be forced to accept it. Now the reporters in the audience seem to smell something different. A long time ago, there were some groundless rumors that the two people on the stage were acting out their real feelings, but there was no real evidence. Moreover, each of them is more famous than the other. Many media outlets dare not follow suit and report on this. Now this situation. The entertainment reporters looked at each other and felt that the two of them were really interesting. Just as Louis Fei was thinking about how to refuse the thermos cup in Li Zhengheng's hand that shouldn't have appeared in the first place, the light beside her suddenly dimmed. A hand reached out from the right and took it for her. I'm sorry, brotherly, Sister Fei has had a bad stomach recently and is not suitable for drinking honey water. I'll keep it for her first. Thank you. Louis Fei looked up and saw that it was Zhang Lan. He took the thermos from the actor's hand, tightened the lid, nodded, and retreated to her side and behind. As if it had never appeared. Li Zhengheng looked at Zhang Lan, who appeared out of nowhere, with an unhappy look on his face. I thought to myself, I'm talking to Cici, and you have no right to interrupt me. You have no manners. But of course he couldn't say that in front of so many fans, so he could only look at Louis Fei with a questioning look. Louis Fei immediately became happy when she saw Zhang Lan coming out to help. Is he jealous? This is the first time she has seen this, and she suddenly feels happy. As a result, his attitude towards Li Zhengheng was not so bad anymore. Yes, I appreciate Brother Li's kindness, but my stomach has been feeling unwell recently. Her apologetic smile made Li Zhengheng's anger disappear. You see, he said that with his status, there is no woman in the entertainment industry that he cannot win over. Even Louis Fei is no exception. Chapter 102 Chaos breaks out. After his staff distributed gifts to fans, Li Zhengheng did not leave, but sat next to Louis Fei. The host was also confused, because the previous process was not like this. Do they have a mission to promote the drama? The host did not receive any notification and simply continued with the process. Louis Fei sat there, just wanting the meeting to end quickly. At my fan meeting, he was singing and dancing. What's going on? Fortunately, Zhang Lan just rescued me, otherwise I don't know what he would do. At this moment, Louis Fei could hardly control her impatience towards Li Zhengheng. As a senior member of the group, Li Zhengheng has always been very caring towards others. Although he often gives warmth to himself, other actresses in the same crew also receive the same care. So she never thought about it that way. After all, he has never directly expressed his desire to pursue me. If she refused first, wouldn't it seem like she was being too sentimental? But what was this incident today? He showed up at the fan meeting and in front of the media without even saying hello, and acted like he had a good relationship with her. It caught her off guard. If Zhang Lan hadn't interrupted just now, I'm afraid that would be the headline of tomorrow's entertainment section. Li Yonghyun and Louis Fei's relationship was exposed, and they openly showed their affection at a fan meeting. Thinking of this, Louis Fei subconsciously glanced diagonally behind her. Fortunately, Zhang Lan was right next to me. Somehow, seeing his calm expression, her tense heart suddenly relaxed. Fei? The host's voice brought her back to reality. Li Zhengheng seemed to be completely unaware of the stagnant air on the field, and instead became active like the master. He called Cici on the left and Fei on the right, acting like he was very familiar with everyone. Louis Fei only interacted with fans, and from beginning to end, her eyes never stayed on Li Zhengheng for a second. No matter whether he wants to pursue himself or wants to establish the image of a senior who cares for the younger generation, as long as he does not respond, one slap will not make a sound. Soon the meeting entered its final stage. There are some old fans who have followed Louis Fei for more than 10 years. They will go on stage as fan representatives and take photos with Louis Fei. As soon as the host finished speaking, several men and women holding light signs came up. Louis Fei knows all these people. Since her debut drama, these fans have begun to frequently appear at her various events to support her. Even during the years when she was not filming, they often left messages under her Weibo to encourage and support her. They were all old acquaintances, so when Louis Fei saw them, she naturally smiled and greeted them. Li Jinghong was moved when he saw Louis Fei's beautiful smile. Louis Fei is worthy of her name, she is indeed perfect, but it is precisely because of this that his painstaking pursuit is worthwhile. Thinking of this, Li Jinghong looked at Louis Fei with even more passion. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Soon it was time for the final group photo session, and Louis Fei stood in the middle. She should have been surrounded by fans on both sides, but Li Jinghong was standing there abruptly. His self-righteous look made several fans move to his side in disappointment. Louis Fei looked at him several times, and finally couldn't help but speak. Brotherly, how about you take a photo of me and my fans later? I believe your photography skills must be very good. Li Jinghong felt good about himself and raised the corners of his lips into an evil smile. Let them take the photo. He pointed to the reporters holding professional equipment. I'm a pretty good photographer, but unfortunately I don't have my equipment with me right now. There was no way out, and the fans were ultimately unable to get close to Louis Fei. As the host shouted loudly, 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Everyone took this precious photo together. At the back of the photo, Jiang Lan's half face is exposed due to his height advantage, and he is silently gazing at Louis Fei in the center of the picture. The group photo had just ended and fans were walking back down the stage when a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. Ah, wife! A fat man with his upper body naked rushed towards Louis Fei, shouting. The security personnel below the stage had no time to react, and a crack was torn in the neat human wall. The man rushed through the gap, knocking down several fans, and rushed towards the center of the stage. The fans around suddenly burst into screams, the sound was urgent and loud, and everyone was shocked by this scene. Li Jinghong was standing next to Louis Fei on the stage. When he saw the fleshy shadow rushing towards him, his face turned pale instantly. Almost instinctively, he took a big step to the side, and his elbow hit the speaker stand behind him with a loud clang. He hurriedly crossed his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. His face was filled with fear that seemed to be overflowing, and he didn't even care about Louis Fei beside him. Louis Fei was so frightened by this scene that she was stunned. Her mind went blank and she couldn't react at all. Her hands and feet were stiff and she couldn't move. She could only watch the man getting closer and closer. Time seems to be infinitely stretched. The man's crazy smile and his greasy flesh were so clear that her stomach tightened. Just when the fat hand was about to reach her, a tall, dark figure stood firmly in front of her. When she saw the familiar figure clearly, Louis Fei's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and an indescribable sense of security surged in her heart. It's Jiang Lan. Then Louis Fei heard a dull crash and the stage beneath her feet shook violently. Jiang Lan was originally standing diagonally behind Louis Fei, and was being dragged to the side stage by Xiao Xiao when the group photo was over. Xiao Xiao was muttering about packing up in advance. As he turned around, he heard a sudden sharp scream from behind him, accompanied by a huge roar. Wife! Turning around, I saw a fat, big-eared man rushing towards the stage like crazy. It goes without saying who his target is. Jiang Lan didn't have time to think about it. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Stand in front of Sisai. There was no time to think. Jiang Lan took a quick step and ran towards Louis Fei madly. The next second, he was standing firmly in front of Louis Fei. The strong arm suddenly stretched out, and the iron-like palm gripped the man's shoulder tightly. Facing the fat man's attack, Jiang Lan didn't even frown. His other hand quickly locked onto the man's wrist, and he used the man's inertia to pull it hard. The man's huge body was caused to stagger in turn by this force. Jiang Lan showed no mercy and delivered a clean and sharp side kick that nailed him in the knee. Xian the man had just squeezed out half a word when his knees suddenly went weak, followed by a heart-wrenching howl. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lan threw him face down on the stage floor with a loud thud. Chapter 103 Crisis Resolved. Jianlan pressed his knee against the man's back, not allowing him to struggle to get up, his eyes as cold as ice. It was not until the security personnel finally avoided the fans and rushed onto the stage that he slowly let go of his hand and handed the person over to the security. After he stood up, he turned and looked at Louis Fei. Her face was pale and her eyes were misty, and she was obviously very frightened. Jianlan frowned and patted her shoulder without thinking. "It's okay. He didn't touch you." Hearing his voice and looking into his eyes, Louis Fei seemed to finally regain her breath. Her lips moved slightly and she slowly exhaled. "I was scared to death." She stroked her chest with the hand that wasn't holding the microphone, and then thought of the scene just now. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" As he said that, he was about to pull Jianlan's arm to check. Suddenly, a louder voice came from the side. "Sisai, are you okay?" Li Jingheng, who had dodged very quickly just now, saw that the crisis was resolved and quickly came to Louis Fei's side to show his concern. Louis Fei ignored him completely, still looking Jianlan up and down. "You must be scared." "I was scared too." Li Jingheng felt a little embarrassed when he saw that Louis Fei didn't say anything. Thinking that she didn't hear clearly, he moved closer and said something. He just thought that the man was coming for him, so he wanted to stay away from Louis Fei to avoid accidentally hurting her. There's really no other reason. The security here is too unreliable. Next time I'll replace them with my own security. He smiled to ease the atmosphere, and at the same time, he wanted to reach out and pat her shoulder to comfort her, just like Jianlan did. Sisai is frightened now and must really need a warm hug. Unexpectedly, before Li Jingheng could raise his hand, Jianlan's outstretched arm blocked it without a trace. He put one hand on Louis Fei's shoulder and pushed her slightly, causing her to turn to the other side. Then he turned around and looked at the actor. "Brotherly, I'll take Cici away first. I'll leave the rest to you. You should be able to control the media on site." After saying that, he put his arm around Louis Fei and quickly left the scene. Louis Fei didn't say a word the whole time. She followed Jianlan's pace and walked quickly to the backstage. Li Jingheng couldn't laugh anymore. "Who the hell is this person? He interrupted me time and again, and now he is starting to make plans for me." Now is the time when Louis Fei needs care the most, so he left with Louis Fei. It can comfort her and make up for the embarrassment just now. At least he could let the media write that he didn't react at the time and was concerned about Louis Fei the first time afterwards. Now, this annoying staff member has snatched away all his highlights. Damn it. Li Jingheng looked very unhappy. However, since there were many media present, he could not leave the stage alone in disgrace. He called the host to whisper a few words. Then the host quickly wrapped up. Li Jingheng stayed and said some nice words. This fan meeting ended so abruptly. The fans looked worried, wondering if their fairy had been frightened just now. The media were full of gossip. This time I really came. They could write more about a single meet and greet than they could have written about a month on the set. Jianlan took Louis Fei off the court. Seeing that she hadn't changed into her costume yet, she asked, "Do you want to go back to the crew and change your clothes first?" At this moment, Louis Fei had already recovered from her shock. In addition, Jianlan had been hugging her tightly since they first came on stage. I felt his strong arms around me, and my nose was filled with the familiar smell of his soap. His chest pressed against her back, warm and firm. Louis Fei felt very at ease. She nodded and secretly hooked her fingers with his. "Yeah. Come with me. I can leave as soon as I change." "Good." As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. What happened at Louis Fei's fan meeting soon reached the ears of many friends in the circle. They all sent her Feixin messages to express their concern. Of course, some people are genuinely concerned, while others are just gloating. Assistant Su Fei blamed herself for not being there. "Sister Fei, it's all my fault. If I had chosen my fans more carefully, this kind of scoundrel wouldn't have been able to get in." Louis Fei quickly comforted. "It has nothing to do with you. This kind of pervert is hard to guard against. Besides, your brother Jianlan was there, so he didn't touch me." "Really? Didn't that perverted man pounce on you?" "I heard that, sister, you were?" Su Fei was surprised, but she was more happy to hear that her sister was not injured. Louis Fei was helpless. She knew that this matter was just a rumor and it was not certain how it would develop. Fortunately, the agent and the company boss both called and said that the public opinion on this matter has been controlled. There will be no negative news in tomorrow's report. After dealing with these things, the two were almost home. As soon as I entered the house, Louis Fei came up to me. "Thanks to you, if you weren't here, I would be done for today." She hugged Jianglan's waist and acted coquettishly, burying her whole body in his arms and refusing to come out. Thinking of that perverted fan standing so close to her, she felt a chill. If she was really pounced on by such a person, she would feel disgusted for a long time. There will definitely be more injuries. Thinking of this, I felt that it was great to have Jianglan around. She rubbed her cheek against his chest affectionately. Jianglan was held at the door by Louis Fei for a moment and couldn't move. Of course, looking at the kitten-like woman in his arms, he didn't want to move. Women are really good at acting coquettishly. Especially when a beautiful woman acts coquettishly, she has an irresistible charm. What's more, it's Louis Fei. I have to say, Jianglan really likes this. He put one hand on her shoulders and stroked her soft hair with the other. "Let the company provide you with more security in the future. Otherwise, we can spend our own money and hire more people when we participate in activities. If there are any more activities like this in the future, I will try my best to be by your side." As he said this, he also hugged Louis Fei. I didn't have time to think at that moment, and I rushed forward almost as a muscle reaction. Now think about it, if I hadn't been there, or was a step late, I would have been hurt. Then I'm afraid he will blame himself to death. Louis Fei's muffled voice came from his chest. "Yeah, I'll listen to you." The lights in the room were off, and the two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying their time together. The next day, it was just dawn. Louis Fei answered the phone in a daze, and Su Fei's voice came from the other end. "Sister A Fei. Chak Weibo. The report on yesterday's fan meeting is out. Chapter 104. Some are happy, some are sad." When Louis Fei heard this, she instantly came to her senses. She quickly opened the Weibo hot search list, and the first 5 were all about what happened yesterday. 3 of them are explosive. Hashtag shock sudden incident at Louis Fei's fan meeting. Hashtag quickly watch Li Zhengheng escapes. Hashtag cool, Louis Fei's staff members beat the gangster with their bare hands. She didn't expect Jianglan to be on the trending search, so she clicked on the last one. A frontal video of him subduing a perverted man with his bare hands. Followed by text. At the moment of the incident, the staff around Louis Fei reacted very quickly. Almost as soon as he noticed the man, he started moving and stepped forward to block Louis Fei. Faced with a gangster whose size far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he did not hesitate and acted decisively. His entire set of movements were smooth and flowing. In just 2 seconds, he knocked the gangster to the ground and held him firmly under control. I have to say that the staff member was calm and composed throughout the whole process and was very agile. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, after the staff member subdued the man, he immediately turned around to check on Louis Fei's condition. And finally escorted Louis Fei off the scene. Next is a video of him protecting Louis Fei as she leaves the scene. It can be seen that the surroundings were very chaotic. Jianglan also used his body to block a large part of the media's filming, allowing Louis Fei to walk backstage smoothly. Louis Fei dragged the progress bar and watched the media's shooting angles repeatedly, including how Jianglan killed the perverted man instantly with one move. Wow, so cool. Louis Fei's eyes are full of stars. How can her husband be so powerful? She rolled around on the bed holding her cell phone, then remembered that she didn't see Jianglan. So I put on my slippers and rushed to find the protagonist in the video. Jianglan went out to exercise. Louis Fei had just gone downstairs when she ran into him coming back. She opened her arms like a happy little bird and flew into his arms. "Handsome, do you have a date tonight? Can I have you?" Jianglan had long been accustomed to her occasional nonsense. He held her in one hand and turned her around half a circle to make it easier for him to change his shoes. Then he calmly responded to her words. "Beauty, this isn't very convenient. I have to pick up the kids tonight." Louis Fei sighed with pretended regret. "Oh, that's a shame. I was originally thinking of spending some time alone with you, handsome guy. I didn't expect that the handsome guy is already a father." As she said this, her hand was trying to reach into his clothes. Jianglan noticed the hand behind him making trouble, but did not stop it. She'll regret it later anyway. Thinking of this, he hugged her tighter, especially her arms. Yes, he's already the father of the child. Beauty, if you want to be alone with yourselves, that's not impossible. When will you change into the costume for your first film? I'm interested. After saying that, he looked at Louis Fei with deep eyes. Louis Fei pouted and glared at him angrily. I hate myself for understanding what you said. Dirty. But the tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly. To express her condemnation of Jiang Lan's unhealthy thoughts, she touched his back and put two fingers together. I want to pinch it hard. As a result, she frowned as soon as she touched his skin. I'm sweating all over. So disgusting. As he said this, he was about to pull his hand away. How could Jiang Lan do as she wished? This is the moment I've been waiting for. He held Louis Fei's arm tightly with one hand, forcing her palm to press against his back. He then grabbed her other hand and put it around his neck. I just came back from running. If you want to touch me, feel free to do so. Louis Fei was extremely disgusted and twisted her body frantically trying to retreat. In the end, he was forced to wipe Jiang Lan's sweat twice. She said, you stink, and ran to the bathroom in a hurry to wash her hands, leaving Jiang Lan behind him laughing. The top floor of Xintua building. The atmosphere in the round-table conference room was very low. The two middle-aged men frowned. Several young girls were sighing and fidgeting. Brother Zhao, will we be fired? One of the little girls couldn't help but ask the middle-aged man next to her. The man smiled bitterly. Don't talk about you, maybe I will. This answer caused everyone in the conference room to fall silent. An unexpected disaster. No matter what happens to the people at the top, why are the poor people at the bottom always implicated? Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open violently. Li Zhenghong walked in aggressively. What do you all do for a living? He walked to the front row in 2 or 3 steps, pushed the chair in front of him away, stood there with his hands on his hips, and began to lecture. They couldn't even handle an emergency public relations incident. We spend money to support you every day, and this is how you work? The employees were silent. Xiao Bin, tell me. Why are all the reports today negative about me? The man whose name was called groaned inwardly. Because what you did was inhuman. No wonder those reporters wrote about you like that. Of course, if Xiao Bin had the courage to say this, he wouldn't have to continue working in this company. No, it is very likely that you will offend the movie star and end up not being able to survive in this industry. Brotherly, we communicated with several media outlets yesterday and are willing to buy some good publicity for a certain amount of compensation. But, in the end, the deal didn't go through. They didn't accept the bargaining chips we offered. He hasn't said it yet. Yesterday, just as I was about to show off to my wife, he called me over and I had to work overtime all night. These entertainment reporters have finally found a topic that can attract netizens' attention, so how could they let it go easily? What's more, the hush money Li Jinghan was willing to pay was limited and not enough for several media outlets to share. Xiao Bin was also very angry. Not only did I have to work an all-night shift, but I also got scolded in the end. You were so attentive at someone else's fan meeting, and you had such a great opportunity to be the hero and save the damsel in distress, but you couldn't seize it. Instead, it became like this. Xiao Bin secretly complained in his heart. He is also a man, and he despises this kind of people the most. Li Zhenghong was about to explode with anger. I originally thought there would be only 1 or 2 trending searches at most. The media's focus will also be on how Louis Fei was attacked by crazy fans. I didn't expect these bugs to target me. I woke up early this morning to a barrage of negative reports. He randomly clicked on a few to see what the entries were. Protect yourself first, then look after others. Escape style avoidance. The gentleman's image was shattered to pieces. Many netizens also jokingly call themselves the Escape Emperor and Li Pao Pao Behavior Observer. Some people even came up with terms like Yang style self-protection and half-meter teleportation to repeatedly mock his unhesitating evasive actions in critical moments. Hundreds of mocking memes were piled under each comment. Li Jinghan's eyes turned black and dark. I wish I could close my eyes again and pretend none of this happened. Chapter 105 Drawing Animals. These useless people in the agency don't even know how to post a message to shut people up and handle this matter properly. Li Jinghan's image was seriously damaged. Although the agent said that the company will use all resources to settle this matter. But Li Jinghan was still very angry. This kind of negative news should not have been released in the first place. His image as a perfect man cannot be tainted in the slightest. So today I rushed to the company in a rage. He was worried that if he didn't show up, the boss of the agency wouldn't take it seriously. After venting his anger, Li Jinghun looked at his colleagues who were like quails, snorted heavily, and then went to find the company's CEO. Louis Fei has other work today and needs to go to the company. After her assistant Su Fei took her away, Jiang Lan had nothing to do, so he simply went to Lu Xiaoli's house to pick up Xiao Xiao. The little girl was well behaved and didn't make a fuss yesterday, so Jiang Lan decided to reward her with a gift. A few hours later, Jiang Lan arrived at the gate of Louis Fei's community. He walked away under the security guard's surprised gaze and parked the car. Ding dong. The doorbell rang for a long time before Lu Xiaoli came to open the door. When Jiang Lan saw her, he was stunned for a second and quickly hid the gadget in his hand, thinking it would be Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiaoli was much more enthusiastic than before. She took the initiative to prepare slippers for Jiang Lan. You've come just in time. Xiao Xiao is having a bad temper. Go check it out. Lu Xiaoli almost had the word helpless written on her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan put down the gift and walked in. The little guy was sitting alone at the long table, writing and drawing with a marker. Xiao Xiao, what are you painting? Jiang Lan walked closer, sat next to her, and gently rubbed her little head again. He also noticed that the little guy was not in a good mood today. In the past, I would be the first one to run and open the door. Today, even though I was sitting next to her, the little girl was still dejected. This is not normal. It might be difficult to coax him. Sure enough, when the little guy heard his father's voice, he raised his head and called softly. Dad, you're here. Then he lowered his head and continued painting. Jiang Lan looked at her frowning face, wanting to laugh but also a little worried. Little princess, why do you look unhappy today? What happened? At an age when he can't even recognize all the words, he has already learned to be sad. He certainly didn't think anything particularly significant would happen in the little guy's life. But as a father, you still need to have basic empathy. You can't laugh while your daughter is crying. He must never do anything that would make him be hated. The little guy threw the marker on the table, slumped back in his chair, and sighed like a little adult. Oh, Dad, I'm in a bad mood right now. I'm very sad. Hearing her say this, Jiang Lan wanted to laugh even more. You are sad, but you can't even write the word sad. Of course, the sensible old father would definitely not say such words at this moment. He patiently and kindly guided us, showing his fatherly demeanor. Why are you sad? Xiao Xiao tapped the drawing paper in front of him with his chin. The teacher assigned us homework and asked us to draw 3 animals with markers. I can't draw any of them well. As he spoke, he seemed to become even more worried, his face wrinkled into a small bun. I learned how to draw an elephant in class, but I couldn't find the same feeling when I got home. Jiang Lan almost laughed out loud after hearing this. I guess the painting teacher has used these words before, and the little guy followed suit, even saying can't find the feeling. Xiao Xiao is so cute. He couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheeks. Then Daddy will finish this homework with you, okay? After saying that, he stood up, walked to the entrance, and took out the gift he brought for the little guy. Dad happened to bring this. Wouldn't it be more convenient for Xiao Xiao to draw according to it? Wow, it's a panda. The little guy jumped up happily, quickly took the doll from Jiang Lan's hand, touched it here and there, and held it in his arms without letting go. But for now, I have to finish my homework with the little one. Taking advantage of Xiao Xiao's excitement, Jiang Lan opened the system and took a look. My happiness value has unknowingly reached 30,000 during this period. It seems that the little guy has been very happy recently. In this case, there is no need to save. Select to redeem, painting skills. I spent 7,000 points of pleasure and directly redeemed it to the intermediate level. It's always good to have many skills. Anyway, I will be drawing with Xiao Xiao often in the future, and I can't be an incompetent father. Lu Xiaoli recently enjoyed a few days of life without her baby and felt much more relaxed. It turns out that this child still has to follow his parents. As an old lady, it's good for her to help out occasionally. Xiao Xiao just came yesterday, and the little guy's mouth was as sweet as honey, calling grandma all the time. Lu Xiaoli was also very happy. As a result, today he started crying because he didn't do his homework well, and no matter how she tried to comfort him, he wouldn't stop crying. After much effort to coax him, the little guy started pouting and drawing unhappily again. She just watched and couldn't help. Xiao Xiao and Cici had almost identical personalities when they were children. They were both very strong-willed and stubborn. So Lu Xiaoli could only watch Xiao Xiao drawing and throwing away the paintings. It would be great if Cici was here. Cici has also learned some painting, so she could at least help Xiao Xiao. However, it was Jiang Lan who came. I don't know if he can coax Xiao Xiao well. Lu Xiaoli did see the panda doll he brought. This kind of toy can only divert Xiao Xiao's attention temporarily. She understood the child's temper. If I don't finish this homework today, I will definitely make a fuss. Oh, it would be great if Jiang Lan could also draw. Lu Xiaoli looked at the man who was whispering and comforting Xiao Xiao, and thought again. The current situation is pretty good, so we can't expect too much from him. Lu Xiaoli went out to pick up a package, and when she came back, she saw the father and daughter still sitting there. Jiang Lan pointed at the drawing paper and Xiao Xiao nodded. It seems that there is really tutoring. Lu Xiaoli washed some fruit and brought it to them while taking a closer look. Hey, isn't this painted? She pointed to a picture next to her, which showed a cute panda. Xiao Xiao is no longer as depressed as before, and now looks much happier. This was drawn by Daddy, Grandma. Daddy is teaching me. As she spoke, she raised the drawing paper in her hand and showed Lu Xiaoli her unfinished work. Lu Xiaoli was surprised. Painted by Jiang Lan? Although it is just a simple line drawing, the smoothness of the lines shows that he is not a novice. Have you ever learned to paint? If she remembered correctly, Jiang Lan also played the piano during the Xiao Xiao kindergarten performance. Now I can draw again. How come Xiao Xiao knows exactly what he wants to learn? It's just perfect. Hobbies and interests can be brought together. Chapter 106. You are really almighty. Jiang Lan calmly replied to Lu Xiaoli's surprise. I taught myself a little bit in college. Xiao Xiao heard his father's humble words and would not allow him to be low-key. Daddy explained it to me so well. Even better than the teacher. And Daddy will draw with me, Grandma. Daddy is so awesome. Daddy's girl Xiao Xiao can't wait to introduce Jiang Lan to everyone. Lu Xiaoli cooperated with Xiao Xiao and let out a long "oh." Then you should learn from your father. He doesn't cry easily. After saying that, he put down the fruit and signaled Jiang Lan to feel free. Xiao Xiao was caught in an embarrassing situation by his grandma, so he pretended to be deaf and dumb, lowered his head and continued to draw as his father had just taught him. She's a big kid now. Grandma doesn't even know how to save face for herself. Next, under Jiang Lan's guidance, Xiao Xiao quickly completed his homework. A fat panda holding a bamboo, a tiger patrolling on a rock, and an elephant bathing itself with its trunk. The little guy obviously likes his work. I put it aside carefully and prepared to show it to my mother. Jiang Lan remembered the surprise downstairs and looked at the time. It was still early, so he asked Xiao Xiao if he wanted to go out for a drive. Xiao Xiao is absolutely obedient to his father. I will respond to any call from my father. So the two of them said hello to Lu Xiaoli and went out to play. Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but smile when she saw Jiang Lan's gentleness and patience towards Xiao Xiao. Jiang Lan, this kid, is fine in every aspect except that he is a little poor. But it doesn't matter if we're poor. I'm too busy and don't have time to take care of Cici and Xiao Xiao. As for money, it's enough as long as their family has it. Daddy, shall we go to the slide downstairs? Xiao Xiao held her father's hand obediently and looked at Jiang Lan with her big watery eyes. Jiang Lan simply loves it. Her chubby little face trembled as she spoke. His little eyebrows would move along with his mouth from time to time, making it seem that he was speaking very seriously. Little did they know that it was this act of pretending to know everything that made it even funnier. Jiang Lan wanted to pinch her chubby little face, but was afraid that the little one would protest, so he shook her hand. Don't go to the slide. Daddy will take you to something more fun. The little guy kept asking, but Jiang Lan didn't say anything until he saw the car parked at the door. Wow! Wow wow! Dad, is this your new electric car? Why is there such a big seat next to this car? Daddy, this looks great. Can I sit here? Xiao Xiao circled the pink sidecar several times. He touched here and there, and was so excited that he wanted to sit in it right now. Jiang Lan smiled slightly. This was the surprise he prepared for Xiao Xiao, a three-wheeled car with more spacious seats, a pinker color, and faster running. Yes, ever since the last time when Huang Wenjie sat on the electric car and Xiao Xiao had no place left, he has been thinking, is he going to get a bigger car? So I went to a car dealership and customized a completely pink sidecar. For this purpose, he even took the motorcycle driver's license test. The side bucket of the sidecar is made into the shape of a cartoon airplane. John Lon also installed a backrest for that position and reinforced the safety seat. Originally, the capital did not allow sidecars to carry minors under the age of 12, but the policy was relaxed in the past 2 years, allowing them to carry passengers outside the third ring road. So John Lon decided to buy it back and let Xiao Xiao enjoy it. He couldn't help laughing when he thought about the last time the little guy made promises to him about buying a sports car and a big villa. Although it was for ice cream, the old father still felt very touched. John Lon picked up Xiao Xiao and put her on the seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she took out her little hat. "Little princess, Daddy will give you whatever you want. Don't let any of those yellow-haired boys cheat you out of anything in the future." Xiao Xiao nodded, not quite understanding. "Yeah, I'll listen to Daddy." John Lon was even happier when he heard this. He took out his cell phone and turned on the recorder. "Repeat after me. Zhang Zhao promised me that she would love me forever and never get married." Zhao Zhao happily read it out. John Lan's little trick worked. He sat down in his seat and started the car. Although he knew that his cabbage would be eaten by a pig from nowhere in the future. But at least now, for Xiao Xiao, he can kill all the yellow-haired people within a radius of 10 kilometers. When the two of them came back after walking around for several rounds, Xiao Xiao's hair was blown into a slicked back style. But the little guy is still very energetic. If I wasn't hungry, I would have wanted Jiang Lan to run a few more laps. He sent Xiao Xiao back to Lu Xiuli and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiuli took the initiative to invite him to have lunch. Lu Xiuli is better than Cici, at least she won tea blow up the kitchen. But what can be done is also very limited. But just now the part-time worker came, and the two of them worked together to make 4 dishes and a soup. This can be considered as Lu Xiuli's sincerity, and Jiang Lan naturally cannot refuse. Just then Lu Yifei came back. So, it was a rare occasion for the 4 of them to have lunch together. When Xiao Xiao saw his mother come back, he showed her his paintings proudly. Lu Yifei originally thought that Xiao Xiao had just started learning and couldn't draw anything. I was surprised when I saw her work. Is this the level of painting that a kid who just started learning to draw could have done? She has also learned to paint, and from the lines and brushstrokes, it is obvious that she has a certain foundation in this, so it can't be Xiao Xiao. Lu Yifei gently asked if Xiao Xiao had taken the teacher's painting back. The little guy finally realized that he had taken the wrong one. "Mom, this is what Daddy drew." "This is what I drew, look at this." Lu Yifei was stunned. He looked up at Jiang Lan beside him. You drew it? You can draw? How come she hasn't heard of it?" Oh, by the way, the small illustrations in the book of fairy tales that he told Xiao Xiao were drawn by him himself. Lu Yifei just remembered and looked at the other party suspiciously. "Jiang Lan, tell me the truth, how many skills do you have that I don't know about?" Jiang Lan spread his hands and said innocently. "That's not really a skill. Just some simple sketching. It's not something that can be put on the table." He wasn't going to make a living from this anyway. "So even though I exchanged for intermediate painting skills, at most I can use it to teach my daughter." Lu Yifei rolled her eyes at him. Excessive modesty is hypocrisy, you know? It was like he didn't tell himself that he could control the almost 200-pound fat man with one hand. Today, someone from the company told him that the perverted fan had been placed under administrative detention. According to the police, he was also drunk at the time. It is difficult for ordinary people to subdue a drunk fat man with one move. Could it be that he used to be a bodyguard? Lu Yifei thought to herself that she must find an opportunity to uncover all his hidden skills. Chapter 107 Battle of Wits and Courage. After lunch, the little guy has the habit of taking a nap. Ever since Jiang Lan came, Lu Xiaoli has somewhat stepped down in terms of taking care of the children. Whoever is capable can take the lead. And Xiao Xiao does seem to be more attached to Jiang Lan. Even when Lu Yifei said she wanted to coax her to take a nap, the little girl chose Jiang Lan. Lu Yifei couldn't help but snort coldly at Jiang Lan's apologetic but slightly complacent look. It just so happens that she wants to do her own thing. Xiao Xiao pestered Jiang Lan to tell her a story. "Dad, I want to hear something different this time. I want to hear something about the sea." Last week, her kindergarten classmate Zhao Yuxuan said that her whole family was going to the beach. Although she has been there many times, she has never been there with her father. So this time she wants her father to tell her about the sea. If there is something wrong with what he said, you can tell him what he did wrong. That way, Dad will definitely feel that he is very powerful. Xiao Xiao has good ideas, but ideals are full of hope and reality is very skinny. Her stories about forgetting her father are always so unique and fascinating. Xiao Xiao wants to hear a story about the sea, so this time Daddy will tell you a story about a little sea elf, a sea girl. Deep in the deep blue ocean lies a palace made of pearls and corals. The owner of the palace is the king of the sea, and his most beloved little daughter. It was a mermaid with long, seaweed green hair and a tail that shimmered with moonlight. Jiang Lan's voice was very soft, and because the bedroom door was not closed, Louis Fei and Lu Xioli, who were sitting in the living room playing with their phones, could hear it. As they listened to the beginning of the story, they couldn't help but look at each other. Louis Fei, wow. This is the one I didn't finish last time. Lu Xioli, this kid is good. Even the stories he tells are different from others. So, in the quiet living room where only the ticking of the clock could be heard, Jiang Lan's voice slowly flowed. A huge wave overturned the boat, and the prince fell into the sea like a fallen leaf. Without any hesitation, she rushed over with her tail, lifted him out of the water and sent him to the beach on the shore. But he hid himself and didn't dare to go out. Ah, Daddy, why doesn't she dare to go out? Then the prince won't know it was her who did it? Xiao Xiao interrupted anxiously. The little mermaid is so good, but the prince doesn't know about it. What can he do? It's so worrying. Louis Fei, who was eavesdropping in the living room, nodded frantically. Yeah, what a crappy story. It's not popular to be an unsung hero these days. Lu Xioli also frowned. Could it be that the mermaid knew that there was a huge gap in status between her and the prince, and that they were not a good match? Then, they heard Jiang Lan's voice. Yes, because she knows that humans have never seen anything like her. Then, what should we do, Dad? Will the little mermaid be unable to go find the prince? Xiao Xiao's voice didn't sound sleepy at all, but rather more excited than the person telling the story. Jiang Lan suddenly regretted telling her this story. It should be like Sisai. Once upon a time there was a mountain, and in the mountain there was a temple. This is how she falls asleep fastest. But the story had already begun, so he went on. The sea witch prepared a potion for her. After drinking it, the fish's tail would turn into human legs, but she would lose her voice. Later, she met the prince, but in the end, the prince married the princess of the neighboring country. The little mermaid eventually turned into sea foam and disappeared. Well, the story is over, it's time for you to go to bed. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Xiao Xiao burst into tears. Wow, I don't want it. Wow, Daddy, I don't want this ending. I don't want the little mermaid to die, whoa. Jiang Lan. How so? He remembered that when he heard this story, he just thought the little mermaid was so stupid. It changes when it comes to Xiao Xiao? It's just a story, it's not true. Jiang Lan gently patted the little guy's back. Don't cry anymore. This story mainly tells us that we must learn to know ourselves and recognize ourselves clearly. She also needs to learn to take responsibility for her own actions. If she hadn't chosen to drink the sea witch's potion in the first place, wouldn't this have happened? He wanted to apply the story to real life and tell Xiao Xiao that there is gain and loss, and not to be easily tempted by others. But unexpectedly, it would backfire. The little guy seems to be more concerned about how the little mermaid died. Obviously, Xiao Xiao did not accept his explanation. The one who also refused to accept it was Louis Fei outside. She just heard that the little mermaid turned into foam and disappeared, and suddenly felt very sad. I was clearly bravely pursuing true love, so why did it end like this? Now, like Xiao Xiao, she wants to loudly accuse Jiang Lan. She thought so and did so. Louis Fei rushed into Xiao Xiao's bedroom. Yes, Jiang Lan, why did she disappear? She can't speak, but she can write. You can also tell the prince through others. You arranged such an ending for the little mermaid. Not only Xiao Xiao, but I can't accept it either. After saying that, she sat down on the bed, snatched the crying Xiao Xiao from Jiang Lan's hands, and shook her gently. Dad hasn't finished yet, can we let him finish? Jiang Lan equals? Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears and nodded. Tell it. Daddy, I don't want the little mermaid to get fat, no, woo. Lu Xiaoli outside the door also nodded. Although she had seen many lives and deaths at her age, she couldn't help but feel sad when she heard this sad fairy tale. It would be nice if there was another version. In this way, Jianlan was forced to modify the ending. Her friends rushed to her aid. In the end, she bravely broke out of the underwater world, defeated the curse, and pursued the love she wanted. After Jianlan finished speaking, he glanced at Louis Fei, who was listening attentively. "Is this all right now?" he asked with his eyes. Louis Fei winked at him. When Xiao Xiao heard that the little mermaid was not dead, she finally stopped crying. "After being coaxed by my mother for a while, I finally came to my senses. Dad, I want to have a mermaid as a friend." The little guy looked at him pitifully, with tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, making it hard to refuse. Jianlan. LLL. God damn it, why am I telling this story? Louis Fei looked at Jianlan with a playful look on her face, wondering how he would answer. He took a deep breath, looking helpless. "Xiao, I really can't meet your request. How about trying something else?" At the same time, he quickly glanced at the gloating Louis Fei, with a warning in his eyes. "Don't make trouble." Louis Fei was not afraid of him and retaliated by making a face behind Xiao Xiao. The little girl didn't see her parents flirting with each other in front of her, but she just heard her father say change to something else. Then I want ice cream. I want sea-colored ice cream, or chocolate ice cream would be fine. As soon as Xiao Xiao said this, Jianlan's face turned dark instantly. "Little thing, I guess you are waiting for me here. You compete with me in wits and courage every day." Chapter 108 Emergency. "Daddy, is it okay?" I changed to a simpler one. Xiao Xiao watched his father's face turn darker, but he didn't look angry. I asked again boldly. "Daddy is the best. Daddy, Mommy, and I are the best in the world." She didn't forget that she was in her mother's arms. The little guy is smart and clever. I know that I cannot offend anyone, so I like everyone who is present and regard them as the best in the world. After saying that, he laughed to himself. What a child, crying 1 second and then cheering up because of an ice cream the next. Jianlan had no choice but to agree when he saw that Louis Fei didn't say anything to stop him. "Just go to sleep now, and you can eat something when you wake up." The little guy immediately crawled into the quilt, folded his hands and closed his eyes. Louis Fei and Jianlan watched her silently for a while, and she soon fell asleep. Living room. Lu Xiaoli looked at the two people who came out of the room in a sneaky manner, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It is said that when two people are together for a long time, they will influence each other. Seeing Cici's lively but somewhat cunning appearance, she, as an old mother, didn't know whether she should feel relieved. Cici is obviously much happier now than before. But her daughter has always been very dignified and virtuous. Never mind, as long as the child is happy. Lu Xiaoli shook her head secretly and watched the two of them sit on the sofa. "How did you come up with that story? How did you come up with the idea of mermaids? Is there really such a creature? You have a really wild imagination." Although it feels strange, the story does sound very poignant. Louis Fei asked a series of questions. Jianlan didn't know for a moment whether she was really curious or just talking casually. Until Lu Xiaoli on the side also interrupted. "This must have been found in a storybook somewhere else. How could it be possible that you made it up yourself? Then what kind of person has he become? Can you even make up such a sad and beautiful fairy tale?" If it was really his idea, Lu Xiaoli felt that her own Cici was not worthy of him. "If I had been able to paint, create, and play the piano, I wouldn't have lived in such poverty in the past few years." In Lu Xiaoli's opinion, Jianlan had been having a hard time in the past few years. After all, he can only rent an apartment so far away, so he doesn't look like a rich person at all. "If I could make up a story like this, I would have become a great writer long ago." Lu Xiaoli had no intention of mocking her. "Just speaking of the facts, I think Cici's question is a bit redundant." Unexpectedly, when Louis Fei heard her mother's question, she took out her phone on the spot. "Mom, I had the same idea as you. But if you search, you won't find this story on the internet at all. There is nothing similar. I saw Jianlan halfway through writing this story before." Lu Xiaoli still doesn't believe it. "What does it mean to write halfway? Did you create this?" She turned to look at Jianlan, her eyes full of confusion. Jianlan thought about it seriously and realized that there was indeed no great figure like Andersen in this world. There is no such fairy tale. So here, if I were to tell this story, it can indeed be considered as my own creation. Although a little embarrassed, Jianlan still nodded. "Some bedtime stories I thought of for Xiao Xiao. They're definitely not available online. Every word he said was true. Lu Xiaoli was stunned. How is that possible? This young man whom he once looked down upon was actually so talented? Not only can he write stories, he also knows how to play the piano and can draw. Even if I tell her now that Zhang knows Kung Fu and can fight 10 people alone, she will be able to accept it. Lu Xiaoli remembered that she once complained to Cici's aunt that people like Xiao Xiao's biological father would be like this in their lives. Without background and talent, you are destined to live at the bottom of society. Now that I think about it, if those are all true, even if Zhang can't become rich, he can at least achieve a middle level. Mom, you'll know when I show you the other stories he wrote for Xiao Xiao one day. This guy has a really big imagination and is great with kids. Lu Yifei deliberately spoke well of Zhang in front of her mother, wanting to make him more visible. After all, his reputation with his mother was not that good. Zhang smiled bitterly. Didn't the car just overturn? Next time I tell Xiao Xiao a bedtime story, I must choose one that is mindless and relaxing. Let her never get the chance to eat ice cream again. Zhang now feels that the little guy has become a spirit. She always gets the chance. After staying for a while, Lu Yifei had to return to the crew to shoot the night scene and would not come back at night. Xiao Xiao continued to stay at her grandmother's house. Zhang rode his cool sidecar and hurried back to the villa. When Lu Yifei saw his new car, she couldn't help but rush forward. So cute. I want to sit too. Zhang knew that she didn't have time, and if Lu Yifei went out in this outfit in public, it would probably become a hot topic tomorrow. So ruthlessly rejected. Just get in your nanny car. After saying that, without giving her a chance, he ran away with a ho-ho sound. Maybe he has become accustomed to taking care of children recently, and when Xiao Xiao is not around, Zhang always feels like something is missing. In order to calm myself down and work hard to complete the writing task, I want to finish the book Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law as soon as possible. So Zhang muted his phone and focused on typing. A few hours later. After completing his scheduled workload, he stretched and picked up his phone. Normally, there is no urgent matter that requires him to be contacted, so Zhang is not worried. As soon as he picked up the phone, he was ejected from his seat. Aunt Lu, missed calls, 8. Feishan messages, 5. His first reaction was that something had happened to Xiao Xiao. So without even bothering to put on his coat, Zhang hurried out, answering the call as he walked. Xiao Jiang, you finally answered the phone. Xiao Xiao and I had dinner and I started vomiting and having diarrhea. The doctor suspected food poisoning and we are both in the hospital now. Xiao Xiao's condition is worse than mine. She has a cold and fever and is receiving in 4 drip. Would it be convenient for you to come to the hospital near me? I can't take care of it alone. The more Zhang listened, the more frightened he became. He quickened his pace and asked them what they had for dinner. When Lu Xiaoli suggested that the beans might not be cooked enough, he couldn't help but sigh deeply into the phone. Equals? Do you want to do this? Beans again. Chapter 109, Taking Advantage of the Fire. By the time Zhang arrived at the hospital, Lu Xiaoli's symptoms had eased a lot. On the contrary, it was Xiao Xiao. The child had weak resistance, and in addition to gastrointestinal discomfort, he also caught a cold. Lu Xiaoli asked the doctor why she caught a cold, and the doctor said, he caught a cold. Family members should think about whether they have taken their children out to the wind recently and not paid attention to keeping them warm. Zhang. It seemed as if, in the afternoon, he took Xiao Xiao on a tricycle and did not give her any more clothes. Now, both the grandmother and the child's father made a mistake. This made things even worse for Xiao Xiao. Zhang answered Lu Yifei's call tremblingly, and after reporting the current situation, he could not escape a scolding. But it was his fault for not considering this, so he deserved to be scolded now. Looking at Xiao Xiao lying on the hospital bed with a runny nose and whimpering in pain, Zhang father's heart was broken. Dad, am I going to die? The little guy grabbed Zhang hand with tears in his eyes, pouting, looking pitiful. Grandma was also feeling uncomfortable just now. She was lying here alone. Xiao Xiao told himself to be strong and not to cry. Now that her father was here, she couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying and acting like a spoiled brat to her father. Zhang couldn't stand hearing such words now, so he quickly comforted her. No, absolutely not. It will be fine in a while. Have you forgotten the story your father told you? After the little mermaid's tail turned into legs, it must have hurt to walk. Has she been enduring it bravely? Isn't Xiao Xiao also a strong child? If he could, he would like to lie in bed. His princess didn't need to be strong, so he had to bear the pain. Thinking of this, Jianglan felt guilty. Why did he let her ride an electric car for no reason? The weather is getting cold, why do we have to take the car? Fortunately, he left in the afternoon and didn't he have time to buy ice cream for the little guy. Otherwise, I'm afraid my stomach will hurt even more. When the nurse came to give him an injection, the little guy started shaking with fear when he saw her. Throwing herself into Jianglan's arms. I don't want the injection, I don't want it, woo woo, help me, daddy, save me. It was Jianglan's first time encountering a crying child, and he was a little at a loss. After coaxing the child for a long time, the nurse couldn't stand it anymore and started to play the bad guy herself. She asked Jianglan to hold Xiao Xiao's upper body, turn him over, and expose the little guy's butt. Xiao Xiao sensed that he was doomed and began to babble for help. Doctor, nurse, sister, please save me, woo-woo. The nurse also laughed at what she said. Jianglan, who was a little worried at first, couldn't help but relax when he heard Xiao Xiao's energetic shout. The nurse is saving you right now. Yes, we are saving them, we are saving them. It will be fine soon, little one. The nurse wearing a mask answered very gently, but the little guy felt a chill in his ears. No help, I won't ask for help anymore, whoa, please let me go, daddy, sister, nurse sister. Xiao Xiao, oh. One is the main culprit and the other is an accomplice. Kid, which one are you calling? In the end, the needle in the butt was inserted. Xiao Xiao stopped crying. At this point, the little guy didn't know whether he was tired or heartbroken. Let the nurse do whatever she wants. But her sobbing appearance still caused Jianglan to agree to many unequal conditions for her. In addition, it was he who caused the little guy to catch a cold, so he wanted to make up for it. Xiao Xiao, it's all Dad's fault. I shouldn't have taken you cycling. You caught a cold. I'm sorry, Daddy apologizes to you. He took Xiao Xiao's hand and touched her little head with love and affection. What's the use of apologizing? Xiao Xiao said with sobs. Jianglan, then what do you want to do? I didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Xiao, when I get better, you have to compensate me with 2 ice creams. Jianglan, equals? You just have an ice cream head. He seemed to be using force, but in fact he poked Xiao Xiao's little head lightly. The little one pouted and protested, I'm sick, I'm feeling very uncomfortable. You don't understand. Jianglan had no choice but to agree first and then slowly fulfill his promise after she recovered from her illness. Anyway, she only said that she would compensate her with 2 ice creams, and did not specify when to compensate her. In this way, Xiao Xiao was coaxed by Jianglan into giving injections, taking medicine, and infusions. Any kind of torture could be negotiated with ice cream. A lot of debt is better than a burden. I guess Xiao Xiao himself can't even remember how much his father owes him in his little head. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao and Grandma didn't eat too many beans, and with timely treatment, they soon felt better. It was Xiao Xiao's cold. Because children have weak resistance and 2 unfortunate things happened at the same time, the little guy had to rest at home for a while. Hearing that he didn't have to go to school, Xiao Xiao wasn't even afraid of being hospitalized. Anyway, Dad is with me. Lu Shirley used her friends to pay for a double room for Xiao Xiao. The other young patient happened to be about the same age as her. The little guy has found a companion and doesn't feel bored every day. Besides, Jianglan is with her almost 24 hours a day and responds to her every request. She felt that she was living a pretty good life these past 2 days. Except for the butt shot. This is almost every child's nightmare. Whenever the nurse came in pushing the cart, the 2 little ones who were playing together would stop talking. Whoever the nurse called out would shudder, while the other would let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Jiang Zhao. It's time for the injection. When Xiao Xiao heard her name, she wanted to cry. But Dad said that I can only get ice cream as a reward if I don't cry. Otherwise, all the previous ones will be confiscated. Sister, little sister, can you cut this a little shorter? Xiao Xiao turned his head and watched the nurse take out the syringe and needle from the cart. The needle tip is so long and the syringe is so thick that it makes people want to escape. Nurses deal with little devils in pediatrics all year round and have heard a lot of children's talk. But she really didn't know how to answer this question. Jianglan turned sideways to block her view. Don't interfere with my sister's work. After saying that, he winked at the nurse, indicating that they could begin. The nurse nodded. This child is so cute, a good kid who always wants to cry but tries hard to hold it back. She likes him very much. Besides, the child's parents look very handsome and young, like celebrities. Good luck, Needle Falls. The nurse quickly pushed the cart away, and Xiao Xiao gently rubbed her buttocks. Dad, don't forget what you promised me. Zhang Lan nodded perfunctorily. Since you said so, you must forget it. It's only been a few days and I almost owe you 100 ice creams. Chapter 110 The Crazy Dad Protector. Xiao Xiao ends her vacation today and is going to kindergarten. She took a total of 4 days off. I was hospitalized for 2 days and recuperated at home for 2 days. According to Zhang Lan, it was Friday and he could continue to take leave. But Lu Yifei disagrees. Go to school when you're well, otherwise she'll learn to avoid going to school when she's sick. Zhang Lan had no reason to refute. However, looking at her righteous words, I couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. This trick, didn't you use it when you were a kid? Lu Yifei naturally disagrees. Not only did he not admit it, he also looked down on Zhang Lan. Humph, you're judging a gentleman by your own mean standards. You're such a mean person. Zhang Lan was so angry that he laughed. I'm small? Are you sure? Lu Yifei was stunned for a second, then reacted and ran away screaming aw. BT, think about those things every day. Speaking of Xiao Xiao, happy days are always short. She is going to kindergarten again. But luckily I only need to go for 1 day, and tomorrow is Saturday again. She was sent to the kindergarten gate by her father and walked into the school with Huang Wenjie, whom she had not seen for a long time. Jiang Zhao, are you better now? Teacher Fan said you have a cold. The little boy with a mushroom head held the straps of his school bag with both hands and looked at the little girl with concern. When Xiao Xiao heard that someone cared about her, she quickly came out of the sadness of going to school again. She nodded, yeah, I'm fine. Several children who usually played with her came over and asked her about her experiences in the past few days. Xiao Xiao was simple-minded and told his father everything about the bean poisoning and the cold he caught after being taken for a ride by his father. See, I told you, there's nothing good about that electric car. Yeah, my mom said we don't use that kind of cheap stuff at home. Zhao Yuxuan and Zhang Shiqi sang in unison. There was a lot of slander against Zhang Zhao and her father's electric car. Zhang Zhao was in the limelight a while ago. Most of the students in the class were attracted by her father's electric car. Although Zhao Yuxuan would ask her mother for it, her mother was very busy and had no time to ride an electric bike to pick her up. But she wouldn't say it. A two-wheeled vehicle is no match for a four-wheeled vehicle. Humph, Zhang Zhao and his classmates are too childish to like children's toys. When the other children heard what they said, they couldn't help but wonder, it looked fine before, but you will catch a cold if you sit on it. Then don't sit down. Only Huang Wenjie asked foolishly. Zhang Zhao, a three-wheeled one? You just said you had a special seat? Isn't it the kind in the front? Zhang Zhao hummed heavily, yes, my dad has bought a new car. I'll give it to you to sit in when the time comes. Huang Wenjie chuckled. Zhao Yuxuan was even more disdainful. This Huang Wenjie was simply Zhang Zhao's little follower. I listened to her in everything. She turned around and deliberately said loudly to Zhang Shiqi. Shiqi, let's stay away from them. Zhang Zhao's father is not a good person and will make us sick. Who are you calling bad? Zhao Zhao slammed the table and stood up with a whoosh. Talking bad about others so loudly. Mom said this is a provocation. Talk about your dad. You asked us to ride in your dad's car, and then we caught a cold and got sick. Isn't it your dad who made us sick? Zhao Yuxuan also stood up and challenged. She has never liked Zhang Zhao. She is very beautiful and cheerful. Although she is not very smart, she still won the singing competition. Make your mother disappointed in herself. The championship should have been mine. Now, neither of them would give in. How could Xiao Xiao, a daddy's girl, listen to others saying bad things about her father? The two people quarreled more and more fiercely. The timid students around were already a little scared and crying. But most people just stay where they are, not knowing what to do. Huang Wenjie was watching closely from the side. If the person on the opposite side dared to rush up, he would definitely protect Zhang Zhao. Zhang Shiqi also followed Zhao Yuxuan and bluffed. Finally, someone called Teacher Fan in. The two children then snorted at each other and ignored each other. Teacher Fan understood the whole story and decided to take a conciliatory approach. You two, shake hands and make peace. Although reluctant, both children still listened to the teacher. After mutual apologies, Teacher Fan said, "Because your quarrel affected other children, you should apologize on their behalf. Let's do this. Everyone will tell a story." Xiao Yuxuan goes first. After hearing this, Xiao Yuxuan reluctantly went on stage. Teacher Fan signaled the other children to sit down and listen carefully. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yuxuan finally remembered an ancient myth story that her grandmother had told her before. I can't remember the specific content, but I can roughly summarize it. After she finished speaking, Teacher Fan led everyone in applauding her. Xiao Yuxuan spoke very well. Now it's Jiang Zhao's turn. Jiang Zhao stood up from his seat and heard Xiao Yuxuan's soft but complacent hum as he passed by her. TSK, she wouldn't care. Let me tell you a story about the sea. It is said that a long time ago, there was a beautiful little mermaid in the sea. She looked like. Jiang Zhao stood on the stage, looking graceful and confident in every move. She imitated the tone and manner, expressions and gestures her father used every time he told her a story, trying her best to make her classmates immersed in it. Finally, the little mermaid said goodbye to the prince, jumped into the sea, turned into a wave, and disappeared. My story ends here, thank you everyone. After Jiang Zhao finished speaking, he bowed to the audience and walked to his seat. No one reacted. Even the teacher stared at her blankly. After a long time, the sound of a child crying was heard. Wow, Jiang Zhao, you're lying. The little mermaid is so kind and cute. How could she just disappear? Woo, this is all fake, she just went home, right? Wow, I don't want this ending. No, I can't turn into waves. One person told two told three, and several girls in the class started crying. Several little boys also objected. Impossible, there is no such thing. I've been to the beach. The prince is so stupid. He must not be a real prince if he's so stupid. Oh, don't cry. Girls are the most troublesome. They just love to cry. In short, the classroom was in chaos because of Jiang Zhao's story. After Teacher Fan comforted the crying girls, he asked Xiao Xiao. Jiang Zhao? That's a great story. But where did you hear it from? Even she, a teacher specializing in early childhood education, had never heard of it in all these years. The whole story is very logical and there is a lot that can be expanded upon. Most importantly, it is really touching. Even she felt a little melancholy when she heard the end. When Jiang Zhao heard Teacher Fan's question, he stood up, puffed out his chest, and looked proud. My dad told me that. Chapter 111 Fan Meeting. My father knows many interesting stories. Her dad is the best dad in the world. Teacher Fan felt that the child didn't understand what he meant, but if he asked again, he probably wouldn't know either. She thought about asking in person when Jiang Zhao's father came to pick her up in the afternoon. Where did she see this story? She can use these wonderful little stories to coax her children to take a nap in the future. Student Jiang Zhao spoke very well. Let's applaud her. Teacher Fan treated everyone equally and took the lead in applauding Xiao Xiao. However, this time the applause was obviously much louder than that of the kid just now. Many people also asked. Teacher Fan, I still want to hear Jiang Zhao tell stories. We want to, too. Teacher Fan, Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan was pestered so much that Xiao Xiao took the initiative to step forward and expressed his willingness to continue telling stories to the students. So, a literacy class turned into Xiao Xiao's story class. She shared with everyone the bedtime stories her father had told her. The brave little Red Riding Hood defeated Grandma Wolf, the ugly duckling finally turned into a beautiful swan, and the proud rabbit lost the running race to the persistent tortoise. The children listened with great interest, and Teacher Fan nodded secretly. Jiang Zhao has good expressiveness and may be able to participate in the school's little host competition. Of course, these stories of hers are better. Jiang Zhao's father really treats his children with care. These short stories are both entertaining and educational, and contain profound truths. Let them understand some truths while listening to the story. This also made her even more curious. Where did Jiang Zhao's father get these fairy tales? How come she had never heard of any of them? Teacher Fan was so curious that he couldn't wait to get off work. For Jiang Lan, it's time to pay the manuscript fee again. Editor Xingye personally called to congratulate. Master Jiang, have you received the royalties? In addition to the money from the website, this time there is also royalties from the publication of the physical book. According to the profit-sharing ratio we agreed upon earlier, the income you received should be quite substantial. John Lon looked at the string of numbers in the bank card on his mobile phone and found that it was indeed not bad. The money earned from serializing the novel in Singularity has increased by more than half compared to last month, and the sales of the physical book are also very high for this type of novel. If I keep doing this and work hard for a few more months, I will be able to buy this villa. He was very satisfied. After Xingye finished speaking about the results, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Master Jiang, this is what I am thinking about. I'd like to ask for your opinion on something. You said before that you didn't want to do a book signing, right?" John Lon said he finds it troublesome. There's a fan who really wants to meet you. I don't know if you remember him, but he is a reader named I am not Xingye. Normally, we wouldn't bother you with this kind of thing. But, alas, this fan was just too enthusiastic. He really admires you so much that he calls our editorial office several times a day, expressing his strong desire to meet you. We were also moved by his persistence and enthusiasm, so. Of course, we still need to ask for your opinion. Xingye felt a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. This reader's ability to spend money is really tempting. Every move he makes has several zeros. Everyone in the editorial department was shocked. The request is very simple. I just want to get to know the author himself. Only a fool would not want to be given money as a gift. The team leader has given the order, so we can give it a try. If Xiao Xiao disagrees, then he, as the editor, has to try his best to persuade him. This important task naturally fell on Xingye. When Jiang Lan heard this familiar ID, he immediately remembered who he was. Isn't just the guy at the top of the list who gives himself gold alliances if it's free. Coincidentally, he also wanted to thank this silently dedicated reader. Basically 1/3 of my income comes from his tips. So John Lon agreed without thinking too much. This made Xingye feel relieved. Then I'll give him your phone number? Or you two can contact each other? Wait until the two of them hang up the phone. Within 5 minutes, he received a friend request. I'm not Xingye, Master Xiao Xiao. I'm your reader and fan. John Lon clicked to agree. The other side immediately sent a message. Master Jiang, I really like the book you wrote, Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law. I can't stop watching it every day, I'm intoxicated and dreaming. I admire you so much. Brother, excuse me for calling you brother. Which city are you in? If it's convenient for you, I can fly over to see you today. John Lon looked at the message and felt as if he saw a passionate young man like his nephew Zhang Yudong. But this young man is no ordinary person, he is the top brother on his own list. You can see that he is indeed very rich. Also very free. John Lon looked at his ID and knew that this person was most likely in the imperial capital. He had nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. You can go and meet him. So John Lon replied. Thank you for your likes. I'm in the imperial capital. Sure enough, the person on the other side replied in seconds. Ah, I'm in the imperial capital too. Master, is it convenient for us to meet? I really admire you so much. John Lon made an appointment at a tea house in the city. This was his first time meeting an online user and it felt quite novel. It's just right. After meeting with my online friends, I'll type for a while and then go pick up the little one from school. 2 hours later. John Lon walked into the tea house. This is also where I met Shui Jiqian before. The environment is nice and private. But this time, there was not a single customer in such a big tea house. He walked around the hall and finally came to the box. Finally met this top brother. It's just as I thought. He looks about the same age as his nephew Zhang Yudong. A spirited young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a particularly eye-catching head of yellow hair. The other party saw someone coming in and immediately stood up. You are the great Xiao Xiao, right? Oh, hi, I finally see you. I am not Jingyi, no, this is weird. Just call me Xiao Ming. I didn't expect you to look so young. But I'm probably still a few years younger than you. Please sit down wherever you want. Hey, please don't stand. Come on, why are you being so polite to me? I've reserved this tea house for today. Don't worry, no one else will disturb you. We can chat freely. Jianlan hadn't had time to say a word since he entered the door. All I could hear was his non-stop chattering. It can be seen that this Mr. Jing is really enthusiastic. Chapter 112, Pie in the Sky Expert. The real name of I am not Jingye is Ho Jingming. He is an out-and-out rich second generation. As mentioned before, his father did not allow him to start a business and mess up the family fortune. Anyway, their family has so much money that they can't spend it all in several lifetimes. As long as he spends his money honestly, he will be helping his father a lot. But how could he be content to be a shameful parasite? Ever since his last business venture failed, he has been lying dormant, hoping to find an outstanding partner. However, gold is easy to come by, but good generals are hard to find. It's so hard to find a good partner. It is even harder to find a good partner with whom you can talk. Until Xiao Xiao appeared. Although this great man looks a few years older than himself, it can be ignored. After all, they are of the same age. Moreover, the other person doesn't seem to like talking much, which just compliments me. The most important thing is that he is a handsome guy like me and looks reliable. Of course, more importantly, I admire him very much. Master Jiang, just for your conversation, your temperament, your broad mind, and your ability to tell stories. Please accept my humble respect. When Ho Jingming got excited, he started acting and stood up to salute Jianlan. Jianlan's mouth twitched, and he quickly helped her up. What kind of luck did this lunatic have to be born into such a good family? I said no more than 10 sentences throughout the whole process, and it was all this guy who did all the talking. Ho Jingming seemed to be a little tipsy from the tea, and he had already started calling Jianlan brother. Brother, you said we are so suitable and well matched. Stop, I already have a wife and kids. Although I feel that he doesn't mean that, but if he really is a freak, I can't let him target me. Hey! Brother, what are you thinking about? I mean, our personalities are so compatible, we're such a good match, we're such a great partner. Jianlan thought for a moment, what do you want to cooperate on? Although I don't know much about him, if he is really a rich second generation with a lot of money and little work, there might be a chance for cooperation in the future. Ever since he had Xiao Xiao and Luifei, Jianlan has been thinking about building a good career. Writing books and releasing songs can only make a little money. If you really want to support your wife and children, you still need to work harder. Of course, his focus in this life will definitely not be entirely on work, otherwise he will have the life to earn money but not the life to spend it. While making money in this life, we must also enjoy a good life. Ho Jingming had just said it casually, but when he heard his brother's question, he hesitated for a long time. Catering? Entertainment? Advertising? Games? Film and television? All of these are possible. He felt that his previous failure was probably due to bad luck and the lack of a suitable partner. In short, if Xiao Xiao really wants to partner with me, I can do anything. Anyway, his father said that he could still give it a try as a small business worth a few thousand W. When Jianlan heard him say this, he knew that this guy was just speaking nonsense on a whim. Yes, how could he expect a second-generation rich man who just lived a lazy life to give reasonable advice? Forget it, I'll talk about it when I have an idea later. Maybe one day, the two of them will work together. But Jianlan sincerely hopes that day will never come. After all, many relationships arise from disagreements due to cooperation. He looked at the time and prepared to leave. I'm going to pick up the kids now. Thank you very much for your support, Xiao Ming. See you someday. Ho Jingming hasn't met a friend he can talk to so well for a long time. He was very reluctant to let Jianlan leave. Ah? Brother already has a child? So, let my driver pick up my nephew or niece. It's rare for us to see each other, so let's chat a little bit. Jianlan was so shocked by him that he didn't want to talk. It's the first time we met, what's so rare about it? Besides, she's your niece. That's crazy. But he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of a fan who worshipped him, so he had to come up with a trick. Xiao Ming, I believe you are a young man with ideals and ambitions. I also admire talents like you. Think carefully about what projects we can cooperate on. If there is an opportunity, I would very much like to work with you. Jianlan, an expert in making empty promises, used the same tactics he used against Xiao Xiao to deal with the young man in front of him. Think about whether you want to cooperate or not first. If you can think of a suitable one, you can cooperate. If you can't, then I can only apologize. Xiao Ho was indeed very excited after being fooled. Brother, don't worry. I'll go back and study it. We must find a way for us to make money together. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded. Xiao Ho raised his arm. Let our niece live a life like mine in the future, without having to work hard and having money to spend every day. Zhang Lan's expression changed suddenly. Sigma. Worry about yourself. Xiao Xiao is none of your business. The two walked out of the tea house, and Zhang Lan prepared to take a taxi to pick up Xiao Xiao. From a distance, I saw a flashy blue luxury car, and the gold logo on the front of the car was shining brightly in the sun. Brother, let's go, I'll take you there. Sure enough, he guessed it was Ho Jingming's car. Zhang Lan declined politely, and the two finally separated. On the way, the young master kept sending messages to himself. He thought it was just a simple fan meeting, but unexpectedly, it seemed like he had found a tail that he couldn't get rid of. I kind of regret agreeing to this meeting. It seems that idols and fans still need to maintain a certain distance. Although he didn't think this guy's enthusiasm would last long. But it's annoying enough even for a while. On the way, Zhang Lan also received a personal remittance. It was the share Li Hong gave him. Wanzhong has received a lot of hits on the website platform. This is the dividend promised before. Although I can't take on any commercial performances, the money I can give you is not much. But Chao Yang, I am still very grateful that you are willing to authorize me to sing the song. Give me the opportunity to sing it on stage. I have received invitations to some evening parties and may participate in performances in the second half of the year. Thank you again for your work, you gave life to this song. Teacher Li Hong spoke sincerely and was full of gratitude. Zhang Lan could feel his sincerity. This is also the reason why he chose to release the song to Li Hong. Only those who truly love music can sing out its soul. Zhang Lan thought about it, picked up the phone and replied. You're welcome, Teacher Li Hong. It was the right decision for me to have this song in your hands. I hope it will grow more moving wings through your interpretation. After sending the message, he put the phone back into his pocket and looked out the window at the rapidly receding city and the birds flying in the sky. Suddenly I thought of a sentence. Good music should be like a migratory bird, flying into the hearts of those who understand it. The relationship between songwriters and singers should be mutually beneficial. This is a virtuous cycle. Chapter 113 Worried Little Sister. Zhang Lan arrived at the kindergarten gate early and waited. Louis Fei went out of town to participate in activities these days, and Xiao Xiao followed her. The weather is getting colder, and after experiencing the cold incident before, he no longer dares to use the electric bike to carry the little one. Although she owed the little one a lot of ice cream, because the weather was cold and she had just recovered from an illness, Zhang Lan had 100 ways to delay it. No matter how cunning the fox is, it cannot beat a good hunter. Xiao Xiao appeared at the school gate. As usual, he waved to the little guy. Teacher Fan saw Zhang Lan and took the initiative to walk out with Xiao Xiao. The little guy is very happy after school every day and jumps towards his father. Dad Jiang Zhao, you're here. Teacher Fan adjusted his glasses with a smile and began to tell him about Xiao Xiao's excellent performance on the podium today. Zhang Zhao performed exceptionally well, telling stories with a lively and engaging voice. If there are some young host or other speech competitions in the school in the future, I will recommend Zhang Zhao to participate. Parents can also pay more attention to their children's interests and hobbies in this area. In Teacher Fan's opinion, children's interests and hobbies need to be explored. If you don't focus on training, your talent may be wasted. Zhang Lan also smiled and nodded, but he didn't think so in his heart. Xiao Xiao was already learning piano and painting, but Lu Yifei still wanted her to learn dance. The little girl doesn't have much time to play anymore. If she were to take any other tutoring classes, he didn't even dare to think about it. It is better to control yourself than to control your children. If you work harder, Xiao Xiao will be able to rest easy in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan felt that he had to do something. Otherwise his little princess will have to rely on herself in the future. Thank you, Teacher Fan, for your concern. After saying that, he took Xiao Xiao's hand and prepared to leave. Teacher Fan quickly stepped forward and called out to Zhang Lan. Dad Jiang Zhao, there is one more thing I want to consult you about. It's like this, I would like to ask where you saw those little stories that Zhang Zhao told today? As a kindergarten teacher, I have never heard of it. I thought it was great, and thought if I could find the source, I would share it with other teachers. She smiled gently, saying that almost every kindergarten teacher had been tortured by children who didn't take naps. If there are stories like these that can attract the little devils, why worry about them not being able to sleep? Jianglan said oh, then said, those are all made up by me, there is no source. Teacher Fan looked incredulous. What? You said you made it up? You mean, you, yourself? I heard every word he said, but I couldn't understand him when he put them together. Xiao Xiao understood everything and, imitating Louis Fei's usual behavior, spread his hands. See, I already told you. My dad told me. She just said that her father is very powerful. Teacher Fan looked at Jianglan and nodded, dumbfounded. Could it be that this parent is a fairy tale writer by profession? The parents of these international schools are really extraordinary. That's fine, we'll be leaving first. Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to Teacher Fan. Jianglan looked down at the little guy. The way the little guy waves his hands obediently is so adorable no matter how you look at it. He is not exaggerating, but his family is brilliant and everything about them is good. Bye. Teacher Fan adjusted his glasses again, still barely coming to his senses. Only after most of the students had left did Teacher Fan talk about this matter with other teachers nearby. Jiang Zhao's father, have you forgotten that Jiang Zhao from your class participated in a singing competition? Our school bought the authorization for the song Wanzhong and used it to promote the school song. I heard that it was Jiang Zhao's father who hired someone to create it. A teacher in office logistics revealed that the price of this song is not high. This is a friendly price given to children who go to school here. So, do these writers, musicians, and so on, all know each other? Well, that's possible. If that's the case, then it's not surprising. But what kind of story is it that makes you feel so good about it? Teacher Fan listened to his colleagues' chatter and decided to go back to check the surveillance footage and copy out a few of the things Jiang Zhao said today. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. Jiang Zhao's mother is so lucky. Her husband is so handsome and talented, and her children are smart, lively, and cute. He is simply a winner in life. Louis Fei sneezed while participating in an event at a foreign fashion show. Who is it, thinking about me? Is Jianglan taking Xiao Xiao to do something bad again? She muttered to herself. While going to the bathroom, I took out my phone and sent a message to Jianglan. What are you doing? Are you bringing Xiao Xiao to cause trouble again? Jianglan quickly replied. Innocentface.jpg. I didn't do anything. Xiao Xiao was also doing his homework obediently. He said and attached a picture. He and Xiao Xiao sat side by side at the table. He was writing the hand-drawn storybook, and Xiao Xiao was also writing seriously. In the photo, the two of them looked up at the camera at the same time, with somewhat similar eyebrows and eyes, their mouths slightly open, and even their expressions were synchronized. Louis Fei stared at it for a few seconds. Well, I just sneezed. I wonder who was talking about me. I've been away from home for a few days. She hadn't seen her Xiao Xiao and Jianglan for several days. Admittedly, she did miss them a little. Jianglan sent a smiling face. That's me thinking about you. No, it's me thinking about you. When will you be back? Louis Fei looked at her phone and smiled. There are still 2 days left, and I have to attend an event tomorrow. This is the first time you said you missed me, carrot. Jianglan was also holding his phone and chatting with Louis Fei, while also having to be careful of the little guy next to him who was peeking at him. She can recognize some words now, so there are some secrets that cannot be seen by her. Just do your homework. Do you want to hear a story later? Jianglan covered his phone, turned around and said tisk to Xiao Xiao who was trying to crawl over. The little guy snorted and turned his head away to express his disdain. He then continued to type. Is your costume ready? The other party sent a black question mark face. Jianglan, the costumes from your first TV series, love.jpg. After sending, the page input box keeps showing. The other party is typing. Then he received an animated emoticon of kick away. Then nonsense, get out. Jianglan curled his lips and laughed out loud. Daddy, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. The little guy supported his chin with one hand and looked at him with a milky look. Jianglan estimated that Louis Fei had already escaped, so he put his phone away and tapped her forehead. Talk to your mom. She'll be back in 2 days. Xiao Xiao felt that when his father talked about his mother, his eyes were full of smiles, which was very beautiful. The same goes for my mom. It seems that they really love each other. This made her feel relieved. She looked at Jiang Lan and nodded solemnly. Luckily, it was Mom. If it was any other girl, I wouldn't let you go. Jiang Lan equals? Are sisters so worried about children nowadays? Chapter 114. Doesn't he write online articles? Jiang Lan had a simple but fulfilling life these past 2 days. In addition to being a full-time dad, I spend the rest of my spare time writing. The online version of Back to Ancient Times to Be a Son-in-Law is almost finished. The fairy tale book I wrote for Xiao Xiao was similar. Daddy's system, although the gift package for novices is not very good, the pleasure value provided in the later stage is still very impressive. Of course, it could also be because I made the little guy very happy. In short, he still has a lot of happiness points left after exchanging them for the intermediate painting skills last time. In order to finish compiling the fairy tale book, Jiang Lan chose to exchange some classic books, such as Grimm's Fairy Tales, Aesop's Fables, and ancient Chinese prophecy stories. Of course, there aren't many illustrations in these books. But it is in his hand-drawn version. In this way, even if Xiao Xiao cannot recognize all the characters, he can still guess roughly by looking at the pictures. When he finished writing the last story, he thought for a moment and then solemnly wrote down the title. Xiao Xiao's Goodnight Pillow Stories. This book was originally written for Xiao Xiao, so of course her name must be included. Completed. Jiang Lan looked at the storybook with satisfaction. With it, the little one will stick to you when sleeping. I'm so distressed. I'm such a good dad. Another day passed, and Jiang Lan finished writing the book serialized in singularity. All that remains is to schedule the delivery. It just so happened that editor Xingye sent him a message. Based on the principle of respecting cooperation, Jiang Lan decided to inform him in advance. Xingye, the book Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law is expected to be completed next week. Thank you for your help and support during this time, smileyface.jpg. Xingye has pinned his God of Wealth Xiao Xiao to the top and set it as a special reminder. I just received his message and replied immediately. Ha! It's finished so soon? I've only been writing it for more than 3 months. You know, many books have millions of words, so updating them once a year or two is definitely not a problem. Even though Xiao Xiao's book has a lot of updates every day, he can continue to write given the current proportion of readers following the book. Xingye was a little anxious and wanted to persuade Xiao Xiao again. Then he received another message. That's all for the first part. If there's a chance in the future, I'll write the second part. That's fine. To whet the reader's appetite. Xingye felt relieved. As long as his brother Jiang didn't stop writing, anything would be fine. At worst, I can just visit you more often and encourage Xiao Xiao to write his book. Okay, Master Jiang. If you write a new book in the future, please remember to submit it on our website. Although Xiao Xiao has signed a contract to become a celebrity on their website, if he does not publish a new book within 5 years, the contract will no longer be binding on him. If he wants to choose another platform at that time, it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Xingye upgraded Xiao Xiao to the key focus group of Fishan. He would be the first to notice any disturbance. We must not let this cash cow slip away from our hands. Jiang Lan looked at the animated emojis with a smiley face and congratulations sent by the editor, thought for a moment, and slowly typed out a line of words. Can your website help me contact a publisher to publish fairy tales? The storybook written for Xiao Xiao can actually be read by more people. His fingertips paused on the screen, and he added slowly. I'm too lazy to submit to every publisher one by one, if your website is okay. Jiang Lan accidentally clicked send and was about to add, but forget it if I can't send it. After all, Singularity is a website that focuses on online literature, and fairy tales are probably not within their main business scope. As a result, Xingye called immediately. Master Jiang. What did you just say? What fairy tale? Jiang Lan explained. It's just the bedtime stories I usually write for my kids at home, a few here and there. I thought if it could be published, I might as well leave it as a souvenir for her. This also saves people from always thinking that they copied it from somewhere. Just give it a legitimate name. But I may have to change my pen name, otherwise the Xiao Xiao pseudonym will be gone. Xingye on the other end of the phone hesitated. If a fairy tale is just a short story, it may not be easy to publish. There is also a word count requirement for publishing in the short story section of our website, at least 5,000 words. A bedtime story for children can be finished in just a few sentences. Jiang Lan knew he was wrong and explained. It's not a single story, it's a collection of bedtime stories. There should be about 30 of them in total, big and small. How about this? I'll make a copy and send it to your editorial office. You can first check whether it meets the publishing requirements. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you can send it, send it. If you can't, I have a hand-drawn version here, which I'll leave for my daughter to read. He was just thinking of something that was easy to do. How could Xingye disagree? Okay, send it to the fastest place in the same city. I'm waiting for your book in the editorial office now. Not to mention waiting, even if you ask him to go and get it now, he will definitely be happy. I didn't expect that Jiangshan could also write fairy tales. Although it may not necessarily meet the requirements for publication, given the quality of his writing, it must not be too bad. By then, maybe I can negotiate with the director to put Mr. Jiang's short story in the other category. Or open a separate category. In short, never give up easily. A few hours later, it was almost time for the editorial office to get off work. Since Xingye had already informed the director in advance that Xiao Xiao's new work would be delivered. The director was also very curious, so he chose to stay. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. The name Xiao Xiao's new book has spread in their editorial department, so many colleagues who are not in a hurry to get off work choose to wait. This incident also alarmed the editor-in-chief. After all, he is the author who signed a contract with a great writer, the fastest in the history of Singularity, has the most popular book on the website in the past 3 years, and is the best-selling physical book published in the past 10 years. These 3 labels all belong to Xiao Xiao. It's hard not to be curious about what he wrote this time. I heard it's the final version. That means that Xiao Xiao created this book while writing back to ancient times to be a son-in-law. Double open. What a speed! As everyone was eagerly waiting, the courier delivered a package to Xingye. When I opened it, it was a dozen A4 papers. Several heads came up. Xiao Xiao's goodnight pillow stories? Several people looked at each other, and finally one colleague said, "Hey, doesn't he write online articles?" Chapter 115, The Editor-in-Chief's Order. Due to inaccurate information transmission, colleagues and the director thought that Xiao Xiao had written another online novel. The editor-in-chief took the A4 paper with a look of disbelief. A fairy tale? Is that even possible? This is the first time I have seen an online writer write such serious literature. The editor-in-chief was previously an editor at a very famous domestic publishing house. At that time, he was very optimistic about online novels, but his leader felt that online novels were not worthy of being published and were just playing house. That's why the editor-in-chief decided to leave the publishing house. Fortunately, I later met the CEO of Singularity, which helped me get to where I am today. Therefore, he always felt that there was a wall between orthodox literature and online literature. Most scholars of orthodox literature are quite disdainful of online novels. I didn't expect that Xiao Xiao is actually an author who can play both sides. But I've received them all, so I'll definitely take a look. He shared a few stories with others and everyone read them together. Little Red Riding Hood is a good book that reminds children to be vigilant and be good at seeing through disguises. It is easy to understand and practical. The Ugly Duckling is very good. Don't deny yourself because of the denial of the outside world. Find your own value. Growth requires tempering and waiting. The Tortoise and the Hare is very good. Persistence can create miracles. Underestimating the enemy is equal to underestimating yourself. The editor-in-chief put down the manuscript and said, "These stories are easy to understand and educational." Excellent, very excellent. Awesome, very awesome. Moreover, the illustrations are also very well matched. From every word to every illustration, you can see the author's care. Hand-drawn version. There are very few people who can do hand drawing now. The editor-in-chief looked at the director, waiting for his thoughts. The stories the director received were several domestic fables. The magic brush of Maliang is ingeniously conceived, upholds kindness and justice, sticks to its original intention, and teaches people to distinguish right from wrong. Calabash Brothers is a magical and fantastical story that conveys the spirit of unity, perseverance, and bravery, allowing children to understand the value of collaboration. Shuken Beta, an adventure story, breaks prejudices, defines oneself through actions, bravely being oneself, and having the courage to fight against mediocrity. Each story is clever. Not to mention the children, even an adult like him was immersed in the story as he watched. In addition to these exquisite illustrations, if the Chinese characters are accompanied by pinyin, children in the literacy stage can read independently. The director has seen many excellent novels over the years. Although children's literature is not within the scope of their online editorial department, everyone makes a living from it, so they can tell the good from the bad at a glance. This book must be obtained. Must check out their website. It must be published from them too. The director raised his head and looked at the editor-in-chief. One glance is enough to determine what they are thinking of each other. After reading a few stories, some colleagues who were assigned the manuscripts patted Xingye on the shoulder and whispered, "You kid, you found a treasure." This one book written by Xiao Xiao is enough to meet his KPI for several years. Especially this children's literature, it is estimated that it can open up a new section of the website. Although Xingye believed in Master Zhang's ability, he took into consideration what he had said before, just write it casually. Probably some simple little stories. But I didn't expect that the quality of what he said was just casual writing could be so good. This is not casual at all. All great writers are so humble. Fortunately, the bosses are all here, so this matter should be decided soon. What's the author's name? I don't see any signature here. The editor-in-chief spoke. They held an impromptu meeting. Xingye replied. His name is Xiao Xiao. He's the author of the most popular book on our website right now. But he had mentioned before that if it could be published, he would like to change the name. The editor-in-chief nodded and said that it was normal for some authors to have one or two pseudonyms. My opinion is that this book must be serialized on our website. And we must try to contact a publishing house to publish it. He stated his conclusion. If such a book is not published, 5 years later, Xiao Xiao will definitely find any other website or publishing house to publish it, and it will be accepted. But which module should we put this type of book into? Someone raised questions. Their website doesn't have a children's books section, and this book obviously can't be classified as classic books. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It's actually not difficult to open a new section. But the difficulty is that this section cannot only have this one book. Finally, the director proposed a solution. We could introduce a new rule to encourage authors to create a wide variety of book genres. And give these diverse books some special rewards. This is also considered as supporting the author. It can not only allow authors who are good at niche topics to see the future, but also make the website's content ecology more lively. Maybe there will be some rare flowers and plants that you have never seen before. The editor-in-chief tapped the table lightly with his fingertips and added, "That's a good idea. As for the rewards, you can decide for yourself. We don't expect these books to become popular right away, but we do want them to build up a good reputation first and slowly cultivate a group of regular readers. In the long run, we will have more confidence than others. If you keep relying on the same old themes, readers will get tired of it after a while." Everyone nodded. Who says traditional literature can't be serialized on an online website? Books that combine history, traditional culture, and stories, and that can arouse readers' interest, are good books. Thank you all for your hard work. Please formulate this regulation as soon as possible. Xingye, please contact Xiao Xiao. Try to meet all his needs and get him to agree to serialize the book on the website first. Publishing can also be done simultaneously. Xingye was called by the editor-in-chief and quickly said that he would do his best. The editor-in-chief had given the order personally, and he would ask Mr. Zhang to agree to serialize the book even if he had to kneel down. But Xingye was overthinking it. Zhang Lan didn't have any requirements for serialization. Serializing can bring him extra income, so why would he refuse? It took half a day to finalize the contents of profit sharing, copyright, etc. If the author wants to sell the copyright, the platform has the right of first purchase. The platform also enjoys priority adaptation rights. The profit sharing is basically the same as before, 3:7 for subscriptions and gifts. Copyright income 1:9. Singularity.com has given the greatest sincerity they can. Zhang Lan had nothing much to say. He authorized the publication of this storybook under a new pseudonym. When the book is officially published, Xiao Xiao will definitely be very surprised. Zhang Lan thought that the little guy's birthday was coming soon. I have to prepare some novelties to divert her attention. But I must never let the little sister think about the many ice creams I owed her. Chapter 116, such a big thing, just leave it to it? One morning 2 weeks later. The weather in the imperial capital was getting cooler in early November, and a thin layer of fog condensed on the window glass. Jianlan went running by the river wearing a fleece pullover. The weeping willows on the bank had drooping branches, and their leaves were bright yellow, swirling in the wind and floating into the water. I could already smell the chill of early winter at the tip of my nose. The grass at my feet was covered with white frost, which made a crackling sound when I stepped on it. After running halfway, I received a message from the courier and stopped by on my way back. Jianlan looked down at the storybook in his hand that had just been opened, still feeling the chill from the transportation. He suddenly laughed. An exclusive storybook with the little one's name on it is now in my hands. Although some of the stories in the book have been told to Xiao Xiao, she has not read it herself yet. This time we added pinyin in pictures. If the little guy can watch it by himself, he can spend more time with CC. Louis Fei has been very busy recently, flying out of town every few days. Every time he comes back, Xiao Xiao is particularly attached to his mother. As a result, they didn't have much time to spend alone together. I still miss her costume. It was early in the morning, and Jianlan didn't dare to think too much. Running can't solve the problem of having a rush of blood. Hurry home, the little one will get up soon, have breakfast, and go to interest class. When she leaves, it's just me and Cici at home. Jianlan returned home and saw that it was almost time, so he went to help the little ancestor get up first. The little guy doesn't make a fuss when sleeping and goes to bed early at night. Many times he wakes up on his own without me calling him. When he wakes up, he doesn't run around, but plays with his dolls in his own little bed. Jianlan made breakfast and stood at her door. As soon as I opened the door, I heard her talking to herself. He leaned in and saw a funny scene. Jianlan quickly took out his cell phone, took a picture, and prepared to share it with Cici. The little girl was seen sitting cross-legged on the bed with her back to the door, and a toy puppy that was a head taller than her was sitting opposite her. I will pass on to you everything I have learned throughout my life. You have to help me finish the homework assigned by the teacher tonight. The little guy spoke and gestured, drawing a circle on the top of his head with his hands, and then drawing a circle on the top of the other person's head. Then I covered its ears and shook them, trying to make it absorb it. Answer me. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Xiao Xiao stared into the toy dog's eyes, getting closer and closer, with his forehead pressed against its forehead, transmitting his telekinesis. Jianlan couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud. He pinched himself desperately, but the frequency of his shaking hands betrayed him. When the ceremony was over, the little guy sat up straight again and suddenly blurted out a sentence in English. You promised? Look. My eyes. Xiao Hui, you promised me. Don't go back on your word. Jianlan couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Such a big thing, is it just left to it? Xiao Xiao didn't expect his father to come in. He turned around in fright and saw his father laughing so hard that he fell over. He felt embarrassed himself. She cried out Aya and fell face down on the bed, kicking her legs shyly. Daddy is so annoying, eavesdropping on my conversation. Jianlan smiled, closed his phone, sat down on the bed, and flicked her head lightly. Isn't it a bit too much to ask of shall we? After saying that, without waiting for the little guy to answer, he laughed out loud again. We all treat it as a dog, but you treat it as a human. Ha 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 ha. Jianlan laughed so hard that he pounded the bed. I never realized that this little guy Xiao Xiao is so humorous and funny. It turns out there are so many fun things in raising children. Life is joyful enough just watching her endless antics every day. Xiao Xiao listened to his father's arrogant laughter, snorted heavily, and suddenly jumped up. I'm going to find my mother. As he said this, he was about to jump out of the bed. Jianlan quickly pulled the person back. Wrong, Dad was wrong. Don't disturb Mom's rest. Mom didn't come home until very late last night. Louis Fei's flight was delayed yesterday and she got home at almost 2 o'clock. The staff came back even later, so she simply gave them a day off. Give yourself a day off too. Jianlan fell asleep last night, and in a half-asleep state, he felt a cool object approaching him. Until a pair of cold feet woke me up. He vaguely heard a sigh, it's so comfortable, so warm. Jianlan snorted in dissatisfaction, it's so cold. His body was still very honest and he hugged her to keep her warm. When winter comes, Louis Fei likes to hug herself even more. After all, which girl doesn't like a warm human-shaped heat pack? Thinking of this, Jianglan quickly comforted Xiao Xiao, who was making a fuss about finding his mother to seek justice. Xiao Xiao heard that her mother was having a hard time and couldn't pry her father's hand away, so she pouted reluctantly. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Jianglan equals? Is this a nationwide unified rhetoric? When the little guy saw that his father didn't answer his question, he crossed his arms angrily. She no longer made a fuss about going to find her mother, but she would never take the initiative to reconcile with her father. It was his fault for eavesdropping on the private conversations between Xiao Hui and others. I was wrong. I shouldn't have entered Xiao Xiao's princess room without her consent. Jianglan spoke carefully and flatteringly. What else? Anything else? Also, you shouldn't peek at Xiao Xiao talking to his good friend, and you shouldn't laugh so loudly. Can't think of that scene. When I think about it, I can't help laughing again. The little girl is very self-respecting now, although she can feel that she has no ill intentions. But she could also tell that her father was making fun of her. Jianglan didn't dare to be careless. If you can't coax the younger one, you'll cause trouble for the older one. Finally, he said all the nice things he could and promised to make a chocolate cake for Xiao Xiao, and only then did the little guy calm down. Watching her standing on the bathroom stool and brushing her teeth, Jianglan sighed inwardly. It's not easy, it's really not easy. When he is well behaved, he is just like a little angel. When he is naughty, he is scarier than the devil. Jianglan, you must be careful. Never make both ladies in the house angry at the same time in the future. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it on your own. He warned himself in his heart. Then he served the little princess breakfast. The little one is less afraid of painting class now. Anyway, my father will be with me when I get home. After finally sending the little princess away, Jianglan returned to the bedroom and prepared to see how the eldest princess slept. In the dim room, you can vaguely see a bulge on the bed. Louis Fei was curled up in the quilt, with only her hair hanging outside. Chapter 117. You don't know how cute you are. Jianglan walked over lightly, reached out and gently pulled down the corner of the quilt, revealing her face. It's so stuffy to sleep without feeling uncomfortable. Then he brushed away the loose hair on her face, and his fingertips accidentally touched her warm earlobe, and a soft feeling arose in his heart. Jianglan sat by the bed for a while, then simply lifted the quilt and lay down. The person next to him felt the heat source, hummed, and automatically rubbed towards him, finding a comfortable position and continuing to sleep. Jianglan turned sideways, looked at her peaceful sleeping face, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering around his nose, and his heart was at peace. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. But he didn't fall into a deep sleep after all, and woke up after about half an hour. Seeing that it was not too late, Jianglan raised his hand and poked her cheek, his voice soft. Get up, fatty. If you don't get up now, you won't be able to have lunch. Louis Fei remained unmoved. He reached out and pinched her nose again. Big pig, get up, I'll show you a funny video. Louis Fei's breathing became difficult, and she finally moved, but she groaned as she opened his hand, frowned, and muttered, shut up. Seeing that the person was about to wake up, Jianglan continued. Lazy pig. If you don't get up, I'll help you change your clothes. I saw your costume and where it is. The person on the bed blinked his eyelashes but would not open his eyes. He was definitely pretending to be asleep. Jianglan chuckled, but did not expose her and continued. Then it seems you are waiting for me to take action. I must satisfy you. As he said this, he was about to get up and get out of bed. Louis Fei hummed softly and slowly opened her eyes, looking confused as if she had just woken up. I slept so comfortably. What time is it now? She rubbed her eyes in a silly and cute way, and her soft voice made Jianglan's throat tighten. It's 11 o'clock. Get up and stretch your legs. I'll make you some steamed fish later. In the dim environment, he looked at her with a smile, his eyes surprisingly bright. Louis Fei looked at him for a moment, then looked away, not daring to look at him again. His eyes and brows are gentle, and when he smiles he has a sparse beauty like the breeze and bright moon. His palm gently stroked her hand, and the temperature gradually rose where their hands were clasped. If she didn't know what Jianglan was thinking at this moment, she would be a fool. However, the two of them haven't been close for a long time. In short, she also felt itchy in her heart. Well, you go out first. I'll stay awake for another 5 minutes and then go down. Louis Fei now just wants to get him away first. Actually, I'm still a little sleepy. Unfortunately, Jianlan didn't fall for her trick, and when he stood up, he pulled her up as well. Don't play tricks. Wake up, you'll fall asleep again soon. Get up quickly and change your clothes. You've slept too long and your head hurts again. Cece was wearing a silk suspender pajamas. When she sat up, the quilt slipped off, instantly revealing her good figure. This was not the first time Jianlan had seen it, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but get his blood boiling. I must eat her today. But not now. Feed the prey first, and you will feel more satisfied when eating it. When I pulled her up just now, I accidentally let her shoulder strap slip down, revealing an attractive white shoulder, and a faintly visible. And the touch is even more delicate and smooth than silk. Jianlan collected his thoughts and turned around to throw her his home clothes. Change quickly and go downstairs to wash up. The saliva stains at the corners of your mouth are almost flowing down your neck. After saying that, he opened the curtains and turned to walk out. Louis Fei failed to defend herself and was covered by the clothes he threw at her. Hey! Don't go too far. I'm not drooling. And you actually threw clothes at my face. How can there be such a person? She hurriedly pulled the clothes off her head, and then was greeted by the dazzling sunlight. Ah, the weather is nice today. The sun is so high in the sky. Let's go shopping this afternoon. She deliberately raised her voice so that Jianlan, who had not yet walked far away, could hear. Staying at home, she was a little scared. Xiao Xiao is not here, and I don't have work this afternoon. Let's go shopping. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. She shouted again. Tisk, you're still not awake? Stop dreaming. The door was not closed, and Jianlan's response came from a distance. Then we can go to the park. She held the clothes and shouted towards the door again. Don't stay home anyway. However, this sentence did not receive a response. Louis Fei pouted and muttered softly. Shopping, it's like you're killing me. You horny bastard, you only think about that thing every day. As she spoke, her earlobes began to turn red. I don't know if that guy just now really saw my costume or was lying to me. By the time Louis Fei finished washing up, Jianlan had already rushed into the kitchen. His movements today were exceptionally smooth. The main thing is that we have to be sloppy, the afternoon time is precious. It won't be long before the little one comes back. Jianlan was preparing the sauce with his head down when he suddenly felt a warm breath brushing against his back. Before he could turn around, a pair of slender arms had gently wrapped around his waist from behind, with their palms pressed against the fur on his sweatshirt, feeling slightly warm. Louis Fei rubbed her cheek against his back gently. What to eat? I'm so hungry. She pressed her whole body against him and began to touch him around dishonestly with her hands. Jianlan patted her paw gently. If you're hungry, don't move. If you move, you'll only be able to eat dinner. Just like Xiao Xiao, he will make a fuss. Humph, you just threatened me. Louis Fei's hand slid to his waist and pinched it gently, then she turned and walked out of the kitchen and sat at the dining table to chat with him. What funny video did you just say? Show me. Jianlan said without turning his head. My phone is on the table. Look at the latest video I recorded in the album. Louis Fei's mouth corners curled up slightly. You asked me to look at your phone. If I see something I shouldn't, it's not my fault. She said this, but her hands had already taken action. She already knew the lock screen password. Jianlan was too lazy to pay attention to her. If there was something he shouldn't have seen, could he have kept it for you to discover? Louis Fei opened the photo album and looked up at the man's back. Very good, then I flipped through the book secretly. Jianlan. What are you filming? You don't know until you see it, and once you see it, she is almost pissed off. She angrily rushed to Jianlan with her phone and asked. Why are all these ugly photos of me sleeping? You're smearing my image. When was this filmed? How could she sleep like this? In this photo, the head is tilted outside the pillow, with the mouth wide open and the body spread out. In this photo, the whole person is twisted into a pretzel, with one leg on the quilt and one hand holding the head. And in this photo, the hand is actually reaching to the mouth, as if chewing something. She looked through her photos one by one, blaming Jianlan with anger. Slander. Absolute slander. Jianlan turned around and looked at Louis Fei, who was pouting and staring with eyes wide open, and couldn't help laughing. Why is it an ugly photo? You don't know how cute you are. These are my treasures. As he said this, he pinched her cheek with his floury hand. Well, it feels nice. Chapter 118, Wish Come True. He really thought it was cute. When is this angel-like girl the most beautiful and the cutest? He likes her when she is glamorous on stage, and he also loves her when she is unkempt at home. Even those moments hidden in daily life make him more excited than the brilliance under the spotlight. Like she is now, with flour on her face and her hair casually gathered into a bun on top of her head. She has no makeup on her face, but she is still very charming. Louis Fei could feel the love in his eyes. But the playful smile on the corner of his mouth is annoying no matter how you look at it. Even so. You can't take photos without my consent. You are infringing my portrait rights. I will contact the company's legal department to sue you. Her momentum weakened, but she was still unwilling to give in. We must not encourage his arrogance. He didn't save all the beautiful photos of me, but saved some messed up things. As he spoke, his fingers all pointed to the delete key. Delete, delete, delete them all. Jianlan glanced at her with amusement and followed her words. You deleted all these photos. What can you sue me for? Although, it can be found in the trash can. Apparently, Louis Fei didn't think about this for a moment. She looked at the gradually clearing album and finally stopped. I left you two slightly better looking ones. Use this to sue. Then, I picked up my phone and showed it to him. By the way, when did you take this photo secretly? You had just moved here then, right? Jianlan looked at the photos on his phone. It was a picture of Louis Fei standing under a tree not far from her home, and she took a picture of her profile when she was sending Xiao Xiao to his side. In the evenings of late summer and early autumn, the sun sets in the west and hides in the woods. The soft light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows and falling on her. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat that covered half of her face, and she had a pair of sunglasses on. Her long hair falls softly on her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind. She was wearing a yellow dress that reached her ankles and had a fitted waist, which made her curves even more pronounced. She tilted her head slightly, held the phone close to her ear, and talked seriously. Jianlan took this photo for some unknown reason. Were you already fascinated by me at that time? Huh? Louis Fei waved her cell phone in front of him again, and at the same time gently bumped him with her body, her tone full of pride. Jianlan came back to his senses and hit back with the same force. Yeah, I've been fascinated by you for a long time. In fact, he couldn't explain exactly when he fell in love with Louis Fei. But one thing is certain, that is, it is really not difficult to fall in love with her. Her beautiful appearance is only her most basic advantage. Her kindness, gentleness, cuteness, and talent are more attractive than her pretty face. Jianlan looked at the corners of her mouth that she couldn't suppress and shook his head helplessly. If you tell her this, I'm afraid her tail will be lifted up to the sky. Louis Fei has heard many people say that they like her and are obsessed with her. Because she is beautiful, she has had many suitors since she was a child. But the strange thing is that she rarely has any feelings for these boys. With her mother's protection, Louis Fei will not fall into some bad love affairs. She was brought out to film by her mother when she was very young. Almost all the male actors in the group are much older than her, and some are even uncles. He is a very self-disciplined person, but somehow he is involved in all kinds of scandals. Some of them sound outrageous, but some people still believe them. Fortunately, Louis Fei has a strong heart, and her mother is her strong support. This is how she was able to fight her way out from the crowd of young girls. In fact, when I first met Jianlan, I didn't have any feelings for him. Just an ordinary male colleague. But he had done her such a big favor before, saving her from harassment from the higher-ups. Later, the two of them got together again and had Xiao Xiao. Until I returned home recently. Through her interactions with Jianlan, she gradually discovered his good qualities and fell in love with him. Louis Fei stood beside him, holding her cell phone, staring at his serious profile in a daze. Serious men are the most handsome. Whatever he was doing. This is what Louis Fei is thinking at the moment. It seems that she has been fascinated by him for a long time. Look at the first video I shot. Jianlan turned to Louis Fei and said, with a smile in his eyes. Louis Fei came back to her senses and remembered that the original intention of her taking his phone was to tell him that there was a funny video. So I clicked on it and saw the conversation between Xiao Xiao and her little greyhound doll. Ha 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 ha, this little guy, why is he so funny? She even passed her power to it without even checking whether it was a human being. John Lan also agreed with a smile. We treat it as a toy, but Xiao Xiao may treat it as a person. Louis Fei laughed so hard that she leaned against the stove. No, Xiao Xiao treated it like a slave. Otherwise, how can I leave the task of doing homework to it? John Lan was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed out loud. That's why you are called mother and daughter? Your train of thought is exactly the same. After John Lan finished cooking and they both finished eating, Louis Fei took the initiative to wash the dishes. You cook and I wash the dishes, that's fair. With that said, Dad Ada rushed into the kitchen. John Lan didn't stop him. He sat on the sofa and waited. When washing dishes, there is always a time to finish. Louis Fei hesitated for a long time, but finally finished all the work in her hands. As soon as I came out, I saw John Lan, who looked calm and composed. Why should I be afraid of him? Louis Fei puffed out her chest and decided to find her home court. You, go to bed and wait for me. John Lan's smile deepened. If she had kept her eyes focused when she said this, maybe I could have been fooled by her. Yes, sir. John Lan stood up, put one hand in his pocket, and walked upstairs slowly. Louis Fei encouraged herself behind him. That's it, that's Miss Republic of China. Coincidentally, I still have that dress. Actually, it's just a dress. If he wants to see it, I'll just wear it for him to see. I am not the kind of person who is timid. So, John Lan finally got what he wanted today. He saw a lady from the Republic of China walking out of the painting. Chapter 119 Lingering. Louis Fei wore a white dress with a gauze skirt that fell gently, outlining her graceful curves. Every pearl on the pearl chain around her neck is lustrous and plump, making her skin look even whiter and more delicate, and the lines of her neck are slender and graceful. Her curly hair, a style unique to the Republic of China, swayed slightly as she walked. The few steps from the door to the bed seemed to have reached John Lan's heart, making him feel numb from his scalp to his nerve endings as if an electric shock had occurred. She just stood there, her eyes moving with a bit of laziness and charm. She had the dignified beauty of a young lady, and also exuded an indescribable sexiness, which instantly attracted John Lan's attention and he couldn't look away. It seems I've maintained a pretty good figure. I can still wear clothes from more than 10 years ago. Louis Fei's tone was soft and light. She turned around happily, and the hem of her skirt drew an arc following her movements. When she entered the room just now, she tried hard to recall the character of the dress, arrogant and unruly. The display is over, now this is the real her. John Lan understood her thoughts and praised her generously. Yes, Sisai, this dress looks even more stunning on you than it did on the screen back then. She has that agility, yet also a touch of gentleness. She's truly my wife. He had a stern face as he sat leaning against the head of the bed, the muscles in his arms were hard and sharp, but the words he spoke were somewhat flattering. The corners of Louis Fei's mouth are upturned, and it is difficult to suppress them. Who wouldn't feel a little proud when facing praise from their lover? Who is your wife? We haven't even gotten married yet. Watch your words. She deliberately put on a stern face, but the smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows could not be hidden, and it was as sweet as honey. As she spoke, she raised her chin slightly and glanced at John Lan with a little arrogance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and it was obvious that she was very happy in her heart, but she wanted to show off her feelings. John Lan's eyes flashed with a deep smile, and while she wasn't paying attention, he pulled her into his arms. Yes, I'll go on Monday. As he spoke, he reached behind her and carefully undressed her. This was her first costume and it held great significance to Sisai, so he didn't want to ruin it. Louis Fei didn't notice his little action, and after hearing what he said, she became a little unhappy. You haven't even proposed yet, and you want me to marry you? You're dreaming. She said it again with a breath stuck in her throat. Don't miss out on what you need. Although the two of them got on the bus first and bought their tickets later, she couldn't miss out on what others had. After all, she only planned to marry once in her life. Okay, I'll listen to whatever you say. John Lan looked at Cece with deep eyes. He had already zipped up her clothes, revealing her back. Hey, what are you doing? It was too late for Louis Fei to realize it now. She was like a lamb to be slaughtered, falling into the tiger's mouth. Hey, be gentler. She raised her misty eyes and frowned slightly in protest. Okay. John Lan's eyes darkened and his breathing became uneven. Ah, you're pressing on my hair. She clasped the other's shoulders tightly with her 5 fingers, pushing him away unbearably. Okay. John Lon answered while gritting his teeth, breathing rapidly. What are you, Ginkgo leaves are stacked on the green tile eaves. When the wind blows, the leaves carry the warmth of the sun and fall softly. The following content is nothing interesting, the author has read it for all the readers? Love you. Afterwards, Louis Fei lay lazily on the bed, without any strength left. John Lon pulled the quilt over her shoulders to prevent her from catching a cold. Meeting her pair of eyes that were as clear as glass, he couldn't help but smile softly. It's annoying that you use so much force every time. The lamb complained angrily and rolled his eyes at him. Can't you be a little gentler, really? John Lan's mouth was dry, and he didn't dare to look at her anymore. He simply wrapped her in a quilt like a cocoon, and then hugged her through the quilt. When are we going to get the marriage certificate? He asked in a low voice. Even through the quilt, he could still feel her beauty. It's better to make it legal, so that no one will always be thinking about her. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and outside the window, an unknown bird was nestling in the gaps between the leaves, its chirping clear and melodious voice. Louis Fei rubbed against the quilt, found his shoulder socket, and leaned against it comfortably. Didn't I tell you? I didn't propose. Just end it after you've prayed? Can you make it public? John Lon looked at the head on his shoulder, reached out and stroked it, felt the protest from the person in his arms, and then laughed softly. Her hair was like a piece of shiny satin, but now it was messed up by herself. With her blushing face, she looks very cute. Louis Fei couldn't see it now, but this man always liked to have a stern face. Now, he always has a smile on his face. What she couldn't see was that the look in his eyes when he looked at her was like a burning fire. Follow the hair from root to tip. Louis Fei struggled to stretch out a hand from under the quilt, searching until she touched his big hand. John Lon clenched his fists immediately. Her hands were small, and wrapped in her palms, they looked like soft meat buns. He played with her hands, waiting for her answer. Even if you ask me, I may not agree. Once I agree, we can talk to the company first. After Louis Fei said this, she crawled into the quilt. She knew what was coming next. Sure enough, John Lon sneered, pursed his lips, and pinched her hard. You still don't agree? Do you want to rebel by disagreeing with me? Although he knew she was joking, he was still a little unhappy. After all, John Lon is a very traditional person at heart, even a bit chauvinistic. If his wife doesn't marry him, who else will she marry? If she dares to say no, then make her change her mind. John Lon thought so in his heart, and there seemed to be a deep sea in his eyes. Louis Fei cried out in pain softly and looked at him in a reproachful manner. Who are you? I'm kidding you, I can't hear you. Then, he saw John Lan's somewhat gloomy eyes. Small-minded. A grown man, but his heart is as small as a needle. Louis Fei grumbled in her heart, but did not dare to provoke him again. John Lon lowered his head, moved closer, and sniffed carefully. His nose was filled with her fragrance. Pick a day and let both parents meet. Now Aunt Lu has also accepted him, and his parents like Cici very much. What's more, Xiao Xiao is so old now. Louis Fei hummed but did not object. She was very satisfied with her current life. John Lon is impeccable whether he is her boyfriend or Xiao Xiao's father. Although the two of them didn't actually spend much time together. But there's nothing wrong with meeting the parents. But if you get married. Thinking of this, Louis Fei had to tell the truth. John Lon, if we really get married, we may not be able to announce it for the time being. Chapter 120. What else do you want? Louis Fei was very popular before, but that was before Xiao Xiao came into being. After having Xiao Xiao, she retired from the film industry for many years. The cake of the Chinese film and television industry is so small. If you don't want it, there will naturally be many people grabbing it. These little flowers that are gradually emerging are growing step by step and dividing up the cake. Although she has returned now, it has to be said that compared with her previous traffic, her popularity has indeed declined a lot. If an actor cannot generate enough revenue for the agency, it will be difficult for her to have a say in the company. Although my current situation is not particularly bad, there are still certain limitations to my ability to live the life I want. Moreover, I have been friends with the company's agent for many years. It's very good that she was willing to allocate a large amount of resources to herself when she was not popular, so that she could make a comeback. If I were to release some not so positive news at this time, Louis Fei was worried that she would affect her agent and company, as well as her future resources. Although she likes to enjoy life, she also likes to film. I like to create good characters through my own efforts. This is her job and her hobby. That's it. Maybe it's not fair to John Lan. After all, he is an outsider and just wants a normal marriage. Thinking of this, Louis Fei secretly looked up at him from under the quilt. Jiang Lan noticed her uneasiness and smiled back at her, giving her a slap on the head. What are you thinking about? Look at your eyes. After saying that, he also crawled into the quilt. Now, without the quilt blocking his view, he could feel more clearly her breath gently caressing his neck, carrying with it a sweet scent. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. The place where their skin touches is warm and soft, like the finest mutton fat jade. The fragrance of her hair, mixed with the smell of sunlight, seeped into his nostrils. I already have you, why do I need a bicycle? Jiang Lan patted her lightly, causing Cici to kick. What bicycle? I'm serious. He let her kick him, then laughed softly and told her about the classic sketch selling crutch by Uncle Benshan, the king of comedy in his previous life. The swindler played by Zhao Benshan tricked Fan Dawei into buying his crutches, but Fan Dawei said he didn't have enough money. At this time, Benshan's partner Gauman asked Benshan to sell it at a lower price. As a result, the uncle said to Fan Dawei, "What kind of bicycle do you want?" In fact, he was thinking about Fan Dawei's bicycle, but he pretended to speak for him on the surface. This skit made Louis Fei laugh out loud. At the same time, Jiang Lan also expressed his own thoughts. I'm not greedy. Not to mention not announcing my marriage, even if I can't get married now, I won't have any complaints. You don't have to think too much, I support you no matter what decision you make. This was not the first time he told Louis Fei his true feelings, but it was the time he spoke most openly. He hopes she is well. That's all. He doesn't care about anything else. Even if Cici was not a beautiful female star, Jiang Lan would still love her. Moreover, the two of them even have a baby, so no matter what, they have to coax the baby into being first. Louis Fei was deeply moved. Their job seems glamorous, but they also bear pressures that many ordinary people do not bear. Your every move will be magnified and put under the spotlight for criticism. But since she chose this industry and gained the benefits it brought her, she must also bear the shackles that come with it. But Jiang Lan didn't need to share the responsibility with him. Louis Fei has been used to being independent since she was a child. I don't want others to be innocently implicated because of me. But now, at this moment, Jiang Lan's words undoubtedly touched her heart deeply. As a woman, who doesn't want a harbor? Who would want to fight alone if there is a shoulder to lean on? You said it, if you get married in secret, don't blame me when the time comes. No matter what, let us cheat it and get it first. She raised her head and gave the other person a loud kiss on the chin, Trojan. Reward for you. Jiang Lan's throat rolls. But, after all the injustice I've suffered, is the only reward I get is a kiss? As he spoke, he lowered his head, looking for that moistness. I have to find some more benefits for myself. Well, come again. Don't do it, big brother, M. The sunshine outside is chilly, but inside the house is full of spring. When Louis Fei woke up naturally again, she could already hear the little guy's voice. The two of them tossed and turned for a while before slowly falling asleep. Jiang Lan didn't know when he left and even closed the curtains for himself. I picked up my phone and it was already evening. This guy is just like a hungry wolf. She grumbled in dissatisfaction, then stood up and prepared to get out of bed. My legs became weak and I almost couldn't stand. Louis Fei cursed beast under her breath, then sat on the edge of the bed for a while with a red face, then put on her home clothes and went downstairs. It's a rare day off for me, but I was tossed around for a long time. Daddy, is mommy still sleeping? Xiao Xiao sat next to his father and drew with him. While drawing, he suddenly stopped, tilted his head and asked Jiang Lan. Well, mom is still resting, let's not disturb her. Jiang Lan kept writing and drew quickly on the paper. Why did I exchange for this skill in the first place? Now I have to complete homework with Xiao Xiao every time. I don't even know who the students are. He sighed in his heart, thinking helplessly. But, mommy has taken a day off. I haven't seen her in so many days. I miss her a little bit. Xiao Xiao's tone was full of sorrow. She supported her head with one hand and looked at her father with her big watery eyes. Louis Fei, who had not yet gone downstairs, couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard the little guy say that he missed her. Fortunately, this daughter was not born in vain, and she still has her as a mother in her heart. Jiang Lan now just wants her to finish her homework quickly. She is so slow in doing homework. I wonder who has the answer to her. When I was a child, I always finished my homework first and then helped with housework. I didn't need anyone to supervise me. He frowned and tapped the drawing paper on the table. Paint quickly and don't rub your marks. And don't count on your toy dog to help you. That's impossible. When Xiao Xiao heard his father bring up his embarrassing story again, he pouted, sat up straight, picked up his paintbrush, and said bitterly, "Daddy is so annoying." Chapter 121, Little Thoughts. Louis Fei couldn't help laughing out loud as she listened to the conversation between the father and daughter. "Xiao Xiao baby." She came down from upstairs and walked towards them, opening her arms, ready to hug the little one. Sure enough, when Xiao Xiao heard her mother's voice, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. She put down her paintbrush and slid down from the chair. "Mama, mama." As he said this, he spread his short legs and ran towards the direction where his mother was. Jianlan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth gently as he listened to the heartwarming scene of the mother-daughter encounter. The two finally met successfully. Louis Fei OS, who is it because of whom that we two can't meet? Xiao Xiao OS, Dad is so annoying. Xiao Xiao threw himself into Louis Fei's arms, wrapped his arms around her neck, and rubbed his face against hers. "Mom, you've had a day off, I missed you so much. Dad is so mean and won't let me see you. But I can sleep with my mom." While the little guy was acting coquettishly, he also did not forget to complain. Jianlan shook his head helplessly. His current status was no longer as good as before. Thinking back to the time, I received only positive reviews from the little guy, not a single negative one. Louis Fei smiled and pinched her soft face, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "Mom misses Xiao Xiao so much, too. But Dad is right, Mom is indeed resting. Give him face in front of the child." After saying that, she quickly changed the subject. "What is Xiao Xiao doing? Is he doing his homework?" Thinking of the video Jianlan had recorded before, she couldn't help but laugh. Hold on, don't make fun of the other person in front of the person, otherwise Xiao Xiao will hate you." The little guy obviously didn't know that Louis Fei had also seen the video of him casting a spell this morning, and nodded innocently. "Yeah. I did my homework seriously. Dad didn't teach me this time, I drew it myself." As he said this, he was about to pull her to the table to see his masterpiece. Jianlan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You little heartless boy, who is the one sitting here with you to help you with your homework every time? If you have a mom, you don't need a dad anymore." In the end, Jianlan was successfully replaced. The little guy hadn't seen Louis Fei for a long time, and was very attached to her, following her wherever she went. He was also happy to have some peace and quiet. Although the happiness of being a stay-at-home dad is unimaginable to most people, the happiness of not being a stay-at-home dad is equally tempting. He collapsed on the sofa, browsing his phone, watching the mother and daughter interacting in the living room. The sunlight shone through the window onto them, casting a soft halo of light. You don't have to keep watching out for your little one, and you don't have to rack your brains to answer wild questions. Let him enjoy this freedom for a while longer. But obviously, he was overthinking it. As soon as I unlocked my phone and swiped the screen, Louis Fei's voice came from the living room. "Jianlan, help me move Xiao Xiao's box of building blocks out of the storage room. We need to build a castle together." He had just dragged the box into the living room in his slippers when Xiao Xiao, holding up the safety rope, shouted at him. "Daddy, I want to climb this, please help me put on the safety belt." He just squatted down beside the carpet when Louis Fei pointed upstairs again. "By the way, I bought a small gift for Xiao Xiao, a pink box. Can you hold it for us?" Jianlan jumped up and down all the way, doing this and that. She handed it to Louis Fei and pinched her face. "You two have a clear division of labor. One of you gives orders, the other one acts cute. You just want to use me as your boss, right?" Xiao Xiao immediately put her arms around his neck and rocked him. "Because Daddy is the most annoying." As he said that, he gave her a kiss. Jianlan's originally serious expression instantly changed. Louis Fei also added, "That's right. Dad is the strongest man in the family, so you are the perfect person to do this kind of errands." Jianlan looked at the two of them singing in unison, shook his head and smiled. "And yours?" He looked at Louis Fei, raised his eyebrows, and pointed to his cheek. How could Louis Fei not know? Just now, Xiao Xiao kissed him to flatter him. She boldly leaned over and wanted to kiss the side of his face. However, at the moment when the two came into contact, John Lon turned his head. The two of them kissed mouth to mouth. Oh, shame on you. Children shouldn't watch this. Xiao Xiao covered her face and ran away. Zhang Lan's smile deepened. After using him for so long, he had to charge some interest. Dinner. At the dinner table, Zhang Lan took out the new book he had published. Xiao Xiao's Pillowside Stories Goodnight Collection. Wow! It's actually been published. Louis Fei took it, full of surprise. This author, Xiao Xiao's father, what's your pen name? So direct. Zhang Lan nodded. He also had trouble coming up with a name, so he just came up with one at random. What is it, Mommy? Let me see. Xiao Xiao stretched his neck curiously. Louis Fei pointed to the title on the cover. Xiao Xiao, do you recognize these two characters? They're your name. Daddy wrote a storybook for you and named it after you. Come to think of it, she is also a little proud. I also suggested that he publish it at the beginning. But I didn't expect it to be successful. Wow! Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Can I bring this book to school? The students were all very curious about the stories that Dad told them. She is now the most popular little star in the class. There were always people pestering her to tell stories. Teacher Fan simply followed the public opinion and allowed Xiao Xiao to tell a bedtime story to the whole class before nap. In exchange, the students must go to bed after listening. Xiao Xiao can get a small red flower as a reward. She still feels fresh after doing it once or twice. After doing this so many times, Xiao Xiao also felt tired. She still liked Teacher Fan telling them bedtime stories. Teacher Fan's voice was gentle, and she fell asleep while listening to him. If Dad can bring his book to school, then Teacher Fan can teach while he's watching, right? Xiao Xiao's little brain was working rapidly. Zhang Lan naturally had no objection. It had already been published and could be bought anywhere. So this newly published book was stuffed into Xiao Xiao's little school bag. Compared to the excited Xiao Xiao and the calm Zhang Lan, Louis Fei was much more excited. Although she never complained that Zhang Lan earned less than her. However, the wealth gap between the two people is still huge and cannot be ignored. Now, in addition to the one-time income from songwriting, Zhang Lan finally has a relatively stable long-term copyright income. I had always been worried that he would mind that I was richer than him. After all, the adjective living off a gigolo doesn't sound nice. Now, although he still can't compare to himself, he at least has a certain income. Louis Fei looked at Zhang Lan and smiled, not letting him know what she was thinking. However, if Zhang Lan knew her thoughts, he would definitely say without hesitation. What's wrong with being a gigolo? Being able to eat loose CC's gigolo is also my ability. He has never been a person who would waste time on internal conflicts. Chapter 122 Partners. In recent days, Zhang Lan has been planning new business opportunities. Before, when I wrote books and songs, they were all small things. In addition, I have accumulated a lot of happiness points now, and there are many more things that can be exchanged. He was looking for a way to grow sustainably and make money. To put it bluntly, it means starting a business. As a time traveler, I have a system in my hand, and my wife is a fairy. Although he has no intention of going back to his old workaholic ways in this life, it doesn't mean he has to just give up. I have to support my family, wife, and children. But what should we do? In fact, he already had some ideas. I chose to redeem the book back to ancient times to be a son-in-law because I was attracted by this IP. After it was adapted into a TV series, it received very good ratings and positive reviews. Helped the two leading actors take their acting careers to the next level. Judging from the number of books read, this IP is still very popular in the world. Anyway, the author is himself, and I'm afraid no one knows this story better than him. He dug out the contract he had signed with Singularity, and fortunately, the copyright of the adaptation belonged to the author. But the problem now is that he is short of money. If you want to make a TV series, you either have to set up a film and television company or get sponsorship yourself. It is obvious that he cannot get sponsorship on his own with his connections. With his current assets, he is not able to independently operate a film and television company. If I sell the script to others, the money I can earn is too little, so I'd better work for others. After much thought, Zhang Lan decided to start his own business. But he needed a partner. Zhang Lan thought about it, but couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Those who have money have no time, and those who have time have no money. Rich and free, but no brains. He opened the system's control panel and searched through the skills inside. One of the qualifications is directing. He writes his own script and directs it himself, which helps him control costs. But you still need a partner. Otherwise, try his brother? Jiang Lan hesitantly dialed Jiang Bo's number. After a long time, the phone was connected. You need something from me? Jiang Lan equals? His brother is really straight to the point. Brother, there is something I want to ask you if you are interested. Jiang Lan gritted his teeth and told his plan. Although I feel the chances are not very high. Sure enough, on the other end of the phone, his brother was silent for a while, and suddenly sighed. Xiao Lan, Dad, and I both wanted you to come back and help out in our factory. But I heard from Yudong that you have a boyfriend over there. You are grown up now and have your own ideas. If you want to start a business, I support you. But no one in my family knows anything about the entertainment industry. If you are short of money, I can sponsor you some. But I don't have the energy to partner with you right now. The factory is not doing well right now, and many of the older employees have worked here their entire lives. We can't let them grow old and end up without support. After hearing this, Jiang Lan also fell silent. He was thinking too simply. In his memory, the old factory in his family was only prosperous when he was a child. Later, with the impact of foreign goods, the traditional domestic product market was gradually swallowed up, and the performance of the family factory began to decline. I remember that during one Chinese New Year, Jiang Lan had a quarrel with his brother over whether to go back to the capital or stay at home to help. But that was many years ago. With Jiang Lan's current soul, as someone who has started a business before, he understands the difficulties of starting a business. I also understand better the difficulty of maintaining a family business. Brother, I understand. Don't give me the money yet. I'll contact you if I need it. Jiang Bo said and then asked. If you have any trouble, tell me. Yudong, that kid, has been back for so long, but he still hasn't settled his mind. You are about the same age as him. You can try to persuade him when you have time. He is already an adult. Xiaolan, if it's difficult to develop in the imperial capital, you should consider returning to Linen. We have seen good development here in recent years. Except for our own factory. Jiang Bo didn't say much about what happened at the factory. Even if I talked about it, it wouldn't solve the problem, and it would only make Xiaolan worried. Thinking of this, he felt the burden on his shoulders became heavier. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lan sent a Feishan message to his nephew. Yudong, what are you busy with recently? I thought Jiang Yudong wouldn't see it soon, but this guy called me on video just a few seconds later. Second uncle. Long time no see. I missed you so much. Looking at Jiang Yudong's smiling face on the screen, Jiang Lan's expression couldn't help but soften. Come on, I'm not Guanmini, why do you miss me? If you want to talk about piercing the heart, it has to be the knife of a loved one, who knows how to pierce more painfully. Jiang Yudong instantly turned into a bitter melon. Uncle, why are you like this? You're bringing up something irrelevant. Jiang Lan chuckled and stopped asking about his love life, which had made no progress at all. Jiang Yudong hadn't chatted with his uncle for a long time, so he opened up and told Jiang Lan about the oppression his father had put on him. He forced me to do internships in every workshop in the factory. He also didn't pay me. He said I have to eat and drink anyway, we are all family, why should I ask for money? Jiang Lan was used to it, thinking back to when he had gone through the same thing. Every winter and summer vacation, I dedicated myself to the factory free of charge. I've decided to resist. After I finish running this last workshop, I plan to do something else. I'm becoming haggard because I can't be under my father's command all the time. Jiang Yudong touched his face and showed Jiang Lan the pimples and dark circles on his face. What else are you going to do? Jiang Lan asked calmly. No matter what, even if there is no one else in the entire Blue Star who would cooperate with him, he will not choose Jiang Yudong as his partner. His nephew is too childish. He doesn't want to be his father. Jiang Yudong looked around, then leaned closer to the microphone and lowered his voice. Live streaming. Live streaming? Yes, live streaming to sell goods. The nephew's eyes in the video sparkled with excitement. It's already the era of self-media, and many factories have already started using live streaming to sell their products. I mentioned this to my grandfather and my dad before, but they both thought it was unreliable and didn't support me. But I think this has great potential. I plan to quietly work hard and then surprise everyone. After Jiang Yudong finished speaking, he laughed foolishly. It seemed as if he had seen his father and grandfather giving thumbs up to his live broadcast results. After hearing this, Jiang Lan felt that his nephew was not as stupid as he appeared. This approach might actually be successful. But it also depends on luck and content. If the video account is operated well, whether it is selling goods from its own factory or other products, there will be a way out. But if the account is not established, then everything is in vain. Chapter 123 Partner 2. However, Jiang Yudong was able to think of this idea, which shows that he was willing to use his brain and move on the right track. Jiang Lan still gave encouragement. Young people, it's always good to try more. Uncle, I'm planning to go to the big companies in the capital to learn some experience. When I do, I'll stay at your place. Jiang Yudong smiled with a licked face. Jiang Lan is his dear second uncle. He will definitely not refuse if he is provided with food and accommodation. Besides, there are many people around, and he can see his childhood goddess often. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lan refused without hesitation. It's too far from the city, it's not convenient. Since you want to come to the capital to study, then be self-reliant. This will also be more conducive to your learning from the beginning. Are you kidding? With Jiang Yudong, a complete loser, around, how could he and Cici have a life of their own? Jiang Lan felt embarrassed when he thought about the last time he met his family and how this guy had been fawning over him and asking for an autograph. Ah, second uncle, you were so cruel, you actually treated me like this. Jiang Yudong wailed. After chatting for a few more sentences, Jiang Lan learned that he might be leaving for the north soon. He said that if he was free at that time, he could go to the airport to pick him up. But no matter how many promises were made, no matter how much Yudong made a fuss, he refused to agree. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lan felt a little depressed. Do I have to go back to my old ways and accumulate some capital first before starting a company and filming? Then how long do we have to wait? He sighed and scratched his hair. Starting a business is not easy, so cherish every moment you have. Just when Jiang Lan was racking his brains to find a solution, he suddenly received a FaxAN message. I am not Jingye. Master Jiang. You asked me to think about it before, and I have a lot of ideas about how we can work together. Do you want to listen to it? Smiley face.jpg. He was the top writer in the previous novel. Jiang Lan suddenly had an idea. Isn't this a ready-made partner? Xiaoming is rich and has free time, and he is also a fan of this book. It would be a perfect choice to recruit him into the team. But this guy doesn't seem to be very smart. But rich enough. Looking at the way he is trying to gain the Golden Alliance for himself, you can tell that this guy is definitely not short of money. Jiang Lan thought about it and decided that this matter needed to be discussed in person. So I made an appointment to meet him. It's the same tea house as last time, with the same configuration. There was no one in the hall. Jiang Lan's mouth twitched and he asked the service staff. It turned out that someone had booked their tea house. Jiang Lan equals? What I mean is, this is not the way to use money. I feel a little uneasy. What's going on? This was the second time Jiang Lan met Ho Jingming. This rich second generation is still the same as before. He was afraid that others didn't know he was rich, so he wore all branded clothes. However, the young master has a private car and bodyguards following him when he goes out, so no accidents will happen. Just be arrogant. As soon as Ho Jingming saw Jiang Lan, he showed his seemingly worthless smile. Jiangshan, you're here. Come and sit down. His attitude towards Jiang Lan was truly mysteriously respectful. Old man Ho was not present. If his father knew about this, he would probably be shocked. You know, his son has been very arrogant since he was a child, and he looks down on everyone. Jiangshan, after I returned, I thought about it carefully and came up with a few plans. We might open a restaurant chain. Rent near the CBD, or within the second ring road, near a busy tourist attraction. I bought an entire floor and started selling French food. Xiaoming said this with a look of anticipation on his face. Jiang Lan was silent for a while. French food, the service is so slow, it's not suitable for you to open a restaurant in such a fast-paced place. Moreover, he knows how to cook, but he doesn't plan to make it his career. When Ho Jingming heard this, he thought it made sense. Then I'll change it and open a boxing gym. In the financial district, those slavish people, tired after get off work, would definitely want to blow off steam with a boxing match. We can buy a piece of land, build a building, and hire retired champions to coach us. Xiao Ming looked at Jiang Lan with shining eyes, looking forward to his affirmation. Jiang Lan finally understood how he had ruined his family. No wonder his father didn't let him start a business. None of his ideas were practical. What a waste of money. Would you like to hear my thoughts? We can't let him continue to think divergently. It's just a waste of time. If Ho Jingning's approach doesn't work, Jiang Lan will have to think of other ways. I plan to make the book Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law into a TV series. I can adapt the script and direct it myself. But now, if I want to set up a film and television company, I still lack money. And the lack of a partner. He needs to work with me to help complete the filming of this TV series. After Jiang Lan finished speaking, he looked at Ho Jingming steadily. As long as he looked reluctant, Jiang Lan would never force him. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up and he couldn't bear to look at it. Okay. Why didn't I think of that? Film and TV company. You can film TV series and movies, and meet various celebrities. Jiang Shen. You are so amazing. You actually thought of this. How much money do I need to prepare? As he said this, he frowned a little angrily. My dad is so annoying, he only gives me 1,000 yuan in pocket money every month. He doesn't let me take more, and says I will spend it recklessly. Who can use this little money? Ho Jingming made up his mind to protest to his grandmother when he got home. His father was so cruel to him. Jiang Lan equals? He is so lucky. One small goal per year. This is not enough. The two reached a preliminary agreement. However, the specific details still need further negotiation. If you want to have a say, the contract must be carefully drafted. He would not let Ho Jingming suffer any loss, but he would not let himself suffer any loss either. It doesn't cost much to register a company in the initial stage. But once filming begins, the production costs become like a bottomless pit. This is also the reason why he must find a financially capable partner. Otherwise, if he relies on himself alone, he may not even be able to pay the star's salary. In this regard, Ho Jingming can make up for his shortcomings. As for the company's specific matters, there still needs to be a professional who understands legal affairs to handle them. It just so happened that the young master had nothing else to do, but he had started a few companies before, and although they all failed, he still met some great professionals. Leave it to me. If it doesn't work out, I'll lend the people from my dad's company. Don't worry, they'll be happy to help. No matter whether you work for your father or your son, you will get paid. Jiang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, starting over is not easy. But fortunately, I found a big tree. Ho Jingming should be able to help a lot. By the way, don't call me Master Jiang. My real name is Jiang Lan. The two of them are already partners, so there is no need to hide it anymore. The young master grinned. Then the name on my ID card is not Ho Jingming, it's my nickname. The name on my ID card is Ho Hongliang. Chapter 124 Women's Divergent Thinking. Louis Fei has been a little depressed recently. Her schedule is actually going to be interrupted. Since the last TV series was completed, the next TV series that was originally under negotiation was also a collaboration with Li Yunhyung. But considering his personality and the farce that happened at the fan meeting, neither the company nor she herself wanted to continue working with him. The fact that the two of them starred in 2 consecutive dramas as a couple can easily be defined by the media as a couple hyping up a relationship. Besides, judging from Li Jingheng's expression, he really wants to make the scandal come true. Not to mention that Louis Fei already has Jiang Lan, even if she didn't, it wouldn't be his turn to play. Fortunately, the company has not yet officially signed the contract for the next urban marriage-themed TV series. So the agent turned it down according to Louis Fei's wishes. This means that the time slot she originally reserved for this TV series may have to be readjusted. It was originally going to be able to seamlessly connect with another alternative Republican drama, and the schedule was just enough. But Li Zhengheng didn't know what was wrong with him. He was doing bad things everywhere and even used the power of his capital to ruin this matter. The agent said angrily. He just wants you to go with him to film the original script. This guy is still a thief with evil intentions. Louis Fei thought about it and it made sense. If it were someone else, who had free time but couldn't handle the pressure, they might really turn back. But she just wasn't what he wanted. Louis Fei was speechless when she thought of how fast Li Zhengheng ran away in the video. she has seen many people who want to pursue her. But this was the first time she had seen someone so shameless and yet had the nerve to approach her. In order to distance herself from actor Lee, Louis Fei would rather take a break for half a year than go back to work with him again. During the days when she was not filming, the company arranged several endorsement activities for Louis Fei. With her expressiveness, she is a hot commodity in the eyes of major luxury brands. However, due to the influence of Lee Young-hyun, she still lost several endorsements that she had originally agreed to. If it weren't for the fact that the company boss and agent are Louis Fei's friends for many years, I'm afraid he really can't withstand the pressure from the capital behind the movie star. Louis Fei now has completely cut off contact with Lee Junhung. The two will not appear at the same time in the new drama's promotional video. Lee Junhung also privately invited friends to have a party together, but she turned them down for various reasons. Louis Fei felt disgusted just thinking about what might happen if he used some shady tricks. On this day, Louis Fei, who had been busy for a long time and attended several endorsement events, finally had time to arrange a vacation for herself. Her vacation is also simple. Just stay at home. When she didn't have a job, she could stay at home all day. Later, Xiao Xiao was born. When the little guy was young, he almost occupied her entire life and made her revolve around him. When she was a little older and able to go to school, Louis Fei finally had her own private time again. She wasn't very interested in anything else. As long as I stay at home, have food and drink, sleep, watch TV series, and occasionally go to the gym to exercise, I will be very happy. Now, there is another Jian Lan in her life. So when she is not working, she would rather stay at home to accompany her boyfriend and play with her children. This makes her feel more relaxed than going out for a trip to relax. However, precisely because she has been free recently, Louis Fei discovered a phenomenon. That is, Jian Lan, who had always been free, seemed to be very busy every day these days. I often don't see him. On several occasions, Lian Xiaoxiao was picked up by her or her mother. You know, ever since he got his mother's approval, the task of picking up and dropping off Xiao Xiao fell on him. No matter how far, rain or shine, Jian Lan never lets Xiao Xiao wait for even one more second. Not only Louis Fei, even the little one has been complaining recently. Where has Dad gone again? He hasn't made me any delicious food in a long time. Louis Fei decided to find out today. Although she didn't think Jian Lan would have another woman outside. But, what if? Or maybe he has other difficulties, but is unwilling to tell me because of his face? No matter what the situation was, Louis Fei was a little unhappy about his concealment. The two of them are in this kind of relationship, but they are still hiding it. Not sincere at all. In just half a day, her divergent thinking had already led her to many strange and bizarre ideas. We must catch him today. Ask clearly. Louis Fei opened Feishan and sent a message to Jian Lan. What time will you be back today? After a long time, the other party replied. Maybe it'll be a little later, what's wrong? Louis Fei held her phone angrily, thinking. Okay, now I won't hide it or explain it, right? Her fingers clattered as she typed. It's okay, it's just that we haven't eaten the food you cooked for a long time, and Xiao Xiao and I are a little greedy. See if you feel guilty for ignoring us. After a while, Xiao Xiao may not be able to eat today. Children tend to get indigestion if they eat too late. If you can hold out until 10 o'clock, I can make you a simple midnight snack? Louis Fei looked at the message and snorted. Okay. Then I'll send Xiao Xiao back to my mother and I'll wait for you at home. Jian Lan replied with an okay gesture, and there was no more news after that. Louis Fei had dinner with Xiao Xiao at her mother's house in the evening. The little guy read the storybook to his mother and grandmother with great joy and pride. Mom, you know, I'm now a little star in my class, no, in the whole school. Zhao Yuxuan, Zhang Shiqi and the others are particularly envious of me. Although they didn't say anything, I knew that they were both extremely envious of my dad. He could write me storybooks with my name on them. Teacher Fan said, my dad is amazing, he is a writer. Mom, what is a writer? Sitting at home? Zhao Zhao chattered non-stop. Louis Fei listened patiently, and from time to time she showed an expression of surprise or understanding in response to the little guy's words. Finally, I heard her understanding of writer and laughed out loud. Writer, like teacher, actor, driver, and scientist, is the name of a profession. It refers to someone who writes books. Didn't Dad write a storybook? So there is nothing wrong with Teacher Fan saying that Dad is a writer. However, this writer only published the book for his daughter. The little guy sat on the chair, swinging his legs, looking as if he understood something. Oh, Dad is a university student, very impressive. Louis Fei laughed, wondering why this little thing was so obsessed with Zhang Lan's identity as a college student. Maybe in her eyes, her diploma, which hasn't even graduated from kindergarten, is still far from her father's. Lu Xiaoli also came over with a plate. What do you mean? I heard Zhang Lan published a book? The few writers she knew back then worked themselves to old age but still couldn't write anything. This kid, it's only been a short time, and he has already published a book? Chapter 125. You smell like her perfume. Daddy's girl Xiao Xiao began to praise her father in various ways to her grandma. Lu Xiaoli was stunned when she heard this. She still understands the little girl. At her age, although she may exaggerate, she will not make things up. Zhang Lan really wrote a storybook for the little guy? I heard it's been published? That being said, I'll have to go to the bookstore tomorrow and buy a few books to show my support. By the way, let us see how much Xiao Xiao exaggerated. But as long as it can be published, there should be something worth showing off. I really misjudged this kid Zhang Lan before. Zhang Lan was indeed very busy today. I went to the industrial and commercial department early in the morning to submit the registration materials, and then went to the radio and television to apply for qualifications. At the same time, some experienced crew members were also interviewed. Since everything was starting from scratch, it was difficult. Fortunately, the daddy system helped me a lot. After accumulating for such a long time, his happiness value has already reached 4. It can be imagined that he has been a relatively competent father during this period. His current skills: advanced company management, advanced singing, intermediate acting, intermediate cooking, elementary writing, elementary handicraft, and some songs and books. The only one, ugly, Wanjiang, returning to ancient times to become a son-in-law, Grimm's fairy tales, Aesop's language, Chinese story collection. When it comes to setting up a company, his company management skills come in handy. At the same time, Zhang Lan also used part of his happiness points to exchange for the intermediate director skill and the intermediate screenwriter skill. After all this operation, the small treasury that had been saved with great difficulty was almost empty. On the way back, Zhang Lan thought that he couldn't neglect accompanying Xiao Xiao and Cici because of his busy work. After these busy days, he needs to take some time to spend time with his princesses. I had originally planned to be back around 9 o'clock, but unexpectedly I encountered a car accident on the way and was rear-ended by the car behind me. His current car belongs to his partner Xiao Ming. Recently, considering that having a car would be much more convenient, Zhang Lan accepted his kindness. But the young master's car is really too flashy. A big red Porsche. I thought that when such an arrogant luxury car was on the road, others would just have to avoid it. Unexpectedly, someone actually bumped into me by chance. A seductively dressed woman got out of the car. Her apology was quite nice, but I didn't understand why she kept flirting and playing with her hair. Besides, the smell of her perfume was really strong. Zhang Lan was forced to smell a lot. The rear-end collision was not serious, so I could just claim the insurance claim. But this woman insisted on waiting for the traffic police to deal with it. She also insisted that Zhang Lan wait with her. There weren't many cars or people on the small roads in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Zhang Lan had no choice but to be stopped. When the clock pointed to past 10, the sound of a key unlocking the door of Zhang Lan's villa was heard. Cici had said before that she would wait for me at night, but I don't know if she has slept yet. Zhang Lan closed the door quietly and changed his shoes. The lights in the living room were off. Only a dim wall lamp at the stairs was emitting light. He looked upstairs. The room also seemed to be dark. Maybe he has rested, Zhang Lan thought. He walked towards the sofa, loosening his tie and taking off his suit. Suddenly, he stopped and looked towards the corner of the living room, where the castle was standing. Still asleep? Fortunately, he had good eyesight and saw a white figure there. Otherwise, if she suddenly made a sound, I might be scared to death. After Zhang Lan finished speaking, Louis Fei knew that she was exposed. She snorted in dissatisfaction and climbed out of the bouncy castle. You still remember to come back. The tone is as dissatisfied as it can be. I promised to make her a midnight snack. What time is it now? Once it's done, will she still need to manage her body as a female star? So annoying. Zhang Lan turned on the light in the living room, and the room suddenly became bright. Only then did he see Louis Fei wearing her usual white home clothes with pink flowers, standing not far away with her lips pouting and her arms crossed. Anyone with eyes can see that his daughter Sisai is very unhappy now. Her mouth is so pouty that you can hang an oil bottle on it. At the same time, Louis Fei also saw him clearly. She really wanted to whistle and tease him. This outfit, wow. This was the first time she saw Jiang Lan dressed so formally. A neatly tailored black suit with perfectly crisp shoulders. Going down, the waistline is tightened, outlining a neat and narrow waistline. Following the waistline, the curvature of the hips is neatly wrapped by the trousers. Further down, the thighs have firm and smooth lines, and the calves are straight and slender. Although she was wearing slippers, it ruined the overall outfit. But he stood there, dressed in a suit and tie, tall and handsome, and Louis Fei's heart skipped a beat for some reason. Come over. Jiang Lan took advantage of her distracted moment and sat down on the sofa. He stretched out his whole body, occupying half of the not-so-small sofa. Jiang Lan patted his side and motioned Louis Fei to come and sit next to him. Although Louis Fei still looked unhappy, she was not really angry at all and just went over obediently. As soon as she stood in front of him, Jiang Lan pulled her to the sofa, and then he put his head on her legs. Give me a hug. As he spoke, Jiang Lan put his arms around her waist, tightened them, and buried his head in her arms. Louis Fei's body was stiff and she felt a little helpless. Although Jiang Lan was lying on his legs, he was too tall and looked like a doll in his embrace. However, this was the first time she was held in such a dependent manner by him. Louis Fei's heart felt soft, as if a feather had brushed past it. She slowly relaxed and put her arms around Jiang Lan's big head. Playing with his standing hair was a little prickly, but also a little fun. Neither of them spoke, one just lay there with his eyes closed, and the other just played casually. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became warm. After a while, Louis Fei's legs felt a little numb from being rested on her head by him, and she was about to take a pillow from the side to cushion her legs. She leaned over and suddenly smelled a different scent. The passionate love of the Saint Laurent family. There's no doubt about it. Definitely this fragrance. Did Jiang Lan really go out to fool around? He actually smells like another woman's perfume. Louis Fei looked at the man in front of her in shock. Does he think he is dead? After going out to fool around, he came back and dared to lie in my arms so blatantly. He is not human at all. Jiang Lan. Get up right there. Chapter 126 confused Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan lay on the legs of his beloved. He could smell the familiar light floral scent of shower gel on her body and feel her fingers running through his hair. The whole person can't help but relax. Once I relax, I feel a little drowsy. After running around all day, even the strongest person would feel a little tired. It's still better to be at home. My wife is still the best, fragrant and soft. Jiang Lan thought, no wonder it is said that home is the warmest harbor. How come he didn't understand this wise saying at all in his previous life? Jiang Lan. Get up. Suddenly, a loud thunder exploded in my ears, accompanied by a powerful force. Before Jiang Lan could open his eyes, he was pushed to the ground. Even though there was a carpet, he still fell hard, catching him off guard. What happened? Fortunately, he reacted quickly and supported his body with his hands, so he didn't fall to the ground in such a mess. But the speed at which the man in front of him changed his expression really made him a little confused. Wasn't it fine just now? Why are you suddenly so angry? Louis Fei stood up suddenly and pointed at Jiang Lan condescendingly. What good things did you do out there? Tell the truth. She looked at him coldly and glared at him, and she didn't look like she was acting coquettishly. It seems really angry. What should I explain? I came back a little late, but it's really important. Jiang Lan propped up one leg and sat down on the carpet. He pulled off his tie and unbuttoned his collar. I've certainly spent less time with you and Xiao Xiao recently. Now that I'm done with this. You're busy? What are you busy with? You are busy flirting with other women outside and fooling around with your beloved Yves Saint Laurent. Good job, Jiang Lan. How long has it been? How long has it been since you became indifferent to me? Sure enough, men are like this. They don't cherish what they get. I see right through you. Jiang Lan equals? I understand every word you say. But why can't I understand it when they are combined together? Compared to Louis Fei's anger, he now seemed particularly dull. Just pretend. I don't want to talk to you anymore, liar. Louis Fei spoke for a while, then turned around and was about to leave. How could Jianglan let her go like this? If there is misunderstanding, it will be more difficult to explain it later. He quickly stood up and grabbed her arm. I wanted to hug her to comfort her, but I didn't expect that my angry girlfriend was harder to control than a pig during the Chinese New Year. Louis Fei struggled desperately, and for a moment, Jianglan was unable to withstand it. This was the first time in his life that he encountered someone who was angry but whom he had to coax. It was also the first time I encountered a so-called couple quarrel. Although he didn't think this one-sided quarrel could be considered a quarrel. But I did make the other person angry. First of all, we need to figure out what the two people are arguing about. Jianglan's brain was working rapidly, and he planned to solve them one by one according to the risk assessment steps of his previous life's company. Wait a moment, can you please let us talk? Talk to your head. I have nothing to talk to you about, let me go. Well, plans can't keep up with changes. Jianglan didn't even get the chance to understand. He used all his strength to control her lively body. At this moment, Louis Fei no longer had the figure of a female star. Her mind was full of staying away from Jianglan, this scumbag, so she struggled with surprisingly great strength. Jianglan couldn't help it anymore, so he hugged her legs and pulled her up. He carried her whole body onto his shoulders. Bang! He slapped her buttocks hard. I won't be polite if you keep making trouble. Use both soft and hard tactics, and combine kindness and severity in a two-pronged approach. I just spoke to her in a nice tone and she ignored me, so don't blame him for resorting to extreme measures. Louis Fei felt dizzy, and the next second she felt a hard bone poking her stomach. By the time she reacted, she was already lying headfirst on Jianglan's back. This feeling of being upside down is not pleasant. Not only did the stomach hurt, but blood also rushed to the brain like crazy. You've gone too far. It was clearly you who did something wrong, yet you still treat me like this. Put me down. After a brief moment of daze, Louis Fei struggled even more frantically. Jianglan finally realized how hard it was to deal with a woman when she got angry. His strength was beyond imagination, even more out of control than a drunk and crazy man. He waved his big hand and clapped again. I did something wrong, you should give me a chance to apologize. First of all, you have to tell me what I did wrong? Even if the court pronounces a verdict, there must be a charge. Jianglan's actions were somewhat fierce, but his tone was full of grievance. As he said this, without going up to the second floor, he carried the person to the study on the first floor. Louis Fei was still struggling, but the next second he threw her onto the bed. Although he said he was throwing her, Jianglan didn't actually use any force. Instead, he knelt on one knee on the bed and used inertia to put the person on the bed. As soon as Louis Fei's back touched the mattress, she rolled over, trying to escape from Jianglan's control. Jianglan couldn't help but be shocked by the agility and speed. So efficient. However, he was still quicker to bend down and hold the person in his arms. He grabbed the quilt beside him with his left hand and quickly wrapped the person up into a cocoon. Louis Fei tried to break free several times, but failed each time. In the end, she was sweating all over and finally had no strength left. Jianglan was waiting for this moment. Stop making trouble? Snort. Louis Fei turned her head away and refused to answer. Jianglan stretched out a hand and turned her face around. We all have mouths, why can't we explain ourselves? Tell me what I did wrong so I can correct it. Sisai, you are the first person I talked to and the last one. I had little experience with girls before, so there are some things I really don't understand. Jianglan lowered his posture, looked into Louis Fei's eyes sincerely, and felt her rising and falling chest gradually calm down. Louis Fei stared at him, and seeing that he didn't evade her gaze at all, she spoke. Just smell how much you stink. Where did you get the perfume from? You said you were busy, but you didn't tell me what you were busy with. Don't tell me anything. It's not like you have a close female friend outside, so what could you be hiding from me? As I spoke, a feeling of grievance welled up in my heart. Tears involuntarily rolled down from the corners of my eyes. Jianglan was really panicked now. He hurriedly wiped her tears. Unexpectedly, the woman's tears seemed to be free of charge, and the more she wiped them, the more they came. Cece, be good, don't cry. Don't cry. I swear to God, if I have a woman outside, then let me die. Ugh. Don't say that. Louis Fei stretched out a hand from under the quilt and covered his mouth with it. Don't talk nonsense. As he said this, he sniffed twice pitifully. Chapter 127. Fortunately, I have a mouth. Jianlan was deeply moved. He placed his sworn hand on the back of her hand, and while she was moving, he gently kissed her palm. No. If you don't let me, I won't say it. Then he took her hand and lay down beside Louis Fei. See, I have you and Xiao Xiao, how could there be another woman outside? Am I crazy? You are Louis Fei, why would you have such thoughts? Jianlan stroked her hand and stared at her. Forgive him for not being able to understand a woman's train of thought. I don't know how I came up with this idea. Louis Fei sobbed and choked a little. You, smell yourself. That's the scent of a Yves Saint Laurent perfume. I never use this brand. And you've been coming home so late lately and haven't told me anything. She felt so wronged. She thought she had been extremely generous in terms of trust between men and women. Never check on people, never check their phones, and never ask too much about their whereabouts. It can be said that she completely trusts Jianlan. But if your trust is exchanged for the other party's concealment, then she would be heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Jianlan grabbed his collar and sniffed his shirt hard. What perfume? How come he didn't smell it at all? Then he sat up, unbuttoned his shirt, and took it off completely. The ball is in my hand, and I bury my head in it. It does have a slightly sweet taste. Is this the smell of that perfume? He was shocked. It turns out that his girlfriend is not only a Chinese New Year pig, but also has a nose as sensitive as a dog. No, not just any dog. It's a hound. She could accurately detect the almost imperceptible odor and even tell which brand it was. Jianlan was very impressed. I even want to praise Louis Fei. But at this moment, he didn't dare to be presumptuous, in case he offended her again. Jianlan thought about it carefully. Today is the closest moment to women. That was when we rear-ended each other at night. That seductively dressed female driver. I originally wanted to let the insurance company handle it, but she insisted on waiting for the traffic police. At the same time, the woman seemed to be unsteady, so he kindly helped her up. Maybe that's the time. Jianlan confessed everything about the traffic accident he had encountered that night. Louis Fei has stopped crying at this moment, but her red eyes still look very lethal. Her tears were like knives, cutting into Jianlan's heart again and again. It can be said that as long as she doesn't cry, Jianlan is willing to do anything. After hearing Jianlan say this, Louis Fei already believed it most of the time. The fragrance is quite strong. If this kid had been in contact for a long time, or had been in contact at a deeper level, he would have been contaminated with more than this. Unless he took a shower and changed his clothes in advance. But this possibility should be small. He didn't smell like shower gel. Louis Fei regained her sanity. I also feel that I was a bit exaggerated just now. However, it wasn't her fault first, so she wouldn't apologize on her own initiative anyway. Louis Fei snorted softly. You wouldn't dare to lie to me. When Jianlan heard this, his shoulders dropped and he relaxed completely. It looks like this crisis is about to pass. Fortunately, although my girlfriend is scary when she explodes, at least she is easy to coax. If there is a next time, I will definitely record it for her so that she can see for herself what the scene of slaughtering the New Year pig is like. But Jianlan obviously thought too early. Louis Fei quickly reacted. That's not right, rear end? Where did you get the car? Can a small electric scooter also rear-end a car? If you take a taxi, the driver can handle it, why should you stay there? Without any restraints, she sat up quickly. Although he looked a little funny with the quilt wrapped around him. But she did not hide the fierce look on her face at all. Shooting towards Jianlan like two laser beams. Jianlan looked at her fighting cock-like appearance and couldn't help but laugh softly. How come his sis eye is so cute? I just remembered to ask about the car now. Are you still hungry? Do you want a midnight snack? Jianlan stood up, his upper body naked, and he felt a little cold. I'm hungry, don't change the subject. Louis Fei's eyes were wide open, her neck was stiff, and she looked like she was saying, don't even think about fooling me. Jianlan casually pulled out a piece of clothing from the wardrobe next to him and put it on. No changing the subject. Don't you want to know what I've been up to lately? I'll tell you everything. But, how about talking about it while eating? I haven't eaten dinner yet, so please eat with me. After saying that, he turned around, reached out his hand and ruffled her hair. With a body like a silkworm pupa and a head like a chicken coop, his sis eye becomes more and more adorable the more you look at her. Half an hour later. 2 bowls of hot spinach and egg noodles were placed on the table. Eat it. These buckwheat noodles are specially cooked. They are low in calories. Jianlan handed her the chopsticks. Louis Fei pouted and sat down reluctantly. Just because I eat the food you cook doesn't mean I forgive you. These are 2 different things. It smells so good. I'm a little hungry indeed. She secretly touched her belly with one hand. The 2 looked at each other in silence and just ate. Jianlan was indeed hungry. After running around all day, he only had a few quick bites at noon. When they had almost finished eating, he put down his chopsticks and started chatting with Louis Fei. Cici, I set up a company. Louis Fei, who was eating noodles, said. The film and television company is called Ginglan Film and Television. I opened it as a joint venture with a friend. The car was also lent to me by that friend. The 2 of us each invested 1.5 million yuan in the early stage, and our business scope is film, television, and entertainment. Oh, this friend is a man, Ho Jingming, a second-generation rich man from the capital. Jianlan thought about what she cared about and quickly added. But Louis Fei didn't really pay attention to this at this time. Start a company? A film and television company? Why did you suddenly think of this? She swallowed the last mouthful of noodles and asked doubtfully. In her eyes, Jianlan has written books that can be published, so doesn't that mean he can also be considered a writer? Plus he also wrote songs. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to fit in with starting a company. Moreover, starting a company requires more than just registered capital. Looking at the current entertainment industry, which film and television company does not have the support of a big tree? He and an unknown rich second generation just set up a company on a whim? Where will the subsequent resources come from? Where do the staff come from? Where can we get sponsorship from? As an artist who has been working in the entertainment industry for so many years, Louis Fei knows too well the importance of resources. Otherwise, given her previous status, why didn't she start a new business? But... Wait, Ho Jingming? Why does this name sound familiar? Chapter 128. Fortunately, you met me. She muttered the name, lowering her eyes in thought. I must have heard of it. Suddenly, Louis Fei slammed the table. His surname is Ho. He just returned from studying abroad not long ago. He's the youngest son of the Ho family, a commercial real estate tycoon? He is not old, probably in his early 20s. He looks very arrogant, wearing all brand names. Yellow hair. Jianlan nodded suspiciously. That should be the case. Almost everything you said hits the mark. But I don't know his exact net worth. Louis Fei understood. If it's him, then maybe your film and television company can really be successful. This guy is from Ho Real Estate. He himself is a resource, a sponsor, and a financial backer. But how did you get to know him? Louis Fei was very curious. If Jianlan had a friend like this, he wouldn't have been so poor that he had to rent an apartment so far away. Moreover, if he knew Ho Jingming, he probably wouldn't have been banned. After all, that agency before. Louis Fei couldn't help but sneer when she thought of the flattering smile on the face of her former boss when he saw the investor. I guess I'm a fan of my book. At this point, Jianlan no longer hesitated. It's time to say what I haven't said before. Besides, there are important matters that need to be discussed with Cici later. Ha! Louis Fei indeed had a dazed expression on her face. Ho Jingming, reading fairy tale books? Jianlan poured her a glass of honey water and was stirring the honey at the bottom of the glass with a spoon. The spoon touched the glass, making a clinking sound. He then spoke slowly. Do you still remember the Singularity novel you shared with me before, Back to Ancient Times to be a Son-in-Law? I remember. She is still pursuing it when she has free time. Her driver, Xiao Wang, always buys the author's physical book as soon as possible. Jianlan placed the stirred honey water in front of her. The author of that book, Xiao Xiao, is me. Louis Fei, ah? She blinked and stared at Jianlan blankly. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Xiao Xiao? Jianlan? Here comes another vest? Jianlan smiled and shook his head, then stood up helplessly and took the laptop. Open your author page on Singularity and show it to her. See? This is what I've already posted. These haven't been released yet. What's my account name? Read it out loud. Jiang Xiaoyu. Louis Fei followed his hand movements with her eyes, opened and closed her mouth, and read out the author's name. Jianlan closed his computer, took out his cell phone and showed her the chat history between him and editor Xingya. There are also bank payment SMS messages. I'm really Jiang Xiaoyu. I didn't tell you before because you said that the author has too much pornographic garbage in his head. Always thinking about having 3 wives and 4 concubines. I was afraid you would misunderstand my idea, so I didn't dare tell you. Although if he really went back to ancient times, he would inevitably have such thoughts. But now, he is an honest and serious man. Jiang Lan looked sincere and innocent. He just needs to raise a flag to announce to the world that he is innocent. Louis Fei equals? This world is too mysterious. I'll beat you to death. Is this the reason you kept it a secret from me for so long? Tell me, how many more vests are there? Louis Fei stood up and punched Jiang Lan twice on the back. Jiang Lan didn't even dare to hide. It doesn't hurt anyway, so let her fight if she wants. But he still pretended to be in pain and hissed a few times. Sure enough, after Louis Fei let out this breath, she became much calmer. Go on. She sat on the sofa, holding the glass of honey water, took a sip, and then glanced at the culprit. Jiang Honest Man Lan smiled slightly. The company has been established. The script is also being adapted. Other staff members will arrive one after another. I was thinking, I wonder if I have the honor. We are able to invite the most beautiful, lovely, intelligent, generous, and excellent actress in China. Lu Cixi, come and be the heroine of my first TV series. It was no coincidence that Jiang Lan had this idea. Since we have decided to adapt the novel into a TV series, then you must shoot well, shoot to everyone's satisfaction, and make money. This novel already has a certain audience base, which is its first mover advantage. But at the same time, adapting novels into TV series also has risks. If the adaptation is not good or the actors are not suitable, the fans of the original novel will definitely not buy it and will criticize it harshly. This is a novel with a male protagonist and a son-in-law theme. In the previous film and television market, there were almost no TV dramas of the same type, which was both a challenge and an opportunity. To support such a drama, the male lead is certainly the most important, but the role of the female lead should not be underestimated. Su Tanner not only needs to be beautiful, but also needs the dignity and grace of a lady from a noble family, as well as the intelligence and courage to be a big shot in the business world. She and the male protagonist form a tension that both binds them and helps each other succeed. After much thought, there are not many actors who fit this temperament. Louis Fei just happens to possess this kind of classical charm and lively aura. Her qualities of being both distant and approachable fit perfectly with the image of the heroine in the book. Most importantly, Louis Fei is beautiful enough. So Jiang Lan thought of her first. But at the same time, he also knew that the most important person in this drama was actually the male lead. The female lead's role is much less important than the male lead's. In order to respect the original work, he cannot add more scenes for the heroine. But I have to say this up front. For you, this drama is unlikely to bring much boost to your acting career. But the good thing is that the shoot doesn't take very long. Jiang Lan shrugged and explained the interests involved clearly. The rest is up to Cixi to judge for herself. He didn't want to put any pressure on her. After all, acting is her career, and she should have the autonomy to choose roles. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, his tone becoming more relaxed. I definitely hope you can come and shoot it. But if the schedule is not suitable or the company does not agree, it's okay. If I have the chance in the future, I will tailor a play for you. Louis Fei took a sip of water and looked at Jiang Lan with a complicated expression. You kid, you're really lucky. I just happen to have a schedule. I liked the character Su Tanner very much when I read the book. Whether I should say it or not, I really want to interpret her. After saying this, she held her forehead with her hand inside. Luckily you met me. Chapter 129 Partiality? When Jiang Lan heard this, he immediately became interested. Really? I remember you saying you wanted to hook up with that guy Li Zhengheng. When Li Zhengheng was mentioned, he looked disgusted. Trash man, he's planning to take advantage of his Cixi. If possible, he really wanted Louis Fei to refuse. Louis Fei's expression didn't look much better. I turned down that play. No contract had been signed at that time, there was just an intention to cooperate. I don't want to work with him anymore. Jian Lan. The feeling of having your dreams come true is so wonderful. He quickly approached, took Louis Fei's arm and shook it. So, we have a deal? It will take at most half a month to be ready for startup. By then, you will be Sue Tanner. Unexpectedly, things went surprisingly smoothly, and Jiang Lan couldn't hide his happiness. If the heroine can be negotiated with Louis Fei, then the hero, the person he has in mind, should also be able to succeed. Louis Fei felt very noble when Jiang Lan held her arm and acted coquettishly with her. Although I am a few years older than him, this kid always acts mature in front of me. He always appears mature and steady, as if he is in control of everything. I have never seen such a naive side of him. This made Louis Fei want to tease him. I promised you to act. But how much are you going to pay? When can I get the script? Costumes, makeup, and photos, are you ready? Most importantly, who did the director look for? Which screenwriter was asked to adapt the script? Is it too late to start filming in half a month? She asked a series of question marks. She had originally intended to tease Jiang Lan, but she suddenly realized she had made herself anxious. Jiang Lan, you may not quite understand our filming process. This is not something that can be done on a whim. There are many things you probably haven't prepared for. If the TV series adapted from the novel isn't good, the fans will be mad at me. Louis Fei smiled bitterly. She can accept her existence as the male protagonist's pendant like female protagonist. But I can't accept making a bad movie. It's not about making money. Listening to Louis Fei's worries, Jiang Lan pondered for a while. The total investment in this drama is estimated to be around 40 million. Most of it will definitely be used in shooting and production. The costs of venue rental, filming equipment, costumes and props may account for a relatively large proportion. But fortunately, the copyright is in my hands, so I don't need to spend money to buy it. Moreover, I can adapt it myself and do the work of a director. Sisai, I know your pay must be quite high. But can we discuss converting part of the salary into a share of the profits after the TV series is released? What you deserve will definitely not be less. I let you do charity. Louis Fei shook her head, put down the cup in her hand, and gestured stop to Jiang Lan. Wait a minute. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, facing him, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? You adapted the film yourself and directed it yourself? You wrote and directed it yourself? Is it that she knows too little about Jiang Lan, or are young people nowadays so arrogant? A versatile person. Jiang Lan then realized that he really had never shown his talent in this area to Cici. Mainly because I just exchanged it with the daddy system. Don't worry, I have learned the knowledge and skills related to screenwriting and directing before. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have chosen to start a film and television company. He also knew that it would be hard to convince people if he said that. But this kind of skill is not like cooking or painting, which can be demonstrated on the spot. Jiang Lan had no choice but to say. The script will be ready in the next few days, and I'm also drawing some director's storyboards. I'll show you all of this when the time comes. When you're ready, we can sign the contract. Public is public, private is private. If this drama cannot bring great benefits to Louis Fei, at least it will not hold her back. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Thinking optimistically, this drama should create some positive benefits for both the male and female protagonists. Louis Fei looked at Jiang Lan and didn't know what to say. She was speechless for a long time, and finally found that she seemed to have nothing to question or refute. He said he hadn't prepared, but he had indeed been preparing. He said he was ready, but it seems like nothing has been implemented yet. I wrote and directed it myself, and now I'm acting in it myself. You don't want to play Ning Yi, do you? Louis Fei looked him up and down. To be honest, considering Jiang Lan's appearance, it's really okay. No, maybe I need to put on makeup to make myself look a little uglier. The male protagonist in the original novel is not as outstanding as before. Jiang Lan chuckled and shook his head when he heard this. No, I don't want to be an actor. I have someone else as the male lead. If he has to film and act at the same time, he will have even less time to spend with his little treasure Xiao Xiao. I also want to be Xiao Xiao's nanny. I can't let the little guy stay away from me. I can't let you not find me. As he spoke, he stretched out his long arms, grabbed Louis Fei, and held her in his arms. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you're already suspecting that I have other women outside. If I debuted as an actor, wouldn't you be even more worried? Besides, having a glamorous star like you at home is enough. Louis Fei rubbed her cheek against Jiang Lan's arms. Feeling his body temperature and the same smell of laundry detergent, Louis Fei felt very at ease. Yes, there is no need for both of them to be so busy. I make movies because I like it. If Jiang Lan doesn't like it, then why does he have to be an actor? Being a director already means there are already many girls interested in me. If I become an actor, wouldn't I be anxious every day? It's not that she has no confidence in herself. It's really because the temptation in their line of work is too great. Louis Fei reached out and hugged his waist. What you said makes sense. Little guy, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you're still talking about you to me today. She wants you to pick her up and she also wants to eat the food you cook. Hearing her say this, Jiang Lan felt guilty. When had his little princess Xiao Xiao ever suffered such injustice? I'll pick her up from her aunt's house tomorrow morning and take her to school. Jiang Lan made up his mind that he should just get up early. We must never let the little one feel that her father ignores her. When Louis Fei heard this, she felt a little jealous. If I want to see you, I have to wait for you at your house until late at night. Why do you rush to pick up your daughter when she wants to see you? You're such a jerk, you're so biased. As she spoke, she reached into his clothes, touched the muscles on his side, and twisted them hard. Let you be partial. Chapter 130 Weakness. Jiang Lan really cried out in pain this time. Hiss. You murdered your husband. Such a heavy blow. He was caught off guard and was successfully attacked by her. Louis Fei buried her face in Jiang Lan's chest, a smug smile secretly appearing on her face. You deserve it. Who told you to only think about Xiao Xiao and not me? It is said that women's intelligence will decrease after falling in love. Why did she feel that not only had her intelligence declined, but she had also become petty and calculative? Even though the person he was concerned about was his own daughter. Jiang Lan reached back and grabbed her wrist, brought it forward, and tied her hands together. Then one hand firmly grasped her two wrists. That's our daughter, why should I be partial to her? How can you be so childish that you even make your daughter jealous? You just wronged me. Since I had you, when have I ever been fooling around outside? After Jiang Lan finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly added. When you were not around, I didn't fool around. It's so sad. He has been trained to answer questions quickly now. Louis Fei chuckled. Although his hands were now under his control, she still dared to challenge him. That's not certain. I'll have to keep observing. Jiang Lan couldn't help laughing when he saw her arrogant look. When he first came back, he was still angry. Later, she cried out of grievance, and later she was so surprised that she couldn't even finish her words. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, my temper is back. Still dare to show your anger? Jiang Lan was not in a hurry, and quietly stretched out a hand to her waist. You wrongly accuse people, yet you dare to be so arrogant. I think you two need to be punished. As he spoke, he hooked his fingers and gently tickled the soft flesh on her waist and abdomen. Louis Fei suddenly froze and could no longer laugh. She is ticklish. It's not just ordinary fear. As Jiang Lan moved, she suddenly felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, and the itching went all the way to her bones. Ah! Louis Fei wanted to break free and curled up her body. But his hands were firmly controlled by Jiang Lan and he could not move. She begged for mercy instantly. Please, don't do this, I was wrong. I will never say that again. Jiang Lan lowered his eyes and smiled softly. Who are you begging? Ha! As he spoke, his fingers moved restlessly around her waist. Louis Fei felt a strong sense of threat. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. With a pout, he spoke humbly and softly. Please ask my boyfriend, Xiao Xiao's good father. She deliberately spoke in a low voice, almost making herself sick. But as he was speaking, he suddenly felt a surge of power. How could I, a man of great integrity, succumb to Jiang Lan's evil power? If you can't resist with force, then provoke secretly. Please, my husband, please let me go. Second uncle. The last word, somehow, came out of her mouth. She looked extremely embarrassed, but she had to hold on, trying to look people in the eye calmly. The already rosy cheeks turned a delicate and tempting blush because of the fluctuations in her mood. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Yifei finished speaking, she felt the other parties change. There was a smile on Zhang Lan's lips, and his dark eyes were like a deep sea, unfathomable. He slowly moved his hand up until he touched the edge. Okay, I accept your request for mercy, Sisai. Lu Yifei felt a surge of emotion in her heart when she heard him calling her name. There was a strange feeling that kept urging her heart to beat again and again. It was like an electric current running through every part of my body. The body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhang Lan lowered his head and moved closer, sniffing her hair carefully. The hands that bound her had long since been released. Zhang Lan's fingertips slid down her cheek and pressed against her lips, which were incredibly soft. Is Sisai still not full? Zhang Lan's eyes were dark and his breathing was a little rapid. But the person lying in his arms was even more anxious than him. Lu Yifei sensed the danger and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But at this moment, she had already turned into a pool of spring water, without a trace of strength left. With her hazy eyes open, she had already surrendered to his hands. Lu Yifei's mind exploded and her scalp went numb. The moment their eyes met, the sounds around them became quieter, with only their breathing tangled in the air. After noticing her obedience, Zhang Lan smiled with satisfaction. The slightly exposed sharp white teeth looked like a beast that has locked onto its prey and won't let go. The person under him couldn't move at all even if he wanted to hide. In contrast to his tough actions, Zhang Lan's eyes were filled with smiles. Sisai, you're so nice. The tip of his tongue gently licked the corner of her lips, entangled gently and delicately. Lu Yifei's mind was already a mess. In his delicate and intense kisses, she vaguely felt as if she had forgotten something. What on earth is it? Well, you are very tired. How come you still have the energy? I didn't come here for this matter, so how come as we were chatting? No teeth brushed, no shower, no. Well. Zhang Lan didn't let her say the rest. The night is long, and the midnight snack I just had needs to be digested. Early the next morning, Zhang Lan woke up automatically without an alarm clock. He got out of bed quietly, put on a piece of clothing, and walked out. Neither of them had time to go upstairs last night, so they spent the night in the study. But he was in a good mood. In addition to Sisai's obedience last night, there is also. He discovered her greatest weakness. Ticklish. Now, let us see how you can mess with me again in the future. He closed the door and went to take a shower. It was still early, so he made himself breakfast. At the same time, I made a small cake for the little one, planning to give it to her when I sent her to school. Zhang Lan still feels guilty because he hasn't been with Xiao Xiao for a long time. After leaving breakfast for Cici, or maybe after lunch, he set off for Lu Yifei's home. It seemed like there was an autumn rain last night and the temperature dropped a lot. Even though he is not afraid of the cold, he couldn't help feeling a little cold while waiting for the bus today. Fortunately, he left home early enough and drove all the way to the city along the highway. There wasn't much traffic jam on the road. We arrived safely before Xiao Xiao left the house. Ding dong. Ring the doorbell. Lu Xiaoli looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? It's so early in the morning. Come in. Lu Xiaoli moved aside to let Zhang Lan in. Then he shouted inside. Xiao Xiao, Dad is here to pick you up. As Zhang Lan was changing his shoes, he heard some clanging in the room, and then a chubby little ball in bare pajamas rushed out. Daddy. His heart softened and he responded. Wow, 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 wow. The little fat ball cried miserably. Zhang Lan equals? So the mother and daughter share the same tear gland? When I cry, I cry. Why did I start crying when I saw him so early in the morning? Zhang Lan didn't understand. It was Lu Xiaoli who saw it and whispered to him. I just woke up and am still confused. I haven't seen you for several days and I miss you. This is just a way of acting cute with you. Chapter 131 Pocket Money. After hearing this, Zhang Lan felt like laughing but also sad. At the same time, my heart was filled with emotion. In this time and space, he is not carefree, but has a lover and a family. But, how could his little princess be so adorable? Zhang Lan bent down, hugged the crying little guy who was walking towards him, and coaxed him lovingly. I cried early in the morning. Is Xiao Xiao still the strong and brave little girl? Why, aren't you happy to see Dad? He picked up Xiao Xiao, placed her on his arms, and shook her upside down. The little girl held her dinosaur doll with one hand and put her other arm around her father's neck. Originally, there was just thunder but no rain, but now after hearing Jianglan's voice, he could no longer hold back his anger. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and she howled at the top of her lungs. Whoa, I miss my dad. Woo-wah. The more I cried, the sadder I became, and I couldn't stop crying. Jianglan couldn't be comforted no matter what he did. In such a cold day, he was sweating profusely. Xiao Xiao, don't cry. Dad will definitely spend more time with you in the future. Daddy promises that he will never neglect my little princess again. I brought you a little cake, your favorite chocolate flavor. Let's eat it together later, okay? He held the little one in his arms and walked back and forth in the living room. Although I had little experience, I still tried my best to divert her attention. Xiao Xiao howled for a long time, she was so sad. Even her grandmother's coming to cheer her up couldn't ease the sadness in her heart. It was not until I heard my father say there were small cakes that I sobbed and replied. No, woo-woo. I want to eat it myself. I don't want to eat with my dad. Jianglan equals? He cried for a long time because of me, but was unwilling to share a piece of cake with me. This child, I don't know if he is really thinking about him. But as long as she doesn't cry, anything is fine. Jianglan quickly agreed and carried her to the entrance to take out the small cake from the bag. At this time, Lu Xiuli's breakfast was ready. Xiao Xiao was placed on her special chair by her father, with a small cake on her left and breakfast made by her grandma on her right. She ate a bite here and there, and then she gradually stopped crying. Dad, are you the same as Huang Wenjie's father? Are you both busy with work and business? Xiao Xiao asked Jianglan with her eyes wide open while eating. She had only heard Huang Wenjie talk about him, and he didn't see his father often. Because his father does business in other places, he often flies back and forth and is never seen. Xiao Xiao thought of herself. Her father hasn't come to pick her up for several days. Are you also doing business like Huang Wenjie's father? Jianglan thought about it, nodded and replied. Dad has been really busy with work lately, so he's been a little bit neglecting us. Xiao Xiao. Daddy promises you that he will try his best to make time to accompany you in the future, okay? I was still thinking about how to explain it to Xiao Xiao so that she would understand. Now it turns out the little one can understand that I am busy with work. That's perfect, give her a shot of prevention. If the filming officially starts in the future, it is inevitable that there will be situations where neither he nor Cici are around. Although he will try to minimize such occurrences. But it won't hurt to let your child know earlier. What's more, Xiao Xiao is a sensible child. Xiao Xiao swallowed a bite of cake, leaving a trace of chocolate at the corner of her mouth. After hearing Jianglan's words, he frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Then she slid down from the chair, ran back to the room with her short legs, and closed the door. Jianglan and Lu Xiuli looked at each other at the dinner table, neither of them understanding what she was doing. After a while, Xiao Xiao came out holding a cartoon box. Without saying a word, he stuffed it into Jianglan's arms. Then she hugged his arm and rubbed it. Dad, this is the New Year's money and pocket money I've saved over the years. All for you. You don't have to go to work. I'll take care of you, okay? It is difficult for Jianglan to describe his current mood. The cartoon box in his arms was not heavy, but it felt like a 1,000-pound stone was weighing on him, making his heart feel sore and soft. Looking at Xiao Xiao's upturned little face, those clear big eyes seemed to be able to shine into people's hearts. The little girl had a distressed look on her face and touched her box reluctantly. But despite this, he still firmly pushed it to Jianglan. Lu Xiaoli was also a little surprised and added. This is our Xiao Xiao's little treasure trove, and we usually don't want to show it to Grandma. Is this what you gave to Dad? She smiled and joked that daughters tend to be closer to their fathers. Of course, Jianglan did a good job too. Only in this way can you exchange Xiao Xiao's treasure. Xiao Xiao stared at the box, then looked at his father, then turned and left Jianglan's side. Well. Take it. Leaving a chic back view to everyone. Jianglan looked at her expression of a hero who was about to cut off his own arm and wanted to laugh at first. I don't know where this little guy heard the phrase support you from. He dared to take out all the property he had saved for several years. But as I laughed, the tip of my nose began to feel dry and a feeling of being touched crept up on me. The little guy just doesn't want to make himself hard. This pure and clumsy thought, like the warm sunshine that suddenly penetrated his collar in winter, unexpectedly soothed all his emotions. Jianglan even felt some heat in his eyes. Why start a company? What are you busy with? Nothing is more important than his little princess. Or just give up. The moment this thought came to his mind, he rejected it. Not to mention that things are already halfway done. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, Xiao Xiao will need money in the future, and he, as his father, will have to give it to him. And as for Sisai, although he doesn't mind others saying that he is a gigolo. But if the affair between the two of them is exposed in the future, how can an ordinary and unknown person be worthy of a fairy? Not to mention the fans, even non-fans can't stand it. Jianglan raised his hand and touched Xiao Xiao's soft head, his voice slightly hoarse. Okay, then Dad would like to thank Xiao Xiao first. However, this money may not be enough. How about this? Dad borrows the money from Xiao Xiao first and uses it to make money. When you make some money, return it to Xiao Xiao double. Okay? Xiao Xiao felt distressed after hearing this. This is all the money she has, and her father says it is not enough. It seems that she can no longer support her father. But she can't make money like her mother yet. The little guy lowered his head instantly, pouted, and reluctantly agreed to him. Okay. Then you have to pick me up more often and make delicious food for me. Otherwise, I will be angry. If I get angry, I will never talk to you again. I won't give you my New Year's money either. And I won't let Mom accompany you. As she spoke, she put her hands on her hips, stiffened her neck, and widened her eyes, trying to show her majesty. Jianglan dared not disobey. He nodded repeatedly under the little guy's threat. How could he bear to see the little girl crying again? Moreover, this little thing has even learned to threaten himself with his mother. Really, he is worthy of being his son. A lot of clever tricks. Chapter 132 Communication. Jianglan takes Xiao Xiao to kindergarten. Along the way, the little guy kept talking. Dad, our classmates really like the stories you wrote. Our teacher likes you very much, too. I often hear teacher fans say to other teachers. Xiao Xiao's father is handsome, gentle, and can write so many children's stories. I wonder who would be lucky enough to marry such a man. Xiao Xiao imitated teacher fans' excited tone and performed it with a slightly exaggerated tone. Jianglan looked at the little thing with flying features lovingly. This lively look is what his little princess should look like. Really? Then did Xiao Xiao tell teacher fan that his mother is also very gentle, very beautiful, and very good at making money? If teacher fan knew that Zhang Zhao's mother was Louis Fei, then she should have said, I wonder who is so lucky to marry her. Thinking of Cece's confused and passionate look last night, Jianglan couldn't help but feel a little moved. I'd better go back and take a look later. I guess the lazy guy hasn't gotten up yet. Dad, what are you thinking about? Why are you smiling like that? You have something bad in your mind. Jianglan equals? Where did you learn these adjectives? Really? Daddy is thinking about my lovely little treasure Xiao Xiao. He's so worried. It's not a car to kindergarten, the little one can't go there yet. It was Zhao Yuxuan from our class who said that. She said that some people may look bad, but are actually very good people. Some people look good, but they are full of evil intentions and are bad people. She also said that I was. Zhao Zhao lowered her head and looked a little sad. I don't know why, but Zhao Yuxuan always makes things difficult for me. She clearly didn't do anything. Jianglan understood the meaning behind Xiao Xiao's words. My heart tightened, and I wondered if the little guy was being targeted at school. After asking a few more questions, I realized that the two children simply didn't get along. It is not appropriate for adults to interfere in such matters. Jianglan had no choice but to comfort Xiao Xiao. We can't be friends with everyone. As for some people, if you don't like her, or she doesn't like you, then forget it. Then we should just play with people we like or who like us. However, if she dares to do anything to bully you, be sure to tell the teacher. When you get home, tell your dad and let your teacher and dad help you solve it. If a boy dares to bully you, ask teacher Fan for her phone number and call your dad. He will come to the kindergarten to find you immediately. If they just dislike each other, Jianglan would not interfere. But if anyone dares to touch Xiao Xiao, don't blame him for being rude as his father. Xiao Xiao felt his father's support and slowly raised his head. Well, I'm not afraid of her. She doesn't like me, and I don't like her either. I can play with Huang Wenjie, Zhang Xiaoyan, Guan Linlin, and others. As she spoke, she rubbed against Jiang Lan's arms and leaned her little head against him. I always listen to my dad, and he has to listen to me too. Daddy, can you pick me up from school tonight? Jianlan touched the soft little head. How could he refuse? After finishing what he had to do today, he would spend the rest of the time with his little princess. The little guy and Jianlan said goodbye to each other at the kindergarten gate. After he repeatedly assured me that he would do the same as before and let Xiao Xiao see him the first thing he did when he left the school. The little girl then pouted and followed Teacher Fan. He quickly took the time to go back home. Sure enough, the room was quiet. Louis Fei hasn't gotten up yet. She can really sleep. Jianlan didn't disturb her. I went upstairs with my computer. I still have a few contracts and interviews to deal with today. Then comes the most important thing, deciding on the male lead. Back to Ancient Times to Become a Son-in-Law is a light comedy. Therefore, it is best for the male protagonist to have a sense of cleverness. You also need to be good at speaking. Although he is in the somewhat awkward situation of being a son-in-law, he can always diffuse the awkwardness with a few jokes. Occasionally he shows off his cleverness and exudes a kind of ruffian spirit that is not annoying. From this perspective, there are several male stars in the entertainment industry who are still suitable. Jianlan asked Ho Jingming to find out their schedules and intentions. If the time is right and there is no explicit refusal, he will discuss it in further detail. Xiao Ming used his father's identity as the investor to quickly find out the truth. Artist Yang doesn't have time, artist Liu isn't interested, and artist Cheng is interested, but his agent won't let him take on low-budget TV series. Now there are only two artists named Zhang and Guo left. Their schedules are suitable, and neither their agents nor the artists themselves have any objection. But I guess neither of them is willing to talk about it. We can't give them the salary they want. In my opinion, Brother Jiang, you really don't have to worry about the money. At worst, I can take out the money separately without going through the company's accounts. If my dad doesn't give it to me, I can ask my brother for it. He will definitely give it to me. If you like any of them, just tell me. I don't believe anyone can resist money. As Ho Jingming spoke, he could no longer contain his emotions. It's such a good novel. Although their production team are all newcomers don't necessarily mean they are bad. After hearing the name of the company and the director, these stars all expressed their unwillingness to make an appointment. This made Master Ho, who had never been rejected since childhood, very unhappy. If it weren't for his brother Jiang taking a fancy to them, he wouldn't bother with these male celebrities with nostrils on top of their heads. Taking yourself too seriously. A lot of requirements. What the hell? Jianlan was speechless. Equals? You are my big brother. I know you are rich, but can you please stop showing off? Xiao Ming, this is not the way to spend money. The market price is what it is. Even if you pay a lot of money to hire them, they may not necessarily perform seriously. Our company will be the one that suffers then. Instead of this, it would be better to talk about someone who is suitable for the role. Please send me their contact information and I'll chat with them first. Ho Jingming couldn't defeat his brother Jiang. I had to send 2 phone numbers. Remember to mention my name. I've already asked someone to greet them. They also received the script. Jianlan agreed. Then he called the artist named Zhang. After 2 beeps, someone picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, are you Zhang Ruoyun? Chapter 133 Male Protagonist. Yes, it's me. Who are you? After receiving a positive answer, Jianlan introduced himself. Hearing that it was the director of Back to Ancient Times as a son-in-law, Zhang Ruoyun quickly said, "Oh. Hello, director, I am currently reading this script. I think this book is particularly good. The protagonist's character is very unique, and there is no one like him in the current domestic entertainment industry. Although you only gave me the first half of the script, I think that based on the direction of the story, the second half should not be bad either. So I can accept the role of the male lead, and I am willing to reduce my salary." Jianlan listened and felt that this artist had shown his utmost sincerity. He couldn't help getting excited. So what's your desired salary? If the price is right, the actor will book him. I can discuss it with my agent. I think a 20% discount is fine. Jianlan calculated silently in his mind. Unless he reduces the offer to 40%, the cost of the show can be controlled. Otherwise, the budget will indeed be exceeded. I can only say that the price of quasi-first-line actors is indeed outrageous. Jianlan is not a person who likes to bargain, but for the sake of his new drama, he had to bite the bullet and go for it. After he told her the price he could offer, Zhang Ruoyan pondered for a while. Well, you discuss it with my agent. If she agrees, I have no problem with that. Then, a different voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Director Jiang, hello, long time no see. Zhang Lan was silent for a while. Have you seen me? I have only been a director for a few days. However, one should not hit a smiling person, and he was already very familiar with the practice of playing alone. The two exchanged a few words, and Zhang Ruoyan's agent said that her artist had never accepted a script at such a low price. Even for scripts written by some of the best directors in the industry, we at Ruoyan don't charge this price. I can't explain to the company if you do this. Seeing that the situation was about to reach a stalemate, Zhang Lan gave up on his own initiative. Well, the price I offer is the highest price I can offer. If it's really not suitable, then I can only say that Zhang Ruoyan and the role of Ning Yi are not meant to be together. It's not his loss anyway. Zhang Lan looked calm. Brokers have seen this happen many times. Besides, their Zhang Ruoyan has no shortage of scripts. Look, there is a martial arts drama waiting for him to take on. The pay is much higher than what Zhang Lan offered. If Ruoyan hadn't said it herself, she thought the role was good. She was too lazy to even talk about the price. All I can say is that low cost is low cost. Don't even think about finding actors of their caliber. Zhang Lan and Zhang Ruoyan politely ended the call. Then the number of candidate number 2 was called. This actor is also a newcomer. After all, I used to just play supporting roles in other people's dramas. I've never been a leading man. However, his own comedic talent is more like Ning Yi. If it weren't for the ratings guarantee, Zhang Lan would have listed him as the first candidate. But it doesn't make any difference now. The other party's fluent imperial accent soon came over the phone. Hello, who are you? Zhang Lan introduced himself again. This feeling is actually not good. After all, in his previous life, he always listened to others introduce themselves. Now, the situation has changed. Oh, Director Jiang. It's you. Welcome, welcome. If you have anything to say, just let me know. Zhang Lan, who was delighted to receive the title of old man, was somewhat impressed by the artist's mouth. It is indeed possible to speak. It can even reach the point of being a chatterbox. Hello, Shilin. I want to ask you, what do you think of the script of Back to Ancient Times to be a son-in-law? Are you interested in playing Ning Yi? Zhang Lan skipped the formalities and went straight to the point. If Guo Qilin fails to reach an agreement, he will have to consider newcomers from major universities. In short, adding money is impossible. If you get more pay for the film, you will get less for other productions. Most of the 40 million production costs were already covered by Ho Jingming. I would like to add that he is quite incompetent as a director. This is also the first time that Zhang Lan serves as a director, producer, and screenwriter. He doesn't understand the complicated social relationships in the entertainment industry, and he doesn't want to get involved. He has absolute confidence in the script. It would be best if we could get some traffic support. But if you can't hire one, there are other ways. When Guo Qilin heard Zhang Lan say this, he almost jumped up with excitement. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I have so much. I was simply born for the role of Ning Yi. I also wrote a biography for him. I think Ning Yi is like this. He told Zhang Lan about his understanding, talking incessantly. Zhang Lan listened carefully and had to admit that Guo Qilin's understanding was indeed the same as his. Even more accurate than Zhang Ruoyan just now. If the pay is right, Zhang Lan doesn't want to miss him. I didn't ask for any salary. It's up to you to decide. I really like the character of Ning Yi, and I want to play it. As long as you give me a chance, everything else will be easy. Guo Qilin said very sincerely. He thought so too. When you meet a good role, money is really not that important. What's more, as a newcomer into the film and television industry, he has to keep a low profile if he doesn't want to rely on his father. You have to learn to make choices. This novel is so popular on Singularity. As long as the adaptation is not weird, the filming effect will definitely be good. Thinking of this, Guo Qilin asked again. Director Jiang, who did you hire as the screenwriter? I think the adaptation is very similar to the original. I forgot to mention that I was also a fan of this novel before. I particularly like Xiao Xiao. Jianlan never expected that he would say something like, "The pay is up to you." After what happened to the previous artists, he now feels like pie in the sky. Then the actor who will play the role of Ning Yi can basically be determined. I'm also the screenwriter. I forgot to tell you that this book was written by me. The adaptation rights are in my hands, so I didn't hire any other screenwriters. Guo Qilin was stunned for a few seconds. What? You are Jian Xiaoyu? Jian Xiaoyu is you? This is too fantastical. The author personally adapted the work. Also a director. No one knows the direction of the plot better than him. Wow. I made a profit. He actually picked up a play that he wrote and directed himself. It's such a popular book in the novel world. Now I might be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry with this drama. Guo Qilin was so happy that he almost fainted. He didn't expect that without his father's help, he could get such a big bargain. Director Jiang. God Jiang. Can I ask you something again? Have we decided on our leading lady? Who does Su Tanner plan to ask to play the role? If it's someone I know, I can lobby for you. Guo Qilin made up his mind to take this drama seriously. Maybe I will have to rely on it for my retirement in the future. Chapter 134 Heroine. Jianlan on the other end of the phone smiled. Thank you in advance. But the leading lady has already been chosen. It's Lu Yifei. If you have no objection to the character of Ning Yi, then let us make it a deal. When you are free, let us make an appointment to sign the contract. Guo Qilin scratched his ears. He tapped his phone again. Make sure your ears and phone are not broken. Who are you talking about? He didn't hear a word Jianlan said next. Why do I seem to hear the name Lu Yifei? Strangeness. Jianlan was not angry, and explained again with a smile. Su Tanner is played by Lu Yifei. Now Guo Qilin was sure that he had heard correctly, but he was very confused. Are there any newcomers in the domestic entertainment industry? She also has the same name as Sister Fairy. How come he had never heard of this person? Jianlan on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. Not a newcomer. It's the Lu Yifei you know. Fairy's sister. You heard it right. I did get her. Jianlan's tone was very calm. In fact, inviting her is much more convenient and easier than inviting the rest of you. Guo Qilin. LLL. In the silence between them, Jianlan clearly heard the sound of him swallowing. I don't know how shocked the other party is right now, but I can guess that this news is indeed explosive. Such a new team, a new director, and a male-centered TV series. We were able to invite Lu Yifei. Where no one else could see, Jianlan secretly raised the corners of his lips. How can this not be something to be proud of? Guo Qilin was so silent that Jianlan thought he had hung up the phone. After calling twice, the other party finally responded. I will definitely act well. Director, can we sign the contract today? I'm afraid of the long night and many dreams. I'm free now. Are you in the capital? If not, I can fly over to see you. When you give me the rest of the script, I will study it carefully. I will also ask my agent to arrange the schedule, so don't worry. I will definitely listen to you on this drama. Guo Qilin wished he could sign the indenture, no, the contract, right now. Over the phone, he was so anxious that he didn't know how to express his loyalty to Jianlan. Fairy sister, what is her status in the hearts of boys? It's like her position in boys' hearts 20 years ago. Unshakable. Unparalleled. Lawlessness. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would be able to work with the fairy sister. Guo Qilin felt that he had made a fortune. This drama must be won. The two agreed on a signing time. Then he hung up the phone. Now that it has been decided, sign the contract as soon as possible to avoid any changes later. He synchronized this news to Ho Jingming and the company's newly hired staff responsible for handling contracts. Draw up a contract as soon as possible. For the remaining important supporting roles, you also need to contact their agents first. However, this can be left to the company's newly recruited employees. After all, the protagonist has been decided, and the others are not irreplaceable. Young Master Ho originally thought that he would settle on Zhang Ruoyan, but he didn't expect that it would be Guo Qilin in the end. Well, okay. I remember that when he was studying abroad, he actually supported the performance of this young Master Guo with money. He is quite polite and seems to fit the role. Thinking of this, Ho Jingming suddenly asked, Brother Jiang, why do you only ask me to find a male lead, but not a female lead? Su Tanner is a great beauty, and we can't find those ugly and technologically advanced people to play the role. Wouldn't that ruin my classic? This is unacceptable. Although when he read the book, he always put himself in the shoes of Ningyi. It was because of his beautiful daughter-in-law Su Tanner that he was willing to put himself in the shoes of her. Thinking that this is the first TV series shot by my company. As this is his favorite role, Master Ho feels that he must strictly control it and be responsible for the company. Jiang Lan then remembered that after he had discussed it with Louis Fei, he forgot to tell his partner. He quickly told Ho Jingming. The female lead has been decided, Louis Fei. Yes, it's Louis Fei, the fairy sister. It's no one else, not a newcomer with the same name. You should also prepare her contract. To prevent himself from having to explain himself again, he learned to answer quickly. Ho Jingming, Sigma? Click. It was the sound of a jaw dropping to the ground. Louis Fei, Jiangshin, you actually managed to convince her to participate. I admire you so much. It's really amazing. Whenever you sign the contract, I want to go too. I have always been a fan of her. Haha, my brother is also a fan of her, and he is still a loyal fan of Louis Fei. If I tell my brother, he will be so jealous of me. The more young Master Ho thought about it, the more excited he became. What a fantastic opportunity this is. I can also see Louis Fei. He said that there is absolutely no harm in cooperating with him, Jiangshin. Jianglan was speechless. One by one, they were all wondering what was going on with his wife. It's too blatant. This group of shameless men. Forget it, Louis Fei wants to keep a low profile. It's not good to have so many of you here. I'll ask her to sign it myself. That's it, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. Before young Master Ho could react, his Jiangshin hung up the phone. Only at this moment did he slowly turn around. That's not right. How can there be more people? It's just one more person. Moreover, how did Jianglan find Louis Fei directly? Shouldn't she sign a contract with her agent? Why does it feel weird? Jianglan finally settled the male lead and the partner and looked at the time. Let her sleep a little longer. We can have lunch straight away. As he spoke, he held his computer and began to adapt the second half of the novel. Writing novels and writing scripts are quite different. Moreover, some lens designs need to be drawn in advance. This will make it easier for the photographer to see the photos when shooting. Jianglan made up his mind that he must find an experienced photographer, even if the price was a little higher. Otherwise, he can't afford to delay reshooting every scene. On the other side, Guo Qilin became more and more excited the more he thought about it. I couldn't help but call my friends to show off. Hello, Lao Zhang, hey, I'm Qilin. You know what, I received a great script. The TV series adapted from the novel is very popular. I play the leading male role. Guess who the heroine is? Guess, feel free to guess boldly. If you can guess, I will call you Grandpa. She's a great beauty, you'd never guess who she is. Zhang Ruoyan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but frown when she heard his excited and somewhat obscene laughter. If you say you are shallow, then you are really shallow. Aren't there enough beauties in the entertainment industry? TSK, what kind of person can make you so excited? It can't possibly be Louis Fei. Chapter 135 You Are the Truth. When it comes to real beauties, he only recognizes a few. Others have all adopted some form of technology, but they keep it secret, as if everyone knows about it. Zhang Ruoyan has been in this circle since she was a child and has seen countless handsome men and beautiful women. You can tell a real beauty from a fake one at a glance. Although he and Guo Qilin have known each other for quite some time, that was offline. As a newcomer in the film and television industry, Guo Qilin's resources are definitely not very good. What kind of actress can be paired with her? Look how excited he is, he's totally lost. No future. Zhang Ruoyan shook his head, secretly wondering whether he should take his good brother out to broaden his horizons someday. The voice on the other end of the phone became even more excited. Oh my, you are amazing. You really guessed it right. The heroine of my play is indeed Louis Fei. Zhang Ruoyun almost spit out a mouthful of water. What? LLL. What's the name of your script? You can actually hire a fairy sister. Boy, you have really good luck. Did you miss out on the role of a great director? He was very curious about what kind of drama it was. I didn't invite Louis Fei to my previous dramas, but Guo Qilin actually did. Hey. Guo Qilin on the other end of the line was so proud of his friend's surprise that he almost broke his mouth with laughter over the phone. He, this is a TV series adapted from a novel. Do you usually read novels? Do you know a website called Singularity? It has all kinds of novels. He himself is a big fan of novels, but he doesn't know whether Lao Zhang likes to read novels. Zhang Ruoyun vaguely sensed something in her heart. I know. Oh, you, a busy man, still have time to read novels. My book is adapted from a novel. Singularity has a particularly awesome ancient costume comedy novel. It is now the most popular book on the site and has a huge number of fans. The author is Xiao Xiao, and even though this is the only book he has written, Zhang Ruoyun felt a tightness in her chest, as if she was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Back to ancient times to become a son-in-law, that's it. Although it was a question, the tone was full of affirmation. If that were true, he wanted to kill himself. Oh, look, this is it. I accepted the role of the male lead, and I told you, you don't know. Although this director is a newcomer, he is the original author of this book and also serves as the screenwriter. It can be said that no one knows this play better than him. And the heroine is actually Louis Fei. Man, I think I'm going to ascend to heaven. Zhang Ruoyun was speechless and really wanted to die. Happiness does not disappear, but it can be transferred. Now, the happiness was transferred to his brother. What a sin! If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered talking about the pay. Who doesn't want to work with Sister Tianxian? Zhang Ruoyun was filled with remorse. The look he gave his agent was like a knife. Money, money, money. Why don't you ask something else first, but only ask about the pay? He missed such a good opportunity. Zhang Lan didn't know yet that the male lead number 1, whom he had once shortlisted for the role, was now filled with regret. He spent the rest of his time revising the second half of the script. Fortunately, I exchanged for the skill, intermediate screenwriter. Otherwise, if he starts from scratch, he might not be able to finish correcting it next year. Recruitment is still ongoing, but other less important positions will be interviewed by newcomers to the company. He was only responsible for interviewing a few photographers and assistant directors. An assistant director must be experienced, mature and steady to make up for his shortcomings. After a short busy period, the clock struck 11 o'clock. Zhang Lan stretched and looked at his silent phone. The lazy pig hasn't gotten up yet. Otherwise, I should have called him a long time ago. In some ways, Sisai is much lazier than the little guy. After finishing the work at hand, he went downstairs to the study. I opened the door and it was indeed very quiet. The curtains were drawn and the surrounding environment was dim, but I could still vaguely see the small lump on the bed. I always sleep like this. Zhang Lan shook his head and chuckled. As bored as an ostrich. The weather was getting colder, and Zhang Lan suddenly had an idea. He quietly went out, washed his hands with cold water, then came back and sat down beside the bed. Little lazy pig, wake up. As he said this, he secretly placed his 2 cold hands on Louis Fei's ankles. With a loud ah, Louis Fei, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up with her eyes wide open, and mumbled incoherently, "What is that?" When I turned around, I saw Zhang Lan's face, trying not to smile. She reacted a little late, raised her hand and patted his arm, speaking with a nasal tone like she had just woken up. Zhang Lan. Do you want to die? Zhang Lan couldn't hold back his laughter at the angry look and laughed out loud, ha ha ha. It's already late, and you're still sleeping. No wonder you can't sleep at night. Always staying up late, it's a vicious cycle. From now on, get up early with me to exercise, and avoid going to those messy beauty salons so that you can stay healthy. He himself is quite traditional and doesn't know much about those beauty methods. However, going to bed early and getting up early is definitely much more normal than her current routine. Don't change the subject. What did you use to freeze me just now? Good job, you are so brave. You made a mistake yesterday, and you dare to provoke me today. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Louis Fei was busy calculating in her mind. If she didn't change the subject and Jiang Lan really forced her to get up early to exercise, her good days would be completely over. Strike first. Put the blame on someone else. Divert the trouble away. She uses these tricks with ease. After Louis Fei finished speaking, she lifted the quilt and tried to cover Jiang Lan. Then wrap him up like he did to himself last night. She pounced. The result is predictable. Naturally, he was killed by Jiang Lan. Who the hell is changing the subject, huh? He leaned close to her ear, his voice low. If you still have the energy, then I don't mind playing with you. As he said this, he was about to reach in. Oh, no, wrong. Please spare my life, my good man. Jiang Lan was speechless. Who would have thought that their goddess is actually a funny person in private? There was a big fight last night, so he didn't plan to touch her today. However, you can still ask for some small benefits. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan simply started to act out his acting skills. Sparing my life is fine. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Humph, Lu Xiaoqian, if you don't behave, you will be punished. His hands went to her waist. How am I not being obedient? Ha ha ha, ugh. Jiang Lan, ha ha ha. Help me, kill run, ha ha ha. She sensed a dangerous aura, but due to the size difference, she couldn't break free. In this way, I was held down by someone and forced to beg for mercy several times. Until someone gets up and leaves satisfied. Leaving her alone behind, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and cursed tremblingly, Beast. Chapter 136 502 Super Glue. The beast looked refreshed. Hurry up and get ready for dinner. It's really fun to tease Sisai. Even though Jiang Lan had just attacked Louis Fei's soft spot without mercy, Louis Fei would not compete with him when it came to food. The food this guy cooks is much better than homemade or takeout. Since one should be grateful for the favor, Louis Fei stopped talking. The two of them finished their lunch quietly. In the afternoon, Jiang Lan did not go out and concentrated on adapting the script at home. Louis Fei, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and logged into Singularity with Jiang Lan's account, and read the remaining unpublished chapters of Back to Ancient Times as a son-in-law in one go. So this is what it feels like to be one step ahead. It feels so good. One of them was sitting at the dining table, typing away furiously, while the other was curled up on the sofa, hugging his computer and grinning foolishly. No one complained about the noise, and the harmony was unexpected. During this period, Louis Fei wanted to argue with Jiang Lan countless times because of the plot. You big pig's hoof, why do you write like this? But seeing how serious he looked, I finally gave up. After all, he is both the author and the director. Maybe I will really need to rely on this guy for help in the future. Although she felt that this possibility was unlikely. This style of light comedy is all about taking shortcuts and making netizens laugh. To be honest, I don't think it will explode. I'll just support him. After all, they work so hard for this small family. Ding ling ling. The alarm on Jiang Lan's phone rang. He checked the time and then said to Louis Fei, "Do you want to go pick up Xiao Xiao together?" So soon, it's time for the little guy to go home from school. Louis Fei thought about it and nodded. Go. Why not? She ran upstairs and put on Jiang Lan's sweatshirt and his dark gray coat. Originally, if Jiang Lan wore it, the hem of the coat would have reached his knees. When Louis Fei put it on, it almost reached her ankles. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a child secretly wearing adult clothes. But she felt pretty good about herself. Armed from head to toe. With the mask and hat on, even her mother wouldn't be able to recognize her. Very good, this is exactly the effect we want. Jiang Lan looked at her funny appearance and curled his lips helplessly. His Sisai looks just as good even if she is wearing a sack. Not to mention just these ill-fitting clothes. The couple walked hand in hand at the autumn sunset. The air is slightly cool, but my heart is burning. Louis Fei was like a little child, holding his hand and skipping towards the curb. Jiang Lan didn't stop her since he was right next to her. She was full of tricks, just walking distance to the kindergarten. Either you want a hug or you want to be carried on your back. It's even more torturous than Xiao Xiao. Fortunately, there are not many people around the villa now. They are still early. Jiang Lan just followed her wishes. When Louis Fei was lying quietly on his back, she suddenly saw his calm profile. She reached out and touched his forehead, and asked doubtfully, Jianlan, you've been carrying me for so long, and you're not sweating at all. Because I am tall, I am not light in weight. I've been tormenting him for so long, but this guy didn't even seem to catch his breath. Is it true that regular exercise will keep you healthy? Jianlan laughed softly when he heard her say that. He jolted the person upwards, then quickened his pace. Let alone you, even when we were slaughtering the New Year pig during the Lunar New Year, I could control half of the pig by myself. Hold my neck tight and speed up. Louis Fei subconsciously hugged his neck tightly. Then he reacted and punched him again. You're comparing me to a pig. Jianlan didn't look back, but the raised corners of his lips showed his good mood. He paused and bounced, feeling the softness on his back, and sighed. What a benefit! Louis Fei naturally didn't know that she was being set up. He was still foolishly thinking of tiring Jianlan to death so that he would dare to scold him in secret. The two of them had their own little thoughts, and they went to Xiao Xiao's kindergarten playing and fighting. Jiang Xiao started looking forward to school being over since he arrived at school today. Dad said he would be waiting for me at the door tonight. She hadn't been picked up by her father for a long time. Every time, her father would hold her in his arms and let her sit on his arms. My mother and grandmother don't have the energy to do that. When it was time to go home from school, she lined up with Teacher Fan early and looked towards the school gate. Suddenly I saw two people standing side by side in the distance. It's Mom and Dad. They actually came to pick me up. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but jump up excitedly, pointed in the direction of his parents to Teacher Fan, and then ran over there. Daddy, Mommy. Xiao Xiao misses you guys so much. Jianlan was holding Cece's hand and covering her hand just a second ago. The next second, he heard the little guy's voice and immediately shook off Cece's hand. He took 2 quick steps forward to greet his little princess. Hey, Xiao Xiao baby, Daddy is here to pick you up. Louis Fei stood behind and curled her lips. Good job, Jianlan. Now that I have a daughter, I dare to let go of my hand. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Xiao Xiao hadn't seen his father for a long time. This time he followed Jianlan home and turned into his father's little follower. At first, Jianlan quite enjoyed the feeling of having a personal little tail following him. Wherever he went, the little guy followed. Jianlan is cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Xiao called out from outside the door, Daddy? He quickly responded with a 2 minutes passed and he still didn't come out. Xiao Xiao called out again, Daddy? Yeah. Jianlan answered patiently. Another 2 minutes passed. Daddy? Jianlan had no choice but to come out. Go play over there. Don't stay here. Later, he slowly discovered that this was a sweet burden. After cooking, Jianlan went to the bathroom. Daddy? What are you doing? To the bathroom. Daddy, how long will it take? 10 minutes. Then I'll wait for you at the door. Jianlan. I'll be right out. Jianlan is going out for a while. Daddy, can I come with you? No, it's too cold. You should stay at home. The little guy went to get his clothes by himself. It's not cold, just put it on. Daddy, you have to come with Daddy. Jianlan. I'm not going. Equals? Even when sleeping at night, I have to stick to my dad. Daddy, tell me a story. Good. Daddy, sleep with me. Good. Daddy, I want to eat ice cream. Jiang Zhao. Woo-wah Daddy, Daddy wants to call me baby. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, ask your mom to cook for you next time. Someone who is caught in the crossfire, hey. Why do you involve me in your quarrel between father and daughter? Beast. Chapter 137. This is not the cosplay he wants. Jianlan took the time to calm the little princess down these past 2 days. Because in half a month, he will be ready to take up the position of director. The photography base was chosen in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Although I can come back every day, the journey is still long. Moreover, as the director and screenwriter of the crew, I cannot be distracted too often due to my serious and responsible attitude. Even if the overall control of the crew can be handed over to the assistant director or executive director. But after all, it was the first TV series shot by his company, so Jianlan had no choice but to take responsibility no matter what. By then I definitely want to be able to see the little one every day. He didn't want to hear her crying every day. So these 2 days, Jiang Lan has been doing desensitization training for Xiao Xiao. Xiao, look what good things Daddy bought you. Jiang Lan used an act that every girl could not resist. Purchase. Buy toys. Trying to divert the little guy's attention. It did work at first. He spent a fortune to equip the little one with a complete set of toys. You don't know until you buy it, and you'll be surprised when you do. It turns out it's so easy to make money from kids nowadays. Maybe I can consider opening a toy factory in the future. I don't feel bad about using my own stuff. Jiang Lan bought her a doctor's medical toy set and a doctor's playhouse toy set. I bought a lot of small dolls. Let these dolls act as Xiao Xiao's patients. In this way, the little guy can play with it and feel the pulse of every patient, ask questions, examine the disease, and prescribe medicine. Several hours pass through this process. Then add follow-up visit, plus sign. Ha, he is simply a genius. Carrot, carrot. However, the opposite happened. The little guy was really happy to get a new toy. The attention was indeed diverted. Xiao Xiao sat in the living room, treating each patient seriously. Although he always talked to himself, he finally didn't bother Jiang Lan. He also had time to finish revising the script. The two of them were busy with their own things and were very harmonious for a while. However, everything changed when he made an impulsive attempt. Your dad? One day, when Louis Fei opened the door, she saw Xiao Xiao sitting seriously in the living room at the door of her exclusive first aid tent. On the table lay a collection of instruments she couldn't quite identify. Some even make a beep sound. The little guy was wearing a loose doctor's coat that dragged on the ground. She was wearing a Red Cross nurse's cap crookedly and a pink stethoscope around her neck. There are exaggerated large glasses frames on the bridge of his nose. A little bear patient is being given an injection and infusion. Mr. Bear, don't be afraid. I will do it gently. As he said this, he picked up the rubber needle and stabbed it hard into the patient's hairy arm. Then after the injection, he actually knew to take out a cotton swab and press. Although this cotton swab was taken out from the pocket of clothes. Louis Fei looked at it for a while and was stunned. I have to say that this process seems to be quite reasonable. Where's your father? She squatted aside and looked at her serious daughter. Could it be that this girl likes angels in white? Xiao Xiao finished examining the patient, Little Bear, and then answered his mother. Mom, you're back. Dad is waiting in line behind. Mom, do you want me to take your temperature? It's very simple and will be done in no time. Louis Fei forced a smile and obediently extended her forehead. Okay, Dr. Xiao Xiao, help me take a look. When Xiao Xiao heard what her mother said, she picked up a thermometer and put it to her forehead. He also dubbed Bayu in his own mouth. Okay, Mom, your temperature is normal, you don't have a fever. Louis Fei nodded and couldn't help but help her straighten her hat. Then Xiao Xiao baby, continue working. Mommy won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, he pinched her tender little face. Then go to the end of the team to find Jiang Lan. This line is really long. A winding army of animals. Louis Fei walked along the long line to the end and couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you doing? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I saw that one of Jiang Lan's legs was wrapped in gauze. There are still red marks on the gauze. One wrist was also wrapped and hung around the neck with a white cloth. Seriously injured. Coupled with his helpless look. Louis Fei rolled on the ground laughing. I'm waiting in line to see a doctor. Jiang Lan shrugged inside. Want to join us? Who would have thought that the little thing Xiao Xiao, while playing, would also involve the provider of the toy? The animals won't interact with her. But Jiang Lan can. After he finished his work for a while, he suddenly felt like asking Xiao Xiao to help him take a look. It turned out that it was not a serious matter, but his arm and leg were injured. After watching one round, I want to watch another round. Helplessly, he had to read the manuscript while waiting in line as a patient. What's wrong with me that I would buy her such a toy? The cosplay he likes is not like this. Louis Fei is now as gloating as she can be. Ha, do you want me to ask Dr. Xiao Jiang if there is an emergency? Your condition seems to be much more serious than those before. It's bleeding, shouldn't I get in for quickly? Ha ha ha. She reached out and poked Jiang Lan's gauze. When I looked closely, I realized that the red color was painted with watercolor pens. Whose genius came up with this idea? Jianlan wanted to drag her into the team and let her suffer with him. That's enough. Stop laughing at me. What else can I do if I don't spoil my own daughter? Louis Fei took out a rubber band from her pocket and tied up her loose hair. Who laughed at my daughter? I was laughing at you. Your status is not good. Chickens, ducks, geese, dogs and donkeys are all ranked ahead of you. TSK TSK. He shook his head and looked at him with a look of disappointment. What else can a man endure? Jianlan pulled Louis Fei behind him, turned his back, and bit her neck. Ah! Louis Fei let out a short scream. Her neck is the most sensitive. I feel extremely itchy if someone moves a little. Not to mention that Jianlan deliberately chose to bite the place she was most afraid of. Xiao Xiao heard the voice, stopped talking to the current patient, and looked behind him. What's wrong with the patient in the back? Daddy? Jianlan raised his head, showing his sharp white teeth, looked at Louis Fei with an evil smile, and said loudly without turning his head. Dr. Xiao Xiao, Mom's feeling a little unwell too. Please help her take a look. We will queue here first. There is no rush. Please serve the patients in front first. From this angle, the little guy could only see Jianlan's back and a little bit of his mother's clothes that were exposed. After hearing her father's explanation, she pursed her lips and nodded firmly. Well. Then tell Mom to wait for me. Jianlan raised an eyebrow at Louis Fei, and when he saw her glaring at him, he smiled even more happily. He turned back and made an okay gesture to Dr. Xiao Jiang. Now, they are all in the same status. Veterinary team. No one needs to laugh at anyone. Chapter 138 Heartbreaking. Later, Jianlan became really impatient with waiting in line. She also upgraded her equipment. A set of movable consultation table trolleys. This way he can sit at the desk or lie on the sofa and let the little one help him with the diagnosis. At least it saves you the trouble of queuing. But when Louis Fei found out, she laughed at him harshly. What kind of aesthetics do you have? When Xiao Xiao wears this outfit, she looks like the auntie who sells boxed lunches in the hospital. That hat looks like a chef's hat no matter how you look at it. Can't you buy her a pretty princess dress or something? Why do you always dress your daughter up to look ugly? Jianlan looked at her innocently. I don't think it's ugly. Serving the people is a great sense of mission. Besides, my daughter doesn't like princess dresses, they are not attractive. She also asked me to buy her police and firefighter uniforms. I didn't agree to any of that. This request was indeed beyond Jianlan's acceptable range. How could his little princess do such a dangerous job? As a father, he wouldn't allow it. However, what Jianlan could not accept more than these was that one day, Xiao Xiao actually took the initiative to ask for a set of playhouse toys. Pots and pans, gas stove, sink, chopping board and knives, and even vegetables and meat made of plastic. Dad, I'm going to cook for you. Jianlan was very moved after hearing this. It's not in vain that I love her so much. I didn't expect that at such a young age, Xiao Xiao was so filial to his parents. Although washing dishes and cooking are rough jobs that should not be done by the little princess. But thinking that he no longer had to cosplay as a patient, Jianlan readily agreed to buy it for her. But soon after buying it, he discovered. Every day when my daughter comes home from school, she goes straight to the kitchen and starts cutting, washing, and cooking vegetables. Even more diligent than his father. Xiao Xiao, Dad doesn't want to eat the meal you cooked today. Dad will cook for you today, okay? He was a little worried. Could it be that the little guy liked washing dishes and cooking? If this goes on, what should I do when I grow up and want to serve others every day? He was about to collapse just thinking about it. How could he, the little princess who had been raised by him since childhood, let herself cook for other damn men? If there are two men like this, kill them both. Jianlan looked at Xiao Xiao worriedly. The little girl raised her big eyes and tilted her head with a smile. Dad, this isn't for you. Huang Wenjie will come to my house to play with me soon. I did this for him. Jianlan, Sigma? This damn man showed up so soon? Huang Wenjie, this kid, looks so well behaved, but he actually stole from his own home. Jianlan was shocked. I didn't expect the threat to be lurking nearby. Jiang Zhao, I'm going to criticize you. His face darkened, but he was reluctant to be too serious. Under Xiao Xiao's confused gaze, he could only force a smile. Huang Wenjie came to play with you because he wanted to experience cooking and playing house. You've done everything for him, What else does he want to experience? It's wrong for you to do this. It took away Huang Wenjie's chance to experience it. We need to be generous, learn to share, and let Huang Wenjie do it himself so that he can experience the fun of it. Xiao Xiao didn't quite understand what his father said, but he felt that what his father said made sense. Then wait until Huang Wenjie comes and I'll teach him how to do it. Zhang Lan then smiled and nodded. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little guy hasn't graduated from kindergarten yet, so he can be fooled with just a few words. At the same time, he was very depressed. With him being a good example of someone who cooks every day, why is Xiao Xiao so old-fashioned and feudal in his thinking that he actually likes to wash dishes and cook in the kitchen? You know, many young sisters out there have already left the kitchen and are living a life of having food and clothes provided for them. Why doesn't this child of hers learn from the good things and instead regresses? What should she be working towards, little fool? Was it my fault for buying her this toy? Zhang Lan wondered to himself, should he find some toys for educational games for her? You still need to sign up for more interest classes. Studying is always better than cooking for other men. After dinner, the doorbell rang. Zhang Lan opened the door with a sullen face. Hello Uncle Jiang, I'm here to play with Xiao Xiao. The little boy with the mushroom head greeted him obediently. His harmless white face was so dazzling in Zhang Lan's eyes. He squeezed out a response through his nose, Then he stepped aside to let Huang Wenjie in. Then Xiao Xiao jogged to the entrance, took Huang Wenjie's hand, and pulled him into the living room. Huang Wenjie, let me show you this. This is a new toy my dad bought. We play together. Zhang Lan followed behind him expressionlessly. The two of them really went to play house and cook together. Huang Wenjie had never played with this kind of thing before, so it was new to him at the time. But boys are clumsy and can't do anything. Xiao Xiao listened to his father's advice and taught him seriously, allowing Huang Wenjie to have a full experience. Zhang Lan listened to his daughter's gentle instructions and watched her demonstrate it herself, and he couldn't help feeling jealous. She's such a heartless girl, she's not even this patient with her own father. I eat the disgusting, poisonous plastic food you make every day. How can you be so nice to that brat Huang Wenjie? He snorted heavily. Xiao Xiao, you should let Huang Wenjie try more on his own. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes, failure is the mother of success. If you make enough mistakes, you will naturally get used to it. Although Xiao Xiao was anxious and worried about Huang Wenjie's clumsiness, he felt that what his father said made sense. So I stopped doing it and just used language to guide. Put this dish in the sink and wash it. Oops, it's not clean. Oh, why did you put this first? Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Listening to the little guy's increasingly anxious voice and Huang Wenjie's embarrassed apology, Zhang Lan raised his arm to cover the corners of his lips. Look, Xiao Xiao, not every man is as smart as your father. Dad is still the best. Carrot, carrot. After Huang Wenjie hurriedly prepared the meal, he gave it to Zhang Lan and Xiao Xiao to taste together. Seeing the little mushroom-headed boy's aggrieved look, Zhang Lan felt sorry for him. Not bad. Quite delicious. Keep up the good work, Wenjie. Cooking is about hard work, the more you work hard, the better you will be. A glimmer of hope appeared on Huang Wenjie's little face. Xiao Xiao also patted his shoulder, moved closer, and said in a self-proclaimed whisper. Huang Wenjie, you can come to my house and learn how to cook whenever you are free. After giving it to my dad to eat, we charged him. I'll use the money I earned to buy you a bigger and better kitchen. Zhang Lan equals? It's hard to describe how I feel right now. It's really contradictory. I don't know whether I should be happy about the little guy's business acumen, or worried that they are plotting against me. Chapter 139 The Demon King arrives. A week later, the imperial capital welcomed an uninvited guest. Ah, second uncle. Did you miss me? I, Huhan-san, am back again. My flight is this afternoon, please pick me up at the imperial capital airport. Zhang Lan answered the call from his nephew, feeling a little helpless. This devil finally came to the imperial capital to harm him. Oh, uncle, what's that look on your face? Remember to pick me up on time at 3:30 p.m. You are my only relative in the imperial capital. By the way, Guanmini left me and went to the capital a long time ago. Why don't we invite her to have dinner together tonight? Zhang Yudong licked his face and wanted to drag Zhang Lan to meet Guanmini. The main problem is this little girl, who has been ignoring her lately, always making excuses for being busy. Busy, 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 you are the only ones busy. Humph, now I have come to the capital, let us see what excuses you have. John Lon had already seen through his little thoughts. After taking a look at the time, John Lon said, I can pick you up, but if you want to have dinner with Guanmini, go by yourself, don't ask me to go with you. Cici is free tonight, you can come over to my place for dinner. But, leave after eating. This is not a refugee camp. John Yudong was waiting in line to board the plane. When he heard his uncle say Louis Fei was there, his eyes widened like bells. Ah, then I choose to have dinner with you, hee hee hee. Second uncle, you are my dear second uncle, can't you take me in for a few days? I'll move out when I find a place to live. Stay with him first, and he won't be able to drive you away as time goes by. John Yudong has considerable experience in this area. I've already thought of a solution. Unexpectedly, John Lon refused to give in. If you want to eat with us, then find your own place to stay. Otherwise, I'll take you directly to the hotel. Pick one quickly. Is he there? How can I do whatever I want with Cici? John Lon was not worried that this guy would choose the latter. If having a meal with his second uncle is not very attractive, then having a meal with Louis Fei is extremely attractive. John Yudong looked at the increasingly shorter team in front of him and had no choice but to compromise. Okay. You are so cruel. Is he still my second uncle? I chose to have dinner with my second aunt. If you don't accept your dear nephew, then let me live on the streets. He lowered his voice pitifully and said softly. Look, I'm all alone in a new city. It would be too miserable if we couldn't even have a sip of hot soup. John Lon interrupted him. Okay, stop playing the victim. I'll pick you up later, come out quickly. I have something else to do later. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Alas, after just a few days of peace, this brat came again. Fortunately, he doesn't live in my house, so I can tolerate seeing him occasionally. In a few days, I might also have to go to the film and television base. Forget it, I'll take good care of this nephew while I'm not too busy. This way I don't have to go back home for the new year and have my elder brother and mom nag me again. John Lon stretched his shoulders, picked up his phone, and started browsing for suitable apartments for John Yudong. After all, he is the elder. He owed this kid money in his previous life. John Lon told Louis Fei that she was going to have dinner with John Yudong tonight. His original intention was to just find a random restaurant outside to treat him to a meal. But Louis Fei insisted on calling him home. That's your nephew. They have come to the capital with great difficulty, and you, as their elder, cannot be so heartless. Let us get together at home. It's cold now, and I'm craving hot pot. John Lon tooted and rubbed his brows. Wouldn't it be better to go to a restaurant to eat hot pot? I know a few stores that maintain good confidentiality, so I don't have to worry about it at home. Louis Fei pouted slightly, secretly glancing at John Lon from the corner of her eyes, and said with a long drawl. I just want to eat at home. Meat is cleaner when you slice it yourself. And I want to make the meatballs yourself. Xiao Xiao also wants to? She was acting coquettishly on the other end of the video, looking at him with sparkling eyes. John Lon had no choice but to compromise. He has never been able to resist this look. I think you want to torment me. That meatball is very difficult to make. He didn't want to give in easily, or rather, he also wanted to get some benefits for himself. Louis Fei snorted softly. Think it over carefully, I'm the heroine of the play you're about to start filming. If you treat me badly, don't blame me. John Lon was speechless. How could the roles be reversed all of a sudden? Although everyone knows Louis Fei is joking, she is well known for her professionalism in the industry. But he still chose to surrender. Okay, all you do is bully me and exploit me. Alas, my baby Xiao Xiao is still the best, she even knows how to cook for me. At this point, Louis Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, you have the nerve to say that, I'll charge you money after you finish eating. The little girl is quite filial. Ha. John Lan's integrity. If I had known this, I wouldn't have told her. Just know how to laugh at yourself. Imperial Capital Airport. The plane landed safely. John Yudong stretched, opened his phone, and sent a message to John Lon. I've landed. Where are you going to pick me up, my dear second uncle? John Lon returned to the location without any emotion. John Yudong shook his head and said, Tsk tisk. Such a stiff and unromantic man, I don't know how Goddess Louis Fei fell in love with him. People's circumstances are so different. It's surprising that no one likes a warm little son like him. It would be fine if no one liked him, but nowadays girls would actually like an old man like his second uncle. Also cold and old-fashioned. I really don't know what these girls are thinking. Thinking of this, Zhang Yudong opened the dialogue box with Guan Mini and sent his location. We have arrived in the imperial capital. Smileyface.jpg. You are such an ungrateful person. We agreed to go together, but you ended up leaving me alone. Fortunately, I am loyal enough not to argue with you. Treat me to a meal some other day and I'll forgive you. After a while, the other party replied with an expression. Whiteeyes.jpg. He follows wherever you go, a talebearer. Zhang Yudong's eyebrows were raised, and his fingers were typing away. Hey, stop flattering yourself. I'm here to learn. I have goals and missions. Just wait for me to become famous. I had dinner with my second uncle and future second aunt in the evening. Be envious, be jealous, I'll make you mad, Lil. As soon as he left the airport, he was chilled to the bone by the north wind of the imperial capital. It didn't match his ambition just now at all. It's so cold. Is the capital so cold in winter? Zhang Yudong couldn't help but shrink his neck, holding his phone tightly and walking towards the designated location. As soon as he sent the message, the other party showed that they were typing. After a while, she sent a message. Who is Jian Lan still with? Even through the screen, Zhang Yudong could feel her sourness. I can also feel my own sourness. What's so good about that old man Jian Lan? Each of you perseveres. No vision. Humph. What a lack of taste. He found his car based on the location Jian Lan gave him. While Jian Lan was helping him put his luggage away, he replied to Guan Mini. Great. They're inviting me to dinner tonight. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to meet my goddess sister-in-law. Don't forget the meal you owe me. Guan Mini quickly sent a photo of herself with her middle finger raised. Zhang Yudong was furious. Just wait for me, the young master, to transform. Chapter 140. I seem to have forgotten something. Second uncle. It's only been a few days since we last met. You actually changed to such a nice car. What's going on? Tell me quickly. You're rich now. Take care of my nephew. Zhang Yudong started chattering non-stop as soon as he got in the car. The noise gave Jiang Lan a headache. You kid, you're chattering all the time. Can you be quiet for a while? While waiting for the traffic light, Jiang Lan raised his hand and gave him a slap. Zhang Yudong uttered an awe and then hid in the passenger seat, muttering aggrievely. What kind of person are you? I'm going to tell Grandma that you abused me. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I'm excited to say a few more words. Second uncle's temper is getting worse and worse. One day, Goddess Ifei will also dislike you. Jiang Lan suddenly regretted bringing him home for dinner. This kid is too talkative and really deserves a beating. Jiang Lan took him to a large supermarket near the villa, looked him up and down, raised his chin, and motioned him to get out of the car. Get off. We'll have hot pot together tonight. Buy something you want to eat. Don't buy too much meat, we have some at home. By the way, buy yourself some thicker clothes. You can't survive the winter. After you buy it, I will send you the location and you can come back by yourself. This is my residence in the imperial capital. I've already greeted the security guard at the door. Zhang Yudong was then left behind by his uncle with a look of shock on his face. Watching his flashy red sports car whizzing past me, I couldn't help but burst into tears. His second uncle is so ruthless. Oh. Amid the howling north wind, Zhang Yudong shivered as he went to the supermarket alone. Jiang Lan hurried to the kindergarten. I still have to pick up the little one from school. It was so cold, he couldn't let Xiao Xiao wait at the door. What to do if you catch a cold? Fortunately, there was still time. When Jiang Lan arrived at the school gate, there was still some time before school was over. The weather is not very good today. It is overcast and looks like it is going to snow. In the early winter in the imperial capital, the wind has already brought a biting chill, swirling the withered fallen leaves on the roadside and blowing woohoo into people's collars. Most of the leaves have fallen off, and the bare branches are swaying in the wind, making a crackling sound. The once bustling school gate now only has neat rows of cars. The adults who came to pick up their children were unwilling to go down and wait even a minute earlier. Jiang Lan is an exception. There are too many cars at the school gate. He simply parked the car farther away and got out with his thick coat. By the time the little guy got home from school, cold raindrops had already started falling from the sky. He wrapped Xiao Xiao up completely, hugged her tightly, and walked quickly towards the car. Jiang Zhao was like a big dumpling, being carried by his father, trembling as he followed his father's steps away from the school. Goodbye, Teacher Fan, goodbye, Huang Wenjie, goodbye, Zhang Xiaoyan, Guan Linlin. The little girl only showed her face and said goodbye to her friends one by one. Jiang Lan stuffed her into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Then turn on the heater and start the vehicle. The temperature is going to drop in the next 2 days, and it's very cold. If Xiao Xiao doesn't want to go to school, then don't go. It's okay to go a few days less. It's just kindergarten anyway, and you can't learn anything there. It's okay for him to stay at home and teach himself. If Louis Fei heard this, she would definitely want to beat him to death. Who would not go to school just because of a little wind or rain, hey? Besides, it only takes your child 10 minutes to get to school. You can't spoil a child like this. Oh. Even the little guy himself felt something was wrong. Dad, but that's not what Mom said. You two adults, why don't you discuss this and decide whether I should go to school or not? She sat in her seat, playing with her fingers, and rolled her eyes at Jiang Lan. What Dad says doesn't count. Always giving yourself hope and then disappointing yourself. Really, these men are so unreliable. Jiang Lan was speechless and choked. Equals? Has his family status reached the point where even Jiang Zhao knows it all? The car was driving very slowly, but no matter how slow it was, we would still be home in about 10 minutes. At this time, a light and dense drizzle had begun to fall outside. Or maybe sleet? After Jiang Lan parked the car in the garage, he wrapped Xiao Xiao up as usual and brought her back into the house. The little guy has recently taken some more interest-based tutoring classes at school, such as one-on-one foreign teacher classes and fun experiments. So after school, Xiao Xiao had to finish the homework assigned in class before he could start playing. This is the rule Lu Yifei set for her. Jiang Lan naturally wouldn't ruin his wife's plan. So he prepared the hot pot dinner in the evening while Xiao Xiao took an online class at the dining table in the living room. The two of them were doing their own things in tacit understanding. Jiang Lan didn't remember anything at all, as if he had forgotten something. Yes, it's raining. He forgot about his nephew and didn't bring an umbrella. She was even wearing a thin fleece sweatshirt and a long coat that just reached her thighs. Zhang Yudong, who didn't even wear a pair of autumn johns, wore the hood on his sweatshirt and carried 2 large bags of food as he walked towards Jiang Lan's house. The raindrops touched the light gray sweatshirt, quickly staining it dark. He shrunk his neck and buried his chin in his collar, muttering to himself. Jiang Lan is so heartless. He just threw me into the supermarket and left me there. Now it's raining. Why is it so cold in the capital? The rain doesn't seem to be heavy, so why is it so cold? His fingers, which were holding the bag, had long been numb from the cold. He would stop from time to time to blow on his palms, his footsteps creating light splashes of water on the wet ground. I picked out a fresh king crab for him. I should have left it in the freezer. What kind of second uncle is this? He is simply the reincarnation of a cold-blooded animal and has no humanity at all. Does he really have me, his nephew, in his heart? Forget it, there is definitely no such thing, why bother asking? The wind wrapped in raindrops hit my face, making me feel cold. He sniffed, getting angrier the more he thought about it. At this time, a black business car passed by him and slowly stopped. The car window rolled down, and a woman wearing sunglasses stuck her head out. Are you Jiang Yudong? Jiang Yudong paused, then took a closer look and instantly burst into joy. Goddess Yifei.